When I was at my wit's end, I made a deal with a wealthy young lady, willingly becoming her most loyal dog for 5 years. At first, she warned me that I was just a substitute and not to harbor any delusions. I devoted myself to playing my role flawlessly. Unknowingly, my kindness took root in her heart. When her true love returned, she was certain I would cling to her. But I took the money she gave me and turned away without hesitation. One late night, she came to find me for comfort, completely drunk, but it was her sister who opened the door. A substitute must act like one. There are 20 million in the account. Keep your mouth shut, and move out within a week, her sister said coldly. I was leaving tonight. I put down the mop in my hand, pointed at the bank card on the coffee table, and smiled calmly. Transfer the money in the account directly to me, and note it as a voluntary gift. Bai Ningbing's expression grew colder, and she gritted her teeth, saying, that day has finally come. From the very beginning, I knew I was a substitute. With a clear goal, I could give up my pride, but I could not refuse the money. I ignored Bai Ningbing's expression, and after receiving the money, I directly threw away the mop and went back to pack my luggage. I have lived here for almost 5 years, but the things that truly belong to me are few and far between, most of which were purchased by Bai Ningbing. Materially, she did not treat me poorly, allowing me to live in a 700 square meter apartment. Besides the initial 2 million in compensation, she often gave me a lot of tips and had clothes and various accessories custom made for me, simply because my shabby appearance did not resemble that person. In the living room, Bai Ningbing listened to the sound of me packing and inexplicably flew into a rage. She didn't expect that a mere 20 million could send me away. In her view, I should not be able to leave her. After all, my sister is sick and staying in a sanatorium, and the monthly expenses are high. Without her, I simply cannot afford it. Bai Ningbing put down what she was holding, stood up, and said harshly, the clothes I've customized for you over the years are not allowed to be taken away. Even if I throw them away, I won't make it easy for you. Originally, I had planned to pack them up and sell them, but I could only helplessly withdraw my hand. In the end, apart from a few pieces of clothing I bought myself, it seems there really isn't much I can take. For the past 5 years, I have always lived in the shadow of others. Those so-called beautiful times did not belong to me at all. By the time I finished packing my luggage, it was already 11 at night, and Bai Ningbing was still sitting on the sofa. When she saw me dragging my suitcase out, she squinted her eyes and did not move. Miss Bai, do you want to check it? The woman's gaze fell on the suitcase, which was so small that it could hold limited items. Clearly, it was she who wanted to drive me away. But why did she feel so wronged inside? Bai Ningbing originally wanted me to give up, but if I didn't want to leave and begged her, she could find me another place to stay. Keeping a dog was nothing to her, but I decisively rejected her good intentions. Bai Ningbing stared intently at my face, as if she wanted to find my unwillingness in the depths of my eyes. Xiao Chunan, do you have nothing else to say to me? I immediately replied, Miss Bai, rest assured, these 5 years will be like they never happened. We will be strangers from now on. She let out a cold laugh, looking at my obedient demeanor, and a hint of mockery gradually appeared in her eyes. Once you step out of this door, don't regret it. It won't be so easy to come back. I secretly laughed in my heart. It was she who drove me away, and it was also she who told me not to regret it. I simply responded, okay, then, with one hand pulling the suitcase and the other hand closing the door. I smiled and nodded goodbye. The moment the door closed, I straightened my back, reached up to touch the earring on my ear, and without hesitation, threw it into the trash can at the door. Although these earrings are not valuable, they were handmade by Bai Ningbing 4 years ago and are the only heartfelt gift she has given me over the years. However, Bai Ningbing never allowed me to take off these 5 earrings, and later I learned it was because Wang Tang also had a pair. These 5 earrings are, for me, a restraint, a shackle, but they are also her obsession with Wang Tang. Now, I no longer have to wear these 5 ugly nails. The autumn chill of October is gradually setting in. I sit in a taxi, reminiscing about the same season 7 years ago. At that time, I had just turned 18. On the eve of the college entrance examination, my parents had passed away, and my sister's heart disease had relapsed. With her condition rapidly deteriorating, requiring urgent surgery, I scrambled to gather the surgery fees, but the operation was not a cure-all. Exorbitant post-operative care costs followed, draining my parents' savings and leaving me deeply in debt. In desperation, I had no choice but to drop out of school and work. One day while delivering food, I met a director who was filming a short drama. Speaking of which, I can't say much else, but my appearance does conform to the public's aesthetic for handsome men good-looking and clean. After the short drama aired, it achieved great success, and soon companies wanted to sign me as an actor. But at that time, I urgently needed money for my sister's treatment, so I hurriedly signed the contract. The debt has been paid off, but I am still trapped by the unequal treaty, being pimped by the broker, and constantly threatened with being kept in the dark. Just when I was at my wit's end, Bai Ningbing appeared. She could not only help me solve the company's troubles but also let my sister stay in the best sanatorium, with the condition that I would be her stand-in for 5 years. Bai Ningbing has a childhood sweetheart named Wang Teng, who is like a white moonlight to her. Coincidentally, I resemble Wang Teng by about 50 to 60%, and after all these years, I have become 70% similar. Wang Teng's health is poor, and his complexion is always as pale as paper. To make me look more like him, Bai Ningbing even took me to have blood drawn, forced me to take cold showers, and made me stand in the freezing cold wearing short sleeves as punishment. Wang Teng has 5 ear piercings, and Bai Ningbing personally used a needle to pierce my ears. The sharp pain is still vivid in my memory. Whatever hair color Wang Teng dyes, she immediately drags me to dye it, demanding that I look exactly the same. In this regard, I have no power to resist and can only silently pray in my heart, hoping that Wang Teng, far away in a foreign country, doesn't do anything foolish. If he gets a tattoo, becomes disabled, or goes blind or deaf, I would be in big trouble, because being a stand-in is truly unbearable. Gradually, I became more and more like Wang Teng, and Bai Ningbing's control over me became increasingly severe. She forbade me from filming romantic scenes, prohibited me from wearing those unique and novel outfits, and did not allow me to get close to any opposite sex. These rules completely severed my chances of being a lead actor. Throughout my years in the entertainment industry, I have always lingered at the bottom tier. Bai Ningbing did invest in a few low-budget films for me, but they were all mediocre art films. Whenever I received a bit of attention and praise online, Bai Ningbing would immediately tell me to go home. She wanted me to be ready at all times to entertain her, with my heart and eyes solely focused on her. In her eyes, I am nothing more than an obedient loyal dog, and I know in my heart that I am just a worker, though the scope of this work is a bit broad. In this position, I work diligently and take care of Bai Ningbing meticulously. She imagines me as Wang Teng. I do what Wang Teng can do, and I also do what Wang Teng cannot do, which greatly satisfies her desire for conquest. At this moment, I am looking out the window at the night scene, the taxi weaving through the roads lined with ginkgo trees, and the streetlights resemble stars scattered across the earth. For this day of departure, I had long been well prepared, so when Bai Ningbing suggested that I move out, I was not surprised. I took a deep breath and deleted all contact information for Bai Ningbing and the people around her. After doing all this, I truly felt the relief of escaping from the sea of suffering. To be honest, how could I not have resentment after all these years? Even if I was getting paid for my work, it was hard not to feel angry inside. As the name Bai Ningbing gradually faded from my life, I felt my soul being purified. From tonight onwards, I no longer have to live in fear of being woken up in the middle of the night to make a midnight snack, nor will I be disturbed by sudden phone calls, and I no longer have to get up early every day to prepare breakfast. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing became more and more troubled as she pondered over things, and just then her girlfriends invited her out for drinks. So she went. I am only with him because he looks like Wang Teng. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even glance at him, Bai Ningbing said to her friends. Did Xiao Chunan say anything when he left? A friend asked. Nowadays, whenever Bai Ningbing closes her eyes, the image of my back as I left appears in her mind, without any trace of nostalgia or hesitation. He is very obedient. When he left, I gave him 20 million. 20 million! Chen Wenwen exclaimed in surprise, while Lu Qingqing fell silent. The cost of today's banquet alone exceeds 20 million. Bai Ningbing was indeed too stingy this time. After all, I have been with her for 5 years. During these 5 years, I have been attentive to her, have a good personality, can do everything, and most importantly, I can tolerate Bai Ningbing's bad temper infinitely. Leaving aside her family background, she is definitely a perfect partner. Even the usually picky Lu Qingqing couldn't find any faults. Bai Ningbing scoffed disdainfully, is 20 million too little? I just think he is not worth that price. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wenwen said, let's not talk about him for now, let's discuss Wang Teng. What would Wang Teng think if he knew that during the 5 years he was gone, you raised a substitute that looks just like him? Although not many people know about this, in this circle, news is never really kept secret. Bai Ningbing waved her hand dismissively. I actually hope he finds out. It's just right to use this to test him. She and Wang Teng grew up together, and their parents had arranged a betrothal for them early on. The original plan was to settle the marriage during college, but unexpectedly, Wang Teng impulsively decided to go abroad, which completely disrupted the plans of both families. Moreover, he quietly completed the paperwork, and by the time Bai Ningbing found out, Wang Teng had already booked the flight. Bai Ningbing was noisy and crying her heart out, but Wang Teng remained unmoved. She really couldn't understand why Wang Teng had to go to England. What exactly was waiting for him there? With Wang Teng gone, Bai Ningbing was filled with resentment and even fell into self-doubt for a time. In this state of mind, she saw me, who resembled Wang Teng somewhat, and it was like finding an outlet. She vented all her negative emotions on me. applying all the things she dared not do to Wang Tang onto me instead. Lin Che was able to comfort her broken heart, and likewise was still a tool that could get back at Jiang Yu, knowing that all misfortunes are by contrast. The better she lives, the more Jiang Yu will regret. Recently Jiang Yu is ready to return to China, began to take the initiative to contact her, mentioned a lot of things in their past, felt that Jiang Yu began to care about her, but she did not imagine so pleasantly surprised. More and more wine was being drunk, and all 6 male models were surrounding Su Man and Su Jiao. Qin Wei was also a little drunk. She didn't like sleeping outside at night. She wanted to go home and eat the stomach-nourishing porridge made by Lin Che. Qin Wei put down her wineglass and propped up her head. It's getting late. I want to go back. Su Man narrowed her eyes and asked, what time is it? The male model at his side immediately responded, it's 3 in the morning. This late? Does Ms. Su need 3 rooms for you? 2 rooms will do. Su Man knew that Qin Wei didn't like to live in a hotel. This even better hotel is not as comfortable as her home. There is sober soup, stomach congee, and someone to help her wash. She looked at Qin Wei. How about it? Are we going to ask Lin Che to pick you up? Qin Wei let out a and covered her stomach with one hand while making a phone call with the other. The phone was quickly dialed and after 2 rings came the system sound. Sorry, the number you have dialed is in progress. Please dial again later. Chapter 4, he can't stay away from her. She can't stay away from him. Qin Wei rarely drank strong alcohol. If Lin Che was there he would definitely keep an eye on her and not let her drink. Plus, these 2 days happened to be the physiological period. Drinking too much wine stomach and stomach upset. At this time, she wanted to go home and lie down, and wanted Lin Che to come and take her back quickly. Outgoing calls went unanswered. The first time this has been seen in recent years. Qin Wei was all set to open her mouth and call out to Lin Che, who knew that the sound that rang in her cell phone was actually a system alert tone. Su Man was closest to her, and seeing that Qin Wei's face didn't look right, she came forward and asked, when is Lin Che coming to pick you up? Su Man didn't think about Lin Che pulling the plug on Qin Wei at all. Qin Wei called again, or the same beep. She was drunk and dizzy, but not drunk and stupid. 2 consecutive phone calls are the same situation that can only mean that it is Lin Che pulled her black. Su Man was still out of the loop. What's wrong? Is he not answering? A wave of irritation rushed straight to her stomach. Increasing pain, Qin Wei's eyes began to redden. She kicked the wine table so hard that the wine glasses stacked on top of it shook and fell, crackling and breaking all over the place. The sudden loud noise made everyone in the box jump in shock, and no one dared to make a sound. Su Man's wine was scared out of her wits, and before she could react, Qin Wei suddenly stretched out her hand towards her. Bring your cell phone over. Su Man handed over her cell phone without saying a word and watched as Qin Wei found Lin Che's number from her phone contacts and dialed it. The situation is the same. No one is getting through. She looked at Su Jiao, and without waiting for her to open her mouth, Su Jiao typed it out and shook her head at Qin Wei with an ugly face after hearing the system tone. Lin Che has blacked out a few of us? Qin Wei pursed her lips in death. The hand that originally covered her stomach also clenched her fists, and she was oblivious even when her fingertips pinched into her flesh. Where did he get the guts? How dare he pull the plug on Wei Wei? Has he forgotten his sister in the hospital and his company? They would rather believe that there was a problem with the network than believe that Lin Che would blackball Qin Wei. They had seen everything Lin Che had done in these 5 years, and it would be better to say that he had a gentle character than to say that he was weak and incompetent. Lin Che had seen all sides of Qin Wei, the good and the bad in human nature, the positive, the negative, the mature, the childish. Qin Wei would never disguise herself in front of Lin Che because he would tolerate everything about her. Can go to this point, in addition to like outside, there are future interests. Although the time to leave Qin Wei only gave Lin Che 200,000, but together for 5 years Qin Wei did not spend a lot of money. Alone Lin Che's sister's annual hospitalization fee is also a 6-figure start, as well as the TV series and movies that he starred in. Qin Wei also spent money to let him in. If not for Qin Wei, Lin Che early in the mixed showbiz industry was eaten bones or not left. He should know very well that the only way to have a future is to follow Qin Wei all the time. Qin Wei was in a daze besides being angry. How could this happen? Even if she had driven Lin Che away, but as long as she needed him, he should have appeared immediately. If Lin Che left her, where would he live? How would his sister be cured? And that black company of his, wouldn't he be afraid of pulling his subterfuge? The most important thing was that Lin Che loved her and was willing to do anything and give everything for her. Of course, this was only what Qin Wei herself thought. Her stomach suddenly convulsed with force. Qin Wei involuntarily let out a groan. Then her hands covered her stomach, her body curled up, and in just a few seconds she broke out in a cold sweat. Su Man saw that her situation was not right and hurriedly pushed away the male model beside her and came to her to support her. Wei Wei, where are you uncomfortable? I have a stomachache. Quick, pour a cup of warm water over. In the midst of her hands and feet, Su Man took the warm water and handed it to Qin Wei to drink. Why don't we send you to the hospital? It's fine. She had always had stomach problems, only that she had never relapsed under Lin Che's care, and Lin Che would always have these medicines on her person, feeding them to her when she was uncomfortable and strictly controlling her diet. Qin Wei does not like to eat clear soup dishes. Lin Che will try to find ways to make better. Before even a potato shredded people cannot cut well now has practiced a hand of Cantonese cuisine. Su Man and Su Jiao also do not know what to do, can only be quiet and accompanied. The good thing is that a cup of warm water went down after Qin Wei's face has improved. Su Jiao muttered, "Is there something wrong with the phone? How Lin Che suddenly pulled the plug on you?" Su Man glared at her, reminding her to stop talking. Qin Wei said, "It's him who can't stay away from me, not me who can't stay away from him, so just pull the plug as long as he can endure a lifetime of not coming to beg me. It's not like she has to have him. A flat replacement, even if it's perfect, but a replacement is a replacement and can't compare to the real thing." Su Man responded to her, "He may be playing with his temper, and in a couple of days he'll know he's wrong and take the initiative to come to you. Green tea does not distinguish between genders. Nowadays men also like to play this set of desire to escape. Play off, have him cry." Qin Wei closed her eyes as her brain began to uncontrollably recall the scene where Lin Che left again. She was the one who was drunk and called him to come pick her up shortly after she kicked him out, just to make it seem like she couldn't stay away from him. Now that he's been told to get lost, let's break the relationship a little cleaner. A lot of things need to be broken when they need to be broken, where you'll just get yourself in trouble. Thinking about it, Qin Wei sent a text message to Lin Che's agency, telling them that she and Lin Che had broken off, and that she didn't need to report his affairs to her in the future, so they could do whatever they liked. As for sanatoriums, VIP wards are expensive and rooms are limited, so those who want to live in them need to find connections in addition to booking and lining up. Lin Che's sister stayed for 4 years to enjoy the best treatment. Now, she wants it all back. Qin Wei propped up the armrest of the sofa and stood up. "I'll go back first," Su Man asked with concern. "Are you better?" "Much better. Just go back to sleep." "Drove here by yourself?" Qin Wei nodded. "Then I'll get a chauffeur to take you back, and let me know when you get home." Su Man and Su Jiao supported her on the left and right. Among the three, Qin Wei has the best family background. If something happens to Qin Wei, they can't take the blame. Qin Wei sat in the car. The temperature difference between morning and evening is big. The temperature at 4 o'clock in the morning is only 10 degrees. The car carries the smell of gasoline as well as leather. Maybe too much wine. She is now a little bit of motion sickness. Good thing that the home is not far away. Insisted on half an hour and then arrived. Qin Wei got on the elevator, stumbling along the way. Alcohol on the head, good stimulation, almost tripped. If there is Lin Che, that will never happen. Finally reaching the door, Qin Wei leaned against the wall and pressed her fingerprints, her eyes moving down. Suddenly her face was stunned, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. All thoughts stopped, and all that remained in her eyes was the dirty trash can and the earrings that loomed inside. Chapter 5, Less Lin Che. Less interesting. Perhaps the drinking had short-circuited her brain and made her lose her ability to think. Qin Wei didn't hesitate for a second, not caring about the dirtiness of the trash can and the odor emanating from inside. She reached out her hand to pick up the earrings on the surface. The earrings were handmade by her. The workmanship was a little rough, with the letters JY engraved on them, which could not be seen without looking closely. A burst of complex emotion surged to the heart. 5 earrings, only found 3. Originally intended to give Jiangyu at first, and then not yet sent out. He left the country. Until she and Lin Che met, she will be 5 earrings forced to wear in his ears. Lin Che aware is 4 years. In these 4 years, he has never taken it down. Now these 5 earrings were in this dirty trash can. What did it mean? She didn't dare to think deeper. She gripped the 3 earrings in her hand tightly and thought, but it's just a few worthless earrings. Lin Che threw them away. What does she pick them up for? The things in the garbage can are just garbage. It's hard to pick them up with the intention of giving them to Jiangyu. Qin Wei didn't know what she was thinking, but in any case, she casually tossed the 3 earrings into the utility drawer in the entryway. After simply washing up, Qin Wei laid down on the bed and brooded for a long time before falling asleep. This night she had an extremely confusing dream, a moment dreaming of Jiangyu, a moment dreaming of Lin Che. The dream dispersed. People also woke up. The cost of a hangover was a splitting headache, and she hadn't felt this bad in a long time. Qin Wei did not drink a lot. In the past, when she was drunk, Lin Che was there, running up and down the stairs for her, would cook soba soup, would make congee, would use a cold towel for her face, and would also give her an eye mask to prevent her eyes from being red, swollen and sore the next day. Qin Wei had just woken up and hadn't realized that Lin Che had already left. She covered her head and went out. Looking at the quiet living room and kitchen, she subconsciously walked towards Lin Che's bedroom and directly twisted the door handle to open the door. "I want to eat fried." Before she could finish her sentence, she looked at the empty bedroom, and only then did she suddenly remember that Lin Che had already left yesterday. He was such a low presence that when people left, It seemed like nothing was missing from the house, and the fact that he was gone would always be overlooked. Qinwei's annoyance reached its peak, and she huffed into the kitchen to open the refrigerator, and there were still Lin Che's dumplings in the freezer. Even if there is no Lin Che, she can still eat fried dumplings. Qinwei started the pot to boil oil and then pour the dumplings directly into it. The steps are the same, but in her hands the dumplings are so fried. If she did not protect her face in time, the oil is going to splash her face. Qinwei opened the cold water to rinse her hands, and watched the dumplings in the pot are all mushy. Manic depression rushed across her body. Her chest rose and fell violently. Qinwei was so angry that her mind rose, and she picked up the pan and smashed it directly into the sink. She vented her anger, getting nothing out of it except making a mess of the kitchen. It so happened that someone called her at this time. Qinwei picked up her cell phone to see that it was the head of Lin Che's agency calling her. Once the phone was picked up, the other party cautiously tried. "Ms. Xin, what do you mean by the text message you sent last night? You and Lin Che he?" Qinwei sank her voice. "I'm already tired of him. I won't be in charge of his affairs in the future. You guys can do whatever you want to him. Don't give him any preferential treatment." "Okay, I get it." The other party had obviously heard Qinwei's subtext, which was to use their hands to torture Lin Che. "I also don't know what Lin Che did to upset Missy." Qinwei made a cleaning call and asked someone to come over to clean the house. Instead she went into the utility room. It was more of a punishment room than a utility room. There was a lot of space and it held all sorts of drawing tools. She picked up a brush casually then stared at the black collar on the desk. If Lin Che had seen this scene, he would have immediately understood that this was Qinwei getting angry, and was afraid that taking the initiative to kneel down wouldn't be able to get her to calm down, and that the only way to do so was to take a beating and to satisfy all kinds of nonsensical requests from her. Qinwei's means of torturing people were always fancy, and in terms of art, her best skill was painting, and Lin Che was her model. Her studio was filled with paintings, all of them portraits of a man, topless holding a handful of roses, covered in blood, and of men lying with their eyes closed in a cold bathtub. Qinwei's favorite one is that he is lying in the blood field with all the injuries, full of brokenness. At that time the internet was very popular battle damage cross-dressing, but the online videos are all made up, while Lin Che is really injured. Lin Che seldom have to provoke her angry time, but the woman well. There are always a few days in every month when she is not in a good mood, and Lin Che is not having a good time. Now that Lin Che was gone, she had one less thing to vent on, and she definitely couldn't do such a thing to Jiang Yu. She would hide her hostile side well. Qinwei touched the bloodstains on the fake flowers that hadn't been washed off, and suddenly regretted a little bit that she had let Lin Che go straight away yesterday. Looking straight into her heart, she was really a bit sad to let Lin Che go. After all, she would lose a lot of fun once he left. It would be nice to have a foot in both worlds with a straight face. Why do people have to give and take? Why can't they have both? At 10 in the morning, Lin Che slowly woke up. It had been a long time since he had slept so well, and he slept until dawn, relaxed and refreshed. There was no need to be wary of Qinwei's sudden phone calls or to rack his brain on how to please her. Lin Che ordered a takeout and cleaned up a bit during the time he was waiting for it. After breakfast, Lin Che went out to buy food, intending to stew a pot of old hen soup and send it to his sister. Lin Che is a good cook. A pot of chicken soup filled the room. In addition to the soup he also fried 2 small dishes, steamed some rice. When we arrived at the hospital, Lindsay was painting. Unlike those artistic drawings by Qinwei, she drew comics. She was quite talented at drawing, and her mom and dad had always been very supportive of her hobbies when they were still around. If Lindsay's condition hadn't worsened, I'm sure she'd have gone down the path of being a cartoonist. Lin Che suppressed these distracting thoughts and walked into the hospital room with a smile on his face, and She didn't notice him until he got closer. "Brother!" She looked up and saw that it was Lin Che, and her gaze clarified. "What are you drawing? So engrossed that you didn't even notice when I came in." "I'm drawing a 4-panel comic, creating a protagonist based on you," She said, handing the drawing book she was holding to Lin Che to look at. "Look, does this look like you?" Lin Che took a look at it. It was a cute version of a small person, and it really had a few moments of his demeanor in it. Lin Che laughed. "You've drawn me too small as well. Brother was originally young and handsome, sunny and gentle. It's just a pity that I'm not a good painter, and I didn't manage to bring out 1/10 of my brother's goodness." She said seriously. Lin Che rubbed She's hair and said in amusement, "Alright, stop kissing ass. Go wash your hands and drink chicken soup." Chapter 6, Without Qinwei, you wouldn't be who you are now. She just turned 18 this year. The siblings are 7 years apart, one with a strong face and the other with a light face. They don't look alike. She is still in high school. Because of her health reasons she often misses classes. It is not certain that she can catch the college entrance exam this year, but her condition has gotten better. Even if she misses the college entrance exam this year she will be able to come back next year. For ordinary people, education is still quite important. Lin Che wants his sister to have a full college life. Not like him. Lin Che took out the dishes in the thermos box and first gave Lin Shi a bowl of soup. The chicken soup was yellowed and he skimmed all the grease on it. Lin Shi washed her hands and came out, picked up the chicken soup and carefully drank a mouthful. Salty and light, biting a mouthful of chicken wings. A whole aroma of confusion. Brother, boiled soup is really good. Drink slowly. Be careful, it's hot. Lin Che handed the paper towel to her. I also brought some snacks. You can eat them as afternoon tea. Lindsay was pleasantly surprised. Did you make it yourself? Well, I made it. With cake and cookies. Some of the desserts on the market put a lot of oil and sugar and additives in them and are not suitable for patients. The ones you make yourself are relatively healthier and more suitable for patients. Once Lin Shi heard this, she hurriedly put down the bowl in her hand to pick up the snacks in the box. And when she was about to reach out for them, she was slapped on the back of her hand by Lin Che. Eat properly at mealtime. No snacking. I'll just take a look. Lin Shi muttered and touched the back of her hand. Lin Che had always loved her. When he hit her, it was like scratching an itch. It didn't hurt. She retracted her hand and went to get the tablet again. Wait, I'll find an undercooked drama. Lin Shi's next meal drama is to turn over Lin Che actor's TV series as well as the movie to see. Debut 5 years Lin Che actor's TV series, but not much. Recently Lin Che has come out a short drama in which he played a supporting role. A short drama with a bad subject matter not many people see. Lin Shi find out to look at it with great interest. Lin Che didn't pay much attention to her, only reminding her, eat properly. With Lin Che accompanying her, Lin Shi ate half a bowl of rice more than usual, and as she ate, she inquired about Lin Che's recent situation. Brother, how have you been doing with your girlfriend lately? Lin Che didn't hide it. She and I have separated. He said separated rather than broken up because they had never dated. But he couldn't possibly tell Lin Shi about this deal he had with Qin Wei. He could only lie to her and say that the two were in a relationship. Lin Shi didn't have a big reaction. After a moment of silence, said, it's good to split up. You're not even happy with her. Before that, he added, brother is very good and deserves a very good person. As an onlooker, she could clearly feel that Qin Wei's contempt for her brother. So for the past few years, Lin Shi had been persuading the split. Now that she had heard that the two had split up, she would have run around the hospital twice if she hadn't been in poor health. Brother, who brought up your breakup? Do you still love Qin Wei? No love. Seeing Lin Che answer so decisively, Lin Shi grinned a big smile. You've finally come to your senses. It's not too late to stop in time. Alright, don't worry blindly about my matters. Lin Che lost a smile. It's just that, this ward might not be able to stay. Just switch to a normal ward. Brother, don't worry about my body. The doctor also said that I'm recovering well. Maybe next year I'll be able to go to school normally. Lin Che, I'll make the arrangements when the time comes. Lin Che hadn't explicitly said anything about what was going on between him and Qin Wei, but Lin Shi wasn't some clueless little girl, and there were a lot of things that she could guess even without asking. Probably because she had experienced things at a young age. Lin Shi was very understanding and never let Lin Che worry about anything other than her condition. Lin Che recently had a new small web series on the air, and the ratings were not great, but there were many positive reviews. Lin Che has been an actor for the past 5 years, and has been lukewarm, with his fans barely reaching 1 million. Lin Shi is his big fan. Every time Lin Che's new drama comes out, she publicizes it even faster than Lin Che, sending dozens of tweets a day. Lin Shi looked at the side of Lin Che's face drinking water. Not that she blew. Her brother is definitely the most good-looking he has ever seen. If the business is good, every day to send a few handsome pictures. Fans have long broken 2 million. Brother, if you were more open for business, you would definitely have caught fire earlier. Lin Shi clicked on Lin Che's microblogging, looked at his latest publicity. The number of likes only broke 1,000. The data is not as good as hers. More even, there are people who silently cancelled the attention because they saw the publicity that Lin Che sent. The original data of the fans that broke 1 million, now turned into 99.9, killing the obsessive-compulsive disorder. Lin Che didn't look good in the drama. Not that he wasn't photogenic, but the director purposely made him look ugly, with waxy skin and old-fashioned hairstyle, and couldn't find anything appealing except for a pair of eyes. When Lin Che, a short drama supporting role can be on the hot search, based on that eye-catching face. But now, from the film and television works, where to find the former look? The netizens who have seen the drama he acted in said that he is a plastic surgery failure. For these bad comments, Lin Che never clarified and let them play out. The company is inactive. The agent doesn't care. The publicist is non-existent. The team is non-existent. As if to cover up his luster, Lin Che's dramas in recent years have been getting worse and worse, gradually draining the passion of the fans who follow him. Lindsay sighed. What is the sigh of a young age? I originally did not like to be an actor. Fire or not is not important to me. What he earns is the money of the film remuneration. These 5 years he has not nothing to do. Follow Qin Wei to know a lot of contacts? She gave him the money he saved up to do the investment. Although the value of the body cannot compare to Qin Wei, but also enough to support Lin Shi, and is not afraid of being threatened. He had thought about it. If he couldn't stay in Rongcheng, he would go to Haicheng. As long as he had savings, where would he not survive? It's not like he's a big man who can't live without Qin Wei. Thinking about this, Lin Che reached out his hand and rubbed Lin Shi's hair again. Don't worry, our lives won't be bad in the future. Lin Shi faced relaxation. The actual heart is still tight. She is not do not believe Lin Che, but a lot of things in front of the eyes. Lin Che's film pay for her to pay the medical bills after how much money can still save. And that black-hearted company can easily let Lin Che go? That's when the cell phone rang. Lin Che took a look at the phone call from the agent. In order not to let Lin Shi worry, he got the outside corridor to connect. The furious voice of Agent Zhang Wang came from the phone. Lin Che, why didn't you reply to the text message I sent you? Do you still have me in your eyes as an agent? Or a company? Lin Che asked. What is it? What's going on with you and MS? Sheen. She said she doesn't care about you from now on. Are you guys splitting up? In the past few years, Qin Wei had thrown a lot of money at the company, and Lin Che hadn't made things difficult for him and the company except for the bad scripts he had received. The loss of a gold master is not only Lin Che's loss but also the company's loss. If Lin Che breaks up with Qin Wei, then he is really useless. The agent was raging. Just by listening to the sound of his gasping for air you could tell how angry he was at this moment. He ordered Lin Che, you go and coax MS. Qin into a good mood right now. Don't forget that you've been able to stay safe and sound all these years all thanks to her. Don't be irrational. Think about your career, and your sick sister. If you get snowed in, it's the end of your life. Without Qin Wei there is no present you. Such a good a gold master you don't hold the thigh firmly. Actually let go like this. I see how you still mix in the future. Do you hear me? Hurry up and find a way to get her forgiveness. If you're late, you won't have a chance. Don't forget how bad you had it in the first place. Lin Che glanced at the time. The call had already lasted 5 minutes. You also said that was back then. Chapter 7 Introducing Objects. Zhang Wang froze, suddenly stormed a man but managed to make a sharp voice, as if the eunuch in the harem drama to declare the imperial decree. Lin Che, what do you mean do you still want to work or not? You've pissed off MS. Sheen, but you won't be able to find such a good gold master. Don't forget that you've signed an 8-year contract in our company, and this is only the 5th year. Lin Che said flatly, let's find a time to talk about the contract. Zhang Wang sneered on the phone. Fine. Then this afternoon, you come to the company. Let's have a good talk. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Che clicked on the text message. At 10 o'clock in the morning Zhang Wang sent him a lot of private messages. Because it was set up as a no disturbance so he didn't see it. The whole content was centered around Qin Wei. It wasn't even close to what he had just said on the phone. There was no need to look at it again. After reading the text message, Lin Che tapped on the blacklist again and saw several incoming calls in the blacklist, the most conspicuous of which was Qin Wei. Several incoming calls were very close to each other. Obviously Qin Wei couldn't get through to him and took someone else's cell phone to call him again. What's the point of calling him at 3 a.m.? He was only allowed to leave yesterday, and not even a day had passed before he called him. Nothing to do. Lin Che thought he already knew Qin Wei well enough, but he was still baffled by this maneuver of hers. Lin Che had the self-knowledge that love over time was impossible, and the other party could never be shedding him. Probably went out for a drink in the middle of the night and was uncomfortable afterward and wanted him to pick her up and take care of her. Qin Wei, who drinks too much wine, loves to find fault and toss people, and is emotionally cloudy and difficult to serve. Lin Che is incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, he pulled them out of the black in advance yesterday. Lin Che put his cell phone down. Seeing him return, Lin Shi asked, brother, are you leaving? Well, you rest well. Call and text me if anything happens, and be good and listen to the doctor. Lin Che patiently admonished. Good. Lin Che packed and washed the thermos box he brought, and he made 2 boxes of snacks, one for Lin Shi and one for someone else. Lin Shi also saw it. She thought both boxes were for her. Who knew that Lin Che put one box in a bag and left? Lin Che didn't leave the hospital in a hurry, but went to another building to meet an old lady. He and the old lady is a forgotten friend. The other side of the surname Wu. This year, high life 80 years old. The body is still quite strong. Usually like to do is to stroll through the market. Square dancing. Look at the short drama to listen to the book. And her favorite short dramas happen to be the ones that Lin Che acted in. In her words, although the earth but very on the head. One time, Grandma Wu went out to buy food, accidentally fell. Passers-by did not dare to help, for fear of being blackmailed. Is passing by Lin Che saved her to send her to the hospital. The two people will know each other. Grandma Wu even instantly recognized him as the handsome male counterpart in the skit, and when she entered the operating room, she was still pulling on his hand, saying that she hoped he would give her an autograph. Lin Che also didn't expect that he would be able to save his fan on the road, so he could only say, "Karma is wonderful." After becoming familiar with it, her old man appreciated Lin Che more and watched all the dramas he had acted in, becoming his second die-hard fan after Lin Shi. Recently, Grandma Wu had been hospitalized for high blood pressure and was recuperating, so Lin Che made some coarse grain cookies and stopped by to visit her. "Grandma Wu, I'm here to see you. These are the rough cookies I made. You should be able to eat them." "Little Che, you're finally here. I've been craving the little cookies you made for a long time." Seeing Lin Che, Grandma Wu was especially happy. "Have you had lunch yet?" Lin Che opened the bag and handed the cookies over. "Already ate them." Grandma Wu immediately took out a piece and asked as she ate it, "Did you just come from your sister's place?" Lin Che nodded him and sat down before realizing that the skit he was in was playing in the hospital room. Acting by himself, Lin Che would be more critical of the acting, falling into the category of the more you watch, the more awkward it gets. What kind of aesthetics does this director have? Mashing a good face like this? It simply doesn't resemble your reality. The same spiel Lin Che had heard so often that he was used to it, but still explained, to fit the role. Then next time don't take on such scandalous roles. This is not something he can decide. In fact, these 5 years, to Lin Che handed a good book is not no, but what he acted in the script all in Chin Wei control. Although the character played by Lin Che was not very likable, Grandma was still watched with great interest, her eyes moving from the television to Lin Che's face. "By the way, Chul, how are you considering what I told you on the cell phone 2 days ago?" Looking at Grandma Wu's scowling eyes, Lin Che's expression was stunned before slowly reacting. Recently, Grandma Wu was interested in setting him up with her granddaughter. In Grandma Wu's mouth, her granddaughter Chin Gardenia is already 28 years old, went abroad 5 years ago to start her own business, and recently prepared to return home to take over her own business. Grandma Wu complimented her eldest granddaughter with a smile on her face and her eyes were shining. Said her granddaughter from a young age? Excellent. Year after year to take the first exam, when the city's top science student, good looking, good figure, from a young age do not let her parents worry, is now a difficult marriage, not even a boyfriend, live to 28 years old or a mother single, asked her to choose a spouse standard is. The result is that she said that she is not interested in men. The old lady was so worried that a few more wrinkles appeared. She's 80 years old, a year is a year, and she just wants to see her granddaughter start a family and preferably give birth to a child in her lifetime. Grandma Wu was traditional in her thinking, believing that in life, one must go through marriage and have children, and only in this way can one continue the family line and pass on the ancestral flame. You are 25 years old this year. My eldest granddaughter is 28 years old. Female big three hold gold bricks. The age difference is just right. My gardenia is my childhood to see the big. Looks more beautiful than big stars. Young people can recognize first. As a friend, I am not immediately call you to get married. If it is not suitable I won't force you. Grandma Wu patiently persuade. Nowadays women don't have to have a man. Marriage is not a necessity for them, let alone a woman as excellent as Chin Gardenia. Successful career, wealthy family, young age to become the chairman of the group. Marriage may not really be of much use to her. Lin Che politely refused in a joking manner. Your granddaughter is too good for me to match. Grandma Wu immediately said, who said you don't deserve it? I just think you're especially excellent and good. The best one among the young men I know. Because you're good, that's why I want to introduce my best granddaughter to you to know. My granddaughter doesn't ask for much. She's the one that I've brought up, and I know what kind of type she likes. What type? Just your kind. Good looking. Chapter 8. Slowly thinking your way to death. Don't believe me. My granddaughter's preferences follow me. She likes whatever I like. Eventually Lin Che agrees to meet with Grandma Wu's lobbying. Lin Che had guessed about the identity of Grandma Wu. The person who could stay in the VIP ward and still be personally received by the dean was enough to show that she had power within her family. And a girl born in such a family was never short of suitors. There are various reasons why you don't want to be in a relationship. It could be that it's too much to ask for, or it could be that you're really not interested in men. It wouldn't take too long to meet anyway, and on his terms. The other parties certainly couldn't see him. The time and place will be arranged by Grandma Wu and he will be notified in advance on the phone when it is finalized. After leaving from Grandma Wu's place, it was getting late, and Lin Che saw a text message from Zhang Wang. Out of the 50 words, probably 40 of them were scolding him, and the remaining 10 asked when he would arrive. Lin Che replied with 2 words, wait. Zhang Wang was probably mad. Text messages and voices were sent one after another, and also called. Lin Che ignored one and directly put his phone on mute. It's a half-hour cab ride from the hospital. The company was already closed when Lin Che arrived, so the location was finally set in a cafe near the company. Zhang Wang held his hands on his chest and crossed his legs, impatiently raised his hand to look at his wristwatch, and he couldn't find a place to spread his anger, so he rushed to the waitresses in the store to spread his anger. When he saw him coming, Zhang Wang immediately grimaced. Yo, the busy man is here. Lin Che didn't come empty-handed. He brought a document with a termination contract that he had photocopied early in the morning. He placed the contract on the table and directly stated the point, "I want to terminate the contract." Zhang Wang was stunned by Lin Che's operation. The Lin Che he knew. The rebellious character is very weak. No matter what the company's arrangements, he will not refute. Very good to bully. Zhang Wang quickly flipped through the contract, and after realizing that Lin Che was for real, he glared at him sorrowfully. "Lin Che, the company treats you well. When you were being chased for debts, it was the company that sent you your salary in advance to pay off the debts, and if it wasn't for the fact that the company signed you up as an artist, gave you scripts to receive, and sent you film credits, your sister would have already been dead. Do you know the truth of knowing the truth of repaying kindness? In the beginning, the company was tough because it didn't give you good resources, but now that you've got Qinwei on your side, your days are getting better every day. There's no need to terminate your contract at this time. At first you signed an 8-year contract, now it's only the 5th year. Early termination of the contract, but you have to pay liquidated damages. Do you know how much liquidated damages are? If Ms. Qin is willing to help you pay the liquidated damages when I have nothing to say, but now she is tired of you. How much money are you worth? You can't even make it up by selling your body. If it were me, I would have honestly flattered and pleased Qinwei, the rich and beautiful gold owner who is underwriting you, the company cultivating you with all their heart. You don't want to be born in a blessed place and not know what's good for you. Zhang Wang listened from the tone of Qinwei's phone call. It was obvious that Qinwei did not want Lin Che. How would a person like Lin Che dare to leave on his own accord? Away from Qinwei, he was nothing. Seriously, if Qinwei hadn't protected him back then, Lin Che would have been afraid that he would have been drugged and sold out all these years ago. Lin Che habitually ordered a cup of American style. American style is what Qinwei likes to drink. It is very bitter. After so many years of drinking he still cannot get used to drinking. Need to put a lot of sugar in milk. Lin Che said slowly while adding sugar. Do you want this blessing for you? Seeing Lin Che's softness and hardness, Zhang Wang laughed. Lin Che, I'm discussing with you in a good voice, but you have to tear your face apart. Don't you? Bang, he slapped the contract with force even with the table shook. Line. You must terminate the contract. Then in accordance with the legal contract, the contract signed in black and white with your name and stamped your handprints. You don't want to renege on the debt. Lin Che lightly laughed. That is naturally in strict accordance with the legal procedures. But before that, there are some things that I have to understand in advance, and you, when I was in urgent need of money, the mind is not very clear situation, was compelled by some ill-intentioned people to sign a number of irrational contracts. Is it that you really naive think? The entertainment industry brokerage contract can let you just fill in the content, and then find a person to sign a name can be counted? Zhang Wang is not only his agent or a shareholder of the company. This brokerage firm, there are not many good people. The first bucket of money is to drill the legal loopholes to get. The company has all kinds of artists. There are halfway short drama debut like Lin Che, but also idol groups, singer origin, as well as second and third line artists. The company will get hold of the artist's black information, even if they don't have it, and if the artist resists a little bit, then they will be threatened and intimidated with a snowballing as well as an astronomical amount of money for breach of contract. Like Lin Che when he first entered the company, he was tricked into coming in. Firstly, because he didn't understand the contract, and secondly, because he was desperate and sick. It was only after signing that I saw through to the nature of things. The crushing contracts of black-hearted entrepreneurs. Every clause was so absolute that 1,000 birds flying over 1,000 hills were not so absolute. Obligation and power are equal. Such a high amount of liquidated damages. Naturally, from my pay, commercial value, endorsement notice, resource allocation, as well as the company's investment in my packaging, publicity and promotion, as well as to deal with negative public opinion of anti-black and other aspects of the investment of energy and funds. All factors will be included in the calculation to finalize the amount of default. Or you think you can make me pay a sky-high amount of liquidated damages with your empty gloves? These years I took a total of 10 plays. A small cost movie. The investor is Qinwei is considered to be my pull, and you have nothing to do with my resources, and the whole company is the bottom of the list. As for what you said about the company's investment in me over the years, I made a list that has been sent to your mailbox, and I'm a person who doesn't have $1 million a year but wants me to compensate for $1 billion. What do you think about making a scene on the internet? How do the general public look at it? Will the Labor Association intervene? Can this contract of yours still have legal benefits? Lin Che does not earn much as an actor. Qinwei deliberately suppressed his sharpness. Many scripts cannot be in his hands, so his resources will be worse than a year. But it is also convenient for him to release the contract at this moment. Lin Che was stupid in the beginning, but that didn't mean he stayed stupid. So stupid that he had no growth. He had long made plans to leave and predicted that he and his agency would get into a dispute and have a tough fight on their hands. Therefore in these 5 years he had borrowed Qin Wei's fame and position to keep collecting substantial black information about the company in the dark. Zhang Wang's face was ugly. The contract was drawn up by him, and he knew better than anyone that the terms in the contract could not stand up to scrutiny. He had some cold hands and feet, and his eyes looked at Lin Che with a little more scorn, like he was recognizing Lin Che for the first time. Just as he was still thinking about how to pin down Lin Che, the next moment he heard Lin Che say even more shocking words. Zhang Wang, my mind is now very unbalanced and emotionally unstable. If you want to use the liquidated damages to pressure me, then I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself to do radical things, such as the company's tax problems, the black news of its artists, as well as a number of illegal activities that I can't even count, such as illegal fundraising, forcing minors to engage in undesirable activities and so on. Every time Lin Che said a sentence, Zhang Wang's face darkened by 1 degree, slowly going from being confident at the beginning to panicking now, his back even breaking out in a cold sweat. He wondered if Lin Che was using agitation, trying to get him to not fight. There were a lot of unseen things in the company, but they were also hidden very deeply, and he didn't believe that a person with no background like Lin Che could really find out anything. Thinking about it, Zhang Wang twitched the corner of his mouth. Lin Che, who are you bluffing? Lin Che saw Zhang Wang's eyes flustered, still pretending to be calm. He picked up his coffee, slowly and methodically drank a mouthful of it before deeply saying, last month, the Marina Hotel, you brought a team of trainees over there to be a procurer pimp. Last year in May, under the banner of the artist Lu, committed suicide in her home. Her suicide note recorded on her computer. And there was also a high school student jumped off a building. You had seduced him to be an idol. And then after that, there were incidents of what? With each example Lin Che gave, his index finger tapped the table. The sound was not loud, but it seemed very harsh, as if it had gone through his ears and grabbed his brain flower. Zhang Wang's scalp went numb and he could no longer maintain his composure as he subconsciously took out his cell phone. Lin Che said indifferently, it's already too late to think about clearing your tail. Guess how much evidence I have in my hands in these 5 years. I'm not the only one you've squeezed over the years. How many of you have photos, recordings, and videos in your hands? Not to mention you. The gold masters behind you will be implicated with you. And once it's exposed and the police get involved, it won't be a matter of money anymore. While I can still sit down and have a good chat with you, you can take your time to think about it. Take your time to think to death. Chapter 9, Double Standard. Qin Wei. How much leverage does Lin Che have in his hands? How far can he go with his chips? As an insider, Zhang Wang naturally knows how many dirty things behind the company. He dares not think more. The more he thinks, the more afraid. Cold sweat dripping down his back. He picked up the steaming coffee in front of him and tried to take a sip to slow it down, but he knew it was too hot. And when he raised his hand, he knocked over the scalding hot coffee and poured it all over him, and he got up to wipe it off, and then his foot tripped over the foot of the chair, and he fell on his butt on the floor. Zhang Wang was alone there with his hands full, just like in a silent comedy. Zhang Wang fell red-eyed and sat on the ground looking at Lin Che. Lin Che lowered his eyes to look down on him from above, a smile if any on the corners of his mouth, and a gloominess in his eyes that didn't belong to his age. Zhang Wang felt like a monkey for snark at this point. He rose warily from the floor, unable to stand or sit, his eyes slightly dulled as he looked at the contract on the table. Zhang Wang did not expect the day to tear his face off no matter what. I really underestimated you, Lin Che. Sign. Lin Che didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. With your current position in the company, you can directly sign this without informing anyone else. Zhang Wang was hesitating, estimating in his heart the possibility of having a few points of certainty that he could continue to hold Lin Che. Lin Che's body relaxed, leaning against the back of the chair. His hands crossed his fingers on the table. Qin Wei and I have already separated. Is it with me as a person of little value to terminate the contract, or choose to fight me hard to lose both? You think about it. Anyway, I have nothing to be afraid of alone. But you guys are not the same. I count how many people. Mr. Li, Manager Zhang, Mr. Lu of Lu's group, and Mr. Wang, he director. The anger of these gold masters implicated by you. In the end, how to bear? Zhang Wang thought of what Qin Wei had said in the morning. She had made it very clear that she was tired of Lin Che. Zhang Wang calmed down and thought hard. Lin Che holds a grudge. But also, in his place, he will also hold a grudge. Lin Che has not been treated well in the company over the years. At first he was used as a male model to make him drink and sleep with the company. Lin Che has been resisting. Then it was his luck that he met Qin Wei. Under Qin Wei's care, the company was getting better, but the resources distributed to Lin Che were the worst. The whole company treated Lin Che as a free blood bag. Now that Qin Wei was tired of Lin Che, it was true that Lin Che was not as useful as he used to be, but he still had a face, and there were many people who liked him for this. What Zhang Wang had originally planned was that if he couldn't salvage Qin Wei, a rich woman, then he would find another one for Lin Che. As a result, Lin Che is now quitting and making a fuss about terminating his contract. Zhang Wang does not like to be threatened, and now Lin Che holds many handles, so he has to calmly analyze how to minimize the risk, and what choices can keep him safe and sound. After thinking about it, he realized that the only way to be safe and sound was to go along with Lin Che's ideas. He met Lin Che's ancient well-like eyes, and thought of how Lin Che had behaved in front of Qin Wei over the years, being obedient and a cowardly and incompetent, and now it seemed that it was all a pretense, holding back badness in his heart to lie to everyone. Finally Zhang Wang asked the waiter to borrow a pen and signed the contract with a trembling hand. Lin Che stood up and put the termination letter away, and on his way out, he patted Zhang Wang's shoulder in a good mood. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Zhang Wang's body stiffened violently, gritting his teeth and grimacing. It was already dark when Lin Che walked out of the coffee shop, and not long after he returned home, Lin Che received a voice message from Grandma Wu. Chul, I've already talked to my granddaughter and it's scheduled for next Friday. Do you see if you have time? Okay, let's do it on Friday. There were still 6 days until next Friday, and Lin Che had just terminated his contract with the company at the very time when he was most free. On the first day of leaving Qin Wei, Lin Che successfully terminated his contract. The weight that had been pressing on his body for many years instantly disappeared, and he lived a contented and down-to-earth life, never knowing that it was possible to spend a day so easily. And being a human being could be so pleasant that even the garbage cans on the side of the road seemed to be behaving themselves. In contrast to Lin Che, Qin Wei, on the first day of leaving him, had a stomachache for a day, called for takeout and ate congee for a day. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Suman called her on the video and asked her how her health was and if she was not feeling well. Qin Wei's face was ugly, not knowing whether she was sick or angry. Sitting on the sand with a hoarse voice, "It's okay. If you can't, go to the hospital. I have a sense of proportion." Perhaps it was because she was sick. Qin Wei didn't really want to talk to people and spoke in a lazy voice. Suman didn't realize that something was wrong. She was still there breaking things up with Qin Wei, and somehow she suddenly mentioned Lin Che again. Has Lin Che contacted you yet? It had only been a day, but it felt like ages had passed for her. No. Qin Wei's tone was so flat that one could not guess her inner thoughts. Yesterday, Qin Wei's out-of-control performance. Most of the factors should be attributed to alcohol. People are drunk. It is inevitable that they will lose control. Not because she can't let go of Lin Che. To say that she can't let go of, that is also Lin Che can't let go of her. Su Man said, he is mostly because you drive him away and then lose his temper. But people like him, playing temper can't be played for too long. He is now that company. Once away from you, who still invests in resources these years if not for you. Lin Che and his company has long been eaten by the bones left. I guarantee that within a week, he will bawl his eyes and beg for you, and then lower his voice and admit his mistakes. Qin Wei thought the same thing. When Lin Che had made enough of a mess he would come to her of his own accord. Lin Che's operation this time is a rarity. Lin Che has always given people the feeling that he is obedient and honest over the years, and that he will do whatever he is told to do. Qin Wei was not so picky before. After being with him inexplicably have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Shoes in the shoe cabinet must be neat and tidy, cannot be seen by her dust. Every corner of the room must be organized and tidy. To keep the air fresh, flowers in the vase changed regularly. Food, a month cannot be repeated. Even the fruit plate that was placed in front of her had to be the prettiest. The favorite Cheerios had to be the same size. The strawberries couldn't have any breaks on the surface, and the cake had to be cut in the most perfect triangles. The entire home was adjusted according to Qin Wei's habits and preferences, and under Lin Che's deliberate arrangements. Qin Wei's life in these few years had been a fulfilling one. These descriptions sound outrageous, but Lin Che did do every bit of it perfectly. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu coming back, Qin Wei really wouldn't be able to kick Lin Che out. If it was Jiang Yu, he definitely wouldn't be as good at taking care of people as Lin Che was. But it wasn't like liking someone to see if they could do these things. After all, it wasn't like she was in a relationship with a servant. Having been with Jiang Yu, she couldn't afford to be angry with him, much less have him do these chores. For the people she likes, Qin Wei is very double standard. Suman looked at Qin Wei in the video and fell into deep thought. She tentatively asked, Wei, actually you still can't let go of Lin Che a bit, right? I am not used to it. Qin Wei took a deep breath and shared what was in her heart with Suman. I asked Lin Che to move out. I didn't ask him to pull the plug on me without saying a word. The underlying realization was that even if Lin Che left her, then he was still the dog she called. She's the only one who's blackballed him. Who is he to do that? Does he deserve it? Qin Wei can't forget about Jiang Yu while at the same time she can't let go of Lin Che. In the end, she is just making the same mistake that men make. Just like the TV series line, she is definitely not the only one who is in love for two people. She can like a person's soul and likewise will like a person's body, which doesn't conflict with each other. Chapter 10, I'm your blind date. The person who drove Lin Che away was Qin Wei, but the person who was not used to it became her. Qinwei's stomachache got up to look for medicine, and after half a day of searching, she couldn't find the stomach medicine she took because of her drug allergy. And details like these are remembered by Lin Che. Who remembers them better than she does? Listening to Su Man rambling on about so much, Qinwei was in a much better mood, and her stomach didn't hurt as much. But in fact Su Man is also looking at the status of the Qin family to comfort her. Some comforting words to listen to it. When not true, Su Man intuited that Lin Che was for real this time, and perhaps Qinwei hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. The authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. In the past, Qinwei how to work again. Lin Che has never had the behavior of pulling black people. It's like when people are angry, they drop things to vent their anger, and the things they drop are worthless, so that they can save a line for themselves. If Lin Che couldn't bear to leave Qinwei, then he wouldn't have gone too far, because he knew what kind of nature Qinwei was. Once he pulled the plug on Qinwei, then there was no possibility between them. Su Man had a sudden thought, is there a possibility that Lin Che might not like Qinwei that much? It's just that they thought he couldn't stay away from Qinwei. If a week later, Lin Che didn't take the initiative to find Qinwei, would Qinwei care? Who can't stay away from who in this relationship? And who is playing who? Obviously Qinwei didn't even think deeper. She was still smug and confident, waiting for Lin Che to beg her. Lin Che in her eyes, a poor boy, cares about his sick sister, and is willing to do anything for money. So there are only two things needed. The first is to cut off his financial income, and the second is to make it impossible for his sister to be cured. Qinwei was certain that Lin Che would definitely take the initiative to contact her, and when the time came, she would definitely punish him for pulling the plug on her. This week, just think of it as giving him a short vacation. Other people teach people a lesson by giving a slap and then a sweet date, but in Qinwei's case, she likes to give a sweet date first and then give numerous slaps. After chatting with Su Man, Qinwei put down her cell phone and went to take a shower, and when she came out of the shower, she saw a new text message on her cell phone. She subconsciously thought it was from Lin Che and clicked in to see that it wasn't Lin Che but Zhang Yu. Vivi, I'm going back to China the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come pick me up? I want to see you. Qinwei subconsciously gripped her cell phone tightly. In the evening, Lin Che went to the supermarket to buy hot pot ingredients. He hadn't cooked a small hot pot for dinner at home for a long time. Qinwei didn't like eating hot pot, and what she didn't like Lin Che was naturally forbidden to touch. Lin Che bought everything he wanted to eat. Eating hot pot alone, he did not feel lonely, but very comfortable. Watching TV at home, eating a mouthful of meat and a mouthful of vegetables very satisfied. He and Qinwei have opposite tastes. Qinwei likes to eat light favoring Cantonese food. Lin Che likes to eat spicy good Sichuan food. Usually, Qinwei would also be harsh on his diet, not allowing him to eat too much and grow meat, because her white moonlight Zhang Yu was very thin. When he was just with Qinwei, he was physically hard, with strong muscles distributed in all parts of his body. And then in order to restore Zhang Yu, he turned from a 188 hard man to a small white man. Because of the long-term blood pumping, the nutrition cannot keep up with there is low blood sugar. The good thing is, he finally left her. From now on he'll eat and drink and do whatever he wants. He'll be happy every day. He'll be in good health. And he'll stop being a carbon copy of someone else. For one hot pot, Lin Che slowly ate for more than an hour. He touched his propped-up stomach and lay down on the sofa to rest. When I picked up my phone to check the time, I noticed a friend request in the VX, a user named Gardenia. Avatar pure black. Lin Che swept a glance below the application notes. 2 short and easy words, matchmaking. Lin Che immediately thought of the granddaughter introduced by Grandma Wu. Every time Grandma Wu mentioned her granddaughter, she would either call her eldest granddaughter or Gardenia, so he didn't know the other's name yet. Lin Che clicked agree. The message reminder was an hour ago. It was now 10 o'clock, so it was assumed that the other party had already gone to sleep. Just as Lin Che was about to put down his phone, the other party suddenly sent a text message. Hello, I'm your blind date, Qin Gardenia. Hello, my name is Lin Che. Feeling awkward even through the cell phone, Lin Che didn't know how to chat even in this situation for the first time. Lin Che clicked into the other party's circle of friends. The circle of friends is set to be visible for only 3 days. He guessed that the other party should be a very introverted person. After a long time Qin Gardenia sent a new message. The location of a restaurant, close to the hospital. Qin Gardenia, is it okay to eat at this restaurant next Friday? Lin Che, I'll set the box then. Could be. Lin Che's impression of her was added. Opinionated. Although he had never seen him in person, he had already brainstormed the image of the other party. A strong woman in a black suit who did not smile. Qin Jiao. Lin Che repeatedly recited this name silently. In a trance there was a kind of deja vu. Look at what the other guy sent. Get an early night. Good night. Lin Che also hurriedly replied with a good night and added an emoticon that automatically popped up from the system. Now that the chat was completely over, Lin Che put down his phone and went to wash the dishes, and halfway through, a message flashed violently in his head. Qin Jia's eldest Miss Qin Gardenia, Qin Wei's own sister. Chapter 11, White Moonlight returns home. Lin Che had guessed what was going on in Grandma Wu's family, but had never thought about the Qin family in Rongcheng. Grandma Wu never talked about family matters when she chatted with him, and the thing she mentioned most was this eldest granddaughter of hers. According to her description, Qin Gardenia has been she brought up. Grandmother Wu husband died early 60 years old died. That time Qin Gardenia is only 6 years old. Lin Che was a bit hesitant, probably because he had left too many bad impressions with Qin Wei, causing him to be a bit repulsed by going to meet the Qin family. Fear of just leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Lin Che character is not an impulsive love of adventure. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the well rope. Be cautious. Lin Che go online to check the news of Qin Jasmine. Qin Jasmine stayed abroad for nearly 6 years. About her news is very little, which is the most striking. Or a few years ago that college entrance examination. Blurred photographs. The young girl tied a high ponytail, gaze calmly looking at the camera. The body shape is slim. Even in such a blurred photographs also still can see her superior bone phase and soulful five senses. Lin Che carefully rummages through the memory about Qin Gardenia's memory too. Rummages around to think of the middle of the night. Also did not want to come up with a result. But what can be summarized is that Qin Wei and her sister are not on good terms. Because in these 5 years, Qin Wei mentioned her parents, classmates, friends, but just did not mention her sister, and even rejected any news about her sister. Lin Che remembers that once Qin Wei brought him to attend a banquet, someone mentioned Qin Gardenia inadvertently. At that time, her face immediately sank. Lin Che could probably guess a little bit of the reason why Qin Wei didn't like Qin Jiao. Qin Gardenia was raised in the grandmother and Qin Wei contact less. The sisters did not cultivate any feelings. The other is, no comparison there is no harm. And from childhood to the outstanding Qin Jasmine compared to Qin Wei difference of a cut. The results are not as good as Qin Jasmine. Ability is not enough outstanding. Qin Jasmine abroad business for 6 years. A return to take over the family business. The gap between the two will only become bigger and bigger. Qin Wei is competitive. And when faced with a sister she can't match in everything, she's not just repulsed. Thinking of the humiliation Qin Wei was holding back at Qin Gardenia's place, Lin Che had a strong interest in Qin Gardenia, wanting to understand what kind of person she really was. The change of mindset was that fast. Lin Che closed his eyes peacefully and quickly fell asleep. The first day Lin Che left, Qin Wei had a stomachache for a whole day, and her mouth was tasteless after eating white porridge for a day. The day after Lin Che left, she overslept, woke up without a ready breakfast, and then suddenly had low blood sugar while waiting for takeout, and she almost fainted. After 2 days of eating takeout, she ordered from the same restaurant she always ate at. It wasn't bad, but she just didn't think it was as good as Lin Che's cooking. I was about to finish my physical period, because I was in a bad mood for the past 2 days, and I had a pimple on my face, and I couldn't find any medicine. Qin Wei never thought that Lin Che's departure would make her so uncomfortable. It seemed that nothing she did was going well. The springtime she imagined was not there. There was just a pile of mess. Had I known that, she should not be so anxious to drive Lin Che away. Anything has to be slow, have to let the body to adapt. There is a buffer process. Once not excessive good strong difference must not be able to adapt to. She wasn't having a good time, and Lin Che was definitely having an even worse time than her. She is just a little bit uncomfortable in her daily life. Lin Che is not the same. These 5 years he has followed her and is used to living a good life. Living in a large flat floor. The clothes are the best. The body is a casual ride is a 5-digit start. And if you want to go to work, you can go to work. Unlike ordinary people who punch the clock every day to mix the full attendance, and go to haggle over a few dollars for the food. What is not top of the line in terms of food and clothing? Even her sister was admitted to the best hospital for treatment. If not for her, Lin Che would definitely not be able to enjoy such a life. The gap between the rich and the poor creates a different class from birth. It is she who let Lin Che enter the circle of the rich, and brought him to see the world, to see the paper in gold, and the wine in green. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. And with her only giving him 200,000, Lin Che certainly won't last long. These 5 years Lin Che has long been wasted by her. He can't do anything but act in a few bad movies, and people like him can only be squeezed when they return to the company, and without her, sooner or later, they will be eaten without any crumbs left. Thinking this way, Qin Wei felt better in her heart. The flight that Zhang Yu was traveling on was expected to arrive at the Rongcheng airport around 8 o'clock in the evening. In order to create a beautiful picture of a long goodbye, Qin Wei had even hired a makeup artist to put on a delicate makeup to hide the haggardness of the past 2 days. Qin Wei arrived at the airport early to wait, and after waiting for nearly half an hour, a figure came from the crowd one after another. Jiang Yu was wearing a camel-colored wool coat with a black turtleneck sweater inside. Simple but not too stylish, and he had very little luggage. Only one suitcase. Jiang Yu went abroad when only 20 years old. This year 25 years old, he and Lin Che age similar. Overall look, Lin Che body obviously more than him, a mature introverted. After not seeing him for 5 years, Jiang Yu had grown a little taller. His skin was still the same white, and he was still thin. It had to be said that Jiang Yu and Lin Che were really quite similar, especially the lower half of his face, and when he walked over with his head down, Qin Wei almost saw it as Lin Che. Wei, did you not recognize me? Jiang Yu stood in front of Qin Wei, helplessly looking at her dazed eyes. Qin Wei snapped back. No, I was just reminiscing. You haven't changed much from 5 years ago. Chapter 12, There's a White Moonlight. 2. Is that so? Jiang Yu's gaze traced Qin Wei's features, then sighed. You've changed a lot. Qin Wei asks. What's changed? Becoming more beautiful and more mature, and more like Sister Gardenia. No less. Qin Wei didn't realize that when Jiang Yu mentioned Qin Jiao, his tired face looked refreshed. The first half of the sentence was quite pleasing to listen to, and the second half of the sentence directly ruined her good mood for the whole day. Qin Wei's feelings towards Qin Gardenia are very complicated. When she was small, she felt that she was so powerful to worship her, and then because the people around her paid more and more attention to her, she began to be jealous of her and afraid of her. Ever since she was a child, she didn't like to get along with Qin Gardenia, both being the Qin family's daughter, destined for the two of them to be taken out and compared over and over again. The old sky is really unfair. Not only gave Qin Gardenia a beautiful face, also gave her a good use of the brain, let her all kinds of inferior to her. Qin Gardenia left home and went abroad. These years is the easiest years she has ever lived. If she can, she hopes Qin Gardenia will never come back in her life. This way mom and dad only have her as a daughter. The Qin family only has one young lady. The whole family only loves her, and the family's property is all hers. The driver standing beside Qin Wei reached out to take Jiang Yu's suitcase. Qin Wei asked as she walked, have you eaten? I've booked a restaurant. Go directly to the restaurant. I ate a little bit on the plane. These years in Y country everything is good. Is the meal is too difficult to eat? Pork is stinky. Chicken is firewood. Seasoning is not. I just want that moment every day to gnaw on the bread. Steak is also tired of eating. Mentioned life abroad. Jiang Yu cannot help but complain. The first thing to do after returning home is to want to eat a big meal. Qin Wei grunted coldly. You deserve it. Jiang Yu snapped and laughed, but also like in the past, gently bumped her with his shoulder, and lowered his voice, still angry? When I didn't tell you beforehand that I was wrong. I'm wrong, I apologize to you. How do you want to punish me into? This way, tomorrow go to your house. I'll show you 2 hands of my cooking skills. Qin Wei in fact has long been not angry, although Jiang Yu suddenly out of the country so that she could not accept, but in the past 5 years she also looked for a substitute to fill the gap in this relationship. She is a know-how to self-adjustment, and happy to enjoy the person. And in these 5 years, she had often contacted Jiang Yu. Qin Wei has a harsh personality and has always had a bad temper, but when facing Jiang Yu, all her generosity and patience will be used on him. Obviously she has thought about breaking up with him and not wanting to care about him, but it won't be long before she forgets about it and then continues to fight with him as if nothing has happened. Since Jiang Yu had given her a step, she went along with it. What if what you do doesn't suit my taste? I'll make my specialty dishes. I'll make you happy. Jiang Yu continued to coax. Missy, don't be angry. I won't leave this time when I return to China. I'll have plenty of time to accompany you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Then you must free up your time this month for me to be at my beck and call, and go shopping with me tomorrow and juggle your cards. You're really not being polite at all. You're not even letting me get some rest. The two of them got in the car and headed to the restaurant. Qin Wei let the waiter serve the food in advance, so they could eat straight away when they arrived. The table ordered all of Jiang Yu's favorite foods. He picked up his chopsticks and started. Even though he was already very greedy and hungry, he still ate slowly and methodically. Qin Wei was not hungry, did not want to eat that much. She sipped red wine and quietly looked at Jiang Yu on the opposite side. What he was looking at was Jiang Yu, but what he was thinking about was Lin Che. A closer look found that Jiang Yu and Lin Che do not look like. Lin Che's features are obviously more delicate and more coordinated, coupled with deep eyebrows, will be slightly aggressive. These years, in order to make Lin Che more like Jiang Yu, she wasted a lot of energy. First of all, is to change the hairstyle of the Lin Che. Lin Che at first is an inch, and then Qin Wei gave to change the boy band hairstyle, the eyebrows that are covered up, so that the harsh eyes become softer, and after that, try to skincare to become whiter and thinner, to control diet to become thin, to change dressing style, control diet to become thin, change the style of dress, slowly only began in Jiang Yu more and more like. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yu opened his mouth to interrupt her frothing, looking at me without blinking. Could it be that I'm too ugly to eat? Qin Wei explained. No, I just didn't sleep well last night. Jiang Yu revealed a meaningful expression. Could it be that you're too happy to sleep because you're thinking that you're going to pick me up today? Don't you get in your face? Jiang Yu laughed twice, then put down the chopsticks in his hand. Right, have you seen Sister Gardenia? Qin Wei frowned. You still don't know that Sister Gardenia is back? I originally wanted to come back with her piece by piece, but she bought a plane ticket in advance and left without saying anything to me. And it's been 2 days since she came back, so I thought you guys had met. As soon as Qin Gardenia was mentioned, Qin Wei's face didn't look too good. I haven't seen her, and I haven't heard her say she's coming back. You haven't been living at home lately? No, I live out here. To say that the only thing that can be compared to that is the love of mom and dad. Qin Gardenia was raised by grandparents, not long enough to stay at home. The twins have a bowl of water is not even when, let alone from childhood did not raise in their own side of the eldest daughter. Mom and dad love her more, but they also control her more and treat her like a child even at 25. When Qin Wei first adopted Lin Che, she lived at home and only went to see him when she remembered such a person. Later, Lin Che, this white boy, when the more and more good looks in Jiang Yu, like not to mention, in life also put her care of everything. Slowly, she is not too happy to go home by the parents' tube, simply directly moved out and Lin Che lived together. Jiang Yu can't stop when she mentions Qin Jin. Her eyes are bright. Sister Gardenia is not easy to come back. She should do a family banquet for her. You know what, she is doing a big business in foreign countries, and I've never seen a girl who is more excellent than her. Obviously she's just 3 years older than me. Qin Jasmine is in the mouth of the adults, other people's children. All outstanding. Jiang Yu from childhood to worship her. He looked at Qin Wei in front of him, the same Qin family's daughter, but the gap was so big. He and Qin Wei met at a young age. Teenagers, when they were still wearing crotch pants. Their parents engaged a doll marriage, went to school together, ate together, played together, grew up together naturally. Jiang Yu for married Qin Wei, this thing is not disgusted. Originally have the childhood sweetheart feelings, plus Qin Wei and beautiful, from all aspects is considered to be the most excellent one in the opposite sex of his acquaintance. Until he saw the Qin Jiao. Qin Gardenia gives people a sense of mystery that makes them want to dig. The man's bones all carry a bit of adventure spirit. Qin Gardenia is like a treasure map to him. He can always discover Qin Gardenia's surprising side inadvertently. Compared to Qin Wei's overly refined young lady, Qin Gardenia is plainly dressed, doesn't like to put on makeup, wears a high ponytail when she's at school, and looks at people with a very indifferent look, as if no one can get into her eyes, and defies everyone as equals. Jiang Yu's heart would beat erratically and inexplicably be turned on whenever he met her gaze. Chapter 13, Busy Friday. Jiang Yu liked Qin Gardenia more than Qin Wei. If the two families must be united in marriage, then could he not choose Qin Gardenia? Jiang Yu has been struggling with this problem and thinking of a solution. His feelings from childhood make it impossible for him to reject Qin Wei head-on. If he unilaterally repents the marriage, both families will not be able to pass the face. So he opted for the alien delay method and traveled to Y alone at the age of 20. Back then, Qin Wei scolded and cried on the phone, asking him what was so good about Y country. Y is not good, but why has Qin Gardenia? Everyone didn't think to him and Qin Jian up. After all, he and Qin Jian contact too little, and Qin Jian also has been cold to him. Never look at him with a proper eye. Y country's day is not good. When first came to, everything is so out of place, from living habits to dietary differences, and language barrier. These he slowly also adapted. Only Qin Gardenia these years to him are not cold. A year is to see less than a few times, if he does not take the initiative to contact her. Qin Gardenia is afraid to have long forgotten him, this person. Qin Gardenia was only a little bit nicer to him than a stranger, not even the little assistant beside her. All he could do was secretly compare and reassure himself that it would be a high challenge. The more Qin Gardenia ignored him, the more he loved her uncontrollably and dreamed of marrying her. Conquering such a woman would be like conquering a beast. It would be especially fulfilling. He thought about how even the most powerful woman who married and got married would still have to bear children for a man. Can't see Qin Gardenia. Jiang Yu feel heart empty apiece. Eat all can't eat. He put down the chopsticks in his hand to look at the opposite side of the dazed Qin Wei. Somewhat similar face. Slightly can solve his lovesickness sorrow. If more like a little bit is good. If the opposite sitting is Qin Gardenia is good. If Qin Gardenia also like him is good. The more I think about the what ifs, the more disappointed I get. Jiang Yu inwardly sighed. Originally thought to go back to China after Qin Wei here to inquire about the news of Qin Gardenia. The result of a question 3 do not know. It was already 10 o'clock after dinner, and Qin Wei casually asked, "Where do you live this late?" "Going home? I'll stay at your place." "Is that convenient?" To be able to live with Jiang Yu, Qin Wei was of course very happy and agreed without thinking, only to arrive downstairs and then suddenly remember that those things that the family had bought for Lin Che had not yet been collected. Qin Wei's pace lurched, and Jiang Yu at her side immediately noticed the difference. "What's wrong?" Just thinking that the house hasn't been cleaned up lately and it's a bit of a mess. It's not like I mind. Come on. I wouldn't mind you even if it was a messy doghouse. Chinwei could only walk stiffly. She couldn't suddenly change her mind and let Jianyu leave. She thought back all the way to the guest dining room kitchen to see if there were any objects left behind by Lin Che. Finally arriving, Chinwei opened the door and found a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Jianyu. Jianyu took it and swept his eyes around. Isn't this quite clean and has everything? Are you alone or with a nanny? Chinwei sheepishly changed her shoes. There was a nanny before, but she recently resigned. No wonder it's so clean. Where am I staying tonight? There were 4 bedrooms in total, and Jianyu was closest to the one Lin Che had lived in before. Chinwei hurriedly took him to the next door. You sleep in this one. That one is a utility room, very messy. Worried that Jianyu mistakenly broke in, Chinwei took advantage of Jianyu's inattention to take the key to unlock the door. Jianyu didn't think much about it. He suddenly mentioned, Wei, do you remember my birthday? Chinwei of course remembers. Every year Jianyu's birthday she has prepared. Even if he is abroad she will prepare a copy to send him, and then also step on the phone to call him. Never absent. But this year, if Jianyu hadn't mentioned it, she almost forgot about it. Jianyu's birthday was on October 20th, which was this Friday, and it was coming up soon. She actually even forgot such an important day. She blamed Lin Che. If it wasn't for Lin Che disrupting her life, she wouldn't have forgotten Jianyu's birthday. Instead of blaming yourself, blame others. It was a good thing that Jianyu reminded her so that she still had time to prepare her birthday gift. Chinwei stabilized her mind and smiled with a calm expression. Of course I remember. What year have I forgotten your birthday? My family is throwing me a birthday party, so get your friends together then. Okay, I'll call someone to give you a shout out. The two of them chatted in the living room for a while, and when they saw that it was getting late they went to their respective rooms to rest. Chinwei was thinking about what to give Jianyu as a gift. Customized handmade items were time-consuming, so it seemed that she could only buy ready-made ones. Jianyu went back to his bedroom and sat on his bed to look at his cell phone. He tapped into Qin Zhao's chat log. Qin Gardenia to everyone's attitude is very cold. If it is not important news she will not return, and every time she returned to the text message is also particularly short, often a word good on the end of the chat. Thinks he in the school also is the department grass level existence. How many girls want his contact information? Tries to find ways and means to chat with him. Wants to cause his attention. Only in Qin Gardenia here he will touch a nose. Jianyu thought about it and rushed to send a message to Qin Zhao before the early hours of the morning. Sister Gardenia, this Friday is my birthday. My family is going to organize a birthday banquet for me. Are you free then? It was a very simple sentence, but he repeated it over and over again before carefully sending it out. Waited for a long time and did not wait for the other party's reply. Maybe asleep or may not see. Jianyu some disappointment. If he got up in the morning and did not receive a reply, he intends to let the family to invite. For the sake of the elders, perhaps she will come. Maybe hiding things. This night Jianyu sleep not good. Every time a wake up will take the cell phone to see Qin Zhao has not returned his text message. 7 o'clock in the morning. The cell phone comes the text message prompt sound. Jianyu eyes are not even open to pick up the cell phone. See as Qin Zhao sends the reply after he immediately get up. The finger trembles to point in. Something came up on Friday and I couldn't go. Unexpected. The excitement instantly fell to the bottom. Jianyu's face was ugly. Depressed. Texting back. What is it? Can't come for a whole day? What about Saturday? He kept pursuing. You don't have time, then I must ask for a time. This time, the message was stone cold, and the other side obviously didn't want to talk to him. Jianyu was angry and aggrieved. When had he ever been so hot-faced to someone else's cold ass? He couldn't even wait for a text message. The first week of the official liberation, Lin Che cleaned up the house. The house is very empty, need to add a lot of household items. Lin Che not only procured furniture and appliances, Lin Che also bought a lot of green plants. The balcony is set up as a landscape area, where you can usually work, read a book, and take a rest. Here on his and Lin She's 2 lives. Lin She has a heart disease, and it is usually suitable for raising flowers, reading a book, and living at a slow pace to cultivate the body and temper the body. On Wednesday, the hospital side called the ward is not allowed to live. Let him as soon as possible to take Lin Shi to move out from the VIP ward. Chapter 14, the other side will only gain ground if you keep backing down. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry to inform you that our hospital's VIP ward resources are very tight at the moment, and we need to prioritize the provision of the VIP ward to patients with more serious conditions who are in urgent need of special care and treatment environment. Therefore, we hope that you can understand and cooperate with our work arrangements, and go through the relevant procedures as soon as possible to move out of the VIP ward that you are currently living in. In addition, Ms. Sheen, who had previously been responsible for paying the fees, has now stopped continuing to pay the fees, and from now on, all subsequent medical expenses will need to be borne by you personally. Please be sure to pay your fees in full and on time to ensure that your sister's treatment can continue smoothly. Good. Lin Che, who received the call, acted very calmly. I'll take my sister and move out within this week. This result was all expected, and because he had planned ahead to transfer to the hospital, Lin Che accepted it quite openly. Yes, Lin Che was to be transferred to a hospital instead of a ward. The hospital Lin Che was staying in was top-notch both in terms of doctors and medical equipment, and Lin Che had been hospitalized for so long that she hadn't had an attack in over a year, so there was nothing wrong with it other than the fact that it was expensive. It wasn't that Lin Che couldn't afford to spend money for his sister to continue her treatment here. With his current savings, it was enough to pay for Lin Che's medical bills, but this hospital was owned by the Qin family, and it was briefly and simply Qin Wei's territory. Lin Che is worried that Qin Wei will use this to find trouble, and is afraid that the people in the hospital will put shoes on Lin Che and take care of her poorly. Then again, his sister deserved the best hospital, the best treatment, the best ward, and the best care. There are good hospitals in Rongcheng. You can still go to other hospitals after leaving here. You can still get a VIP room. If you still can't, the big deal is to get out of Rongcheng. Anyway, the two siblings depend on each other. Where to go is not to live. The fact is, you don't have to die of old age here. With Lin Che's understanding of Qin Wei, once he backed down, then she would definitely get an inch. Lin Che called Lin Che and briefly talked about the transfer. Lin Che had the same attitude as before. Without any comments, she had always taken things as they came and had a smooth and optimistic mindset. Lin Che asked softly, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Want to eat carp fish soup." Qin Wei spoke. Zhang Yu, who was sitting across from her, was looking straight at her in an uncomfortable way. "What's wrong? Are you not a fan of carp soup?" Qin Wei asked. Zhang Yu lost his smile. "It's not that I don't like it, it's that you don't like it. I remember when we went to school that time the family often stewed fish soup, especially in junior high and high school, almost every week to drink once, said to eat fish to replenish the brain. My family often stewed as the crushing carp soup. You drank 2 times. 2 times were stuck by the thorns of the fish. From that time on, you never touched the crushing carp again. Even if you want to drink fish soup is also the black carp, this kind of not much thorns." Saying that, John, you couldn't help but sigh. How come 5 years have gone by and your tastes have changed so much? There are many ways to change a person's tastes, such as aging, environmental factors, or another person. It is said that living with someone for a long period of time brings the tastes slowly closer together over time. Qin Wei's heart stuttered as she said it subconsciously. She used to not like to eat carp. Not carp is not delicious but too difficult to deal with the spines. Carp spines are small and many. A fish is so small. Spit out the spines will not be left with any meat. She has never had much patience. There are thorns in her mouth will be spit out along with the fish. A little inattention to swallow. Fish spikes stuck in the throat, half a day to come down. She went to the clinic to clip the fish thorns twice. There has been a shadow. So once encountered the carp related food will be avoided. Why did Qin Wei suddenly fall in love with eating carp? Because Lin Che will do it. One time when she was sick, Lin Che took it upon himself to make her a carp soup, and before she had time to get angry, the other party had already fed her the fish meat with the spines picked out to her mouth. Later she tried various ways of carp. Fried carp, onion carp. Carp in the spring is the best, because the carp spawns, the fish roe in the belly is fresh and not fishy. Qin Wei, a person who does not like to eat spicy dishes, will also come to the 2 bowls of rice. As long as Lin Che was there, she didn't have to worry about getting fish spikes stuck in her throat. "I thought you like to eat," Qin Wei explained. "I'm okay, it's mainly because my mom likes it. She used to make it as soon as she was free. I got tired of eating it during that time in high school, but after hearing you say that, I really do have a little bit of desire to drink carp fish soup." Jiang Yu quickly made a good decision. "Then let's find a restaurant to order a carp soup at noon. The soup is there. What about other dishes? Do you want to order you a pickled vegetable oily fish?" Qin Wei didn't have a high appetite and shook her head. "Just 1 serving of soup is fine. For the rest, order at the store." At the same time, a steaming portion of fish soup was placed on a different table, and while Lin Che ate the fish cleanly, Qin Wei stared at it for half a day. Qin Wei deliberately looking for a private restaurant. The chef craft is on the food program. A pot of simmering fish soup. Soup color pure white. Fresh flavor. Do not have to taste, just smell the flavor. No, delicious. Qin Wei didn't eat the fish but instead served a small bowl of soup and put the bowl down after a couple of sips. The flavor was good, but it just felt like something was missing. She looked at the fish in the pot and didn't pick up a single chopstick. 2 people ordered a lot of food and there was a lot left over. Qin Wei looked at Zhang Yu, who was eating the fish across the street without any hesitation, and thought of Lin Che, who was picking out the thorns for her, and suddenly her heart was not in a good mood. It's Wednesday. Lin Che has been away from her for 4 days. She thought that the discomfort in her life would slowly fade away. Who knew that the frequency of thinking about Lin Che was increasing? In the past, it was looking at Lin Che and thinking about Jiang Yu, but now it was looking at Jiang Yu and thinking about Lin Che. How could Lin Che compare to Jiang Yu? He couldn't even compare to a single finger of Jiang Yu. Thinking of him frequently wasn't a matter of not being able to let him go, but it was just a bit of a nagging feeling about the time and effort that had been put into Lin Che over the years. Lin Che's good is she's single-handedly trained. Is she spent 5 years to polish out the work? Suddenly discarded. Naturally, will be briefly remorseful. That's how people are. They don't appreciate it when it's in their hands, and only start looking for it when they lose it. It's like having a dog at home. When the dog is around, you hate the hair loss. You hate the stink of the dog, and when the dog is lost, you see the dog food at home and want to feed the dog. You see the leash and want to walk the dog, and you want to pet the dog when you are sad. Qin Wei took out her cell phone. By this time the hospital side had already notified Lin Che to move the ward, right? He hadn't come to initiate her yet, but she was sure that soon he would come. The forced ward transfer was the first step. The next step would be the agency's turn to pressure him, and in desperation, he would contact her as he had done 5 years ago. It's just strange. She'd made it clear on the phone Sunday morning. So why hadn't Lin Che's corporate team moved yet? Chapter 15 Your blind date Qin Gardenia Gigi Flower. Qin Wei's side was looking for where to hide Lin Che after getting him back. Rongqing is not too big and not too small. It should be quite easy to hide a person. Qin Wei has a lot of real estate in her name, and there is a villa on the outskirts of the city, far away from the city, in the wild mountains and forests, a good place to hide people. Qin Wei and her friends have been there twice, suitable for picnics and barbecues. There is a land and a pond. Lin Che can live in it to plant some organic vegetables and fruits and so on, and when you have nothing to do, you can also fish. There were a lot of people filming countryside variety shows nowadays, and a lot of netizens aspired to this kind of idyllic life, and she thought that Lin Che would like it as well. He had a slow personality and had once overheard him mentioning in her ear that he liked the slower pace of life. To be fair, she was really nice to Lin Che. Aside from Jiang Yu, when had she ever seen her this attentive to a man, considering everything in every way? Without her there would be no current Lin Che. Lin Che should be grateful to her. Even if he left, he should be treating her as a benefactor, not just pulling the plug. On Wednesday and Thursday, Qin Wei went to Jiang Yu's home. Both parents were there, saw the two standing together, but also as in the past to praise the two people match. What too small? Lang talent, a pair of people and so on. Jiang Yu has not been at home for 5 years. It is not easy to come back. This 26th birthday banquet is definitely to be held in the best hotel in a big way. Birthday banquet as early as half a month ago began to prepare. These 2 days is mainly to Jiang Yu talk about the details of the arrangements. In recent years the Jiang family actively expand the business field. No more and more partners. As the youngest master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu needed to integrate into the circle and expand his network. So it's not a simple birthday party, but a way to bring together a group of wealthy people as well as elites from all walks of life to seek out potential opportunities for collaboration. Jiang Yu needed to be in high spirits, and it was good that he had Qin Wei by his side to help him. Don't worry, I'll be with you all the way when the time comes, and I won't let you make a mistake. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Mentioning the birthday banquet, he was not very excited. On his 26th birthday he only expected Qin Jiao to come to the scene. Unfortunately, it was destined to disappoint him, because Qin Jiao was busy with a blind date that day. On Thursday Lin Che did a transfer to the hospital, going on a blind date on Friday, moving luggage to take Lindsay out of the hospital on Saturday. The new hospital Lin Che has already found, very close to home, driving 10 or 20 minutes to get there. Taking the subway is also convenient. Lin Che had organized his time to the fullest and couldn't even think of Qin Wei as a person. Friday is fast approaching. Lin Che didn't tell Lin Shi about his blind date because he subconsciously felt that the other party couldn't get along with him. Not to mention that the other party is Qin Wei's own sister. Just take Qin Gardenia's family history education and work. Dump him a big cut. If he hadn't saved Grandma Wu by chance, I'm afraid he and Qin Gardenia would never have been able to sit at a table for a blind date for the rest of their lives. To use 4 words to describe him and Qin Gardenia, it was the difference between clouds and mud. For this blind date, Lin Che cut his hair, slightly longer than an inch, and with his eyebrows exposed, the whole person was energized and looked like he had the vigor of a 25-year-old. Regardless of the outcome of the day, clean up after yourself and honor the other person. The appointment is at 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Che arrived at the box 20 minutes early, and it was 10:50 before he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Qin Jiao. I'm here. The other party quickly gave the message. Hold on, I'm parking. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Lin Che ordered his tea, and the door to the box opened, and a silhouette walked in. Lin Che raised his head and glanced up inadvertently, his eyes directly pausing. The woman was wearing a black trench coat with a white shirt inside and suit pants underneath. Her hair was half tucked in, and a pair of gold-framed glasses were perched on the bridge of her upturned nose, a very businesslike outfit, and she was walking towards him on her high heels, one step at a time. He had checked on the internet about Qin Jia's news, especially less. From her life several important nodes can judge that she is very excellent. Some years of photos, although the picture quality has been blurred, but blurred cannot lose her beautiful. Standing in the crowd especially conspicuous, belong to the first glance will be attracted to the existence. The Qin family has good genes, Qin Wei is a beauty, and her sister is naturally no worse. Lin Che had seen her photos, had an impression, made mental preparations, but at first glance he was still stunned by Qin Gardenia. Not much of a departure from what he had imagined, cool and detached, distinguishing strong women at a glance. The aura is not an ordinary person, not like a blind date but like a businessman. Lin Che quickly got up after reacting, and the other party rushed to say before he opened his mouth, "Sorry to keep you waiting, I'm Qin Gardenia, your blind date." The gazes of the two men clashed together, and Qin Gardenia's eyes flashed, the corners of her mouth rising with a decent smile. "No, I just arrived as well. Reintroducing myself, I'm Lin Che, 25 years old, soon to be 26. Lin Che was a bit embarrassed and nervous, and didn't know what to say. The two stood facing each other without sitting down, and now it was Qin Gardenia's turn to size him up. Lin Che could obviously feel his gaze flowing over his face. Not knowing if it was an illusion or not, he felt that Qin Jia's gaze softened. Even the lenses carried a temperature. Qin Gardenia extended her hand. "First time meeting, hello." Lin Che lowered his eyes to look at the woman's slender fingers and reached out to gently hold her hand. "Hello." He was about to let go, but he didn't realize that the other man suddenly grabbed his hand with force. Lin Che's heart followed, his eyes staggered, only to see the other party smiling warmly and softly. "Mr. Lin, there's a question I'd like to ask you." Lin Che regained his composure. "You ask. Do you mind if your partner is 3 years older than you?" "Don't mind. Then I have a form here I'd like you to fill out." "What watch?" "Marriage application form." Chapter 16, I want to talk to you about a long-term business deal. Lin Che thought that the table in Qin Gardenia's mouth was a matchmaking information table, which would allow him to understand the suitability of both parties. Who knew that she was actually talking about the marriage application form? At first Lin Che thought that Qin Jiao had said something wrong, and only after surveying her expression again and again did he determine that she was for real. It really caught me off guard. Lin Che and Qin Jiao face to face. The other party's expression is still gentle. The eyes hidden in the lenses look like crushed ice melting in the sunlight. After freezing for a long time, Lin Che said, "Ms. Qin, wouldn't it be a bit too fast?" Qin Gardenia didn't answer immediately, but let go of his hand. Quickly, "Then let's sit down and chat slowly first." Qin Gardenia sat down, recruited the waiter to order food. Glistening white fingers flipped the thick menu. She lowered her head. Broken hair between her forehead fell blocking her sight. She read the menu while reaching out to run the broken hair behind her ear. The warm light from the top of her head was just right hitting her. No need to say much. She sat there peacefully and quietly. It was a precious painting. "What do you want to eat?" Qin Gardenia looked up slightly. After this interruption, Lin Che's just now tense mood suddenly relaxed. "I'm casual. Order what you like to eat. I've just returned to China. I don't know what dishes are good. Why don't you recommend them to me?" Qin Gardenia slightly bent down and pushed the menu towards Lin Che after turning it around. The other party had said so Lin Che couldn't refuse. "Do you have any contraindications?" "No, I can eat anything." Lin Che had been to this restaurant and had eaten a few dishes that were not bad before. "These signatures are fine. Some of them are on the spicy side. Can you take them?" "Can." Two people couldn't eat much, so Lin Che ordered 3 dishes and a soup plus the restaurant's signature desserts and drinks. After ordering, Lin Che handed the menu to the waitress and incidentally poured a cup of tea for Qin Jiao. "Ms. Qin, you." In general, Lin Che is still in the state of a stranger to her, not familiar. Before he came, he thought about how it would develop, but he didn't expect it to develop so quickly, catching him off guard. Qin Gardenia hummed. Lin Che reminded. "Marriage is a big deal. You don't even know my character, family history, education, and my past." To be honest, Lin Che didn't want to get married so soon. The two of them hadn't gotten to know each other well enough to take the risk of getting married was too high. The fact that Qin Gardenia said marriage as soon as he arrived would remind him of Qin Wei, who had let him sign the stand-in agreement after taking a look at him in the first place as well. Lin Che couldn't help but think, Qin Gardenia shouldn't also take him as that who's double, right? Alarm bells went off in his mind. Qin Gardenia watched his behavior, suddenly mentioning marriage. It is normal for the other party to be wary. Qin Gardenia pursed a mouthful of tea. Objective statement, I was raised by my grandmother. From childhood to adulthood she gave me the best, so I believe her eyes also believed your character. Family education and whatnot I care even more. After all, who can't compare to me? As for the past, Who doesn't have a past? I care more about the present and the future than the past. Although it was the first time they had met, Qin Jiao was no stranger to Lin Che, probably because grandma was whispering in her ear too much. In his grandmother's mouth, Lin Che is careful and considerate, kind and filial, patient, and a good cook. Not only that, he is also handsome and has acted in TV dramas. As soon as she heard that he had acted in a TV series, she went and searched for it. Hot damn. In recent years, Lin Che those works role, image look unsatisfactory, either acting disfigured, or acting beggar begging for food, or let in this young man in his 20s to play the elderly. But what I have to say is that Lin Che's acting skills are really good, and it's not out of place to play these characters that are so different from him. Qin Gardenia threw these works on his strong interest. Today C. found that the grandmother's vision is indeed good. Take this face, eyebrows star, a glance unforgettable, long in her aesthetic point. Beautiful things make people feel good. Lin Che added one more impression to Qin Gardenia. Self-confident and flamboyant. Compared to Qin Wei, Qin Gardenia's self-confidence won't make people resentful, but that's what they say. But to decide on something as important as marriage without even thinking about it? He and Qin Gardenia chatted back and forth for less than 10 sentences, touched the bottom of the pair of eyes, shook a hand. Lin Che wasn't so confident that he had the charisma to be loved at first sight. Miss Qin, are you in a hurry to get married? Qin Gardenia is not in a hurry. For her, marriage is the icing on the cake, dispensable. With or without a partner, she can live a good life. But in the face of Lin Che the sentence, she replied, I'm anxious. I'm about to run 30, and I have not yet had a love affair. Grandma has been chanting in my ear for a long time. This year she's 80. She is worried that I'll still be alone after she's gone, and she's afraid that no one will take care of me if I'm sick and no one will care for me. I left my parents when I was 3 years old. I was raised by my grandparents. My grandpa was most relieved to see me before he passed away, saying that his regret in this life was that he didn't get to see me start a family. Now that I've already started a family, just short of starting one, what I didn't get to show my grandpa, I want to show my grandma, who loves you so much, that she'd be relieved that I'm with you. But isn't that just settling? When Qin Gardenia said this, Lin Che could understand. Lin Che, you can think about it. I won't treat you poorly if you marry me. I won't force you to do what you don't want to do. Every month I will voluntarily transfer 1 million to you, plus an unlimited black card. If you want connections and resources, I can also help you to introduce them. Qin Gardenia speak always direct. If you really don't feel at ease, you can draw up a prenuptial agreement. You can boldly put forward the requirements. I will satisfy you. In my place, marriage is not a bondage. I give you freedom. The only requirement is that you give me decency and respect. At least in the grandma's opinion, I am living a very happy life. Wait for the right time to arrive. If you want to get a divorce, I will also let you go. Lin Che at first illusion is not an illusion. Qin Jian is indeed to talk business to. Brain analyzed what Qin Gardenia said. Seriously, very tempting. This is much more generous than Qin Wei, who casually offered millions. Lin Che's throat was clogged. This current situation was worlds apart from what he had expected. It was not good to refuse or agree. So many years of experience had taught him to beware of traps behind powerful temptations. Ms. Qin. Lin Che had trouble changing his tone for a while. He asked, if you just find a random man to marry, what will the rest of your family think? No parent would want their outstanding daughter to casually marry such a mediocre man. Qin Gardenia spilled. I don't care about them. What they think has nothing to do with me. You're not on good terms with your family? Make do. Not living together. You don't have to be afraid they'll come after you. Qin Gardenia said so. Lin Che immediately put down his heart, actually began to seriously think about whether to tie the knot or not. Chapter 17, a blind date and a call from an ex. Marriage is not a trivial matter. It has to be carefully considered, and the risk of agreeing to it is likely to cause trouble and is also irresponsible for your own life. But then again, Qin Gardenia is really too good at holding people's hearts. Every step is gradual. A little uncertainty will fall into a huge temptation. Qin Gardenia's eyes behind the lenses seemed to be able to pry into people's hearts. Lin Che's heartbeat missed half a beat, and he quickly averted his eyes. Well, at that moment the waiter came with the food. Let's eat first. Qin Gardenia took the initiative to step back, leaving Lin Che time to catch his breath. Neither of them spoke much during the meal, and said nothing more than reviewing the food here. All of these dishes ordered by Lin Che were very much to Qin Jiao's taste, and while she drank the soup in her bowl, she raised her eyes and glanced at Lin Che on the opposite side of the table. Dating in marriage to Qin Jiao is just an occasion to cope with her grandmother. She has always held this idea before she came, but after meeting Lin Che, she has changed slightly. Qin Gardenia was never short of suitors, and when she went abroad there were also a bunch of men lining up to try to date her. She had seen all kinds of men, but the feeling Lin Che gave her was the most special. He was 3 years younger than her, a young man of 25, but with a touch of sophistication about him, and had excellent looks. the type she favored. A face that would make your heart beat faster just by looking at it. In addition to the good-looking appearance, there was also the aura and temperament that was unobtrusively exuded between her hands and feet, all of which attracted her attention. The hot air that came to the surface of the lens of the flower. Qin Gardenia simply took off the glasses. Lin Che a lift of the eyes inadvertently on the eyes of Qin Jiao. Without the cover of the lenses, he clearly saw the shape of her eyes, pupils. The upturned peach eyes have a variety of styles, and the iris color is a rare black and bright. Qin Gardenia spoke. I think we're kinda the same in terms of tastes. Does that count as a kind of fate? The right tastes in getting along can prevent some conflicts from occurring. Two people just finished eating, did not chat for 2 sentences. Qin Gardenia's cell phone rang. She first said to Lin Che sorry before picking up the phone. Did not avoid Lin Che when answering the phone. Obviously it is an unimportant incoming call. The room was so quiet that cell phones could be faintly heard even without the speaker on. Once Qin Gardenia picked up, a man's voice came from inside. Sister Gardenia, have you eaten yet? Today is my birthday. Came a lot of people. Uncle and aunt all arrived, just missing you one. You. The other party paused, with a bit of careful tone. Do you have time to come to my birthday banquet? Qin Gardenia face calm. No time. She remembered that 2 days ago she had made it clear to him that she didn't have time to go today. So why was she still calling to ask? The other party was relentless. Is it this whole day that you don't have time? How about in the evening? Or tomorrow would be fine. No. Sister Gardenia, I'm about to cut the cake here. Can you say happy birthday to me? Qin Gardenia was already starting to get a little impatient in her heart, but her face remained calm. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Don't. Sister Gardenia, you don't say even if. Afraid of causing Qin Gardenia to be unhappy, Jiang Yu hastily transfers. Do you want to eat birthday cake? This time the cake is your favorite one brand. I let someone make a separate one. Send it to you now. No need. Once the words fall, Qin Gardenia hangs up the phone decisively. The whole process is less than 3 minutes. Very short. It was only with a comparison that he realized that Qin Jiao's attitude towards Lin Che was already quite good. Lin Che didn't mean to eavesdrop, but it was mainly because it was so quiet that the sound from the cell phone couldn't help but reach his ears. If you have something to do, we can end it early. I'm fine. Qin Gardenia put down her cell phone. Lunch is eaten. What are the arrangements for the afternoon? Want to watch a movie? There's a new movie that came out recently that has a pretty good reputation. Qin Gardenia nodded. Eating the dessert, Qin Gardenia thought of something, raised the corner of her lips and said, I heard that you're very good at making desserts. My grandma praised the cakes and cookies you made, saying that your craftsmanship is comparable to a 5-star chef. It's not that much of a stretch. I only know home cooking. Qin Gardenia absently shook the drink in front of her. But I'm craving it. What should I do? Then I'll bring it to you next time I make it. Then it's a deal. I want that cheese cracker you always make for my grandma. Good. In a few words, the second meeting was finalized, and Qin Gardenia smiled with a wide brow. Let's book movie tickets first then. I'll do it. Lin Che took out his cell phone and flipped out the movie that he had collected for a long time, and was about to show it to Qin Jiao when an unfamiliar caller called. You answer the phone first. Aha. Worried that it was the hospital calling, Lin Che picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hello? It's me. A woman. Lin Che was confused for a moment and asked very softly, who are you? Wrong number? Lin Che, you can't even hear my voice. This voice is very grumpy at first hearing. The voice is sharp and shrill, and it is estimated that even Qin Gardenia on the opposite side has heard it. This time Lin Che finally heard it. It was Qin Wei's call. He glanced quickly at Qin Gardenia and asked again, what is it? Lin Che, you now immediately release my cell phone number from the blacklist, as well as my WeChat. In the cell phone, Qin Wei exhaled heavily. The lesson of these 2 days is enough to make you remember. Right, away from me, you can't do anything at all. Take advantage of my good mood today. If you admit your mistake to me, I'll forgive you and let you come back to my side again. I've arranged a good place for you to stay. There's a set of villa in the outskirts of the city. It's very suitable for you to live there. Lin Che wrinkled his eyebrows, looked at the sky outside, and said uncertainly, it's not even night yet. What are you dreaming about? What? Lin Che was speechless for a while. He felt that Qin Wei might have recently taken the wrong medication and spoiled her brain. She couldn't even hear the words anymore. Last week, she was the one who let him go, saying plainly that the stand-in contract was over, and that he'd be a stranger from now on. And now she's making a fuss about him going back, and saying that the punishment is over. What's the lesson in leaving her? It's a reward, okay? All of them had already gone their separate ways. He had no obligation and was not prepared to waste time breaking bread with Qin Wei here. What should be said he has said very clearly. He is not much of a good golden bowl not to eat to go to jail. Lin Che put down his cell phone and hung up. The whole process was done in one go, not forgetting to black out the call together at the end. After so many years, This was the first time Lin Che had unilaterally hung up on Qin Wei. During the stand-in period, Lin Che's cell phone used to be on 24 hours a day, because Qin Wei needed him to be at her beck and call. Not only that, but she'd given him a customized watch to make it easier to see where he'd been. He has no freedom, like a dog in a locator collar. No dignity. Chapter 18. 3 hours ago, Qin Wei attends Jiang Yu's birthday banquet. She follows Jiang Yu around and wanders through the crowd, helping to introduce Jiang Yu and share her connections. Jiang Yu was not in the country for 5 years. Many people he had forgotten. It was good that Qin Wei secretly reminded him not to make a fool of himself. An activity down. He felt very tired. In his heart he couldn't help but think, if Jean Gardenia was here it would be good. Just looking at her, he felt relaxed physically and mentally. I haven't seen you in 5 years. This youngest son of the Jiang family already has the appearance of an adult, growing more and more handsome. Yes, looking at the grown-up, before looking so unreliable a person. Did not expect a trip out of the country changed so much, mature and stable. In look at his side of the Qin Wei, Lang talented woman. These two grew up together and were betrothed right after birth. Their families are comparable, and they both know each other well enough to be a good match. Maybe it won't be long before we get to drink the wedding wine of the two. Jiang Yu came back this time just for the marriage with Qin Wei. Right, the two are not small in age. After 25 will be running 3, also should be married. These words always surrounded Jiang Yu's ears, making his heart ache. Qin Wei was very good, but compared to Qin Gardenia, she was nothing. Too far away. Ah, you. It seems that you and Qin Wei are close to good things. As soon as you came back, the two families came together to organize this birthday for you. It seems that the Qin family has already taken you as their son-in-law. It's still early. Uncle too. Second Uncle Jiang patted his shoulder. His eyes were appreciative of his junior. He wanted to say something but Jiang Yu turned and ran away. Second uncle, I'm going to find my sister. You find a place to sit. Hey, this kid, running so fast. Looks like he's already gotten his body in shape over the last 5 years. Jiang Yu is not an only son. He above a sister, below a sister. Big sister Jiang Yan 28 years old. Little sister Jiang Yu this year 22 years old. Jiang family does not have patriarchal thinking. Ability to strong responsibility is also the greater. The current Jiang's group by Jiang Yun management. Now Jiang Yu back, but also have to assign him a position to see how he is capable of. This birthday banquet is Jiang Yu's main event and a test for him from his family. So far, it seems to be fine with no errors. Jiang Yu turned around and left without going to his sister. He was in a terrible mood right now. The people who came here today either mentioned him or Qin Lei, tying the two of them up firmly. And he was really afraid that he would really end up forcing himself to marry Qin Wei. If Qin Gardenia did not appear, perhaps Qin Wei is a very good choice. The two of them grew up together as a child when he was in poor health. Qin Wei helped him a lot, but feelings don't come from whoever helped. And he didn't have any male or female feelings for Qin Wei at all. Because of the relationship between the two families, he was not in a position to reject it outright. And if Qin Gardenia liked him that would be fine. And he wouldn't have to force himself in order to maintain the relationship. All are daughters of the Qin family, so why can't you pick one to your liking? Jiang Yu sat in the lounge for a while, thinking about countermeasures, until his big sister called him. Yuki, where have you been? It's your turn to come out and cut the cake. I'm in the lounge. Just a moment. I'll be there now. The restroom? Jiang Yun asked with concern. Are you physically uncomfortable in any way? Listening to your voice seems like you don't have any energy. Nope. No is good. Then hurry over. I'll hang up now. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu didn't go out immediately, but flipped through his cell phone to look at the chat records between him and Qin Zhao. To see her heart reach its peak, Jiang Yun is urging. Jiang Yu did not dare to delay, hurried downstairs. Higher than a person's cake was pushed out. The production of this cake took 3 days and 2 nights, worth millions of dollars, beautifully made. Jiang Yu was surrounded by the crowd in the center when he appeared, and Qin Wei was also pushed and shoved to stand beside him. Happy birthday, Yuki, happy 26th birthday. Birthday songs were sung in the halls of the Gilded Hotel, and Jiang Yu was surrounded by family and friends to celebrate his birthday. Jiang Yu today wore a white suit with a bow tie, looking elegant and noble, like the Prince Charming in a girl's heart. And many of the golden girls at the scene were secretly sizing up and envying Qin Wei for being able to marry such a good man in the future. Of course Qin Wei is not bad, wearing a newest silver dress this fall. The skirt will show her waist to hip ratio is very good, convex in front and curved in the back. And Jiang Yu stood a piece, handsome man and beautiful woman. Ah you. Qin Wei's tone was gentle and she personally lit the birthday candles. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Jiang Yu swept his eyes around, in the eyes of the crowd, hands together and closed his eyes. Devoutly made a wish. I hope that Sister Gardenia can like me and marry me. He made this one wish, and wished for too much, fearing that God would think he was greedy and it wouldn't work. At this moment he misses Qin Jin more and more. In the past when he was in Y country, when he couldn't see Qin Jian he would sneak to her, peeping at her in the corner where she couldn't find out, or, perhaps, take a picture of her and witness it. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Qin Zhao for nearly 2 weeks, back so many days. He had been to the Qin family, also strolled around the neighborhood around, secretly inquiring, have not inquired into the whereabouts of Qin Gardenia. Why is it so hard to meet someone? Obviously the two families are so close, and they're both in Rongcheng. Jiang Yu was a little disappointed, so disappointed that the expression on his face gave it away. Why are you still sad about making a wish? Jiang Mother stroked his head. Jiang Yu raised his head, because this is a big wish. It's not too good to fulfill. Jiang Mother doted. Then you say it out to hear it, and see what wish is really not good to fulfill. It was not easy for her son to come back. If he really had any wishes, she as a mother would try her best to help him realize them, provided they were not too outrageous. Jiang Yu squirmed his lips and finally pressed the words in his heart down. He shook his head. This wish can only be made by myself. When the time is ripe I'll tell you and Dad. And it's going to be staged. Laughter erupted around them. Qin Wei handed over the cake knife. Big birthday boy, come and share the cake. So a cake to be divided so many people is not easy. Good, in the cake knife enough. Jiang Yu divided to the other people cut together. The top layer do not cut first to me to stay. He wanted to leave it to Qin Gardenia. The birthday girl spoke naturally without comment. Such a large 6-layer cake, one less layer, cannot be eaten. After cutting the cake, Jiang Yu held the cake in his hand and found a seat. He tasted a mouthful of cream. The thick cream flavor spread in the mouth did not feel greasy at all. After years of investigation, he knew that Qin Gardenia liked desserts. Thinking, he sent the cake photo he took before to Qin Jian. Seeing she didn't respond, he put down the cake in his hand and looked for an unoccupied corner to call Qin Jian. The phone went through, and Qin Gardenia picked it up. One thought of the cell phone to come Qin Gardenia's voice. Jiang Yu suddenly dry mouth up. He opened his mouth to ask, Gardenia sister, you eat? Today is my birthday, came a lot of people. Uncle and aunt all came. Just missing you one. You have time to come to participate in my birthday banquet? Said he, pursed his lower lip. No time. Chapter 19, the dog has escaped. How can you not have time? Qin family members have come. She is the only one busy, is not it? Not to mention that he asked Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin also said the end of the year the company has nothing to do. So Qin Gardenia was not unavailable but didn't want to come at all. She was even cold and didn't even want to think of an excuse. It was simply unapproachable. Jiang Yu does not want to give up. You say you do not have time, then I will ask for a time. He does not believe that she cannot have time for a lifetime. A strong woman is afraid of a pestering man. If he pestered her a little more, he would still be afraid of not being able to get her. Is it all day? How about in the evening? Or tomorrow would be fine. Pursuing the question one after another, persevering. In the end, he heard Qin Jiao's impatience. All he wanted was to hear her voice more, to hear her say happy birthday to him on his birthday. Such a simple request. Qin Gardenia was not even willing to help him realize it, and even threatened to hang up the phone. The whole call process hasn't been 3 minutes. The whole time down on him a person speak. Qin Jian total add up only 16 words. Before he could react, the call ended abruptly. Looking at the black screen of his cell phone due to the call hanging up, Jiang Yu hung his eyes and pursed his lips through clenched teeth. Obviously the two families' relationship so good. He recognized the Qin Jia's time also so long. Why just can't walk into her heart? Qin father and mother liked him. Qin Wei also followed him around from childhood. Only Qin Gardenia treated him coldly. No matter how much effort he made, she turned a blind eye to him. Qin Gardenia wouldn't hate him, would she? But he did not do anything for her. He worked hard to improve himself, to exercise, alone, to run to Y country. He did so much she is not see at all. Jiang Yu was furious, and the sweet cake on the table became sweet and boring, making it hard to swallow. He was so angry he threw the cake straight into the trash can at his feet. This scene was just seen by Qin Wei, who came over. Why did you throw the cake away, Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu stiffened. The bad side was seen. He was inevitably weak. His eyes dodged. I just am not in a good mood. Not too eager to eat. Weren't you fine just now? Qin Wei was observant, and she realized that Jiang Yu was in an off mood when he was cutting the cake. It may be that I have been too tired recently. Plus the jet lag has not been reversed, somewhat unadaptable. And last night I also had insomnia. Jiang Yu made a random excuse, wanting to muddle through. Qin Wei nodded. It's also true. You've only been back for a few days, letting you answer such a big banquet. It's normal for you to be uncomfortable. She walks up and wants to pacify him. Who expected Jiang Yu to suddenly stand up, his body dodging her approach? Wei, my stomach is a bit upset. I'll go to the restroom to take some medicine. You can help me cope with the scene first. Qin Wei looked concerned. Is it hard? Do you want to go to the hospital? No, it's old. Just take some medicine. Jiang Yu's body was already bad. When at home, he could still slowly recuperate. But when he went abroad, the difference in diet was so big that it spoiled his stomach. Therefore, when Jiang Yu took the stomach disease to transfer, Qin Wei did not have much suspicion. Watched him enter the elevator. Qin Wei sat on the seat where Jiang Yu had just sat. She took out her cell phone with the intention of checking it, but unknowingly flipped to Lin Che's number. She dialed out, and like the other day no one connected, and she was still on the other side's blacklist. Shouldn't Lin Che at this time be desperate and take the initiative to turn back and beg her? After all, the hospital side had already notified him to move wards. The high medical bills she had stopped contributing to, and that brokerage firm Lin Che, who wouldn't let him have a good time when she hinted at it. It was as if everything had gone back to 5 years ago. Why isn't there a little splash in the phone? Being so quiet made Qin Wei a little flustered, as if something had gotten out of her grasp and she couldn't hold on to it. Just passing by a waitress, Qin Wei called out to her, "You come here for a moment." The waitress froze for a moment, then quickly came to her. "Lend me your cell phone for a second. I'll make a call." Without much hesitation, the attendant took out his cell phone and handed it to Qin Wei. Qin Wei took it and compared it to the number digits on her cell phone and called Lin Che. The call went through and was picked up within seconds. "Hello," she heard Lin Che's voice. Lin Che's voice was very good. His agency had proposed to let Lin Che record a record but was rejected by Qin Wei. She knew that as long as she gave Lin Che a chance, he would be on fire and would appear in the public eye, which was something Qin Wei did not want to see. Lin Che didn't hear her voice the first time, making her cold down. She opened her mouth, imposing, "Lin Che, you now immediately put my cell phone number out of the blacklist, and my WeChat. The lesson of these 2 days is enough to make you remember. Right, away from me, you simply can't do anything. Take advantage of the fact that I'm in a good mood today. You give me an admission of wrongdoing, I'll forgive you and let you return to my side again. Residence I have arranged for you. There is a set of villa in the outskirts of the city. You live there is very suitable. Look how generous she is. The ladder is all set for him. Lin Che better know how to come down. It's not even night yet. What are you dreaming about?" "What?" Lin Che hung up as soon as the words left his mouth. He actually hung up on her. It's the first time that's ever happened. Qin Wei gripped her cell phone hard. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she wanted to continue to call, when a familiar reminder came from her cell phone once again. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is in progress." He even blacked out this number together. Is Lin Che that unfriendly to her? Sure enough, dogs get wild once they're let out without looking after them. Lin Che was the dog she had spent 5 years training, and now that the dog had run away, it meant that all the time and effort she had spent for 5 years had been for nothing. How does that not make her discouraged and angry? The heart ached like it was being gnawed on by millions of ants. Qin Wei was burning with rage, completely disregarding the occasion she was in. She raised her hand and smashed the cell phone. The attendant on the side looked at the cracked phone and let out a gasp. "I just bought a cell phone." Qin Wei outside has always paid attention to their own image. She itself is not a good-tempered person. Outside are pretending to be gentle and generous. Like this now without concern for venting anger, is really rare. It was a good thing that no one was around to pay attention to this side. Qin Wei had her head lowered, her eyes wide and her expression twisted and hideous. It took a long while for her to slowly adjust, barely maintaining decency. The waitress couldn't breathe, and picked up her cell phone with a heartbroken sigh. Qin Wei glanced coldly at her. "Receipt code. I'll sweep the cell phone money to you." The waiter warily pulled up the payment code. Qin Wei took her cell phone and swept 20,000 over. "Is that enough?" The attendant took a look at the number. It was enough for her to buy 4 cell phones. She hurriedly nodded her head. Enough is enough is enough. After the waiter left, Qin Wei called Lin Che's agent again. "How come Lin Che hasn't been heard from lately?" Zhang Wang stammered. "Ms. Qin, Lin Che has already terminated his contract with our company." Chapter 20, standardized clearly. "Ms. Qin, Lin Che has terminated his contract with our company." Zhang Wang's voice was hoarse and sounded disheveled. "Terminate the contract? Who allowed you to terminate the contract with him? If I remember correctly, the contract you signed back then was for 8 years. This is only the 6th year. There are still 2 years to go. He doesn't pay liquidated damages for early termination?" Qin Wei's eyes were round. Her eyes were scarlet. Her originally pretty face became distorted because of the other party's words. Her easily calmed mood folded back around her, angrier than she had been a moment ago, and she breathed in sharply, her chest heaving. Zhang Wang didn't dare to say that the dirty things in the company had been used by Lin Che to threaten them, so he could only dump the pot on Qin Wei. "Isn't Lin Che your man? I thought it was your intention, so I didn't dare to retain him too much. Besides, over the years, Lin Che has been a fringe figure in our company, and having him or not having him doesn't have much of an impact. I made it very clear on the phone the other day that you are incapable of understanding human language. Why didn't you call me before letting him go?" Zhang Wang, ineffectual half a day cannot say a rifle. "Termination contract has been signed. now want to back out is already too late. Zhang Wang is also very angry with Lin Che. As long as he thinks about what happened that day, he is suffocating in his heart. Since the termination of the contract with Lin Che, Mr. Li looks at him in a bad way. Qin Wei also came to find him trouble. Is he some kind of a very cheap person? Everyone came to step on him. Zhang Wang didn't dare to spread fire on Qin Wei, so he cursed Lin Che in his heart. Suddenly he thought of something. Miss Qin, isn't Lin Che your man? If you can't do it softly, you can do it hard. He has no money, no background, and is dragging a sick sister with him. It's not easy for you to suppress him. Although Zhang Wang didn't know exactly what had happened to Lin Che and Qin Wei, he was able to analyze the general situation from what the two of them had said. He guessed, it must be that the two men's understudy contract had expired, and when Lin Che wanted to leave, Qin Wei couldn't let go, so she wanted to use him to suppress Lin Che to force him back. Zhang Wang angrily rebuked, if you ask me, Lin Che is also too ignorant, completely forgetting who helped him in these 5 years. If it wasn't for you, his sister would have already died. Like this kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf, you should teach him a good lesson. Make it impossible for him to stay in Rongcheng. When he can't afford to pay his medical bills anymore, he'll come to you, just like 5 years ago. Lin Che has been wasted by Qin Wei's raising these 5 years, and he can just acting in bad movies, and it is estimated that he will still take the path of an actor in the future. As long as Qin Wei put the word out, she could make it impossible for him to mix in this circle, and then he would have to come back obediently even if he didn't want to. How smug Lin Che was when he was released from his contract and how miserable he was afterwards. Qin Wei didn't talk. She did have the strength and means to make Lin Che fall in line, but once she made a move, it would be a big deal, and by then everyone around her would know that she had raised a double for the past 5 years, especially Jiang Yu. Her image at Jiang Yu's place has always been bright and generous, confident and gentle, with a small temper but very coaxing, giving him a positive impression. If ruined, then how would he look at her? This is probably what happens when you like someone. You will be careful to maintain your good image. You will care about what he thinks of her. Although tired, but also fascinated, Zhang Wang said a whole bunch of words and was instantly silenced after seeing Qin Wei's lack of response. Previously, they all thought that Qin Wei was just using Lin Che as a plaything for a while and then they'd get over it, but they forget that play is addictive. Qin Wei's brain was running fast. At this time she had completely left Jiang Yu behind. She was thinking about how to get Lin Che back in the fastest and best way. At first, he thought that if he cut off Lin Che's medical expenses and asked them to move the ward, Lin Che would understand, but he didn't realize that he was still so insensitive. The more Lin Che did this, the more it provoked her fighting spirit. Previously, she had only treated Lin Che as a dog, but now she really wanted him to become a dog, preferably with a leash to keep him in a cage. Since Lin Che has already terminated his contract, there's no need for our cooperation to continue. Zhang Wang panicked when he heard that Qin Wei wanted to withdraw his capital, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't Ms. Qin." The words were not finished, and the other party mercilessly cut off the phone. Qin Wei has not been optimistic about this company. The money invested in it over the years is just like floating, with very few returns, and it can even be said that it is blood money. If it wasn't for the sake of pinching Lin Che, she wouldn't have thrown money at it at all. Not long after hanging up the phone, Qin Wei saw Su Man walking over. Wei. Su Man sat down next to Qin Wei. After looking for you for a while, you're hiding here. Where's your family's Jiang Yu? She swept around. He had an upset stomach and went to the restroom to take his medicine. Su Man was gossiping. How are you and Jiang Yu doing? He shouldn't be leaving when he comes back this time, right? Are the two families going to prepare for your marriage next? It's early. Perhaps even Qin Wei herself hadn't realized that her heart wasn't on Jiang Yu at all right now. Su Man didn't say anything, just meaningfully sizing up Qin Wei. In the past, Qin Wei would definitely have made plans early on, planning her engagement to Jiang Yu, her marriage, and the place for her honeymoon. Did Lin Che reach out to you? At the mention of Lin Che, Qin Wei's breathing tightened. No, he and his agency have resigned. Hearing this news, Su Man felt unbelievable. Did not expect that a person who usually looks so naive will actually say go without a word. His sister is still in the hospital for treatment. He will beg to come to you one day. Lin Che doesn't know how to do anything. He can't deal with people. He's introverted and weak and has no skills. What else can he do besides taking care of you by your side? He doesn't even have the courage to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness. Once he's away from you, he'll realize how hard life is, and might be regretting it right now. In Qin Wei's circle, Su Man has the best relationship with her and knows the most, so she can say whatever she wants and won't have too many scruples. Qin Wei agreed. You're right. Su Man took her by the shoulders and said with a smile, are you in a better mood now? Qin Wei was silent for a long time before she honestly said, it's not much better. Lin Che really made me angry this time. You still care about him, don't you? After 5 years of customizing the perfect piece, It's always uncomfortable when you suddenly don't see it. Chinwei picked up her wine glass and poured it down in one gulp. Su-man asked, how are you going to arrange Lin Che if he comes back? Aren't you afraid that Jiang Yu will find out? Chinwei didn't think that far ahead. All she wanted now was for Lin Che not to get out of her control. Set him up somewhere far away. That villa on the outskirts of town where we had our camping barbecue earlier. Su-man recalled. The location is very remote. It is true that it is not easy to be found. In the past she felt that Chinwei has the potential to be a scum girl. I did not expect that she really scum up actually so scum. Then 2, 4, 6 to accompany Jiang Yu. 1, 3, 5 to find Lin Che. And Monday off? Are you too busy? Chinwei repoured a glass of wine. When I get tired of it someday. Su-man secretly thought, 5 years are not tired. How long will it take to get tired? I'm afraid that the last person to make her feel tired will be Jiang Yu. Chapter 21, Would you marry a dog and have children? Chinwei didn't think there was anything wrong with her doing that. Her getting used to Lin Che as a person was no different than getting used to a dog that she had kept for 5 years. And this kind of habit had nothing to do with feelings. So emotionally she hadn't betrayed Jiang Yu. For example, she wanted to get married to Jiang Yu to set up a family to have a child. But there was absolutely no way she would do that with Lin Che. Just ask, who would marry a dog and have a child? During these 5 years, she had only treated Lin Che as a well-used servant. They didn't have skin-to-skin contact, much less desire in that area. It was a very pure employment relationship. Chinwei sipped her wine. Her lips seemed to be stained red. She licked the wine stains on the corner of her lips and said, what a man can do, why can't I do it? In their circle, there are too many men who get married and sneak around and take lovers. Even her father used to have a mistress. Su-man was shocked. You really do not learn the good, net learn the bad. She suddenly understood why Lin Che would run away without looking back. In the place of a dog would bite you before running away. And Chinwei is still indulging in the wonderful fantasies she's weaving, trying to rationalize the splits. Did you ask about the hospital? Chinwei put down her glass. No. Su-man toned tentative, then how about? You ask now? Chinwei held her cell phone for a long time and dialed the hospital side in Su-man's expectant gaze. When the phone call was made, Chinwei directly asked, has Lin Che recently moved wards? How is his sister doing now? Is there any disturbance? Miss Chin, Mr. Lin's side is going through discharge procedures. They'll be discharged tomorrow. Lin Che is serious. He is really, wasn't going to continue putting up with her. Chinwei's newly eased face became ugly again. Didn't you say transfer to the ward? How could he be discharged? He doesn't care about his sister anymore? I don't know about that. He didn't renew it after you stopped the bill on your side. Maybe he couldn't afford the medical bills. Su-man didn't think so. Lin Che had followed Chinwei for 5 years. She didn't believe that he hadn't made any money and couldn't even pay this medical bill. Mostly, they chose to transfer to the hospital in order to sever their relationship with Chinwei and not to be held by her. Lin Che was quite prescient, guessing Chinwei's plan one step earlier and then leaving no room for a clean break. Unbelievable but makes sense. A dog can bite when hit hard, let alone a human. If Lin Che continued to harbor patience, then he really wasn't a man. Chinwei also did not expect at all that she would be thwarted one after another on the same day and in the same matter. She was practically wondering if she was dreaming or hallucinating, or if Lin Che was out of his mind. Or else how could he have let his sister out of the hospital while quitting his job? Is he not going to treat his sister and wants to leave her to her own devices? If that was true, then what could she threaten him with in the future? Su-man coughed dryly and asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. How much money did you give Lin Che over the years he was with you? Not much. Not much is how much? Chinwei did the math. In addition to the 200,000 he gave the day he left, maybe 5 years added up to $1 million or so on his savings. Only $1 million? Very little? Su-man eerily silent. 5 years, Lin Che deposit is only more than $1 million. Their circle, although men like to cheat and raise canaries, but compared to Chinwei, they at least go out generously. Break up either a luxury car or a famous house, or casually dumped a $5 million. Chinwei continued. I saved him when he was almost sold by his company to the old woman. I paid his sister's medical bills all these years, and I've also invested a lot of film and television resources in him over the years. Su-man muttered. You might as well not cast those resources. Self-destructive image, low pay, no bitter hard to eat. Aside from that, I tipped him on a daily basis for the big flat and the high fashion I bought him. These high fashion items amounted to tens of millions of dollars. Did he take them? I didn't let him take it away. The facts proved me right. Give him too much and he'll forget his roots. Take $1 million and dare to resign and transfer to another hospital. Give him tens of millions and won't he leave the country? Chinwei coldly a face. Mentioning Lin Che, she gritted her teeth, and with it a heart palpitation panic. Lin Che had followed Chinwei for 5 years, taking care of her and being obedient for 5 years. In their eyes, Lin Che is always quiet and obedient. Only Chinwei is a man's eyes of the Ninja Turtle. is also a woman's heart good man model. Frankly speaking, Suman has never thought that Lin Che will be a walkaway. Chinwei usually didn't dare to give Lin Che too much money because she anticipated that he would take the money and go. So what made her uneasy about Lin Che even before this? Maybe it's because Lin Che has no love for Chinwei in his eyes. He doesn't love her even though he's obedient to her, but he doesn't love her. That was the only reason that Chinwei would suffer from it. And the only thing that made a woman feel that way was also, by and large, because she cared about him. Suman, who thought about it, slightly opened her mouth wide. A moment later she pacified. It might just be temporary. He doesn't have a job and doesn't have much savings. His sister is still waiting for her heart to be replaced. When he can't hold on he'll come and find you. But as I remember, you gave Lin Che $2 million when you signed his contract for the body double, didn't you? What about that money? Did he run out? I don't know what he used it for. Probably took it to pay off a debt. Anyway, he didn't have the $2 million on his savings. $2 million for them is not much. Like Chinwei play a game to charge money or charge $2 or $3 million. But for Lin Che such a frugal person, $2 million no shadow. Suman always feel that something is not right. Chinwei forcefully slapped her cell phone on the tea table in front of her. Her fingertips trembled. Her eyes which were already somewhat reddened became even redder. She was now incomparably regretful. If she had known that she would not have given Lin Che those tips in the first place, and left him penniless. Let's see if he dares to break off his relationship with her. Chinwei's breathing tightens. The discerning eye can see that her temper has come up, but there are still people who are not afraid to die to this side. Sister Weiwei, Sister Suman. The person who rushed to come along was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's little sister. I've been looking for you for ages. I didn't expect you to be here. What are you guys talking about here? Can I join in? Suman politely declined. We're talking about men. It's not suitable for you to listen. Zhang Yu walked to the other side of Chinwei and sat down with an excited face. I also want to talk about men with you guys. By the way, Sister Weiwei, I saw a man beside you in the center square last month, wearing a black mask, very tall, with a hairstyle a little bit like my brother. Who is that man? Chinwei squinted at her. What's wrong? Zhang Yu blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, half shy and half angry. Can you introduce me to them? Chapter 22 Lin Che is scum. Zhang Yu is 22 years old and has not yet graduated, is an art student studying acting, and has acted in several movies before she graduated, although it is a supporting role, but because of the role of a pleasing plus the director is very good at filming, leaving her with a lot of audience fans. She spent most of her time either at school or on the set, so she didn't have much to do with Chinwei and the others. Chinwei and her brother's relationship needed no introduction. The two families defaulted that they would get married, and Zhang Yu also defaulted that Chinwei was her sister-in-law. Zhang Yu is the favored youngest daughter of the Zhang family, has not experienced anything, do not know how to read the words and colors of her face comes with naivety, intimately holding Chinwei's hand, pampered. Sister Weiwei, sister-in-law, just introduce me to him, I'm really interested in him. Chinwei crossed her legs, looking relaxed and laid back, but a not-so-kind smile hung on her face. Why are you interested in him? He was wearing a mask, you couldn't even see his face. Zhang Yu didn't notice the danger in the slightest. She was immersed in memories and said to herself, his eyes were very nice. At that time, I was in the center square filming the road scene to find inspiration. When I saw you guys, I originally wanted to go over to say hello to you. Who knows that he suddenly turned back and glanced towards my camera. In an instant, I was mesmerized by his pair of eyes. I was frozen in shock, and when I reacted to it you guys were already in the car. Although the man did not show his full face, but from the shape of his head, body shape, skin color, hairstyle, and temperament, can be judged that he is a handsome man, especially that pair of eyes. Zhang Yu has never seen such a good-looking pair of eyes. She quickly pressed the snapshot. The photo was still retained in her cell phone album. Chinwei always knew that Lin Che's face was very attractive to women, but she didn't expect that covering his face with only a pair of eyes could also charm Zhang Yu. He could really be a scourge. Chinwei laughed coldly in her heart. Her sagging eyes looked at Zhang Yu's hand holding her arm. It seems that she really likes Lin Che quite a lot. She's so excited that her hand is shaking. What is this called? Love at first sight? Sister Weiwei, what's his name? Can you tell me his contact information? Is he an employee under you? I saw him driving you the other day. Is he a bodyguard or an assistant? Zhang Yu chirped like a sparrow, making Chinwei's temples ache. He is a rotten person. Rely on a face long can specialize in cheating the feelings of a little girl like you. You do not make a fool. How can he? Zhang Yu did not quite believe. Always feel that the person with such a pair of eyes does not look like a bad person. Chinwei contemptuously said, how can he not? Do you know him? Do you know him? Do you believe in a pair of eyes? Or do you believe in me, your sister who you have known for 20 years? I won't harm you. I'm telling you this because I want you to stay away from bad men. You're too simple and easy to be cheated. You'd better be careful when you're out and about. Moreover, I'm telling you, that man is also an actor. And he's done quite a lot of disgusting and lowly things for the sake of resources. Such as, I'm afraid I'll dirty your ears if I say it. Jiang Yu was very curious as she shook Qin Wei's arm. Sister Wei Wei, just tell me about it. Just like selling his flesh for resources and being adopted. There are quite a lot of people in the entertainment circle who rely on subterfuge to get to the top. And he has a face like that, so he's both male and female in the circle. And also, he's not as good looking as you think he is. And taking off the mask might make you feel disgusted by him. Qin Wei knew which type of people Jiang Yu was most disgusted by, so she said how disgusting it was. Lying without a draft. Saying that Lin Che is unscrupulous. Saying that he is a mistress inserting himself into other people's relationships. And also saying that he has no fame and plays a big game. Bullying newcomers on the set. Not acting properly but only wanting to take shortcuts. And abusing his stunt double. Sure enough, Jiang Yu's eyes widened with a look of horror. Instantly disinterested in this man. At the same time she was disappointed and frustrated inside. How she didn't think she would look away. How could she be such a lousy person when she had managed to meet someone who could make her heart flutter at a glance? Can it be that she was born with a slag-sucking holy body? Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time Jiang Yu's heart had been moved towards a man. The last time this reaction had occurred was 7 years ago. At that time she swiped a skit on her friend's phone in which a male counterpart was particularly good-looking. It's just that it's been too long in the past. She was too young then. And the fact that her life has been taken up with all sorts of trivial things over the years has made her forget about the skit as well as the male co-star. Only remember that the male counterpart also has a pair of bright and clear eyes. She had been about to forget, but on that day inadvertently glimpsed to think of their own young love affair. She recently took over a new play, about the story of the heroine's crush. She played inside the heroine. The first time to play the emotional drama or the heroine. She especially cherished this opportunity. Due to too nervous and inexperienced, she was slow to enter the state. Now she seems to understand that feeling. Sister Vivi, what was that man's name? Qin Wei's nerves suddenly tightened for a moment. She half squinted her eyes with a leathery smile. What? Are you still interested in this kind of scum? No, I definitely don't have any interest anymore. Jiang Yu hurriedly shook her head to explain. I just want to know his name, so that if I accidentally run into him again someday, then I can also take precautions in advance and avoid him from afar. Qin Wei's pupils were deep. She touched Jiang Yu's hair. Her voice was gentle. His name is Lin Che. Che is the crystal clear Che. Remember to hide farther away when you hear this name in the future. He's the best at acting. Don't be fooled. I know. With such a clean name, I didn't expect the person to be so dirty. Jiang Yu was disappointed. Sister Wei Wei seems to know him well? Qin Wei didn't panic at all and snorted. Because he tried to seduce me before and I taught him a hard lesson. Jiang Yu asked clearly and left. Looking at the back of the little girl left. Aside Su Man's scalp numb. A touch of the back of the neck cold layer of sweat. Regarding the conversation just now, she felt that Qin Wei was the one who studied acting. Her expression and tone were dripping with water. If she didn't know Lin Che, she would have believed it. I didn't expect that in order to be able to dispel Jiang Yu's mind, Qin Wei would use this kind of bad tactics to discredit Lin Che. The smile on Qin Wei's face had disappeared. She touched the wine stains on the rim of the glass. Her face was not good. The ruthless gloom on her face was gone in a flash, so fast that she thought it was an illusion. And when Su Man fixed her eyes on it, it was gone. Qin Wei's feelings towards Lin Che completely transcended an employment relationship, much less like towards a dog. She would carry intense hostility towards anyone who looked at Lin Che, and the possessiveness in her eyes was on the verge of bursting out. Su Man had also moved a trace of unrealistic fantasies before, such as one day when Qin Wei was tired of playing, she would take over Lin Che by the way and improve the quality of life, and she could afford to give what Qin Wei gave anyway. Now that I look at it, it's completely out of the question. Chapter 23, Good Waste. At the same time, Lin Che suddenly sneezed sideways and asked Qin Zhao, who was seated. Cold? Lin Che touched the tip of his nose. No, it's just a little itchy all of a sudden. Recently the weather is cooling down fast. Don't catch a cold. Qin Jian said while looking at the sky outside. I also don't know if it will snow in Rongqing this year. This can't be said. It rarely snows in the south. The year before last Rongqing got a little bit of milfoil. Qin Gardenia retracted her sight, propped up her chin and looked at Lin Che. I kinda like snowy days, don't you? I like it too. Before his parents' accident, Lin Che's volunteer before the college entrance examination originally planned to go to the north. He wanted to go to the north to experience a different life. He wanted to struggle for a career, and he also wanted to see the winter snow over there. Then his sister was sick and hospitalized. He was so relieved to see her that he didn't dare to go out, and he was busy making money every day, and gradually forgot all about it. Then we can make a date to watch the snow together this year. Lin Che was stunned. looking at Qin who was across the room propping up his chin and looking seriously at him. It may have been just polite, but something touched his heart. Qin Gardenia loves the snow. Qin Wei hates snow. Qin Wei's poor physique. Afraid of cold. The most annoying is winter. She is easy to catch a cold in winter. Once sick will be sulking to see Lin Che all kinds of bad. Typical I'm not good then you don't want to be good. She will let Lin Che Winter jump into the lake to pick up the hair rope that she casually threw in to see him shivering while groping in the cold water, freezing his face, and then allow him to come out only to find it. Only when he found it would he be allowed to come out. The pleasure is based on torturing him to achieve pleasure. Lin Che smiled and didn't answer Qin Gardenia. Who can say what will happen in the future? Originally, I had planned to go to the movies after lunch and a break, but because of the cold subject matter of that movie, the nearby theaters did not show it, and it was hard to find one that did, but it was in the evening, just when Lin Che didn't know how to arrange his afternoon. His cell phone rang, and the two cell phones placed on the table lit up their screens at the same time. Not coincidentally, it was Grandma Wu who secretly pulled a group together for the two, where she asked, "Have you seen the top?" Qin Jia picked up his cell phone. It's a text message sent by Grandma in the group. Do you reply or I do? Lin Che also saw it. You go back. Qin Gardenia nodded and sent a voiceover. Grandma, we've met above. So have you guys eaten yet? Just finished eating. What's for dinner? Szechuan food. What was your first impression of Chul? Isn't he particularly handsome in person? Qin Gardenia hooked up the corner of his lips. His eyes secretly glanced at Lin Che on the opposite side, only to see him twisting his head to look at the window for a while, looking up at the ceiling for a while, pretending to be very busy and not hearing. Qin Gardenia suppressed her laughter. Not bad. It's still Grandma who understands you the most. The first time I looked at Xiao Che, I knew he was your type. Tall and handsome. There aren't many good men like him. You have to hold on to him. If you miss out, Grandma will feel bad. It was obvious that Grandma Wu was treating the group chat as a private chat. Qin Gardenia also did not stop. Continue to listen to the grandmother alone there chanting. She listened to the voice. Put the voice out. Not only she alone can hear, even the opposite Lin Che also can hear clearly. Lin Che could pretend not to see it, but it was impossible for his ears to pretend to be deaf. Grandma Wu complimented Lin Che. Her spirit was much better, and the more she talked, the more energized she became. Gardenia, let me tell you, Xiao Che's waist is especially good. Once I fell down he picked me up at once, shaking without shaking. I secretly touched it. Firm, at least 8 pieces, and look at his nose, the knot in his throat, and his fingers. It means that aspect is very powerful, and the strength is also sufficient. This is my granddaughter-in-law who was carefully chosen after 2 years of investigation. My vision is definitely not bad. If you see eye to eye, hurry up to get married and enjoy a happy life. Maybe next year I will be able to hold my great-grandchildren. Grandma Wu said and laughed out loud. Even Qin Gardenia, who had stayed in such an open place as Y Country for 6 years, was also a little embarrassed at this moment and keyed the table, but she remained calm and frank on the surface, and even blatantly looked at Lin Che, sweeping from his face over the knot of his rolling throat, before moving all the way down to see if his waist was as good as Grandma said it was. Unfortunately, his waist was blocked by the table, but it was the fingers that were very long. Lin Che's fingers are bony and very slender, the kind of fingers that one can imagine being able to play the piano well, and also the kind of fingers that one looks at wanting to interlock 10 fingers. Lin Che pursed his lips in death, feeling his ears a little hot. He saw that Grandma Wu was still sending out a voice for a minute, didn't know how revealing the words were. Seeing that Qin Gardenia wanted to continue to listen to it in front of him, he rushed out and quickly sent an emoticon, a favorite of the elderly blooming rich series. A lotus flower slowly closed himself up. Grandma Wu, I'm here. Grandma Wu probably didn't react and was quiet for a minute before sending a peony flower emoticon. Good noon. Life is colorful and tasty. Chul I didn't know you were there. I don't know, this is group chat. I thought I was chatting privately with Gardenia. Grandma didn't mean anything else. Just to compliment you on your waist, good stamina, good length. Of course, Gardenia is not bad. She has a great body. Just don't like to dress up too much. I have a picture here that I've been hiding privately for a long time. Look at it. When Grandma Wu finished, she sent a picture. Qin Gardenia was wearing a red dress, swaying. The dress was a bold backless dress. Her skin was white and glistening like jade. Her back had 2 beautiful butterfly bones, and a pearl-back chain hung down her spine to her back waist. She sat on the swing and looked back, her eyes illuminated by the flash. Obviously the photo was captured. This photo is not very good from a photographic point of view, but it is better because the beauty is beautiful. No matter how it is taken, it looks good and calls for a memorable glance. Lin Che felt as if his heart was speeding up as he hurriedly put down his cell phone. Instead, he accidentally pressed on one of the last voices sent by Grandma Wu. Isn't it beautiful? Just thinking about you and Gardenia standing together is a wonderful image. I've never seen any pair as well matched as you are. Grandma Wu said, their own group of CP, their own kowtow. Really fragrant. This place is just so big. The eyes will collide together no matter how much they dodge. He looks at Sheen Gardenia at the same time Sheen Gardenia is also looking at him. Originally, the two were not familiar with each other, but now under a few voice clips from Grandma Wu, it caused the atmosphere to become ambiguous. You, I, both spoke at the same time. Lin Che, it's better if you speak first. Sheen Gardenia put the glasses on the table back on. Don't pay too much attention to what my grandma said in the group, just follow your own pace. Don't worry about us, okay? I'm done. It's your turn. Lin Che, where are we going this afternoon? Chapter 24, I'm serious about getting married. Since that movie was shown too late, after some discussion, it was finally decided to go to the nursing home in the afternoon to accompany Grandma Wu to chat for a while. Anyway, the place to eat is close to the nursing home, a 15-minute walk away. Seeing the two of them, Grandma Wu was pleasantly surprised, but she couldn't help but educate with her mouth. You two don't go on a date. What are you doing in the hospital? How unlucky to go to the hospital on the first day of meeting. Just wanted to stop by and see you. We'll do the rest after seeing you. Sheen Gardenia put the bought flowers in a vase. Grandma Wu snapped, what do I have to look at? You child. Lin Che opened his mouth, I'm the one who wants to see it. Grandma Wu, would you like a snack? I brought mung bean cake. As soon as she heard that there are snacks, Grandma Wu hurriedly greeted two people over. Let Sheen Gardenia and Lin Che stand together. Really, and she imagined the same handsome man and beautiful woman is very match. Don't know if it's an illusion. She felt that both of them have a husband and wife phase. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she was, and she had already thought of names for her great-grandchildren. And with mom and dad's looks, it would be hard for a child to be born without looking good. Grandma Wu greeted both of them and approached, then held one in one hand, looking at them with a gaze full of love. Are you still satisfied with both sides? Say what you have. Don't be embarrassed. Discover the problem in advance and we'll solve the problem to avoid trouble later. Both of you are good children in Grandma's eyes. Grandma truly hopes that you have a good life. It's a bit of a pity to miss it. Although Grandma Wu says that she lets them go at their own pace, she can't help but urge them to get married as soon as she sees them, fearing that the two of them will miss out. Sheen Gardenia holds grandmother's somewhat cold hand and helps her massage her fingers. Grandmother, you don't have to worry about our affairs. At present, Lin Che and I have only just come into contact with each other. You're in such a hurry, you'll scare both of us away. Emotional affairs can't be rushed. It's easiest to have problems when you get married in a hurry. Moreover, I feel that out of the two of us, Lin Che's opinion is very important. So don't pressure him, but don't you worry. Even if we don't become lovers, then we can still become good friends. Don't you think so, Lin Che? Sheen Gardenia winked at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded along with her words. Yes. Grandma Wu's heart moved slightly. Knowing granddaughter is not like grandmother. Sheen Jian was raised by her. Her preference she knew at a glance. Needless to say, Lin Che is absolutely Sheen Jian's favorite type. If she didn't like it, Sheen Gardenia wouldn't even bother speaking for him. When she said Lin Che was good, that meant he was really good and she was satisfied. Grandma Wu was not in a position to push too hard for fear of making a mistake, and she stared at Lin Che as if she was staring at glittering gold. Also okay, then you first from friends to do. More understanding contact, while young more out to play. She is not good to continue to say the advantages of the two. Some things, others say useless. Only personal experience contact, will be deeply appreciate. Grandma Wu let go of the two's hands and began to focus on eating the dim sum. She couldn't eat too much, she could only taste 1 or 2 pieces. The rest would be eaten tomorrow. The attending doctor came in to do the record checking. Seeing 2 more people in the room suddenly, he wasn't very surprised. After all, these 2 people he had seen and recognized, especially Sheen Gardenia. Ms. Sheen. Hello Dr. Chang. Dr. Zhang nodded, moving his lips as if he wanted to speak before saying after a long time. Miss Sheen, there is an expense that needs to be confirmed by you personally. Sheen Jia instantly understood that Dr. Zhang wanted to talk to her alone. She reacted quickly. Grandma, then I'll go with Dr. Zhang to confirm first. Grandma Wu waved her hand. You go ahead. It's fine with Xiao Che accompanying me. Sheen Gardenia looked at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded wordlessly. Sheen Gardenia followed Dr. Zhang out, and when she entered his office, she directly asked, Dr. Zhang, is there something wrong with my grandmother's body? Fruity. Dr. Zhang handed Grandma Wu's examination report this morning to Sheen Gardenia to see. Grandma Wu's physical condition is not very good. All functions are out of order. In addition to blood glucose, the blood pressure is also very high. You can look at this data. Although Sheen Gardenia was not a medical student, she was able to read these basic data, and the ones with bigger problems were deliberately labeled. At the age of 80, every organ in the body is aging. In addition, Grandma Wu's brain CT detected a piece of tumor. The location is dangerous. The risk of doing surgery is high, but not to do the surgery. Compression of the nerves sooner or later will cause problems. It's hard to say how the old man is doing now. In fact, her health has been bad all these years, and she hasn't said anything to you for fear of you worrying. Jean Gardenia does not believe. Obviously grandmother looks in good spirits. How to see does not look like a serious illness. Qin Jian suddenly thought of grandma's yellowish face as well as her cold hands. In fact, everything has been assigned for a long time. No wonder she would be in such a hurry to facilitate her and Lin Che's marriage. She was afraid that she couldn't see Qin Jian get married that day. About the surgery, you guys go back and discuss it. My personal advice is to treat it conservatively. Besides, you guys prepare yourselves psychologically. Dr. Zhang didn't say anything, but his eyes had already told Qin Jiao that Grandma Wu was in bad shape. Jean Gardenia pretended to be calm. How high is the success rate of the surgery? Less than 30. Will the body recover completely after a successful surgery? Don't rule out the possibility of after effects. Dr. Zhang put the risk all in. Qin Jian said again. The more said Qin Jian's face sinks to the end, the whole face is white. These words were not to be said in front of the patient, who was in poor health and poor spirits, and was likely to irritate her and accelerate her deterioration. Lin Che patiently accompanied Grandma Wu as she spoke, and Grandma Wu secretly asked him, Xiao Che, tell me honestly, what do you think of Gardenia? Lin Che replied seriously, we just met. I don't know her very well yet. I mean first impressions. First impression is very good. This is the truth. These years Lin Che contact with the opposite sex is not much. Really want to do comparison. That can only take Qin Wei to compare. No doubt. Qin Gardenia all aspects complete victory. Take the most minimum respect for people. Can shake off Qin Wei a few streets? That's good. Grandma Wu wanted to say something else, but she suddenly coughed, covering her head as she did so. Lin Che hurriedly supported her. Grandma Wu has been on fluids these days. There is a clear needle hole on the back of her hand. She is very thin. The skin on her hand is like a layer of crumpled wet paper sticking to the bones. There is no trace of blood color. Qin Jiao had gone for so long and had not yet returned. Lin Che's heart sank, and instinctively a bad premonition rose. There are some things that doctors are not good at saying in front of the patient for fear of irritating her, so they will find an excuse to ask the family out to talk about it in detail. That's how the doctor called him out when Lindsay had a heart attack and told him to prepare himself. The more carefully the doctor avoids the patient, the more serious the situation is. Can it be that Grandma Wu? Lin Che's grip on Grandma Wu's hand tightened. After 10 minutes, Jean Gardenia came back. Her face was not abnormal. She sat on the edge of the bed to peel oranges. A petal fed to the grandmother's mouth. The grandparents and grandchildren chatted, and Grandma Wu talked about Jean Gardenia's childhood. Said she was very rebellious when she was a child. Let her flowers, she went to climb trees. Let her learn piano, she played chess with the grandpa. Let her learn to dance, she went to fight. Let her painting, she went fishing. The teacher said that the girls read the science is not good, she preferred to go to science, but also took a first in the whole school, so that people could not help but listen to the joke. It was past 5 in the afternoon when I walked out of the hospital room. Getting on the elevator, Lin Che looked at the two figures on the reflective wall. His attention was focused on Qin Jiao. Since she came back, he had sensed that her mood was not quite right, even though she was well disguised. Lin Che, this matter of marriage, can you think about it? I want to get married as soon as possible, on whatever terms you want. Chapter 25, Tenderness. Lin Che, this matter of marriage, can you think about it? I want to get married as soon as possible, on whatever terms you want. Jean Gardenia pursed her lips. She camouflaged very well, at least in Lin Che's view. Her eyes are still very calm. Only when she looks closely can she find her hands clenched tightly. The corners of her eyes are also slightly red. Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che through the reflective wall in the elevator, not urging him to answer, just waiting quietly. After a long time, Lin Che asked in a deep voice, what did Dr. Zhang say when he expelled you? Is it because of Grandma Wu's body? Lin Che had experienced something similar, so he could guess. Ding, the elevator went to the first floor. Jean Gardenia paused for a few seconds and saw that the elevator doors were starting to close before she walked out. The doctor found a piece of tumor in my grandmother's brain. The location is very dangerous. The success rate of the surgery is not high. Even if it succeeds, there will be after effects. The hospital side gave the opinion that it's a conservative treatment, and also asked me to be psychologically ready. Lin Che, what kind of preparation should I be ready for? She stopped her steps, unwilling to continue walking forward. Lin Che on the side also followed her to stop. It was very windy out of the hospital, and there were still a lot of people at this time of the day. The two wore masks, but were still noticed by many because of their outstanding figures and temperament. Jean Gardenia's eyelids seemed to have reddened a few more points. and her eyelashes trembled like two black butterflies waving their wings. Lin Che holds Qin Gardenia's wrist to bring her to no one's place, softly consoling, "Miss Qin, I have a sister called Lin Shi. She suffers from congenital heart disease, just born at that moment whether it's a doctor or a fortune teller. All say she can't live to be 10 years old, but this year she's 18 years old. At the age of 11 years old, she suffers from heart disease recurring. Her condition worsens. She transfers to hospital 5 times in a month. I am signing for her every day. Treatment for 7 years. I don't know how many times I signed the critical notice for her. Even if I was mentally prepared I would still be afraid. There's no way to get used to it. And it's impossible to get used to it. Even now that her condition has stabilized, I'm still on tenterhooks. I'm not saying all this to you to compare the suffering with you. I just want to tell you that if the future can't be predicted, it's better to live the present, to cherish every moment with your loved ones. And I also hope that the luck that happened to me can be shared a little bit to you. Maybe there's a miracle. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think. And in case Grandma Wu's health gets better?" Lin Che said a lot in one breath. He is introverted and doesn't like to talk. He also doesn't know whether this can comfort to Qin Jian. Qin Jiao was attracted by Lin Che's deep and bright eyes, and her original uneasiness was briefly relieved. She moved her mouth and said, "You're right. It's just that I'm a person who is used to planning for the worst, anticipating and then preparing ahead of time to minimize the loss as much as possible. My grandma's health hasn't been good since my grandpa's death, and all these years that I'd been out of the country for training. She's never talked to me about her being sick, and every day she shares with me happy, and that time when she fell down, no one went up to help her. If it wasn't for you taking her to the hospital, maybe she would have. Even if it has been so long ago, Qin Jiao still feels fearful. All these years she has been wondering if she shouldn't have gone abroad, if she should have stayed with her grandmother. After Grandma passed 80, I could intuitively feel that her health was not as good as it had been before, and like you said, she was on edge every day, afraid that the accident would come before tomorrow. Qin Gardenia also does not nag, directly open to say, I want to marry you. I want to let Grandma happy, want to let her less regret. When my grandfather died, the most regret is not see me become a family and get married. You also see, Grandma is sincere to set us up, also really happy." Lin Che thought differently from her. If Grandma Wu knows that you are trying to curry favor with her and condescend to get married, do you think she will really be happy? There is a lot of meaning in life. It doesn't have to be marriage. Grandma Wu will still be happy when she sees that you are safe and healthy with a successful career. Qin Gardenia sniffed, her eyes looking straight at him. "And how do you know I'm condescending?" Lin Che's heart suddenly tightened. Qin Gardenia continued, "Lin Che, I'm serious about wanting to marry you. Instead of choosing one to marry haphazardly, I'd rather choose the one that my grandmother sees. What's more, all aspects of you satisfy my need for a significant other, and I'm very satisfied with that, so I can satisfy all kinds of your requirements. I know a doctor in Y who specializes in heart surgery. I can ask him to come over and help your sister with her surgery. Besides, I'm richer than you and have a wider network than you. The chances of finding a suitable heart are greater for me than for you. Don't you want your sister to get well soon?" He uncontrollably associated it with Qin Wei. Lin Che didn't answer but asked, "If I don't agree to marry you, can you introduce me to that cardiologist?" Qin Gardenia's gaze is obscure. "Lin Che, I'm a businessman. I can give you what you want. What about you? Can you give me what I want? I always feel that when people gain something they lose something. Just like I used my time and energy in exchange for what I have today. This is what I deserve." No one would help another person for no reason, not to mention that they had only known each other for less than a day. And if the other party just agreed to do so, it would instead make people question if she had ulterior motives. Silent for a moment, Qin Gardenia softened her tone. "You don't want to have too much pressure on the matter of marriage. You can treat this as a job. At present I'm not going to declare the matter of me getting married, except Grandma knows about it. There won't be other people, including my parents. You can treat it as a hidden marriage. It should be something that you're willing to accept too, right?" If that was the case, then for Lin Che, not only would it not have any impact but it would also bring him a huge gain. Simply put, earning hemp, pay the least get is the most. Take Qin Gardenia earlier, give him open-out conditions, $1 million a month, and an unlimited black card, and now he has to find a heart cure for his sister. This kind of treatment he did not even dare to dream of, and he has to do as just a nominal husband. Usually as long as the coaxing of Grandma Wu happy into, do not even need to accompany the sleep, this soft rice to eat, who do not envy. Anyone else would have been afraid that he would have already agreed, but Lin Che had his considerations. After all, he had been adopted by her sister Qin Wei for 5 years before this. Marriage object into as the younger sister has been adopted by the white boy. This thing, change is who will diaphragm. Lin Che did not want to hide Qin Gardenia. He even if not to say, time a long time she will know. Instead of letting trouble come to him of its own accord, he'd poke at it himself. Lin Che said frankly, I've been adopted. He looked at Qin Gardenia's face, obviously stunned, and Lin Che continued, or by your sister, Qin Wei, who has been under the wraps for 5 years. Chapter 26. I was adopted by your sister for 5 years as a stand-in, and I also worked for her as a servant for 5 years. At the beginning of the other side is to see his appearance. Really together, she is not interested in his body, and the adoption of the relationship is not the same. Other lovers need to sleep with, and he does not need, but he paid a lot of physical and mental double destruction. Qin Wei as a one can be out of breath handpiece. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want to say. Lin Che chooses to say, it's not that he doesn't care, but this matter involves Qin Gardenia and Grandma Wu from 2 people. It's about the interest entanglement. If he continues to keep silent in such a situation, not only will it hurt the close people around him, but it will also put himself in the predicament that is hard to get out of. After a long time of silence, Qin Gardenia carefully tried to say, then do you like her? Lin Che hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Who would like to abuse their boss? He said, the offer you made appeals to me, but I must also inform you of my situation, and with your status, it should be easy to investigate. There is a saying how to say, white paper with white paper, newspaper with newspaper. He that 5 years is not too honorable, compared to their own say. Lin Che hoped that Qin Jiaon check. After all, people are more willing to believe what they see. Qin Gardenia wordlessly met Lin Che's eyes. Lin Che didn't hide and let her look at him. His eyes were still calm and open, as if the person he said was being kept wasn't him. Think about it. It was Lin Che's turn to say this. He thought that any individual should not be able to accept that their marriage partner had once been adopted by their own sister for 5 years. Although it was said that the hidden marriage would not be known by others. But what if it was? After all, they are sisters. Can they really hide it for the rest of their lives? Now Qin Gardenia just entered the Qin family inside to become the executive president. The value of the status of the top. This kind of thing once exposed, is a scandal. Lin Che waited for Qin Gardenia to back down. Who knew that she actually stepped forward to get closer to him and asked with a smile, what if I think about it and still want to marry you? This gives Lin Che a whole won't. The probability of marrying her is placed very low with him. Wait until you think about it. Qin Gardenia lowered her eyes as if she was seriously thinking, and after a long time she raised her head and hemmed and hawed her lips. Okay, I'll seriously consider it next. She had actually thought about it, only that she was afraid that Lin Che wouldn't believe it when she said it, and would only take it as if she was having a hot head on a whim. Gardenia asked, are we going to continue dating? Lin Che said, let's call it a day for today's date. You go back and keep Grandma Wu company. Don't show any cracks. Grandma Wu had just been checked for a brain tumor, so how could she still be in the mood to continue her date? Qin Gardenia was in a low mood. Then I'll send you here. Lin Che, well, you can call me if you need anything. I live in the neighborhood. Qin Zhao nodded her head. She stood at the hospital entrance to watch Lin Che leave. Soon, his back disappeared from her view. Lin Che had made the worst possible plans in his heart. He might not be able to see him after today. It's clear who's lesser and who's more important than a blind date you've known for a day compared to a blood relative. Tomorrow we'll pick up Lin Che to be discharged from the hospital. Lin Che went to the market to buy some vegetables and put them in the refrigerator. And then Lin Che's room rearranged a bit. After being busy, it was already close to 8 o'clock. A knock came from the doorway. Who would come knocking on his door in the middle of the night? Lin Che didn't open the door immediately but instead looked through the cat's eye at the man standing outside. The one who came was no one else but Qin Wei's assistant. And the fact that he came to him so late in the evening only proved that Qin Wei had asked him to come. Lin Che frowned tightly. In a million different ways, what the hell is Qin Wei up to? Lin Che didn't want to take care of the outside, but helplessly Assistant Joe kept knocking on the door. Worried about disturbing the neighbor's rest, Lin Che had no choice but to open the door. Assistant Joe's hand stopped in midair, and when he saw Lin Che open the door, he slowly lowered his hand and flashed a professional fake smile at him. Hello, Mr. Lin, long time no see. A very formulaic greeting. He did not have much contact with Assistant Joe, and what he knew about him in 5 years was that he had been recognized as the best and outstanding employee for 5 years, worked conscientiously, and obeyed unconditionally to what Qin Wei commanded. Assistant Joe was considered the only witness in this underground relationship, from when it started and then when it ended. Even the original stand-in contract was drawn up by him, and it was also him who negotiated with him instead of Qin Wei. In 5 years, Joe Assistant witnessed Lin Che's metamorphosis, saw his most despondent side, also saw his most wretched appearance, like now, showing a relaxed and pleasant expression. He is still the first time to see him. There's nothing wrong with leaving an environment to change a person. Lin Che moved 2 steps to the side to make room. Come in and sit down. Assistant Joe nodded. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Assistant Joe went in and quickly scanned the surrounding arrangement. The house was not a small space. It was warmly and neatly arranged by Lin Che, and looked more comfortable than the large flat floor that Qin Wei lived in. Want some water? No need. Assistant Joe waved his hand. I'm here to run an errand and pass on a message for General Manager Chin, so I can't say more than a few words. So tell me, what message did she ask you to carry? Assistant Joe, she let you make a mess and then you should go back. Don't give yourself to death more than you can afford. As long as you are willing to go back to a soft, the ward continue to let your sister live. Your sister's medical bills she continue to pay. In addition, she will be a villa divided into your name. Lin Che raised his eyebrows unexpectedly and blurted out, give me a villa? When did she become so generous? Which villa? Suburban, good for retirement. High emotional intelligence, good for retirement. Low emotional intelligence, remote location. Low house price, inconvenient transportation in the mountains. I appreciate her kindness. It's better to keep a retirement place that nice to herself. Assistant Joe looked at him in silence for a moment, his eyes intricate, with a vague hint of envy in them. He is a man with a work ethic. The boss's right-hand man, takes the boss's word as a military order. He does what the boss tells him to do. He won't refuse and doesn't have the guts to do so. Assistant Joe said, I can feel that Ms. Chin is quite reluctant to part with you. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked me to make this trip as a lobbyist. John, you didn't come back? Back. Then she's sick. Why doesn't she go and spend some time with her white moon and think of me as a substitute? I thought we made it clear the day I left that the contract was over. The relationship was terminated. No renewal, no return, period. Obviously the person who wanted him to leave was Chin Wei. And now Chin Wei thinks that his leaving is guilty of emotions. She holds a grudge against him for pulling her away. And even more so, she holds a grudge against him for being trained as a dog who will someday break free of the leash and get out of her control. Assistant Joe nodded his head to show that he understood. He stood up. I've finished what I have to say. I'll forward your words to Ms. Chin is. In these few days, pay more attention. Ms. Chin won't take it lying down. In the face of Assistant Joe's kind reminder, Lin Che nodded his head and thanked him. Okay, thanks for the reminder. I'll pay more attention. It's not a matter of paying more or less attention. Chin Wei is such a proud person. Lin Che dumped her face again and again. Can she let him go? Chapter 27, all these years, it's been hard on you. Maybe the same disease. Joe assistant out of the door. Cannot help worrying more said a few words. You are a person is okay? Where to go is not to go. But you still have a need to spend money sister offended Chin Wei. You are afraid of the future of the job is not good to find. Lin Che let out a light laugh. Unspoken, Assistant Joe. This matter, I have my own judgment. I also trouble you to convey it to Chin Wei. Don't waste your efforts on me. I'm tired of working beside her whether it's to be a dog or to be a hand puppet. The time written on the contract in the first place was 5 years. I'm not violating the contract by leaving now, and I also hope that she will keep her promise. He didn't believe that Chin Wei could cover the sky with one hand. Assistant Joe sighed, always feeling that this wouldn't end so easily. I might come back to you later. Chin Wei had to coax Jiang Yu to be happy and didn't have the time to keep staring at Lin Che all the time, but she couldn't let go, so she would definitely let him. The unlucky one. Greet Lin Che next. That's the way it is with bottom-feeder laborers, who suffer from a lot of crap to earn a little crap. Assistant Chow hadn't been in this trip for 5 minutes before he left, came fast and left fast, like they were here to punch a clock. After Assistant Joe left, Lin Che took a mop and mopped the house, which was decorated with his sister's favorite dolls and her favorite flowers. This night, Lin Che did not sleep well. He thought that someone as proud as Chin Wei should not bother to come to him. He was like a toy to her that could be discarded at a moment's notice. Now not only did he call him, but he also asked Assistant Chow to persuade him. What's it called? Lin Che cannot dare to think of what love up. To have loved this 5 years ago, not until now. Chin Wei did not have any extra affection for him. His departure was only because she was not used to it. To put it bluntly, it was a sudden offense. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Che woke up. The porridge that was booked in advance last night had already been cooked, bubbling hot. A bowl of porridge with some kimchi that he had made himself. A breakfast was over. After Lin Che finished his breakfast, he went to the sanatorium to take his sister to be transferred. Things were pretty much packed, and Lin Che had just arrived at the sanatorium when Lin Che was still eating breakfast. The VIP ward provides nutritious meals every day, customized to the patient's health, which is great. Brother, why are you here so early? Have you had breakfast yet? Eaten. What's for dinner? It's not white porridge with pickles again, is it? Just make do with whatever you have for breakfast. A day's plan is in the morning. If you don't have a good breakfast, you won't be comfortable for the whole day. If you don't eat some more, I still have a lot more here, and I can't finish it. Lin Che hoped that her brother could make up for it. She remembered that there was a time when Lin Che was frighteningly thin, skinny and bony, his face was pale, and he looked like a seriously ill person even more than she did. Lin Che is not so thin now, but still malnourished. Not eating in the morning is easy to commit hypoglycemia. and usually has a bad stomach. Lin Che didn't want to eat it, but he couldn't refuse in the face of Lin She's expectant eyes, so he simply ate 2 eggs. The head nurse in charge of this floor, hearing that Lin Che was going to be discharged today, hurriedly called the attending doctor. Mr. Lin, we are not recommending that you be discharged. As you can see, your sister is well adjusted with us. She hasn't had an attack for a long time, taking the risk of transferring to another hospital. Her body is afraid that she won't be able to cope and get used to the new treatment plan. Lin Che thought it was strange. He had done the discharge procedure the day before yesterday, and no one had said so much to him at that time. How come his attitude had changed 180 degrees in the past 2 days? If he could, Lin Che would definitely be willing to give Lin Shi the best treatment. But this was Qin Wei's territory, and he was worried that Qin Wei would transfer her dissatisfaction with him to Lin Shi. What he could afford, Lindsay couldn't necessarily afford, and he didn't dare to bet on it. Lin Che smiled. I finished the discharge procedures the day before yesterday. You guys don't need to talk to me about this. Stop and not good to stop. Persuade and cannot persuade down. A room of nurses and doctors look at each other. Do not know, still think that there is a medical accident. Lin Shi stayed in the sanatorium longer than she did at home and at school, so she had quite a lot of luggage. Lin Che had moving experience and packed it up in 3 or 2 moves. He parked the car in the parking space outside and looked at the big bags on the ground. He planned to move it down slowly by himself. Lin Shi reached out to lift the bag and Lin Che stopped her. Although the hospital said that Lin Shi was fine and could move freely, in Lin Che's opinion, his sister was still like a crystal doll, easily broken, and he would never let her touch this kind of heavy work. Just wait for me in the car. I'll make 2 trips and get it all. Lindsay nodded helplessly as she hugged a half-human doll. When running the last trip, Lin Che ran into Qin Jiao. After being honest yesterday, Lin Che thought that the two of them wouldn't see each other again, but he didn't expect the second meeting to come so quickly. Jean Gardenia walked up to him, still in her dry black and white suit, and she had seen him. Just as Lin Che hesitated to greet him, the other party had already walked up to him. Lin Che put down the box in his hand. What a coincidence. Not coincidentally, I came here specifically to see you. Although Grandma Wu also lives here, she is in another building and usually can't really meet up. How did you know I was here? Didn't you ask me to investigate you yesterday? So I planted a monitor on you and know your itinerary like the back of my hand. Jean Gardenia winked at him and joked. What's with all this stuff? Is your sister getting out of the hospital? Qin Jiao knew that Lin Che had a sister who suffered from heart disease and had been living here in recent years. Well, there aren't enough VIP rooms. I'm going to take her to a different hospital. If it wasn't for the thought of Qin Wei as an uncertainty, Lin Che was really unwilling to take Lin Shi to a different hospital. Not because it was too much trouble, but because he was worried that other hospitals weren't as good as this one, and that the care wouldn't be fine. Although the cost of medical care here is high, every expense that goes out is real, the money is well spent, and the doctors and equipment are top-notch. There are plenty of VIP wards. Let me set you up. No, I've done all the paperwork. Jean Gardenia was not a stupid person. As long as she rationalized her thoughts a little, she knew what Lin Che was thinking. Are you hiding from Qin Wei? Lin Che didn't expect her to be so direct. He nodded his head. Originally there was no need to hide, but lately she's been a bit out of her mind. I don't really care. I'm just afraid that my sister will be harmed, and she doesn't know about all that stuff with Qin Wei and me yet. In front of sister's face, so say her own sister. Jean Gardenia not at all care not to say. On the contrary, was Lin Che amused. Her brain is sick also, not 1 day or 2 days. These years. Hard work you. The smile on the corner of Lin Che's mouth froze. With only 1 night's time, Jean Gardenia checked Lin Che out. Lin Che had thought about what kind of words Jean Gardenia would say to him when they met again, but he hadn't expected her to actually say tough on you. These 4 words drifted into Lin Che's ears like a light feather, yet it was as if a heavy hammer had hit him hard in the center of his heart. For a moment, all sorts of complicated emotions surged into his heart. Chapter 28, Marriage Agreement. For the matter of being adopted, Lin Che has always been very open-minded. For the sake of his sister's body, what is the dignity of the district? Don't talk about independence of character since you've been adopted. These years Lin Che, in order to be able to make himself feel better, he often paralyzed himself thinking, if there is no Qin Wei there is no him now. Although she did a lot of excessive things to him, but the same she also gave him a lot. But it is just a normal transaction, and when the contract is over, they will say goodbye to each other and become strangers. The ending was just as he thought it would be, with White Moonlight returning to his double and leaving, and between him and Qin Wei, calm and sensible, there was no argument, and he dragged his luggage and left without looking back. This is how it should have been, but I don't know why. There is still a follow-up to what has been finalized. Qin Wei suddenly jerked around and began to perversely inquire about him, and even wanted him to go back. The word adoption conjures up so many things. from gold masters and lovers to playthings for amusement and entertainment. Even if the reality was that he and Shinwei hadn't progressed to any point, others would still think in that direction. Lin Che has thought, when Shin Gardenia and he meet again, her expression will be how? Is look down on him to him disdain? Or is she treating him as a male model who casually ordered in the nightclub? Shin Gardenia has how excellent, set off how clumsy he is, he has nowhere to hide in front of her, ashamed of himself. After investigating him clearly, she wouldn't want to marry him, right? Lin Che thought so, but did not want. Shin Gardenia said, these years, hard work you. At that time I help you return. She put away the joking expression from earlier, and at this moment, her eyes and tone were very serious. Lin Che didn't react for a moment. After a long time he lowered his head and suppressed his aching heart. He especially wanted to put down the box in his hand and go rub it to rub away the strand of strand. Everyone felt that he was the one who had climbed high above Shinwei, and that it was his good fortune to be a dog beside Shinwei, but only Shin Gardenia, after only one night, saw the wounds he had suffered over the years. He didn't know how long Shin Gardenia investigated. Moreover, he didn't know how fine she investigated, countless times overturned and rebuilt, put aside the surface phenomenon to seek the essence of things. Between him and Shinwei, Shin Gardenia firmly chose him. At this moment it seemed as if it didn't matter what was said. Lin Che loosened his frown and said in a low voice, thank you, but no need. It's all clear. She and I are past it. Shin Gardenia eyed him for a moment. I've been thinking seriously all night, and I still want to marry you. This time, Lin Che didn't refuse, but said, I didn't even take the college entrance exam with my low education. If you want to take the test, I'll be your teacher and help you study. I have an undignified job. There's no shame in making money, and I think you're a good actor. Even if you act in small skits my grandmother and I like to watch. Shin Gardenia also didn't forget to take the opportunity to praise a wave. In case my past with Shinwei is known to your family after our marriage, I will stand by you without hesitation. You don't care about my past. What about Grandma Wu? Grandma and I both believe in reading people and not letting our judgment be clouded by just some gossip. Lin Che realized that today's Shin Gardenia didn't wear glasses. Her eyes were like two lamps, bright and godly, like they could dispel the darkness of the night, making people want to chase after them. What do you mean by hidden marriage? What do I need to do? Just be yourself, but we need to live together, in the same house in different beds, and if necessary, I need you to accompany me to act in front of Grandma to make her believe that we are in love. Shin Gardenia tilted her head to look at him. That's easy, isn't it? So his marriage to her is only temporary. He doesn't even need to think about it. Just take out his account book and go to the marriage registry to take a picture and register it and get a stamp. The rest of the things to Shin Gardenia can do. This marriage, famous no reality. He is still free body can whole body to leave. Shin Gardenia gave him big authority and many benefits, not only giving money but also giving connections. She also won't treat him as a human being like Shinwei, and most importantly, there is a hope of recovery for his sister's disease. Lin Che thought, Shin Gardenia found out his past will not hesitate to avoid him, even if not avoid. At least after weighing the pros and cons, it would be possible to continue to talk to him. After all, marrying someone like him is less trouble than it's worth, and everyone hates trouble. I've thought about it, so what about you? What's your answer, Lin Che? Lin Che clenched his fists. Anyway, he already has nothing to lose. He made up his mind, reconcerted on Shin Gardenia's eyes. We can get married, but for the sake of both sides, we first draw up a prenuptial agreement, notarize the prenuptial property. Lin Che was very clear that this relationship between him and Qin Jiao was better described as a marriage than a cooperation, and talking about cooperation was to be explicitly priced. Of course, Shin Gardenia hooked her lips and smiled, only to see her open the bag she was carrying, taking out 2 agreements from inside and handing them to Lin Che. I have all of these ready to go, so see if there's anything else you need to add. The surprise on Lin Che's face flickered as he took the agreement and carefully flipped through it. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the pages he was flipping. The contract was more detailed than Lin Che had thought, adding things he hadn't thought of. Not only did it detail the specific amount of money that would be voluntarily paid to Lin Che each month, but it also focused on describing that it would help his sister hire an authoritative doctor specializing in cardiology for her diagnosis and treatment. In addition, the time of their marriage is also clearly marked. 1 year for a period of time. Once the time is up, Lin Che has the full right to independently decide whether or not to continue the marriage contract. It could be said that the benefits that Shin Gardenia could bring to Lin Che were simply too many to count, and in comparison, the matters that Lin Che needed to undertake and accomplish were few and far between. After Lin Che read it, that complex emotion was added. Don't you think it's a loss? It was impossible that Shin Gardenia couldn't find a marriage partner if he wanted to, and there were countless men in this world who were better than him. I think it's worth it, Shin Gardenia emphasized. you have to believe. I'm a businessman, never do losing business. Right. The main heart disease doctor professor I have contacted. Next month we'll fly to Hibiscus City, for your sister to do the treatment plan. Heart I am also looking for. Once there is suitable news, I will tell you at the first time. I believe it won't be long before your sister can regain her health. Miss Chin, I'm really too grateful to you. Lin Che's tone became more sincere, carrying undisguised gratitude. Is there anything else to add to the contractual agreement? No, it's very detailed. It was that what Chin Gardenia gave was just too much, making him a bit terrified. Chin Gardenia handed over a pen. Since you think there is no problem, then sign it. Do you have time later? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the license. I looked at the date. It's appropriate to get the license today. Chapter 29, Getting Married Later. Lin Che receives the pen Chin Gardenia hands over. There is no time for now. He looks at the suitcase on the ground and gestures. I'm going to take my sister home, and I'm also going to take her to see the new hospital for procedures. If you're in a hurry, can you do it tomorrow? If you're in Rongcheng, the best hospital is here. It has the most advanced medical equipment and technology, and the doctors from the Y side are going to come here. So I don't recommend that you transfer to another hospital. Lin Che agreed with what she said. But, Chin Wei's side. Chin Gardenia said to Lin Che, I will ask someone to rearrange the ward for you. The environment will be even better than the original one. The privacy will not be checked by outsiders. Even Chin Wei can't check it. There will also be security personnel to protect your sister, so that she can recuperate in peace without any interference. This hospital, although the Chin family has invested a lot of money plus shares, but this does not mean that the Chin family will be able to act arbitrarily and recklessly here. The words that came out of Chin Gardenia's mouth were inexplicably convincing. Lin Che agreed without hesitation. After all, transferring to another hospital is quite troublesome. The environment of other hospitals is not as good as here, and Lin Che may not necessarily be used to living here. The best that could be given to Lin Che, Lin Che definitely wouldn't have any other choice. That would be a pleasure. No trouble. Chin Gardenia's words turned warmly. Since there's no need to transfer to the hospital, can you accompany me to get a marriage license later? Chin Gardenia looked anxious. Lin Che wanted to say to her that he wouldn't run after all the contracts had been given, but against Chin Gardenia's eager eyes, he still obeyed. Then wait for me for a while. I'll take my sister up first. Lin Che signed the words on the box, checking that he hadn't missed any signatures before handing it over to Qin Jiao. The agreement in duplicate. He also had a copy. The two stood in the hospital pathway, surrounded by passers-by, with no quiet box for their private deliberations, no tea or coffee to soothe the tension, not even a hint of seriousness to be felt. However, it was in these seemingly ordinary and normal circumstances that the two signed a marriage agreement together. Lin Che goes back to the car and picks Lin Che up and tells her that there's no need to transfer her to the hospital. Why don't you turn around again? Brother, do you have enough money to hospitalize me? I think my body is almost well enough to not need to continue treatment. Even if I really need to be treated, a different ordinary hospital would be good. A change of environment for a change of mood. The medical fees here are too high. It feels like I've spent so much without doing anything. It's a pure waste of money. You don't have to worry about money. Not only can I cure you, but I can also buy you a house. Recently I met a new friend who helped me with the hospitalization problem, and she also knows a cardiologist from abroad, so she will be able to come to Rongcheng to see you next month. Lin Che didn't say that she was going to marry Qin Jiao. This thing was too sudden. He worried that Lin Che couldn't accept it for a while, so he planned to proceed next step by step. Let her accept it slowly. Re-entering the hospital this time, they were received by the director himself and arrangements were made to take them to their new wards. The ward was twice as large as the previous one, with more facilities, and if the previous place was like a hotel, this was like an apartment, with brand new medical equipment and furniture, and even the smell of sterilized water that filled the air was so fresh and nice. Lin Che had all but stepped inside, and after taking a look she was shocked into retreating. She hid behind Lin Che and cautiously poked her head out to ask, "Brother, are we going to the wrong place? This doesn't look like a place I can afford to live." Lin Che had thought that the environment would get better, but he didn't expect it to be as good as this. He can only say that the rich man's world was something he couldn't imagine. Put it in the past, how could he think that this place would be a ward? Lin Che patted her hand soothingly. "Don't be afraid," the staff member leading the way said. "Mr. Lin, can you see if you're still satisfied? Do you need to change it again?" "No need to change. It's fine here." "Then in the future, Miss Lin will live here. We have a professional nutritionist to match her diet, and there will be someone to accompany her in her daily activities. So if you have any needs you can ring the bell to call for them. The nurses are there 24 hours a day, and a professional doctor will come to give Miss Lin a simple checkup later. The process is still the same as it was and needs no further explanation." Lin Che led Lin Che inside and looked around while listening to the introduction. "What do you think of this place?" Lindsay, sure it's great, but what about the cost? The staff replied, you don't have to worry about the medical expenses. They are the same as regular hospitalization expenses and can be reimbursed. Lin she blinked incredulously. Such a good ward, but the cost was the same as a normal ward? She didn't hear it wrong. Only Lin Che knew that this must be something that Qin Jiao had communicated with them beforehand. Heart to Qin Gardenia's gratitude and deepened. The favor owed more and more. Also don't know how to pay back in the future. Slowly pay it back. Then arrange to stay. Lin Che sealed the deal, and the formalities were handled quickly, without the need to go downstairs to register. After signing and fingerprinting, the staff just took it away. The thought of living in such a luxurious ward in the future was like a dream for Lin She. She rubbed her eyes incredulously. She didn't dare show it with outsiders around for fear of making a joke. As soon as they people left, she grabbed Lin Che's hand and asked in a fiery voice, brother, you didn't sell your body right. You can't think for me. I don't have to live here, and I don't have to cure this disease. Lin Che was stunned by her words, and after a long time, he gently patted her head. A day of net blind thinking. Lin She commiserated, I'm just worried that you'll go astray for me. Anyway, it's good that you don't have it. Of course I didn't. His marriage to Qin Gardenia was not considered going astray at all, and compared to the past, it was a sunny path. Lin She had so much curiosity that she couldn't help but ask, so is that friend you know a man or a woman? Female. Lin She's expression was meaningful. Brother, are you having peach blossom luck? How could an ordinary friend help you so much? She guessed that someone must have taken a fancy to her brother. It couldn't be helped. Her brother had always been very appealing, but she didn't want her brother to settle for less and sacrifice his feelings because of her. Thinking of this, Lin She couldn't control her worried expression. Lin Che rubbed her head. Don't worry, I'll live my life and so will you. Wait for the next time I'll let you meet this friend of mine. You'll definitely like her. Lin She couldn't help but crickets. As long as it's better than Qinwei, Lin Che said softly. Well, it's definitely better than her. After Lin Che arranged Lin She properly, he went downstairs to call Qin Jiao. Chapter 30, We're licensed. Lin She had originally planned to keep Lin Che for lunch, but once she heard that he still had things to take care of later, although her heart didn't want to give up, she still quickly collected her emotions. Then go and get busy, I can do it alone. There are so many people accompanying me. After saying that, a smile was squeezed out of his face. Because of her illness, her brother had already spent most of his energy on her, so she didn't dare take up any more of his precious time. Lin Che added the phone numbers and WeChat of the security and caregivers, and instructed them to contact him at the first sign of trouble. The environment and facilities here were better than the original, and he didn't have to worry that it would be unsafe for Lin She to live here. After going out from the hospital room, Lin Che called Qin Jiao, and the two of them met at the entrance of the hospital. How's the ward? Are you used to it? Do you need to change? The environment is great. I couldn't believe it was a ward when I went in. My sister should be able to get used to it. Anyway, I really thank you for this time. You're welcome. Help each other out. You've helped me a lot too. Compared to what Qin Gardenia had done, it was his advantage to get married and receive a license. Lin Che said in a sincere tone. In the future, as long as it's something I can do, feel free to arrange me. Qin Gardenia winked and smiled. Then I won't be polite. Both of them are clean. The Civil Affairs Bureau is near Lin Che's home. He can just go back to get the household registration book. Take the account book. The two went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, so fast that they didn't even bother to look at the passing scenery. Lin Che took out his own documents, and didn't even queue up to directly take the number and go in. Qin Gardenia took off her jacket. She looks like she calculated that today will surely get a license with Lin Che. Not only carry the account book with her, even the clothes inside, wear a white shirt and makeup, a light makeup. Lin Che sits up straight and looks at Qin Jiao organizing her hair there. She suddenly turns her head, comes closer and asks him, is my hair messy? There's no mirror. You help me organize it. Lin Che looked over. He didn't know if his hair was messy or not. His heart was a bit messy right now. He raised his hand, pinned the broken hair on Qin Gardenia's forehead behind his ear, quickly averted his eyes after scrutinizing it left and right for a bit. Okay, don't be so far away. Get closer. Yes, 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 that's it. Smile. Don't move. 3, 2, 1. Click. The picture is frozen. The two of them quickly went through the marriage process, and in less than 20 minutes, Lin Che took the small red book from the staff and handed one of the copies to Qin Jiao. Qin Gardenia opened it when she got it and looked at it. In the photo, she and Lin Che were very close to each other and looked very much like a pair. Qin Gardenia put the documents and the little red book together and asked, when are you moving? Lin Che's expression was in a trance, and the marriage certificate in his hand always gave people an unreal feeling, and he married so quickly. Felt like a dream. I can move to your place too if you don't want to. Lin Che came back to his senses. Moving is troublesome. It's better for me to move there. I have less stuff. Where is your house? Sheen Gardenia said an address, which was quite close to where he had lived before, and he didn't know if he would suddenly meet up with Chin Wei. Lin Che calculated his time. Let's say Wednesday. Do you have time? I'm not sure. Sheen Gardenia opened her bag and handed the key over. My house key. You're so relieved to give me the keys to your house. The corner of Sheen Gardenia's lips lifted high. Her face didn't change. Her heart didn't skip a beat. You're my husband. What else am I not assured of? That husband, she easily said. Lin Che's heart violently tightened for a moment, and then pretended to be calm as he took the key in her hand. Sheen Gardenia added, I won't force you to call me my wife, but you still have to practice and change your mouth later, so that grandma doesn't find out the problem. Lin Che nodded his head, expressed his understanding. Qin Jiao is giving money and helping to hire a doctor. Other than that, pleasing the old man is the most basic thing. When living together, he will be responsible for doing good chores. It is also considered to be a return. I'll talk to grandma on her side. In these few days we'll first get used to our new identities. Qin Jiao faced Lin Che and extended her hand. Husband, please take care of me in the future. Lin Che extended his hand and gently shook it. Take care. Sheen Gardenia looked at the time, then said to Lin Che, I have prior to go back to the company. The hospital side need to rectify. You can say with me, we WeChat contact. Okay, go about your business and I'll be in touch if anything happens. Lin Che stood on the side of the road and watched Qin Jiao drive away, and as soon as she was gone, he turned the marriage license over and looked at the photo of the two of them together. Lin Che drove the car back home, and it was just 11 o'clock when he arrived. When he's alone, Lin Che doesn't like to be too complicated and casually cooks a bowl of noodles or a casserole. He opened the refrigerator and looked at the ingredients inside. No need to buy groceries for the next 3 days, barely enough to eat until Wednesday. Lin Che took out 2 eggs from the refrigerator and planned to make a bowl of egg noodles. The water in the pot boiled. Lin Che cracked the eggs into a bowl and stirred them. His cell phone rang at this time. He stirred the eggs with one hand and reached for the phone with the other, and saw that the contact was Assistant Joe. He basically blacked out all the people around Chin Wei, and he didn't black out Assistant Joe because he was thinking that he had helped him in the past and was looking at the favor. He picked up the phone and Assistant Joe asked, Lin Che, MS. Sheen drank a lot of wine yesterday and is suffering from stomach pains today. Where did you put those medicines you bought before? In the study, 3rd row of the bookshelf from the entrance. All the medicines are in the box. Nothing else? I'll hang up now. Don't hang up yet. Assistant Joe's voice was anxious. Then he asked rather carefully, Lin Che, Miss Chin is having a hard time right now. Her mouth is still missing you. You've been in a relationship for 5 years. Won't you come back to see her? She is now craving for the egg noodles you made. Lin Che looked at the eggs that had been stirred in the bowl and felt a little bad luck. He put down the chopsticks in his hand. If you're calling to talk to me about this, then I'm going to have to blackball you. Don't be so callous. I'm just talking. So let's talk about something else. I'm fine now anyway. Lin Che had known Assistant Joe for many years. When had he been so idle? He felt strange but didn't think much about it, and the phone didn't hang up, but put it on speakerphone and put it aside. I'm not very clear about Miss Chin's allergens. She won't even take care of her body once you leave. She's been sick for 3 days. She had a stomachache just a few days ago, and now she has a cold. Do you have a list of medications you use there? Can you take the time to give me a copy? Lin Che simply agreed in order to avoid Assistant Joe bothering him for the second time because of these things. I'll email it to you later. Then I'll trouble you. As the conversation turned, Assistant Joe asked, what are you busy with these days? Lin Che casually said, busy dating, busy getting married. There was a bang on the cell phone, as if something had broken. Assistant Joe swallowed his saliva and looked stiffly at the grim-faced Chin Wei. Chapter 31, she really wants to see Lin Che now. What's that sound? Lin Che asked from his cell phone. I was just so surprised that I accidentally broke the cup. Assistant Joe looked at the grim-faced Chin Wei, as well as the broken cup on the ground and the water stains all over the floor. Assistant Joe let out an awkward laugh. You're joking, right? You and MS. Chin just separated not long ago. How could you possibly get married? If you don't believe me, forget it. Who's going to believe that? Not being able to distinguish Lin Che's emotions through the cell phone, Assistant Joe didn't know what to say for a while. He met Chin Wei's gaze. His face stiffened as he said, Lin Che, are you really not going to come back? The conditions offered by MS Chin are quite good. Even if you don't think about yourself, you still have to think about your sister. You have a high school diploma. What kind of job can you find after leaving MS Chin? Are you going to be a waitress and wash dishes? How many dishes would you have to do to pay for your sister's medical bills? And what if you find the right heart at this time and you just miss it because you don't have the money? Assistant Joe advised in a serious tone. People or have to think more for the future. I heard, the hospital side even wards are not allowed to live in your sister. You do not have a stable income and no savings. By then I am afraid that the hospital cannot afford to live in the hospital. You have to know that the city's best hospital is here. To leave this place, the chances of your sister's recovery will be even lower. Lin Che, we have known each other for so many years. I am not going to harm you. I am all based on one of your current situation to give you the most pertinent advice. Miss Chin has been getting better and better for you in recent years. She let you go in the beginning, but also want to test you, not really want to let you leave. Do you think it's better to do this? I decide to set a restaurant you eat a meal together. The misunderstanding is solved, later live a good life. Assistant Joe said a lot of things under pressure. Lin Che didn't answer a single word, and after waiting for a few moments, realizing that something was wrong, he put down his phone to see that the other party had already hung up the phone. Assistant Joe looked at Chin Wei with a wooden expression, his brain racing. Ms. Chin, Lin Che just separated from you. How can he get married so soon? Isn't that nonsense? And I just went to his house yesterday. His house is cold and quiet. He doesn't look like he has a girlfriend at all. Chin Wei sat on the sofa with her head down, her trembling fingertips betraying her emotions. Assistant Joe didn't know what to do, so he simply squatted down to clean up the glass shards on the floor. Just as he took a paper towel to wipe up the water stains on the floor, Chin Wei suddenly asked, then why didn't he come back? Is it because I didn't offer him a good enough deal? Or did I treat him badly all these years? Thinking that it is almost the end of the year to send year-end awards, Assistant Joe opened his eyes and said blindly, of course you are good to him. Let's just say that the hospital arranged for his sister is just not affordable to ordinary people. Lin Che doesn't need to punch a clock to go to work after he gets together with you, and lives in such a good house every day. And I don't know how many people are envious of it. And when he's suffered enough out there, he'll come back. This was something Su Man had also said to her, and she originally thought the same thing. But what happened? Lin Che had pulled the plug on her. Assistant Joe cleaned up the glass slag on the floor and then got up to go to the study to look for medicine. Not all of the things that were said on the phone just now were lies to Lin Che. For example, Chin Wei was really sick recently. Stomach sickness plus cold and fever. Chin Wei's face was white, was sitting sickly on the sofa. Assistant Joe took out the entire medicine box and opened it to see that it was stuffed with all kinds of medicines, which were well regulated by Lin Che. If he were to do it differently, he would never be able to do it so meticulously. He found the medicine and caught a cup of hot water and put it in front of Chin Wei. Miss Chin, take the medicine first. Chin Wei used to have frequent colds and stomachaches, and Lin Che prepared medicines for her that could be mixed together. Chin Wei saw the familiar pill box and thought about the image of Lin Che coaxing her to take the medicine earlier. When she was sick and had a bad appetite, Lin Che would rack his brain to make her delicious food, steaming hot sweet soups, sweet and sour preserved fruits, appetizing gazpacho, and cakes with just the right amount of sweetness. Chin Wei picked up the medicine and threw it into her mouth, swallowing it with a sharp gulp of water. Okay, go back. You're not needed here. Okay, Ms. Chin, you have a good rest. Call me if you need anything. Assistant Chow was itching to leave and left after cleaning up the trash in the house. Chin Wei was the only one left in the large room, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. Chin Wei collapsed on the couch and looked at the ceiling. She hadn't been good to Lin Che before, but she spent money to have fun, and if it didn't make her happy, then why did she spend the money? Since Lin Che signed a contract to sell him to her, whatever she did to him was reasonable. So all these years, she didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Jiang Yu knew that she was sick and sent her a sympathetic text message. How is it? Is your body better? Did you take any medicine? Chin Wei replied, already took the medicine. Jiang Yu, if it doesn't get better after taking the medicine, then go to the hospital. Chin Wei, I know. Jiang Yu, do you need me to take care of you? Chin Wei, no need. I just finished my medicine and want to sleep. I don't know out of what mentality. She currently doesn't want to see Jiang Yu. After replying to the text message, Chin Wei clicked on the takeout and ordered a bowl of egg noodles in the neighborhood. Takeout delivery time to half an hour. Chin Wei looked around the house. Lin Che is not in the 8 days. The room rose a layer of dust. The trash can is full, did not throw. No one at home to water, the flowers have withered. The refrigerator Chelsea rotted. She threw away with the plate. As soon as Lin Che left, a lot of things are like barbs suddenly popping up on the hands. Stopping there, not hurting, but just feeling uncomfortable, wanting to reach out and tear. And finally tearing a pair of hands all over the body, inflamed in pus. The drug evaporated in her body. Chin Wei lay on the sofa a little drowsy, waited for half an hour, heard the door bell. She staggered up, opened the door and took the noodles from the delivery man. The delivery man had delivered it quickly, but the pasta was still lumpy. The bland, tasteless noodles were as good as chewing wax in her mouth. Not good at all. There were only a few pieces of egg in the noodles. They didn't smell good. They smelled fishy, and they were filled with cilantro, which she hated the most. Chin Wei took a bite and threw up. This wasn't egg noodles at all. Or rather, it wasn't the kind of egg noodles that Lin Che made. Lin Che's egg noodles are easy to make, can be eaten in 10 minutes, and are exceptionally tasty. Every year, a day or two before her birthday, she would ask Lin Che to make her a bowl of noodles. Qinwei threw the noodles away. She now suddenly remembered seeing Lin Che. Lin Che hung up on Assistant Joe. The water in the pot had already boiled, and he threw a handful of noodles into it. While the noodles were cooking, he found a list of allergies from his cell phone and emailed it to Assistant Joe, who sent him a reply when he received it. "Thanks bro, don't take what I just said to heart." Lin Che looked at the content of the text message and instantly understood that when he answered the phone just now. More than likely Qinwei was right next to Assistant Joe. Chapter 32 Lin Che is doing better after leaving Qinwei. If Qinwei had been beside her at that time, it would have made sense as to why Assistant Joe had said those words that were completely at odds with his persona. Lin Che certainly did not take it to heart. It is inevitable that he cannot help himself to earn some nest egg. He understands. Lin Che finished his noodles and washed the bowl before starting to turn on his computer to work. In these 5 years, he was shooting a movie while acting as a good stand-in to take care of Qinwei while secretly engaging in a side business in private. His side business is to write novels. Writing time all rely on squeezing out. 5 years only completed 2 works. He got lucky and sold all sorts of rights on his novels, with $10 million in manuscript and royalties combined, and then used the royalties to speculate and invest in stocks. Although he did not reach the rich man's small goal, but he had enough money in his hands to live the rest of his life with Lin Che. Qinwei has always thought that Lin Che is a useless waste, simply cannot leave her. But in fact this waste from the signing of the stand-in agreement has been doing leave preparation. Lin Che, who left Qinwei, tasted freedom and lived his own life. He didn't have a bad time. On the contrary, he had a really good time. 5 years ago today he signed a substitute agreement to sell himself to Qinwei for 5 years. Counting the time, is today just 5 years? Who would have thought that at the same moment 5 years later, he would marry Qinwei, her sister? Lin Che's future intention is to be a film and television producer. When he was an actor, although he didn't make many plays, he also knew a lot of directors. Coupled with the fact that he now has money in his hands and good scripts, he doesn't worry about making plays that no one will watch. Lin Che printed out the script and arranged for the 2 directors he had been in contact with recently to get together for afternoon tea and dinner to talk through the next collaboration. Chinese-style tea restaurant. The store is decorated with antique colors. The box is very private and quiet, and once inside, you can smell a light smoky fragrance. Lin Che was the first to arrive and sit down first, and he was invited in his capacity as a writer of novels. Lin Che, the 2 directors, one with the last name of Ho and the other with the last name of Lao, are both known in the industry as bad movie directors. He is good at camera language but not good at controlling the main rhythm. To put it bluntly, is not able to tell a story. And Lu director story plot although stable but the picture quality of the earthy. And the 2 directors together Lin Che want to be a complementary. Plus the 2 directors are short drama origin. The cost of funding is low. The schedule is sufficient. The 2 arrived at the same time and froze at the first sight of Lin Che, thinking that they had gone to the wrong room. Lin Che got up, a gentle and humble smile on his good-looking face. Director He, Director Lu, introduce yourself. I'm Lin Che, also Lin Che. The 2 did not expect that the person who asked them out would be Lin Che. Lin Che had acted in both of their plays before. A small budget play with a poor production team. Lin Che acted in the supporting roles, and his acting skills were so outstanding that he could ignore his ugly image in the play. As long as there was no director he had worked with who didn't appreciate him. Actor talent is greater than hard work. Lin Che not only has the talent, he is also particularly able to suffer. Coupled with this face looks, it is simply God-instilled food. Now he has the additional title of a great author. Which window did God close for him? Should be luck this window. Lin Che debut 5 years, ran a lot of theater acting, change a good team, he has long been on fire. So the 2 see Lin Che eyes with regret. Lin Che got up and poured the tea. Director He and Director Lu, have a seat. I heard that your schedules have recently been vacated. It just so happens that I have a movie preparation plan here. I wonder if there is any chance for us to work together? They then came back to their senses. Lin Che had talked to them about planning on a text message, saying that there was a script that he wanted to hire their team to film, contributing $20 million. At first they both thought it was a web series. Who knew it was actually a movie? The 2 were directly confused. However, after hearing that Lin Che invested $20 million, they were very moved again. Although they did not have a good reputation in the circle as notorious directors of bad movies, they also wanted to prove themselves through the opportunity. Lin Che was a very famous and great author in the world of online literature, and as soon as he heard that the other party had invited them both to discuss movie shooting, he came directly without half a hesitation. The 2 of them sat and rose, rubbing their hands together. Director Lu took the lead in picking up his teacup. Drink tea, drink tea. Lin Che, we are old acquaintances who have worked together. I will toast you first. I really didn't expect that not only will you be an actor but also write novels. I'm a fan of your books. I've bought both your novels for my collection. Director He followed suit. I bought it too. I followed the serial back in the day. I'm an old fan of yours. It would be an honor to work with you on a movie. The duo patted their asses for a good while before cautiously asking, what type of movie are you planning to make? Lin Che? Lin Che put down the teacup in his hand and said seriously, comedy. This is something we specialize in. Director He immediately came to life. The web series I've made in recent years are all light comedies. Director Lu, comedy as long as the script is good. That shootout there is no shortage of people to see, even if the box office is not high. But the network broadcast is also someone to see. Our team has a good control of the cost. When the time comes, we can specialize in finding a few spit bloggers and marketing number, to fool the audience into it, to ensure that we do not lose money. In recent years, the movie list, comedy movie tops the list, but the famous always that a few comedians, others want to share a piece of the pie is really not good. As Lou said, the lack of comedy is a good script. Take the last few years of the Spring Festival gala sketches. The script is awkward and boring. Even if the popular artists star, as usual, bad reviews like a tide of no audience to buy. Lin Che hadn't even said anything about the script yet, and the duo had already automatically defaulted to the fact that it was a bad movie. Lin Che wasn't angry either, calmly taking out the part of the script he had printed out and handing it over. This is the script. You guys can read it before jumping to conclusions. The duo took the script, intending to end it with a quick skim, but 10 minutes passed with no one stopping. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. There was only the flipping of papers and the urgent sound of stifled laughter. After reading the script, Director He and Director Lu were full of red faces, not yet finished, and watched and laughed again and again. The plot of the movie is very simple. The name is Coward. Suspense and funny, is a very popular subject matter. Do not need to rent a large venue for shooting. 20 million for this movie is completely enough. If the actors do not look for a high premium flow stars, then the funds will be more abundant. The script is good. Lin Che, is this your original script? It's my original. Their impression of Lin Che is still stuck. A sick sister, a dead mom and dad, a gray home, and a broken him. Who would have thought that such a poor man could just come up with $20 million to make a movie? Lin Che, I suggest you to star as the male lead. You're a good actor and you wrote this script. You should be better able to interpret the character roles under your pen. As for the female lead, you have a suitable candidate in mind. A person came to Lin Che's mind. Yes. Who? Jiang Yu. Chapter 33, the one who was haunted by the poltergeist is Qin Wei. Jiang Yu, the Jiang family's youngest daughter, is also Jiang Yu's younger sister. Both Director He and Director Lu didn't expect Lin Che to mention Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I know her. Her acting skills are not bad among the young actors, quite suitable for the role of the female lead, but this team of ours can hire her? Director He worried. After a moment of contemplation, Director Lu spoke up. Who cares if she can be hired? Let's try it out first. Jiang Yu is the youngest daughter of the Jiang family. If she takes a liking to her, maybe we'll be able to get more funds for this theater group. Jiang Yu only accepts dramas based on the script, and the director's team and the production team are not in her primary consideration. Lin Che thought of Jiang Yu before he wrote the script, taking her as his first choice. He analyzed her preferences from the roles she had played in the past 2 years, and then tailored the script to her persona. Lin Che decided to take a gamble. If Jiang Yu couldn't star in the movie, it would solve a lot of unnecessary troubles in the later stages. Take for example, Qin Wei. It's not hard to get the movie made. What's hard is to distribute it for release, and any vetting issues in between will be called back. With Jiang Yu around, Qin Wei would at least restrain herself. After all, that was Jiang Yu's sister. Lin Che took all the uncertainties into consideration. Not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of the unexpected. Assistant Joe had reminded him. It was always good to be careful. The two directors both saw Lin Che's ability, and when they learned that he had previously invested in other movie and television productions, they asked curiously, discover the popular Netflix shows of recent years with Lin Che's handiwork. Investment is risky. Lin Che is good at learning to dare to gamble, plus he has a keen sense of this aspect, can find out the right choice through a variety of data conditions analysis. It's a sense of touch that is innate and can't be learned by the next person who tries. Lin Che had been by Qin Wei's side for 5 years, carefully disguised, and she was afraid that she would never dream that Lin Che, whom she regarded as a pet dog, had this ability. The three chatted from afternoon to evening, not only about the details of the script but also about the work, as well as the post-production and distribution issues, and they are scheduled to try to finish filming by the end of the year and release it on Valentine's Day in February next year. After Shun finished, the three of them signed a contract on the spot, which was considered the initial formation of the camera crew. In the face of this movie shooting, Director He and Director Lu are very confident. The two are also mixed circle for many years. As the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers top a zhuge liang. with their contacts is to be able to quickly set up in a short period of time to become a reliable team of filmmakers. 20 million budget. Now the main actor has been said Lin Shae starring can save a pen cost. The rest will look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is just out of the small flower. The pay is not so high. The rest of the supporting roles, Lin Shae already has a candidate in mind. He knows a lot of actors with good acting skills and low pay. The savings are spent on the quality of the work, such as special effects and post-production promotion. Lin Shae wrote down the list and asked the director to arrange an interview. This talk went on until 11 o'clock at night, and the three of them didn't leave until the restaurant was ready to close. Lin Shae took a taxi back, and when he arrived home it was almost midnight, and just as he came down from the elevator, he saw a man sitting at the door. At night, a woman cloaked hair, wearing a red coat sitting in front of the house. This picture is really shocking. Or is Lin Shae bold and not superstitious? Is a firm materialist? In exchange for the timid, people are going to be scared out of their wits. Lin Shae froze for 2 or 3 seconds before recognizing that it was Qin Wei. And Qin Wei, who was originally sitting on the floor looking at her phone, also looked up after hearing the elevator door open. She stood up, coldly still questioning him as she had in the past. Where have you been this late? Do you know I've called you a dozen times these days? She thought that Lin Shae had blacked her out, probably not realizing that she had made so many phone calls, and now that she had said it, even if Lin Shae was in a tizzy, it was time for him to walk down the ladder that she had handed out. Qin Wei was still sick, her face was pale and her voice was hoarse. She waited from 8 in the evening until the early hours of the morning now. She couldn't get through on the phone. She couldn't get through to Assistant Joe. She had always hated waiting for people, and when she was with Lin Shae, no matter what she did, Lin Shae was the one waiting for her. But tonight, she was in a perverse mood, holding her anger and waiting for 4 hours, with only one thought in her mind. She wouldn't leave until she waited for Lin Shae to come back. Lin Shae didn't answer, just frowned. Only 4 words in his heart, yin and yang. He really didn't expect that Qin Wei, who was so proud, would actually come to him on her own initiative. Qin Wei tensed her face and suddenly lost her temper. I'm asking you, what's it to you? Qin Wei froze, her eyes suddenly feeling sour. What did you say? Lin Shae let out a light laugh and reminded. Ms. Qin, if I remember correctly, the 5-year agreement has already expired, right? It's expired. Qin Wei took a deep breath and rationalized. I'm uncomfortable with you leaving, and I'd like you to come back to me and continue to renew your contract. You're not used to me having to go back? Lin Shae seriously surveyed the woman in front of him that he was incredibly familiar with. Why not? She's come to him of her own accord. What more does he want? I was ill-considered in letting you leave the other day. I think we should have a talk between us. I still have the things in your house. As long as you're willing to come back, it's fine for you to take them and sell them. I'll buy you new ones again. No, doesn't he understand human language? What's he talking to himself? Ms. Qin, Lin Shae said in a calm and serious tone. I can't use these things you've prepared. You'd better give them to someone else. Qin Wei suddenly got angry. Lin Shae, you don't want to get carried away. You won't be able to make it without me at all. Your sister is still waiting for a cure. How many days can the money on you last? Don't forget, you still have to pay the mortgage on this house, and you don't have a proper job. If you continue with me, you can at least maintain your honorable life. Lin Shae suddenly asked, does Jiang Yu know that you came to find me? As if she had figured something out, Qin Wei suddenly realized, you're jealous of Jiang Yu? Lin Shae is trying to end this relationship peacefully. In his preconceived notion, the 5-year contract expires automatically end this relationship. The two people go their own way. She coaxed her white moonlight. He lived his new life, and from now on no longer have any intersection. But he never thought that Qin Wei, in order to let him go back to the door, actually came to the door. She even thought that he left because he was jealous of Jiang Yu. The way Lin Shae looked at Qin Wei was like looking at a mental illness. Qin Wei looked at him. What kind of look are you giving me? Qin Wei, I'm not separating from you because of any emotions. It's just simply that my contract has expired and I don't want to renew it and don't want to continue. And I don't have any thoughts about you even more. Is it understandable to put it that way? Chapter 34, Tolerance and Disgust. No thoughts? Qin Wei's eyes, which were reddened from her illness, became even redder. Lin Shae, what do you mean? Don't you like me? Lin Shae laughed a little and shook his head. Who would like a sadist who treats people like dogs? In these 5 years with you, I've been suffering every day, and now it's good that I can finally not have to keep putting up with you. Since she couldn't understand the euphemisms, he could only choose to use clear and explicit words to completely draw a line with her. He thought, but any intelligent and facetious woman would have just left after hearing that. But Qin Wei didn't. The mist of confusion in her eyes hadn't disappeared. All these years you've just put up with me? She really doesn't have any self-awareness. Lin Shae suddenly had a nasty smile on his face. More than enduring, there is also disgust. The words were like a slap in her face. And for a moment, the air around her seemed to freeze. The lights in the aisle were brightly lit. Lin Che's back was turned to the light source, and his handsome face looked extremely hazy. Qinwei only felt a ball of fire rampaging through her body. She had always had anger to spread and never held back. Raising her hand, she wanted to hit Lin Che's face, and Lin Che, who had always let her beat her, grabbed her wrist this time. Lin Che, let go. Instead of letting go, Lin Che clenched harder. Qinwei huffed backwards, a muffled grunt escaping from her nose as she looked at Lin Che in shock, suddenly realizing that Lin Che turned out to be so tall. What? Relying on his height advantage, Lin Che condescendingly gazed at her, eyeballing me and running here to call me back. Are you unable to live without me? Qinwei dizziness tinnitus. November weather. The temperature drops, especially at night in this building. The cold air is like drilling into the bones. Don't they say puppies always wait for their masters in the same place? Why would Lin Che bite her back? Shouldn't he be the one who can't stay away from her? She looked at the man in front of her incredulously. After 5 years together, she thought she knew Lin Che well enough. He was honest and obedient, scolding her as she pleased, not getting angry no matter how much she did to him, just quietly bearing it. But now, it was as if he had changed his soul, and his mouth spat out more than one ugly word. Sometimes I don't have the right words, but I was really feeling bad about seeing you tonight. He called her bad luck? Miss Qin was high-minded and proud. She had never been humiliated like today, and this person who humiliated her was still the one she despised the most. When Lin Che said those words, it meant that it was impossible for them to coexist peacefully anymore. Qinwei reddened her eyes and roared with a mouthful of anger. Lin Che, what qualifications do you have to loathe me? If it wasn't for me all these years your sister would have died. You still want me to beg you to go back? What do you think you are? You're just a dog I raised, treating you, but only because I think you still have some use. You did this to me today. I will make you pay for it. Make you regret it. Donkeys would rule the world if they could solve problems just by yelling. Qinwei still wanted to make a move, but she was pushed outward by Lin Che's strength. Qinwei fell to the ground inertially, and her gaze was malicious as she watched Lin Che open the door and go in. It wasn't until the moment the door closed that I heard him say, "I'll wait." Bang dash, the door in front of him slammed shut with force. Qinwei had a bellyful of fire that could not be vented, staggered up and kicked the door a few times so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. Lin Che, on the other hand, stood behind the door and calmly took out his cell phone and called the security department. There's a wanton disturbance here, so please come over here and remove the people. Hearing Lin Che's voice on the phone, Qinwei's movements froze, her face flushed a shade of red, her lips bleeding from her bite. How could he do this to her? Qinwei couldn't do anything. She wiped the tears off her face with all her might and turned to stumble away. Sir, may I ask what building you are in and what floor you are on? No need to come over. She's already gone. Lin Che hung up and put down his cell phone. After going in, he poured himself a cup of hot water and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking downstairs. After a few minutes he saw Qinwei's figure downstairs. Lin Che's eyes mocked why he had signed that unfair agreement in the first place. Qinwei knew better than anyone. The brokerage company's sudden crackdown was aptly timed by Qinwei. He said that he could help him solve the company dispute, but in the end, after 5 years, he was still burdened with sky-high liquidated damages. And if not for the fact that over the years he had found some evidence that he could defend himself, he was only afraid that he would have to make the same mistake again. So, what seems to be a gift of destiny actually has a price tag on it. It's just his fault for being so stupid and being kept in the dark for so long without realizing it. Lin Che drank the water and poured out the rest of the water in the cup. His relationship with Qinwei was like this cup of water. What could not be reversed? Perhaps suffering can be treated as a stepping stone on the road to success. Since it is a stepping stone, step on it and throw it away. Don't look back. Suffering does not deserve to be glorified, but the courage to face up to suffering can. Qinwei left the neighborhood and found herself with nowhere to go. The night's chilly wind pouring freely into her collar, and no matter how much she clenched, she couldn't stop the cold. She crouched down on the floor, her headache draining her entire body, her eyes growing blurry as she rubbed them, the backs of her hands all wet. She's crying? What was there for her to cry about? And even if she did, she was pissed off. Definitely not a lingering memory. After thinking it through, Qinwei's scarlet eyes carried a viciousness in them. She called Suman. That side immediately answered. Suman is a night owl, likes to stay up late, and is still awake at this hour. Vivi, what's up? Qinwei, what are you doing? Suman's tone carried concern. I'm at home. What's wrong with your voice? Why is it so hoarse? Did you catch a cold? Kind of. Qinwei inhaled. I want to go to your house. Sure, come on. You're in. Where are you now? Qinwei put the address in. She said. Not far from her home. A taxi 30 minutes to get there. Plus now in the early hours of the morning. The road is not jammed. Suman, then you come. I'll wait for you at home. If it's not good to take a taxi, I'll drive to pick you up. Qinwei hung up the phone, clicked on the taxi software, added some money soon after the driver to take the order. Chinwei didn't have any other thoughts right now. She just wanted to drink and get drunk and sleep. The driver quickly brought the car. Chinwei sat in the car. The warm air in the car made her a little drowsy. She pressed her temples, looked at the passing scenery, then thought of Lin Che's sister when she passed the hospital. Lin Che had bent over backwards for his sister back then and was willing to do anything for her. So how come now when his sister's condition was mentioned, he didn't react half-heartedly, which was very abnormal? Is it hard to believe that he's going to give up on the treatment? Chapter 35. I asked you to be my husband, not a servant. When she received Chinwei's call, Suman sensed that her mood was not right. After Chinwei came to her house, she saw that she was pale and chilled. Her eyes were red and swollen. On top of that, Suman was sharp-eyed enough to notice a circle of red marks on her wrist. What happened? How did you get this hand? Were you bullied by anyone? Suman dragged Chinwei, who was outside the door, in and held her cold hand and looked at it carefully. Chinwei lowered her eyes before she saw the marks on her wrist. It was held by Lin Che. Such deep marks could be imagined how much force he used at that time. I'm going to find Lin Che. Suman's eyes were wide open. She had thought that Chinwei would be uncomfortable after leaving Lin Che, but she hadn't expected that she would actually go to Lin Che to get back together. To say that Chinwei doesn't have Lin Che in her heart, who would believe it? So, this was made by Lin Che? Chinwei's failure to speak was a tacit acceptance. I want to drink. Chinwei looked at the wine cabinet in Suman's house. You're still sick. What are you drinking? It's so late. Go to bed. But I can't sleep. I have a headache. Chinwei was mute. She now thought of the words Lin Che said whenever her eyes were closed. More than endured. It was loathed. Chinwei was led into the bedroom by Suman. The light in the room was white and shone on Chinwei, making her face look even whiter. Suman held her cold hand. Since we can't sleep, let's talk for a while about what happened to you tonight. She also couldn't figure out that a person of Lin Che's nature would actually make a move against Chinwei. You went to see Lin Che because you wanted him to come back to you and planned to raise him secretly? Suman asked. Aha. So what did he say? He doesn't want to. Everyone has self-respect and wants to save face. Lin Che is no exception. Who can stand the way Chinwei treats people like this? Treating people as pets when they're happy, and as sandbags when they're not. Suman had also hinted at her. Be a little better to Lin Che and leave a way out. But Chinwei just couldn't listen to it. And now it's good to regret it. Suman was curious. What exactly did he say to you? It took a whole lot to make Chinwei lose her mind. Chinwei's eyes were lost in thought. He said he'd had enough of me over the years, that he'd put up with it and loathed it. How could he say such words? Suman was all stunned, and it is true that silence erupts the most terrible. Chinwei didn't tell Suman about tonight's events in detail, mainly because she felt it was too humiliating. Suman thought of something. What about his sister? His sister is still waiting for money to cure her illness. Where can he get the money for such a high medical bill? If he dares to offend you like this, isn't he afraid that he won't be able to find a job in the future? Chinwei sneered. What medical expenses are still being scraped together? I think he's afraid that he's already forgotten about the matter of his sister needing a heart replacement. About Lin Che. Not to say all of it, but most of it she was still clear about. Lin Che's sister, Lin Shi, congenital heart disease, has had many large and small surgeries in the past 5 years, and needs to have a heart replacement surgery before she can fully recover. The reason why Lin Che was willing to become a stand-in was to raise the money for the operation to cure Lin Shi. She had utilized Lin Che's feelings for Lin Shi to firmly control Lin Che, and it had been like this for all these years without ever making a mistake. But now that she mentioned it again, Lin Che didn't have any reaction, not to mention he even took Lin Shi to transfer to the hospital. Is he not going to treat Lin Shi? If Lin Che really decided to give up the treatment, then what could she use as a threat? Lin Che's second year as a stand-in. When there was a suitable heart that could be paired with Lin Shi, Chinwei chose to conceal it out of selfishness. Once Lin Shi got better, Lin Che might break free and stay out of her grasp. Only if Lin Shi stayed sick, Lin Che would not be able to leave her. And even if he was driven away, he would not dare to go far. He will work all his life for money and go to her and do her bidding. If Lin Che was a dog, then his sister was the leash around his neck. Now the rope broke and the dog ran away, and didn't he forget to bite her before he ran? When she thought of this, Chinwei's breath and blood churned between her chest, making it difficult for her to sleep through the night. On Wednesday, Lin Che started moving. There was very little luggage. None of it needed to find a cargo puller. He carried 2 boxes and threw them in the car. And before he set off, he sent a text message to Chin Gardenia to tell him that he was on his way. Chin Gardenia waited for him at home, counting the distance. Lin Che left at 10 and arrived at her place at 11. Call me ahead when you get to the parking lot and I'll come down and get you. Lin Che looked at the 2 boxes on the car and didn't even need to pick them up. Lin Che simply didn't call, pulling his suitcase into the elevator with one hand. He clicked on the text message, repeatedly confirming the address that Qin Zhao had sent him that day. and stood at the door, making sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong door before he rang the doorbell. The door to the room is so soundproof that you can't hear the commotion inside when you stand outside, until the doorknob sounded and the door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a bright, white face. Jean Gardenia tied a pillhead, wearing a long green dress, holding a bouquet of gardenias in her hand. After seeing that it was Lin Che, the smile raised on her face had a kind of indescribable voluptuousness. Lin Che, how come you didn't call me in advance? I don't have much stuff. Jean Gardenia smiled and invited Lin Che in. Didn't I give you the key? It's the first time I came to your house. Lin Che felt that entering someone's house for the first time and taking a key and going straight in was not a very polite thing to do. I'll fingerprint you later so you can open the door and come in without a key. Jean Gardenia put the gardenia in her hand into the vase. The house was cleaned yesterday. The flowers were just delivered today. The air still exudes a light fragrance. She took out a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and leaned over to place them at Lin Che's feet. Thanks. Lin Che changed into his shoes and put them on. The slipper size was a perfect fit. Jean Gardenia reached out to pick up the box in his hand. Lin Che hurriedly blocked it. I'll do it. The box is heavy. It's because it's heavy that's why I have to help you. Jean Gardenia's quick eyes and hands went to pull another box, and this time Lin Che failed to block it. Jean Gardenia walked ahead. Go. I'll take you to see your room. Jean Gardenia arranged Lin Che's room next door to hers. The bedroom was huge. It had a separate bathroom and everything. Is it okay to live here? Lin Che took a quick look and didn't see a thing, so he immediately responded. Yes. What would you like for lunch? I'll have Auntie prepare it. Lin Che then realized that there was a third person in the house. I'll do it. What do you want to eat? What Jean Gardenia gave him was really too much. Letting him do nothing made him feel a little uneasy in his heart instead. He was good at cooking, and sought to be in charge of cooking to take care of the housework part when he lived with Qin Zhao in the future. Lin Che, I asked you to be my husband, not a servant. Chapter 36, Do you like gardenias? I am letting you come to be my husband, not letting you come to be a maid. Jean Gardenia crosses her hands on her waist, and continues with a stern face. It's fine to leave the housework and whatnot to Auntie. You have your own things to do as well. Today is your first day, so sit down and take a good rest first. Saying that, Jean Gardenia pushed Lin Che to sit down at the sofa. Lin Che was wearing a bodysuit today, looking like a college student, her hand against in his back waist, feeling the temperature of his body through a layer of clothes. She sneaked a glance at his back and thought, really wanting to touch it to see if it was really as sturdy and good as Grandma said it was. Lin Che is an actor. Actors in order to be on camera will control diet, pay attention to body management. Camera looks just right. The reality is often on the thin side. Jean Gardenia wanted to do something delicious to give him makeup. Let him grow some meat. What do you like to eat? I'll have Auntie make it. Auntie Wang cooks very well. I'm fine with all of it. Just do some random home-cooked food. Not doing anything. Lin Che was still a bit uncomfortable. Seeing this, Jean Gardenia sat down next to him. Do you want to taste my handiwork? Lin Che was surprised. You can cook? Jean Gardenia face hangs a light smile. Warm voice slow breath speak. Compared with you maybe almost, but can eat. You want to try? Then I'll help you with the hands. Saying that Lin Che was about to get up. Jean Gardenia who was sitting on his side pressed down on his shoulder at once. Not too much force but firmly trapping him on the sofa. Jean Gardenia knelt on the sofa with one leg and said with a bit of forcefulness, Auntie is preparing food in the kitchen. If you want to help me with the hands, I'll call you later. The distance was violently drawn closer, and Lin Che could smell the faint scent of Jean Gardenia's body. In that instant, it was as if a tsunami had risen in Lin Che's heart, but he was quiet and didn't let anyone know. Why don't I take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings first? Jean Gardenia lowered her leg and stood in front of Lin Che. Lin Che accepted the offer. He had to find something to do. Sitting around dryly made him uncomfortable. Jean Gardenia brought Lin Che to the open-air balcony. The house was situated in the atrium and looking down, he could see the best view outside. The balcony was spacious. One side of the flower stand, a rocking chair, a table. He could imagine that Jean Gardenia was resting and working here. There is only a small potted plant on the large flower rack, planted with gardenia, tiny buds budding, dotted in the green leaves. Lin Che reached out and touched it, the light gardenia fragrance. And the fragrance on Jean Gardenia is very similar. Do you like gardenias? Jean Gardenia asked as she walked over to him and stared at the pot of flowers. It was asking about flowers, but Lin Che couldn't help but think of something else. He hurriedly shook off the distractions in his mind and replied seriously, like, gardenia is very fragrant. I think so too. I was going to set up the balcony here and plant it full of gardenias, but every time they don't survive and I don't know what's wrong with them. Lin Che looked at the pot of gardenias and silently memorized her words in his heart. The house is arranged in warm colors, very cozy. Jean Gardenia took Lin Che to be familiar with one by one, from the balcony to the laundry room, and the study room. Her home is big, many rooms, just the studio has 2. And there is a special area for watching movies and playing games. You can work here from now on. The computers are all equipped. See if there's anything else missing. I'll have someone add it. Chin Wei's home also has many rooms, but the only space that belongs to Lin Che is that narrow bedroom. Maybe that bedroom didn't belong to him either, because Chin Wei could break in at any time. Therefore in Chin Wei together these 5 years, he almost never slept peacefully. Chin Wei work and rest irregularly. Want to sleep when you want to get up when you want to get up. And Lin Che can't. He often pulls all-nighters. And then he has to get up early the next day to make breakfast. And then he has to go to work after making breakfast. Chin Wei would also make things difficult for him at breakfast, letting him make crab buns out of the blue, and then letting him buy pancake fruits from East Street, and meat floss and green dumplings from West Street. And she was especially keen on the Netflix stores, letting Lin Che queue up to buy them for 2 or 3 hours at a time, sometimes in the cold wind, sometimes in the blazing sun. When she actually buys it back, she doesn't eat it, she tastes it and throws it away. Later, Lin Che also learned smart. He ordered takeout and paid for an errand boy. The delivery man had money to take, and he also had time to rest and busy himself, so it can be said that it is 2 birds with 1 stone. Chin Wei didn't know a thing about it, and took pleasure in calling him. In her words, she was doing obedience training. Next to the studio was the study, which was large and contained all kinds of books, and as soon as Lin Che entered, he saw the 2 thick books he was most familiar with. It's the 2 he wrote that still have autographed limited editions. The 2 books were well kept by Chin Gardenia, placed in the most conspicuous glass cabinet in the center, which could be seen as soon as one entered the door. Seeing that Lin Che had been staring at those 2 books, Chin Gardenia asked, "Do you also like the author of this book?" "Like?" Chin Gardenia opens the glass cabinet door, takes one of the books out, points to the author's name on the cover and explains, "Lin Che is one of my favorite network writers in recent years. His books are very interesting. These 2 prosigns are still the ones I grabbed when I was abroad. If you want to see it, I recommend that you see this book Cicadas first. This is his first novel, which is about." It was obvious that Chin Gardenia really liked the novel, and when she talked about the plot, her whole body glowed. "Do you know how surprised I was when I first heard your name? That said, there's a similarity between you and this author." Chin Gardenia flipped the cover, pointing to the word Che in the signature. "Did you find that the word he wrote for Che is very similar to the one you wrote for Che?" She looked at him with a tentative look. "Like, coincidence?" In the face of Chin Gardenia's pursuing question, Lin Che did not want to expose it for the time being. There was no other meaning. It was simply that certain depictions inside the book were more or less embarrassing. Chin Gardenia thoughtfully closed the book. "That's really too coincidental. Not only the name is like, the handwriting is also so like." Lin Che touched his nose, and didn't know whether Qin Zhao believed it or not, but it was good that she didn't continue to pursue it. Suddenly found that the fate of people is so wonderful. Originally thought that there is no intersection of the 2. But one day we'll meet in such a way to know each other. She liked his novels, because she liked Lin Che, so after hearing Lin Che, decided to meet and get to know each other. Chin Gardenia put the book in her hand back in its place. "Do you like it here?" A landing place. Where to live was fine for Lin Che, but this was the first time someone asked him if he liked it, and even purposely vacated one of the rooms as his studio for his sake. What's more, the color palette in the bedroom was his favorite, and the slippers in the house were just his shoe size. Lin Che said heartily, "Like it." Chapter 37, Ambiguity. He liked it. He was happy. He thought about the process before he came, but he didn't expect so many surprises. Chin Gardenia respect him. To him very heart, 2 people although is agreement to marry. But for him to do this part, in addition to the relatives outside no one else, to say the heart did not touch that is false. The only thing not visited was Chin Gardenia's bedroom. Chin Gardenia tried. "Do you want to see my bedroom?" Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. "No need. The bedroom is a private space. Not just anyone can go in there, and you have to be a little self-aware to do what you do." Chin Gardenia, however, didn't care. "If you want to see it, you can go in and see it any time." He didn't really want to see it. Auntie had already prepared the dishes, and Chin Gardenia took the apron off the hook and handed it to Lin Che. "Didn't you say you wanted to help me with the dishes? Then help me tie the apron." Chin Gardenia stood in front of the cooking table with her back to him. Tying an apron was somewhat intimate for the opposite sex, and Lin Che took the apron and tied it for her, looking at it from behind, as if he was encircling her in his arms. Qin Zhao tied the pillhead, revealing a snow-white neck to the ear. Lin Che averted his gaze, his attention all focused on the ropes at the ends of the waist side. It just doesn't take long to tie an apron. You can tie a knot in seconds. Lin Che couldn't do it without distractions. His attention was drawn to something else. Chin Gardenia's waist was so thin that it felt like he could pinch it with 2 hands. "Okay." Lin Che lowered his hand. Chin Gardenia touched the knot to her back. "I'm going to start stir-frying. Do you want to go out first?" Stir-frying fumes are big. Lin Che flicked the range hood on. I'll watch you do it from the side and wash the dishes and serve the food. It's okay, you can also instruct me. Jean Gardenia skillfully started the pot to burn oil. Auntie prepare 4 dishes, respectively, shredded potato, tomato scrambled eggs, green pepper shredded meat, vegetables and tofu soup. All are simple home cooking. One look at Jean Gardenia's cooking action tells me that she does it often. But even people who cook often are afraid of splashing oil. Usually at this time Lin Che would step in to help her, preventing her from being hurt by the hot oil. Lin Che also has to be responsible in passing the plate to serve the food. And the first to come out of the pot is the shredded potatoes. The soup in the soup pot is also done. All that's left is to sprinkle the scallions. Lin Che asked, should I sprinkle scallions in the soup? Don't put it on. Jean Gardenia looked back at him. I remember you don't eat scallions. Lin Che was stunned, not expecting such a small detail to be discovered by Qin Jiao. They had eaten just once, and Qin Jiao clearly remembered that Lin Che would carefully avoid the scallions when he chucked in the vegetables. The 3 dishes in one soup were well done, both in terms of taste and color, as well as aroma. Think of the Qin family, these 2 sisters. Qin Wei with him in these 5 years will only make people. Nothing to do. 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. Broom fell to the ground will not help a little. Why is there such a big difference when the same name is Qin? Each dish portion is not much, in case it is wasted if you can't finish it. Lin Che first served a bowl of soup, and complimented in Jean Gardenia's expectant gaze. It's very good, the saltiness is just right, and the tofu is very tender. Each dish he clamped to taste. Eat a complimentary one. Shredded potatoes are crispy, I like. Shredded meat is very tender. Tomato scrambled eggs with rice is very fragrant. Can be said to give each other enough emotional value. The table's dishes ended up being eaten until there wasn't much left. Lin Che, I've already tasted your handiwork, so I'll make dinner, and let you taste my handiwork as well. Jean Gardenia, sitting opposite, put down her chopsticks. I can't wait. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Lin Che ate more than usual and could clearly feel full. After eating, the aunt put the bowl away to wash. Lin Che received a phone call at this time. It was Director He who called. Lin Che, the supporting roles have already been implemented on my side. Just missing Jiang Yu. Director Lu's side has already contacted her, and has been talking about the script recently. As long as the script is read by her. Lin Che raised a smile, then added, by the way, if she asks who the male lead is, don't tell her it's me yet. Why? Because of his intuition. Lin Che explained. It's not like I'm famous, and I don't have a good reputation in the circle, so he decided to trick Jiang Yu into coming in first. It is impossible to give all the content of the script. Director Lu is best at pulling the strings, and Lin Che has a hunch that Jiang Yu will soon sign the agreement. Sure enough, in the evening Director Lu's side brought good news that he had fixed Jiang Yu. All the actors sign contracts and pick a nice day to open for dinner. With such a good script, the 2 directors wanted to start work immediately, so they simply set the start time for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The timing was right, just missing the people. Dinner was made by Lin Che. Lin Che asked his aunt beforehand and learned from her about Qin Jiao's preferences and taboos. Taste-wise she was also on the lighter side, and like Qin Wei, would prefer Cantonese food to the spicy Sichuan cuisine. But on the day of the blind date she accompanied him to eat Sichuan cuisine, so spicy dishes. She did not show any discomfort, and even praised the restaurant's food is delicious. Why did you make it this far? In the evening Lin Che stewed a pot of soup and made seafood. When he was cooking, Qin Jiao was watching from the sidelines, seriously looking like she was learning. In fact, Jean Gardenia's gaze rarely looked at the dishes. Most of the time she was staring at Lin Che as a person. She minutely depicted Lin Che's figure, and with a glance of the naked eye, she knew what size shirt and pants he wore, and she had to say that Lin Che was a natural dresser. And even if he wore an apron nude, he would probably look good. Really looking forward to. Jean Gardenia subconsciously blurted out, accidentally putting words in her heart. Looking forward to what? The pot made a sizzling sound, and Lin Che upended the pot in his hand. A large fire rising up from the side of the pot, the orange firelight illuminating his face, making it look even more three-dimensional and good-looking. Looking forward to dinner tonight. Of course. Jean Gardenia braced her hands on the cooking table and looked at him sideways. Drink tonight? Could do with less. Then I'll go sober up. Qin Jiao chose a bottle of the most expensive wine. When Jean Gardenia returned to the kitchen, Lin Che's dishes were already done. Compared to the dishes she did at noon, what he did was simply a state banquet. Such a good dish. It had to be served on a nice-looking plate. Jean Gardenia had just returned home, and the extra dishes were put away in the cupboard above. Good wine with good food needs a little bit of ceremony. She naturally came behind Lin Che, then reached out and opened the cabinet with one hand and pressed Lin Che's head with the other. Obviously she could have asked Lin Che to take it. She had to do it herself. She wasn't as tall as Lin Che. It was more laborious for her to take the plate, and when viewed from behind, it looked like she was hanging on to Lin Che. Careful. I'll take the plate. Is it reasonable for Lin Che, a big man, to be trapped under Qin Jiao like this? It's not reasonable. There was the smell of grease and smoke in the kitchen. There was the smell of vegetables, but to say the most obvious smell, it must be the scent of Qin Gardenia's body. I'll take it. Lin Che lifted his hand. His limbs touched inadvertently, and he could even feel the softness behind him. Chapter 38, like an old married couple. Qin Gardenia was slightly surprised, and snapped, "Sorry, I ran into you. Just touched it, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Lin Che smiled and brought down the plate from the cupboard. "Is it taking this plate?" "Well, that's it." Qin Gardenia took over the plate to turn on the water to rinse, while saying, "Normal physical contact of course does not matter. Beware of is the ulterior motives of the people. You have to know that the hearts of the people are sinister. A lot of people playing the excuse step by step to try to test the bottom line." Lin Che froze until Qin Jiao washed the plate and handed it over. "Okay, I know. I'll be careful." Gardenia asked, "So you'll be careful of me?" Lin Che shook his head, his eyes carrying sincerity. "No, why wouldn't I? You're nice to people." "You mean I was nice to you? But I obviously didn't do anything?" Qin Gardenia finished looking at him with a half-smile. "Isn't this still bad?" Lin Che admitted that he sometimes magnified the good that others did to him. But what Qin Jiao did, there was no need for him to magnify it. Just take $1 million a month in pocket money alone. That's a lot of seconds. Qin Gardenia was suddenly curious and asked, "Then if I am always good to you, day by day, will you fall in love with me?" Lin Che's heart boiled, and after the back of his hand burned on the edge of the pot, he hurriedly took the plate to serve the food. Lin Che, who had always been very good at cooking, suddenly became busy and even forgot to turn off the fire, resulting in the soup not being put away. Although his heart was in turmoil, his face was still calm, especially those eyes that seemed to be deeper than usual. Qin Gardenia looked at his pretense of calmness, gently laughed out loud. "Just kidding, what are you so nervous about?" The firelight reflected on his face, his ears reddening. Qin Gardenia thought to herself, "Cute, want to touch." Qin Gardenia did hold a favorable impression of Lin Che, or else she wouldn't have flash married him, because of love. So the home furnished out of his favorite look. Because of love she personally cook, but also because of love, she put the gardenia in every corner of the house, hoping that when he saw it can think of her. Wanting to be with him wasn't just because of grandma's wishes, it was love at first sight. Lin Che finished serving the dishes on the table, and the wine was also well sobered up. Lin Che also made a special presentation, which was presentable and not worse than those fancy restaurants. Qin Gardenia asked, "You've learned to cook before?" Lin Che nodded. "Learned." Qin Gardenia, although cooking in general, but the doorway of which she still know a little. After all, she has also been to a lot of five-star restaurants, eat a lot of food, seen the chef live cooking. Lin Che's cooking techniques appeared to be accumulated over years and years, and it was impossible to replicate them in a short period of time. Although Qin Wei was not mentioned, Qin Jiao guessed that it might be related to her, although they are biological sisters. But Qin Gardenia and Qin Wei relationship is not good, not only to her parents as well. Since childhood she was raised in the sight of grandparents, all year round, and they can't see a few faces. This situation is really difficult to produce affection. Qin Wei was even naturally hostile to her, fearing that her presence would steal her parents away. In response, Qin Gardenia said in her heart that the only thing she wanted was the Qin family's money. And now there was one more. Lin Che, how is Grandma Wu's health these days? As usual. Have you been busy lately? What's wrong? I want to take the time to officially tell Grandma about our relationship. Noon tomorrow then. I have something to do in the morning. Qin Gardenia didn't pursue the question, but raised her glass. Cheers to the first day of living together. Lin Che raised his glass and clinked it with her. Considering that they had work tomorrow, neither of them drank too much and were in a state of slight intoxication. The living room has a large floor-to-ceiling window where you can stand and take in the best night view downstairs. Qin Gardenia, lying on the rocking chair, pointed to the glass window and said, "This kind of mirror, privacy is good. You can see the outside from the inside, and you can't see the inside from the outside. So no matter what you do, people outside can't see it. Isn't it very interesting?" Lin Che didn't know what she was trying to convey, and just assumed that she was drunk. And with a drunk person, you just need to nod and respond. Lin Che thought that he would be uncomfortable on the first day of his stay, but he didn't expect the day to be over so quickly. Returning to his room to wash up, he gathered the clothes out of the suitcase. He opened the closet and was surprised by the rows of clothes. The hang tags on them were not removed, and when he looked at the sizes, they were all his size. Although he has let Qin Gardenia to investigate him, but also did not expect her investigation so deep. Even his clothes size are touched clearly. What happened between him and Qin Wei in these 5 years? I thought she already knew everything. It's better this way than getting married without a clean slate. The clothes in the closet Lin Che didn't move. The clothes he brought himself were enough to change in the past few days. He freed them up to be put together separately. After washing up and coming out, he was getting ready for bed when there was a knock at the bedroom door. Lin Che stepped on his slippers and went to open the door. Qin Jiao stood outside. She had also just finished washing up, wearing a robe, her wet hair scattered on her chest, holding the medicine in her hand. Here's a sobering pill. Take one to avoid a headache tomorrow to delay work. Thanks. Lin Che hung his head and quickly took the medicine from Qin Jiao's hand. His fingertips touched Qin Gardenia's slightly hot palm. Not only was her face pink, but her hands were also pink and tender. Qin Gardenia shrank back. So, good night and sweet dreams. Lin Che raises his head and the two of them face each other on. He sees Qin Gardenia's autumn watery eyes. The face without powder is clean and beautiful. No need to get close, can smell the fragrance of her body. Good dreams. The door to the room closed. Lin Che looked at the medicine in his hand and couldn't help but smile. When he pulled the curtains, he looked at the moon in the sky and suddenly remembered the words, "The moon is pretty but it can't warm people. What can warm is the campfire close by." Qin Gardenia resembles the moon and a bonfire. Lin Che had a good night's sleep and woke up early the next day without any half-assed discomfort. He was used to getting up early, and when he went out it was still light outside and the room was quiet. Lin Che boiled porridge wrapped shrimp dumplings. Put the shrimp dumplings in the pot of steam. Take advantage of this time. He put the home flour, changed the water. Just changed the water. Qin Gardenia came out from inside. Why are you up so early? Did you not sleep well at night? Sleep well? I'm used to getting up early. I made steamed dumplings this morning. Wow! Qin Gardenia purposely opened her mouth wide. I'm too lucky to have a mouthful just after waking up. Such a thing. Lin Che did it every day in these 5 years and got used to doing it. Qinwei never thought it was a matter of how rare and lucky it was. She would only nitpick and say that he didn't do it well enough. Qin Gardenia asked with concern, "Do you have a headache?" Lin Che shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." "That's good. Why don't you go wash up? It'll be a while before you can eat." "Then I'll go change clothes first." Qin Gardenia washed her face and brushed her teeth, but she hadn't changed her clothes and gotten her hair yet. A natural beauty doesn't need to spend too much time on her makeup. 10 minutes was enough for her. When she came out, the dumplings were steamed. Lin Che was in charge of serving the dumplings, and Qin Jiao was in charge of serving the congee. It was clear that the two had just been in contact for a short time, but they had already formed an understanding. Not like newlyweds but more like an old married couple. Chapter 39, Falling into a Hole. After eating breakfast, Qin Gardenia took the initiative to collect the bowl into the kitchen to wash. "You go to work. You cook and I wash the dishes. Housework can't let you do it alone. Otherwise I can't get over it in my heart, and it will be hard for a day." In her opinion, reasonable housework distribution helped to promote the relationship. But, Lin Che still wanted to say something. Qin Gardenia gently pushed him a bit, warmly said, "Don't but, time is not early. You hurry up and leave. I will work at home today. Wait for you to come home at noon. We will go to the hospital together to pick up Grandma." Lin Che's words to the edge of his mouth were repeatedly interrupted, and he could only nod his head in agreement. "Okay, I'll go to work." Qin Gardenia tied on her apron and stood in the kitchen doorway to see him off. "Be safe on the road." Lin Che left the door at 8 o'clock and arrived at the hotel at 8:40. The staff had already set up the venue and were waiting for the incense to be served at 9 o'clock. In addition to incense, there are also auditions, where each of the lead actors is involved in setting the makeup, as well as studying the script together to get a feel for it. Lin Che was actually the last one to arrive. The other actors had all arrived and were waiting for him. The male lead, Janya, sat in the corner and read the script with a pen in her hand to make marks. The surrounding noise did not affect her at all, until the assistant beside her reminded her, You, the opening ceremony is about to begin. Okay, wait for me to finish this page." Janya made a note to close the script and put it in her bag. "Are all the actors here? Where's the male lead? Has the male lead come yet?" Janya was now most curious about who was playing the male lead. This script is really too much to her liking. Seeing the back of the plot has made her cry, and to this day, her heart is stuffy, a bit unable to come out. She rubbed her sore eyes. It is well known that Jianyu takes on dramas only based on the script, and because of this characteristic she has taken on a lot of crappy dramas. For example, in this current drama, the two directors are still known as bad movie directors in the jungle. Jianyu knew that this crew was unreliable, but looking at such a good script, she still couldn't help but take it. She can now only hope that the two directors can complement each other to play to their strengths, and be able to present the effects of the script in a complete and flawless manner. Lu Gue guaranteed her again and again that he was responsible for the plot and would never change the script before she reluctantly signed the contract. Now that she knew the cast and crew, and she had met the other actors one by one, the only one she hadn't met yet was the actor who played the male lead. The director hid it so deeply that he didn't give away the wind until now, only telling her, "The actor playing the male lead is tall, white and handsome, with good acting skills, very much in line with the character's setting. You'll be pleasantly surprised when you meet him. Just for these words, Jang Yu brainstormed all kinds of excellent male actors, and even guessed the first-tier male artists. But on second thought, could such a poor crew hire those first-tier ones? Jang Yu did not ask for anything else, as long as the other party's acting skills were good. But don't ruin her male lead. The assistant said, "It seems to be here. I saw the directors are out. Even the director personally went to pick up. It seems that the other side is a bit of something." Jang Yu is excited, the bag in her hand thrown to the assistant for safekeeping. Going out, she caught a glimpse of the man who had come in, the same as the director said, very tall, very white, can be seen from a long distance. The morning light shines on him, as if he added highlight special effects, three-dimensional features, upright posture, legs extra long, really tall at least in 185. From the back side of the face I can tell that the other person is not bad looking, just a little familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Just as Jang Yu was secretly pondering there, the other party turned around, and he stood in the crowd slowly walking towards her. Jang Yu was shocked to the point that her pupils quaked when she saw the man's face. How could it be him? How come it's Lin Che? Jang Yu stared wide-eyed, wondering if she had misread the situation. Lin Che. Ever since Qin Wei told her that this was a scummy guy, she had pulled the plug on him and backpedaled. Lin Che was considered the first one, the one who made her fall in love with him at a glance. His handsome face stood out, handsome and too recognizable. Even if he wore a mask, he would still attract the gaze from the side. But what's the use of being handsome? He's a scumbag, has no work ethic, and relies on subterfuge to get to the top of the movie. What makes a guy like him take the #1 spot? Maybe he went to the wrong door? Or maybe the hero isn't him. He's just an errand boy, and the lead actor is someone else. The idea was good but the reality was cruel. Director Liu brought Lin Che to Jang Yu and happily introduced him. Jang Yu, this is the male #1 of our cast. Lin Che. You may not have seen his plays, but I'm telling you, he's a veteran actor. His acting skills are this. He stretched his thumb. Jang Yu stared coldly at Lin Che without saying a word. Director Liu was a human savant, instantly feeling that the atmosphere was not right, and his heart thumped after observing Jang Yu's face. Do they know each other? Why is Jang Yu so hostile to Lin Che? Director Liu thought that Jang Yu was suspicious that Lin Che's curiosity was low enough to be worthy of her. Jang Yu, don't look at Lin Che as a small transparent from short dramas, but his acting skills are very good. We've worked together, and he fits the image of the male lead. Worked together? How? In bed? Jang Yu thought badly in her heart, and her mouth didn't show any mercy. What makes a person like him enter the group? How much money did you guys receive from his gold master? How much money did you receive from his employer? How good can he be when he's a subterfuge actor? Aren't you afraid of ruining the script? Finding such a bad actor? Once his scandal is exposed, the movie won't even be released. That's true, but what's so scandalous about Lin Che? Director Liu couldn't make sense of it. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Where did the gold master come from? What's subterfuge? He stood in the center in a dilemma, looking at Jang Yu and then at Lin Che, and finally could only look at Director He for help. Director He received the signal and also came over to round up the situation. It's almost the auspicious time. Why don't we put on the incense first? What incense? Jang Yu came to a violent temper. When she signed the contract she was still thinking, just for this script. Even if she fell into the pit she admitted it, but she didn't realize that this pit was a hole. And even if she climbed up from the pit, she still smelled like how much she was looking forward to it before. How angry she was now. Jang Yu stomped her feet in anger, losing her image. You guys have to get rid of him. There's him but not me. There's me but not him. I won't shoot if you guys have to keep him around. Director He looked embarrassed. Director Liu also had a pained look on his face. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge could make Jang Yu hate Lin Che so much? The duo finally understood why Lin Che had specifically instructed them to keep the matter of him playing the male lead a secret. He might have guessed this scene, thinking that Jang Yu would refuse to participate in the movie because of him, so he simply didn't tell her anything, only using the script as bait to slowly lure her into the bait. Still Lin Che was smart. Jang Yu had already signed the contract. Even if she was no longer happy, she had to honestly finish the movie. And at this moment, Lin Che was frowning, his eyes full of confusion and disbelief. He and Jang Yu were meeting for the first time. He really couldn't figure out why she had such a strong opinion of him. Chapter 40. Don't fall into the self-incrimination trap. Jang Yu didn't just have an opinion about him. There was also hostility, hatred plus antipathy. Lin Che's heart is as fine as a hair, searching for the estimate that someone said something bad about him. There is a saying that if a person suddenly changes his attitude towards you, it may not be that you did something wrong, but because there is a dog behind the back that said something about you. Lin Che silently looked at Jang Yu for a long time. You said that I subterfuge my way to the top. Do you have evidence? John Yu was stunned by the question. Lin Che stuck his hands in his pockets. If you can't prove the things I did, then you're just making up rumors. A maxim: never fall into the trap of self-incrimination. He who asserts it, gives evidence. John Yu's face froze. Her face reddened and said, I have witnesses. Someone has seen you selling your body for resources, being adopted by others, doing some dirty and lowly things. John Yu was tongue-tied, saying all the things Qin Wei had said to her in her head. For Lin Che, John Yu was like a fan of the collapsed room. How good she felt at first, how disgusting she felt now, like swallowing a fly so hard. She stared at the mask on Lin Che's face. Her gaze shifted upwards to look at his eyes. Lin Che's pair of eyes were very pretty, both in shape and the color of his pupils. It was by these eyes that she was subconsciously taken that picture in the first place. She had looked at that picture countless times and engraved his appearance in her mind. She was going to look him up online, but she didn't bother after thinking of all the disgusting things he'd done. Wearing a mask everywhere you go. You also know that you can't see people right. Just a pair of eyes can see past. Once the mask is removed, I don't know how ugly it is. John Yu wasn't curious about Lin Che's face under the mask at all. Being able to grow such a pair of eyes was already the limit in his genes. Maybe it was just like what Qin Wei said. It was unattractive under the mask. Lin Che let out a soft laugh and calmly removed his mask. Then I might have to disappoint you. How can there be people who are handsome and don't know it? Since childhood, Lin Che has received a lot of compliments because of this face. If he didn't look good, he wouldn't have been seen by a talent scout and grabbed to be an actor in the first place just because he was running a takeaway. Seeing Lin Che's delicate features, John Yu's eyes widened violently. She had thought that Lin Che was good looking, but she hadn't expected to look this good. The moment the mask was removed, it was as if the light around her was bright. After losing her concentration for a moment, John Yu gritted her teeth and said, You're just a lousy person. So what if you're good looking? You don't know how many ignorant girls you've cheated behind your back. Who did I deceive? Is it deceiving you? Lin Che was about to be exasperated. Since you said that someone has seen me sell my flesh for resources, then call her over and let's confront her face to face. Just call. You think I'm afraid of you? John Yu was furious for a moment and took out her cell phone to call Qin Wei's number. The phone call went out unanswered. John Yu frowned and continued to call. 3 calls in a row went out unanswered. Lin Che's eyes were sharp and he saw the note Sister Wei Wei. Sure enough, it was Qin Wei. It's really a ghostly thing. If he really relied on subterfuge to get to the top, how could he have been a nobody all these years? Don't even think about it. But there is a sentence is still right. He did sell his body. Other people sell his body to the bed, a night will pass. He sold his body for 5 years to do cattle and horses day and night. At that time, Lin Che would still think to himself that life would be so boring if everything went smoothly. Thinking about it now, how could it be boring? John Yu couldn't get through to the phone and gripped the phone hard. No one answered the phone. But I'm not lying. Lin Che, then how do you prove that what she says must be right? You've been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Don't you know that right and wrong aren't up to one person to decide? And if whatever someone else says is right, then why did you sue the black powder in the first place? John Yu sniffed and froze. Before she just blushed, now her ears are also red. Her breath is unsteady and she said impatiently, I can't say it but you. Anyway, if you guys don't drive him away, I'm not going to act in this play. John Yu turned her head and threw fire on the director. Director, he wiped the sweat from his head. John Yu, you signed the contract. How can you say you won't act? Isn't it just a little bit of liquidated damages? I can afford it, but you have to think clearly. I'm the one with the most traffic in the whole crew. Will you choose to keep me or this good for nothing? Director he and Director Lu looked at each other without saying anything, and neither of them were qualified to speak. Are you kidding me? If Lin Che is useless, then what are they? Lin Che is not only the male lead, he is also the original screenwriter, but also the investor. He has taken $20 million to make this movie. If they were to choose, then they would definitely choose Lin Che. Who would be stupid enough to fire the investor? Lin Che said, as far as I know, Ms. Zhang relied on her personal ability to establish herself in the acting circle, and since you're so good, you shouldn't need the Zhang family to help you pay for the breach of contract, right? Zhang Yu snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. Lin Che continued, I have always thought that Miss Jiang is a person who respects contractual agreements. If you have to leave, then forget it. It is just a pity that this script you only saw 2/3 of the script. The content of the back reversal is even better. It is said that this script is tailor-made for you to create the number one female. If you do not join, then it can only be given to someone else. Alas, who should I give this role to? If it is properly filmed and properly acted, it will surely be hot. Right, it is a pity. Zhang Yu knew that Lin Che was intentionally using aggressive methods to provoke her, but she just couldn't stand that. She really couldn't let go of the script, especially after hearing that it was customized for her. The feeling of being valued with all her heart was unparalleled. No wonder she was drawn to the stories within. It must have been a great talent to write such a story, she thought, and it must have been someone who knew her well enough to build the character for her. Jang Yu couldn't give up, but she was a bit unwilling to do so. Lin Che passed a wink to Director Liu, who received it and came to Jang Yu's side. Jang Yu, let's have a good chat. Jang Yu pursed her lips and somewhat dejectedly followed Director Liu. The two went to a separate place to talk. Director, he was a bit uneasy. Can this fix Jang Yu? Lin Che didn't move a muscle. His gaze taboo. Just wait, the results will be out soon. After 10 minutes had passed, Director Liu brought Jang Yu over with a smile on her face. Okay, everyone gather for incense. The opening ceremony is starting, and red envelopes are being handed out. Jang Yu reluctantly stood a piece with Lin Che for the photo. Lin Che, I stayed for the sake of the screenwriter, but Director Liu has already promised me that he'll replace you if the acting doesn't work, so you're on your own. She loved the story and she didn't want the writer's efforts to be in vain. Director Liu had also promised her that he would arrange for them to meet after filming. What was he like? She couldn't control her excitement at the thought of meeting the screenwriter himself, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. She held the script carefully, her gaze soft. Chapter 41, Can't You Be Angry? Her dog ran away. After the incense, Jang Yu took the script and went to set her makeup. Because it's a modern drama, the makeup is very simple. Lin Che has also discussed with the director in the past few days. As the investor plus the screenwriter plus the male number one, what he says is very persuasive, and he has to listen even if he doesn't want to. Jang Yu's makeup came out just as he thought it would. Crossed her arms, a little smug and a little playful. The movie The Cowardly Ghost tells story about an accident male protagonist lost his memory, woke up to find a female ghost emerged in the house. Only he can see. The female ghost haunts him, said to help her to complete the list of wishes she will only leave. Wish number 1, to see abs dudes do curls with cat ears. Wish #2, to have a dog. Wish number 3, wear a wedding dress once. Wish 4, keep it a secret for now. In order to be able to send the female ghost to leave, the hero actively meet the female ghost's desire. He began to exercise, early to bed and early to rise. The original sickly body more and more healthy. Thin body also grew on the meat practiced 8-pack abs. The male protagonist also from the beginning of the fear and then to get used to, he will burn beautiful clothes for the female ghost, burn skin care products for her, burn fried chicken burgers, and the female ghost to go on an adventure together to climb the mountain, to go to bungee jumping, and to go to the beach to swim. He can't help but fall in love with the female ghost, and then he accidentally regains his memory in order to find out the truth about her death. The female ghost in front of him was the girlfriend he used to be in love with for many years. Because of the death of his girlfriend, he gave up on himself, depressed and trampled on his body, and became very sick. His girlfriend turns into a female ghost and appears at his side, but also just wants him to regain his health and return to normal life. In the finale, the hero assists the police in catching the serial killer, and the girlfriend is about to disappear. I'm a coward. I'm afraid of ghosts, but I'm even more afraid of losing you. Even if I lose my memory, even if you become a ghost, I'll fall in love with you again. I'm a coward, but I'm not afraid to die. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to be there for you, my dear, and forgetting me is the best blessing I could ever give you. So for the fourth wish, I hope you're happy. The story ends with her disappearing in front of him in her wedding dress. The storyline is simple, witty and funny in the early part, thrilling and probing in the middle, and then the story reverses in the end, complete with a full conclusion, which suits today's market, expressed in direct graphic impact and actor body language, with an exciting and brisk pace, and presented in less than 2 hours. As soon as the two directors had time, they were conceptualizing scenes and looking for suitable locations. Director He is in charge of the screen layout. Director Liu is in charge of controlling the plot. The two directors are getting more and more in tune with each other and look like they hate each other. Lin Che also set the makeup. Is the script of the male lead late injured look, face with blood, broken eyes, this moment of text figurative? He looks like out of the book. Jang Yu inadvertently glanced at it and was directly dumbfounded. Almost no need to act. Lin Che stood there. He was the male lead. Jang Yu froze for several seconds before she came to her senses. After coming to her senses she felt doubly ashamed. How could she have been attracted to Lin Che? Good looks have a fart. Actors mainly rely on acting skills. Poor acting skills, how good the face have to be blind. And Lin Che, this face is not necessarily carry the big screen. Soon Jang Yu was slapped in the face. The high-definition lens of Lin Che has three-dimensional features that are perfect for dislike face shots. Jang Yu had a stomach full of anger. And soon it was noon. Lin Che changed out of his costume and spoke to the director. Director Liu, there's something going on at noon. I'll leave first. It's dinner time and you're not staying for dinner? Lin Che politely declined. No need. You guys eat. He had said so, and the director couldn't afford to keep him. Once Lin Che left, the director arranged for the cast and crew to go to dinner. Jiang Yu looked around and didn't see Lin Che's figure. She was filled with irritation. Where is Lin Che? How come I don't see him? Director Lu sat his butt down next to her. He had to leave beforehand. So when is he coming back? Not coming back today. What? Jiang Yu put her chopsticks down and said angrily, we're all here memorizing lines and discussing the script for the scene, and he just says he's leaving? Jiang Yu's impression of Lin Che nowadays was that he was a vase, with a false appearance and poor acting skills. You don't have to worry about that one. He knows the line plot better than anyone. Jiang Yu didn't believe it and felt that Director Lu was deliberately exaggerating. I also don't know what kind of ecstasy Lin Che has given you to make you believe in him so much. Director Lu laughed and pretended to be profound. Whether he is good or not is not for me to say. When you and he really play against each other you will know. He is really a very good actor. It is your prejudice against him that is too big. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at his past works. I'm not looking. I'm not interested in him. Jiang Yu said so on her lips, but in her heart, she was getting more and more curious. And halfway through lunch, Qin Wei called with a video call. Jiang Yu got up and found a deserted place to pick up the phone. Sister Vivi, you called me 3 times this morning. Was it something urgent? It's nothing urgent. In the video, Qin Wei was wearing pajamas. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red, and her face looked bad. Sister Weiwei, are you sick? You look haggard. Qin Wei opened her mouth and was about to speak when Su Man's voice came from beside her. Your sister Weiwei, she's not in a good mood, and she's been sick for the past few days. Bad mood? Jiang Yu hurriedly asked with concern. Sister Weiwei, what's wrong with you? Su Man squeezed into the screen and grabbed the words next to Qin Wei. Her dog ran away. Jiang Yu blinked. When did you get a dog? Sister Weiwei, how come I don't know? In the video, Su Man touched Qin Wei's head and said with a sigh, there's still a lot you don't know. Then should we post a dog search notice? I have a lot of fans on Weibo, so I'll pay for a hot search then, and ask a few of my friends to repost it with me. Sister Weiwei, do you have a picture of the dog? What kind of dog do you have? How long has it been lost? Qin Wei sulked and didn't say anything. Su Man answered for her. That dog bites people. Lose it and forget it. No need to tweet it. But it looks to me like Vivi-san is sad. Can it not be sad? It's been 5 years of raising them. Su Man snickered. This subtext was only understood by her and Qin Wei. Jiang Yu was confused. The more she listened, the more confused she became. Qin Wei grabbed the phone. Forget about the dog. Tell me how you've been. Jiang Yu scratched her head. I've been doing quite well lately. I just picked up a movie. Qin Wei asked. How's the crew? It's okay. Jiang Yu had originally planned to ask about Lin Che, but seeing that Qin Wei was unhappy because she had lost her dog, she decided to put it down before saying anything else, lest she get even more unhappy after hearing about it. Sister Weiwei, take a good rest. I'll leave you alone. Well, I'll get up and change in a minute. I have to go find your brother later. Jiang Yu teased. Are you guys going on a date? Okay, enough talk. I'm hanging up. Qin Wei hurriedly hung up the phone. In the past 2 days, Qin Wei had been at Su Man's house, and as soon as Su Man was free, she enlightened her, telling her not to waste her time and energy on Lin Che. Lin Che is an insignificant person. Away from her, can't make any waves. The person she should be concerned about is Jiang Yu. After all, Jiang Yu is the person she likes. Chapter 42. The first time the understudy meets the white moonlight. The person Qin Wei liked was Jiang Yu, but for Lin Che she just couldn't swallow that breath. She didn't want to let Lin Che go. She wanted Lin Che to regret and pay for what he had said and done. When mentioning Lin Che, Qin Wei always had trouble controlling her emotions. With that righteous look, as if Lin Che was the one who had wronged her in these 5 years, Lin Che called Qin Gardenia. The moment he opened his mouth, he apologized. I'm sorry, let you wait for a long time. I'll go over now. Are you at home or at the company? Qin Gardenia said, I'm still at the company. Do you want to come and pick me up? Well, I'll pick you up. Qin Gardenia spoke the address and Lin Che navigated. Half an hour away. I've spoken to the front desk. You can go straight up to the president's office on the 22nd floor. I'm busy with a meeting. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Lin Che passed a dessert store, bought cake and milk tea, and so on. Arrived at the company when already 12 o'clock. Qin Gardenia has not finished the meeting. The receptionist didn't recognize Lin Che, and when Lin Che reported his name, he smiled and brought him to the elevator to swipe his card. The president's office is on the top floor, don't go the wrong way. Lin Che nodded politely. Just as he entered the elevator, Lin Che heard a voice from outside. Why can he go up and I can't? The receptionist wondered. Sir, you don't have a prior reservation. I've told you that I know you're Mr. Qin, and recently the Jiang family and your company still have cooperation, so forget it if you won't let me go up. Why don't you make a phone call for me and ask? The receptionist smiled politely. Mr. Qin is in a meeting. It's not convenient to answer the phone. The elevator door slowly closed and Lin Che saw the man's face, Jiang Yu. It so happened that Jiang Yu also looked over at that moment, his face full of impatience, his brows hazy. He had been waiting downstairs for half an hour, just to ask Qin Gardenia to have lunch. Back to the country for so long, he did not even see her once face. Texting not to return, call not to answer, even the best temper cannot stand. Jiang Yu held back his anger, admonishing himself never to lose his temper and self-destruct here, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he turned around and went back to the rest area. The coffee in front of him was completely cold, and he took a sip that was so bitter it hurt his tongue. He looked in the direction of the elevator, and the man who just entered the elevator came to his mind. Why was the receptionist so nice to him? Can it be that he is some big shot? In a quick glance, I didn't see what the other person looked like, but only noticed the height and dress. Probably due to same-sex rejection, Jiang Yu carried an innate hostility towards this strange man. Finishing the coffee in his hand, Jiang Yu went to the front desk again. Who was the man who just went in? The receptionist took out a business-like attitude. We can't say anything about Mr. Qin's personal matters, Jiang Yu said. If you tell me in secret, it's not like I'm going to say anything. The receptionist doesn't make a sound. Jiang Yu decided to test the waters. Is he a collaborator? The more the receptionist refused to say, the more panic he felt in his heart. Qin Gardenia had already 28. I heard that the Qin family was recently looking for a match for her. Once the match was made, then he would have no chance. Before in foreign countries, because of study busy, he can see Qin Jian's opportunity is not much. It is not easy to finish reading and follow back. The result is still the same old thing. Jiang Yu can only comfort himself. Martyrs climb stalking men. As long as he is willing to chase, no, he cannot catch up. Whether it was looks, academics or family history, he was very good. Otherwise Qin Wei wouldn't have liked him for so many years. When will Gardenia's sister finish her meeting? When will she come down? This time point she should have not eaten it, or I give her order a takeaway. She recently a bit over takeaway. Like to eat what? Often go to the restaurant as where? Jiang Yu thought of the man just now who seemed to be carrying milk tea and cake in his hand, and he didn't know who it was for. The receptionist was smiling and gradually eyeing up the situation. Seeing her not saying anything, Jiang Yu was furious, and when he was with Qin Zhao, the first thing he did was to fire the receptionist here. Jiang Yu did not eat breakfast, hungry all morning. This moment upset. He clicked on the map to search the nearby milk tea cake store. The nearest 200 meters away from here there is one. Jiang Yu navigated out, and after determining the location, she called her sister Jiang Yun as she walked. The phone rang a dozen times before it was picked up, and as soon as it did, Jiang Yu couldn't help but speak in a complaining tone. Sis, what took you so long to answer my call? What for? I'm eating. Hearing that her brother was in a bad mood, Jiang Yun immediately asked in a soft voice, what's wrong? Who upset my brother? Jiang Yu kicked the stones around his feet. Sister, have you seen Sister Gardenia lately? Not yet. She just returned to China business busy. I see her have to queue up, but these 2 days will meet on. You suddenly mentioned Qin Gardenia do what? Nothing, just thinking that she took care of me in foreign countries. Helped me a lot. I just want to invite her for dinner, but she's too busy. I can't get in touch all the time, so I thought to ask from you. Jiang Yu tries. Sister, can you bring me along when you meet with Sister Gardenia? Jiang Yun said. What are you being taken for? We're talking about work, not going to play. Jiang Yu was afraid that the opportunity would be missed and hurriedly said, I won't disturb your work. Didn't Dad recently ask me to join the company? I want to follow you to familiarize myself with the business first. Sis, just promise me. I promise not to make any trouble. Jiang Yun, okay, I'll talk to you in advance when the time comes. Jiang Yu was instantly happy. Thank you, sis. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu raised his eyes to the milk tea store. He stood at the end of the queue in line, asked for 2 cups of original milk tea, and ordered 2 of the most expensive cupcakes from the list. The clerk quickly made milk tea, holding in the hand warm. He carried the milk tea cake to return the same way, just to the company door to see Qin Gardenia's car drove past him. Gardenia's sister. Jiang Yu chased and ran a few steps. 2 legs, how can catch up with 4 wheels? Not only did not catch up, but also the bag of milk tea threw off. Jiang Yu stops body, anxiously takes out cell phone to Qin Jasmine calls. The phone passes, but the other party directly gives hangs up. Looking at the mess on the floor, Jiang Yu gripped his cell phone hard and indignantly stomped on the cake in the bag. I should have known better than to get a cake and milk tea. Lin Che drove and looked in the rearview mirror. I think I heard someone calling you just now. Is that so? May have misheard it. Qin Gardenia is still the same light on appearance. The words just fall. The cell phone ringing. Qin Gardenia hangs up directly once he looks at the phone number. Who called? Unimportant people. Lin Che raised his eyebrows. He saw clearly that the person outside was Jiang Yu. Lin Che was able to recognize him at a glance, but it also had to start with Qin Wei, who didn't know how many photos of Jiang Yu he had shown her over the years in order to play the role of a good understudy. Why would Jiang Shou appear here? Isn't he Qin Wei's fiancé? Chapter 43 There is time and means. Qin Zhao unwrapped the cake Lin Che brought her. The cake wasn't big. It was just right for one person to eat. But she was a person who knew how to share. Cake? I'm not eating. Seeing that she was eating the cake, Lin Che slowed the car down to make it drive more smoothly. But I don't like strawberries. Can you help me eat it? Qin Zhao wiped her hands and directly took the strawberries off the cake with her hands and handed them to Lin Che's mouth. She frowned, her eyes sparkling, a look that was just too much to resist. Lin Che opened his mouth while driving, and Qin Zhao stuffed the strawberry into his mouth. Her finger, not knowing if it was intentional or unintentional, scraped his lower lip. Lin Che sat upright, his eyes firm as if he wanted to join the party, and chewed and swallowed the strawberry in 3 tries. Qin Gardenia stared at him without blinking. How is it? Is it good? He was like Piggy eating ginseng fruit, pressing on the flavor. Yummy. Then you can have all the strawberries from now on. Do you not like strawberries at all? Qin Gardenia scooped a spoonful of cake and smiled, somewhat meaningfully. Eat it's just that I don't like this kind of strawberry. What's your favorite fruit besides strawberries? Prunes, blueberries, cherries. For cake, I like yellow peaches on top. Lin Che secretly kept it in his heart. Fingertips accidentally stained the cream. Qin Gardenia silently put it on her lips to sip it away. This scene just happened to be seen by Lin Che. It occurred to him that it was the same hand that Qin Gardenia had just used when she fed him strawberries. Qin Gardenia likes to wear glasses when she works, and the icy lenses add shock value. And every time she saw Lin Che she would take off her glasses, revealing beautiful and sentimental eyes with upturned ends, like crescent moons when she smiled. And when she wasn't talking she would quietly look at the other person, very focused and attentive. Has Grandma Wu eaten yet? Lin Che glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. We've eaten. Let's find a place to eat casually and then we'll go to the hospital after we eat. Now think about what you should call me when you see Grandma. Lin Che hasn't changed his name yet. He's still used to calling her Miss Qin. If he calls her that in front of Grandma Wu, he'll definitely be exposed. Called the name too rusty. Called his wife too intimate. He also called can't live with the mouth. Fought for a circle. Lin Che opened his mouth. Gardenia. Quite a few people around her called her that, but only when it came out of Lin Che's mouth did it make her ears feel electrified. Is it okay if I call you Gardenia? Lin Che didn't call directly, but inquired first. Yes, don't you forget it. In order to keep himself from forgetting, Lin Che was silently chanting Gardenia all the way, forcibly changing his words. Even when Qin Gardenia asked him what he wanted to eat when ordering, he blurted out Gardenia. Facing each other, the two of them skimmed over the waiter's snickering gaze, and Lin Che took the menu as soon as he could, choosing a few of Qin Gardenia's favorite dishes. Qin Gardenia looked at his forced composure, couldn't help but want to laugh. For what to eat Qin Gardenia didn't care that much, could fill her stomach on the line, but seeing Lin Che ordered all the dishes she loved to eat, a burning sensation surged to her heart. She decided to not tease him for the time being. Qin Gardenia propped up her chin and looked at the man in front of her. Maybe he didn't like her now, but it was fine. She had plenty of time and means. After lunch, the two drove to the hospital. Grandma Wu was napping in the sun at the moment, and when she heard movement coming from outside, she squinted and looked over. When she saw that it was Qin Gardenia and Lin Che, she immediately stared with wide eyes in joy. Lin Che held Qin Gardenia. Grandma, Gardenia and I came to see you. Grandma Wu deadlocked the two, holding hands tightly, fearing that she was misreading it with her old eyes. You guys, this is? Qin Gardenia graciously took Lin Che by the arm and leaned intimately on his shoulder. Grandma, we're together. Grandma Wu has been looking forward to the two of them being together, and when this day really comes, she can't believe it again. Really? It's not like you're deliberately trying to make me, an old man, happy, is it? Don't say. The old lady's intuition is really accurate. Qin Gardenia intimately held Lin Che's hand. Grandma, this red thread was personally held by you. Why don't you believe it yet? And do I look like the kind of person who would lie to you just to make you happy? Grandma Wu's eyes scowled. When did you guys get together? Gardenia said. The day before yesterday. Grandma Wu was shocked. So soon? You've known each other for less than a week. Qin Gardenia raised her eyes to Lin Che. I fell in love with him at first sight. Lin Che almost came out of the theater, and his calming heartbeat steeply accelerated. Grandma Wu asked, do you know each other well? Qin Gardenia hooked up her lips. Isn't there you in the middle to help us understand? Grandma, aren't you happy that the two of us are together? Grandma Wu immediately said. Of course I'm happy. Then why don't you smile? Grandma Wu smiled but didn't laugh, pulled Lin Che's hand and asked, Xiao Che, you honestly tell me, you guys are serious, right? Gardenia didn't make things difficult for you, did she? Are you volunteering? Heartbeat was disturbed the rhythm. Lin Che face is calm and composed. I am serious. I like Gardenia. It is me who pursued her. You fell in love at first sight with Gardenia too? Lin Che nodded his head vigorously. Yes, Next to her, Sheen Gardenia was not happy and squatted in front of her grandmother and pouted. "Grandma, last week you were praising me for my good figure, praising Lin Che for his handsome looks, and saying that the two of us are a perfect match, and now you're talking as if it's me forcing Lin Che to be with me." Sheen Gardenia has always given the impression of being powerful and mature, but in front of her grandmother, she would be petulant and play nice, a granddaughter who would never grow up. He was attracted by such Sheen Gardenia and couldn't help but keep looking. Grandma Wu stretched out her finger and nodded her head. "You guys are moving so fast, I have to ask for clarification. Grandma, nowadays young people get together when they see eye to eye. Flash marriages and children abound. We're already slow." Grandma Wu's acceptance was quite high. She was surprised, not astonished, and had the feeling of a pie falling from the sky and hitting her head. These years a mention of marriage. Sheen Gardenia perfunctory her. From childhood to big Sheen Gardenia around are not opposite sex friends. Grow up is also a hard into work. Sheen Gardenia opposite sex edge is very good. School that moment on often received love letters. Was hung on the confession wall. But for falling in love this kind of thing she is just not interested. Later Sheen Gardenia went abroad. "I heard that there are a lot of homosexuals in Y country." Grandma will even doubt that Sheen Gardenia is not like women. It's okay to like women. And she doesn't have to marry Sheen Gardenia. She's just afraid that no one will stay with her if she leaves. Sheen Gardenia has a cold personality, is not close to her parents, and has no particularly good friends around her. Like now, Sheen Gardenia encounter what matter still can say with her. If she died, Sheen Gardenia find who say go, sick, and who can take care of her. But more than that, she was not willing to see Qin Zhao condemn herself to this marriage. Eyes can't fool people. Grandma Wu carefully observes. It is because Sheen Gardenia character cold so she can't act out. Being able to take the initiative to hold Lin Che's hand and try to get closer was enough to prove that she had a good feeling towards Lin Che. And Lin Che treats Sheen Gardenia's attitude is also different from that of others. Subtle difference, directly breaks the winners and losers. The young couple she had set up by herself. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she was, and at this pace, she might really be able to hold her great-grandchildren next year. Chapter 44, Two Sisters Fighting. Grandma Wu was at first thinking that the two were fooling her, so she asked for details, such as the two of them being together and who proposed first. Lin Che had already thought of what to say and took the initiative to say, "I was the one who chased Gardenia first. I like her. How much do you like it?" Grandma Wu several times to try. Sheen Gardenia where to work he knows. Sheen Gardenia like to eat what he knows. Sheen Gardenia like what flowers he also knows. Finally, when asked, the two have been living together. This was so fast-paced that Grandma Wu didn't quite think of it. Lin Che was her certified granddaughter-in-law and she was very relieved to have him. But if she were to say that she was biased towards anyone, then she was definitely still biased towards her own granddaughter. Lin Che's family situation she also clear. Both parents died. There is a sick sister. I hear let people heartache. Therefore she specially urged Qin Jia, let her arrange people to take good care of his sister. Can help a little bit more help. Really can't help. Then provide emotional value. Since is in love and married, that should help each other. Qin Jia was trying to take her grandmother home to recuperate. Grandma Wu refused. You two are living together and you're taking me over for what? To be a light bulb? It's not like that. And I'm living well here. There are professional nutritious meals every day. Someone takes care of me 24 hours a day. Doctors and nurses can give me checkups at any time, and give me whatever I need. And the caregiver accompanies me to chat and talk, and pushes me to go out to the sunshine in the afternoon to exercise. I'm very comfortable here. You, live well with Xiao Che, and cultivate more affection. Don't just go to work all day long, but also stay home, and go out more. Walking, you are busy abroad for so many years. It is difficult to come back to a trip, not yet rested it again into the company. You should take some time to let Xiao Che accompany you to go out more. Travel, shopping. Grandma Wu recited. Travel is the most test of a person's character. A couple in the tour, with a good back to get married, with a bad halfway to split. Sheen Gardenia snuggled up to her grandmother and nodded. Okay, I know. Who said that living in a nursing home would be uncomfortable? As long as you have enough money, you are comfortable anywhere. Like Grandma Wu who has lived in a nursing home for most of these years, it is equivalent to her second home. Grandma Wu thought of something. Gardenia, you came back for so long, how come the family didn't do a reception banquet? Is it that your parents didn't say? I'm the one who's too bothered to do it. You've made such a great achievement abroad. It's actually all the more important to throw you a celebration banquet so that you can get your feet wet at Qin. If it's really done, isn't that the same as announcing that she's the successor of the Qin family? The Qin family would be willing to give up on Qin Wei? Qin father did mention to Qin Gardenia to do a receiving banquet. Thought just Qin Wei's soon birthday. Simply together. Qin Gardenia directly refused, wanting to take her achievements to shine a light on Qin Wei. Thinking beautifully, Qin Gardenia converge under the emotion. Stand up to give grandmother pinch shoulder. These things, you don't worry about. What receive the wind banquet? Celebrate the success banquet. Birthday banquet are not interesting. Want me to say your wedding banquet is the best. You are now the most important thing is to get well your body. Wait for that day to come. Can not only have my wedding banquet, maybe soon have child full moon banquet. Various banquets waiting for you. By then grandma you can have to help hold some. Those words amused Grandma Wu. Then you guys should work hard. Grandma Wu is clear in her heart and knows that her son and daughter-in-law favor Qinwei. Qin's father and Qin's mother were united by marriage and did not love each other after marriage. The couple took marriage and children as a task. And when Qin's mother was pregnant, Qin's father cheated on her in the meantime. Qin Gardenia was born in this kind of environment. Naturally not pleasing to the eye. Was born regardless of. Finally her Qin old master could not see past before Qin Gardenia received the side. Just take back to the old mansion that moment. Qin Gardenia skinny, with a small monkey like, was grandmother raised for a long time to raise white fat. And during this time Qin's father and mother didn't make a single phone call, as if they had forgotten about this child. After that, after 2 years, Qin father's prodigal son returned. Qin mother fell in love with him over time. The two of them were in the most love with each other when Qinwei was born, and became their baby daughter. And Qin Gardenia became a redundant existence among them. And the moment they saw her, they would think of that unpleasant past. Good thing Qin Gardenia didn't care, and didn't care to return to a home like that. Grandma gave her a healthy body. Grandpa taught her self-respect and self-love, not to condemn herself. He also taught her to be strong. Only when she is strong, in fighting for what she likes will become easy. Thinking of this, Qin Gardenia couldn't help but look towards Lin Che, incomparably thanking her grandfather for his teachings once. This afternoon, Lin Che and Qin Jiao are accompanying Grandma Wu, chatting for a while, in order to be able to let Grandma Wu rest and recuperate to take care of her own body. Lin Che guarantees to her again and again that he will be good to Qin Jiao, and in order not to reveal himself, Qin Gardenia had also been sticking to Lin Che, taking the initiative to hold hands and lean on his shoulders, whispering into his ears and helping him straighten his collar. The whole state is that of a young couple in the heat of the moment. Lin Che secretly sighs. Qin Gardenia's acting skill is better than his. Not a single fault can be picked out. Can be called perfect. Easily will bring the rival actor into the scene. Messed up the heartbeat. Qin Gardenia also talked about work, allowing Lin Che to roughly understand the Qin family's current situation. There are only 2 daughters in the Qin family, and the family property will be given to them in the future. The question is how much or how little, and whether it can be given fairly. Obviously Qin family can't be fair. What Qin Gardenia wants can only be fought for by herself. That's why she's been expanding her market abroad to prove herself over the years. Yet upon her return, Qin's father also still didn't delegate his authority, but rather let the 2 sisters compete with each other to test their abilities. The Qin group is involved in a wide range of businesses, entertainment companies, hotels, food malls, real estate, and the annual share dividends are astronomical. Qin father under the guise of the one who can, will 2 properties respectively to Qin Gardenia and Qinwei. Qinwei was in charge of running the film and television program section, while Qin Gardenia was assigned to the food company. Film and television productions are the more valued projects under Qin's banner, and they are profitable every year. As for the food company, Qin's early days is to do food up, by the old man Qin single-handedly founded. But over the years, there are all kinds of problems. First of all, the rumor that there are plasticizers in the milk, and said that the ham sausage is made with rat meat. Chili fries inside the oil is all the gutter oil. Food safety is amplified. Rumors and smears say that the science and technology and ruthless living is also more and more. The company has clarified many times, but also cannot save the negative news. Coupled with the emergence of an endless stream of net red food over the years, the brand inevitably appear aging problem. Once ate these snacks children have grown up, and then eat has not been the taste of the year. The consumer group is becoming less and less. Young people are more willing to choose the brand that has invited the celebrity endorsement. Sooner or later, such products that do not keep up with the times will exit the industry and announce their closure. Faced with the problem of shrinking market, Qin father didn't even think about the solution. Also don't want to spend more money on this, so take test as an excuse. Grandly threw this mess to Qin Jasmine, asked her to do up the food company in 2 years, realize the profit target. In this test, whoever earns more will be qualified to become the Qin family heir. It's not just biased, it's deliberately difficult. Chapter 45 Lin Che's Heart. How can it be fair when the starting line is not even the same? Obviously can directly let Qin Gardenia give the opportunity to Qinwei. On the contrary, want to pretend to sympathize with a set of fair competition. It could be said that as long as Qinwei didn't make a fool of herself and maintained the status quo, she would have a solid win. On the contrary, Qin Gardenia, about to close down the food company, half dead. What to save? Might as well sell it for money as start-up capital. There is no comparison in terms of market value, and Sheen Gardenia is destined to fail and abdicate. Sheen's father was trying to let her know what to do and let her be a common shareholder whose future role would be to assist Sheenwei. Everyone thought that Sheen Gardenia would make a fuss, but they didn't want her to sign the betting agreement straight away. Sheen Gardenia grew up eating these snacks, and she didn't want to see the brand that her grandfather started just go out of business. Sheen's food has faded from the public eye for too long. It's not easy to make it work, and over the years it's also replaced some of the old staff, resulting in the flavor not being as good as it used to be. Coupled with foreign brands to seize the market, was squeezed out of the original market share. Want to be on the supermarket shelves, have to pay. A loss-making food company. Which money? Market economy. Competition of the same kind. Survival of the fittest is so simple. These days Sheen Gardenia has been doing do investigation, want to try all kinds of ways to save. She does not want to lose, also does not admit defeat. Sheen Gardenia didn't say these bad things to her grandmother. Over the years, she had gotten used to reporting the good news and not the bad news. Mentioning the food factory, Grandma Wu couldn't help but show a nostalgic expression. Your grandfather knew that I've loved these things since I was a kid, so he founded this company. In order for me to eat at ease, these snacks are free of messy additives and have a good flavor. It's just that over the years, my teeth can't eat anything too hard, and the doctor has told me to abstain from eating too oily, too salty and too sweet foods. Lin Che finally understood why Grandma Wu would be so fond of snacks desserts. These, not only is it fond of but also sentimental. Every time she eats snacks she will remind of the old Master Qin who has passed away. Lin Che listened quietly on the side, thinking hard. He was aware of the food company. He used to eat it as a kid and didn't see much of it when he grew up. When the online gutter oil incident, Sheen's food factory was deeply involved, although the back of the clarification, but still did not change the public's impression of him. Later Sheen's food is no longer focused on doing snacks, began to do frozen food, dumplings, buns. Production categories have everything to lose more and more. It's hard to imagine how such a mess is going to rise from the dead. Coming out of the hospital, Lin Che took the initiative to stroll through the supermarket and buy some food to go home. Don't want to be sized up all the way. Both of them put on masks. Lin Che pushed the shopping cart. A bunch of shelves and a pile of shelves, finally in an inconspicuous corner to find the Sheen's name of the cell phone food company, Gaga. Lin Che bought all the snacks on the shelves. Not only snacks and snacks, but also frozen products. Why did you buy so many? Sheen Gardenia, a turnaround kung fu. Lin Che has already put full of the whole shopping cart. When Sheen Gardenia turned back to look for him, the shopping cart has already piled up out of the small mountain. Why are you buying so much food? Those who don't know still think you're stocking up when the end is coming. Sheen Gardenia snickered, then went up to see what exactly Lin Che had bought, but the result was that all of them were homegrown brands. Sheen Jiao suddenly guessed what Lin Che was going to do, but she didn't dare to confirm it. How you bought these is because I mentioned at the hospital, so that's how you want to comfort me? A food factory that is about to close down. The biggest support that can be given is to buy more and stock up. But Lin Che is only one person. He can't save it even if he buys more. Lin Che, I just want to buy it back to taste it. It's the same flavor I had when I was a kid. Although he refused to admit it, but his heart, Sheen Gardenia, still received it. This is the heart is too heavy. Two people to take a bit of effort. But the good thing is that after the checkout, you can choose to let the supermarket attendant delivery to the home. In the evening Lin Che cooked instant food and made some of each, intending to taste each once to see if it was out of flavor or if the marketing hadn't kept up. Lin Che has always believed that as long as the food is well made there is no shortage of diners who will pay the bill. Tried out. Some have no problem, and some have a big problem, especially convenient fast food. Frozen products? Like Lin Che usually buy ready to eat. Outside the supermarket to sell the steamed buns in 9 out of 10 are pre-products, with a big gap between the ready-to-do. As for the instant noodles, hot and sour noodles and other fast food, not many flavors, are commonly found in the supermarket. A few flavors, but the texture, whether it is the taste of the noodles or ingredients, the package is not as good as the big brands. The first instant noodle Lin Che ate as a child was Gaga, and he remembered it so vividly that he noticed the difference when he tasted it. It doesn't taste right. As Sheen Gardenia looked at Lin Che's grave face, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked a chopstick from Lin Che's noodle bowl and tasted it. At this time, both of their focus was on the surface, not letting the atmosphere be ambiguous just because they were eating the same bowl of noodles. The noodles in the mouth were inelastic, as if they had been soaked in cold water for a long time, and the flavor was salty and bitter at the end of the taste. When the noodles are cold, a layer of oil solidifies on top, and the more you eat them, the more disgusting they get. Sheen Gardenia face iron blue. One by one, Lin Che opened snacks. Eat all. She has not eaten these snacks for a long time. Memory should not be such a taste. No wonder fewer and fewer people are buying them. Not only because of the high competition in the market, but also because the taste has become unpleasant. Some people cut corners by keeping things the same on the ingredients, only downgrading them, such as turning cooking oil into inferior oil, and turning good meat into low-priced trimmings. Half of the instant noodles do not want to eat. Buns, siu mai, wontons, meat pie with meat, taste a mouthful or difficult to swallow. Jean Gardenia frowned so hard that her breath heaved. When she left the country, the company's profitability was not perfect, but at least it was able to break even and not fall into the red. Product quality has been declining. More and more bad reviews. The Jean family let it go. Some people are blatantly cutting corners to eat the difference in price. The courage is really fat. There's a saying that when you find a cockroach, it proves that the dark places have long been infested. Jean Gardenia also recently personally went to the factory floor, did not find problems. Lin Che said, "It seems that you have to arrange for people to make more trips, and the market research has to be redone. And it's best to arrange for people you trust under your hand, so that you can clean up the mole first, and then think of something else." Lin Che threw the leftover buns into the garbage. "Also let the marketing department take back all of these batches. Don't sell them again. Good taste can't be separated from good ingredients. Poor taste will be redeveloped. Do a good job of food to afford the customers. It's more important than anything else." Chapter 46 With me, you don't need to change. Next, have Jean Gardenia busy. Not only want to do market research again, also have to catch inside ghost. Give the product to upgrade and reseasoning. This step will involve raw material control. Purchasing standard. All have to change into their own people. Don't think about how much you're losing now, since you want to make it up. The good thing is, because it was in the red itself, the factory didn't accumulate too many orders. Jean Gardenia looked at the table of food inside. These can be sent for testing first, with a few extra trips to retrieve and destroy as much of the product as possible from the market. Jean Gardenia nodded her head. After this outburst, she already had no appetite to eat. "Can you be my taster when the product is redone?" Of course. Lin Che was still very talented at cooking food, and he had thought about opening a restaurant for catering before. "I'll fry something up. What do you want to eat? Just make something. The dumplings you made this morning were pretty good. Any leftovers? There's extra in the fridge. It should be enough for us to eat. I'll cook some more congee." Lin Che cleared the table in 3 tries, then went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to see what dishes were inside. There are not many dishes in the refrigerator. They are all bought by Auntie today. Lin Che saw that there are skinny eggs. "Do you eat skinny egg congee?" Jean Gardenia immediately responded. "Eat? Then I'll make a skinny pork porridge with eggs tonight. Get some gazpacho, and steam the dumplings from this morning. It doesn't take much effort to make these." The porridge simmers slowly in a casserole dish and is ready to eat in 40 minutes. Jean Gardenia, who was not much in spirit just now, heard Lin Che shouting for dinner and immediately sat down and obediently waited for the meal to come. Steamed dumplings with hot air. Eat when to eat carefully. Avoid inside the soup splash out scald to lips. Jean Gardenia blew a few mouths. Sure, not hot before cautiously biting open. Inside the soup is still hot, but this taste is the more soup is more delicious. To Lin Che's cooking skills, Jean Jiao was full of praise. If the dumplings you made could be taken out and sold, they would be very popular. This seems like it could. Jean Gardenia's eyes lit up. "Lin Che, do you want to cooperate with me? You put out the formula and I'll put out the financial resources and give you a share of the profits." Lin Che said, "If you want the dumpling recipe, I'll just give it to you." Jean Gardenia take her usually talk about the tone of work said, "That can't. In business, one size fits all. You cook well. Do the dumplings. Is I have eaten the most delicious? Modify a little made into frozen dumplings put out for sale. Surely will be someone to buy. You also said do good food can afford the customer more important than anything else. Now there are more and more instant food categories on the market, and there are takeaways taking over the market. I want to do what is irreplaceable and can retain consumers, so I want to improve and replace all these products. Although Gaga has been on the decline in recent years, it still retains a bit of fame. As long as the product is changed, the quality is improved, and good marketing can return to the public's view." Lin Che agreed with Jean Gardenia's words, plus he himself intended to help her. "Then listen to you. Let's cooperate. I'll give out the formula. You'll be responsible for the financial resources. I'll draw up the contract." Lin Che not only can do buns and dumplings, but also can do other. He can think of takeout to sell all right down. Let Qin Jian take to improve themselves. However, since there are no additives, the shelf life is particularly short, and mass cooking is certainly no better than using a skillet. The more you cook on a large scale, the harder it is to ensure that the food tastes good. The heat has to be slowly modulated, and the seasoning ratios have to be changed along with it. These complicated problems can only Jean Gardenia arrange people to test slowly. Qin Jian and Lin Che chatted until 11 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that it was going to be past midnight, Qin Jian only reacted and was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice that the time was already so late." "That's okay, I'm not sleepy anyway, so if you still want to talk, you can continue when I get back tomorrow. Won't you be annoyed with me? Why yes, I'm happy to be able to help you. This was Lin Che's heartfelt words. Jean Gardenia's heart moved slightly, stood up and sincerely nodded his head to Lin Che to say thank you. If he hadn't given her new ideas today, it might have taken her a long time to come up with a solution. Lin Che smiled lightly. What are you polite for? You've also helped me a lot. The two of them looked at each other. Everything was in the air, and without realizing it, the little bit of rawness had completely disappeared. The next day, Lin Che woke up early, but did not want Jean Gardenia to get up even earlier than him. Looking at the kitchen lights on inside coming from the sound, Lin Che walked over to take a look. In the kitchen, Jean Gardenia was wearing an apron and washing dishes. Her hair was loosely coiled up. She was unaware of it, humming while washing until Lin Che made a noise from behind her. Jean Gardenia was startled and twisted her head. After seeing that it was Lin Che, she hooked up her lips and revealed the first smile of the day. Why did you get up so early? Lin Che asked rhetorically. I also wanted to ask you, why did you get up so early today? Jean Gardenia drained the water from the pool. I'll get up and make breakfast. What's for breakfast? Lin Che walked over and looked at the basin of made noodles on the cooking table, next to the washed vegetables. I'll cook noodles and have hand-pulled noodles this morning. Is that okay? Yes, I'll do it. Saying that, Lin Che rolled up his sleeves and prepared to pull the noodles. You go rest. I'll make breakfast today. I want to make it for you. Jean Gardenia spoke bluntly, not giving Lin Che a chance to get down to business. She grabbed the dough and kneaded it, her movements so forceful that the tendons on the back of her hand bulged out. Lin Che stood and watched as the pot of water boiled. Let me help you with something. You get the bowls out for me, the big kind, and the chili noodles from the fridge. Jean Gardenia said the same. Lin Che did the same. Jean Gardenia pulled the noodles and threw them into the pot. How many roots do you eat? Lin Che looked at the length of the noodles. 3. Jean Gardenia just can cook, but to say she does how good, that is certainly not much good. For example, this noodle was she pulled thick and thick, after the pot fishing up hard. The texture of the noodles was average, but the seasoning was under her control, and Lin Che finished all 3 noodles in one big bowl. Jean Gardenia sat across from him and ate in small bites. Her brows knitted slightly. She had done her best to make it like this. She thought of making breakfast to show her virtuous side, but compared to Lin Che's cooking skills, what she made was really not good. It was edible but not tasty. One has to admit that you don't go hard on a track that doesn't belong to you. Want a clove of garlic? What's the saying? Eating pasta without garlic tastes half as good. I don't eat garlic. I'm shooting today. Jean Gardenia's heart tightened and asked without changing her face. Is there a kissing scene? Lin Che explained. No, my stomach gets bloated and uncomfortable when I eat raw garlic. So it's like this. Jean Gardenia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Have you been shooting recently? Lin Che said. Well, it might take a month. It's a movie, tentatively scheduled to be released on Valentine's Day next year. Jean Gardenia immediately cupped. I'll pack the venue when the time comes. Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to pack the theater. I'll invite you to see the movie when it's released. I'll go if you invite me. Jean Gardenia added in her heart. Even if she was busy, she would go. Lin Che put down his chopsticks and saw the uneaten noodle sub in Jean Gardenia's bowl. I'll still do the breakfast in the future. Jean Gardenia's rare blush of embarrassment. Is it that I don't cook well? Lin Che said. If it was really bad, I wouldn't have eaten all of it. I cook because I'm used to getting up this early in the morning usually. But you're not. I don't want you to change your pace of life for me, and I cook quickly. I'll prepare it in advance. Said he also did not forget to comfort Jean Gardenia. Everyone has their own good at doing things. Just like what you said on the first day I came here. I came here not to do housework. The same, you are also. Before what kind is now what kind. How to be comfortable, how to come. Don't need to change. Chapter 47, Lin Che's acting skills. Lin Che was very serious about his work and was never late. When he gathered at 8 o'clock, he would arrive 20 minutes early. The on-site staff came even earlier, and the venue manager methodically assigned the tasks out. And when he saw Lin Che arrive, he took him to the makeshift shed to change. At 8:50, all the actors had arrived, and Jiang Yu didn't have a good face when she looked at Lin Che. Yesterday afternoon everyone was reading around the script. Just certain people, no card hard to play. I'm talking about you. What are you looking at? Not only the face is not good, tone is not good. Fierce, like a bird twittering in the tree. Lin Che, I warned you yesterday that I'd replace you if your acting skills didn't work. If you can't memorize your lines today and dare to fool me, I'll have the director kick you out. Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'll remember. Jiang Yu smiled but did not say anything. She had already said this. If he made a mistake later on, don't blame her. Jiang Yu dreamed of replacing him. Such a good script. The director was so well prepared. The supporting cast was also well chosen. But the male lead was such a person. Isn't this a mouse that spoils the whole pot of soup? The point is, Director He and Director Lu's attitude towards Lin Che is also very strange, overvaluing him and holding him up by saying good things for him without any sense. Lin Che, a small transparent, has been an actor for so many years and hasn't made any achievements. What makes him have this treatment? Just because he can sleep and stick it to the Gold Master? Who exactly was Lin Che's Gold Master, to actually be able to stuff him with such a good script and let her be his match? Unconsciously, Jiang Yu's curiosity towards Lin Che had already exceeded her dislike, and she secretly began to inquire about the Gold Master behind him. In the crew, she had the best relationship with Director Lu, and she took the script to Director Lu and opened her mouth to ask, Director Lu, can you tell me who the Gold Master behind Lin Che is? And who is actually promoting him? Director Lu, more memorized lines, less gossip. Jiang Yu muttered, with so many Gold Masters, did he do a physical examination? The subtext is to ask if Lin Che is sick. It is reasonable for her to be concerned about this. After all, acting as a rival, it is inevitable to come into contact, and she is not afraid of anything. Don't worry, we have Lin Che's medical report here. He's in good health and has no infectious diseases. As for the Gold Master you mentioned, don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. He's not wrapped up in a Gold Master. I don't believe you. You always harbor him. Now, Director Lu was truly speechless. Jiang Yu was biased against Lin Che. In her opinion, whatever Lin Che did was wrong, and it was useless for the onlookers to explain more. But I believe that after today she will completely change her attitude. After hearing that Lin Che didn't have any contagious diseases, Jiang Yu still let her heart go for a bit. She didn't want to put herself through a play. The script in her hand she turned over countless times. The entire plot, although it revolves around love, but the main male and female intimate scenes are rare. The largest scale is holding hands and embracing. There is no kissing. The venue was already prepared. Jiang Yu didn't believe that Lin Che could memorize all of that thick script. She was now waiting for the show to start. Once Lin Che had problems she would immediately call a halt and replace him. Lin Che didn't need to put on makeup. His hair was cut slightly shorter to give his forehead away. His sword brows were starry-eyed, and his eyes were like magnets. The first scene of today's shoot is a memory kill. The green years, the two childhood sweethearts, from childhood to adulthood, has been inseparable. When the two are most in love and ready to get married, the girlfriend dies and the hero doesn't even see her for the last time. He finished attending his girlfriend's funeral with a calm expression, no joy or sadness on his face. He didn't even shed a tear. He just quietly looked at his girlfriend's last photo and stared. Some say he doesn't love her at all. If he does, how can he be so calm? If he loved, how could he hold back his tears? He also didn't understand why he couldn't cry when his heart was hurting so badly. He looked at the last picture and remembered what his girlfriend had said. She said that when she died of old age later on, then she would choose a picture from her youth, and she would choose the prettiest one. This gray posthumous photo is really nice. In the photo, she has a big smile, and when the corners of her lips are up, there will be very shallow pear swirls on both sides of her cheeks, which look like they are full of honey. Nice choice of photo, but she hasn't aged yet, so how come she's dead? Obviously they are still scheduled to go to the wedding photos next week. On the way back, he sat on the bus, quietly watching the passing scenery. Getting off the bus one stop early because he was going to buy his girlfriend's favorite kebabs. He called his girlfriend, and his cell phone number had been logged off as an empty number, and he reacted with the afterthought that his girlfriend was dead. When he got home, he got an iron pot and burned paper money in it, and threw his girlfriend's favorite fried skewers into it and burned them. She once said that if she died she hoped that people who went to pay their respects to her would bring her favorite food. She loved fried skewers, snail noodles, fried chicken burgers. He remembered all of these things. He cooked his girlfriend's stockpile of snail meal, which he wouldn't eat a bite of when she was around, because he thought it smelled bad and was afraid of the spiciness. The conch chowder his girlfriend bought was all popping hot and stinky, with a layer of red oil floating on top of the soup, and it was as if he had lost his sense of smell as he gulped down the conch chowder. The snail powder was really as good as his girlfriend said. It was just a bit salty. His vision was getting blurry and his face was cold. He reached up and wiped it away. It wasn't the snail powder that was salty. It was the tears that were flowing into his mouth. Turns out, he was crying. He choked on the chili, his throat burning with pain as he choked, his face red and the tendons in his neck bulging. He coughed and cried as he broke down emotionally, as if a fortress he had built had collapsed, and his tears fell into the bowl in big drops as if he couldn't stop. It was a moment he really wanted to share with her. Look, who said I can't eat snail food? I finished the soup. She would have been happy if she was there, and then laughed at him, how he cried like that over a chili. Thoughts never come as a shocking wave, but that doesn't stop it from never stopping like a wave, lapping at emotions over and over again. Looking at his girlfriend's effigy at the funeral, it wasn't that he wasn't sad, but because he was so sad his body assumed a self-protective state, briefly forgetting what was causing him pain. But when returning to a familiar place, faced with the bed where they cuddled together, the couple cups on the sink, the razor she gave her, the used shower gel, the strands of hair that fell off the floor. In that moment, there was nowhere to hide the sadness. Empty in the chest, obviously alive, but like a walking corpse, no one to talk to, no one to share with. In despair, Jiang Yu looked at Lin Che, who was cowering in the corner, and an impulse arose in her heart to rush up and hug him. No one at the scene was not moved. Even the director was red-eyed and secretly wiping tears. Throughout the performance, the lines and acting were all over the place, and it was impossible to pick out any problems. Jiang Yu's eyes were red, her throat felt like it had a thorn stuck in it, and a continuous pain came from her heart, rushing through her nasal passages again and again. It turned out that Lin Che's acting skills could be so good. Chapter 48, Conquering Her with Absolute Strength. Lin Che huddled in the corner, clutching a knife in his hand, getting harder and harder. The veins on his small arms rippled, and it wasn't long before his palms were wet, and scarlet beads of blood slowly overflowed from his fingers. Suddenly, as if he heard something, he jerked his head up and locked eyes with Jiang Yu off camera, and he tenderly raised the corners of his lips. The spirit felt like it had been hit hard by something. Jiang Yu was so immersed in his acting skills that she completely lost the ability to think for herself. Subconsciously she had to show a heartbroken expression to Lin Che. She wanted to laugh, but when she tilted her head, tears instantly crashed down her face. She was infected by Lin Che's emotions, and was unable to extricate herself from her deep sadness. The scene was silent. Even the infected cries were silent. Director Liu was the first to come to his senses, and after shouting his card, he immediately rushed up, and then checked Lin Che's hand. Is the hand okay? The knife was a prop knife, and the blood was naturally a pre-prepared blood packet, and this scene was played out live by Lin Che, and when he saw the bleeding on his hands, his heart was lifted hard, and they all thought that he was really injured. Director Liu looked at his hand and touched it carefully, relieved to make sure there were no injuries. Lin Che was about to pacify the director when he raised his eyes and saw Jiang Yu's tense expression as the people around her gathered in a group and squeezed her aside. Lin Che retracted his gaze. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. You still gave me this prop. Director Liu patted Lin Che's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. You kid. Your acting skills have grown again. You scared me. Director he nodded along, looking at Lin Che as if he had seen glowing gold. Even though the movies they made sucked, they were pretty good at reading people, especially for an actor like Lin Che who didn't cause any trouble, worked hard and was down to earth, and had strong acting skills. Their attitude towards him was one of relief, admiration, and sympathy. It's a pity that good actors don't get good rewards, like Lin Che who has been delayed by the agency all these years. If he receives some good scripts, can he not be hot with his looks and acting skills? Knowing that Lin Che was successfully released from his contract, they were all happy that he was out of his misery. Lin Che nodded and smiled, his expression coy and unable to withstand such a compliment. Over the years Lin Che has run a lot of dragon sets and acted in a variety of roles. He never felt that he was a gifted actor. This road he walked for a long time and learned for a long time he can act so well today. One is that the script is written by him, he is familiar with it, and the second is that the male lead is set to be the kind of role that he is the best at acting in, and it is also considered to be a bit of a shortcut. Keep filming, don't delay. The next step was to shoot his rival scene with Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu saw Lin Che in her, unnaturalness surfaced on her face. After all, she had always looked down on Lin Che before this, believing that he was relying on sleeping with gold masters in exchange for resources, and had no acting skills at all. So what if you have acting skills? Can having acting skills prove that what Qinwei said was false? Prove that he doesn't have any problems? Jiang Yu's heart twisted and refused to admit her mistake. As soon as the director shouted to start, Lin Che instantly got into the scene. He was like someone who came out of the script. His acting skills were strong, and he didn't feel anything as a bystander. But once he played against him, he realized how much pressure he was under. Insiders look at the doorway, outsiders look at the scene. Jiang Yu is the former, graduated from a professional school. She knows too well the gap between her and Lin Che. She can't compare to him, obviously. Lin Che was a halfway decent actor who hadn't acted for a few years. So why could his acting skills manage to crush her? That's right, crushing. There's a word for pressure in duologue, in which a powerful aura and acting skills are used to suppress another actor during a shoot, causing the latter's mind to be affected and forget the words. Lin Che was deliberately suppressing the scene so that Jiang Yu couldn't pick up the lines. After being shouted at 5 times in a row, Jiang Yu's spirit gradually broke down, and although Lin Che didn't say anything out of his mouth, his eyes looked like he was looking at garbage, as if to say, that's it? Jiang Yu, say your lines. Jiang Yu, your lines are wrong. Oops, you've got the wrong expression. He's your lover. You should be saddened by the way he looks right now. Not scared. Come closer, don't cower. Forget it, take a break and come back when you're in shape. Jiang Yu blushed, This was the first time she had been called off so many times since she had joined the industry. It's not like she's a little cutie. Naturally, she knew that Lin Che was deliberately suppressing the drama. And when actors play against each other, only the one with poor acting skills would be suppressed. Jiang Yu recognized Lin Che also recognized herself. She squatted on the ground disheveled, turning over the script in her hand. Such a simple section of the scene. Why she could not catch it? 2 hours ago, she had put words in Lin Che's mouth that she would kick him out if he couldn't take the scene, but it turned out that the slap in the face came so quickly. Jiang Yu secretly reddened her eyes, not daring to make a sound. Director Lu saw it all in his eyes. He took a bottle of water and handed it to Lin Che. It's almost done. Look at how aggrieved Jiang Yu has become. Lin Che looked at the director seriously. A person always has to take responsibility for the wrong things they say. He is not a soft persimmon to be pinched. The so-called good temper is just that he is too much trouble to bother. To deal with someone like Jiang Yu, you have to use what she is good at to convince her. Only then will she honestly act with him. Director Lu nodded thoughtfully, then walked towards Jiang Yu, not knowing what he said to her. Jiang Yu stood up, stole a glance at Lin Che, hesitated for a few moments and then walked towards him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so impulsive in jumping to conclusions before, saying that you're a waste of space that doesn't have any acting skills and relies on subterfuge to get to the top. I'm sorry. Jiang Yu quickly lowered her head after glancing at Lin Che and nervously picked at her hands. A light laugh came from above his head, and Lin Che said magnanimously, all right, I forgive you. Just a little revenge will do. If you're always so catty, will we still be able to shoot this movie? What do you think about doing a good job of filming in the future? And let's make peace and maintain it until the end of the shoot? Jiang Yu hurriedly nodded her head. The two directors, seeing that Lin Che and the others had already talked it over, quickly gathered the group actors for another shoot. And this time, Lin Che collected himself. He could see that Jiang Yu was still nervous, so he slowly drove her with his acting skills. A good actor can drive his opponent's emotions and make him react subconsciously, as well as make adjustments through his opponent's state. This was the first time Jiang Yu had ever been so deeply involved in a movie, as if she had opened the two chakras, and the process could only be described as cool, and she was still immersed in it even after the director had called the timeout. After coming back to her senses, her expression was unfulfilled. How much she hated Lin Che in the past, how much she admired her now. She took the initiative to take the script to Lin Che to ask for tips and tricks, and she memorized what Lin Che said, like a good student in school. When Lin Che was thirsty she took the initiative to pour water. When Lin Che was hot she fanned herself and handed towels, enthusiastically acting like a little assistant. Jiang Yu was good at one thing, and that was being able to bend and stretch. At noon, the venue service delivered boxed lunches, and Jiang Yu let her assistant go to the queue to get them in advance, helping Lin Che to get them together as well. In the course of the morning, Jiang Yu's attitude towards Lin Che completely changed, not to mention that she had no prejudice against him. She even brought her own filter when looking at him, and in her gaze was admiration that even she herself didn't know about. Lin Che, how come you can act out the piece about your girlfriend dying so well? Because he has experienced life and death. His parents died when he was 18 years old, and when he went back, he only saw the inhuman bodies of his parents, so he understands the meaning of the script. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Chapter 49, asked Qin Wei to her face about the rumor. Taking advantage of the break, Jiang Yu looked for her assistant to ask for her cell phone, connected to the internet and started searching for Lin Che's related information. After searching around, I finally found the relevant content, which is not much, mainly the movie and television productions he has acted in over the years. All of them are small budget productions, and Lin Che's roles in them are either cannon fodder or loathsome supporting roles, and his image in the drama is like two people compared to his reality. There were also comments that Lin Che had failed plastic surgery. Jiang Yu scrolled through the comments and gained a further understanding of Lin Che. For example, he debuted in a short drama, which was even on the hot search at the time, and then after signing up for an agency, he didn't take on any drama for a long time, and it was not easy to take on a drama, but they were all marginal roles. The short drama that Lin Che just debuted has been taken down. Too much time has passed and it's not easy to find a complete resource. Jiang Yu clicked on one web page after another, so serious that she didn't even realize that the director was standing behind her, until Director Lu made two coughing sounds. Jiang Yu's hands were in a frenzy as she hid her cell phone, like a student who had been caught playing with her cell phone in class by the homeroom teacher, and her eyes were panicked as she looked at Director Lu. Director Lu had a snickering smile on his face, googling Lin Che, looking so seriously. See anything? Jiang Yu's face was filled with heartiness. Director Lu, when did you come over? Why didn't you make a sound? Director Lu grunted. I've been standing behind you for at least 3 minutes, and if I hadn't coughed those 2 times, you wouldn't have realized it by now. Wouldn't that be seeing it all? Jiang Yu awkwardly changed the topic. What are you looking for me for? Director Lu pointed to the back, Wasn't it your team that treated our crew to milk tea? It was sent over in a car. John, you got up. I don't know. Didn't tell me. It's in your name anyway. Why don't you ask? I'll go over there. Just then, the assistant came over with a cell phone. Someone is calling you. John Yu took a look. It was her brother Jiang Yu calling. Brother. Jiang Yu's voice came from the cell phone. Did you get the milk tea? Jiang Yu was surprised. You sent it. Jiang Yu said. Didn't I hear that you recently took on a new movie? As a brother, of course, I have to visit a class and support it. Jiang Yu happily said. Received. Brother, thank you. The milk tea has arrived. What about you? Aren't you coming over? Didn't you say you're going to visit my class? What kind of visit is it if you're not even at the scene? Jiang Yu said. I'm busy. I'll go over later. Don't rush. Alright. I'll be waiting for you at the theater with a milk tea. So make sure you come. As a younger sister, Jiang Yu was very close to Jiang Yu, and her second brother had been very good to her since she was a child, often sending her gifts by mail and making video calls when she was abroad. And every year, she would step on the clock in the early hours of the morning to send out red envelopes to congratulate her on her birthday. The phone hung up. Jiang Yu held the phone and said to Director Liu, my brother bought it. Let's go. Go over and have some milk tea. Jiang Yu's first visit to his sister's class. All the milk tea flavors in the store. Not only bought milk tea but also sent a large bouquet of flowers, giving enough surprise. Jiang Yu chose a cup she liked to drink, then asked Director Liu, what flavor of milk tea does Lin Che like to drink? Director Liu shook his head. I don't know. Haven't seen him drink milk tea. He only drank mineral water in my theater group before. Jiang Yu chose a honey pomelo tea with a relatively refreshing flavor from the pile of milk teas. Director Liu clearly sensed Jiang Yu's changed attitude towards Lin Che and had a meaningful smile on his face. Jiang Yu glared at him twice. What kind of eyes are you looking at? I was just thinking of bringing it to him, by the way. Don't be imagining things and rumor mongering about me in your heart. Director Liu smiled and narrowed his eyes. I didn't say anything. What are you so nervous about? Jiang Yu held a cup of milk tea in one hand. Director, there's something I'm curious about. Is Lin Che's acting always this good? Is very good. Acting eat talent. I felt it when I first worked with him. Acting talent strong, long and handsome. If not, the company delayed him. He has long been out of the head. Is it really just talent? At this moment, she deeply understood the words. Effort is worthless in front of talent. Thinking of the gap between her and him, she could not help but have loss appear on her face. Director Liu comforted. Your acting skills are already very strong in the young flowers. And you're still young. There's still room for improvement. An actor like Lin Che belongs to the gifted. You can definitely learn a lot by acting opposite him. Cherish this opportunity. Jiang Yu nodded her head. He acted so well in that single scene today. So many people at the scene cried. She asked Lin Che why he acted so well. He only smiled and didn't answer her. Director Liu said, people who don't know him only think that he is acting, but in fact, these are all things that he has experienced before. You don't know, right? Lin Che's parents died in an accident when he was in high school, and he has a sick sister. So in order to take care of his sister he had to drop out of school and work, and only by chance did he become an actor. This kind of thing wasn't a secret, as long as the directors who had worked with Lin Che had probably known about it. So don't you ever tease him about his education again. It's not that he doesn't want to study, it's that he doesn't have the chance. Thinking of the things she had said to Lin Che, Jiang Yu felt guilty and woke up in the middle of the night thinking that she really deserved to die. I'll never taunt him with anything like that again. Looking at Jiang Yu's assurance, Director Liu said in relief, I don't know where you heard the rumors before. You have so much prejudice against Lin Che. You don't believe in anything I say. You probably understand Lin Che's situation by now. If there is really a gold master behind him, just based on his acting skills and looks, how could he pick up some crappy movies and run around for the past 5 years, talking about subterfuge to get to the top? Have you ever seen any top person like him? He seldom spoke so much for a person. It was really because all these years, Lin Che was really unlucky and pitiful. Yes, Jiang Yu suddenly realized that a person who was capable in his own right, even without a gold master, he could still live a good life. But judging from Lin Che's film and television works over the years, it was getting worse and worse year after year, like he was being half-snowed away. Jiang Yu began to have doubts about what Qin Wei had said. Why did Qin Wei deliberately hack Lin Che? For what purpose? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Jiang Yu had already come to Lin Che's side without realizing it. She handed over the milk tea in her hand. Drinking milk tea? The one I chose for you is honey pomelo tea. If you don't like it, I'll ask my assistant to change it. Thanks. Lin Che reached out and took it, not drinking it immediately but placing it beside him. Jiang Yu observed his every move. There were so many things she wanted to ask him but didn't know where to start. Why would anyone say you're a mistress destroying someone's relationship, and that you're not famous for playing a big shot and like to bully people? Lin Che said seriously, You should ask the person who started the rumor about these words, instead of coming to ask me. Also, find a chance for her to ask Qin Wei face to face and ask her why she was talking nonsense about rumors about Lin Che. Chapter 50, The whole world is criminalized by flies. You know what some of the words you hear all the time in violent incidents are? Why didn't he hit others in favor of you? Flies don't bite seamless eggs. A slap in the face is not a slap in the face. These words hide an absolutist logic that whenever there is a problem, the fault must lie with the self. So let me ask you, is it always the victim's fault for being bullied into rumors? Jiang Yu looked sideways at Lin Che. Seeing the seriousness and displeasure lurking under his expressionless look, she hurriedly shook her head. Lin Che said in a deep voice, take the saying that flies don't bite seamless eggs. If the egg has a crack, then who is the one who caused the crack? If the cracks are innate, then an egg with cracks doesn't deserve to grow up? As for the fly, it bites meals, it bites benches, and it bites people, and everything. Is the whole world condemned by the fly? These are words that don't necessarily go over anyone's head, but it's his business to say them or not. Jiang Yu listened attentively, resting her hands on her cheeks, blaming and admiring herself, feeling that what Lin Che said was so reasonable. When a problem arises, one should look for the one who made the problem, and she blames all the conflicts and problems on Lin Che, while ignoring the responsibility of the external environment and her human behavior. You're right. In the future I'll be careful with my words and not cause trouble. Jiang Yu suddenly stood up and bowed to Lin Che to apologize. This time, it was much more sincere than the one in the morning. Lin Che, I'm really sorry. I apologize for taking my words out of context. Lin Che said in a nonchalant manner. There's no need to say anything to apologize. Shoot well in the future. If you feel uneasy, go and investigate the truth of the matter clearly. Don't be used as a gun. This was a reminder and a warning. Jiang Yu straightened up. I know. Once Jiang Yu started to trust a person, she believed whatever the other person said, just like she didn't have any evidence in her hand to prove who was right and who was wrong. But she felt that Lin Che was right, and her heart that was originally biased towards Qin Wei slowly turned towards Lin Che. The rest was almost over, and the director began to call for a gathering to continue with the next scene. The whole day was filled with Lin Che and Jiang Yu's rivalry. Lin Che was quick to get into the scene, and Jiang Yu was quick to get into the scene, too. That's the effect of being paired with a good actor and being able to keep learning from him. In Jiang Yu's opinion, Lin Che was the male lead, and even more so, her male lead, and sometimes she was so deep into the drama that she couldn't even tell if it was real or staged. Lin Che was quick to enter the scene, and quick to leave the scene. As soon as the director shouted for the end of the card, he immediately returned to his natural state, leaving Jiang Yu alone there for a long time, unable to return to her senses. The longer she plays with Lin Che, the deeper her feelings become, and she begins to rely on him, clinging to him, and sometimes thinking that it would be nice to be in the theater forever. Lin Che is very cold to her when she is not shooting. In fact, it is not called cold, it is a normal mode of getting along. She just feel not enough, want to be like in the drama. Jiang Yu was immersed in her role in the play and couldn't extricate herself, and when she came back to her senses, her heart was frustrated, and a dense sourness traveled down her bloodstream to every corner. It was only at 5 in the afternoon that Jiang Yu came over to visit the class and happened to run into them while they were taking a break. The two directors were watching today's shooting and discussing the editing. Jiang Yu was holding the script and letting Lin Che help her with her lines, her mouth shouting sweetly with a mouthful of Mr. Lin. Lin Che wasn't used to this and corrected her. Call me by my name. Don't call me teacher. I don't take on disciples. They're all beaters. You don't have to be so respectful to me. I'm not used to it. Okay, Lin Che, do you want some water? I'll get it. No drink. Where are you going to eat dinner? I'll buy you dinner after all you've done for me. It's within the scope of the job, not really a favor. Lin Che, you're so cold to me. Lin Che coldly said, I've always been like this to people, so don't think too much. Lin Che had a businesslike attitude, giving Jiang Yu the feeling that he was rejecting her. She hung her head and moped in her heart, the milk tea in her mouth turning bitter. She wondered if she hadn't said those harsh words to Lin Che in the beginning, would he be warmer to her now? As soon as Jiang Yu arrived at the scene, he saw Jiang Yu circling around a man, attentive to a fault. As the youngest child in the family, Jiang Yu was always coaxed by others at home, remembering her for good food and asking her where to go to play. When have I ever seen her so pleasing to others? Jiang Yu looked to the man sitting on the chair. Feel some look familiar. He walked forward, while walking back to think, and at the same time, and then carefully measure. When see hitching on the chair on the coat, his pupils shrunk for a moment, remembered that yesterday in the Qinjiao company, that into the elevator to go up the stairs of the man wearing is this style color of the coat. It can't be the same person, can it? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes a little, his expression becoming alert all of a sudden. The man had left so quickly yesterday that all he could see was his back and a blurry side face that felt like the same person. But when you think about it, How could someone who can go in and out of Chin Gardenia's company it will come to this kind of Thai place to shoot a movie? As soon as Jang Yu arrived, Lin Che noticed it and only glanced at it with his afterglow, not looking at it squarely. It wasn't until Jang Yu, who was beside him, noticed Jang Yu and stood up to call out brother that he lazily lifted his eyes and scanned over. The two men's gazes met in this kind of occasion. Jang Yu did not know him, but he knew him quite well. The first time he met him head-on, and looking at the photo video is a different thing. The face is quite white, but not as thin as he thought. As for whether the two of them looked like each other, Lin Che kept his duties in mind when he worked as a stand-in, putting on makeup and fixing his hair every day to try to look as much like him as possible. With such a comparison, Lin Che's self-perception of his makeup skills was excellent. Jang Yu had a happy face when she saw Jang Yu, jumping and running over. Brother, you're finally here. Jang Yu asked softly, are you done shooting today's scene? Finished shooting, Jang Yu said. So what are you doing now? Jang Yu raised the script in her hand and explained. I'm acting opposite a male actor. Memorizing my lines. Jang Yu looked at Lin Che once again. What's the name of the actor you're playing opposite? And which character is he playing? He's Lin Che, the male number one. Mentioning Lin Che in front of her own brother, she was inexplicably a bit nervous and didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Jang Yu thought for a moment. Never heard of him. How many lines of artists is he? Jang Yu couldn't help but defend Lin Che. Don't you ask people how many lines. Actors mainly rely on their acting skills. Alright, he knows. It's probably a small transparent that is not even as good as the 18th line. Jang Yu looked at Lin Che's eyes gradually with disdain. He surveyed the surroundings. The environment is simple. At a glance, it's not a big production movie. Can you make a good movie in such a bad environment? The male lead is still a name that I haven't even heard of. And I've asked around about the director of your crew, who doesn't have a single masterpiece in his hands, and is known for all of his bad movies, with the only award he's ever won being the Golden Broomstick Award. Chapter 51, Lin Che to Jang Yu. Unlike some people who don't have a clue, with this kind of crew, you can make a big bad movie. What do you think you're doing making this kind of movie? To drain away your audience's popularity? Or do you think you don't have enough black fans and plan to explode a few? As soon as Jang Yu looked at Lin Che, he was not happy, so he directed the grievances in his heart towards Jang Yu and gave her a lecture. As for the one playing the male lead, how good can the acting be? Someone you've never even heard of. I think you're just exaggerating. If you want to make a movie, why don't you talk to mom and dad and ask them to shove you into a better produced movie, so that you can play opposite a veteran actor, and learn a lot more, not to mention that it won't diminish the enthusiasm of your fans. Jang Yu said and gave Jang Yu another head-to-toe look. The styling is also poor. Jang Yu hadn't even come in for 5 minutes yet, and he disparaged the entire crew as worthless, and said it in front of so many people, when he was really emboldened. Director Lu searched in his heart. The Jang family is not genetic mouth stink. One more than one stink. Do not know anything to start talking nonsense. Director Lu did not dare to go up to confront. Who let the person is the son of a capitalist, cannot afford to provoke him to hide. Jang Yu's face didn't look good either. How could she discredit Lin Che even if she belittled the director? Brother, this is my own business, don't need you to care. I can go to whichever crew I want to go to. This time whether it's the script, the actors or the crew team, I like it. I don't want to change it, and I've already signed a contract. I can't do a temporary withdrawal. Jang Yu slatted her face, worried that what Jang Yu said would affect her image with Lin Che. She quickly glanced back and saw that Lin Che was looking at her at this moment. She immediately righteously stated her stance. Lin Che is the best actor I've ever seen. His acting skills aren't any worse than those veteran actors. I like to make movies with him. He's my friend now. You saying that about him is equivalent to talking about me. If you keep it up, I'll ignore you. Jang Yu wrapped her arms around herself and snorted coldly, because it was Jang Yu who deliberately picked on her. So she stood Lin Che. Jang Yu face cannot hang. Directly cold face. Okay, I do not care about you. When the accident you do not regret. Jang Yu was unconvinced. What do you know? I won't regret it. She only regretted that she didn't recognize Lin Che earlier and didn't take a step forward to get into a scene with him. Do not understand? He went abroad for gold plating back in the day and was a netizen with 1 or 2 million followers. Plus the media company run under the name of the Jung family. So how could he not know anything about this area? A movie crew like this doesn't work at first glance. And I don't know if Jang Yu's brain has been eaten or if she's been brainwashed by some people. Thinking about it, he looked at Lin Che, his eyes bursting with danger. Lin Che, he remembered. Since we're done for the day, come back with me. Jang Yu looked wary. You're not going to tell mom and dad, are you? I've already said that I won't be in charge of you. Why are you still suing? After a pause, Jang Yu added a reminder. I don't care if you shoot a movie, but don't even think about anything other than shooting a movie. Jang Yu, for example? Jang Yu said, you are still in the rising stage. Artists in the rising stage are forbidden to fall in love. Don't you know that? Jang Yu blushed. I know. I don't need you to remind me. Jiangyu knows that his little sister's vision is higher than the average person. Ordinary people really can't get into the eyes, so she is still quite assured. Come on, I'll take you to dinner. Whatever you want is on me. Jiangyu coaxing immediately happy. Attitude came a big change. A hold Jiangyu's hand. Pampered, thank you brother. Brother is really good. I like brother the most. That I go and the director they say a word. Jiangyu sighed helplessly. I'll accompany you. Jiangyu held Jiangyu's hand and came to Lin Che first. Lin Che, this is my brother Jiangyu. He just came back from abroad. He doesn't understand the situation over here. He talks hard. Don't take it seriously. Lin Che sat still. Jiangyu didn't make a sound either. The atmosphere was silent and strange. This closer look. Jiangyu more antipathy Lin Che. People and people have magnetic fields. Some people can become friends at a glance, while some people no matter how long they have known cannot be close up. Jiangyu held a great deal of animosity towards Lin Che, subconsciously believing that this person was a threat and wanting to get rid of him. He thought he was handsome enough, or else he wouldn't be able to have 1 or 2 million fans just by shooting a video. But at this moment, he stood in front of Lin Che, and the other party made him lower his head without saying a word. Jiangyu couldn't help but frown slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction in no uncertain terms. Shoot the movie properly. There are things that are not for you to be. Recognize your own position. Jiangyu tugged on Jiangyu's hand and gritted her teeth. Brother, watch your words. The words were directed at Jiangyu, but her eyes glanced at Lin Che. I was saying to you, what words do I pay attention to? When who couldn't understand pointing and cursing. Jiangyu apologetically looked at Lin Che and whispered. Lin Che is sorry. I'll take my brother away first. Lin Che stood up and condescendingly glanced at Jiangyu. Don't worry, I've always recognized my place. Unlike some people who don't have any roots, the play is still shooting. Lin Che will not intentionally look for trouble, but cannot control the trouble intentionally to find him. There is a saying, endure a moment of calm, take a step back. The more you think the more angry. Lin Che was taller than Jiangyu, plus he stood on the steps. Jiangyu had to tilt his head to look at him, and his aura was crushed to death. Knowing that Lin Che was angry, Jiangyu hurriedly dragged Jiangyu away. She originally wanted to let his brother and Lin Che get to know each other. If they could make friends, then the distance between her and Lin Che could be drawn closer. But as a result, her brother was a bit of an eyesore, and even offended Lin Che. Jiangyu held her breath and muttered with her head down. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come. What did you say? Jiangyu took Jiangyu out 50 meters in one breath. If you don't say anything good, you're just talking about what you have to say. Have you ever thought about how other people will look at me and think of me? I still have to work here for 2 more months. Jiangyu did not think, if you can't go on, you can go somewhere else. It's not like the family can't afford to pay the penalty. Jiangyu aggravatedly said. You're saying this again. You're really pissing me off. Which sentence did I say wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly at the mention of Lin Che? I didn't say anything. Right. Why are you so agitated? Jiangyu's tone stuttered, his expression probing. You don't think you like him, right? Jiangyu immediately looked like a cat that had exploded its fur. I didn't. I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. Jiangyu sank a face. It's better not to have one. If you look at this kind of white boy, mom and dad won't agree. When Jiangyu heard this, her heart was empty. She suppressed her hard feelings and said, if I'm really interested in him, it only means that I'm too deep into the drama. Brother, don't have such a big opinion about Lin Che. You'll be slapped in the face. Chapter 52, not a girlfriend but his wife in name only. Jiangyu was reminding Jiangyu as a person who had been there before. When you think Lin Che is a good-for-nothing white boy, then it's not far from the time you get punched in the face. Jiangyu felt strange. Obviously Jiangyu was meeting Lin Che for the first time. Why was he hostile to him? Couldn't it be that boys inherently despise people who are better than them? Seeing Jiangyu looking at him with strange eyes, Jiangyu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? The flowers aren't there. Jiangyu shook her head. There are red spots on her nose. Jiangyu? Jiangyu asked. Brother, did you used to know Lin Che? Don't recognize it. Then why are you so hostile to him? That's not called hostility. I call it looking down on him. Jiangyu thinks that Lin Che is a good-for-nothing white boy, acting just to find a better rich woman to keep. He is now more than likely staring at Jiangyu. Compared to older rich women, naturally a 1,000-year-old girl is better. Young and inexperienced, better to pin down. Jiangyu rolled her eyes. In her heart, Lin Che is much more powerful than Jiangyu. Does she still not understand her brother? After growing up and living together for so many years, saying that others are useless, he is the one who is useless. Just because his family has money, if he doesn't have money, he is nothing. Jiangyu collapsed her face and asked, why did you suddenly come to me today? Vivi's birthday is coming up. I don't know what to choose as a gift. You've always helped me choose in past years. Have you forgotten? She really forgot. Jiangyu patted her head. Then what are you going to send? Skincare products? Bags? Jewelry? Jewelry and such, I guess. Jianyu thought about it for a while, and finally locked in on a luxury store that had recently released new fall and winter styles. At Jianyu's suggestion, Jianyu chose a $200,000 bracelet. Just as he was about to leave, a necklace on the counter attracted him. A silver snake with diamonds, green snake eyes full of mystery, dangerous and powerful, reminding him of Chin Gardenia. One asked the price of nearly $10 million, although he knew that girls generally buy higher luxury goods, but he did not expect so expensive. But expensive has the advantage of expensive. Very attractive. Chin Gardenia skin white, neck slender. Where such a necklace must be very good looking. Jianyu pointed at the necklace. This one is mounted as well. Jianyu was so curious that she looked over, and when she saw the price, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Brother, you're really breaking the bank. You actually picked such an expensive one. Are you planning to propose to Sister Weiwei? It's also true that you guys should get married at this age. Sister Weiwei had a hard time bringing you back from abroad. You should pick an expensive one for her to compensate her. Jianyu is not good to say explicitly that this necklace is what he is going to give to Qin Jian, slightly warning in his tone, mind your mouth. Jianyu skimmed her mouth, and then chose a few tens of thousands of hair clips. Birthday every year, meaning on the line, mainly in the heart. At 6 in the afternoon, Lin Che still stayed on the set, discussing the plot editing and screen splitting with the director. It's better to have 3 people working together than one scratching his head, and get it done early and call it a day. After the discussion, Lin Che took out his cell phone to check the time, but he saw a new text message on the screen, sent by Qin Jiao half an hour ago. Lin Che clicked in to take a look. I have to work overtime today. I won't be going back for dinner tonight. I've already told my aunt to only prepare yours so you can eat when you get back. Lin Che sent a good emoticon, thinking that Qin Jiao would not reply. He was about to put down his cell phone, when the text message alert popped up. Gardenia, you're still at work? Lin Che, the horses are off to work. Qin Gardenia, hard work. Lin Che asked with concern. What about you? How long will you be off work? Not sure. I have a social engagement tonight. Will it be late? Gardenia, why? Are you worried about me? Lin Che's expression lurched. Qin Gardenia, don't worry. There are assistants and bodyguards around, will be fine. Just a simple socializing. Won't drink. Lin Che couldn't help but tickle the corners of his lips when he saw it, and his entire expression softened. Completely different from the state he was in just now when he was seriously talking about work. Director He, who was on the side, saw it and secretly elbowed Director Lu, and the two of them squeezed their eyebrows. Who's texting you when you're smiling like that? It couldn't be a girlfriend. Lin Che just smiled and shook his head. Not a girlfriend. To really talk about the relationship, she was his wife on his marriage license. Say, Lin Che, have you recently offended the Qin family? Director Lu changed from being relaxed and his expression became serious and worried. Lin Che, what's wrong? Director Lu said. Qinwei has recently put out a word, explicitly forbidding any director to go to you for a movie. Both Lao He and I have received the news. Isn't she just hiding you in disguise? For someone who relied on acting for a living, this situation was simply a fatal blow. Lin Che had heard from Qin Gardenia that Qinwei had recently taken over that part of Qin's movie and television company and had more power in her hands than before. With her vindictive nature, she did do it. Lin Che snorted. He really couldn't figure out where he had offended Qinwei. Was it just because he refused to go back? The understudy contract was clearly written for 5 years, and he abided by the rules of the contract as promised, listening to her for her amusement for 5 years. She was also the one who asked him to off first when he left, so what the hell is she upset about? One could only say that something like greed was engraved in Qinwei's bones, both wanting and wanting more. It's okay, don't mind her. Director Lu was just worried about the problem of the movie going on sale after it was made. Don't worry, her hands aren't that long yet. The domestic market is so big. Do you really think she can cover the sky with one hand? Qinwei only dared to target actors like him who had no fame and no fans. But what if he had? Would she still be able to be so reckless as to say that she would block him? Also, Director Lu nodded his head and couldn't help but praise Lin Che again. Lin Che, you say, you haven't even been to college. How do you know so many things? Just because I didn't go to college doesn't mean I don't want to learn. A lot of it was hardwired and forced into his brain. People can have a low education and not work, but they can't be without the skills to survive. And in these 5 years, when he was doing his job as a substitute, he would also use his time to learn various skills in order to become stronger and not be threatened by people. Director Ho and Director Lu are pitying him, saying why he didn't make it as an actor for 5 years. He actually had the opportunity to get ahead. These 5 years there are many opportunities to slip away from his hands. He remembered once he talked for a long time about the play. The director watched the audition, was very interested in him, just short of a contract. But on the day of the signing of the contract, Chinwei interrupted his hand, locked him up in the house, and finally the play was given to someone else, and that person also became a hit with that play, became a popular actor, and made a lot of money. He still remembered the words Chinwei had said. Lin Che, do you think I really care about that little bit of money? I don't need you to pay back the money, not even double 10 times, I just need you to obediently stay by my side, be a hand puppet and a dog, and if I don't allow you to shoot a movie you're not allowed to shoot it. His self-esteem was thrown on the ground again and again to be trampled on. Thrown once, he picked up once, and then he was tired and did not want to pick up, until he left. He slowly put together a little bit of his lost self-esteem. He had thought of Chinwei as the straw on the edge of the cliff, and then he realized that she was the one who pushed him off the cliff. Chapter 53, The Smell on the Coat. After leaving from the crew, Lin Che did not immediately go home but drove to the flower store, continuously looking for several flower stores before finding one that sells gardenias. He bought all the potted plants in the store, a total of 10 pots, squeezed in the trunk full. Gardenias don't sell as well as other flowers because the colors are too monotonous and the flower shapes aren't that pretty. Plus it's not gardenia season yet. Lin Che had raised flowers before, but hadn't raised gardenia. In order to be able to raise good gardenia he also specially bought related books on raising flowers, parked the car in the basement. He used the bag to pack away, ran 2 trips to move all the flowers up on the trellis, and so on. Next spring, the gardenia bloom. Here should be very fragrant. Lin Che worked patiently, trimming the gardenia leaves to make sure there was enough moisture. Auntie called to him when the meal was ready. Mr. Lin, it's time to eat. Lin Che hadn't had more than 10 conversations with Auntie for as long as he had moved in. Auntie has just received the work come in. Character introvert, very good at watching the atmosphere. Once see Lin Che and Chin Gardenia alone together she immediately go back to her room. Less say more do. If let her not do she is also can. After Lin Che moved in, the kitchen became a small couple of flirting shrine. Breakfast Lin Che can't use her. Lunch 2 people don't come back. She tops to do some dinner, and then clean up the health and wash the clothes. At ease and relaxed. Chin Gardenia also never ask her. Lin Che asked for Auntie's contact information and added WeChat. Like he will work overtime in the recent shooting. He can't let her wait for him all the time after making dinner. After eating he was about to wash the dishes. Auntie hurriedly stopped. Mr. Lin, let me do it. I'm getting paid. Lin Che is used to being independent, doing everything himself, not bothering others, letting him change. For a time he really can't change. Maybe this is born with the life of a cow or a horse. Well, at that moment, Chin Gardenia came back. You guys are just finishing dinner? Auntie responded randomly. Mr. Lin, Miss Chin is back. You can stay with her first. Lin Che put down the bowl in his hand and walked over to naturally take the bag in Chin Gardenia's hand. Have you eaten yet? I've eaten. I'm a bit braced now. Can you walk me out? Sure. Lin Che changed shoes. Walk in Chin Gardenia, right? 2 people take the elevator downstairs. Chin Gardenia took the initiative to chat about some work things. Refurbished the factory. Sent out the goods one after another to collect back. The good thing is that the turnover has not been high lately, so not many are being produced. Chin Gardenia wore a skirt today, and the night wind blew the hemline beautifully, but it was just a little cold. Yikes, I left my jacket in the car. Lin Che looked at her thin clothes and quickly took off his jacket and handed it to her. Wear mine first. After Chin Gardenia took over, Lin Che's brain suddenly turned fast. Is there any smell on his jacket? Is it not too good to hand the jacket to Chin Gardenia to wear like this? Will not be too close? Will she dislike it? In the next second, Chin Gardenia took the jacket in Lin Che's hand and quickly put it on. Thank you. You're so sweet. Whoever can be your wife. Then she's too lucky. In the face of Chin Gardenia's deliberate flirting, often at this time Lin Che would interrupt. But this time, he said, isn't my wife you? Words fall, 2 people are frozen. Chin Jian stopped, tilted his head to look at him. Under the dim street lamp, the shadow of the feet was pulled diagonally often, overlapped together. Gardenia envied shadow. After all, they could be so close. Lin Che reacted and said anxiously, I mean. Chin Gardenia nodded. I understand what you mean, but the words are right. I am indeed your wife, so I am lucky. Lin Che's pupils were deep, looking at Qin Zhao's soft face. The 2 of them continued to walk forward, and Qin Zhao took the initiative to ask about Lin Che's work. Did you have a good shoot today? Tired? Not tired. It went well. What made you think of being an actor? I didn't think about being an actor at the time. I was just thinking about making more money to get through the day, and acting was the best avenue for me to take at the time. So, do you like acting? Lin Che shook his head. I don't know. No? Filming for me is about experiencing a different life. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Chin Gardenia nodded. If you don't shoot anymore, what are you going to do? For the time being, I haven't thought about it. actor this road to go a long time, if not to be an actor, then he will continue to write novels, screenwriters, as a movie producer, if he can. He wants to play the spare capacity to help those who are like him. For example, in the movie currently being made, Lin Che's choice of actors, apart from Jiang Yu, were all people who were about to retire without a movie to make. One of the actress, early out of the song out of the drama. The situation is very good, but was dragged by the family, forcing her to take the money to buy a house to buy a car to support her younger brother. She did not give, then smear her rumors about her, and even secretly in her bedroom to install monitors to take private photos threat. Obviously did not do anything but scandalous. On the internet everyone shouting and cursing, the end result is no drama. No one dares to use her. Seeing that Jean Gardenia was curious about his life in the theater group, Lin Che chatted with her a lot. Walking and chatting time passes very quickly. See around a person or no more. Lin Che took out his cell phone to see the time. A look at the grate. This is 11 o'clock in the evening. Lin Che passed his cell phone over to Qin Jiao. It's 11 o'clock. Jean Gardenia was surprised. It's so late that have to go home and sleep. Tomorrow still have to work. Entering the elevator. Jean Gardenia only felt her feet were sore. She wore new shoes today. The heel was a bit abrasive. She moved uncomfortably. With just a subtle change, Lin Che noticed her feet. Uncomfortable feet? No, it's just that the shoes are a bit abrasive. Jean Gardenia lifted one foot and touched the heel. Fortunately, it didn't rub through the skin. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to stand, Lin Che raised his arm and let her support him, all the way to the house. Back to the house. Jean Gardenia immediately took off the shoes on her feet. She sat on the sofa, her eyes inadvertently glanced to the balcony, and found that the originally empty flower racks were actually full of green plants. At first she thought it was a blurred vision, and when she got closer to see it, it was all gardenias. Jean Gardenia said excitedly, Lin Che, did you buy these gardenias? Lin Che had a calm face. Well, I passed by a flower store today and just happened to see a few pots of gardenias at the entrance, so I bought them all back. So many. Jean Gardenia squatted down and looked carefully at each pot of flowers, lovingly poked and prodded. But I can't raise them. Lin Che stood behind her. Don't worry, I'll raise it later. Jean Gardenia gazed soft, then I'll leave it to you in the future. Not only gardenia, but also, after watching the flowers two people said good night to each other. Into the bedroom Jean Gardenia only reacted. Lin Che's jacket is still on her. Forget it, don't give it to him. It would have been her intention. The jacket on her body seemed to still have the body heat and odor of Lin Che's body, and she sat on the bed, hugging Lin Che's jacket and rubbing her face against it. Lin Che didn't have any extra perfume on him, only laundry detergent, and it smelled clean. Chapter 54. Not everyone can live in my heart. When she was downstairs, Jean Gardenia didn't dare to show too much obviousness. Lin Che didn't know how happy she was in her heart when he took off his jacket and handed it to her. Lin Che's jacket was loose and she wore it with the hemline coming below her hips. Jean Gardenia folded Lin Che's clothes and put them on the side of the pillow, then took out a photo from under the pillow. It was her and Lin Che's wedding photo. The only photo of the group was printed in multiple copies, some shrunken and kept in her wallet, some framed and placed on her nightstand, where she looked at it every night to fall asleep, and others, in her corporate office. As for the marriage license, that must be in the safe. Jean Gardenia looked at the photo Lin Che's face, reached out and touched it, and will be a side of the jacket carefully take over to hold in the arms. Looking at, the person fell asleep. The next day Qin Jiao woke up. Lin Che was already gone. Jean Gardenia ate the breakfast prepared by Lin Che, went to work, and when she went out to put on her shoes, she found that the pair of shoes she wore yesterday had an anti-friction sticker pasted there on the heel. A box of band-aids and iodine swabs also sat in the most prominent spot of the shoe cabinet. Because the shoes rubbed her feet, Jean Gardenia hadn't planned to wear these shoes today. She sat down on the stool and tried on the shoes, which really didn't rub her feet after they were plastered with soft silicone. Jean Gardenia took 2 photos with her cell phone and sent them to Lin Che, asking knowingly, was it you who helped me put on the anti-abrasion patch? And the Band-Aid iodine swabs on the shoe cabinet are also prepared by you? After a while, Lin Che sent a reply, try it on. Does it still rub your feet? No more grinding. Put a Band-Aid on it too. Double protection. After seeing Lin Che's text message reply, Jean Gardenia immediately pasted 2 Band-Aids on her heels and then sent a voice to Lin Che. I've already pasted it. Lin Che, thank you. You're so nice. The voice was sweet and greasy, not like something she could say. Lin Che took a look at Jean Gardenia's last text message sent by voice. Also didn't think much about it and clicked on it. He forgot that his cell phone was on the maximum volume. Once the voice was put on, all the people around heard it. As if sniffing out some gossip, they sniffed the wind and looked his way. The one who reacted the most was Jiang Yu. Who is this? Your friend? She actually wanted to ask if that was his girlfriend, but she was afraid the answer would be unsatisfactory. Lin Che put down his cell phone as if nothing had happened. No. Jiang Yu didn't let go of that sigh of relief. She intuited that Lin Che and the woman in his cell phone had an unusual relationship. Jiang Yu's heart was in turmoil. She stared at Lin Che for a long time before changing the topic. The things my brother said yesterday, don't put them in your heart. His character is like that. Genetic? These words made Jiang Yu froze. What? Lin Che had a fake smile on his face and his eyes were sharp. Heredity means that there is a disease. If there is a disease, go and cure it. Not heredity means that he has a bad mouth. But don't worry, I won't put it on my mind. After all, not everyone can live in my heart. Jiang Yu subconsciously clenched her hands, wanting to look at Lin Che but not daring to look directly at him. And in the end, she could only hastily lower her head and pinch her palms. Lin Che's words seemed to be not only talking about her brother Jiang Yu. Lin Che drank a cup of coffee. It was bitter. In the past he would put a lot of sugar to suppress the bitterness. He's had to work out recently to film the later episodes, and while he's got muscle on his body, it's presented on the big screen in a mediocre way, and the muscle contours have to be enhanced. Lin Che is a very conscientious and dedicated person, will go to adjust their physical condition for the script, able to train hard 8-pack abdominal muscles, but also can be violently thin to paper thin. Lin Che decided to work out before losing weight, to shoot the back of the plot. Today is mainly to shoot Jiang Yu's scenes. Lin Che is not in the scene but will be on the side to adjust her emotions. Jiang Yu is also a gifted actress, and often something that is very laborious. She understands it with just a couple of nudges. Lin Che is used to the life of the crew. Every day 3 o'clock in one line. After filming either go to the hospital or go home. It is very boring, but also very fulfilling. While visiting Lin Che in the hospital he would visit Grandma Wu again and talk to her old man. The same goes for Qin Gardenia. From receiving the license to now, half a month had passed in a blink of an eye, and Qin Jiao had yet to reveal to her grandmother that she and Lin Che were getting married. The doctor said that Grandma Wu's body can't be stimulated these days, and she can't be very sad or happy. Qin Gardenia suddenly married, although the choice of the grandmother picked the person, but this is too fast. She is worried that the grandmother will be rambling to affect the body. For another, she'd brushed up on a video earlier of a person with a serious illness who had something on his mind and was afraid to die, until the breath he'd been carrying was gone after his wish was granted. Lin Che didn't ask much, probably because he understood her, or maybe he didn't care. The two get along naturally and don't need to make a point of acting in front of their grandmother. Grandma Wu loves to gossip when she has nothing to do, such as asking them about their life together, whether they are accustomed to it, and whether they live together in the same room. This is definitely not good to ask this in front of Lin Che, so she is all sneaking in Qin Jiao's ear. Grandma is not old-fashioned. Young people fall in love. Feel right, every day is spring. I still suggest you guys to have a child after marriage. If you don't intend to have a child, you guys remember to do measures. Daring to say this in front of Lin Che, Qin Jiao almost didn't strain herself. Grandma wasn't archaic. She was overly open, and even tried to inquire about how Lin Che's body was doing. Chola, what kind of water do you usually drink at work? Mineral water. Mineral water is good. Like that kind of drink less. High sugar drinking is not good for the body, especially Coke and so on. After all, Coke kills sperm. Lin Che didn't hear the subtext and thought that Grandma Wu was genuinely concerned about his health. Nodding his head, he said, I don't like Coke. On the contrary, Qin Gardenia, instantly understand what she means, helplessly said, Grandma, you don't talk about him, manage yourself. Who shouts every day for a small cake and cookies, begging the caregiver to buy milk tea? Grandma Wu rationalized, although I want to eat but I didn't eat moreover I am caring about Lin Che, also caring about your life after marriage. Xiao Che doesn't mind. What do you mind so much? Is it not Xiao Che? Lin Che hurriedly said, yes. Grandma Wu then asked, does Xiao Che have any dietary restrictions? Qin Gardenia, who was on the side, grabbed the words, he doesn't eat green onions. What about cilantro? Lin Che replied, I eat cilantro. If he went to eat hot pot, he would order a large portion to eat as a dish. Then you eat less. Grandma Wu revealed a very meaningful expression. Listening to Grandma is always right. Qin Gardenia cried and laughed. Grandma, why do you control everything? Grandma Wu said in a roundabout way, if you don't believe me, go look up cilantro aka what it's called. And when you do, you'll know what I mean. Qin Gardenia searched curiously at her grandmother's prompting. Why do you say that boys should eat less cilantro? Because it is also known as the broken sun grass. Eat more than the swimming dragon, play 3 seconds to fall. Chapter 55, the so-called empathy is just watching the fire from the other side of the river. Her grandmother is really for her life after marriage. Always consider more than the normal people. More comprehensive. Or why the ginger old more spicy? Lin Che was curious. Search it out. Does it mean anything? Grandma Wu's eyes held deep meaning and her mouth teased. Qin Gardenia gave her old man an angry look. then put down her cell phone and said to Lin Che, "Don't listen to Grandma. It doesn't mean anything at all, so don't look at it either." This in turn aroused Lin Che's curiosity. Grandma Wu coughed twice and forced herself to act serious as she changed the topic. Qinwei will be celebrating her birthday in 2 days. Do you want to go back? Suddenly mentioning Qinwei, both Qin Gardenia and Lin Che did not react. Lin Che, in particular, belatedly remembered that the day after tomorrow was Qinwei's birthday. In previous years at this time he would make preparations in advance and would rush to make a long-life noodle that would satisfy Qinwei before her birthday. Qin Gardenia don't want to go. She to that family's feelings, although not to look at each other, but no good feeling. Why should hot face paste over to seek trouble? Knowing her attitude, Qin's father called her early this year to tell her to go back. Gardenia, my dad called and told me to go back that day. Grandma Wu knew that Qin Gardenia didn't want to go back. She sighed. I'll have to go back then too. You stay with me. If something really goes wrong, she can back her up. Qin Gardenia does not need to back up, and she is not afraid of that family. Do not want to go back, just simply do not like, rather than avoid. Qin Gardenia laughed. Okay, then at that time we grandchildren too go back together. Go, I can have to keep an eye on you. Not allowed to eat cake. Grandma Wu bristled unhappily. The matter is settled. On Qinwei's birthday, Jian Yu was also going to attend. She had already taken leave from the crew in advance, and on that day, she only filmed Lin Che's scenes, which were finished in one morning. Lin Che went straight back home, and seeing that there was plenty of time, he simply made some delicious food and sent it to the hospital to see Lin Chi. Just as he entered the hospital, he saw a familiar person, Assistant Joe, not seen for half a month. Assistant Joe lost a large circle of weight. Spirit disheveled bowed sitting on a chair. Lin Che had wanted to pretend not to see the passing. Who knows that Assistant Joe suddenly raised his head and he met his eyes. Assistant Joe blinked and slowly stood up. Lin Che, why are you here? He said as he looked at the thermos box in his hand. Visiting someone? Your sister is still in this hospital? Lin Che didn't change his face. Not a sister, a friend. Assistant Joe was Qinwei's person, and naturally Lin Che would not tell him that his sister was still living in this hospital. Assistant Joe believed it, because this hospital was expensive. Even the price of ordinary wards was quite a bit higher, and in Lin Che's current condition, the burden was too great. Lin Che looked at Assistant Joe's dark circles and gestured at his own eyes. It's only been a few days since I've seen you. Why have you lost so much weight? The dark circles are coming out. Speaking of this, Assistant Joe shook his head straight. He knew that Qinwei was not easy to get along with when he went to the interview on the first day. Qinwei's biggest characteristic is Harry, $1,000 miss. Character flaws he can understand, but the key is that she will affect others. Once she is in a bad mood she will torment the people around her. If she's not well, then no one is well. When Lin Che was there, he took more than half of the damage, and once he left, Qinwei became more and more grumpy, lashing out randomly in the company, causing the employees underneath to be scared. If it wasn't for the sake of supporting his family, Assistant Joe would be thinking of quitting his job. Recently Miss Qin just took over the company. A bunch of things can't be dealt with, making me also anxious. This is not. The body is not good to come over to get the medicine. By the way, also give her some. Lin Che looked at the list of medications in Assistant Joe's hand and saw with a sharp eye the medication to control anxiety. How have you been? Lin Che nodded his head before he could say anything. Assistant Joe looked at his face and sighed. At a glance, you've had a good life. Your color is better and your body is stronger. Looks like he's been working out hard enough lately to be instantly recognizable. The previous Assistant Joe felt pity for Lin Che, but now, he began to envy Lin Che. Ms. Qin is looking for someone to investigate the hospital your sister is in, and I don't know what she's up to, but I don't think it's good to be targeted by her, so be careful. At the mention of Lin Che turned wary for a second. Assistant Joe patted his shoulder soothingly. Don't worry, she's been busy lately. She doesn't have time to pay attention to you guys. She definitely can't find out for a while, but I just want to remind you to be careful. Lin Che thanked him heartily. Thanks for the reminder. Assistant Joe suddenly asked, by the way, have you recently moved? You went to see me? Which as I look for you is Miss Qin let me investigate what you are doing lately. Once I accidentally heard her call to say, to let you in the entertainment industry cannot mix. No drama to shoot and so on. She is trying to force you to go back. Their own face cannot be wiped out on the call. I went to your home a few times, and found that you are not there, thinking you are not moving away. Moving away are good, so as to avoid being always targeted. Lin Che, after Assistant Joe said this, he suddenly became serious. You leave Roncheng, go to a place that doesn't know you and your sister. Go far away and change hospitals. Lin Che snorted. I didn't commit a crime. Why would I take my sister into hiding? He had been in the city since he was a child and had lived there for so many years, so why should he have to leave his home because of Qinwei? He understood that Assistant Joe meant well. After all, Chinwei was now haunting him like a ghost, and was against him at every turn. If Lin Che didn't have any money or skills, he would probably have to make the same mistake again. It was good that he had seen through this person in these 5 years and plan ahead, which prevented him from being continued enslaved by Chinwei. You make your own plans. I'm also just reminding you. Recently she didn't take the initiative to find you because she was tripped up by things. Once she was busy. Assistant Joe gave him a helpless and horrible look. Lin Che nodded his head in understanding. After chatting for a while, Assistant Joe put the medication list in her pocket and waved her hand at him. I'm going to go get the medication first. Don't worry, I won't tell MS. Chin about what happened today. Joe Assistant is not stupid. He can work in the company for so many years. In addition to their own ability, the second is to read people's eyes. And Lin Che talked to the end. Vaguely perceived that his sister may still be in this hospital. I don't know where Lin Che got the money and connections. The key is that after so many days, Chinwei's side didn't get any news. Lin Che caught sight of a wound on the back of Assistant Joe's hand that still looked new. What happened to your hand? Joe Assistant raised the back of his hand. Doubly unlucky, yesterday Miss Chin had a big tantrum, smashed the office I stood next to, then was spattered with ceramic tiles and scratched. Luckily it was the back of my hand. It was a workplace injury. Lin Che said. It's really hard for you. Assistant Joe was filled with bitterness, far less than 1/10,000th of what you had at first. To put it cynically, in the past, Assistant Joe hadn't felt that this was anything, until he had experienced it firsthand and realized that it wasn't easy for Lin Che. That's why there is no empathy in this world. And all the so-called empathy is just watching from the other side of the fence. Chapter 56, Chinwei's birthday. Assistant Joe was willing to release his goodwill towards Lin Che, thinking that a little help was a little help. And when one day he was in trouble, he also hoped that someone would be able to lend a helping hand. Assistant Joe was the only person Lin Che hadn't blackmailed, and in the past few days, Assistant Joe, under Chinwei's arrangement, could have obviously called him directly to call him out, but he hadn't done so once. Lin Che watched Assistant Joe leave before heading towards the elevator. Having called ahead, Lin Che knew that Lin Che was going to send her good food and ate a little at noon. Brother and sister, they could talk about anything, but Lin Che was still more concerned about what Lin Che was doing in acting. Knowing that Lin Che received a movie to shoot, she was happier than anyone else. Recently, Lin Che has changed quite a lot, visible to the naked eye. His complexion has gotten better. In the past, when facing her, Lin Che would only pretend to be relaxed to show her that he was doing well, but the fatigue in his eyes could not be suppressed. But now, no more, he looks relaxed from the inside out. Lin Che had been afraid that she was holding her brother back, and when her parents died, she thought about committing suicide, only to be woken up by a slap in the face from her brother. She was a burden, a liability to everyone around her, and everyone said that people like her would be better off dead. Do you know the camel? It's so resilient that it can carry weight under high pressure. But all it takes to crush a camel is a straw. She was afraid she would be the straw that broke her brother's back. No matter how hard life was, her brother never wanted to leave her behind. He said she wasn't his burden. She was his sister, the one he watched grow up, the only family he had in the world. At that time, how could Lin Che not be hanging on to his breath? He wanted his sister to live, and he also wanted to live himself. Brother, I feel like you've changed. Where has it changed? Becoming better, better spirits, growing meat. Have you met something good lately besides filming? Lin Che was happy for Lin Che's change for the better, and was equally curious as to what he had changed because of. Lin Che instantly thought of Chin Gardenia. He nodded his head and unconsciously raised a smile. Sort of. The Chin family. Chinwei's 25th birthday, which she personally organized. The atmosphere is the tone that young people like, and in the evening even got a dance party. Chinwei has been in a bad mood lately, and in the days leading up to her birthday she was even more fired up and developed mouth ulcers. The reason she was angry wasn't just because of Lin Che, but also the movie and television company that she was responsible for taking over recently. Do film and television projects need to spend a lot of time and money, looking for the right IP, modify the script, looking for the team, the scene layout, set the actors to sign the payroll, after shooting a play is not yet over, the late marketing and promotion, to play a good point above the alienation of the relationship, easy to spend out of 100 million. This year's release of several films and TV dramas did not meet expectations. The entire company's books in the red. Looking at the end of the year, Chinwei can only put their hopes on the last movie. That is a comedy. Invited all the popular actors. Scheduled for release in the spring festival slot. She currently watched this time period of the rumors of the movie. From the team of the class team, there is no one who can fight. She was confident that this movie would get a good result and earn back the loss of this year. It's only when you have the money that you can continue to invest and complete the next bet. She won't give Chin Gardenia a chance to let her inherit the Chin family's industry. The Qin family is her home, and mom and dad are hers alone. And Qin Gardenia is a thief to her who broke into her home halfway. She wants to win this bet, inherit the family industry in style, and then completely and totally put Qin Jian dead under her feet, make her completely unable to turn over. Qin Wei was confident that she could win over Qin Gardenia. After all, Qin Gardenia took over the food company, has been losing money for several years, has long since withdrawn from the national degree. The taste is difficult to eat, poor word of mouth. Big supermarkets do not shelves, online sales are also poor. Qin Gardenia hand more funds, will be like a water drop has disappeared, only afraid to use less than 2 years. The company will be declared closed. She will also be eliminated from the game. At the thought of finally winning over Qin Gardenia, the blood in Qin Wei's body seemed to boil, and excitement passed through every corner. Tonight's birthday banquet, she had deliberately asked her father to call Qin Zhao back. In the foreign earned money, so what? Come back is not have to give her as a companion. Make more big achievements. The family still will not look at her. Look at it. 6 years back, not even a welcome ceremony, not to mention the celebration banquet. No one cares about her. She had long ago told Qin Gardenia that in the Qin family, getting love from mom and dad was the truth. For tonight, Qin Wei spent a lot of money to customize a set of dresses. The blue dress is elegant and noble. The jewelry on her body is a birthday gift from her mother, worth 10 million. Jiang Yu gave her the bracelet she also wore. The style was her favorite. She had seen it in the magazine. Saw the price, 200,000 a bracelet. The price is not cheap, but she's sensitive to the 200,000 figure because that's what she gave Lin Che when he left, saying he didn't deserve more. If I had known, I shouldn't have given him even 200,000 in the first place. Recently, because of a bunch of things, she hadn't thought much about Lin Che, but once she quieted her mind, Lin Che's figure would crowd into her brain, firmly occupying a position, especially when she recently celebrated her birthday. It was still the same group of people from previous years who wished her well and gave her gifts. The only one missing was Lin Che. Lin Che prepares a bowl of noodles for her every year in advance, and the noodles he makes are the best of all the noodles she has ever eaten. No one made her pasta this year, and it felt like this birthday was missing something and became incomplete. Qin Wei turned the bracelet on her left hand and fell into deep thought. For this year's birthday wish, let's wish for Lin Che to keep coming back as his dog. After her birthday, she went to see him, and not being able to get a play, she thought he must have been struggling. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the guests had almost arrived. Qin Wei looked around and hadn't seen Qin Gardenia yet, and decided to give her a hard time. She notified the servants and waiters at the door that they were not allowed to let Qin Gardenia in when she arrived later. The housemaids didn't dare, for fear of being blamed. Qin Wei was full of concern. She's been away from the family for so many years, so just pretend you don't know her. Treat her as a fake celebrity trying to blend in, and have the security guards kick her out. The servant was helpless, meeting Qin Wei's hostile eyes and agreeing against a cold sweat. Satisfied, Qin Wei went back and met up with Jiang Yu head-on. Wei, isn't it cold to come out dressed like this? Jiang Yu looked at her exposed arms. Although she was in a bad mood, when she saw Jiang Yu, Qin Wei was still willing to give a good face. Her voice soft. It's not cold. What are you doing out here? Looking for me? Jiang Yu did not answer, but asked, Gardenia, why hasn't Sister Qin Gardenia arrived yet? Chapter 57, You can't help it if you don't like it. Jiang Yu is here to find Qin Gardenia? Qin Wei heart boss upset. In her opinion, Jiang Yu is her fiancé, is her person. His eyes must only be her, can't be other women. Not to mention can't be her most hated Qin Gardenia. At first she could endure it, but frequently hearing Jiang Yu mention Qin Zhao, she would also get on fire. What do you care about her for? Why are you suddenly losing your temper? Jiang Yu did not change his face and said in a calm tone, she is at least your sister. She's not, and you know I hate her. Jiang Yu was speechless for a moment. He was aware that Qin Wei hated Qin Gardenia, but that was 5 or 6 years ago. Didn't think that after such a long time, Qin Wei was still so careful, like she didn't grow up. Facing this kind of Qin Wei, Jiang Yu was more or less a little impatient, but he still had to borrow her to get close to Qin Zhao, so he could only endure for the time being. Wei, just because you don't admit it doesn't mean she isn't. You are both surnamed Qin. You are blood sisters with the same father and mother. Why are you so hostile towards her? It's better to have one more relative than one more enemy. In the future, Qin still needs you two sisters to work together. Jiang Yu good voice? Qin Wei the more she heard the more annoyed. Jiang Yu, you are my boyfriend. You just need to stand on my side. I don't need you to come to say teach. How I and Qin Gardenia's relationship has nothing to do with you. As for what you said about the Qins, that should have been mine alone. What makes me want to share it with her? Jiang Yu, you are simply unbelievable. What's wrong with me? Qin Wei's anger went to her head. Jiang Yu, I've been tolerating you for a long time, As soon as you came back you were mentioning Chin Gardenia and kept helping her. Don't you forget. Today is my birthday. Jiang Yu's attitude is cold all of a sudden. Forget it. Originally today is to celebrate your birthday. About Sister Gardenia. She helped me a lot abroad. I'm just very grateful to her. Since you don't want to hear about her, then I won't say anything. Xin Wei did not look askance, and after listening, she snorted a conspiratorial laugh and said, "What did she help you with? Tell me about it?" Don't ask yet didn't feel anything. After one ask Xin Wei violently realized, Jiang Yu and Chin Gardenia in Y country same city. Both of them will not behind her back to engage in together? In places she could not see, the two might have eaten together, played together, and maybe even lived together. The more Chin Wei thought about it, the more disgusted she felt, and the eyes she looked at Jiang Yu were filled with suspicion. Being looked at by Chin Wei's sharp gaze, Jiang Yu was a bit weak. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm just curious. With so many countries in the first place, why did you pick Y? And who the hell is in Y? Jiang Yu pretended to be frank. No one. I just like that country. Do you live close to Chin Gardenia? Not close. It was the truth. Chin Gardenia was a stranger to him. Every time he took the initiative to call him to contact her, then went all the way to her just to see her. So he said Chin Gardenia had helped him. This is false. But once, he had a car accident. It was Chin Gardenia's driver who made the emergency call to send him to the hospital. He thought, this is also regarded as Chin Gardenia had invariably helped him. How many times have you seen her in those 5 years? How many words have been spoken? Chin Wei didn't completely trust Jiang Yu. Sometimes a woman's intuition is so accurate that once suspicion arises, she directly convicts the other party. As the two stood in a stalemate in the doorway, movement came from outside. Chin Gardenia is here. The servants did not stop her, nor did they dare, for she had come in with the old lady. Chin Wei looked over. Her first glance was first to see Chin Gardenia before she looked at her grandmother. She hated anyone who liked Chin Gardenia, including her grandmother, so even if she knew that her grandmother was hospitalized in poor health, she didn't take the initiative to visit her. The so-called grandparent-grandchild love is just maintaining the surface. Chin Wei unwillingly shouted, "Grandma!" Grandma Wu nodded her head and gave a hum sound, without much reaction, only holding on to Chin Jiao's hand. Chin Gardenia smiled. Obviously it was just a plainer expression, but Chin Wei felt that the other party was provoking her. She suddenly sank her face, the depths of her eyes filled with coldness. As for the side of Jiang Yu, the moment he saw Chin Jian's eyes all lit up. No matter how many times he looked at Chin Jian he would be stunned by her. Chin Gardenia's dress tonight was chosen by Grandma Wu. Dark green satin long dress with umbrella-like hemline, walking step by step, letting people look at it and be happy. The green color is very lined with people's skin color. Chin Jasmine was born white, now under the light, white greasy to luminous, once appeared, almost attracted everyone around. This is Chin Gardenia. Ah, it's so pretty looking. The Chin family's first miss is just better looking than the second miss and has better clothes. I heard that she has been expanding her market abroad before and made a lot of money. Not only is she pretty, but she is also so capable. So, even though they have the same mom and dad, the sisters are pretty far apart. Whispers from the crowd continued to reach Chin Wei's ears, and she clenched her hands hard. Originally today was to give Chin Gardenia a downward spiral. Didn't expect that it was she who lost face first. Sister, Dad said to get my birthday banquet first, and then down the road we'll give you a celebration banquet. You won't mind, right? Chin Gardenia smiles. Don't mind. She went over and handed out the gift bag in her hand. A gift for you. What's this? Chin Wei asked as she opened it. Gardenia replied, green tea. Chin Wei moved and narrowed her eyes. Green tea? Don't like it? I have specially chosen this box of tea according to your taste. Downstairs supermarket to buy. After the discount 39.9 a bag. And then buy a good box to put in. 39.9 immediately become 99,999. I cannot lose by cannot be fooled. Chin Wei directly threw the box of green tea on the ground. I don't drink tea. Chin Gardenia looked at the ground scattered tea leaves. It is a pity that her 39.9. I would have known that I would have bought $9.09 packages on a certain duo. It is also true that a person tends not to need what he does not lack. Just like you. You already come with your own tea flavor. It is a pity. Decades of tea cakes can be sold at a good price, while decades of waste even if wrapped in a layer of tea powder seems cheap. Chin Gardenia, don't go too far. If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were present at the scene, she would have rushed up and ripped that mouth of hers off. I didn't say you. Oh, you can't be right. Chin Gardenia intimate holding grandmother's hand. Grandmother, outside windy, let's go in. Passing by Chin Wei, Chin Gardenia deliberately slowed her pace and pressed her voice. What happened to excessive? Chin Wei didn't say a word, holding her tongue, looking at her like she wanted to hit her. Chin Gardenia red lips raised a thin arc, voice su but throw sound. Excessive you also have to endure. Chapter 58 might as well go crazy. You have to endure even if I go overboard. Sheen Gardenia seems to smile, but his tone is harsh. Dark gaze invariably gives people oppression. Sheen Gardenia went in with her grandmother's hand, found a seat, and called for hot water to be brought in. Along the way, there were people staring at Sheen Gardenia. She did not change her face, apparently already accustomed to it. Jiang Yu also at one side looked foolish eyes. Sheen Gardenia can be really good looking. He wanted to go over and greet Sheen Gardenia, talk to her, or show off in front of Grandma Wu. The person Sheen Gardenia cared about the most was her grandmother, and if Grandma Wu was impressed and left a favorable impression on him, he might be able to get close to the water. Jiang Yu ended up not being able to say hello to Sheen Gardenia, because Sheen Gardenia was called away. Sheen Gardenia was called to the meeting room by Sheen mother. Mother and daughter met. There was not a bit of warmth. Each other look at each other's eyes are very strange. Sheen Gardenia looked around while walking, and after entering the room, he casually found a seat. Say, what is it? In order to celebrate her youngest daughter's birthday, Sheen mother dressed up quite grandly today. Her whole body added up to 8 figures. Truly a noble woman. It's not even Christmas yet. How come the tree has become a sperm? There is no warmth. Mrs. Sheen opened her mouth to preach. Sheen Gardenia, do you still have me as your mother in your eyes? Come back for so long and not come home to see me. It's not easy to come back, but you don't even call out to your mother. Sheen Gardenia folded her long legs, her posture leisurely perfunctory. Mom, satisfied? Mother Sheen immediately pointed her voice. What kind of attitude is that? I am whatever attitude you have. Sheen Gardenia instantly felt bored and slowly straightened her skirt before standing up. Since there's nothing to do, then I'll leave. You stand still. Sheen mother rushed to her aggressively, blocking her way. Your father has already told me about the pari-mutual agreement between you two. You already have a market abroad. Why do you still want to come back to grab it from your sister? You can just admit defeat on the pari-mutual agreement. That food company has been losing money in recent years. It's already hopeless. Continuing will only be a waste of money. Sheen family's money is not a gale of wind. It is impossible to let you do so. You quit the competition. Sheen family inheritance to your sister. As for you, I arranged a few marriage partners for you. You can refer to it. You are 28 years old. The age is not small. It is not easy to find a man, so don't be picky. I've been married with children long ago to your age. Sheen mother's little bit of shrewdness was all used on keeping men. Even such words could be said. Sheen Gardenia took her disdain in her eyes. First, I don't call to grab with her. Grandpa's will back then was written clearly. Whoever is capable will be the Sheen family heir. We all have our own abilities to compete fairly. Secondly, does it matter to you if I get married at 28? You're in such a hurry. Why don't you take Sheen Wei and marry together? Even though you can't go back to 28 anymore, but at 50 you're at the right age to struggle, and you can still put up another fight for your second marriage, and you might be able to have a third child. What me? Sheen Gardenia wrapped her hands around. Smile hidden knife. For you this kind of no pursuit of people. In addition to marriage you have nothing. Instead of caring about me here, why don't you care about your husband? You have to know that there are only 0 times and countless times of derailment. What about my father, this person? Surely he will be derailed again. This is definitely not her being an alarmist. Sheen Gardenia face with a smile, but the smile does not reach the bottom of the eyes. Fell in the eyes of Sheen mother is sarcastic mockery of her. Its degree of disgust can be imagined. Sheen Gardenia, how do you talk to me? Is this how your grandmother usually teaches you? Making you so disrespectful to your elders? Ever since I was little, I haven't been as obedient and understanding as your sister. I inherited this from you. You don't respect your elders, so I don't respect you either. Grandma's been in the hospital for so long. Have you ever cared for her? Mother Sheen mouth. Why do I care about that old bastard? Sheen mother doesn't like old lady Sheen. When Sheen father cheated on her, she asked the old lady to persuade him to return to the family, but she didn't expect the old lady to let her divorce, saying that it's for her own good and full of benevolence and morality. But in reality, she just looks down on her and wants to deprive her of her marital happiness, and then let Sheen father pick up the woman outside. Because of her insistence, she is still Mrs. Sheen, loved by her husband and daughter. Except for this debt collector in front of her, the hostility in Mother Sheen's eyes almost overflowed her eyes. I don't know what use it is to have you. Gardenia, it's too late for you to strangle. Sheen Gardenia, are you trying to piss me off? The corner of Sheen Gardenia's mouth raised a bright smile, while laughing while clapping. If I can make you angry to death, that's really great. If I didn't make you angry to death, then can you go to jump off a building, hang yourself, slit your wrists, to learn how to die properly? Sheen's mother looked at her cold attitude, soft and hard. A resentment has no place to vent. She can no longer maintain decency. Rushed forward, just want to reach out and hit her. Sheen Gardenia dodged it in a flash. Sheen mother stumbled and almost lost her balance and fell on the floor. She held onto the sofa and glared back at him. How dare you hide? Standing and getting beaten. Do you think I'm a little cutie? Jean Gardenia was exasperated and laughed, then admired the interior furnishings. Because it is a parlor reception area, so the price of the ornaments here are not low. Thousands of green plants, tens of thousands of vases, hundreds of thousands of fish tanks, and I don't know which master's calligraphy and painting. It's very showy and she loves it so much that she's starting to get itchy hands. Mrs. Jean, you don't want your youngest daughter's birthday banquet to be spoiled either. Jean mother frowned, before she realized what was about to happen. The next second only heard bang a loud bang. Jean Gardenia toppled the vase closest to her. Seeing Jean mother has been dumbfounded. Jean Gardenia puts the shelf on the ornaments all smashed on the ground. Just smashing is not too much. And copied a stool to the fish tank by hand. Bang 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 bang. Jean Gardenia eyes fierce like face hideous. Clutching the stool smashed fish tank. Even smashed 3 times. Until broken. Jean's mother let out a scream and tried to stop it. But she was afraid of getting hurt. The whole parlor. Only that god of wealth vase was spared. Other all destroyed. Even the calligraphy and painting hanging on the wall were removed by Jean Gardenia. Jean mother looked at the mess all over the floor, where in her eyes there was still disdain for this eldest daughter. All was fear. She trembled her lips. Jean Jia, how dare you? How dare you? You should be glad that this is in the country. If it was in country, why? I would have already moved my gun. Jean Gardenia guffawed. The stool in her hand was violently thrown at Jean mother, who was instantly paralyzed with fear. In fact, you also think that your good girl Jean Wei is a waste, right? You are afraid that she will lose. That's why you are so anxious to let me quit. I tell you, I don't care about your affection. What I want is only the money of the Jean family. Get ready. I'll come and get it. Jean Gardenia elegantly straightened her hair after she finished speaking, lifting the hem of her skirt and walking away with her head held high. Jean mother looked at the mess and cried out. Had she known that she would not let her come back if she was so crazy? Luckily, there were soundproof walls in the parlor, plus the downstairs was bustling, so it made such a big commotion that no one noticed. As soon as Jean Gardenia came downstairs, she saw her grandmother gawking at a table of cakes. Cough cough cough. Grandma Wu retracted her hand, and when she saw that Jean Zhao had returned, she immediately revealed an awkward smile. Back so soon? Your mom didn't give you a hard time, did she? With you backing me up, how dare she? Grandma Wu nodded her head. Jean Gardenia's temper was the same as her grandfather's. She couldn't afford to be half angry. Jean Gardenia looked at the cake on the table. Did I remind you before I left that you can't eat dessert? Grandma Wu explained with a face full of innocence. I held back and didn't eat. If I'd been a step behind, your hand would have touched the cake. I just wanted to bring it in to smell it. I wasn't going to eat it. Out of all of us, you're the one with the toughest mouth. So if you want to eat, I'll have Auntie make some sugar-free pastries tomorrow. Jean Gardenia took her grandmother to the outfield and found a place to sit. Because of Grandmother Wu's identity, with her sitting at a table of all the old generation of people, retired boss and boss wife, Jean Gardenia sitting in this looks a bit out of place, but no one dares to underestimate her. Grandma Wu happily introduced Jean Gardenia out, saying everywhere she went, "This is my granddaughter." Then receiving a large vote of appreciation, Grandma Wu gradually lost herself in the praise and couldn't open her eyes with laughter. As night fell, Jean Gardenia heard the sound of lilting dance music. The young people were laughing and joking and dancing together, as the main character of tonight's Jean Wei, but the excitement is not high. After seeing Jean mother take Jean Gardenia up the stairs, she was secretly happy in her heart, thinking that Jean Gardenia will be taught a lesson next, but did not expect her to come down in a while, even unharmed. But on the contrary, it is the mother of Jean, with a lousy face. Her face is all white. Chapter 59. Sister Wei Wei, is there a misunderstanding between you and Lin Che? Mom, what happened? Why does your face look so ugly? Didn't you just tell Jean Jia to go upstairs? Where is she? Jean mother's face turned white again when she heard this, and her lips shivered as she said, "Don't mention her to me." After a pause, she added, "You stay away from her in the future as well. Can't afford to mess with it and still can't hide from it?" Jean Gardenia out of the country these 6 years also do not know what happened. Become so crazy, smashing things like killing. Just the thought of the coldness in her eyes made her back break out in an uncontrollable cold sweat, and Mother Jean shivered. Jean Wei was filled with worry. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Mother Jean straightened her skirt. "It's just a bit cold." "Where is the cold?" This indoor obviously turned on the air conditioning, and the mother of Jean's shoulders also put a cloak. About the betting agreement. Jean Gardenia can't set off any waves. The company she took over is not as good as you. You just need to maintain the status quo, well then you won't be pressed over by her. Don't worry, Mom is always on your side. The words are so said, but do mothers where will not know raised in the side of the daughter has a few kilograms. Jean Gardenia did not say wrong. She is worried that Jean Wei can't win. Jean Wei is not as smart as Jean Gardenia. Not as good as her education. Not as independent as her. Not as high as her eyes. But so what? She only liked Qin this one daughter. Even if she is nothing, that is her baby. After thinking about it, it wasn't completely unbeatable. At least Qin would care about her parents and speak thoughtfully. Qin nodded her head, very confident. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely be able to get the inheritance than Qin Gardenia. I won't let you lose face. I will prove to everyone that I'm not worse than Qin Gardenia, and that your education is better than grandparents and theirs. Put before the mother of Qin heard this must feel warm. But now, she can only force a smile to speak. You have this heart is good. You greet your friends. I'll go to see your Auntie Li. The Auntie Li that Qin's mother spoke of was Jiang Yu's mother. You and Jiang Yu have been dating for so many years. It's time to talk about the marriage. Qin's mother casually mentioned it. Qin was shocked. Is it time to talk about marriage? Is it too early? Qin's mother asked. Don't you want to get married earlier to the person you like? Qin's heart flashed with a different color. As if something had been crushed through her heart. She shook her head. No, but it wasn't as expected or happy as she had imagined. Even she herself felt incredulous about this reaction. Mother Qin touched her head and wrapped her shawl around her and walked away. Nothing was asked. Qin was a little uneasy in her heart. She propped up her chin and looked around at the people coming and going. They danced their bodies to the music. Sister Wei. Jiang Yu came over at some point and took a glass of champagne and sat next to Qin Wei. Qin Wei looked over. Jiang Yu froze as she looked at Qin Wei's sullen face. Sister Wei, are you in a bad mood? Qin Wei didn't respond, but asked, what is it? Jiang Yu hesitated to ask about Lin Che, and after thinking about it, what she opened her mouth was, Sister Wei, has your dog been found? Qin Wei thought of Lin Che, and a cold smile spilled out. I haven't found him, but he'll come home one day. Jiang Yu wasn't here to care about the dog. She cared about Lin Che and wanted to ask the question clearly. When she thought of this, she wanted to speak. It seemed like it took a lot of courage to open her mouth. Qin Wei, say what you have to say. What's the point of stammering? Jiang Yu thought to herself, this is what you told me to say. So she bravely opened her mouth. Sister Wei, it's that Lin Che I mentioned last time. I don't think he looks like he's being kept. Do you have any evidence, such as photographs, videos, or anything like that? Qin Wei suddenly reacted greatly and perked up. Lin Che is the one who has been adopted, and has been adopted for 5 years. Then who is the one who is harboring him? Jiang Yu pursued the question, compelled to ask for a result. She stared carefully into Qin Wei's eyes, wanting to see if she was lying to her. But Qin Wei's eyes were serious, and carried an indignation she couldn't read. Qin Wei's expression and tone didn't look like a lie, but Lin Che's acting skills and persona didn't look like he was lying to her either. So what the hell is going on here? Qin Wei almost said that she was the one who had adopted Lin Che, and because she couldn't tell the truth, her face was stifled. Jiang Yu said anxiously, who is it? Sister Wei, why don't you say it clearly? If you can't say it clearly, then you're rumoring about Lin Che. Qin Wei suddenly reacted from her annoyance. What does it have to do with you if Lin Che has been rumored? Why are you so concerned about him? It's hard to believe that you still can't get over him? Qin Wei was aware of Jiang Yu's small mind before. Just because of a photo she had a crush on Lin Che and wanted to inquire from her. When she thought of Jiang Yu still thinking of her people, Qin Wei looked at her with displeasure. Jiang Yu, who had always been sensitive to the atmosphere, didn't feel that Qin Wei was angry with her at all at this moment. Her small face flushed red, feeling shy and nervous for being broken through to the heart of a young girl. Rumor mongering is against the law. I've often been rumored about, so I resent rumor mongering, resist rumor mongering, and I don't think Lin Che is that kind of person. If he's really been adopted, then he wouldn't have mixed so badly these 5 years. Jiang Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped the table. I suspect that someone is deliberately suppressing him and smearing him. Sister Wei, you must have misunderstood him by listening to rumors. Try to understand him. After you get to know him better, you'll know how good he is. You sound like you know a lot about it? That's for sure. Chapter 63. People with different minds. Coldness erupted from Qin Wei's eyes, and Jiang Yu was not known in the slightest. Of course I know him. Wei. Jiang Yu suddenly came over and interrupted Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had wanted to tell Qin Wei that she was currently filming a movie with Lin Che, acting as a young couple. Lin Che is just a good guy and doesn't have a bad temper like she said, bullying newbies, abusing stand-ins and such. A person can disguise a moment but not a lifetime. Lin Che is good to everyone, will help the prop master to lift the tools, help the cameraman to play, and the director to discuss the plot, but also help her to give emotional value to the lines. No matter who approached him for help, he would help. Even the stray dog in the crew was raised by him in the past few days. Jiang Yu was ready to talk to Qin Wei about all of this and clear up her misunderstanding of Lin Che, who knew that her brother had suddenly appeared. Jiang Yu did not dare to mention Lin Che again. Qin Wei knows that she likes Lin Che. If she misses the point, her brother will not make a fuss if he knows. Jiang Yu came over and asked, "Aren't you going to dance?" "I'm not dancing. I have to go beforehand." Jiang Yu panicked in her heart and said she was about to slip away. "You run away as soon as I come?" Jiang Yu caught Jiang Yu, whose eyes were dodging. Jiang Yu didn't dare to utter a single breath. The only thing she could do to save herself at this time was to change the topic. She looked at Qin Wei, and after a full body survey, she grasped the key point. "Sister Wei Wei, you're wearing all the bracelets my brother gave you. What about that necklace?" "What necklace?" Jiang Yu instantly loosened his grip, his eyes warning, "You'd better go." Jiang Yu smiled, "Okay, I'll go. You guys take your time to jump." Afterwards, she ran as fast as she could. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu's back, running so fast. "What did you guys just talk about?" Qin Wei also didn't dare to mention Lin Che in front of Jiang Yu, and said perfunctorily, "There was no chat. What did you come over to find me for?" "Want to talk to you." Jiang Yu sat over. "My mom just asked me when I'm considering getting married. I think it's too early. I want to get a career at the moment." "Okay, later then." Jiang Yu didn't expect that Qin Wei would agree so crisply. Jiang Yu was aware that Qin Wei likes him since childhood. If Qin Gardenia didn't appear, then he wouldn't have left the country 5 years ago. He would have listened to his parents' arrangement and Qin Wei's engagement and marriage. Maybe both of them have children now. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. From the moment he first saw Qin Gardenia, he couldn't help falling in love with her and wanted to conquer her. Going to dance? Qin Wei was thinking about what Jiang Yu hadn't finished saying just now. Her heart was in turmoil, and she simply didn't have the interest to dance. "I don't want to dance." Jiang Yu did not in opening, but looking for waiter, asked for a glass of wine, while looking for the figure of Qin Gardenia. Finally in an inconspicuous corner to see her. She sits there, just like a painting. The people around her have become her accompaniment. Jiang Yu put his hand into the pocket of his clothes and touched the string of necklaces, thinking about how he was going to deliver this gift to Qin Jiao. If Qin Gardenia accepted, then he would make his feelings clear to both families tonight. Qin Wei sat for a while, probably feeling too bored. She stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." Jiang Yu let out a hum. Neither one's mind was on each other, so they didn't even notice the change in the other. Seeing Qin Wei walk away, Jiang Yu finally found the opportunity to ask the waiter for a mask to wear. Qin Gardenia sat against her grandmother, caring for her body from time to time. "Grandma, do you think it's noisy? Do you want to go back?" "Not noisy, lively is good." Grandma Wu hadn't been out for a long time, and was now chatting animatedly with an old lady of the same age. The two old ladies chatted about family matters from their children to the younger generation. "This is your granddaughter. So pretty. How old is she? How old is she? Is she married?" "My granddaughter is beautiful since she was a child, just like me when I was young. The marriage is not." The other party heard no marriage. Happy directly interrupted her. "Not married? Ah, that happens to be my grandson, just came back from abroad. High school students, once back to take over his father's business. Height 180. Good looking. I have photos here. Want to know about it?" Grandma Wu quickly waved her hand. No, my granddaughter already has a boyfriend." The other party still refused to give up. "Do not be so quick to refuse. Love is love. Marriage is marriage. Love object to talk about happy, but marriage cannot. Have to find a door to door." Grandma Wu cheerfully said, "My granddaughter, as long as she is happy. It does not matter who she finds. If she finds a pauper, it's not like our family can't afford it." Such a conversation. Qin Gardenia listened to the whole night. The fake smile on the corner of her mouth was almost holding her face stiff. She got up and was ready to go outside to get some air, when she met a man walking towards her. The man stopped at his side and leaned down to reach out. "Sister Gardenia, may I have the honor of inviting you to a dance?" Qin Gardenia gave him a cold look, as if she didn't recognize him, and said with a frown, "Not interested." Jiang Yu took the mask off. "Sister Gardenia, it's me." Qin Gardenia was nonchalant. "It's you I'm even less interested in." Jiang Yu Ra was blocked by her. It is not easy to see one side. Did not expect Qin Jiao is still so cold, even more cold than before. And the way she looked at him when she said it was like she was looking at an obtrusive fly. Very damaging to a man's ego. The rose is beautiful, but the thorns on her body hurt people. Jiang Yu heart knows that there is no hurry. Soon it will organize the emotion. Face still with a gentle smile. "Sister Gardenia, I recently saw a necklace. Very suitable for you. Just thought to buy to give you," he said as he took the box out of his pocket and opened it, and the snake necklace that rested inside looked even more mesmerizing in the light. "This necklace matches your dress today. It's all green and it's still the year of the snake. Like it?" "I don't like snakes." Qin Gardenia's eyes were indifferent. "And isn't today Qin Wei's birthday? What are you giving me a gift for?" "Because I don't want others to have gifts to receive when you don't." For the first time, he expressed his heart so boldly. Saying it so bluntly was no different from a direct confession. Qin Jia should already be able to understand what he meant. Thinking, Jiang Yu tentatively stepped forward. "Want to be closer to her?" Didn't expect Chin Gardenia to take a big step backward, pulling away from the distance at the same time also dodged the hand he handed over. Jiang Yu froze in place. A hurt expression surfaced on his face. Sister Gardenia, you don't need to avoid me so much. Well, at least we know each other for so many years. We often meet in Y country. WeChat also added a friend. You don't like this necklace, then you tell me what you like. I'll change it to send you. I don't like any of the ones you sent me. And thanks for reminding me about the WeChat friend thing. Chin Gardenia took out her cell phone and flipped out Jiang Yu's microsignal. Then under his stunned gaze, calmly pulled black and then deleted. Not anymore. Chapter 61, Chin Gardenia 3 kills tonight. Just delete him like that? Jiang Yu's jaw dropped. It's just deleting individuals. Nothing surprising. Originally agreed to add friends is in his sister Jiang Yun face. Business contacts, always have to sell a few thin face. Sister Gardenia, you. Jiang Yu heart resentment. Expression aggrieved. Speak stuttering, a whole hand and feet at a loss. How he did not expect. Qin Jian will be in his face to pull black delete him? Is he that unappealing? At least he's a 180 handsome guy. This blow didn't just hurt his manly dignity, it also stomped his heart hard. The necklace in his hand is like the heart he dropped, falling from his hand to the ground. Jiang Yu stood for a long time without moving, turning to look at the figure of Chin Gardenia who has already walked away, a hostile gas rushing across his heart. When he cannot get Chin Gardenia's heart, he wants to get her body. Full of thoughts are how to possess her to conquer her, even with some illegal and chaotic means. Even if he is scolded for having no morals, he is also willing, either to convince or to sleep with. The strong twisted melon is not sweet but quenches the thirst. The raw rice is cooked, occupying her body. She is unwilling to be willing to also have to be willing. Jiang Yu bent down to pick up the necklace on the ground. His hand exerted force, his thumb pressed on the snake head of the necklace, slowly rubbing. At that moment, he was like clutching Qin Jian in his hand. Chin Gardenia temporary change of road to go to the bathroom. The result halfway and encountered Qin Wei. Not to say that she and Jiang Yu is a couplet. Certain things, indeed very tacit understanding. Chin Gardenia is in a good mood today. Looking at the face of the grandmother does not want to talk to her. But some people are born to be, not to beat her up. Her skin itchy, as if she was deliberately waiting for her here. Qin Wei leaned against the wall and encircled her arms with a disdainful face. Sister, isn't it good to stay well abroad? Why do you have to come back to get in my way? I heard that foreign countries are dangerous and often encounter shootings. Why didn't you die there? Seeing that Chin Gardenia didn't take care of her, she even went up after her and stopped the person. Provoking, there are no outsiders here. You say, if I go out now and say that you are bullying me, what will mom and dad think of you? And how will other people look at you? Chin Gardenia was finally willing to take a proper look at her, not expecting that after so many years, her little tricks were still so unimproved. Chin Gardenia uncontrollably thought of the previous things. Qin Wei is so green tea. For example, Fall said that she pushed, clothes are bad as she tore, things are gone as she stole. Even the test did not do well also said that it is disturbed by her. Once, twice, countless times. No matter what Qin Wei said, her parents stood by her side. Even if Chin Gardenia took out the evidence to prove that she didn't do it, Qin mother also had no introspection. Even said, you are 3 years older than your sister. Your sister is so small. You do sister don't know to let her? If a 10-year-old makes a mistake and you can say the kid is too young to know better. What is it when you're 25 and still acting like this? A giant baby? Since doing anything is wrong, that means she can do anything. After thinking it through, Chin Gardenia reached out and grabbed, gripping Qin Wei's hair into the side utility room. Qin Wei was frightened and let out a scream. Chin Gardenia, what are you doing? I thought you said I was bullying you? Then I mustn't confirm this properly? Chin Gardenia had learned fighting. A grapple pressed Qin Wei against the wall. Say, what effect do you want? How many % of injuries? Mom and dad won't spare you if you lay a hand on me. I'm so scared. As soon as the words fell, Chin Gardenia violently grabbed the hair on the back of Qin Wei's head and slammed her head against the wall with one force. With just one click, Qin Wei's eyes were glazed over. Since you won't tell me, I'll do it myself. Chin Gardenia's gloomy voice rang in her ears, and Qin Wei instantly felt a chill down her back. It hurts. I only felt that the scalp at the back of my head was going to be lifted up, and Qin Wei's exit was dirty and she cursed very badly. Chin Gardenia felt dirty ears, so she didn't bother to listen carefully, only to hear her say this. No one has ever dared to do this to me. Chin Gardenia laughed out loud. Congratulations, you've met, and you'll have an unforgettable first time tonight. The space in the utility room is not big, not very good for activities, but it is more than enough to deal with Qin Wei. Looking at her carefully done manicure, Chin Gardenia directly reached up to break. The nails cracked, and the skin and flesh tore. The pain of the 10 fingers tonight to let Qin Wei experience. How do you quickly get someone to stop spitting profanity? Just gag her. Jean Gardenia didn't know what kind of cloth she had found and smiled brightly at Qin Wei. Qin Wei has actually been in pain to the point of not being able to curse. She can only cry helplessly. The whole person's sky is spinning. Tears fall down out of control. Suddenly, the mouth that is open wide to breathe is stuffed with a piece of cloth by Jean Gardenia with great force. I don't know if it's an illusion or what. She feels that the cloth in her mouth carries a disgusting stench, and she begins to physiologically dry heave. Jean Gardenia, tired of fighting, stood up, while scattered down broken hair elegantly donta behind the ear. Condescending to the ground, shivering, Qin Wei said, "No, you and I biggest gap in where? I left the Qin family. I'm still the Qin general manager in other people's mouths. And you are a joke away from the Qin family." Qin Wei's 10 fingers oozing blood. She forced herself to endure the pain and yanked the cloth from her mouth, her eyes concealing humiliation and unwillingness. "Then why did you come back to fight me? Oh, by the way, Jean Gardenia seems to be lightly, the actual killing in the invisible, as if the cold knife into Qin Wei's body." I don't know whether she was beaten hard or irritated by her words. Qin Wei rolled her eyes and the person directly fainted. A good birthday party has become a day of suffering. Why bother? So she really needs to change her NS. NS hurts her body. I hope this time will help her to change this bad habit. Jean Gardenia calmly and elegantly crossed over from Qin Wei's head, opened the door to the utility room and twisted to go to the next bathroom to wash her hands, as if stained with something dirty, squeezed the hand sanitizer and rubbed each fingertip carefully. After pulling a piece of paper and wiping it off, she headed back down the hall. This time she really didn't want to be here. "Grandma, should we go back?" Grandma Wu held her cell phone. "I'll stay here tonight. If you're tired, go home first. I've already called Lin Che to come pick you up." Jean Gardenia was shocked. "You finished calling him? What did he say?" Grandma Wu proudly said, "He said he'll be there soon and asked you to wait and call you when he arrives." Learning that Lin Che was coming to pick her up, Jean Gardenia swept away the previous gloom. Her mind was unprecedentedly open. Grandma Wu deeply hidden merit and fame. It is not easy to dress up her granddaughter so beautiful. Of course, she must let her granddaughter-in-law over the eyes. She, as a grandmother, will not be a light bulb tonight. "Grandma, it's better if you don't stay here tonight. If you want to go back to the nursing home, I'll have the driver take you back." She was afraid of leaving Grandma alone here in an accident. Chapter 62, I must run to hold you. Concerning the grandmother's body, Jean Gardenia would do things a little more carefully and cautiously. Although Grandma Wu didn't know what was happening, but seeing Jean Gardenia's serious expression, she didn't dare to disobey and cooperated. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say." Jean Gardenia called the driver and personally put her grandmother in the car before she settled down. Knowing that Lin Che would come to pick her up, Jean Gardenia simply went out of the villa and stood at the intersection waiting for him. Outside the night is deep and quiet. The wind is very big. Jean Gardenia, although cooling, still maintains the best physique. Worrying that Lin Che comes and can't see her, she also specially chooses a conspicuous street lamp. Standing under the street lamp, the skirt on her body flashes with fine light. Not long after Jean Gardenia had sent her grandmother away, the people inside discovered Qin Wei, who had fallen unconscious on the floor. The second miss of the Qin family, tonight's birthday girl, on the night of her 25th birthday, was dragged to the toilet and violently beaten up. What kind of heartlessness and audacity is this? Not putting the Qin family in her eyes. Qin mother hugged Qin Wei and cried. Qin's father grimaced and let loose with a fierce voice that he must catch the person who caused the disturbance and make her pay. Emergency vehicles come quickly. Blue lights in the night shuttle very conspicuous. Along the way no one dares to stop. When Qin Wei was sent to the car, Lin Che's car drove over. Under the street lamp, the woman was wearing a thickly textured green dress, which emphasized her body temperament and set off her fair complexion. Standing there in a pavilion, which was very eye-catching, the night wind ruffled her hair. She kept her head down and pushed the strands that were blocking her eyes behind her ear. Hearing the sound of a car, she looked up and over, getting closer and closer as the two of them locked eyes through the glass fender. Lin Che got out of the car and looked at Jean Gardenia in the distance. She looked like she was wearing the light on her body, guiding him forward. Just took 2 steps. He saw Jean Gardenia running towards him with the hem of her skirt, very fast, and then the beam of light threw itself into his arms. He was attracted to the light, trapped by the light, warmed by the light. Jean Gardenia tilted her face and smiled at him. That smile was gentle and loving. He didn't know where to put his hands, so he could only clench his fists and carefully guard her back, afraid of hurting her and afraid of her falling. The heel of my shoe was too high and I broke my foot. Luckily you caught me. Because of her excitement, her breathing was louder than usual, a thin layer of it breathing on Lin Che's neck. Did you hurt your foot? Does it hurt? Jean Gardenia moved her foot and pressed it closer. It doesn't hurt. Lin Che suddenly tightened up. The knot in his throat rolled. I could have walked over to pick you up. You didn't have to run over in such a hurry. Lin Che was good at disguising himself, always pretending to have no distractions, but in reality, he couldn't control it. Could he? A person could control his expression to feign indifference and ignore her, but he could not control his body's subconscious reaction. His reaction told her he was nervous about holding her. Jean Gardenia didn't bother to look at the expression on Lin Che's face, but instead looked at the knot in his raised throat and forced herself not to touch it. Borrowing the force from Lin Che's arm, Jean Gardenia stood up straight. But if I run one more step you'll take one less step. Compared to walking slowly, I still prefer running, so that I won't be cold. I can go into the car and blow the air conditioner. Lin Che touched the keyword cold. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then looked at her skirt again and praised her from the bottom of his heart. You look good today. Jean Gardenia wrapped his jacket tightly and almost buried her face in it. Grandma helped me choose it. Dressed like this just to show you. Very nice. The green color suits you. Knowing Jean Gardenia for so many days, he had never seen her dressed up so beautifully. On weekdays, Jean Gardenia wears a suit to work, looking more serious and deep. Good-looking people even said a garbage bag are good-looking. Only wear overalls. Jean Gardenia. Give a person a kind of living people do not approach the sense of oppression. By the way, I saw the ambulance when I came here. Is something wrong inside? Jean Gardenia nodded. Something happened. Lin Che saw her face suddenly sink and thought it involved her. Are you alright? Jean Gardenia was amused by him. I can have what matter. Something is someone else. Is a little small matter. Did not involve me. That's good. Get in the car first. Lin Che opens the passenger door to let Jin Jiao get on the car, and at the same time, a sports car comes over from afar with its high beams on. Lin Che turned around and drove forward first. The sports car had been following him but was stopped by a red light. The person sitting in the sports car is Jiang Yu. He witnessed Jean Gardenia got into a man's car, but unfortunately too far away. Didn't see that person's face, only felt that the body shape is very much like the Lin Che that he met last time in the theater group. Maybe he's overthinking it. Jean Gardenia wouldn't just get into a man's car. That would be her driver. Brother, what are you doing chasing that car in front of you? It almost ran the red light. Jiang Yu, who was sitting next to her, asked. I just saw Jean Gardenia get into a man's car and was a little worried. Jiang Yu is brushing the hot search of the cell phone. The tone is not thought of, on it. Jean Gardenia's sister are 28 years old. Looking for a man to fall in love is very normal. Moreover, which man's car she is on has nothing to do with you. You should really worry about the person who is now Weiwei's sister. I don't know who knocked her unconscious. A good birthday banquet was beaten like this. The other party is also too ruthless. Jiang Yu now can't put Qin Jia and love two words together. As long as the thought of her in love, his heart is scratching his liver hard. Obviously he met Jean Gardenia first, secretly in love with her for so long, and left the country for her. How could she temporarily find another man? Jiang Yu wanted to send a text message to Jean Gardenia to ask her. The phone just took out before remembering that the other party had already pulled him black. Jiang Yu was so angry that he violently smashed the steering wheel, a movement that scared Jiang Yu next to him. Jiang Yu tightly grasped the seatbelt in front of her chest. Brother, don't scare me. You look like a super Xiong driver. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. That man looks a lot like Lin Che. Lin Che? After Jiang Yu paused for a moment, she smiled sarcastically and said, You said that the man who was with Sister Jean Gardenia is Lin Che? How could it be? How could Sister Jean Gardenia who just returned to China not long ago know Lin Che? Moreover, Lin Che is a penniless little actor. Do you think that someone with Sister Jean Gardenia's status would be together with him? These two people can't hit each other. Jiang Yu also thinks so, but the heart's uneasiness just can't be suppressed. If it is before Jiang Yu won't think much, but tonight Jean Jasmine suddenly pulls him black and delete. This reaction, just like have object after and beside the opposite sex to completely draw a line a kind of. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu who kept frowning. She was also a little uneasy. It couldn't really be Lin Che, could it? Lin Che hadn't taken a movie for a long time, and now when he did, he was able to receive such a good one male script, much better than his previous resources. He had just left the company not long ago, so who introduced him to this movie resource? Just because Lin Che didn't have a gold master before doesn't mean he doesn't have one now. Calculating the time, Lin Che signing the contract day. Is Jean Gardenia returned to the country not a few days thing? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more outrageous she felt. But in the midst of outrageousness, there was a bizarre reasonableness to it. Concerning Lin Che's innocence, Jiang Yu would inevitably think too much. Brother, did you see the license plate number? Didn't see it from too far away. Saw an 8. Lin Che's license plate number. It seems to start with an 8. Chapter 63, Mr. Lin, would you like to dance with me? How can you be sure that the person who got on the bus was Sister Jean Gardenia? I didn't even see it just now. Jiang Yu choked. How should he tell her that he had been secretly in love with Jean Gardenia for many years, familiar with everything about her, often witnessing to her photos? Tonight, he didn't know how many times he had looked at Jean Gardenia, and had long since burned her figure into his mind. and could recognize her at a glance even if he was dozens of meters away. That dress she's wearing tonight stands out. Jiang Yu nodded her head thoughtfully. That's right, Sister Qin Jiao is very pretty tonight. Even I can't help but look at her. The voice was filled with envy. But then again, Jiang Yu is not too much attention to Qin Jiao. Just see her on a car on the square-inch big mess. Qinwei accident was sent into the ambulance. Have not seen him have such a big reaction over. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning quickly, and her eyes were inquisitive. Jiang Yu was full of Qin Gardenia. If Qin Gardenia really found a man, then this is betrayal for him. The only one who could conquer this rose was him, and he had listed Qin Gardenia as his own belonging, and would never allow it to be snatched up by another man. I also don't know if the other guy's license plate number was captured on the car recorder. At the same time, in the same lot, some people go home, others are hospitalized, and still others follow the car for just one answer. Was it fun tonight, General? Qin Gardenia lowered her head and said while straightening her skirt. My mom introduced me to a blind date today. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Lin Che asked, so you went to meet? I don't see it. I'm already married. What's the point of dating? Bigamy is against the law. It's immoral. Qin Gardenia joked. Just because of this? With his mouth too fast, subconsciously saying these words, Lin Che was suddenly a bit flustered. Qin Gardenia gave a shallow laugh, then said in a serious tone, and I believe there is no one better than you. This word boasts of. In addition to Lin Shi, very few people praise him so bluntly. Let him a little at a loss for words. He drove the car seriously. His eyes did not dare to glance around. Can only guess in his heart what kind of eyes Qin Gardenia has at this moment. Is it derision or seriousness, or it's very usual? Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not that good. Lin Che didn't want others to have too high expectations of him. There was a saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, which was why he had been frank about his experience in the first place. In the angle that he could not see, Qin Gardenia looked at him with deep eyes and said softly, I feel good as long as it's good. It's hard to believe that you can still change my mind? Lin Che laughed lightly. I wouldn't dare. Qin Gardenia leaned against the car window and watched Lin Che drive. When she saw the time on the monitor, is it too much trouble for you to call you to pick me up so late? After all, we just agreed to get married. You can trouble me, and that kind of thing isn't called trouble. He couldn't say anything that would make Qin Jiao dependent on him, because Qin Jiao wasn't an accessory. Not to mention that they had signed an agreement to do this as a matter of course, but sometimes he couldn't tell if it was a deeper love affair or a matter of habit. The journey was smooth today, green lights all the way and no traffic. The usual 50-minute journey was 15 minutes ahead of schedule today. Knowing that Qin Gardenia's shoe on her foot breaks, Lin Che gets out of the car to help her. Qin Gardenia sat in the car and looked at his outstretched hand. Mr. Lin, may I have the honor of a dance tonight? Lin Che froze and didn't ask why, but replied directly, of course. Shouldn't it be set to music? Though, well, I'll find it. Qin Gardenia directly reached out and turned on the car music, and then clicked on a song My Secret from inside. The rhythmic pre-chorus sounded, and Lin Che leaned down and reached out his hand. Ms. Qin, may I invite you to dance with me? With pleasure. Qin Jiao put her hand on Lin Che's palm and was led off the bus by him, her other hand resting on his shoulder. The two of them moved to the rhythm of the music. Just like the lyrics of the song, the distance between us seems to be far and near. Wearing high-heeled shoes of Qin Gardenia, the top of her hair just to his eyes. Lin Che lowered his eyes will be able to see her whole outline from top to bottom. Thick eyelashes, quite nose bridge. The not-so-subtle waist was in his hands, and the gown was a cinched waist style that trimmed her waist nicely. Qin Gardenia changed her usual forcefulness and wrapped herself around Lin Che's body like a green vine. Qin Jiao lowered her head, seemingly burying her face in Lin Che's shoulder and neck. Lin Che clutched Qin Gardenia's hand and drove her around in a circle. Qin Gardenia stepped on her high heels unsteadily and stumbled into his arms. Lin Che's waist that he steadily supported. Is everything alright? Qin Gardenia gasped slightly and said, it's fine. Why are you suddenly thinking of dancing? Tonight was organized as a ball. There were many people dancing, and there were also many men who asked me to dance with them, but I didn't say yes to any of them. The hand resting on her shoulder slowly moved down and pressed against Lin Che's chest. She could feel his equally rapid heartbeat. Because, I just want to dance with you. So that's how it was. The thought of Qin Gardenia being targeted by many men tonight. For some reason, a sourness flooded his heart. His chest rose and fell with his emotions. Smothered in pain, Lin Che moved his throat, and involuntarily wrapped her tightly around him towards his chest. Lin Che, actually I'm not that happy today. That family, no one likes me. Qin Jiao's voice was muffled, but after a while, she took the initiative to reach out and hug Lin Che. But seeing you, I'm happy. When she spoke, her breath was like a feather lightly sweeping across his neck. This time, not only could one feel Lin Che's heartbeat accelerating, one could also feel the frequency of his throat knots rolling. Chapter 64. There are a lot of misadventures in the world, but what's yours is yours. No one gave her any ideas, she could only go after someone based on her own feelings, using every trick in the book, like an elementary school student reading a high school question. From the careful temptation to the bold and straightforward nowadays, she never hid her desires. How normal it is for people to have desires. What matters is how they go about dominating them. Do they ignore them, or do they get them? Grandpa used to say that desires are not scary, but you have to learn to utilize them correctly, and if you use them wisely, they can be turned into a positive. It was the same when facing Lin Che. There was no better time than tonight. A quiet underground garage with just the right atmosphere, no extra outsiders, and a soothing love song playing automatically on the car's music. How much I want to stay by your side. Let love permeate the whole world. For you are willing, through all the time, just want to stay by your side. Not afraid of how far the road is. For you to be willing, no matter north, south, east or west. The long silent mood set off a freckle. It's you who is gentle, unlocking the knot in my heart. Jean Gardenia was not as open as she appeared to be, and her heart was jumping just like the song, running up and down. Lin Che, are you happy to see me? Does it bother you to see me every day? Or does it mess with your mind? How do you feel when you hear that someone wants to go on a blind date with me? Wants to ask me to dance? Any soreness or swelling here? She reached out absently and placed her fingertips against the spot where his heart was, pressing down slightly. Lin Che lowered his head, his gaze slowly looking past her fingertips, crossing her lips, and finally locking onto her eyes. In the dim light, I don't know if he bowed his head first, or if she tiptoed first. Lin Che's hands no longer clenched his fists, but clenched that waist. It should have stopped, but the body's reaction had completely dominated the brain. Jean Gardenia was kissed and leaned back, sweet breathing sounds coming out of her mouth. Lin Che held her back with one hand and the back of her head with the other, following her trembling steps, and pressed her against the door of the car, enveloping her tightly. The exposed back didn't feel cold because it was pressed against Lin Che's hot palm, which seemed to be lighting a fire on her. What little sanity was left was gradually shattered as if sparks had exploded in the brain. The world seemed to be left with just the two of them, and Lin Che was so deep in it that he couldn't pull himself out, knowing that he couldn't touch it and that it would be addictive, but he still stepped in. He couldn't describe the feeling, because the taste had never been there before, like a sufferer on foot in the desert, desperate to finally find an oasis. He ran hard to that green lake, then cupped the water and gulped it down. The water in his mouth was with a refreshing sweetness, moistening over his dry throat, his whole pores stretched out, and the blood flowed rapidly through his body. This kind of joy was uncontrollable, so Lin Che let himself go and followed his heart. In the end, it was Jean Gardenia who couldn't resist first. At the beginning, Jean Gardenia felt that Lin Che was very raw, although she had never kissed before. She could obviously feel the unnaturalness. They were all the same, stiffly touching lips, then tentatively opening their mouths, and finally slowly one after the other. Lin Che was like a wild wolf, as if he wanted to swallow her into his belly, and in the depths of his love, he even bit her lips, and she could only hug Lin Che's neck with force, the only way not to lose her strength and go limp. The intertwined breaths brought the two of them an experience they had never had before, remembering nothing, knowing nothing, as if it were the last day before the end of the world, doing whatever they wanted to do, regardless of what they wanted to do. After a long time, Lin Che let go of her. He looked at Jean Gardenia leaning in his arms with her eyes closed to catch her breath. Her lips were red and swollen. There were still tear stains on her face. The corners of her eyes reddened under her wet eyelashes. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes, watery and misty, and glanced at him petulantly. Sorry. Lin Che's voice was muffled to the bone as soon as he opened his mouth. Jean Gardenia climbed onto his shoulders, feeling his heartbeat through his clothes, and her heartbeat didn't slow down. It was still strong. Why are you telling me you're sorry? Lin Che was silent for a moment before he said, Bit you sore. Jean Gardenia's lips were like forbidden fruits that tempted people to taste them, and the originally pink lips were now red and swollen. Jean Gardenia touched her burning mouth, seemingly in retrospect. I don't feel pain. I feel comfortable and addicted. She was still such a straight ball. She wasn't going to be subtle in the face of someone she liked. Subtle was an act for outsiders. If she didn't express what was in her heart, how would Lin Che know what was really in her heart? She preferred the raging that rubbed into her bones, her soul trembling along with it, to a peck and a taste. It happened naturally, and no one expected that the scene that broke the ice in their relationship would be the one where it happened. After a few seconds, the two looked at each other before bursting out laughing together. Jean Gardenia hooked Lin Che's neck, her fingertips sweeping over his neck, finally coming to both of his ears, pinching his earlobes. My legs are sore, she pouted. Lin Che carried her to the driver's seat, then unscrewed a bottle of water. Water? Jean Gardenia took it and drank 2 mouthfuls before handing it back to Lin Che. You drink too. Most of the half bottle of water was directly drunk by Lin Che in one gulp, and Jean Gardenia, with a smile on her face, looked at Lin Che's raised chin and the knot in his throat that rolled as he drank. Is it that thirsty? Lin Che's reddened ears were hidden in the dimness, and he drank water not out of thirst, but to push down some untimely impulse. A bottle of water went down. Lin Che's brain cleared up. Then with a straight face, Gardenia, I want to talk to you. Seeing him so serious, Jean Gardenia also slightly converged expression. Talk about what? Fall in love. Lin Che was serious and firm. I want to fall in love with you. Are you willing? Have a relationship that you don't regret no matter how it ends. Jean Gardenia grabbed his hand and signaled him to look down, then quickly kissed him on the forehead. I do. Life is short and joyful. The day is not long. Allow everything to happen. Life is not a trick. If you cannot resist, then follow your heart. Lin Che held her in his arms. So we're in a relationship where we're, like, ostensibly a couple, but actually a couple? How can this relationship be downgraded, but can go to this step? For Jean Gardenia is big success. She all the way did not easy. In grandfather's education, she understands to want to get success that must exceed the common people 10 times 100 times of efforts. She is careful. Every step should be calculated. Dare not indulge. More dare not impulsive, and Lin Che is outside of his plan. I want to go home. I don't want to walk. I want you to carry me back. Lin Che squatted directly in front of her, his hand reaching back, and because he couldn't see, his touch was more obvious, and when Qin Jiao was completely on his back, he held her back with one hand to stand up, then closed the car door with one hand. Entering the elevator, he looked at Jean Gardenia's serene face on the mirrored wall. She lay softly on top of him, her side resting on his shoulder, her breath gently sweeping over his neck, silkily entwined. He did not give birth to any extra thoughts when he first saw Jean Gardenia. Even if he agreed to get married afterward, he did not have any in-depth thoughts about her. They were like people from two completely different worlds. Although they were forcibly held together by the hand of destiny, it was difficult for them to be truly integrated. From when did it start to change? Maybe it was the first day he went to her house, when she suddenly burst into his line of sight with a clutch of gardenias in her arms. Or maybe it was the lunch she cooked for him, still knowing full well that he didn't eat scallions. It was the breakfast we shared every day. It was the path we walked at night. It was the breeze that messed up her hair. It was the figure she waited for under the night light. It was the unabashed fondness she had for him. It was the blatant favoritism and respect. The world is full of misadventures, but what's yours is yours. Chapter 65, sure is a good waste. Carrying Jean Gardenia home and placing her directly on the sofa, Lin Che squatted down to take off the high heels on her feet, then carefully inspected her ankles to see if there were any abrasions. Feet being looked at like this, Jean Gardenia shrunk her toes a little uncomfortably. What are you looking at? See if your feet are hurt. Just because she casually said she broke her foot, he was watching her foot so carefully. I'm not hurt. I'm fine, and my shoes don't wear out today. Jean Gardenia today wears a pair of 7 or 8 centimeters high heels. The heel is very thin. Such shoes, the slightest carelessness will break the foot. It's good that it didn't hurt. As soon as Lin Che got up, he met Qin Jiao's bright eyes. He was able to hide it when he was in the parking lot downstairs. After all, the light was dark, but now, the headlights in the living room shone on him, making every change he made nowhere to hide. Lin Che wanted to come up with the same stance he had when he was filming a movie, to be calm and collected, not to be disoriented, but facing Jean Gardenia's sizzling gaze, he simply couldn't put his mind at ease, and even went into the kitchen with the same hand. I'll go and cook a bowl of wine awakening soup for you. Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che's busy figure, sneaked over and circled his waist from behind, clearly feeling the muscles in his back tighten. She peeked out from behind her and looked at the pot in his hand. How did you know I was drinking? The hot air on Lin Che's ear hadn't dissipated yet, and Jean Gardenia said indistinctly into his ear, it's you who tasted the wine? It's the smell. When kissing, it was all in the senses, not even bothering to pay attention to whether or not her mouth smelled like alcohol. Lin Che, you seem nervous? I never saw you this nervous when we got a license to get married. Can that be the same? The sobering soup was cooked quickly, and Lin Che even added honey to it. Drink the soup so that you won't have a headache when you wake up tomorrow. Jean Gardenia obediently took it. Lin Che watched her drink and admonished from the side, be careful of the heat. After finishing her drink, Jean Gardenia took the lead in giving Lin Che a kiss on the side of his face. Thank you, boyfriend. Lin Che couldn't look her straight in the eyes as he took the bowl in her hand and took it to wash it. After washing the dishes, he pulled a kitchen paper towel to wipe his hands while approaching Qin Jiao. Then when she hadn't reacted yet, he picked her up in a horizontal embrace, buried his head down to search for her lips, and gently kissed them. It was an even bolder kiss than in the parking lot, hugging and kissing while walking at a steady pace, and it was at this moment that Qin Jiao finally understood how good Lin Che's waist was. Her eyes were flashed by the light and she squinted at the ceiling, not knowing where she had gotten to. Although Lin Che's arm around her was steady, she was still afraid of falling, so she hooked her hands tightly around his neck and didn't let go. After a while, Lin Che stopped his steps. He stood at the door of Qin Zhao's bedroom. "Can I go in?" It was at this point in time that she was actually asked if she could go in. Qin Gardenia's mind was filled with charming images, and she wondered if she would be able to experience Lin Che's waist strength tonight. She didn't think anything of it. After all, she had been preparing for this day for quite some time. Once you have a desire, then fulfill the desire. Qin Gardenia is a person who knows how to enjoy the moment. Only after getting Qin Gardenia's consent did Lin Che open the door. His eyes didn't look around but focused on the somewhat shy Qin Gardenia in his arms. He carefully placed her on the bed and then touched her hair. "It's very late. Rest early." Qin Gardenia, as soon as she heard that he was going to leave, immediately grabbed his clothes. "You're going to leave here? Well, good night." Qin Gardenia knew that it was impossible to wipe the slate clean tonight, and could only retract her hand, her voice light and weak. "Good night." Watching Lin Che quickly turn around and leave, Qin Gardenia flung herself on the bed and ravaged the quilt, then took out the wedding photo from under the pillow and fiercely glared at Lin Che on it. "The guy who's only responsible for lighting the fire and not putting it out. I'll do the same to you in the future. What a great opportunity. So unappreciated." Qin Gardenia sighed helplessly, then got up and took off the long green dress on her body, unzipped it, the straps slid down, the dress cascaded down. She stepped on the floor with her bare feet, under the light. Her skin was like a good sheep's fat jade. She coiled her long hair up, then got a nightgown and went into the bathroom. Lin Che's heart took just as long to calm down, and he drank 2 large glasses of ice water in the living room, calming down there with a block of ice in his mouth on a November day. Although he and Qin Gardenia had already established a relationship, they were still far apart, and he had to become a better person, step by step, and strive to become someone who could match her. Only then would she always be his. Hospitals. Qinwei finally woke up after 7 hours of lethargy. She was awakened by a dream. To say it's much of a horrible nightmare, it's not. It's just a little off the wall. She dreamed that Lin Che kissed a woman, even in front of her, and gave her a provocative look afterward. She was so angry that she was still panicked, and just as she was about to rush forward and separate them, then the dream woke up. Waking up, Qinwei stared blankly at the hospital ceiling, her heart position still throbbing as she reached out and pressed it. As soon as she moved, Qin's mother, who was accompanying her, quickly came to her. "Wei Wei, you've finally woken up. Is there any part of your body that's uncomfortable? Does your head still hurt?" Qinwei originally didn't feel any pain, but as soon as Mother Qin said that, she instantly felt her brain swelling and bulging. She reached up and touched it, and without touching it, there was a large bag on her forehead. Mother Qin hurriedly said, Don't touch your hand, pay attention to the wound." Qinwei stared at the gauze wrapped around all 10 of her slender fingers, and the pain of the 10 fingers instantly yanked her into her memories. Qinwei couldn't control her emotions and reddened her eyes angrily. "Mom, it's Qin Gardenia. The injuries on my body are all from her." Qin mother at first didn't think it would be Qin Gardenia, but after hearing Qinwei say so and then associating it with Qin Gardenia's madness, it was indeed something she could do. After a moment of disorientation, Qin mother gritted her teeth. "How can she do a sister so to you? But also too cruel, hurt you so badly, but also throw you alone in the utility room, but also do not think about in case of encountering ill-intentioned people." The more Qin mother thought about it, the more she was afraid. "Qin Gardenia ruined my birthday. She still wants to ruin me. Mom, you help me to revenge her. Help me to return it, okay?" Qinwei is full of aggrieved falling tears. In her eyes is indignation. She really hates to dismantle Qin Gardenia into 8 pieces. Return the humiliation she has endured 10 times 100 times. Seeing her crying so sadly, Qin mother heartbreakingly comforted. "Don't worry, Mom will help you return it. I'll ask someone to tie her over. Let her kneel on the ground and apologize to you. This time whoever stops it is useless." "Not enough." Qinwei raised her hands and choked. "I'll destroy her hands too. If she dared to break her fingernails, then she would break all 10 of her fingers." Chapter 66 Owner Information. Jiang Yu also stayed in the hospital. To the extent of the relationship between the two families of Qin Jiang, Qinwei and the birthday day out of such a big thing. As a boyfriend he went to the hospital to accompany the very normal. If not, it would appear to be detached. Only, Jiang Yu feel Ward's dry sitting is very boring. Also do not look at the phone. Simply sat in the corridor. Took out the phone to tune the driving record to see. Looking for half a day, only to find it can barely see the license plate number. Jiang Yu's face was grim as he locked the owner onto Lin Che. At that time, the distance was too far. He could only recognize that it was Qin Gardenia. As for the driver he could only rely on guessing. Why would he directly lock Lin Che? Probably because of that jacket, which made him keep nagging. People love to compare with each other. seeing that the other person is better than him in some places, his heart will inevitably be resistant and hostile. Plus Jiang Yu time and time again said good words for Lin Che, but also for him to refute his own, which makes him even more disgusted with Lin Che. Concerning Qin Gardenia's matter, Jiang Yu is also not good to hand over to others to do, lest cause trouble. Jiang Yu found a channel, entered the license plate number. In a pile of information he saw the name Lin Che. Although he had already guessed towards Lin Che, he still froze when he saw the owner's information, and he stared dead at the name column, his breath unsteady. It took a while for him to slow down. Then he found a private detective and asked the other party to help him check Lin Che's personal information. Pay a deposit up front and the final payment when the job is done. After finishing these has been 4 o'clock in the morning. Qin Wei also woke up at this time. Jiang Yu at this time the face is not good, did not immediately go in but stood in the doorway to listen to the conversation inside. When heard Qin Wei and Qin Mother said, want to revenge Qin Gardenia, bring her to kneel down to apologize, Jiang Yu immediately took out his cell phone, ready to give Qin Gardenia to ventilate. The result of the message was intercepted as soon as the message was sent. He looked at the text message below the ridiculous system tips. Afterthought remembered. Qin Gardenia yesterday face-to-face to him to pull black. This made the already unsettled mood even worse. Being so indifferent to him yet being able to casually sit in other men's cars. This kind of differentiated treatment made him develop an extreme resentment towards Qin Gardenia. Why was it so unfair to him? Why was he so cold to him? When he had known her first, a flash of madness erupted violently in his brain. He thought to himself that he preferred to see the flowers fall than to see them bloom. Jiang Yu recalled that when he was a child, he lived in his hometown for a while. The village is not compared to the city where he is used to living. There is nothing. You can't eat fried chicken burgers. There are no game consoles. There is no big supermarkets. And there is no amusement park. He was not happy to go out and play, and stayed at home all day. And then a child from the same village passed by him with a dog. It was a German shepherd, a particularly imposing-looking animal that he loved and envied. The family never let him keep a dog, saying that dog hair is too dirty and breeds bacteria, and that it's easy to buy a dog but hard to keep one. The less he wants him to have a dog, the more he wants it. How can I have a free dog? He thought of it. While the children went to school, he bought medicine to secretly poison the dog, and fed the medicine in the afternoon. And then there was a reaction in the evening, and he stood on the side of the road and listened to the dog's screams, and the wooing and mumbling was still strangely good. There is no pet hospital in the village, so once a dog is sick, it's up to you. Unsurprisingly, the dog was abandoned by that family. Jiang Yu received that dog at home and raised it for 2 days before it died. It was a short time, but he had at least had it, and he was satisfied with it, and didn't think it was such a shame that the dog had died. The same thing can happen now. If Qin Gardenia was bullied by her family and beat her until she was only half alive, then he would appear as the savior. Would he not be able to have Qin Gardenia as well? Jiang Yu closed his eyes and began to recall the images that surfaced in his brain. Qin Mother comforted Qin Wei in the hospital room. Alright, don't cry. Jiang Yu is still here? Jiang Yu is here too? Qin Wei looked around in panic and didn't see Jiang Yu's figure. Where is he? She still cared about Jiang Yu in her heart, and because she cared, she wanted to maintain a good image. Outside. I'll go take a look. Mother Qin was about to go out when Jiang Yu, who was at the door, pushed open the door and walked in. Vivi, does it still hurt on you? Qin Wei asked. Why are you here? Of course I'm going to stay with you when something so big happens to you. I can't rest easy until I see that you're okay. I'm in the hospital. So the party? Don't worry, there is your father to handle it. Qin Mother looks at her with heartache. Can't help but start complaining about Qin Jasmine again. A good banquet. It was made like this by her, letting people be careless since childhood. All were taught bad by her grandparents. This time, must punish her one time. Jiang Yu asked, the injuries on Wei Wei's body are really from Qin Gardenia? When Qin Wei heard this, she stared at Jiang Yu incredulously. What do you mean? She didn't hit me. Can it be that I hit myself and then intentionally set her up? As soon as she gets emotional, the bag on her head starts to hurt. Qin Wei covers her head with one hand and lets out a muffled grunt. Wei Wei just woke up. Don't irritate her. Qin Mother stood on her daughter's side and said a few words about Jiang Yu. Hey you are Wei Wei's boyfriend. Don't you know her well? He has never lied. And who would injure themselves so badly to frame someone else? Look at her hands. You are not seeing it. The nails are cracked even with the skin. How painful it is. There is also the bag on the forehead, the slap on the face. Jiang Yu hurriedly interrupted, Auntie Song. I'm not this meaning. I didn't say Wei Wei is framing Qin Jian. I just think everything has to come up with an evidence. Isn't there a camera at the scene? Call out the video. So that she wants to refute also can't refute. Qin Gardenia really went too far this time. Knowing that today is Wei Wei's birthday and there are so many people at the scene, her hitting Wei Wei's face is hitting you and Uncle Qin's face. She didn't even look this family in the eye. If Chin Gardenia refuses to apologize, then use the video to pressure her. This said Chin Wei loved to hear. Just don't know if the camera can capture the image of Chin Gardenia hitting her. Chin mother heard Jiang Yu's suggestion and also felt that it made sense. I'll call and ask them to find the video of the scene. Chin Wei, I wanna see it too. Chin mother gently touched her head. You're all hurt like this. Get some rest first. You too. It's so late. Since Wei Wei has already woken up, you should go back first. And by the way, tell your parents just to say that Wei Wei is already fine, so that they can feel at ease. Speaking here, Chin mother paused again. It's better if I send them a text message. After sending a text message to John's father and mother, Chin's mother tapped on Chin Jiao's number again. Calling her, the system prompted a shutdown and she edited a text message to send it. Your sister is awake, so come over here and apologize until your sister forgives you. Chapter 67, Mischief. Chin mother stood in the doorway to send a text message to Chin Gardenia. If she can, she does not want to make this matter too ugly. After all, spread out to the Chin family has an impact on the Chin family. Parents will still be judged. After sending the text message, Chin mother returned to Chin Wei. Mom, who did you just call? Chin Gardenia. She didn't answer? Turned off. Did it pull the plug on you? Chin mother's face was ugly. Chin Gardenia definitely could do such a thing. How long had it been since Chin Gardenia had taken the initiative to call her? She could barely remember. Clearly the closest mother and daughter, but not even a stranger. It's really owed to her. Chin mother carried annoyance in her heart. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Che got up to make breakfast. Knowing that Chin Gardenia has the habit of drinking coffee, he prepared a cup of milk chai and sandwiches this morning. Chin Gardenia appeared in the restaurant wearing a sexy nightgown, and when she saw Lin Che, she first gave him a big hug and then sent a fragrant kiss on the side of his face. What's for dinner this morning, boyfriend? Sandwiches and coffee. On the milk froth, Lin Che also made a pull. It was a woman-side face, instantly recognizable. Chin Gardenia held up the coffee with one hand, hooked Lin Che's neck with one hand, and happily asked, "Is this drawing of me?" Well, the drawing wasn't very good. It's good and decent enough. Honey, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Lin Che circled Chin Gardenia's waist. Thin layer of pajamas, can clearly feel the temperature under the clothes. His expression is not too natural. Said, eat breakfast first. The two of them were facing each other for breakfast. Clearly an everyday scene, but today the atmosphere was just very different. Chin Gardenia would look at him while eating her breakfast, fluttering her eyelashes as if they had hooks in them. Halfway through eating, Chin Gardenia took out her cell phone and clicked on the column of unread messages. When she saw that one of the text messages was sent by Chin's mother, she directly found a horrible photo from the internet and sent it over. Chin Gardenia knew what Chin mother was most afraid of. In the morning, she annoyed her. Then don't blame her for scaring her. Thinking of the image of Chin's mother slamming down her cell phone, she couldn't help but curl her lips before taking the last sip of her coffee. Lin Che's shooting time is early. Other actors are living near the crew. Only he goes home every day. Good, and the shooting place is not particularly far. He finished his breakfast first. After he finished eating, he sat on the opposite side of the room and quietly looked at Chin Jian. No need to speak. Also no need to do intimate things. Just looking at her like this, he felt that the years are quiet and good. Getting up in the morning with a headache? It doesn't hurt. Chin Gardenia looked at him with sultry eyes. It doesn't hurt, but it's not comfortable either. The tone and the look in his eyes were like an accusation of negativity. Lin Che can't withstand the tease. Also really thought that Chin Gardenia is not comfortable. Which is not comfortable? Do you want to go to hospital? How you were uncomfortable last night is how I was uncomfortable. Worried that he wouldn't understand the subtext, Chin Gardenia coldly hummed twice and said, don't think I don't know that you got up in the middle of the night to take a bath and drink cold water. The worry on Lin Che's face dissipated, resurfacing as embarrassment. In Chin Gardenia's place, it seems that there is no word reserved. She played with the end of her hair and continued to flirt. With your determination, you can succeed in anything you do. Chin Gardenia is not good to keep teasing him. Seeing that it's almost time, she collects the bowls on the table into the kitchen. You should go to work. Don't be late. Lin Che looked at the time. It was really late, but the bowl hadn't been washed yet. Leave it, I'll wash it. What was before is now. Just because we're in a relationship doesn't mean you have to do everything. Lin Che had no choice but to withdraw his gaze. I'll go to work then. What should I do before I go to work? Should what? Before Lin Che could react, he saw Chin Gardenia rushing into his arms, then standing on his tiptoes to actively kiss his lips. Idiot, you didn't even offer to kiss me today. You're making me feel like I'm unattractive. Looking at the pampered and adorable woman in his arms, Lin Che's willpower could hardly be maintained. He lowered his head and touched Chin Gardenia's face. It's not that you don't have charm. I'm afraid that I can't help it. After a night, Chin Gardenia's lips were still very red, like ripe and rotten cherries. Then don't hold back. Then you can't go to work. You'll be late. Lin Che said, leaned down and kissed the corner of Qin Jia's mouth. Gardenia, I really have to go to work. Be careful on the road. Qin Gardenia touched the corner of her mouth that had been kissed and smiled brightly. Che, can you call me sister? Lin Che changed his shoes and opened the door with his back to her. No call. As expected, men are pretty good at certain little things. The more he refused to call out, the more she wanted to hear it, and one day, she would make Lin Che call out this sister. Lin Che arrived at the theater group, and just as his feet entered the door, Jian Yu ran over in a hurry. Lin Che met Jian Yu's dark circles under her eyes and pointed. Did you not sleep well last night? The circles under your eyes are so dark. Jian Yu covered her eyes with embarrassment. Some insomnia. She thought about Lin Che for the whole night last night and couldn't sleep well at all. As long as she closed her eyes, she would connect him with Qin Jiao. Originally, they were two people who had nothing to do with each other, and it was Jian Yu's fault that he had to say that the driver in the car was Lin Che. Jian Yu put down her hand, followed behind Lin Che's but without making a sound, and only after a long time did she swallow and asked, Lin Che, did you go to Luzhou International last night? No, it's good that there isn't. Jian Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled at him as usual and said, I saw a car that looked a lot like yours yesterday, and the license plate number also started with the letter 8, so I thought that was you. Yesterday when Lin Che went to pick up Qin Jia, there was no one around without a car, until after driving, he saw a car following behind him. Jian Yu said she saw him last night, that means she was in that sports car. In the hospital, Qin mother leaned on the chair to take a nap, only opened her eyes after hearing the doctor checking the room. She subconsciously took her cell phone to check the time, but she saw that there was a text message on the cell phone that Qin Gardenia replied. She tapped in to take a look, and instantly chills ran down her spine as she let out a horrified scream of dismay, the phone in her hand slamming out of her hand. Qin Wei, who heard the commotion, immediately sat up, and the doctors and nurses rushed this way. Mom, what's wrong with you? Seeing that there were suddenly a few more people in front of her, Qin's mother covered her mouth with one hand and pointed to the cell phone on the ground with a trembling hand, her face pale. The nurse closest to the phone picked it up, which had no password to tap on, and let out a soft yelp when she saw the horrific picture as well. It's not that intimidating when you look at it closely, it's just kind of catching you off guard when it suddenly pops up. Who sent you this horrible picture? It's still weirdly scary. Qin mother slowly calmed down, but her voice was still a bit shaky. Can I trouble you to help me delete that picture? Yes. The nurse deleted it and handed the phone over. Qin's mother was still a little less daring to pick it up. It's been deleted. No more. Qin mother stiffly took the cell phone and stuffed it into her bag. Her heart still beating rapidly. She pressed her heart and sat down on a chair, tapping and smoothing her breath. Chapter 68, Everything is in order. Qin's mother was in a state of shock, and the horrible photo was still in her mind. Mom, who sent you this? Was it Qin Gardenia? Mother Qin didn't say anything, which means she acquiesced. Qin Wei bites her teeth, also thought that Qin mother can slightly rectify Qin Gardenia. Did not expect so useless. The doctor gave Qin Wei did a checkup, but also on some trauma and no problem. Yesterday will faint. A large part of the reason is her own neurasthenia, not rest well caused. While organizing her own birthday banquet, she also had to deal with work issues, and was distracted by thinking about Lin Che, and hadn't rested well for most of the month in a row. That dizziness she had yesterday was similar to deep sleep, and if she hadn't suddenly had a nightmare and been woken up, she would have been able to sleep until noon. When Qin father heard that Qin Wei had woken up, he also took the time to come and see her. How's it going? When can you be discharged from the hospital? When Qin Wei saw her father, she immediately started to complain. Dad, Qin Gardenia is too much. She hurt me like this even if it's not enough. Mom sent her a text message for her to apologize to me, but in the end, she sent her mom horrible pictures. She knows that mom is timid and scared of ghosts, can cause so much trouble in a day. Not only injured people also made a mess of his parlor. Qin father heart to come angry, but his face does not smack, just a pair of eyes gloomy some terrible. Get some rest at the hospital. I'll meet her at her office later. Qin Wei had been afraid of her father since she was a child, and listening to her father's tone, she knew that he was going to clean up Qin Gardenia. Dad, I don't have a concussion, but my head hurts and I'm dizzy, and my hands. She deliberately exaggerated the injuries on her body so that Dad would be more and more dissatisfied with Qin Jia while he was heartbroken with her. In the end is with their own side-raised daughter. Aggrieved, do fathers natural to support? Uncomfortable and the doctor said, need what to give the housekeeper call? Let people send you. Need to hire a nursemaid? Or do you want the maid at home to take care of you? Call Mrs. Zhang. I'm not used to outsiders. Qin Wei looked at the assistant behind Qin father. Dad, where's the tablet I asked you to bring for me? I brought it. It's here with assistant Zhang. Give it to her. She's still playing with the computer when her hand is hurt like this. Not playing. I'm watching the security video. Her tablet was connected to the house's monitors. Shin's father immediately knew what she was going to do, and didn't stop her, but only reminded, "You take it easy, it's unseemly for pro-sisters to make a scene like this." Shin Wei coldly grunted twice in defiance. She was the one who did it to me first. If she refuses to take the initiative to admit her fault, I'll take the video of her hitting someone and threaten her, charge her with intentional injury, and send her to solitary confinement. On the side on Shin mother also said, "Yes husband, Shin Gardenia was spoiled bad by her grandmother since childhood. Now she doesn't respect her parents at all. Yesterday so big occasion dared to do it to Wei Wei. I let her admit her fault and apologize. She actually sent horrible pictures to scare me. Didn't put me in my eyes at all." Mentioning that picture, she still had palpitations. Alright, a small punishment is a big warning. It's good that she can admit her mistake. It's not good for the Chin family to make a scene. Chin father is a person who knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Plus Chin Wei's character he also knows. If she doesn't provoke Chin Gardenia, will Chin Gardenia do something to her for no reason? There were many things to do in a day, and Chin's father had his own things to do, so he stayed in the hospital room for 10 minutes and then left. Chin Wei took the tablet. All 10 of her fingernails were injured. It was inconvenient to move around, and she could only use her knuckles if she wanted to manipulate the computer. She looked up the video from last night. "Mom, you've been tired all night. Go home. I'll be fine on my own. But your hands, it's fine with Mrs. Zhang." Mother Chin was still not too worried about Chin Wei being alone, but she couldn't do much by staying here, so she could only repeatedly urge her assistant and Mrs. Zhang to take good care of Chin Wei. Chin Wei lay on the bed and asked her assistant to help her find the camera that could capture the bathroom aisle, and then set an approximate time. It was played at double speed, and after watching for a while, she saw her and Qin Jiao appear on the screen. It was a pity that there was no camera in the utility room to record the image of Qin Gardenia hitting someone, and she could only see Qin Gardenia grabbing her hair and dragging her into the utility room. This is already enough to convict Qin Gardenia. Put the video out, and then find a writer to write an article. Just write that Qin Gardenia is jealous of her sister, maliciously harming her, ruthless and evil-minded, and that she has been ill-intentioned since she was a child. Rumor mongering is easy to disprove. With the video in, she can stand on the moral high ground to accuse Qin Jiao and condemn her. Qin Gardenia just took over the food company. Out of this negative news black hot search, certainly accelerate the collapse. Qin Wei saved the video and decided to give it to a professional for a secondary process. After saving this video, Qin Wei had nothing to do, so she simply picked some of the day's videos to watch. Originally was casually look. Did not expect to see Jiang Yu and Qin Jiao standing in an inconspicuous corner at a glance. Qin Wei's heart tightened, like barbs were growing on her body, and her heart was densely furrowed as she zoomed in on the video. Because of the lighting, the video is not very clear and you hear what they are saying. You can only rely on your imagination. However, imagination will confirm the crime by magnifying the initial suspicion infinitely. What are they doing? What are we talking about? Suddenly, Jiang Yu in the video violently approached Qin Jiao. He stretched out his hand and seemed to be holding something in his hand. Qin Wei pressed pause, then asked the assistant beside her, "Can you make this image clear?" The assistant took a look. Isn't this Jiang Yu and Qin Jiao? It's hard to believe that Qin Wei suspects the relationship between the two of them. I'll try. The assistant opened her own computer and imported the video. Qin Wei waited quietly on the side, listening to the sound of him tapping on the keyboard only to feel the pain in her fingertips, which hurt her so much that she was distracted. She thought, if only Lin Che was here. He's the best at taking care of people. I don't know how long it took, but the assistant brought the computer over. Ms. Qin, I've adjusted the screen to the clearest possible. Take a look. Qin Wei looked at it and asked, "Can't it be any clearer?" The assistant shook his head. "My skills only go so far." Qin Wei muttered trash in her heart, then asked her assistant to enlarge the things in Jiang Yu's hand. "What is it?" The assistant was also looking carefully. "It looks like jewelry or something, with the light of diamonds." The screen was cranked up to the maximum, and the object in Jiang Yu's hand was faintly visible, vaguely visible as a serpentine-like object. At that very moment, Qin Wei remembered that Jiang Yu had mentioned necklace last night. Jiang Yu has bought a necklace. Yesterday birthday banquet he did not give her, but secretly gave to Qin Gardenia. The assistant looked at Qin Wei's gloomy face, her face getting whiter and whiter, also sensing the seriousness of the matter. He pacified. A blurry video. Even the sound of the conversation can't be heard. It can't prove anything. Is it not proving anything? But Jiang Yu returned to the country after all kinds of abnormalities. Now by the time she thought back, found that there have long been traces. Chapter 69, finally feeling her feelings. There is a type of person who is like that and thinks of others as they are. She can allow herself to find a man for comfort, but she can't tolerate her boyfriend's dissimulation. Just because of this blurred video, Qin Wei's impression of Jiang Yu has created a gap. Those things that were once ignored break through the flood of the gap, eliminating all those good ones before. Qin Wei was secretly sulking. At first it was only her hands that hurt, now even her brain hurt. Qin Wei propped up her head and slowly lay down, asking Elle assistant to put the computer and tablet aside. She didn't want to look at it again. She doesn't want to wrong Jiang Yu for no reason. Everything has to come up with evidence. If he really likes Qin Gardenia, then she might go crazy. She would think, on what grounds? Qin Gardenia had so much, why could she still show up halfway to abduct her childhood friend? The assistant and Zhang's sister-in-law in the ward, seeing Qin Wei close her eyes, thought she was asleep. The two did not dare to breathe a word, and could only sit quietly beside her in a daze. I don't know whose cell phone rang, especially shrill in the quiet hospital room. She was so upset that she wanted to drop something, and she hadn't even checked yet. Who? With a jolt, Zhang's sister-in-law found the source of the voice, got the phone and said, "Miss, it's your cell phone." Qin Wei curbed her anger, but her eyes were still hard to look at. She took the cell phone, looked at the contact, her face changed slightly, and then connected it. "Miss Qin, Mr. Jiang Yujian placed an order with me last night, saying that he wants to investigate Lin Che." Qin Wei's face changed. How could Jiang Yu suddenly remember to investigate Lin Che? Could it be that he knew something too? The matter of adopting Lin Che does not know many people. Qin Wei said that she does not care. In fact, she is still worried about being discovered by Jiang Yu. So before this, she bought through the detectives around, and they reached a secret agreement. Once Jiang Yu entrusted them to investigate Lin Che, they must be the first to ventilate and inform her. It was just a precaution, but I didn't expect to run into it. When both sides are at fault, then you have to find ways to pass the buck and blame someone else. Qin Wei doesn't want to be caught in the wrong place by Jiang Yu, so she said to the phone, "I'll give you more money. You show him something superficial on it. Remember to mind your mouth. Shouldn't say a word, are not allowed to disclose. In addition, from now on, you recently this period of time is specifically responsible for helping me to keep an eye on Jiang Yu, no matter where he goes, who he comes into contact with, and anything that happens around him. I want to have a clear grasp of everything that's going on around him. Do you understand? Why not make an extra buck?" The other party immediately agreed. Shortly after hanging up her cell phone, Qin Wei's eyelids jumped a little, and she touched her left eyelid, a little disturbed. Office. Qin Gardenia was looking at the recent test report when the secretary came in after receiving a call. "Mr. Qin, the chairman is here." Oh, Qin Gardenia action didn't stop. After bracing the frame on her face, she continued to concentrate on looking at the information in her hand. After a long time, she took a sip of coffee. "Already upstairs? It should be here. Where's the security? Arrange a few more for me." Qin Gardenia doesn't fight unprepared battles. She had a premonition that Qin father and Qin mother would come to the door. So there are security guards upstairs and downstairs, the public relations department, and lawyers are also next door. So if you break something you can look for them to claim compensation on the spot. Hearing footsteps coming from outside, Qin Gardenia put down the information in her hand, and picked up the coffee on the table to take a sip without hesitation. The door was left open, and the imposing figure of Qin's father appeared directly in the doorway, and he crossed in with large strides, his face carrying the shock of unruffled authority. An ordinary person might have been afraid, but Qin Gardenia was abroad and had encountered people much more aggressive than that. Father Qin came here to take the anger out of Qin Wei, but he didn't expect to get angry himself first. Upon seeing him, Qin Gardenia glanced at him lazily, and without standing up, sat in her chair and turned slightly toward him. "What could have blown you all the way out here? It couldn't be because of Qin Wei." "What? You want to back her up too? Qin Gardenia, where's your upbringing? You don't even call me dad when you see me. Look at your indifferent attitude. Do you still think you haven't done anything wrong? Yesterday that occasion, is it a place for you to fool around? Not only smashed my parlor, but also beat up your sister? What in the world made you become so arrogant and domineering?" Simply, Qin father glared at her, one word at a time. "Lawless." Qin Gardenia's expression was indifferent. "Education is only reserved for educated people. Do you have it?" Your father Qin was furious and wanted to make a move on Qin Gardenia. But then he took a look and saw that there were actually security guards standing all over the outside of the office. "Qin Gardenia, I asked you to go and apologize to your sister for her mistake. Do you recognize it?" Qin Gardenia spun the pen in her hand. "Deny it." Qin's father sank his face for a long time before letting out a laugh. "Fine, since I can't discipline you, let the law do it." Qin Gardenia put down his pen. "Wait." Qin father thought she was afraid. Who knows? Qin Gardenia hand reached to the computer to open a recording. "You listen to this first." What the camera couldn't shoot clearly, the recorder had recorded clearly, and what Qin Gardenia had put out was what Qin Wei had said last night when she had tried to frame her in front of her face. The sound quality is so clear that one can visualize that villainous ugly face just by the sound. "Sister, Isn't it good to stay abroad? Why do you have to come back to get in my way? I heard that foreign countries are very dangerous, often encountered shootings. Why did you not die there? There are no outsiders here. So tell me, if I go out right now and say you're bullying me, what will mom and dad think of you? And what will everyone else think of you? The office was quiet, and the recording that played out was clear and unmistakable to everyone's ears. Sheen's father stared in disbelief. The rest of them didn't dare to react in any way for fear of offending, and could only lower their heads and pretend they didn't hear it. I did not expect. Usually look at the gentle and cheerful second Miss Sheen. Behind the scenes is actually this side. Good tea and good table. Seeing that Sheen father didn't have any reaction, Sheen Gardenia continued to press the play button. Didn't hear it clearly? Then I'll play it again. There's no outsiders here. So what do you say if I go out now and say you bullied me? Sheen's father interrupted angrily. Enough. The monitor in the hallway could only record me taking Chinwei into the utility room. But who knows what happened in the utility room? Say I hit her. Where's the proof? The recording I have here also proves that she hit herself. Sheen's father walked over to the large class table, splitting his hand and pointing at her. His anger rising. You're simply talking nonsense. Looked at Sheen father's face, which was furious. Sheen Jasmine supported the table and stood up slowly. How many times Chinwei talked nonsense in front of you? Have you ever controlled it? Said that I have no education. Who is the real one who has no education? Trouble, you go back to warn her. Less in front of me pretending. Again, next time fingers are broken for her. If you dare to call the police, I also accompany. The big deal is to put the voice on the internet. Let the netizens to listen to it. Let them identify it. Sheen father's rare emotional outburst. Pointing at Sheen Gardenia's hands are shaking. This time, he also sort of experienced what Mother Sheen was feeling. As if there was a fire burning in his brain, with nowhere to vent it. Chapter 70, Yellow Urine. Can't see well. Think that's the end of it? Sheen Gardenia faced coldly, then put the information on the table and threw it in front of Sheen's father. Don't finger me yet. Take a good look at this. Sheen Gardenia tapped the table twice, and there were 2 thuds, as if nails had been driven into the heart. Sheen father put down his hand and looked at the information in front of him. His heart was a little uneasy. He picked it up and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the darker his face became. What do you want? Of course it is to send them to prison. When Sheen Gardenia just took over the food company, she went to the food processing plant. Clean and tidy. Workers uniformly dressed. Strict management of hygiene. Can't pick any faults. The samples she had at the food factory tasted nothing like the one she bought at the grocery store afterward. So she began to arrange for her own people to investigate. And this investigation really found the mole. And these mole were all relatives of Sheen's mother. Not only did they sell the formula to the right company in earlier years, but they also changed the ingredient factory they had been working with and then took kickbacks in the middle. And the reason the supermarkets no longer have it on their shelves is because they offended their bosses. This is much easier than catching cockroaches. If you grab the leader, you can pull out the carrot and bring out the mud. Sheen's father put down the information in his hand. You suspect that your mother deliberately arranged for someone to come in? Sheen Gardenia looked at him with icy cold eyes. The facts are in front of me. Need I doubt? Sheen's father shook his head and stiffened his mouth. She wouldn't do such a thing. Sheen Gardenia snorted. That's not necessarily true. She can do anything for Chinwei. Sheen mother is not without mother's love. She just gives all the mother's love to Chinwei. Can't spare to share a little bit of Sheen Gardenia. Sheen Gardenia coldly laughed. In recent years the company profit is declining. If early intervention, not can't salvage, you and she let loose regardless of, is nothing more than feel unimportant. In this bet between Chinwei and I, you guys favored Chinwei from the beginning, and in order to be able to make me lose, you arranged for people to enter the company in advance, changed the workers, cut corners, and sold the formula to the right family, exploding the product quality problem. When she said this, Sheen Gardenia's gaze became cold and sharp, and there was no mother-daughter or father-daughter love. Since birth she was not expected to be there. Sheen's father treated her as a task and Sheen's mother treated her as a liability. Why did her parents not like her? It was probably because they had psychological problems, and Sheen Gardenia summarized the following reasons. Sheen's father has a deep grudge against Master Sheen, believing that his old father was too strict in controlling him when he was alive and did not give him freedom. Sheen's mother hates the old lady and listens to the internet, magnifying the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and believing that the old lady is disrespectful to her. Sheen Gardenia was raised by 2 old men and has them in her. The couple shifted the conflict on her and grew to dislike her. In Grandpa's will, it is clearly written that it is a fair competition. I am in charge of the food company. Chinwei is in charge of the movie and television. Whoever does a good job will be qualified to take 40% of the shares. And it is also clearly written in the betting agreement between me and you. But now, you tell me, where is the fairness? Sheen Gardenia had long since ceased to be the child who hid in her room and cried in a whisper when she was treated differently as a child. since they couldn't give her a fair shake, she'd fight for her own rights. Father Chin knew that Chin Gardenia had always been a decisive person in doing things and knew what she was going to do with one look. Are you really going to call the police? This whole thing will implicate your mom. Chin Gardenia shrugged his shoulders, a face of indifference. Sorry, I've already called the police. I guess this moment has been happy with the silver bracelet, riding on the police car for a ride. This word came out. Chin father people are stupid, but in the end is the old oil. Quickly recovered, she is at least your mother. So what? Chin Gardenia's tone was harsh. Her face was even more unkind. Save any problems for the police. Secretary Lu, see the guests off. Chin father was furious. He completely did not expect that he would fall in front of Chin Gardenia. Want to use paternal authority toward her pressure, but Chin Gardenia is not afraid at all. After all, the agreement contract that should be signed has long been signed. Chin Gardenia, do you have to make things so ugly and make the family have no peace? The more Chin father thinks, the more angry he gets. Emotionally unstable, he still wants to make a move on Chin Jian, but as a result, just as his hand lifts up, he is stopped by the bodyguards and security guards. Chin Gardenia as if not understand to raise eyebrow. Chairman Chin, in the end is who is hard to see. Do you want to go to take a look at the mirror? The mirror does not have to take a piss will always be it. Oh, forget you're early to the kidneys to toss the bad. Urine yellow light not clear. When these words came out, other than the scolded Chin's father, everyone else was holding their laughter hard. Chin father a face suffocated red. Is being angry. Cannot hit people he wrestled things? The table on the documents and information all thrown on the ground. Show his majesty as Chin Dong. Chin Gardenia didn't have any fear, because Chin's father's incompetent and furious look was especially like the monkeys jumping up and down in a May mountain. Chin Gardenia, you do things so inconsiderate of kinship. You will always regret the time. After letting out vicious words, Chin father left. If not, he was afraid that he would be angry and faint here. The secretary crouched down to organize the paperwork on the floor, and the security guards left one after another. Chin Gardenia stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking down at the crowd that moved like an ant downstairs. After a while she took out her cell phone and called Lin Che. Once the phone is connected, Chin Gardenia, who was still gloomy just now, instantly bright and cheerful. Boyfriend, have you eaten yet? Dinner. Lin Che's voice was tinged with laughter, as if a ray of spring breeze was slowly smoothing out the frizziness in her heart, making it pleasurable. What's for dinner? Boxed lunch. Have you eaten? Not yet. I'm about to go eat, but I don't know what to eat. Can you give me an opinion? First things first, I don't want to walk too far. Chin Gardenia couldn't help but be pampered. Then I'll check. Chin Gardenia waited quietly, her fingertips unconsciously writing the name Lin Che on the glass window. A moment later, Lin Che said, there's a Min cuisine nearby that's not bad. 10 minutes walk away. No need to make a reservation. Then I'll have Min for lunch today. I'll hang up now. Lin Che suddenly called out to her, Gardenia, are you in a bad mood right now? Chin Gardenia froze. A sourness bubbled up in her heart. Why do you say that? Lin Che said, I feel like your tone today is different from usual. Is it big? The aspect of camouflaging emotions was Chin Gardenia's specialty from childhood. How could it be detected by Lin Che? Not much. So, are you unhappy now? It was a bit of an upset, but I'm happy now. Can you tell me the reason you're unhappy? Met a nasty person, but he has been driven away by me, and the trouble is finished. Chin Gardenia smiled and said that she didn't want him to hear about what she could solve. That's good. You can talk to me if you're unhappy. It'll make your heart feel better if you talk about it. We're a couple as well as a husband and wife. We can figure out how to solve it together. I know. Then I hang up the phone to go eat. Chin Gardenia hangs up the phone with reluctance in her heart, touching the position of her heart. The sourness still stays there. But well, it's not uncomfortable. It's a strange sour and refreshing feeling. Chapter 71, Showing Off Your Husband. After hanging up the phone, Chin Gardenia changed the coldness before. The whole person is voluptuous. The corner of the mouth with a smile, cheeks pink, eyes in the waves of light full, as if brewing a wolf rippling sweet wine. Lu's secretary secretly measuring, from the morning to see Chin Gardenia first eye. She feels today's Chin Gardenia is very different. The whole person is radiant. To know, Chin Gardenia is a famous strong woman. As the boss, she is more role than anyone. As long as the office into the office began to engage in work, often busy to forget to eat, forget to get off work, need to remind her on the side. But recently, Chin Gardenia began to leave work early, even groping at her cell phone, following on the wearable bloggers. She was even stranger this morning, and several times I saw her touching her lips and staring there. Mr. Chin, are you planning to go out for dinner now? Wait a little longer. No hurry. Chin Gardenia sat down, opened the cell phone camera to look at her mouth, suddenly asked, Secretary Lu, do you have a boyfriend? Secretary Lu's heart thumped, thinking how the boss suddenly cared about her private life. Or not want to introduce her to a boyfriend? Speaking of which, she is about the same age as the boss, and will soon run 3. It's also time to find a boyfriend. Secretary Lu shook his head. No. Jean Gardenia let out a laugh, then tapped on the photo of the marriage license taken from her cell phone. Look, this is my boyfriend. Secretary Lu poked her head out curiously. Your boyfriend is so handsome, but this photo, why does it look like a marriage license? Jean Gardenia graciously admitted, well, he is also my licensed husband. Secretary Lu, hungry all morning, has not eaten yet, now already full. Thought the same, widowed life. I did not think that Mr. Jean actually took the certificate without a word. No wonder the face is full of spring. The original is being nourished by love. She said how Jean Gardenia would suddenly care about her private life. To make half a day is to show off. Lu's secretary Tone Envy said, Jean total, I thought you want to introduce me to boyfriend. Jean Gardenia put down the cell phone. Boyfriend or only oneself to find is interesting. Like this. The annual prize, I give you a few more days. You go out and turn around more. Maybe you can meet. I didn't expect there to be unexpected joy. Secretary Lu hurriedly said, thank you, boss. I wish you and your husband 100 years of good luck. Hearing this, Jean Gardenia couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. She gently sipped her coffee and leisurely said, once upon a time, I was a staunch non-marriageist, thinking that marriage was a huge trouble. But now I realize that having a man at home who knows what's hot and cold and who is sweet and reliable is kinda nice. Jean's father went downstairs and called his wife. No one answered. He called Jean Wei at the hospital again, and when the call came through he asked directly, where's your mom? I told her to go back and rest. Jean Wei heard that his tone was not good and asked, Dad, what happened? Didn't you go to see Jean Gardenia? How did it turn out? How did it go? It turned out terrible. Jean's father does not want to tell the truth to Jean Wei. One is to say the useless solution. The second is to feel ashamed. He is now a breath stuck in his throat there. Like cement sealing throat, cannot go up or down. Don't mention her. These words sounded familiar. Mother Jean had said such words. Jean Wei was slightly stunned after a moment. A bad feeling sprang up in her heart. Why can't you mention her? Dad, didn't you go and help me out? Out of anger? I have a belly full of anger right now. Jean Wei, you've never been a worrywart since you were a child. And only your mom says you know what you're doing and are obedient. Dad, why are you lecturing me? You don't lecture the people who should be lectured. Is it hard for me as a father to say that you're not allowed? Jean's father was now angry, and would scold anyone, especially Jean Wei, who in the end had caused all these things. You get this beating as you deserve it. You mouth cheap. If not, you provoke Jean Gardenia. She will beat you? Beat you a long memory. Remember in the future, let's go to provoke Jean Jasmine. Become thing insufficient, defeat thing. Not see you which time compare to her. Dad. Jean Wei wanted to ask something else, but Jean's father directly hung up the phone. Jean's father stood on the street, ready to call his wife again, and before the number was dialed, the police station side called. Jean Gardenia is not intimidating him. She said the police on the police did not leave any room for error. In her eyes, the so-called mother-daughter love, father love, is not as good as. Jean's father gritted his teeth and answered the phone. Learning that Jean's mother had been taken away by the police, Jean's father sank down to listen, hung up the phone, and began to find a lawyer, blocked the news, and then hoofed it to the police station. In the hospital, Jean Wei on the hospital bed was unable to move as if she was bound by something, being inexplicably scolded. Jean Wei's eyes reddened in aggravation as she looked at her cell phone woodenly, unable to figure out why it had turned out this way. Obviously Dad was fine when he left the hospital. Mom had also assured her that she would make Jean Gardenia pay, but why in the end? Why is she the one at fault? By what right? Obviously injured is her. Was broken nails, was slapped, suffered so much humiliation. By what right Jean Gardenia nothing at all, even if she was the first to provoke. But the mouth is completely different from hands. Hands is intentional injury. The circumstances are serious but will go to jail. When Jean Wei's head ached, her heart started to panic, and then she couldn't help but ramble on. Jean Wei didn't know that Jean's father had changed his attitude after listening to the recording, and thought he was biased. She figured that since no one was going to do her justice, she would do it herself. Jean Wei hugged the tablet and began to look for marketing numbers, as well as those who can write small essays, so that when the time is ripe, they will post them online to buy hot searches. And by the way, they can also take the opportunity to promote the new movie. Lin Che lied to Qin Jiao. He didn't eat at all. He recently had to lose weight by being violently thin to shoot the next scenes. Daily filming consumes a lot already. The next as long as you don't eat, relying on nutrients to replenish physical fitness. And then when the time comes to stay up a few all-nighters, make yourself look disheveled and haggard, so as to be more in line with the character roles. Completing a good work requires a little sacrifice when necessary. While everyone else was eating boxed lunches, Lin Che was sitting on the sidelines drinking glucose electrolyte water. John Yu couldn't bear to watch and took 3 eggs over. Lin Che, just eat something, you can't lose weight like this, it's easy to starve your body. Lin Che refused her kindness. I'm not hungry. He had experience and had persevered through previous ones that were harder than this. John Yu frowned and counted, why do you have to be so serious? If you really can't find a stunt double, look at you. It's hard to train out the muscles. A starvation no, you don't feel pain? Being an actor, you should know how to be flexible. Why do you work so hard? If the director finds you to play a cripple, is it possible for you to really break a leg? Although the words, but I can do why not go to do? Take the pay to do what should be done. The actor's duty is within their capacity. The best effect presented to the audience. Cannot let people spend money in vain. Cannot cheat the audience's money. Just reduce a few days of fat starvation. And it is not very difficult to do the thing. Eat this bowl of rice. You have to end up with the ability of this bowl of rice. Lin Che's voice has a kind of light and calm. I can't say it. John Yu resentfully withdrew the eggs. Anyway, you pay attention to your own body first. Don't get sick then and delay the work process of the entire crew. Obviously they were words of concern, but they sounded awkward coming out of her mouth. Chapter 72. So far, Lin Che was the best actor John Yu had ever cooperated with. The actor relied on talent. And he was not only talented but also very hardworking. John Yu couldn't roll him even if she wanted to. People it, more or less some guilty. After knowing that Lin Che wants to reduce weight, John Yu held the boxed lunch in front of him, baring her mouth to eat, while praising, today's boxed lunch is really fragrant look at this chicken, tender and juicy, and this small mushroom smooth and tender. There is also this egg, yo is still a double yolked egg, and big and round. This broccoli, yuck, it's not good. And a little after dinner fruit. Perfect. Lin Che's expression was all over the place. Eating is eating. Why are you talking so much? You mind me. John Yu peeled a shrimp. If you can't eat it, I'll eat it instead of you I'll give you a detailed description of each of these flavors. Isn't it very gluttonous? No, it would definitely be a lie to say that he wasn't hungry. But Lin Che was able to endure it. Lin Che unscrewed another bottle of water and took 2 gulps. John Yu couldn't help but stare at his rolling throat knots. Suddenly having a bit of a heart attack, she bit into an egg and spoke confidently. Someone like me, going to be a food podcast will surely be on fire too, right? Lin Che put down the water. Overthink it, you don't have that talent. Lin Che hadn't eaten since yesterday. John Yu felt that he had lost a circle of weight. He didn't feel it himself, but she was heartbroken. Thinking about that scene just a short while ago, Lin Che wearing cat ears, bare-chested doing curls, perfect muscle proportions, looks lean in reality, but looks just right on camera. Every muscle carries sexual tension. Lin Che was gasping for breath. Beads of water hanging from the tips of his hair. Beads of water flowing down his neck all the way. John Yu at that time was very close and clearly watched as the drops of sweat traveled all the way to his abdomen unimpeded and finally disappeared into that mermaid line. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard all over the scene. John Yu was even more dizzy. At that time she only had one idea. That is to pull out a paper towel to help him wipe his sweat. By the way, take a piece of clothing for him to block. John Yu thought she was a rather reserved person. She could distinguish between reality and acting and would not let her feelings in the theater affect her life. However, the very night after filming that scene, John Yu had a very bold dream. She dreamt that Lin Che was doing push-ups in front of her, the same as when she was filming the scene, gasping for hot air, sweat dripping down in big drops, crashing on her heart, making her itch, and just when she was shy and uneasy and ready to reach out and touch his face, she woke up. She woke up in a state of frustration. And after a long time she reacted to what kind of dream she had had, and feeling ashamed, she lifted the covers and sat cross-legged as soon as she could. She was hot, a hot sweat broke out on her back, and she mumbled, all colors are empty, a quiet heart is naturally cool, breathe in, breathe out, sink your mind, the body is cool, but the heart is still hot, the winter is dry and easy to catch fire, this is the reason for the weather, definitely not a problem with her. Jiang Yu forced herself to brainwash herself, but every day when she was filming with Lin Che, she always couldn't help but recall that dream. Just thinking about it made her throat dry and itchy. Looking at Lin Che's cold face as he drank the water, Jiang Yu especially wanted to see the side of him that was at his wit's end. Just like when he was filming a movie, Lin Che plays the male lead, a particularly affectionate character who is always on the lookout for his girlfriend whenever she's by his side. He's unamused and is often teased by her. He'll jump around with excitement when she says she's willing to marry him, and he'll be heartbroken the moment he learns that his girlfriend is dead. Her emotions were often driven by him and she would laugh and cry along with him. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think, what was it like for Lin Che to fall in love in reality? Does he also stare so hard at his favorite? He looks so serious and deadpan. Who can stir up his emotions? Who can get him squared away? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Che's side face and couldn't help but be out of her mind. A mouthful of rice was still chewing after half a minute in her mouth. Why are you looking at me? Lin Che had a strong perception of external emotions, and he could more or less detect Jiang Yu's feelings for him, but he didn't put it in his heart. After all, when filming a movie, the actors will substitute the feelings inside the movie into reality because they are too deep into the movie. It's not really an emotion, it's an illusion. In this case, it's just a matter of drying it out for a month after shooting. Jiang Yu hadn't come back to her senses yet, and subconsciously said, "Nothing for nothing, I was just wondering when you're going to shoot the bathing scene." After saying that, she jolted awake and messed up, afraid of being misunderstood by Lin Che that she was a female hooligan. "No, I'm not expecting it or wanting to see it, I'm just curious. And it's not that I'm curious, it's just that scene is more important." "It doesn't seem very important. The more I explain the more confusing it gets, so I might as well shut up." Jiang Yu stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth, and after a few seconds of silence, she stood up as if nothing had happened. "It's a beautiful day today." Lin Che looked up at the foggy sky, like it was going to rain, and wondered if Qin Zhao had brought an umbrella. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "Lin Che, have you ever been in love?" Lin Che was stunned, his eyes moved slightly. The figure of Qin Gardenia came to his mind. He nodded his head, talked about it, hearing Lin Che say that he had talked to his girlfriend. For a moment, Jiang Yu felt a loss in her heart, but when she thought about it, Lin Che's face was very popular in school, plus his personality was good. It was not normal that he had not talked to her. So what's she like? She's very good. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Che emphasized again, extraordinarily good. Jiang Yu automatically substitutes girlfriend for ex-girlfriend. Lin Che is still so young. His career is on the rise. By virtue of his own conditions, when the movie is released, he will be a big hit. If he has a girlfriend now, that's too much of a loss. Lin Che can go traffic to earn more money, while for traffic artists, falling in love is equivalent to collapsing the house, and the lack of fan stickiness will also affect the later business. Lin Che, what is it like for you to fall in love? Like the way you act in the movies? Why are you suddenly curious about this? Lin Che didn't want to talk to her about anything other than work. Jiang Yu's expression was a bit unnatural. I just see you usually have a stern face and a look of unapproachability, so I'm curious about what kind of woman can get you. Obviously she was the one asking Lin Che, but she was inexplicably having a hard time getting up, acidic and bubbling, wanting to hear about Lin Che's past, but afraid to listen, and as if Lin Che wasn't going to share it with her. He got up and patted the dust on his pants. It's time to go to work. Gossip less and focus more on the script and acting. Jiang Yu followed behind him and muttered in a low voice, if you don't gossip at work, can you gossip after work? Seeing Lin Che ignoring him, she added, Lin Che, tonight my family is going to make big lobsters and king crabs. Do you want to eat them? I'll bring them to you. Eating seafood won't make you fat. Jiang Yu was like a little bee, circling around the person. Lin Che was patient and was about to reject her kindness when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Che, so you're filming here. Chapter 73, Prying Behind Sisters' Backs. Lin Che looked back over and watched the woman who had spoken walk over in style. Sister Su Jiao? Jiang Yu ran back with a surprised look on her face. Sister Su Jiao, why are you here? I haven't seen you for a long time. Su Jiao smiled and said, I just came back from a recent business trip and missed your brother's birthday party. Not only did you miss my brother, but also Sister Qin Wei. You're good girlfriends, and you didn't even come back yesterday for her birthday. It's not that I'm not coming back, it's that I didn't make it. I just got off the plane today. By the way, how are Qin Wei and Jiang Yu doing lately? Are the two of them sticking together a lot? When mentioning Qin Wei, Su Jiao also deliberately looked at Lin Che, wanting to see what expression was on his face. However, Lin Che walked away without looking back, treating her like a stranger. How can this be? At least they had known each other for so many years, and even though they didn't usually talk often, she still looked forward to his well-being in her heart. Jiang Yu is a horse careless, completely did not notice the difference. My brother and Qin Wei's sister is just that. I usually pay little attention to them, for fear of stuffing more dog food stomach support. At this moment my brother is probably still in the hospital with Qin Wei's sister. About Qin Wei being beaten and hospitalized. Although Su Jiao was not at the scene, she also heard about it. After all, the circle is so big. It was Su Man who told her about Qin Wei's accident. It was said to be particularly miserable. Her face was swollen and her fingernails were broken. Su Jiao reached out to look at the manicure she had spent thousands of dollars on and felt her hands ache. Is Qin Wei okay now? Is it serious? A good person. How could she be knocked out and thrown in the utility room? Who is the person who beat her? Su Jiao asked several questions in a row. Jiang Yu shook her head. I don't know. I'll ask later. Are you going to see Sister Wei Wei later? It depends, Su Jiao casually said, and seeing that Lin Che was about to walk away, she called out, Lin Che, Su Jiao ignored Jiang Yu's strange expression and trotted over to Lin Che. Lin Che, still filming? I thought you couldn't get a scene. The subtext of the words, only the two of them know. Qin Wei in the film and television circle in Rongqing has a certain right to speak. Some time ago, also let off a cruel word. Strictly prohibit the circle of directors to find him to shoot a movie. Su Jiao thought that Lin Che would be forced to go to the end of the road. Did not expect him to actually shoot the movie without a word. This resource, followed Qin Wei 5 years never encountered, and do not know how he convinced the two directors. Su Jiao kept staring at Lin Che's face as she spoke. Lin Che, who had left Qin Wei, not only had his spirit gotten better, even his person had become more handsome. After only a month of not seeing him, he had changed so much. It was really getting more and more heartwarming. She never felt that it was Lin Che who looked like Jiang Yu, but rather Jiang Yu could only reach Lin Che's 4 or 5 points of handsome. Qin Wei mistook pearls for fish eyes and let Lin Che play ugly for 5 years. What a waste. Noticing that Su Jiao had a strange look in her eyes, Jiang Yu only now realized with hindsight that Su Jiao knew Lin Che. How do two people who are not related to each other know each other? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Che and then at Su Jiao, walked over and stood on Lin Che's side and asked, Sister Su Jiao, you and Lin Che know each other? Su Jiao was the same age as Qin Wei, 3 years older than Jiang Yu. Although the age difference wasn't much, she was more mature in terms of experience, so she looked at her as if she was looking at a little girl who wasn't well versed in the world, and didn't even look at her in the eye. Especially after seeing the sense of crisis in Jiang Yu's eyes, she felt even more ridiculous. Now that even Jiang Yu was thinking about him, it seemed that Lin Che was even more attractive than she had imagined, and it was no wonder why Qin Wei had hidden him away in the first place. Recognize, we even had dinner together. Su Jiao returned to Jiang Yu, but looked at Lin Che. She played with the end of her hair, raised the corner of her lips and said, Lin Che, I've always been very optimistic about you. Can I add a close friend? I can recommend you more resources. By the way, what are you guys filming in this movie? Is there still a lack of funds? Do you want me to invest some money into it? Jiang Yu's heart tightened as she looked at Su Jiao with a hidden caution in her eyes. It was an opportunity for Lin Che to get to know someone like Su Jiao, but Jiang Yu didn't want to let the two of them add friends. No need. Lin Che directly refused. I appreciate your good intentions. There is no need to add friends. They were not familiar. Adding them is just taking up space. These words were too unforgiving, and those who didn't know thought that Su Jiao had offended Lin Che in some way. The smile on Su Jiao's face tightened, and her eyes held a bit of impishness. Lin Che, I have a few words I want to say to you alone. Lin Che, you can just say it. It's about what happened to you before. Do you mind? When he said before, he meant Qin Wei, and Lin Che didn't want to hear about Qin Wei. But the other party was obviously prepared, so Lin Che didn't say anything, but only frowned slightly. Jiang Yu snatched and asked, What's wrong? Is there anything I can't hear? Su Jiao smiled. Not for you to listen to. A short sentence isolated her. Jiang Yu was particularly unconvinced. I don't care to hear it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Lin Che say, Okay, I'll talk to you alone. Jiang Yu looked at him furiously, her mood falling to the bottom. She was actually very curious about Lin Che's past, wanting to know what the old him was really like. Su Jiao raised an eyebrow, and after glancing at Jiang Yu, she pointed in an unoccupied direction. Let's go there and talk. Lin Che nodded, and when he reached the place, he stopped and asked, What do you want to say? Su Jiao didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Lin Che, you follow me. I can give you what Qin Wei can give you, and I'll definitely give you better treatment than her, or at least let you leave without just giving you 200,000. Lin Che didn't even think about it and directly refused. No need. This reaction from him was expected from Su Jiao. After all, he had just ended an unpleasant contractual relationship and most likely had a shadow in his heart. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of well rope. Qin Wei, these 5 years to do out of the things can be more than a snake bite so simple. In exchange for anyone would not dare to easily agree. Su Jiao face soft. The tone of voice cannot help but pacify. You first do not be so anxious to reject me. I came here, Qin Wei does not know yet, but in the future it is not possible to say. You also know the character of Qin Wei. She now regrets letting you go, in order to force you to go back. Has been thinking of tricks it. There I am. At least I can help you. Lin Che didn't expect Su Jiao to have this level of meaning towards him. He quietly stared at her for a long time before asking, If you're like this, does Qin Wei know? Su Jiao confessed bluntly, Currently do not know. Later it is not possible to say. Our circle. There is no true friendship, only interests. To put it bluntly, is the plastic sisterhood. I'm not afraid to offend her, but you're not the same. You still have a sick sister. There's something you may not know. 5 years ago, you were targeted by the company and miserably hidden. In fact, the person behind the scenes who did the dirty work was Qin Wei. The reason why she did that was just to see you being able to obediently sign that stand-in agreement after you were in a desperate situation to go to the end of your rope. Chapter 74. Only a psychopath would fall in love with Qin Wei. Su Jiao thought that Lin Che, who had learned the truth, would get angry, collapse, and freak out. But his expression was light, as if he was listening to an insignificant matter. How can he be so calm? Su Jiao surveyed him with a probing gaze, and after a long while asked, "You already knew?" "I know. When did you know?" Lin Che looked like he was caught in a memory. "A few months ago. You guys were talking about this in the KTV, and I was outside at the time." Su Jiao thought for a moment, vaguely impressed. "And you're not angry?" Lin Che asked rhetorically. Can anger solve problems? At least question it. It's already known the answer. Questioning it again will only make the other party think that you're easy to fool. Lin Che said, regardless of the process, as long as the ending hasn't changed. My sister's life has been saved for the past 5 years. I've paid off my debt and earned money, and now the stand-in agreement is over. Lin Che has always been very open-minded and will not get stuck in a dead end and feel sorry for himself. Since there is no way to solve the current predicament, let nature take its course, and do your best to find opportunities in the existing environment that will make you stronger. And with enough strength, you will naturally not be easily threatened by others. Learn from your failures to avoid doing it again next time. So there's no point in asking for trouble in the last few months. It was just that he didn't realize that Qin Wei had never wanted to separate from him peacefully from the very beginning. Su Jiao admired Lin Che's tenacity, but now you also see, Qin Wei refuses to let you go. Still wants you to go back to continue to be her dog. 5 years ago she can use means to force you to submit. Now also the same can be. You have a weak point. You can't let go of your sister and your interpretation of the cause. You have to know that the arm can't be twisted by a big leg. If you stay with me, Qin Wei will at least not dare to target you. You can shoot without worry, and I'll be happy to help out at your sister's place. So you really don't think about it? Su Jiao's gaze traveled over Lin Che's face. She had actually wanted to pry this corner a long time ago, but unfortunately, Qin Wei had refused to let go. Who wouldn't like a man like Lin Che? Handsome, cooking good, patient with people and things. As long as the arrangement to him, he will do a good job. He was at Qin Wei's side for 5 years. Never saw him angry. Tolerant, high tolerance. With him to get along with him is very cozy. Think of the days Qin Wei used to live in. Don't be too comfortable. She also wants to enjoy a queen-like life. When Lin Che had just left, she and Su Man each advised Qin Wei, purposely telling her that Lin Che was lusting after her and was acting. Thinking that with Qin Wei's arrogant character, she would never take the initiative to stay. But some time ago she heard Su Man say to her on a text message that on the 10th day of Lin Che's departure, Qin Wei regretted it and even ran to Lin Che's house to block people. The results were unsatisfactory. Being bitten back by the dog she raised for 5 years, Qin Wei was furious and bought a drunk late at night, intending to follow the example of that 5 years ago. Since Lin Che is soft and does not eat it, then come to the hard way, to suppress him behind his back. And the hospital side will not be given to Lin Shi to live, who had thought that Lin Che had terminated his contract with the company, and his sister Lin Shi didn't know where he had hidden her. Unable to find anything that could threaten Lin Che, Qin Wei was so upset and angry that she couldn't even care about Jiang Yu. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are clear. Perhaps Qin Wei herself didn't even realize that unconsciously. The extent to which she cared about Lin Che far exceeded Jiang Yu. If he had no feelings for Lin Che, how could he have spent 5 years with him? That's why a pearl is a pearl. Even if you treat him like a fish eye, it doesn't change the fact that he's a pearl and one day you'll still be attracted to him. Lin Che shook his head. I won't fall in the same pit twice. Ms. Su, to me, there's no difference between you and Qin Wei. Even though she knew the outcome, Su Jiao's heart still sank heavily. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Qin Wei about your current situation? Lin Che, since I'm still staying in Rongqing to act, I'm naturally not afraid of being discovered by her. Then aren't you afraid that the fact that you've been adopted will get out? That's negative blackmail for a public artist. The movie producers will risk assess you. You won't be able to get a scene to shoot, and you might be blocked from the circle. Su Jiao was reminding Lin Che and warning him, the subtext meaning that she could protect him. So what's the difference between that and Qin Wei? Ms. Su, are you threatening me? Su Jiao said with a wry smile. No, I'm reminding you as well as caring for you, fearing that you'll be looked down upon. Lin Che calmly and casually said, I don't feel that those 5 years are my black history. For me, there is no shame in making money, and there is even less shame in saving my sister. Su Jiao was stunned, her expression suddenly cold. If you think so, others may not. The brain grows on other people. How can I care about what they think? If you really want to talk about losing face, Qin Wei is the one who is losing face, eating what's in the bowl and watching what's in the pot, not knowing how to restrain herself. Lin Che gave a rare smile with a strong sense of mockery. Jiang Yu hasn't even died yet, and she's looking for a body double. If this gets out, How will the Chin family look at it? And what will Jiang Yu think? I heard that the two families are still in a marriage. The Jiang family should be very concerned about this. Compared to focusing on this insignificant little person like me, I think the netizens should be more happy to watch the disputes between the powerful families. Therefore, Lin Che is really not afraid. To say weakness, who doesn't have a weakness? Qin Wei's arrogance was her biggest weakness. Is it something to brag about when you threaten other people's careers and human lives? To have no character, no virtue, and no three views, such a person should be laughed at. This was said to Qin Wei, but it was also said to Su Jiao. Su Jiao collected the expression on her face as she half squinted her eyes a little, looking at Lin Che with eyes that no longer carried playfulness but seriousness. It was as if she had reacquainted herself with Lin Che. You've changed a lot. As far as I can remember, you have a good temper. Your emotions are smooth and you seldom retort. You've never been like this today. Lin Che a serious back. Is it possible that this is what I was originally like? I'm an actor. Su Jiao drifted off, worthy of being an actor. Acting so well. Lying to Qin Wei for 5 years. We all thought you were so good to her in the beginning because you loved her. Who would have thought that Lin Che would act for 5 years? Lin Che said, I have a physical examination every year and I am in good health and have no problems, especially mentally. Only with Stockholm Syndrome would you fall in love with your abuser after being abused over and over again. Okay, I won't embarrass you, but I'm serious about liking you. So if I'm serious about pursuing you, can you give me a chance? No. Such a decisive refusal? No longer seriously think about it? If I want looks I have looks. If I want a body I have a body. I also have money and power not inferior to Qin Wei. Saying that, she also straightened her chest, showing off her proud figure. Lin Che didn't even look at it and directly turned around. Lin Che, you don't go ah. First add the friend. Lin Che soft and hard. Su Jiao also taken no way at all. Just when she was thinking about how to soften and harden the friend to add again, Jiang Yu jumped out halfway. Lin Che, get ready to start. The director asked me to call you. Chapter 75 Carlog license plate number screenshot. Jiang Yu stood in the distance and couldn't hear the sound, so she could only rely on the two men's movements to analyze the plot. Looking at Su Jiao suddenly approaching Lin Che, if it wasn't for Lin Che dodging quickly, she would have stuck it on. What kind of relationship did these two have? They looked like they had known each other for a long time, yet they hadn't even added a friend to each other. Su Jiao was warm to Lin Che, while Lin Che was cold. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think wildly. Su Jiao couldn't be looking at Lin Che, right? Su Jiao has talked about countless boyfriends, and she likes to go to entertainment venues to spend some male models. Lin Che can be much more eye-catching than those male models. Is definitely Su Jiao's favorite type. The radar of an adult is exceptionally sharp. Jiang Yu couldn't sit still. She got up and ran towards Lin Che in a hurry, looking at Su Jiao sticking behind Lin Che, still wanting to stick up twice to take advantage of her. She immediately blocked in the middle. Sister Su Jiao, we're going to start filming. We can't be disturbed by people. You'd better go back first. What kind of scene are you shooting? A love scene? You two playing a young couple? Su Jiao sized up the duo, with a bit of caution. Jiang Yu deliberately said, keep it a secret. Can't show it to outsiders. Sister Su Jiao, aren't you worried about Sister Qin Wei's body? Why don't you go to the hospital to see her first? I'll go over later. I can wait. Jiang Yu had a fake smile on her face, wanting to get rid of her quickly. No need to wait for me. I don't know when I'll finish filming, and seeing as it's going to rain soon, be careful of smudging the makeup on your face. Su Jiao touched her face. She knew the rules of the theater group. The staff signed a confidentiality agreement. Outsiders cannot enter the scene, to avoid roadblocks affecting the lake view. Su Jiao sighed, a million times more reluctant, and pouted at Lin Che. Then I'll come back some other day, and I'll treat you guys to dinner then. Jiang Yu waved her hand carelessly and hurriedly sent her away. As soon as Su Jiao left, Jiang Yu immediately asked, Lin Che, the two of you have been chatting alone for so long. What did you talk about? Long? Lin Che looked at the time. Only 10 minutes have passed. 10 minutes isn't long. Do you know how much you can do in 10 minutes? Jiang Yu's emotions ran high, her voice raised. Does she like you? Lin Che hadn't even said anything yet, but Jiang Yu was anxious first. Let me tell you, Sister Su Jiao likes to look at male models the most on weekdays. You can't even rank in her eyes. Even if she has her eye on you, she just wants to play with you. She won't be serious. $1,000 lady like her. She will play casually now, and when she reaches the age, she will get married to a rich young master with a good family. Her feelings aren't worth mentioning in their eyes. Don't mess up your mind because of her momentary good feelings for you, and start being more serious. She didn't mean to scandalize Su Jiao, who herself loved to have fun, and her circle was a group of fun-loving people, most of whom were just like her. Love is casual, but marriage is not casual. To the age of the parents will listen to arrangements. Find a marriage partner. Su Jiao does like to order male models, not only by herself, but also with her good sisters. Su Man and Qin Wei are the ones she often brings along. I won't get involved with Su Jiao. Really? Jiang Yu's eyes were cautiously tentative and skeptical. Lin Che was like sharing Wi-Fi. Anyone would want to connect. It's not even possible for me to be with her. Don't even think about it. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Che's serious face and temporarily believed his words. Count on you having self-knowledge. After saying that, she then reacted that her tone was bad, as if it carried a bit of discrimination. She hurriedly looked for a remedy. I don't mean that in a bad way. You're nice, good-looking, good personality. I just think you're suited for a normal relationship. For someone better. Jiang Yu painstakingly imparted her experience. But you're still on the rise. I don't suggest you fall in love. It's better to work hard, make more money while you're young and prepare more for the future. If you really want to find a girlfriend, I can also help you introduce. Lin Che politely declined. By the way, how is your sister? Is she okay now? About Lin Che's bit. It wasn't a secret in the crew, and after the director knew about it, basically everyone knew about it. Therefore, when they first started filming, other people always look at Lin Che's eyes with pity, and they will think of him when they have something good. Give him a warm baby when it is cold. Call him to join them for dinner, and they will be the first to share with him when they encounter something fun. Anyway, there are good people everywhere. I thought it would be stormy without the umbrella, but I didn't realize it would be sunny. She's fine, thanks for asking. Jiang Yu knew that his sister was seriously ill, and the comforting words were probably something Lin Che was already tired of hearing, so she could only say, if there's anything you need help with, you can talk to me. Jiang Yu was enjoying the days of filming with Lin Che very much, but unfortunately, the movie was too small and would soon be over. Would she not be able to see Lin Che when the movie was finished? Jiang Yu's heart was empty, hoping that time would pass slower and slower, because mixed with small thoughts, there were several NGs during the afternoon shooting. 2 directors, one singing red and the other white. Director, he scolded. How can you make a mistake in such a simple place? Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? Director Lu consoled. Has the pressure been too much lately? Do you want to take a break? Drink a cup of hot water first to ease your emotions. If you can't, let Lin Che guide you. Lin Che watched with his chin supported and couldn't help but frown after seeing Jiang Yu's frequent mistakes. This movie he originally intended to release on Valentine's Day, but now he decided to change it to the Spring Festival slot, which means that the time has been shortened by a large amount. In order to catch up with the time, the director is shooting while arranging for the staff to edit and do the special effects. It's a good thing that the preliminary Lin Che planning plan was done sufficiently, and even the OST was prepared in advance. Filming is going well too, except for a little situation today. Everyone at the scene was waiting for Jiang Yu to adjust her emotions. If this part wasn't filmed well, then there would be no way to proceed later. Lin Che suddenly walked towards Jiang Yu and stood in front of her without knowing what he said. And once Lin Che left, he only saw Jiang Yu frozen in place, her expression frozen, as if she had suffered some kind of stimulation that caused her soul to go out of her body. Just when Director Lu thought that Jiang Yu couldn't shoot today, he didn't expect that Jiang Yu quickly recovered, adjusted her mood and started to shoot seriously, and this time she passed the scene in one go. Director Lu breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, then secretly gave Lin Che a thumbs up. What exactly did Lin Che say to Jiang Yu? Director Lu was curious. He walked over and asked, what did you say to her? Didn't say anything, but it was just a reminder to Jiang Yu not to bring her personal emotions to work, and not to get too deep into the drama. With these words, Lin Che knew that Jiang Yu definitely knew which was more important. She was a qualified actress. Jiang Yu finished the scene seriously. On the surface she appeared to be unharmed, but in actuality her heart was in turmoil, and she needed to use all her strength to restrain it. Lin Che shouldn't have found something, right? No, he should just be caring for her, like he cares for everyone else. This day's shooting also ended perfectly. The assistant came over with a towel and water, and Jiang Yu reached out for her cell phone. Give me the phone. In order not to disturb the filming, Jiang Yu would put her cell phone into flight mode and then hand it over to her assistant to manage, checking the time during the day and waiting for the filming to finish before checking the phone messages. If something is very urgent, she will call her assistant as well as her agent without delay. After Jiang Yu got her cell phone and connected it to the internet, all kinds of notifications popped up directly. Jiang Yu saw that there were unread text messages and clicked in to see that it was sent by her brother in the morning. Jiang Yu, I found out the license plate number of that car last night. It's Lin Che's car. There's a screenshot of the license plate number on it. Jiang Yu saw the license plate number and had already confirmed that it was Lin Che's car, but was undeterred by the fact that she had misremembered it. Jiang Yu's hand holding the cell phone had been shaking. The small assistant beside her saw her abnormality and worried. You, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yu could only grip her cell phone hard and steady her mind as she shook her head, then quickly followed Lin Che. Lin Che changed his clothes and was about to get in the car and leave when Jiang Yu suddenly called out to him, Lin Che! Lin Che turned around and saw Jiang Yu staring at his car with a deadpan expression. Jiang Yu took her cell phone and compared it over and over again. She could no longer deceive herself. Jiang Yu lost her mind and muttered, how could it be you last night? How could it be you and Qin Gardenia? It turned out that her brother wasn't mistaken. Lin Che looked at Jiang Yu's disoriented appearance. His eyes red as if he was about to cry. She asked Lin Che, did you lend out your car last night? Chapter 76, not adoption but husband and wife. Lin Che had thought that Jiang Yu would find out sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. It was only in the morning that he said it wasn't him last night, and then in the afternoon she confronted him with a photo. The license plate number matches every number. How is he going to make it up? Saying that he lent that car to someone else. Jiang Yu might believe it, but how long could she believe it? Experience has taught Lin Che not to take chances. Chances are a prelude to great misfortune. Never gamble. Didn't you say you weren't there last night? Could it be that you lent out your car? Jiang Yu gripped her cell phone tightly and slowly walked towards Lin Che. She knew that her state was a bit abnormal, but what she didn't know was how ugly her face looked at the moment. Her reddened eyes obstinately looking at Lin Che just to get an answer that would allow her to deceive herself and others. It wasn't loaned out, and the driver in the car was me. So why did you lie to me and say you didn't show up there last night? If Lin Che had just said that he went to Luzhou International last night and ran drops as a driver, she wouldn't have felt any problems, but he chose to hide it. What does that tell you? Jiang Yu felt that her chest was stuffy, so blocked that she was about to lose her breath, and the nameless fire in her heart was like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. You lied to me. Jiang Yu was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Lin Che lost me trusting you so much. You actually lied to me. Why didn't you tell me that you were with Qin Jiao last night? Is your relationship with her so unseemly? The seed of doubt planted last night was now growing rapidly and deeply ingrained. The one thing she hated more than anything was deception. And how many times had Lin Che lied to her? The good impression she had piled up on Lin Che was now like toppled dominoes, falling one after another. That's how people are. Once you've been cheated on, your trust in him will never return. And from then on, you'll have to weigh the credibility of everything he says over and over again. How much Jiang Yu trusted Lin Che before? How much she doubted him now. She thought that after filming with Lin Che for so many days, she had gotten to know him well, but now it seemed that it was just scratching the surface. She didn't know about his past, so she didn't know how he and Su Jiao knew each other. Not to mention how Qin Jiao, who had just returned, could have gotten in touch with him. Last night's speculation is being sat on. Everyone has their own secrets, but she just can't be angry. Jiang Yu's gaze nailed on Lin Che, and she said under her breath, Lin Che, you're really a busy man, shooting for so long during the day, and then accompanying people at night, and not resting at night to give people as a chauffeur. Lin Che didn't get angry, he just calmly interrupted her. Have you said enough? The calmer Lin Che was, the more it set her off like a mentally disturbed bigot. Jiang Yu could no longer keep her cool, choked out a sob, and capriciously said, I haven't said enough. I'm not filming anymore. I want to quit. After hearing this, Lin Che finally had an expression. He pulled the corner of his lips. His smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. His voice could not hear any emotion. What do you want? After Jiang Yu searched her intestines, many words were held in her throat, unable to open her mouth or make a sound. She knows what she wants. She wanted Lin Che to separate from Qin Jiao. She wanted Lin Che to be clean, with no extra women around him, and she wanted him to be in her line of sight all the time and unable to walk out. Taken aback by such a thought, Jiang Yu's face instantly reddened, as if someone had pinched her throat, her mind in turmoil. You obviously already have excellent acting skills and can rely on acting to get resources. Why do you still want to rely on her people? Qin Gardenia was born as a rich girl with billions of assets under her belt. And you? You two even together now, will not last long. She just figure you fresh to play around. Wait until the right age. She will marry a door-to-door man. As for you, selling your color and eating a youthful meal that doesn't take much effort, she'll get tired of you even though she's underwriting you. Jiang Yu said viciously, actors like you with black history and priors. I don't dare to continue working with you. I have to consider the risks and stop losses in time. Just based on the fact that Qin Gardenia got into his car, Jiang Yu automatically brainstormed that he had been adopted by Qin Gardenia, and presumably thought that this movie that was now being filmed was relying on him to sell his body in exchange for it. After all, there were rumors and previous convictions. It was normal that Jiang Yu would think so, and from her point of view, it makes sense to assess the risk. After all, self-interest is involved. Lin Che quickly figured it out as he asked, so, as long as I'm not adopted by Qin Jiao, you're willing to continue working with me? Jiang Yu froze, then nodded. Yes. After pondering for a while, Lin Che said, wait, I'll text and ask. Why don't you call and ask? It's quicker to call. and it's good for her to hear the results. With her saying it so clearly, Lin Che should have cut off communication with Qin Zhao. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think, if Lin Che is very short of money, the big deal is that she will give it to him, and she can also introduce him to more resources, so that he can make money for his sister's treatment, and still be able to buy a big house. Jiang Yu, who was waiting for the results, had a tense look on her face, as if there was a sword of Damocles hanging over her head, ready to fall at any moment. Lin Che took out his cell phone to send text message to Qin Gardenia. This time point, Qin Gardenia is still at work. This thought she will delay for a while before replying. Didn't expect the text message just sent out. She immediately returned a OK gesture. Back so fast. Did she get a good look? Qin Gardenia quickly sent another picture of the marriage license. Lin Che put down his cell phone and said seriously in one sentence, Qin Gardenia and I are already married. It's not an arranged relationship. Chapter 77, Lost Love Before It Even Begins. Jiang Yu froze in place, as if she had been punched twice. What did you say? It's not an adoption. It's a couple. Lin Che repeated succinctly. Both his expression and tone were serious, and those good-looking eyes looked at her for an instant. 7 words, lingering in her brain. Jiang Yu seemed like she was suddenly drained of her strength, like a lever losing its fulcrum. She staggered for a moment, and after a moment, stiffly pulled the corners of her lips apart to reveal a smile that was harder to see than crying. How could you and Qin Gardenia be husband and wife? You wouldn't be the one who doesn't want to sever ties with her, deliberately making up lies to deceive me, right? Once Jiang Yu started to think about things, she would fall deeper and deeper into them the more outrageous she thought. She collapsed her face and continued, can you make up a decent lie when you make it up? Sister Qin Gardenia just came back from abroad, and she's the daughter of the Qin family. How could she possibly marry you? She stayed abroad for 6 or 7 years. Whether it's insight or knowledge is far beyond you. I know Qin Gardenia's sister for so many years. Don't talk about marriage. She didn't even have a boyfriend. You said that she already married you. Then when did you guys know each other? It can't be that she just came back from abroad, and you guys got to know each other and then flash married, right? Are you kidding? Jiang Yu's brain. I don't know whether to say she's good or bad. Call her good with it. It's a shame she doesn't go into marketing numbers with all the stuff she brainstorms sometimes, but to say it doesn't work well, she tends to tell a few more truths, and her radar spins fast. It's true that we got married not long after we met. I can't say why she likes me, but she just identifies with me and I identify with her. As for what you said about cheating, Lin Che asked rhetorically, what do you have that's worth cheating me? Lin Che clicked open that marriage license photo and clearly laid it out in front of Jiang Yu. This is the marriage license of Qin Gardenia and I. Jiang Yu first reaction, this marriage license is P. She carefully looked at this marriage license photo. Qin Jian's smile is very sweet. With last night she saw Qin Jian, completely different. Qin Gardenia gives the impression, has always been detached, cold, even if it is a smile, is also polite formulaic smile. It's rare to see her close to people, and it's certainly hard for you to approach her. However, in this photo, Jiang Yu clearly felt Qin Zhao's happiness from the bottom of her heart as she inclined her head and tried to get closer to the man at her side. Inside, Jiang Yu was like a madman, wanting to find a break to prove that it wasn't true. However, she also understood that no one would take a chance on this kind of lie that could be broken at the first poke. Lin Che put down his phone. If you still don't believe me, you can just call and ask. You know her and should have her contact information. Her eyes aching, Jiang Yu bit her lower lip hard before she swallowed the hissing sound that was calling out from her throat. After a while, Jiang Yu's voice came from the quiet garage. Why didn't you tell me in the first place? Lin Che replied, Qin Zhao and I are secretly married. No one knows. Also, if the matter of Qin Gardenia's marriage were to spread out, it would not be a big deal. For another, who was she to ask Lin Che to take the initiative to tell her about the marriage? They hadn't known each other long, and in the end they were just ordinary co-workers. He treats anyone on the set as an equal, doesn't overly care about anyone, works his ass off. And what does her soldiering alone have to do with him? As soon as Jiang Yu lowered her head, tears crashed out, and she hurriedly turned her head sideways, restraining her gaze and also restraining that awful emotion. After a long time, Lin Che opened his mouth and said, I've already proved to you that I'm not being adopted by Qin Gardenia. Now you can stay and continue filming, right? Jiang Yu lowered her head and said nothing. Lin Che couldn't help but frown and asked tentatively, you still don't want to shoot? Jiang Yu was silent. In fact, the scene is already not much. Whether it is a sense of morality or emotion, she will not suddenly quit. This movie is not her alone. The whole cast and crew, everyone has given their time and energy. She cannot be so capricious and irresponsible. She began to take the play as to see the script. The longer the play, the deeper the feelings, the work for the actor. Like your hard work to raise children, the more you pour your heart and soul into it, the more you cannot let go. Moreover, from her experience of these many years in the industry, This work will explode when it is released and may become the top of the annual box office chart. Jiang Yu had actually figured it out, but she needed someone to hand her a step down. Lin Che seemed to have read her little mind, so he patiently persuaded her. In these 20 days, you have been getting up early every day to memorize your lines, and discussing the plot and shots with the director. If you give up now, it means that all the hard work you've put in ahead of you has been wasted. Do you really want to give it up? Aside from you, and so many of the crew on set, everyone wants a smooth shoot and to be able to go to the movie theater to see the finished film during the new year. Finally Lin Che came up with the killer, and this script is still specially created for you. Don't you want to meet with the original creator? Jiang Yu was moved in her heart, but she remained stiff-lipped. Then tell me who the screenwriter author is. How would I know if you guys are lying to me to cope with my words? I'm the screenwriter. Jiang Yu raised her head violently. The tears on the corners of her eyes hadn't been blown dry yet, and her eyes were watery. You said that you wrote the script for the movie, and that this character I'm playing, you also portrayed it based on me single-handedly? Jiang Yu stared with wide eyes, as if she didn't believe he was telling the truth. Lin Che nodded his head. There was no need to hide things now. Jiang Yu felt her heart hurt even more, as if she had been stabbed through 1,000 holes and then had salt and vinegar poured over it. She commiserated. Why didn't you say anything on the first day? Lin Che honestly said, just like you don't trust me, I don't trust you either. And this matter wasn't decided by me alone. There's also director He and director Lu. After all, the script was written by Lin Che. The actress was chosen by him and starred by him. If such a situation were to spread out, it would more or less give rise to some not-so-good associations and speculations. So why are you? Now, Lin Che looked at her with clear eyes and said earnestly, because I already completely trust you. I'm willing to tell you this. Lin Che probably didn't know how much of an impact his words had on Jiang Yu. The original heart of 1,000 holes seemed to be soft cotton, slowly filling. She desperately held back. Her eyes still could not control the trembling. She had to admit, even if she didn't want to, that she liked Lin Che. Because she liked him. She had dreams about him. Because she liked him. She was afraid that Su Jiao would snatch him away, and it was because she liked him that she couldn't leave. Love over theater is part of it. What's important is that he's honest and kind and generous and gentle with people. Now there's another one. He knows her. He's good enough. After countless struggles and mental build-ups, it was hard for her to be straight with herself. However, fate played a big joke on her, and before she could take that step out, she fell out of love. If she had known, she might as well have stayed in the dark. At least she could have fooled herself and not had to carry morals. She couldn't lie to herself at all now, and the thought of that marriage license photo made her heart pound. She looked at Lin Che's hand. It was obvious that she could touch it just by raising her hand, but she felt that Lin Che was so far away from her. The sudden ringing of the phone screamed shrilly in her ears, like a large invisible hand, forcing her back from her musings. Jiang Yu raised her hand to see that it was Jiang Yu calling. Jiang Yu answered the phone in front of Lin Che. What is it? There was impatience in her tone. She was in a bad mood right now, and she was taking her anger out on the call. Jiang Yu obviously didn't hear out. Opening will single cut straight into, last night pick up Qin Jian's car is Lin Che. He with Qin Jian in the end is what relationship? The surrounding area was quiet, and Lin Che, who was on the side, heard it clearly. Jiang Yu's attitude is very bad. What relationship people have? It's none of your business. You don't care about Vivi's sister. What do you care about Qin Gardenia's sister? Jiang Yu was obviously shocked by Jiang Yu's words and was silent for a moment. The atmosphere was a bit tight. After a long time, he said furiously, Jiang Yu, what kind of attitude? What kind of tone are you using? I am your brother. I've known Sister Qin Gardenia for so many years. Is it not okay for me to care about her? That Lin Che in your crew, at a glance, is a soft rice man who relies on his face to eat? Approaching her is definitely not with good intentions. Chapter 78 Thinking of a Married Man. In front of Lin Che, Jiang Yu directly rebuked her brother. He's not a soft rice man. He's much better than you. Lin Che, who could act and write scripts, was already omnipotent in her eyes. If the director had told her on the first day that the script was written by Lin Che, then she would only fall in love with him much sooner and then fall too deep to get out of it. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, she remembered that Lin Che was right in front of her, and after she raised her head to look at him, she quickly lowered her eyelids again. He doesn't have any relationship with Sister Qin Gardenia. Don't look at him with your different eyes. Jiang Yu couldn't help but dislike a sentence back. You can't say that a person is a gigolo just because you look at him as being more handsome than you. Jiang Yu laughed in exasperation. Then why was he there last night? He's just a driver. What else do you think? Sister Qin Gardenia just came back from abroad. She's busy with work every day. How would she have time to know Lin Che? Brother, you should stop maliciously speculating about the relationship between the two of them. It would only make you look like you're in bad taste. Jiang Yu listened to the slightly ragged breathing on the cell phone, and without looking, she knew that Jiang Yu on the other end of the phone was in a state of extreme anger. He was already red hot. Jiang Yu had anger everywhere, directly treating Jiang Yu as a trash can. Who to blame but his bad luck? Don't say. This chest seems so not so stuffy. All of a sudden relaxed a lot. She wasn't bored, but she could make Jiang Yu on the opposite side angry. Jiang Yu's tone was not good. Jiang Yu, you're not allowed to shoot this scene. Who are you to order me around? By virtue of the fact that I'm your brother. By virtue of the fact that my family will listen to me. Do you believe I'll tell mom and dad about you? What about me? You fell in love with Lin Che. You got too deep into the drama and fell in love because of the drama. Jiang Yu's voice was deep. Every word was like a knife, cutting through her disguise. You say, if I tell mom and dad about this, will they tell you to get lost and go back? Her heart jolted a few times. Jiang Yu subconsciously glanced at Lin Che. However, there was no one in front of her, and Lin Che had walked into the distance at some point. Jiang Yu also came to be angry. Her hands gripped the cell phone hard, because she was too hard, causing her upper body to tremble. She clenched her teeth and her mind turned fast. After a long while, she thought of something. Since Jiang Yu threatened her, she could do the same, and she had just the right thing here to take out and talk about. I'm not going to leave the crew, and you're not allowed to find trouble with Lin Che. If you dare to complain, I'll tell Sister Weiwei about that necklace. She didn't know if this matter could threaten Jiang Yu. She just vaguely felt that there was something wrong with that necklace. You actually threatened me? Seemingly with incredulity, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. You actually threatened me for that little white boy? It could be heard that Jiang Yu was really angry. Jiang Yu didn't panic at all and said in a hard voice, not for him, but for myself. I won't allow anything to go wrong with the filming I'm involved in. It's my life, and it's what I've been putting in 4 years of hard work. The phone suddenly went quiet, this time for a long time, and just when Jiang Yu thought that the other party had hung up the phone, another voice came from inside. Okay, you're on your own. The call ended abruptly. Jiang Yu put down her hand and looked at the string of phone numbers on her cell phone. To say that she wasn't sad was impossible. At least he was her own brother, who had loved her since she was a child, and now she was badmouthing him for Lin Che, saying such hurtful words. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt in her heart, and with an empty regret inside, Jiang Yu pursed her lips, then walked straight towards Lin Che. What she should say and what she shouldn't say, she said it all, and the phone call didn't avoid Lin Che to call. The purpose was to let him hear her decision clearly. I'll finish the next scene properly and won't quit on short notice. Lin Che said thank you. You don't have to say thank you to me. This is supposed to be the responsibility and duty that comes with being an actor. I was too willful before. I shouldn't have gotten angry and said the words to quit. Jiang Yu raised her head, and under the dim light, her eyes carried a silvery, broken light, and after a moment of silence, she took a deep breath. About you and Qin Zhejia's sister married thing. I didn't tell my brother. You don't worry. I will keep it secret. I'm not helping you. I'm just helping Sister Qin Gardenia. Since you guys chose to get married in secret, you definitely don't want to be known by outsiders. She emphasized. If this gets out, it will definitely have a great impact on Sister Qin Jiao. Jiang Yu also remains skeptical of the relationship between the two even now. In her opinion, flash marriage is the most unreliable. After all, the reality is that there are a lot of examples of post-marriage conflicts, and there was such a big difference between Qin Gardenia and Lin Che. The family lineage was not enough, and the money was also far different. Lin Che was just a small actor who couldn't even get into the eyes of Qin's father and mother. In their circle, it's hard to go through with a marriage that isn't recognized by the family. If Lin Che and Qin Zhao divorced in the future, then she would have hope. Unlike Qin Gardenia, as the youngest daughter of the Zheng family, her parents did not have high expectations of her. She did not have to carry the family burden. Her family would not allow her to marry. She could do what she liked and marry who she liked. Thinking about a married man is a very immoral thing, but once a person has a thought, it will take root. There is no way to control her thoughts. She can only try hard to limit her behavior, but not over the bottom line, not to destroy the principle. Chapter 79, Boyfriend, Charge Your Battery. Choosing to stay hidden, perhaps because even they themselves felt that the marriage was not well received? Jiang Yu hid her small mind as she asked, Lin Che, do you love Qin Zhao? Just as Lin Che was about to answer, she interrupted him again in a panic. Forget it, you'd better not say anything. Jiang Yu hoped more than anyone that this marriage of Lin Che's would be well hidden from anyone, because only in this way, when he divorced Qin Zhao in the future, she would have hope. Although mom and dad spoiled her, they wouldn't necessarily accept a second marriage man. I've said what needs to be said, so go away. I'm going back too. Seeing that Jiang Yu was able to figure it out, Lin Che also sighed in relief. Saying any more words at a time like this seemed redundant. Then I'll leave first. You also go back early and be safe. After a few polite words, Lin Che got into the car. Just when Jiang Yu thought he was going to leave, the car window moved down and Lin Che revealed his face. Jiang Yu, I still want to say thank you for your understanding. The sedan slowly drove. The lights illuminated the dimly lit driveway. Jiangyu stood in place and watched Lin Che leave until she couldn't see it anymore. Then she lifted her two stiff legs. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly squatted down and buried her head in her arms, tears falling down her face in big drops. She didn't dare to cry when Lin Che was around, afraid that her carefully hidden thoughts would be detected by him and she wouldn't have the face to face him. The tears fell fiercely, but the sound was small. A thin cry stuck in her throat like a very long thorn. I don't know how long I cried. By the time Jiangyu stood up, her legs were already numb. She wiped her tears and pressed her cold hand against her burning eyes to ease the swelling and pain and also to keep herself awake. She was still young. She was 6 years younger than Jean Gardenia. She could hold out. She could afford to wait. The car was halfway down the road when it started raining under a foggy sky and the windshield wipers kept swinging. The car was air-conditioned with a bit of sweltering heat, quite different from the cold, wet day outside. Jean Gardenia is afraid of cold. The air conditioning temperature are adjusted according to her body adaptation degree. Just good for her. For Lin Che is a little hot. He turned off the air conditioner and saw a box of mints sitting on the car door that Qin Zhao had left behind. In addition to the mints there is also the peace talisman hanging in the car, the gardenia on the car, the pillow on the back seat, the small blanket, the water and umbrella in the trunk. Unconsciously, more and more things about Qin Gardenia. Randomly glancing at her will be reminded of her. Lin Che contained a mint and called Qin Zhao. When the phone call was made, Lin Che asked, "It's raining outside. Did you bring an umbrella?" "Ah, I forgot." Qin Gardenia asked. "Without an umbrella it will drench my clothes, and in such a cold day, I will catch a cold." "Right, and my shoes." A person who is the boss. Even if she didn't bring an umbrella, the staff underneath will buy her a good one. Not to mention, her car is parked in the company's underground garage. The elevator goes straight to it, so how can she get caught in the rain? Listening to Qin Gardenia's voice, her delicate expression floating in his mind, Lin Che's expression became softer. "I'll go pick you up. Then it would be hard for you to make this trip." The cell phone was left on, still talking, and the rain was picking up and falling on the carport as if it were firecrackers coming into the phone. "Are you driving?" "Yeah, it's about half an hour away. I see it's raining hard out there, so be careful when you drive." "Good. Zhang Yu's side has been settled?" "It's been cleared with her, and she's chosen to keep it a secret for us, so they're still married in secret," Qin Gardenia said, slightly sadly. "I thought I needed to do it myself." Lin Che couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You have a good drive. I'll leave you alone, because the distance is familiar." Lin Che drove without using navigation. The cell phone put on the bracket did not care. Lin Che thought that Qin Gardenia's side has hung up the phone, until the cell phone came a song. "Wrapped up and kissed by the spring breeze blowing me? Wrapped up and kissed by the tulips are you? Wrapped up and kissed by the poems and paintings singing the praises of love? Shoot, frame by frame, frame by frame, frame by frame, frame by frame, frame by frame of love." The woman hummed daintily. It was a Cantonese song. He had swiped it in a short video. Qin Gardenia sang better than that. Across the cell phone, Lin Che listened to the sound of her walking, talking, and going to the bathroom to open the faucet to wash her hands. And after a while, Qin Gardenia realized it. "You never hung up?" Lin Che coughed twice. "No, I thought you'd hang up. Then I just..." The woman's voice tightened a bit. Lin Che leaned back on the car seat, his hand gently resting on the steering wheel, his mind reverberating with her song, his fingers rhythmically tapping a few times. "It's very beautifully sung." Qin Gardenia burst out laughing. Arriving at his destination, Lin Che left his car in front of the company. The receptionist was already familiar with him and took the initiative to come forward when she saw him. "Mr. Lin, General Manager Qin told you to go straight upstairs to her." "Thanks." Lin Che came twice, not many times. Qin Zhao gave him an elevator card. Into the elevator straight to the top floor. All the way there are not many people. The president's office door was hidden. Lin Che knocked on the door. No one answered. He was about to call and ask when a figure flashed through the doorway. Lin Che secretly put down his cell phone, and with a bit of a puzzled tone, muttered to himself, "It's not closed, so I'm going straight in?" He pushed open the door and went in. Qin Gardenia thought she was well hidden. In fact, he had already known that she had hidden behind the door, but he pretended not to know and deliberately looked around. "Where is everyone?" Footsteps came from behind him, and Lin Che lowered his head unconsciously as the corners of his mouth rose. "Hey!" Qin Gardenia catapulted behind him in a cat-like trot, then jumped right on top of him. Lin Che caught her steadily and supported her body to look back at her. Qin Gardenia hooked his neck, his face rubbing against the side of his shoulder and neck. "Have you been frightened by me?" Lin Che's breath was warm. "Scared me to death. You suddenly jumped up. What if I didn't hold you and fell?" "It won't fall. I trust you." Small legs gently hooked around his sturdy waist. Qin Gardenia lying on his shoulders. "Carry me to the sofa there, almost to the couch." Jean Gardenia moved her foot to signal Lin Che to put her down. Lin Che just put her down. Was a force, pushed down on the sofa, a flower in front of his eyes. Jean Gardenia pressed up, legs apart sitting across his legs. She was wearing a skirt that cascaded down her thighs and was lined with black stockings. Worried that she would fall, Lin Che gripped her waist tightly. The two were close, so close that their breaths intertwined. She did not dye her hair. Long hair like pitch black seaweed. He had seen her wash her hair. After washing her hair and blowing it is such a curved. It is born with natural curls. Her skin is fair, and the color of her lips is red, as if it were a red velvet cake. Jean Gardenia's hands propped up on his sides of the low, bending his spine, kissing over his lips one at a time, deepening the aftermath from the corners of his lips to the middle of his lips. Lin Che calmed his breathing and pinned her emanations behind her ear, his fingertips gently rubbing her sensitive ear. The rain fell harder and harder outside the window, and by now there were muffled bursts of thunder outside, connected to the heartbeat as if in harmony. Chapter 80, It's Minty. Jean Gardenia quickly ran out of strength, and the dominant became Lin Che. His kisses were strong, like the sound of rain outside, densely kissing her lips, the tip of her nose, her earlobes, her neck. His hands pressed against her waist, tightening and relaxing for a moment, like a warm fire destroying her sanity without slowing. Jean Gardenia's breathing tightened. Her legs under the bustier tightly pressed against Lin Che's suit pants, and through the thin layer of fabric, she could clearly feel the tightness of Lin Che's thigh muscles. Unable to stop the intertwining of body heat, Jean Gardenia slightly tilted her neck, her hair spread out like a waterfall. She breathed heavily, as if she was caught on the shore of the fish, the light above her head, shining brightly on her face, a little blinding. She squinted her eyes, her eyelashes trembled. At the corners of her eyes was the hidden tears. Lin Che's hand on Qin Ji's waist didn't move around, but Qin Ji wanted him to. Both of them were a bit of a 1-2 punch, but it was never easy to be comfortable doing this in an office, where the door was unlocked and someone could come knocking at any time. So in this tense environment, both bodies were a little stiff. It was tense, but exciting. Lin Che didn't consider himself to be any kind of sex-crazed person, and he hadn't even thought about doing this kind of thing in an occasion like an office. Kissing is something that happens once and then again. It's addictive. It's something that feeds into the marrow of the bones. It's something that you can't get out of. Lin Che's eyes locked onto the woman on top of him, his gaze dark and deep. Jean Gardenia put her hands against his chest, her fingertips unconsciously drilling in through the cracks, testing the temperature inside. I don't know how long it took. Jean Gardenia tilted her head back to calm her breathing. Mint flavor. Lin Che reacted to what Qin Jia was saying only as an afterthought. He said, I had mints before I came up here. So did you think about kissing me before you ate another mint? Lin Che pursed his lips, his gaze following Qin Jiao's red lips. Jean Gardenia moved her leg and moved forward, getting closer, her right hand touching the man's chin and picking it up gently. So did you taste the flavor of my mouth? No. Lin Che's voice was hoarse, and he clasped the back of her head with one hand and kissed her again. This time, his movements were less brutal, like he was savoring a piece of delicious cake. The color of Jean Gardenia's lips was like a red velvet cake, and it tasted like it too, with a sweet, creamy flavor that one couldn't get enough of. After a long time, Lin Che let go of her and said seriously, it's the cream flavor. Jean Gardenia's eyes were misty, blinked and said, no, you taste it again. Sometimes really want to ignore it and just sink down. The only remaining sanity supported Lin Che. He pressed Jean Gardenia's head into his arms and said, the door seems to be unlocked. It's fine. Jean Gardenia grunted twice. Her hand pressed Lin Che's abs. No one came in. Lin Che grabbed her fidgeting hand. The door doesn't seem to be closed tightly. Don't worry, no one is watching. Just as Jean Gardenia wheedled Lin Che to continue, the ringing of an incoming cell phone interrupted their movements. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, and Jean Gardenia muttered unhappily with a look of bereavement on her face. Lin Che stroked her hair dotingly. Answer the phone first. Jean Gardenia picked up the cell phone that had landed on the sofa and looked at the caller ID. She didn't even look at the caller contact and just picked up the phone. She didn't avoid Lin Che, still sitting intimately on his lap, holding her cell phone in one hand and grabbing the buttons on Lin Che's clothes to play with. The phone connects. Inside comes Qin Father's slightly tired voice. Qin Jian, you go to the police station a trip. Put the settlement bookmarked. Your mom's body is not good. Now the day is so cold. Qin Father ran around and ended up going around in circles or coming to Qin Gardenia. As it turns out, the muckraking mole was deliberately put in by Qin's mother, who was clear and obvious about how the company was losing money, doing everything to pave the way for her precious little daughter. Is she not well? Don't I see she is quite capable? Qin Gardenia's face was mocking. If you want me to let her off the hook, follow the procedure. Make up for the losses in the past few years, pay out as much as you should, and settle when I'm satisfied. That's a lot of money. You can't get it down without 100 million. Sheen's father coughed in exasperation and said with a headache, "That's your mom, can't you get out of the way?" Sheen Gardenia said, "You recently won a bid for that big project, also let you to the right family it. People Wang total than you older than 15 years. Hard work for so many years. Underneath also so many employees. In order to steal business with you. Head bald, face wrinkled, people thin. Don't you think it's too much to do this to an old man? Father Sheen, can that be the same? We're family, and it's all our own business, so why should we be so divided?" Sheen Gardenia suddenly laughed. The patience on her face gradually disappeared. "The fire didn't burn on you, of course you don't know the pain. Since it's all about your own business, sell Sheen Wei's company to pave the way for me." Sheen's father was silent. "To be kind to others is to be cruel to me, and if we're a family, I'm the one who has to suffer, right? Then we'd better sever our relationship." Sheen's father was annoyed. "You're being forceful. I have reason, I certainly want to take it, unlike some people who think about getting something for nothing with empty gloves. Mr. Sheen, I have no problem with you favoring Sheen Wei, but if you want it to be because of her, causing me to lose, even if it's just a dime's worth of benefits, then don't blame me for being impolite to her." Sheen's father knew that he was in the wrong and could not speak indirectly for a while. Sheen Gardenia took out a business-like attitude, and Sheen's father wanted her to take into account her family's feelings and return the favor with kindness. What is the best way to pay back virtue with virtue? In Sheen Gardenia's opinion, if someone harms you, that is robbing your chi luck. Want to rob back, then you have to retaliate back. There is a back and forth to balance. If you endure every time, over time, your chi will get weaker and weaker, and in the end, anyone can come and step on you. Sheen father found his words in Sheen Jasmine here already not top use. Good and bad talk. She refused to reconcile. Angrily, Sheen Jasmine, you also too do not know what is necessary. Don't forget that the Sheen family in the end who in the head of the family. Now not to talk about you a person arbitration. To put it bluntly, although the food company was under Sheen Gardenia's name, it was only a branch of Sheen's group. Sheen Gardenia listened to Sheen father's grumpy voice, his fingertips circling around Lin Che's heart. An unconscious movement, but a subconscious seduction. Considering that she was answering the phone, Lin Che didn't make a sound to stop her or make a big move. This was convenient for Sheen Gardenia, who unbuttoned a button with one hand, looking at the hidden pectoral muscles under her clothes, feeling from Lin Che's rolling throat not all the way into his clothes, and under her hand was his gusty and powerful heartbeat. Lin Che's breathing couldn't help but become thicker and heavier, probably hearing something different, when another man's voice came from the cell phone. "Sister Gardenia, where are you now?" It was Jiang Yu, who was now with Sheen's father, and he asked again, "What's that noise on your side?" Chapter 81, Don't try to moralize me, because I don't have morals. A ragged breathing sound came from the cell phone that didn't belong to Sheen Gardenia. The amplification was on in the cell phone, and Jiang Yu could hear it clearly. As a man, such a voice was familiar to him, so it was hard not to think about it. She is not alone, she has men around her. What is she doing? Or maybe she's doing something with a man. Jiang Yu's eyes carried gloominess. He directly snatched Sheen father's cell phone and questioned with an accusatory tone. "Sheen Gardenia, what's that sound on your side? What are you doing? With whom are you with?" Such an attitude is like catching a cheating wife. Sheen's father froze at the side. 60 years old, middle-aged and elderly people, hearing some degradation. Back of the ear he did not hear what is wrong. He felt dismayed as to why Jiang Yu's reaction was so great. The voice came out from the cell phone. Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that it was not hot, he was sweating a hot sweat. The sweat dripped down his cheeks and into his mouth. It was salty. Sheen Gardenia answered the phone with one hand and went to unbutton his buttons with the other. Lin Che didn't block it. He just looked at her with a bit of a doting gaze. Worried that she would fall, he held her waist with one hand, the other resting casually on the arm of the couch. His gaze downcast. The seemingly relaxed expression was not in actuality relaxed. If one looked closely, one could see the thin red that was hidden at the corners of his eyes and the veins that throbbed on his neck. And of course his breathing and heartbeat were not steady. Looking at Sheen Gardenia's hand that was going down more and more, Lin Che gently held her wrist. Being disturbed, Sheen Gardenia's expression was not happy, and a "get lost" came out of his mouth. Don't think it was just one word, but it was a shock, and she didn't want to waste her breath on some irrelevant people. Sheen's father reprimanded with a stance. "This is Jiang Yu, how do you talk? You also roll." Sheen Gardenia's voice line was slightly cold. "Now it's not a question of whether I have a good attitude or not. It's you guys. If you want to have a good year, take out your sincerity. What should be mine? Not a single penny less. The so-called parental love in her here is worthless. Their own mistakes to bear their own. A sentence to want to reconcile with her is simply fanciful. Before that, there was a warning. Don't try to morally kidnap me, because I have no morals for you, and call me when you've thought about it. So don't take up my time." After saying that, Sheen Gardenia directly hung up the phone. didn't give the other party a reaction at all. Eyes fall back on Lin Che's body. Looking at his messy blouse, Jean Gardenia said in dismay, "How did you unbutton your buttons? Look at this hand of mine. As soon as I answered the phone, my hand was out of order. I don't even know what I did." After only 10 minutes on the phone, 3 of the 7 buttons had been undone. And if this continued, wouldn't all of them be stripped? "Why don't you stop me a bit?" With 4 eyes facing each other, Jean Gardenia pretended to be pouting. Lin Che held her hand and placed it on his shoulder. "You can touch it if you want, but don't cross the line." "What is crossing the line?" Jean Gardenia asked, feigning ignorance, moving both hands tentatively downward, eliciting a reaction from the man wherever his hands passed. "Has it crossed the line here? And here?" Her hand slid slowly down the texture of her external abdominal obliques, finally coming to rest on the tightest part of her waist. "Why do I feel like you've lost weight?" He had only been fasting for 2 days. How could he lose weight so fast? But Lin Che still told her the truth. "Recently, in order to shoot a movie, I need to lose some weight." "You're this skinny and you need to lose weight?" Lin Che nodded. Jean Gardenia pulled his shirt and said, "Wouldn't that mean that all the muscles would have to be lost?" "You can practice back later." Lin Che just moved to Jean Gardenia's place. Jean Gardenia bought a weighing scale. She felt that Lin Che was too skinny and needed to increase his nutrition to grow some meat, so she asked his aunt to prepare a sumptuous dinner every day. Lin Che had managed to gain a little bit of meat, which only lasted for a few days, and then he had to lose weight again. Qin Jiao was aching for him, and Lin Che's heart was soft, like it was flowing in a hot spring. Jean Gardenia suddenly hugged his waist with force, then her whole body pressed up. "Now that no one is bothering us, let me charge for a while first." Lin Che's body was very much to her liking, thin in clothes, meaty out of clothes, every muscle evenly distributed and beautifully textured. He won't have any of that when he loses the weight, so she's going to recharge her batteries while she's at it. Lin Che gently wrapped his arms around her, his movements revealing gentleness. A man's body temperature is a bit higher than a woman's. As soon as Qin Jiao got close, she felt hot from the inside out. Young men and women, people in their 20s and 30s are just the right time to be bloodthirsty, and after a few first tastes of each other, they begin to crave each other's bodies. Lin Che, in particular, took his time to dig in after discovering the pattern. Knowing how well Jean Gardenia had adapted, he began to explore, kneading, pulling, scrambling, like a raging wind and rain. The sound is so violent that it can turn the surroundings into a mess. Bang bang, 2 knocks on the door came from outside. "Mr. Sheen, the tastings you wanted have been sent downstairs. Do you think they should be sent to the office or to the cafeteria?" Being forced to break at a critical moment, both of them are not too comfortable. Lin Che reacts quickly and drapes the jacket that fell on the ground over Qin Jiao. Jean Gardenia winks like silk. Some unfulfilled lips pursed, voice hoarse, "Send it up." "Okay." The footsteps were far away. Jean Gardenia went down from Lin Che's body. Her legs were a bit soft. She pretended to be calm and organized the clothes on her body. "I'm going to go to the restroom." Although it was Jean Gardenia who teased first in the beginning, she would always be shy and passive in this kind of thing, especially down the line. Lin Che held her body. "Is everything alright? Legs are a little weak. Can't make it." Lin Che made a move to hug her, but she blocked it. "It's fine. I can do it myself." Watching Jean Gardenia run into the restroom on 2 trembling legs, Lin Che took a deep breath in an attempt to calm that restless heart, but it didn't seem to do much good. The residual warmth and aroma that remained on his body kept hitting his nerve defenses. Lin Che buttoned up his shirt one by one and watched as his belt loosened a bit. Just now, it was true that it was a bit too unrestrained and a bit oblivious. In less than 10 minutes, the staff brought up all the tasters. The office was large and had everything, and the assistant put the food from the cart on the table one by one. Frozen dumplings, buns, grilled sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, chili sticks, and down-home sauces. Have it all. So many days. Jean Gardenia did a lot. Not only asked the plant to change the formula, even this food packaging bag also small changed a little. More eye-catching than before. "Do you need help sampling?" Jean Gardenia was thinking of letting Lin Che help to try the food at the beginning. But aren't you trying to lose weight recently? A little taste is no problem. I'll do it then. There was no shortage of anything in the office, and Jean Gardenia threw a grilled sausage into the air fryer and boiled hot water to steam frozen food. What was once a serious office has become a laid-back gourmet restaurant that fills the room. Chapter 82 Honey, it's time to go home. From that phone call just now, Lin Che already knew that the muckraking mole had already been caught by Qin Jiao, and the other party, or Mrs. Qin put in. Its purpose is to make Jean Gardenia lose in this betting game, so that Qin Wei can get the final inheritance. Jean Gardenia did not do anything, directly alarmed the police to send Mrs. Qin away. Now that the plant has undergone a facelift, the ingredients have been changed to the original supplier and a new recipe provided by Lin Che has been adopted. Lin Che tasted a mouthful of dumplings. The master made some changes in the amount. The flavor is not as good as the freshly made, but for frozen food, it is already very good. Far more than the common big names on the market. Is it good? Tasting portions are not large. Each Lin Che tasted a little. Very delicious. The same price. I will choose to eat these. Will not order takeout. Not only can eat full but also eat well. Cost effective is very high. Like so a bag of dumplings sold 20 a bag. And outside this quantity is estimated to be 30. And some stalls with materials are not necessarily better than this. A lot of takeout places use pre-made dishes. Technological hard work and not. Heat it up in the microwave and dump it straight into the box. And it's packed before the writer even arrives. It's not for nothing that young people these days are physically fragile. Jean Gardenia cut a small piece of grilled sausage and handed it to Lin Che. Try this again. At present, the grilled sausage out of the two flavors, a black pepper and an original flavor. Lin Che bought a supermarket grilled sausage, $5 or $6 a stick, and this is completely incomparable. The meat overflowing will also burst juice. Lin Che changed his tone. Don't say equal. Even if you take $100 of takeout and exchange it with me, I won't exchange it. Jean Gardenia teased. You are too hungry. Indeed, I was hungry, and it was nothing if I didn't eat, but after one bite I had a huge appetite. I'm hungry, but my palate hasn't failed me, and everything here is too good to pick, especially compared to the original one. It's still a good recipe from you. In the face of Jean Gardenia's praise, Lin Che honestly said, the recipe I gave is only suitable for making small portions, which relies on the master's skill. Jean Gardenia also think the taste is very good. This is not by her alone to say, but after the public tried to eat out the results. From the market survey, passers-by were receptive to the flavors and were willing to buy them back for their children, especially after seeing the clean ingredient list. The next step is to see how to market it and salvage the reputation that was previously lost. The marketing department did a few options: passerby sampling, live banding, selecting high-traffic bloggers to go on the shopping cart, finding video bloggers to do sampling, or randomly selecting a few to do a street appetizer challenge. And doing all of this invariably requires money. Jean Gardenia was rich, but the betting agreement had a limited amount written in it, and she had spent all that money on ingredients and on modifying the plant. So there's not a lot of money left over for marketing, and you have to think of ways to save money. There's no need to buy hot searches. Do you believe that there are people who can't sit still more than you? Lin Che finished speaking and Xin Jiao looked at each other. Without saying anything, he knew what the other party was thinking. Apparently Jean Gardenia had also thought of this point long ago, and did not move to raise an eyebrow. A good deed goes unnoticed, but a bad deed travels 1,000 miles. Often bad news is more likely to attract the attention of the masses. So once negative news is on the hot seat, it generates more attention and discussion than the positive. Jean Gardenia rubbed her fingers and said slowly, I'm trying to figure out how to add to the fire and get someone to help me boost for free. So much sampling, and at the end of the meal, there was a lot left over. Lin Che said as he cleaned up, I can't finish the rest of these. I'll take them to the theater group. Jean Gardenia said, these don't need to bring. I will send someone to send 2 cars to your theater group tomorrow. You enter the group so long time I haven't gone to visit the class. Just take this opportunity to invite your theater group to eat snacks. Lin Che didn't refuse. Then I'll thank you on behalf of our entire cast and crew. Jean Gardenia put down the dinner plate in her hand and looked at him with a burning gaze. Just a mouthful of thanks? Lin Che reached out and fished the person into his arms. His hot and wet breath sprayed on her lips, and she was nose to nose. Wife, the rain has stopped. We should go home. I'll slowly thank you when we get back. A wife is as good as all the words of love. Jean Gardenia immediately softened without bounds. Yuki, it's been hard on you today. It's getting late. You should go back first. From the moment Jean Gardenia hung up the phone, Jian Yu had been sinking a face. He didn't hear what Jean's father said, and all he could think about was, who was the man beside Jean Gardenia, and what were they doing so late at night? Something he'd ignored suddenly seemed like a flood bursting through the gates and becoming overwhelming. For example, Jean Gardenia's hoarse voice, lazy and sticky, constantly echoed in his ears. The more he thought about it, the more ambiguous it became. Jian Yu was like an ant on a hot pan, squeezing the cell phone hard. The whole person was tense. He asked, Uncle Jean, has Jean Gardenia gotten closer to any man recently? Mention Jean Gardenia. Jean father has a belly full of fire. He to her simply won't specially to understand. Her thing I'm not clear. In foreign country that few years she all seldom give me a call. Every time talk is to talk about work. Private matter one sentence don't mention. So long haven't seen. The person didn't change how much. The temper is grow a lot. Don't know whether is in the foreign country to learn the bad one. Jiang Yu recently as soon as there is time to go up to the Qin family. thinking with the Chin father and Chin mother to make a good relationship, when the time is good to exchange relatives. The results did not expect their relationship with the Chin Gardenia will be so bad. Uncle Chin, both are your daughters, isn't your attitude towards Chin Gardenia too cold? Chin father was very unhappy in his heart, collapsing his face. You heard what she said, and her tone, is that the tone of voice to speak to a parent? Sometimes I can't be blamed for being too cold to her, it's her who doesn't respect me as a father. Chin's father didn't want to mention her right now, not to mention the fact that things weren't handled properly and he was still pissed off. Before his hard body still can go to climb the mountain, since Chin Jian come back whole body which all can't strength, now the hair also white a piece. He kind of understood the saying that some children were born to be debt collectors and had to live a few years less if they followed her. If I had known, I would have been better off not having one. Let's not talk about her for now. Let's talk about you and Chin Wei. You've been back for so many days. Have you thought about when to get married? Chin Wei and I have discussed it. Marriage is between the two of us. We both think it's too early, and I've just come back from abroad, so I want to take a break. Listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, Chin's father frowned straight away. The burst of doubt in his heart hard to ignore. It's been 5 or 6 years since we've known each other since we were kids, and it's been 5 or 6 years since we've been in a committed relationship, so what's there to slow down? Jiang Yu's attitude was really puzzling, especially the way he treated Qin Zhao just now. It had crossed the line. Qin father narrowed his eyes. His eyes were dull, cold and sharp. Jiang Yu, Wei Wei likes you very much. You went abroad for 5 years. She waited for you for 5 years. Don't let her down. It wasn't hard to hear that the tone carried a clear warning. At the end, he added, you're the little son-in-law I've always had a special regard for. Chapter 83, Scare Yourself. Jiang Yu, don't forget that you're the one with a fiancé. All are men. In front of him to pretend what to pretend. Qin father is a womanizer when he was young. Like the new and forget the old. See the different. Foot in 2 boats is a common thing. Even now we'll go to steal a fish. People are not long-lasting creatures by nature. How can they love only one woman in their lifetime? Don't try to bind a man with love. The only thing that works is morality and responsibility. Jiang Yu to Qin Wei, the early may be love, but as time becomes longer, that love becomes habit. After the two dating engaged, love naturally becomes responsibility. For the blood of young people, responsibility is the most boring. They admire freedom and seek adventure to conquer all that defies them. Jiang Yu has never met a woman like Qin Gardenia, high and cold and beautiful, disdainful of him, like the last level in a game. The higher the difficulty coefficient, the more it can stimulate his desire to challenge him. If it was someone else, as a person who had been there before, Qin's father might still share some experience. But this was Jiang Yu, his daughter Qin Wei's fiancé, and there was no way for him not to be double standard. Qin's father's scrutinizing gaze was like a rolling knife falling on him, and while it was clearly a cold day, he was sweating out of his neck and his back was cool. Jiang Yu suddenly wanted to break and say the words he was holding in his heart. He doesn't want to marry Qin Wei anymore. What he likes is Qin Gardenia. The person he wants to marry is also Qin Gardenia. If he hadn't been concerned about the relationship between the two families, he wouldn't have endured until now. There was a dense itch in his chest, like ants gnawing at his flesh, and just as Jiang Yu was about to open his mouth, Qin's father looked as if he had seen through something and directly intercepted his words. Jiang Yu, what you like is not necessarily suitable for you. You can't be sorry for Qin Wei. You can't be sorry for the relationship between the two families. A lot of things in this world, it's not based on the mood, can be decided. You're a 26-year-old adult, not a 6-year-old child. You need to have the responsibility to take responsibility and moral bottom line. Although Qin's father didn't say so explicitly, he had already reminded him clearly enough. He knew what Jiang Yu was thinking, knew that he was hesitating, panicking, choosing. Life would be faced with many choices, would be wandering at a fork in the road, knowing that one road was wrong, but still wanting to take a risk. Jiang Yu really loved Qin Zhao? In fact, do not see, love, to put it bluntly, is the dopamine produced by the illusion, can drive desire, bring stimulation, and this illusion is short-lived and fades in time. Jiang Yu's expression stiffened, and the words that didn't come out were like long needles stuck in his throat, hurting him all over. If it was just a guess before, then now he was completely certain that Father Qin already knew his little mind. Also, he reacted too much to Qin Gardenia, and was justifiably suspected. But what he didn't expect was that Qin's father would just pick up on it and warn him that he and Qin Gardenia weren't right for each other and that no one would support it. And he doesn't need to get support from anyone, just as long as he can. If he got Qin Gardenia, is it hard to believe that the two families would fall out over this? They're both Qin's daughters. Isn't it the same with whoever they're with? The fact that Qin's father would be so against it was not because he favored Qin Wei. Marriage is his own, and it's up to him who he marries. After thinking it through, Jiang Yu's expression gradually became calmer and he casually muddled, Uncle Qin, I know, Sheen's father said in a serious manner. Young people will definitely make mistakes, and there is still a way to save them. Jiang Yu listened to the distraction, was about to find an excuse to leave. The phone suddenly rang, clicked to see the contact. He looked for a private detective, did not think that only a day's time will be Lin Che investigation clear. Uncle Chin, I have to go beforehand. What I said, you keep it in mind, don't make mistakes. Before leaving, he didn't even forget to lecture Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu could only nod and put the phone through as he turned around. Sir, I've sent Lin Che's information to your mailbox, so pay attention to checking it and ask me anytime you have questions. Jiang Yu followed the call while opening the information. The content was clear and clean. Clean, not like a normal person. No bad hobbies. Not much socializing. As being an actor, the most contact is usually work-related. From the perspective of his life experience, 2 words can summarize unlucky. There's a popular saying on the internet that could be adapted for Lin Che. Sick sister, dead mom and dad, broken home as well as dropping out of school. Being an actor for many years is still just a paste curry. In short, very wasteful. Such a man is not worth mentioning. Does not deserve to be his opponent at all. Want to crush him? It is as simple as crushing an ant. None of the advantages and skills. I don't know what Jiang Yu sees in him. I guess she was mesmerized by his face. Just like the stargazers nowadays. Didn't see any useful information. Jiang Yu was disappointed. The same also feels strange. He thought that a person's resume can't be so clean. The cleaner it is, the more it shows that this person is dirty behind the scenes. Mr. Jiang, do you have any questions you need to ask? There is. Jiang Yu asked more politely. Is there a woman surnamed Sheen beside him? The other answered quickly. No, how could there not be? Obviously he also witnessed Sheen Gardenia getting into Lin Che's car last night. Could it be that it was really like what Jiang Yu said? That Lin Che was going out at night to run drops to make money? Come to think of it, if Sheen Gardenia was the moon high above, then Lin Che was the lowly silt, and it was simply impossible to link the two together. Sheen Gardenia in foreign countries those years never heard of her with which opposite sex ambiguous. Her side of the opposite sex, either employees, or business occasions encountered partners. She has been like this since she was a child. Clean, with very few friends of the opposite sex around her. So Jiang Yu was very relieved. Furthermore, Sheen Gardenia has just returned to China. How could she possibly know with this kind of person? Maybe he really was making a fuss and imagining things. And as for the breathing he heard on the phone just now, maybe he was also too nervous and misheard it. Jiang Yu let out a breath and coaxed himself after scaring himself. After informing Jiang Yu, the detective immediately tipped off Qin Wei again. Miss Qin, I've taken care of Mr. Zhang's side. Qin Wei asked. Did he ask anything? Detective asked if there were any females with the surname Qin around Lin Che. Qin Wei was shocked in her heart, thinking that Jiang Yu really suspected her. She hadn't gone looking for Lin Che lately. Could it be that someone close to her had said something in front of Jiang Yu with a cheap mouth? Not many people know Lin Che. Zhou assistant, agent, Su Man, Su Jiao. Qin Wei excluded one by one. The more I think about it, the more I have no clue. The hearts of the people are evil who can guarantee that they cannot talk about the leakage of the mouth. The secret is only safe if you know. Looks like she'll have to be careful the last few days. Qin Wei was preoccupied and pondered for a while before saying, you continue to keep an eye on him and report his trips back to me to see who he's been in contact with and where he's been lately. Chapter 84, 3 Women in 1. Not long after Qin Wei's side had just finished the call, Su Man and Su Jiao arrived, knowing that she was injured and hospitalized. As a good sister naturally came to sympathize, especially Su Jiao. As soon as she entered the hospital room, she exaggerated and shouted, Good sister, who the hell did this to you? Does the wound still hurt? Too many things happened in just one day. After the accident, the real mom cannot be relied on. The real father cannot be counted on. So angry that Qin Wei did not eat lunch, and now her stomach is hungry. Qin Wei leaned sickly against the bed and looked at Su Jiao who was walking ahead. When did you come back? This morning. Su Jiao sat on the chair next to the bed. How did a good birthday turn out like this? Who hit it? It's Qin Gardenia. At the mention of Qin Gardenia, Qin Wei's face showed ferocity. Su Jiao knows Qin Gardenia is a strong woman, in the young generation, according to the ability to be the most powerful, from childhood as other people's children. Su Jiao is a school dud, and her IQ is all added to eating, drinking, and having fun. Faced Qin Gardenia, she is ashamed of herself, although she knows but not much contact, respect and faraway mentality it. Qin Wei from childhood and Qin Gardenia is not against. Back to say Qin Gardenia bad words. As a good sister naturally go along with her words with the enemy. That's already willful wounding, isn't it? And you didn't call the police? Qin Wei shook her head. My dad told me to hold back for a while. It is also understandable. This kind of family disputes, sisters tear each other very common. Spread out the bad news. in order to consider the overall situation can only make peace. Su Jiao scanned around and got up to pour herself a cup of hot water. Where's Jiang Yu? You were injured in such a big way, and he wasn't by your side to keep you company? Stayed with me all night and left at noon today. Su Jiao handed Qin Wei water. Drink? Qin Wei took it. Su Jiao's eyes flicked over Qin Wei. Jiang Yu is back. When are you guys getting married? Not sure yet. Su Jiao hit the nail on the head. Who are you and Jiang Yu unsure of? It's Jiang Yu. He said he wants to hold off and wait a while before talking about marriage. Perhaps thinking of something? Qin Wei didn't look too good, and after a pause, she said, I also want to hold off for a while longer. You don't want to marry him? Qin Wei shook her head. It's not that she doesn't want to marry. It's that she doesn't want to marry in such a hurry. Her marriage with Jiang Yu is a nail in the coffin. Sooner or later she will get married, but it's just a matter of time. But lately she's been a little overwhelmed, obviously looking forward to it so much in the beginning. There were some things she didn't want to admit, such as the fact that she would think of Lin Che as soon as she closed her eyes, and even dreamed of marrying Lin Che during her midday nap. You don't think you like Lin Che, do you? The most shameful and uneasy thing inside was suddenly raked out. So you can imagine how annoyed and angry Qin Wei was. What does it have to do with Lin Che? I won't like him. Since you don't like Lin Che, you're okay with me going after him. Since you're both broken anyway. Su Jiao sat on a chair, folding her legs in a leisurely posture. Qin Wei was stunned, clenching the cup in her hand. Don't you feel disgusted? Su Jiao played with her manicure, a disinterested smile on her face. What's so disgusting? It's not like you've ever used it before. Don't be so petty. I just want to experience it too. Qin Wei reacted greatly. No, you can't touch him. Jiang Yu already suspects me. Lin Che can't appear in front of us. Su Jiao made a snap decision. Then I'll take him out of the country to put an end to it. Lin Che won't leave the country. Su Jiao couldn't help but laugh lightly. How do you know it won't? Lin Che's sister is sick and hasn't been cured after so many years of treatment at home. If I tell him that medical conditions are better abroad and there are more heart resources, do you think he'd be willing to go abroad with me? As if she had been strangled. Qin Wei couldn't say a word, because she knew Lin Che would do anything for his sister. You can sell yourself to her for 5 years. Dignity can be sacrificed. Can take the pain. The thought that Lin Che would leave the country, out of her sight, so that she would never see him again. Qin Wei's heart felt like it had been stung by a bee. It didn't hurt, but it hurt. Bang! Qin Wei emotionally exploded, violently smashing the cup in her hand, her dark eyes carrying a fierce warning. You can't take Lin Che out of the country. I won't allow it. Su Jiao was shocked, completely did not expect Qin Wei to react so much. In contrast, she is much more calm, recalling Qin Wei's changes over the years. That change moist and silent, but the onlooker is clear. She just couldn't understand. Was it that hard to admit that she liked Lin Che? Since she refused to admit it, don't blame her for robbing her. Su Man looked left and right, a little shocked and a little messy. No one expected things to develop like this. Qin Wei is not even pretending anymore? And Su Jiao, why did she suddenly say what she had suppressed in her heart? Qin Wei hurt her head, and the sudden irritation caused her to have a splitting headache. She covered her head with a face full of pain. Su Man naturally takes care of the patient first, sitting by Qin Wei's side while pacifying and preaching. Okay, you should not stimulate Wei Wei. She has so many injuries. You let her rest well. Wei Wei, you don't think too much. Su Jiao is teasing you. Su Jiao bristled. She wasn't teasing anyone. She did what she said she would do. She had her eyes on Lin Che very early on, and she was not good at prying when Lin Che and Qin Wei were still together in the past. But now, with both of them broken, what else did she not dare to pry? She was pursuing it squarely and was not afraid of losing face. Instead, it was Qin Wei who had 2 feet in 2 boats that lost face. Su Jiao felt bored and didn't want to waste time on this plastic sisterhood. 3 women are a drama. And in the confusion Jiang Yu also came, and her voice was heard before she even appeared. Sister Vivi, I came to see you. As soon as Jiang Yu entered, she noticed that the atmosphere was not right and wondered if she had come at a bad time. Sister Su Jiao, Sister Su Man, what are you guys talking about? Another one who was thinking about Lin Che. Su Jiao stood up and lazily pulled the corner of her mouth. It's nothing. Su Man, come in and have a seat. What are you carrying in your hand? Bought a bit of Cheerios. Jiang Yu carried the fruit inside. Do you want some, Sister Wei Wei? I'll go wash it. The firm slowed down from the headache. I don't want to eat. Then I'll put it here first. Jiang Yu didn't sit down when she went in, but stood by the bedside with concern. Does the wound still hurt? It's okay now. Where's my brother? Where did he go? Jiang Yu had thought on her way here that if she saw Jiang Yu in the hospital, she would apologize. He had to go back first. Jiang Yu muttered. What could he be doing with so much leisure? Jiang Yu had a lot of things she wanted to talk to Qin Wei about, such as talking to her about Qin Gardenia, but she didn't know how to open her mouth, organizing her language in her mind before asking. Sister Wei Wei, How is your relationship with Sister Chin Gardenia? Do you know her well? How is she recently? Come 3 questions, all around Chin Gardenia. Chinwei now the most unwanted person to mention is her. As soon as she mentioned her wound will hurt. Not much. 3 short words directly interrupted Jiang Yu's next words, and she had to awkwardly stand aside. Alright then. After a long time, Chinwei suddenly opened her mouth and asked her, "You mentioned that necklace last night. What kind of necklace is it?" Chapter 85, Chinwei is crazy. When Chinwei mentioned the necklace, Jiang Yu immediately beat a dead horse. What necklace? Your brother was there last night. What do you mean by that necklace? That Jiang Yu since he didn't send. Jiang Yu also can't say much. Haha too sound. I thought the gift my brother prepared yesterday was a necklace. I didn't expect him to send a bracelet. Is that what it means? Chinwei's gaze took on a skeptical inquiry. Jiang Yu nodded her head carelessly. She was actually confused and couldn't figure out why Jiang Yu bought the necklace and didn't give it to Chinwei yesterday. No necklace for $10 million. A bracelet for $200,000. Do you have to pick a day to give a necklace? Yesterday's day was indeed not auspicious enough. If it had been auspicious, Chinwei would not have been beaten. Last night you also mentioned Lin Che. Why did you suddenly say that he's very good and that you know him? You guys have met? Chinwei suddenly shifted the topic to Lin Che. When she mentioned Lin Che her gaze was sharp and carried a pressing sense of oppression. Jiang Yu, even a sloppy person, sensed the danger. Chinwei's expression was well hidden, but it couldn't hold the hostile eyes. Jiang Yu also didn't know where she had angered her. It was just that when she mentioned Lin Che, she obviously carried a bit of panic as well. Lin Che you've got your eye on Lin Che too? Chinwei's eyes swept towards her. Every word was characterized by a conspiratorial tone. Jiang Yu's heart thumped, and her entire being felt a sense of shame at having her privacy spied on. She was groundless. Jiang Yu's expression was a bit stiff, trying her best to maintain her composure. I didn't. It was undeniable that Jiang Yu cared about Lin Che, and coming here today was also because she wanted to learn about Chin Gardenia through Chinwei. So tell me, what do you know about him? Jiang Yu hesitated to tell Chinwei about the shooting. She was about to open her mouth when Su Jiao next to her coughed twice. Jiang Yu lowered her head. I don't know him well. No matter what Chinwei asked next, Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Chinwei had held a bellyful of fire and had nowhere to vent it. She is now in a very bad mood, feeling that everyone around her is sorry for her. Her parents can't teach Chin Gardenia a lesson. Jiang Yu has something to hide. Su Jiao wants to pry her corner as soon as she comes back, and Jiang Yu is also playing heart-to-heart with her, and there isn't a word of honesty in her mouth. Chinwei is psychopathic, sensitive and suspicious, both possessive and controlling, and she would rather destroy her things, even unwanted trash, than give them to others. Chinwei used to have a cat, a very good quality ragdoll, who liked to be clingy and cuddle anyone. One day she came home to see that ragdoll cat taking the initiative to get close to Chin Gardenia, circling around her, pampering herself, and laying on the ground exposing her snow-white belly. So that night she threw the cat down the stairs. She doesn't allow outsiders to think about her cat, and likewise, she doesn't like her cat to get close to people she hates, and if she finds out, she'd rather have her cat killed. Chinwei is a very hostile person. The people around her more or less understand some of her temperament, so they will not take the initiative to touch the bad luck. But today, Su Jiao touched it, because she was looking at Lin Che and thinking about people she shouldn't be thinking about. How dare Su Jiao think about Lin Che? How long had she been in such a state of mind? Chinwei narrowed her eyes, remembering that Su Jiao used to always step down on Lin Che in front of her, and now it seemed that this wasn't just stirring up trouble. Jiang Yu was very uncomfortable. She felt that everyone's expressions were strange and the atmosphere was poor. She wanted to leave after coming for less than 10 minutes. Jiang Yu held her cell phone. Sister Weiwei, I'm going to go back first. I still have to get up early tomorrow to shoot the movie. Chinwei let out an and hung her eyes without responding. Wait, I'll go with you. Su Jiao grabbed her bag and threw a wink at Chinwei as if nothing was wrong. Weiwei, we'll talk some other time. Bye. Chinwei didn't say a word, just looked at them with a cold gaze. Su Jiao indistinctly knew nothing, stepping on her high heels and twisting her waist to follow Jiang Yu. Walking out of the hospital room and into the elevator, Jiang Yu instantly collapsed her face, glancing at Su Jiao who was applying lipstick to the reflector, and asked in a low voice, Sister Su Jiao, do you like Lin Che? Su Jiao pursed her red lips and graciously admitted, yeah, I've been planning to chase after him recently. Jiang Yu kindly advised, give up, it's impossible for you and him. If it's impossible for me to be with him, then it's possible for you to be with him? Don't think I can't see that little bit of your mind. Su Jiao puts down her lipstick, her eyes tilted upwards, and a flirtatious smile hangs on her face. Very charming. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and forcefully explained, I do have a good feeling about him, but I'm just too deep into the scene. It's normal to be an actor. It's very normal. When you finish filming the scene for 10 days and half a month, you'll be able to quit. Su Zhao's eyelashes moved and asked with a smile. It's too much for you actors to shoot a movie every year. How many people do you have to fall in love with all year round because you're in the movie? If you talk to someone in the future, won't your boyfriend wear a green hat every day? Jiang Yu's face reddened with anger. I'm not like this in every movie. Is it only this drama that has it? Su Zhao wrapped her arms around herself. Jiang Yu, admit it. You just like Lin Che. There's no shame in liking him. The more people like him the better he proves to be. Let's play fair. I won't get in your way, you don't get in mine either. Jiang Yu clenched her hand. He won't like you. Sister Su Zhao, I am kindly reminding you. Su Zhao snorted and said disdainfully, if your good intentions make me uncomfortable, then they're not good intentions. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. Su Zhao's attitude of doing what she wanted was uncomfortable, but equally enviable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think, if Lin Che hadn't gotten married, would she have pursued it as boldly as Su Zhao? One by one, the people in the hospital room left, and finally only a fidgety Suman was left. They're all gone. What about her? Who can take her with them? Qinwei's face was horribly gloomy. Suman, do you know about Su Zhao liking Lin Che? Suman hurriedly shook her head. I don't know. It wasn't that she didn't know. She didn't dare to say she knew. Not only did Su Zhao have it, she also had it, and once this was known by Qinwei, there was bound to be a storm waiting for her. Qinwei gripped the quilt on her body with force, completely forgetting that there were still injuries on her hands. Extreme anger would make her forget the pain until her fingers bled and she let go. Su Man, who else can I trust besides you? Too many people around her deceived her and hid her. She no longer dared to trust anyone. Su Man said, don't take Su Zhao's words too seriously. She's just saying, between a man and a sister, she'll definitely choose you. No. Qinwei shook her head. The look in Su Zhao's eyes just now was serious. She really intends to bring Lin Che abroad. Qinwei made a phone call in front of Su Man and asked the detective to investigate Lin Che's location, where he was, what he had done, and who he had contacted recently. Every single thing had to be detailed. She wanted to find Lin Che early and lock him up. That way, no one will take him away. If Lin Che dared to leave, then she would break his legs, and she had broken his bones with a stick before anyway. You know, there is no hard bone in the world that can't be beaten, and if you don't give in, it only means that the beating wasn't hard enough. At this moment, Qinwei's mind was filled with being occupied by Lin Che, and she had long forgotten about Jiang Yu's existence. In the end, it was Su Man who reminded her, if you're looking for Lin Che with such fanfare, what if Jiang Yu finds out? So what if I know? It's not like I betrayed Jiang Yu, and the fact that I've used Lin Che as his double for the past 5 years doesn't mean that I love him very much, but now that the main man is back, what do you need a double for? Just think of it as having a servant with a dog. I have no extra feelings for Lin Che. The person I love is always Jiang Yu. It is totally shameless and forceful. Who would believe it? I'll marry Jiang Yu. My body and mind are his, but I just want to keep a toy to fulfill my hobby. Why not? Qinwei looked at her hand and murmured in a low voice as if she was talking to herself. He'll understand me. The words that came out were devoid of any sense to speak of. Su Man felt that the current Qinwei was more than likely to have been struck dumb, with a bag of brains and water inside, and was crazy. Qinwei rang the call bell and called the nurse and the doctor. I'm going to be discharged now. I'm not going to be hospitalized. I know my body very well. I'm very well now. She couldn't wait to get out of here so she could fulfill her own selfish desires. Here, she can't do anything, can't see Lin Che, and lives in fear every moment, afraid that Su Zhao will take Lin Che out of the country before her. Chapter 86 Qin Gardenia declares sovereignty. Love is body instincts. Lin Che and Qin Zhao got married. Su Zhao is courting Lin Che. Qinwei's strange attitude towards Lin Che. What Jiang Yuyao didn't give the necklace. How in the world did Lin Che and Qin Zhao meet and how did they get flash married? She couldn't figure it out. Jiang Yu thought about this all night and didn't sleep well at all. And when she went to the set the next day, she found 3 vans appearing in the empty grounds. A banner reading Cowardly Ghost's box office success hangs above it, and the most prominent one is Lin Che's support poster. Staff set up pots to boil water for dumplings, steamed buns and boiled noodles. Seeing Jiang Yu, Director Lu brought dumplings and warmly entertained her. Jiang Yu, have you eaten breakfast yet? Come over and have some dumplings. Jiang Yu walked over. What are these? Have you heard of the brand Gaga? Director Lu stuffed a mouthful of dumplings into his mouth and was scalded by the soup inside. Shivering his tongue, the recently appointed new boss is a fan of Lin Che's, and after hearing that he was filming a movie here, he hauled 3 truckloads of goods to come and visit the class, and everyone gets a box, and these pots and pans were brought by them, and they started up the pots and boiled the water early in the morning before it was even light, so we could eat a ready-made breakfast. Jiang Yu jolted. Of course she knows Gaga. She also knows that the new boss is Qin Jia. She is not Lin Che's fan. She is his wife. The so-called visit was just to assert sovereignty. Jiang Yu bit her lower lip. looking at the boiling and tumbling dumplings in the cauldron, smelling fragrant, but she didn't have any appetite. Her heart was clogged. I've been on a diet lately and I don't have an appetite. Are you sure you don't want to eat? Try one. You won't gain weight if you eat one. When a person says they want to lose weight, there are many stumbling blocks around them. Jiang Yu turned her head and ran. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, she would reveal her ugly face and that unseen heart. There is a lot of discussion about the brand Gaga, but it is mostly negative. For example, meat is stinky and rancid. You can taste the gasoline and plastic but you just can't taste the food itself. So when you see the brand Gaga giving away food, no one wants it even if it's free. Some people even thought that Gaga is the director to find advertising investors, thinking that it is over. Gaga is now so bad reputation. With this kind of problematic brand cooperation, the popularity of the road will also be followed by the poor brought. The movie hasn't even been released yet, and people are starting to sing its praises. You should know what is meant by like attracts like. The public will standardize their impression, and if one party has problems, it will also be implicated. The sound in the arena didn't improve until the moment the dumplings started. The aroma of the dumplings was overwhelmingly white, and the two directors were the first to eat them, did not speak, but looked at each other and issued a everything is in the words. In watching them move, like a hungry man, hot mouth also want to eat. The group of people who originally intended to avoid it, also had their appetites whetted and decided to try it first, and when they did, they couldn't stop. From dumplings to noodles, with 2 grilled sausages to boot. In the middle of winter, eating a bowl of steaming hot dumplings warms you from head to toe. Listening to the favorable comments from the scene, Lin Che revealed a satisfied smile as he walked over to the director and asked, "How does it taste?" The two directors share a thumbs up. How did this Gaga get so good? Did they change the recipe recently? I remember saying a while back that the meat he uses in his house, it's dead pork, zombie meat. Lin Che directly stated his intention. I plan to insert a few commercials into it. Director Lu froze. How do you insert it? Replace the food props with these. Lin Che pointed at the dumpling buns in front of him. Director Lu pondered for a moment and said, "It's okay, is this product okay?" Lin Che said seriously, "I can assure you that there is no problem with the food or the brand. Gaga is an old national product, used to make money doing charity, repairing roads, bridges, building schools. In recent years it has gone downhill, although less charity is done, but every disaster relief can have his figure." The movie itself was invested by Lin Che. He was the boss and naturally it was his call, but there was one thing they were curious about. Director Lu had a gossipy face. "Lin Che, you're really deep in hiding. You even know such a boss. I'm a bit curious. What's your relationship with her? Is she really your fan? How come I don't feel like it? If it's a fan relationship, why would you help her publicize?" Director he brightened up, then ambiguously said, "It's hard to believe that you guys are." Lin Che didn't admit or deny it, holding a faint smile. "I'm off to make preparations." As soon as Lin Che left, the two directors looked surprised and looked at each other. Is it hard to believe that we guessed it? No denial is an admission. They had speculated before that Lin Che might be seeing someone because several times they had seen him looking at his cell phone with a goofy grin on his face. Being a director is very good at observing these subtle expressions. Lin Che is a good actor, but in reality subconscious reactions can't be acted out. It's just that none of them had expected that Lin Che's target was a big deal, actually a big boss. This instantly made sense as to why Lin Che dared to offer money to invest in the movie. The ability is one thing, and then there's the bottom line. Someone to back it up. During the shooting, Jiang Yu saw the food props on the table and instantly understood what Lin Che was going to do. In order to do publicity for Qin Gardenia, he hid his secret and actually secretly replaced the props in the movie with these. The more a person cares about something, the more they will pay attention to it. Jiang Yu realized that when she opened the refrigerator, it was full of dumplings and buns, and on the sofa, the coffee table was also filled with related snacks and spicy strips. Jiang Yu expressed her dissatisfaction on the spot. "Director, why did you change the props to these? Don't you know that this brand has a poor reputation? By the time the movie is released, it will definitely corrupt the roadies." Turning his head, he also whispered a warning to Lin Che. "How can you secretly engage in this kind of small action because of your own selfishness? This isn't your movie alone. In case something goes wrong, can you afford it?" This matter Lin Che didn't even tell Qin Jiao, just want to wait for the movie release to give her a surprise. As for the reputation problem that Jiang Yu said, it was normal for her to worry about the scruples. Lin Che did not refute, but sent the information that had been prepared long ago to Jiang Yu. "We have done the inspection. The ingredient list is dry and clean products have no problem. Has been clarified online. Plus is the old national products. More than 10 or 20 years of history. He is not the only negative news. He will do charity every year. Resistance and disaster relief. Donations. There is no fall. As for the food reputation, but also in recent years, because there are internal people eat inside and outside, damage the company's interests, and now these problems are solved, so there is no credibility problem. Lin Che explained seriously. Jiang Yu's eyes stared at the information on her cell phone, a very clear questionnaire, but she couldn't look into it after reading half of it. He had gone to great lengths to be able to do this for Qin Gardenia. Director Liu also explained, Jiang Yu, this was decided by the investors. Everyone had decided, so what else did she have to say? Jiang Yu asked Lin Che, is the investor Qin Gardenia? Lin Che shook his head. No. Jiang Yu didn't think about Lin Che at all. In her eyes, Lin Che's image was poor and pitiful. To be able to marry Qin Gardenia was purely him climbing high, but he should have a good relationship with the investors. After all, he's the screenwriter or the male lead, and some of his proposals will be listened to on the investor's side. Does Qin Gardenia know you're doing this? Lin Che shook his head. Not yet. This is a surprise for her. After knowing about Qin Gardenia's betting agreement, he wanted to step in and help her. You actually managed to do this for her. Jiang Yu let out a snort. And what has she done for you? A lot. More than me. Better than me. There are big things and small things. Many things hidden in the details. Some that don't seem important to others but are hard to ignore in his case. In the world of feelings, do not need to calculate to measure who pay more or less. Two hearts are happy is the most important. I understand your desire to escape. You understand my pretense of reserve. I bow my head. You tiptoe. You laugh with me. I play with you. You know my heart. I know what you mean. I never get tired of being with you for a long time. I never get tired of talking to you. I never do anything perfunctory. I never slack off. Lin Che's eyes glowed at the mention of Qin Zhao. Jiang Yu looked like she had swallowed a large amount of medicine in her empty mouth. The medicine didn't go down and stuck in her throat, emitting a gust of bitterness. In order to shoot the next play, Lin Che chose to live in the theater group. Suitcase or Qin Gardenia help him to pack. The small couple just determined the relationship to be separated. Qin Gardenia can't afford to let him go. Can only hold him. Hard charging will be electric child. Lin Che told Lin Shi about his relationship with Qin Zhao as good news. Lin Shi knew. Very calm, because in her opinion, her brother the world's best, off or not off all by his whim. Lin Che asked, aren't you surprised? Lindsay was bashful. A little bit, I guess, but it was totally expected. Lin Che lost his smile. You can even predict this? Lin Shi shook his head and spoke in a serious tone. Brother, maybe you didn't realize it yourself. You were smiling every time you mentioned Sister Qin Gardenia. You haven't smiled like that for a long time. So yeah, Lin Che is fond of Qin Zhao without knowing it. Lin Shi has also seen Qin Gardenia. The first impression is very beautiful. Thought it is very high and cold. Did not expect to contact down very gentle. Is a very good to get along with people. No condescension. No disdain. No pity. To her, Qin Gardenia was like to an ordinary person, making one feel at ease. Love is the body's instinct. Qin Gardenia will involuntarily get close to Lin Che and look at him. Her eyes are full of his figure. So after knowing that the two of them were together, Lin She wasn't surprised at all. She was happy for Lin Che because he had finally found someone he loved and who loved him. If she was gone someday, her brother at least wouldn't be alone. Someone would grow old with him. Lin Che moved to the first day of the crew. Su Jiao launched her fierce offensive. Send flowers to send milk tea to send banners. The side of the Jiang Yu angry acting cannot go. Jiang Yu's state of mind was more or less affected, and if it wasn't for Lin Che, the drama queen, who would guide her? She was only afraid that she would have gone on strike in the past 2 days. On the third day Qin Wei was discharged from the hospital, and at the same time got the latest news from Lin Che. Chapter 87, It's like catching a mistress. After learning that Lin Che was filming, Qin Wei froze and then became enraged. She had clearly warned the production directors around her that they were not allowed to take Lin Che on a movie, so why was he still receiving resources? Her eyes were dead set on the production team on the profile, and aside from the two directors, there was another person that she hadn't expected. Jiang Yu. She let out a sneer, her face cold as ice. No wonder Jiang Yu's attitude towards Lin Che suddenly changed, and she even began to speak kindly of Lin Che, saying something about knowing him and feeling good about him. Do you think you know him after acting with him for a few days? Does she know that Lin Che has been under her care for 5 years? The person who looked the most innocent had the most hard eyes, pretending in front of her for so long, saying that they didn't know each other, but behind their backs, they acted as a young couple with Lin Che. Qin Wei clenched her teeth so hard that her breathing became heavy. She had sincerely treated Jiang Yu as her sister, and her concealment was undoubtedly a betrayal to her. Qin Wei took out her cell phone and texted Jiang Yu. What are you doing right now? After more than an hour, Jiang Yu replied to her. I'm filming. What's the matter? Where are you shooting? What's the name of the movie? And what's the crew like? Qin Wei asked knowingly, just to test the waters. Jiang Yu didn't answer a single question and asked instead. Sister Wei Wei, Why are you suddenly asking about this? I got out of the hospital today and thought I'd have nothing to do so I could see you and visit. No need. Our theater group is very busy. You'd better not come. Jianyu politely refused. And you're still sick and injured. You should rest at home. Qin Wei, who saw this reply, directly snorted with anger. Who is the actor in your drama? Jianyu never replied again, and the text message sent out sank without a trace. She had given her so many chances to come clean and she still chose to hide it. Qin Wei asked Zhang's sister-in-law to pack her bags for the discharge procedure while she left straight away. Qin's father called her after learning that she had been discharged from the hospital. I heard Zhang's sister-in-law say that you were ready to be discharged from the hospital, and that you're already feeling better? It's healed. Actually, it wasn't completely healed. For example, her fingertips had just scarred. They itched and tingled from time to time. She couldn't touch the water, and she needed someone to help her wash. The slap marks on my face, and that bag on my head didn't dissipate either, and I needed to use concealer to cover it up. Now that you're better, go home and spend time with your mom, who hasn't been feeling well lately. Qin Wei was not too happy. If you don't feel well, go to the doctor. What are you looking for me for? Her mom is the most useless in the family. She can't do anything she's been given. Qin Wei mentioned Qin mother with a bit of boredom in her tone. Dad, I'm not talking to you anymore. I've been busy promoting my new movie lately. Qin father reminded. Qin Gardenia sighed. You don't provoke her recently. Alright, I know. Nagging. Qin father's words were interrupted by Qin Wei before he could finish. Qin Wei fight heart and soul feel. Qin father in treating this matter is partial. Obviously injured and humiliated is her. Why should let go of Qin Gardenia? Want to rely on grieve her to whitewash. Simply is dreaming. Qin Wei was in a hurry to meet Lin Che. She didn't take anything, so she took her cell phone, called an online car, and went directly to Lin Che's filming location. On this journey, Qin Wei was not at peace. Lin Che was like a fishbone stuck in her heart, back and forth, day and night, giving her no peace. Speaking of which, she and Lin Che hadn't seen each other for a long time, and whenever she thought of him, she would remember the harsh words he had put out to her that night. When they arrived at the shooting location, Qin Wei looked in the direction of the crowd. In the pile of people, Lin Che's figure was accurately found. He was carrying Jianyu forward, followed by the camera at his side. Witnessed the scene of Qin Wei instantly red eyes. She knows that the actor filming have to fit the role for the plot to pay, like hugging, holding hands, kissing, and even bed scenes. For the actor is just a part of the work, in the normal but she couldn't accept it, and she couldn't stand it. Even a simple handhold made her want to slaughter that hand. Lin Che was with her for those 5 years, and although he was also filming, she would never allow him to film emotional scenes like this. She couldn't accept him loving someone else, not even if it was an act. Filming with Lin Che, Jianyu entered the scene quickly. Don't look at how thin Lin Che was, but he was especially stable when carrying her, and he walked for so long without taking a breath. Although they are playing a couple, they have particularly few intimate scenes, with the largest scale being holding hands and hugging. Director Ho is the god of ambience and always manages to capture simple interactions in a warm and romantic way through light and angles. Sometimes when she watched the replayed images, Jianyu would inexplicably create an illusion, as if she and Lin Che had really been in a long relationship. Jianyu lay on Lin Che's back, trying to suppress her chaotic heartbeat as she concentrated on her lines. However, in this seemingly calm moment, Jianyu keenly captured a strange line of sight. She, for all kinds of sight, has more than normal sensitivity. Especially this line of sight is also mixed with strong hostility. It is even more difficult to ignore. Jianyu followed the line of sight, and when she met Qin Wei's face, her eyes widened in shock, causing her movements to stiffen because of her weakness. Lin Che asked her, "What's wrong?" The director didn't call out the card, so she had to continue acting. Jianyu quickly reacted, hid her panic, and continued filming the scene. Good thing the scene wasn't too long, it was over quickly. Jianyu went down from Lin Che's back, pondering how Qin Wei had found her way here. She clearly said she didn't need her to come visit, so why did she come? Also, what was the meaning of the way Qin Wei was looking at her? With hostility and disgust, like she was catching her boyfriend cheating on her. It was uncomfortable. Jianyu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. The coldness on Qin Wei's face did not diminish, and instead of going over directly, she took out her cell phone and found Director Lu's phone to call. When the phone was connected, Qin Wei directly said, "Director Lu, I heard that you recently worked on a movie with Director He. It just so happens that I'm passing by here. Can I go and visit a class? After all, the actors under your hand are all old acquaintances I know, and I'd like to say hello to them." Director Lu took a look at the phone call from Qin Wei, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Who would have nothing to do to come to visit the class, and say, old acquaintance? Old enemy is more like it. Director Lu remembered the harsh words that Qin Wei had let slip in the circle earlier. He laughed awkwardly twice. We're still working. MS. Sheen, I think it's better to forget about it. There's no counting. I've seen you guys. See that? Director Lu raised his head and looked around, finally seeing Qin Wei outside the crowd. He wasn't the only one who saw it. Lin Che also saw it, and he actually discovered it even earlier than Jiang Yu. Although Qin Wei didn't speak harshly and even had a gentle smile on her face, the coldness was strong from the inside out. Director Lu gave a wink to the groundskeeper, then gripped his cell phone tightly and greeted him. Miss Qin, long time no see. Qin Wei put down her cell phone. Director Lu, can I go in now? Of course. Director Lu didn't move and looked around Qin Wei to make sure that she came alone and didn't bring bodyguards to not smash the scene. Chapter 88, Gain or Loss. It wasn't that Director Lu was afraid of her. He just felt that it was better to do more than less. Qin Wei sneered. Director Lu, you really dare to recruit anyone. Director Lu pondered in his heart that it was mainly because Lin Che gave more money and the script was well written. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to use it. Who is your investor? Did the investor find Lin Che to act in the movie? Or did your director decide on his own? Instead of answering, Director Lu carefully asked, Miss Qin, may I ask where exactly did Lin Che offend you? He upsets me. Director Lu froze. Just because of an upset, he put a hard word to block him? That's too hard. You know that cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. If there are any misunderstandings, just unravel and talk about it. Lin Che is a good actor. You made him not allowed to take on a movie. Isn't this equivalent to ruining him? Lin Che is a good actor. In this month of contact with Lin Che, he clearly saw his growth. When he thought he had reached his limit, he was able to do better the next time. As if he had infinite possibilities. There are really very few young actors in this industry who are as committed and dedicated as Lin Che. And Director Lu can't bear to see such a good actor being buried. Qin Wei said fiercely, I just want to destroy him. Lu guide. There is a class of people. She is simply jealous of others' good. The more beautiful others are, the more it sets her off badly. So she wants to destroy. Lu thinks Qin Wei is probably greedy belly-full people. To put it bluntly, that is sick. Psychological disease. Have to go to psychiatry. So that she does not have nothing to persecute people day after day. Perhaps it was the look in her eyes that gave away what was in her heart. Qin Wei was furious. What kind of look are you giving me? Director Lu came back to his senses and changed his face, just as he was anxious to think of an excuse. Jiang Yu walked over. Sister Wei Wei, why did you come over? It wasn't hard to hear that Jiang Yu's tone carried a bit of dissatisfaction. Qin Wei couldn't keep her cool, especially after seeing Jiang Yu. Her eyes became more and more gloomy. Frightened, Jiang Yu directly paused. Qin Wei didn't say anything. How long have you and Lin Che been filming? Jiang Yu went over it in her head and said in a weak voice, almost a month. Why didn't you talk to me for so long? Jiang Yu also didn't know what she was vain about. Qin Wei wasn't Qin Gardenia, and she and Lin Che were just filming a scene, which belonged to normal work. So why did she question her with such a tone of voice, as if she was catching a mistress? As the youngest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu was also favored from a young age and was treated no less than Qin Wei. She held back the discomfort in her heart and explained, I had thought about talking to you before, but you have too much of an opinion about Lin Che, and I didn't know how to open up. This was the truth. She had originally planned to say it the night of Qin Wei's birthday, but was interrupted by her brother. Qin Wei let out a cold laugh and directly started a rumor in front of so many people. You know that Lin Che is a scum, and you still dare to act with him. Aren't you afraid that this movie won't be able to be released because of him? Jiang Yu quickly retorted. He's not scum. Qin Wei, you don't believe me? Jiang Yu earnestly and seriously said, I believe what I see with my eyes. You've only known him for a month. How much can your eyes see? Qin Wei suddenly tugged on Jiang Yu's hand. You're not allowed to shoot this movie anymore. Go back with me. Jiang Yu stared incredulously, suddenly feeling that Qin Wei and her brother were really a perfect match, both letting her quit the show and go home at the drop of a hat. It's clearly her business alone. Why is everyone getting in the middle of it? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more angry she became, and her attitude became icier and icier. I won't return it. I signed the contract. Big deal. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. Jiang Yu shook off her hand. I don't need it. Jiang Yu, what do you mean? I'm asking you to go back for your own good. What future do you have filming with someone like Lin Che? And I've reminded you again and again that Lin Che has a gold master behind him. He's just a scum. Enough. Jiang Yu interrupted her. Sister Wei Wei, why are you reacting so strongly? Even if he's a scum, it's me he's scumming. What does it have to do with you? Not to mention he didn't scum me either. We were just filming normally. I make my own decisions about my affairs. Don't make decisions for me in the name of what's best for me. Even if it's my brother, he's not in a position to control me. So, what are you? Jiang Yu was impatient. She couldn't figure out what was so bad about Lin Che. What had offended them? Why did every one of them want to step on it? Jiang Yu could still explain it as same-sex rejection. But what about Qin Wei? You keep saying that Lin Che has a gold master behind him, so why don't you tell us who the gold master behind him is? Whoever claims it cites evidence, or else you're just spreading rumors. Director Liu, who has been silent for a long time, is a comic relief. That's right, if you can't say it, it's a rumor. Jiang Yu and the director were both speaking for Lin Che, so what was Lin Che doing at this time? He sat not far away and drank water, a little too far away to hear what they were saying, and looking at their faces, they were pretty hot. When Jiang Yu was first cast as the female lead, Lin Che had anticipated this scene. Any other actress would have run away if she couldn't take a few threats, but Jiang Yu was different. She was the third miss of the Zhang family, not tempted, much less afraid of threats. She had the ability to fight against Qin Wei. For another, as Jiang Yu's own sister, Qin Wei would be wary of her and wouldn't dare to intervene at will. Does Qin Wei dare to tell the truth? Once the truth is told, the biggest impact will be on herself, which will not only involve the marriage relationship between the Qin and Zhang families, but will also destroy the good reputation that she has worked so hard for many years. In terms of benefits, there was more to gain than to lose, so when facing Jiang Yu she could only remain silent and maintain the status quo. Qin Wei looked like she was on fire and losing her mind, mentally struggling with whether or not to tell the truth. Who is more affected by saying it? More gained or more lost? Will Lin Che really come back to her after saying it? She was more interested in breaking his legs and locking him up than getting Lin Che to willingly return to her. If you don't get seen, you won't get missed. Vivi, why are you here too? Her chaotic thoughts interrupted. Qin Wei turned around and her face became even more somber when she saw that it was Su Jiao. Near the day of December, Su Jiao was wearing a blue knit dress. The skirt is slim. It shows the curvature of the body. This one, it seems to be specially dressed over. As soon as Qin Wei saw her, her face became more and more ugly. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you last time in the hospital that I was pursuing Lin Che? Qin Wei's eyes flicked back and forth between Jiang Yu and Su Jiao as she laughed in exasperation. So you already knew that Lin Che and Jiang Yu were filming here? Su Jiao blinked. Yeah, why did you hide it from me? You didn't ask either. Su Jiao smiled faintly. You'll know sooner or later. There's no difference between 1 day earlier and 1 day later. It's better to give me 2 more days to chase after men. Su Jiao, with action to prove that she is true to her word, said that chasing Lin Che that is not at all sloppy. The past few days, as soon as there is time to run this way, not only to invite the staff to drink milk tea and eat, but also make a big deal to send confession flowers. In just 3 days, the entire crew knew that there was a rich white beauty who was pursuing Lin Che in a high-profile manner. Su Jiao used to be more or less concerned about Qin Wei's feelings, but now, she had completely let herself go. Even if he chased after them himself, sometimes he even encouraged Jiang Yu to join him, bound to stir up this mess of water even more. Are you going to die away from a man? Why does it have to be Lin Che? Su Jiao said quite seriously, because I haven't talked about Lin Che's type of man. Chapter 89, The Shura. Good sisters, the head flower. Qin Wei's eyes were wide with anger, and her body was trembling with anger. Why did it have to be Lin Che? You know that he is my. Qin Wei, are you sure you want to say it here? Su Jiao put away the expression on her face and interrupted her. The two of them stared at each other wordlessly, and after a long time, Su Jiao changed her face for a second and turned her head to smile at Jiang Yu. You guys continue to be busy. I'll take Qin Wei out for a stroll. Qin Wei walked behind Su Jiao with a grim face. Seeing as how she was so skillful with the neighborhood, it was clear that she hadn't been here much. When did you take a liking to Lin Che? She used the word fancy instead of like. In Qin Wei's opinion, Su Jiao was just on a whim, and was just like a small gift in the window to Lin Che. Su Jiao stroked her chin and thought, 2 or 3 years ago, I don't remember. Anyway, at that time, I saw that you often brought Lin Che with you. Su Jiao looked around, pointed in a direction and said, there's a cafe over there. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Without waiting for Qin Wei's reply, Su Jiao went straight over. When they arrived at the cafe, the waiter brought the menu and Su Jiao ordered an iced Americano and a dessert. Qin Wei thought that was what she had ordered for her on her own accord and said with a cold face, I don't eat. Su Jiao laughed out loud. I'm ordering this for myself. Eat as much as you want. Order more and watch out for the food. What is this insinuation? Qin Wei looked squarely at Su Jiao. I'll order what I like, and if I can't finish it, I'd rather throw it away than share a bite. Su Jiao leaned back in her chair, her hands clasped to her chest, and slowly said with discretion, no one misses your leftovers, but the point is, you didn't get to eat them either. Qin Wei was stomped on painfully, and immediately her anger and blood surged. That's enough of you, Su Jiao. I've already tolerated you for a long time. You clearly know that Lin Che is my man. What kind of man do you like that you don't have? Why do you have to steal mine? Or is it that you just like being a mistress and digging up other people's corners? Haven't you ever heard of the saying that you can't share a toothbrush and a man? Su Jiao wasn't angry either. She just tilted her head and said to Qin Wei, correction, it's true that he was your guy a month ago, but he's not now. and you guys haven't been in a relationship, so there's no such thing as me being a mistress and prying, so please use the right words now. I simply fell in love with Lin Che. It's not that I like to steal from you. When Su Jiao said this, there were a few rare moments of sincerity in her tone. Su Jiao is also considered to read countless men, point to go to the clubhouse in a variety of male models or point all over the place, but like Lin Che, she looked for so many years, she has not encountered a second and he is the same. Looks good with him, temper is not as good as him. The one who has a good temper is not as good as him. The one who will come to things, not sincere enough. Qin Wei had a bellyful of fire, only to feel her fingertips trembling out of control, angry to the extreme, her head buzzing, just as the waiter sent up the coffee and dessert, not yet put on the table. Qin Wei snatched it and splashed it directly on Su Jiao. After Su Jiao froze for 2 seconds, she opened her mouth to curse. Qin Wei, you're sick. Luckily, she ordered an iced Americano, so if the hot coffee had been thrown directly in her face, wouldn't it have disfigured her? She knew that Qin Wei, this person is very bad. I did not expect so bad. Talk to her properly. She does not listen even if actually direct action. Qin Wei put down the cup in her hand and scanned her with harsh eyes. Usually so fond of playing with men. You're so dirty that Lin Che would look at you? Dressing so tight to seduce people. Are you cheap? Su Jiao. Su Jiao is not a good-tempered person. Behind the scenes has long been accustomed to seeing Qin Wei pretending to be strange, and now the two are precisely tearing their faces apart. There is no need for her to go on in the false sense of the word. Su Jiao stood up and without saying a word grabbed the cake on the table and smashed it towards Qin Wei, returning a big slap to her in the process. Qin Wei was directly dumbfounded by this slap, but her body reacted faster than her brain, immediately returning the favor and hitting towards Su Jiao. Women's fights are nothing more than slapping, hair pulling, scratching, pinching, twisting. Unfortunately, Qin Wei's hand was not yet healed, and her damaged fingers could not exert any strength, so she could only be pressed to the ground and beaten by Su Jiao. Qin Wei had cake in her hair and on her face, and the last time she was this messed up was 3 days ago. Su Jiao tugged at her hair. Do you think I'm the only one who misses Lin Che? There's also Su Manhwa. If it wasn't for the Su family's business dependence on your family, she would have already done the same as me and just showed her cards. Giant baby with a poor personality and rotten temper. These 5 years, Lin Che has long since wasted you. You used him as a double, trampled on him, threw him away, used tricks to keep him by your side, threw him away when you wanted to, played with him when you wanted to, and now you're saying you can't give him up. What? You're starting to act innocent? What about Jiang Yu? Qin Wei's eyes were glazed over and her pupils trembled. Instead of caring about how well other people are doing, why don't you care about yourself? I've heard about it. You recently signed some kind of betting agreement with your sister. I see her food factory is doing better and better. On the contrary, this year's film and television industry winter, you lost a lot of it. Depending on this last movie, Su Jiao's sword trembled, not giving Qin Wei a chance to talk back at all. Her speech was very fast. If you want to make a scene today, I won't stop you, but you'd better weigh yourself and see if you can take the risk. If it's exposed that you're keeping a double when you have a fiancé, what do you think the netizen audience will think? And will they still want to buy you? Qin Wei gasped. Her body trembled. In addition to anger there was also shock. She really did not think that the good sisters around her all looked at Lin Che. If she had known that, she definitely would not have brought Lin Che out in the first place. Her face was white, lining those eyes with scarlet terror, as if she wanted to tear Su Jiao alive. Su Jiao pressed her to the ground and warned, Qin Wei, don't try to be brave if your stomach isn't big. Eat from the bowl and watch the pot for this kind of thing. Be careful of bursting your stomach. You're shouting and cursing like that regardless. If Jiang Yu's side finds out, how are you going to explain to him? And your parents, will they support it? You originally can't compare to Qin Gardenia. Are you even going to export the family property? Su Jiaojiao laughed angrily. In her eyes was an icy mockery. Ha, you really are such a waste. Su Jiao and Qin Wei used to be really good sisters. Su Jiao likes to make friends. The circle is wide. What fun and delicious will be the first time to think of Qin Wei, the two of them relationship, from elementary school onwards, and then together in junior high school exams, into the university, are in the same school. It's also because of the relationship that you know where to stab the knife that hurts the most. Qin Wei is really hate to be able to tear her. It is not easy to scar the finger. Bleeding again. 10 fingers pain but then the heart pain. Su Jiao was too good at poking her. Nowadays, it was as if she had been forced to the edge of a cliff, with a 10,000-foot abyss behind her and a mountain of swords in front of her. Su Jiao, are you really going to break with me for a man? Yes, so what? Su Jiao face fearless. Su family compared to the Qin family is a little worse, but she is very good at separating the situation. On the Qin Wei this point of interest is certainly not compared to her sister Qin Gardenia. The things she says can come from the heart. Qin Wei and Su Jiao had long since looked at each other unfavorably, and even if there was no Lin Che, they would have cut off their communication. Qin Wei is always looking down on people around her, self-centered, eating together. If she did not move chopsticks, no one else is allowed to move. The pipe is wide. Love to teach people. Sarcastic words come out of the mouth. Will not give anyone face. No one can stand it with her personality. Su Jiao is also fed up. She is really admire Lin Che's tenacity, but also really attracted to him. On this determination, leaving Qin Wei will become a great thing. This side of the scuffle, or attracted attention, came to drink coffee. People look this way. Some passers-by also took out their cell phones to record video photos. The waiter stood to the side in bewilderment, neither stopping nor not stopping, and could only verbally advise the two of them to stop fighting. Su Jiao was also embarrassed, pulling the head flower in public and being surrounded by passers-by. She had never been so humiliated in her life. It was just a matter of a few words, but Qin Wei had to do it. Su Jiao looked at Qin Wei's face with new injuries, having just been discharged from the hospital and going back in. When the adrenaline spikes, the whole person repeatedly falls into a frenzied and chaotic state, knowing only to teach the other person a hard lesson, not caring at all to distinguish the weight of the blows, and not feeling much pain until they stop. When the pain slowly comes up, Su Jiao let go of Qin Wei first, but Qin Wei still grabbed her hair. Qin Wei, let go. Haven't you lost enough face? What used to be sisterhood has now become enmity, or even worse. Qin Wei had a messy head of hair and a ferocious expression, as if she wanted to kill the person in front of her. Just when Su Jiao thought she was going to do it again, she didn't expect her to shake her hand heavily and give a meaningless and vicious remark. Wait, all of you, wait for me. Chapter 90. Incompetent rage is ridiculous. Qin Wei was covering her face as she walked away. The feet stumbled as if they would fall at any moment. Being backstabbed by two sisters at once was not going to sit well with her. The normally confident and proud face was chapped. Before this she had never thought that she would turn against her friend that she had known for more than a decade and become enemies that would tear each other apart because of Lin Che. Walking out of the cafe, the cold wind greeted her like icy swords, stabbing her so densely that there was no place that didn't hurt when she breathed. Qin Wei was in a daze, not knowing what to do. She didn't want to lose Lin Che. She didn't want to separate from Jiang Yu, and she didn't want to lose to Qin Jiao and be looked down upon by people like Su Jiao. Qin Wei had never been so lost, as if she was stuck in a swamp, unable to get up no matter how much she struggled, her body heavy and her spirit exhausted. Suddenly she was standing in front of a building, looking at her on the reflector, hair disheveled, topped with cake cream, cheeks red and swollen, and a bloody scratch on her forehead from something unknown. Her appearance was so wretched and ugly that even she could not recognize herself. How did she get like this? Qin Wei touched the wound on her forehead and looked at her tattered hands, and in the next second, she crouched down and hugged herself. Why did you backstab her? Why are you sorry for her? Why did you leave her? Is it all her fault that she's come this far? Aren't they at fault at all? The words Su Jiao said continued to surround her ears, and even if she covered her ears she could still hear them. She was in so much pain that she had nowhere to go. Her brain felt like it was going to explode, and she hated everyone. Qin Wei left. Things are not over. In the cafe, Su Jiao's sullen face with a paper towel to wipe the coffee and cake on her body. Before you know it, take out your phone and scan the code to pay, and give the waitress an extra tip to clean up the floor. Qin Wei had left clean, leaving her alone to deal with the mess, not only to pay and settle the bill, but also to call the boss to take care of the video in the monitor. That is, the passers-by who watched the scene before ran quite fast. She can handle the surveillance video in the cafe, but can't deal with others on the phone. Just now there are so many people. How many people recorded the video and took photos? She is not clear. Let the word get out. She didn't lose the fight anyway. She wasn't ashamed to be seen. In contrast, Qin Wei had lost even more face. Su Jiao exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air with an annoyed look on her face, looking at the manicure she had ruined and the scratches on her arms. Furious, Qin Wei should really go to a mental hospital and have her brain examined more. After thinking for a while, Su Jiao pulled out her cell phone and sent a text message to Su Man. That is, she briefly relayed what had just happened, so that Su Man could be mentally prepared. When Qin Wei and Lin Che were together, she and Su Man were discussing behind their backs that as soon as their contract was over, the two of them would line up to ask Lin Che out. 5 years was too long. It could be paid on a daily basis, and she thought Lin Che would agree. Who knew that Qin Wei had a brain cramp, refused to abide by the agreement, and was still entangled with Lin Che even after they were separated, and couldn't even care less about Jiang Yu. So sometimes what you think is playing with a toy is actually a toy playing with you, and you're so immersed in it that you don't even realize it. Qin Wei came suddenly and was suddenly called away by Su Jiao. Jiang Yu thought about what Qin Wei hadn't finished saying just now, and always felt that there was something in her words. If Lin Che really had a gold master, there was no need to think. it would definitely be Qin Jiao. Jiang Yu was confused and went in front of Lin Che with her heart full. Lin Che sat on the small stirrups. Jiang Yu stood in front of him with her back to the sunlight, and opened her mouth to ask, "Do you know Qin Wei?" Lin Che looked up and confessed, "Recognize." It was a question that Jiang Yu regretted as soon as she opened her mouth. Look what she asked. Lin Che and Qin Gardenia are married. Qin Wei is Qin Gardenia's sister. How could he not recognize? Jiang Yu pursed her lips. Earlier it was Qin Wei who said that you were underwritten by the Gold Master, played a big game, and said that you were a scum who cheated on his feelings, directly selling Qin Wei short. As she spoke, she peeked at Lin Che's expression to see if he was angry. Aren't you angry? Not angry. After all, there's no one to take the place of a pissed-off body. Lin Che wasn't angry, but she was angry. If she was being rumored about like this, she would definitely have questioned her face to face, but Lin Che acted as if it was none of his business, not caring at all. Why does she keep saying that you have a golden master, that you've been kept for 5 years, and acting like she knows you so well? I'd really like to ask her nicely who the golden master is that she's talking about. After a long moment of silence, Lin Che said, "That's her." Jiang Yu's eyes were blank. "What did you say?" Lin Che repeated. "I said, the gold master is her." "Are you kidding me?" Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, clearly not believing it. Qin Wei heart is all about her brother Jiang Yu, the two childhood sweethearts, deep feelings. Jiang Yu abroad for 5 years, she waited for 5 years. How could it be adopted Lin Che? What is this? A fictionalized version of Moonlight and the Double? Another Lin Che has already married Qin Gardenia. If he has really been adopted by Qin Wei, will Qin Gardenia agree to marry him? Rumor mongering is really open and shut these days. You wouldn't have been rumored in your heart, thinking of using the same way to return fire with fire. Rumor back to her, right? Seeing for the first time, her own smearing herself, leaving Jiang Yu speechless, she kindly advised, "You'd better stop. You're Qin Wei's brother-in-law anymore. Don't make it too ugly. The family looks up but doesn't look down. We'll see each other one day." Lin Che was reticent. "Since you don't believe in it, forget it. The next step is to finish the rest of the movie properly and then go home to be with your girlfriend. One less hassle is one less hassle." Luckily, Qin Wei didn't come back after she left, and after the afternoon and evening scenes were shot smoothly, it was already 10 o'clock when Lin Che returned to the hotel. He promised Qin Gardenia that he would text her when he wrapped up work and went back to the hotel. Lin Che had just finished texting her when Qin Jiao called with a video call. Lin Che picked it up. In the video, Qin Gardenia had loose wet hair and was wearing a sexy nightgown. Lin Che's first thought was, the temperature tonight is at 12 degrees. Isn't it cold to be dressed like this? Why are you wearing so little? Aren't you cold? I just got out of the shower, and the heat was on in the room, so it wasn't cold. Lin Che looked at Qin Gardenia's hair that was still dripping. If he was by her side, then right now he would take a dry towel to help her wipe the water from her hair and then pick up a hairdryer to blow her hair. Qin Gardenia in front of other people is the image of a competent strong woman, but in front of him she likes to pretend to be soft and love to be pampered. Full of small women, the sense of contrast is very strong, but he loved Qin Gardenia no matter what kind she was. Lin Che urged her, "Blow your hair first, don't catch a cold. Then watch me blow, I want to talk to you." "Good." Qin Gardenia fixed her cell phone on the dresser, and after making sure Lin Che's side could see it, she took out her hairdryer and plugged it in. At first, Lin Che thought that it was just a simple blow-dry, but slowly he realized that something was wrong. Qin Gardenia wore loose and thin. As she lifted her hand movement, bending down, Snow White. In the center is a sharp gully, black lace edge hidden. Chapter 91. Qin Gardenia smile. Life and death is hard to predict. Lin Che skimmed his eyes, just moved away, was called over by Qin Gardenia. "I'm in front of you. You don't look at me. What are you doing looking at the side?" Lin Che turned back his eyes. Qin Gardenia held the hairdryer in one hand and stroked her hair with the other. She was wearing a red silk nightgown today. The nightgown was a low-cut design. Her hair got caught in the corset as the hot air went up her chest. She reached up and brought it out, and tilted her head back slightly to reveal the perfect lines of her shoulders and neck. The white cheeks were blown a little red by the hot wind, and when she opened her eyes to look at the cell phone screen, Qin Gardenia's eyes carried a seductive style, just like a vixen who intentionally wreaked havoc on people. Lin Che paused for a moment, feeling a hot current traveling downstream. He thought at first that Qin Gardenia had accidentally gotten naked, but now he could confirm that she had done it on purpose. Lin Che was already used to Qin Gardenia teasing him. She liked to see him hold back, to see him lose control, to see the veins protruding from his neck, as well as the reddened cheeks and roots of his ears. Lin Che's eyes fluttered and his breath sank. "Do I look good?" Qin Gardenia suddenly opened her mouth to ask. Lin Che nodded his head and said in a muffled voice, "It looks good." Lin Che looked at her hair after blow-drying it for 10 minutes. A head of wet hair became fluffy and more delicate. Lin Che had blown Qin Ji's hair when he was at home, and she liked to lie on the bed with her head resting on his thigh, her hair like a waterfall. Jean Gardenia put down the hairdryer and brushed her hair to the side to rub the essential oils, asking as she did so, "It's getting late, so go wash up first." "Good." Lin Che reached out and prepared to hang up the video. Jean Gardenia called out to him, "The video can't be hung, but I'm going to take a shower." Gardenia teased, "Set the phone up in the bathroom and I'll watch you wash it." Lin Che. Jean Gardenia frowned sadly, "Can I? We are separated from each other. Haven't seen each other for so long, I want to see you more. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen. At home usually, not only can you see but also touch. Originally can't eat meat let people enough anxious, now also not let see." Jean Gardenia face aggrieved like, suddenly close to the screen, enlarge that flawless face, eyelash trembling eyes red. This face-changing speed is more professional than some professional actors. Lin Che had always been unable to refuse Jean Gardenia's request, thinking that it should be nothing to see only the upper body. "Okay." Jean Gardenia raised the corners of her lips triumphantly, then quickly urged Lin Che, "Quickly go take a bath." Lin Che took his cell phone and set it up on the shelf on the wall, adjusting the direction and angle to make sure he wouldn't be naked down there before he started to take off his clothes. Lin Che was still a bit uncomfortable and glanced at Qin Zhao in the screen. She was seen taking a bottle of body lotion and began to rub her body, from her arms to her neck to her collarbone. The water was obviously cool, but he got hotter and hotter as he washed, and was done in less than 3 or 2 rinses. "Washing so soon? Am I disturbing you?" No interruptions. When he spoke out again, Lin Che's voice became even more muffled. "It seems that he is not indifferent. Jean Gardenia was just punishing him on purpose. Who made him not make it to the end every time, causing her to be on fire lately? When will you probably be back?" Lin Che counted the time. "About 10 days. He took the initiative to talk about what happened today, not hiding anything from Qin Zhao. When hearing that Qin Wei went to Lin Che's theater group, Jean Gardenia's first reaction was, "You didn't have an accident, did you?" "No, she was called away. All are taking the contract to do things. You pay money and I contribute, and now it is still entangled. It is Qin Wei's wrong. Businessmen talk about honesty, and those who have no honesty can't achieve great things. Like Qin Wei, there is just no spirit of contract, wanting to keep people but not wanting to give any benefits. A real life chow chow." Thinking of Qin Wei, Jean Gardenia let out a cold laugh. "I think she's just idle. Let's see me find something for her to do. Lin Che, she hasn't had time to bother me lately either." After rubbing the body lotion, Jean Gardenia, through the screen can feel the fragrance. She took the cell phone lying on the bed, posture lazy like a Persian cat that reveals the soft abdomen. Lin Che's throat rolled with difficulty. He didn't feel anything during the day. At night, the surrounding was quiet. His brain was relaxed, and in an instant thoughts came like a tidal wave, as if they were going to engulf him. He also wanted to touch Qin Zhao, hold her, kiss her, and listen to her gasp. The two of them, separated by distance, lay in bed, lying on their sides with their cell phones, looking into each other's eyes through the screen. Jean Gardenia watched Lin Che's eyes gradually lose some focus and knew that he was sleepy. "You go ahead and sleep," Lin Che asked. "What about you?" "I'm going to sleep too." Jean Gardenia suddenly came forward and made a barf sound with her lips on the screen. "Good night, husband." With that, he hung up. Lin Che, who had been somewhat drowsy, began to get hot again, and he looked at the night outside the window, thinking about Jean Gardenia's figure at this time. Body lotion all over, red nightgown, delicate skin, dark curly hair. There is no place that is not attractive. In the past few days with Jean Gardenia, Lin Che's patience level had once again risen. All along, Lin Che has been very cold and uninterested in sex, like a monk who converted to Buddhism, living a life of little water, until the appearance of Jean Gardenia, a glance of stunning, a long time to live not to get tired of. Her unintentional provocation can always make his mouth dry, so it's not that he's emotionally frigid, it's just that he hasn't met the one who moves him. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Jean Gardenia rolled up from the bed. She took out her cell phone, found some text messages from her blacklist, and then took a screenshot and sent it to Qin Wei, with an accompanying sentence. "Mind your fiancé." The easiest way to keep someone busy is to set her backyard on fire so she has no time to think about anyone else. After 2 minutes passed, Qin Wei unsurprisingly called, angrily questioning, "Jean Gardenia, what do you mean?" Jean Gardenia's expression was calm, literally. "It means that I hope you can keep your man in check. Don't brush your presence in front of me. My cell phone memory is precious. I don't have time to load his crap." Less narcissistic. How could Jiang Yu be interested in you? Less stirring up trouble behind your back. Qin Wei will never believe Jean Gardenia's words, but the content on the text message can't fool anyone. The more Qin Wei looked, the more angry she got. She felt her chest was going to explode. "Jean Gardenia, are you cheap or not? If Jiang Yu really has thoughts about you, then it must be you who is seducing him." Sheen Gardenia laughed. A maggot in a cesspool sees anyone and thinks they're here to steal from her. You, Sheen Gardenia directly interrupted her words. Single-handedly, tell your fiancé to stop asking me what I like. Last time on your birthday, he tried to send me a necklace. That necklace is simply as vulgar as your taste. Especially, Chinwei instantly thought of the surveillance video from that night. Instantly her eyes were wide with anger, and she loudly cursed. Sheen Gardenia, why don't you go to your death? How come you didn't die outside? Don't worry, I won't die if you die. By the way, is your face better? Do you want me to add some more color to it? At this time, Chinwei's face, a green burst of red, where there is still a need for color. Plus today she also received a beating. New injuries and old injuries superimposed together, with the palette into the essence of the same. Chinwei went crazy, gripping her cell phone tightly. Sheen Gardenia, you are a shameless junior. Cheap, you think a man likes you? They just want to sleep with you. Sleep you rotten. Rotten goods like you should be stinking and rotting abroad. Chinwei mouth cursed, enough to curse for more than a minute, and so put down, only to find that the other party has long hung up the phone. Chinwei call again. System tone prompts and call obviously. She was pulled black by Sheen Gardenia. Chapter 92 Chinwei's backyard on fire. Sheen Gardenia hung up the phone after saying the last sentence, and pulled the plug on Chinwei in the process. Chinwei has always been indolent. Firecracker character, a little bit will blow up. She could even imagine on the other side of the phone, how hard Chinwei would curse. Standing to be scolded is stupid person behavior. Sheen Gardenia prefers to directly move hands. If can't move hand, then directly go. Don't waste your important mood for some unimportant people. Sheen Gardenia casually tossed her cell phone aside. Find something for Chinwei to do, lest she idly brush her presence in front of Lin Che. She didn't mind diverting Chinwei's attention to her. Chinwei had been resentful of her for a long time. A little more or a little less would make no difference. It would be better to just pull her resentment value to the top, and make her sick with anger to kill her. With the backyard on fire, Chinwei will have to be busy again in the next few days. Chinwei called 3 times in a row and was on the line. Sheen Gardenia actually pulled the plug on her? Chinwei thought that Sheen Gardenia was stirring up trouble, and after being hung up on, she re-looked through those chat screenshots. From the content, can't find ambiguous words. Nothing more than sending good morning and good night every day, and then take the initiative to report what they did in a day. Sometimes we'll take some photos to share to Qin Jian, and then care about her body. Ask her how she is lately. It seemed like a normal thing to do, but Jiang Yu had never done it to her before. She was the active party in this relationship with Jiang Yu. Chinwei paralyzed herself. Originally did not believe, but now, doubt is like a balloon, blowing bigger and bigger. It wasn't the first time she doubted Jiang Yu. Now it's nothing more than a balloon bursting and the tightly wound string in his head snapping completely. All I heard was a buzz dash. Chinwei's scalp exploded, and after a long time, she slammed her cell phone on the bed with force, and then let out a hoarse hiss as her hands grabbed the covers and tore at them. The veins on the backs of her hands bulging horribly because of the force. Depressed she rushed across her body but could not be vented. Chinwei closed her eyes. All kinds of memory fragments flashed through her mind, like chapped mirrors unfolding in front of her eyes, helping her to recall them frame by frame. 5 years ago and learning that Sheen Gardenia went to Y country. Jiang Yu heart and soul. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth every time he mentioned Sheen Gardenia, always inquiring about Sheen Gardenia in multiple directions in front of her. His birthday banquet, because Qin Jiao did not come, soulful all day. In the surveillance video, that night Jiang Yu walked towards Qin Jiao. The deeper she thought about it, the more and more clear the images that she had ignored became. Chinwei felt tasted blood in her mouth. She felt her body hurt so much, but it didn't hurt as much as her heart, like she was being pulled by a hand clenched tightly in her hand. That necklace became that key to the memory, and many things she couldn't figure out were explained. Jiang Yu's eyes dodged when he mentioned the necklace, and when he asked Jiang Yu about it, she also stammered and couldn't answer. She really thought that Jiang Yu had bought a necklace for her and it was only because of the accident that night that it was not delivered to her. Chinwei raised her hand and looked at the bracelet on her wrist with scarlet eyes before removing it with force. The size of the bracelet was adjusted to fit the size of the wrist. It took some effort to take it off. Chinwei relied on brute force to take it off. The joints on the back of her hand were rubbed red, and finally took it off. She didn't even take a look at it before she slammed it hard on the ground. Chinwei was so angry that she had a splitting headache, and she didn't sleep well all night. And the next morning, Qin's father called her and asked her to go back to accompany Qin's mother again. Why do I have to go back? Is she dying without me? When Qin's father heard this, he got angry. How do you talk? That's your mom. Your mom is not feeling well and let you go home to keep her company. And you made a scene. Do you still have a conscience? Do you know how much your mom has done for you? I don't know. I only know. Qin Jasmine hit me with her hands, and you guys can't even host the minimum justice. Said she should kneel down and admit her fault and apologize to me. Where is the person? Qin Wei's emotion is nearly out of control. She hissed unwillingly, Qin Gardenia didn't put me in her eyes at all. Qin father thought in his heart, not to mention you. Qin Gardenia didn't even put me in his eyes. This kind of disgraceful thing, Qin's father didn't even bother to say. It's not that your mom won't help you. It's that she just recently got out of the police station. Qin Wei froze. What police station? What did she do? In the end, it was her own mom, and there was a bit of nervousness in her tone. Qin father briefly told Qin Wei what happened in the past few days. Your mom almost couldn't get out of the hospital, and in the past 2 days, thinking that you were injured and hospitalized, your mood was not good, so I didn't tell you for fear that you would be worried. Qin Wei asked, how did you guys work it out? It's nothing more than finding connections and shifting the biggest responsibility to others, with Qin's mother only taking a small part. In order to be able to let Qin Gardenia sign the settlement agreement, Qin father has paid out a lot of money. Just compensation there was given 160 million. Hearing that Qin's father had given Qin Gardenia 160 million, Qin Wei's eyes became even redder. How dare they give it? How could Qin Gardenia dare to accept it? Qin Wei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her hands kept trembling. Why did you give her so much money? If you don't, your mom won't get out. Qin Wei gave birth to a wave of resentment. She would rather her mom be locked up inside than cheapen Qin Gardenia so much money. Qin mother does not do anything at home. Lock her up for 4 years and 5 years is not a problem. After all, the family is not her money. Qin Wei asked again, that 160 million, does it count as her company's profit? Not counting the profit, counting the principal. In other words, Qin Gardenia had an extra 160 million to use at once, which could be used for marketing and promotion, factory building, food improvement, etc. Qin Wei was almost exasperated and couldn't help but complain about Qin mother. Why do something you're not sure of? Success is not enough. She can't do anything will only cause trouble for the family. Relying on her mom to make $160 million by herself, can she earn it back? Qin father heard Qin Wei's dissatisfaction. He exited and lectured. She's your mom. She does everything for your consideration. Everyone can say she's wrong, but not you. This is a fallacy. There is no such thing. They say it's for her own good, but have they ever asked her what she needs? Qin's father gave a direct order without saying a word that she had to go back today. Without waiting for Qin Wei's reply, Qin father directly hung up the phone. Qin Wei tried hard to maintain her composure, but her face had long since been disfigured. Just a few days' time. Surprisingly more out of so many things. Qin mother into the police station. Lin Che and Jiang Yu shooting a movie. Su Jiao with her cut off. Jiang Yu behind her back and Qin Gardenia ambiguous. In the past, she could still talk to Su Man when things went wrong, but now who else could she talk to? If Qin Gardenia hadn't appeared, these things wouldn't have happened. So it was all her fault. Qin Wei contacted a few more detectives. First, inquire about Lin Che's recent situation. She didn't believe that Lin Che could receive a movie all by himself. There must be a gold master behind him. She wanted to see who was holding him up. Secondly, investigate Jiang Yu. His past and present should be checked clearly. Hearing is not believing. She has to see with her own eyes to make a decision. Chapter 93, Don't eat the cilantro. Leave your killing feast to me. The last 10 days of shooting. In order to lose weight, Lin Che chose to fast, and in order to be able to lose weight in a short period of time, he only relied on drinking water and supplemental nutrient solution. You lose weight quickly this way, but it's equally damaging. There was not much time left for him, and he had to adjust his physical condition as fast as possible as a way to achieve the perfect result. It was good that no one bothered him for a few days and he immersed himself in acting every day. Su Jiao did come a few times, but she was stopped by the security guards hired by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was also afraid of what happened last time, so to be cautious, she arranged more security guards to prevent outsiders from disturbing their work. In the last 3 days of filming, Lin Che had lost weight, but his face was still in good shape, and director he stared at his face for a while, frowning sadly. Lin Che, for the sake of the effect, see if you can stay up all night for a little bit in the next 2 days, and go on the battlefield with a veiled face at that time. Lin Che immediately nodded. I have no problem with that. Jiang Yu on the side was worried and scared. Can you do it like this? There's no need to put your body into a movie. It's not worth it. Not only Jiang Yu, everyone at the scene watched Lin Che's desperate tossing and turning over the past few days. They were all very worried for him and were afraid that he would pass out while acting. Lin Che assured, I know my own body well. This is not my limit. I can hold on. If he had said so, it was not good for the bystanders to say anything more. Lin Che went back every night and would take some time to video with Qin Zhao. Qin Gardenia saw that he did not look well, and did not tease him, so she talked to him about family matters. But there is a good news recently. That cardiologist from abroad is already on his way here, and he will be able to examine Lin Shi in the next 2 days to determine the treatment plan. Not only is the doctor here, But even the heart side of things is getting a little bit of news. No longer nothing like it was before. Hearing 2 good news in a row, Lin Che was so happy that he didn't know what to say, and could only say thank you all the time. If you really want to thank me, then compensate me with your body. Jean Gardenia had always spoken boldly, and she believed that only after saying what was in her heart would the other party know what she wanted. One grows a mouth to say what one wants to say, to express one's love in a big way, to share one's emotions openly. Jean Gardenia looked at him with sultry eyes. Who exactly are you trying to suffocate every time you pass the house 3 times? Lin Che, who was drinking water, almost choked out. He had to lament Jean Gardenia's boldness. Anything could be said outwardly, and when Jean Gardenia said these words, half shyness could not be seen on her face. I can also use other methods to make you comfortable. Not necessarily have to. Lin Che coughed awkwardly. I don't think it's enough. I still want to get to know you deeply. Jean Gardenia deliberately said ambiguously, and just this sentence alone made people think about it. Qin Jiao was lying on the bed with her legs folded in together when she called Lin Che. Lin Che, have I ever told you that I fell in love with you at first sight? Lin Che nodded, said so. A lot of people say that love at first sight is love at first sight, and I don't really think that love at first sight is such a shameful thing. And would you think I'm bad if I said that I figure your body wants to sleep with you? No. So why is it the other way around? That you can't? Or am I not attractive enough for you to be sexually uninterested in me? No. Lin Che hurriedly retorted. You're very attractive. Every time I'm holding back. Of course Jean Gardenia knew that Lin Che was holding back, because every time she was teasing him, she could clearly feel the changes in his body. Then next time we meet, promise me, don't hold back. Compared to sitting on the fence, I prefer you fidgeting. Right, don't eat cilantro in these few days. Leave your killing feast to me. Jean Gardenia voice twangs, colored with a trace of seemingly ambiguous. So flirtatious were the sayings, with the ambiguity and sizzle of a grown man and woman, looking at each other with passionate and revealing eyes. From the tone of Jean Gardenia's voice alone, it actually didn't go well with Desire. But as soon as he met her gaze, it felt like 2 sharp scissors, through the screen, cutting a little bit of his clothes. The strong sense of contrast alternates back and forth, as if living in the depths of a watery grave, and it makes you want to. If Jean Gardenia was in front of Lin Che, then he would not hesitate to plug her mouth. The air and the hot factor in the slowly floating sea cannot touch. Both are not good, but this fire started by themselves still have to extinguish their own. Really self-inflicted. Jean Gardenia changed the topic, mentioned Lin Che. Lin Che shooting this period of time. Jean Gardenia will take time to visit Lin Che. Now Lin Che called out sister-in-law as soon as she saw Qin Jiao, and she also drew cartoons of her and Lin Che. It was only recently that Jean Gardenia realized that Lin Che was a painting blogger with 200,000 followers. Usually when there is nothing else to do, the one who likes to draw the most is Lin Che. In the early days, she even published a manga, but because of her health, it has been cut off for a long time. When she was videoing with Lin Che could tell at a glance that Lin Che had lost weight. Lin Che looked worried. Why did you lose so much weight? It'll come back with a little nurturing. I'm not actually very thin in reality. Lin Che unhappy deflated her mouth. Liar. The camera if very thin, then the reality is even thinner. Brother, sick is very hard. You don't want for the shooting of the movie to toss the body bad. You have to think about Qin Jiajian's sister. She will be heartbroken. Lin Che, don't worry, I'll take care of my body. I'll visit you after the kill. There's no hurry. I'm fine alone. Lin Che was very sensible. She teased. Why don't you have this time to accompany Sister Qin Jiao? She's missed you during these days you're not here. I'm not going to bother you guys on your date if I'm a light bulb. Everyone has a ranking number in their heart, and in Lindsay's opinion the first is herself, the second is her partner, the third is her children's parents and her siblings at the end of the list. Lin Che should focus more time on Qin Jiao. The person who can be with him for the rest of his life is definitely his lover. Man-child. Lin Che admonished Lin Che for a few moments before hanging up the phone. Returning to the set to continue filming, having stayed up for 2 consecutive days and nights, Lin Che's spirit and body were very poor. His face was pale, and the dark circles and red bloodlines in his eyes were very obvious. He's in great shape right now, gritting his teeth and getting the hardest bits of the scene. Luckily, Zhang Yu cooperated well and didn't yell card during the whole process. After it ended, Zhang Yu immediately cared about Lin Che's body. Are you alright? Lin Che's breathing was even more ragged than usual, and his ribs were visibly floating with each breath. Lin Che took the glucose in the staff's hands and after drinking it in one gulp, his body slowly regained its strength. The 2 directors led the crew in pulling off the ceremonial fireworks to celebrate the killing. Lin Che took the flowers from their hands, and he bowed to all of them as he hugged the flowers. So many days, hard work everyone, in order to meet the deadline. No one is not tired. No one is not working hard. Everyone is working overtime to try to finish this work better. Lin Che was looking at the flowers while Jiang Yu on the side was looking at him. This period of time was like a dream, suddenly starting and ending, catching people off guard. Jiang Yu only felt empty in her heart and thought in frustration, would she not be able to see Lin Che in the future? No movie. So what's next for her? There is also Lin Che. Leaving the theater group is not every day and Qin Jiao putty together? After all, they are husband and wife. They can do anything. Unlike her, she plays a couple with Lin Che in the drama. While outside of the drama it seems like she's in two completely different worlds, maybe not even friends. How can you not lose your mind? How can you not feel bad? There is a saying in The Little Prince, if you want to create bonds with others, you have to take the risk of shedding tears. Chapter 94, is the status okay? On the day of the killing, Su Jiao got the news and also came. Although she hadn't been able to go in these past few days, she had been keeping an eye on the winds around her. And what made her strange was that Qin Wei hadn't been heard from lately, and had been excessively quiet. Didn't you tell her to wait? She's been waiting for so long, why isn't there any movement on her end? What a thunderous waste of her feelings. Since the battle at the cafe, the sisters' three-gang combination has been completely disbanded. Su Man didn't say anything out of her mouth, but she has quite a strong opinion of Su Jiao. Su Man was secretly thinking about Lin Che. After all, who didn't envy Qin Wei when she lived that little life? Later, after seeing Qin Wei through, Su Man also gradually put away her mind. She wasn't as open as Su Jiao and wasn't as bold as her. Plus the Su family had business dealings with the Qin family, so Su Man didn't want to offend Qin Wei for a man and break this peace, but she had 1,000 precautions to avoid. Not expecting Su Jiao to directly poke through the window paper, Su Man was speechless and just sulked. You said that even if you offended Qin Wei yourself, why did you drag me into it? Su Jiao didn't have any introspection, but she still kindly advised Su Man a few times and sincerely gave her advice. Instead of pleasing Qin Wei, you should go and please Qin Gardenia. Su Man replied, Qin Gardenia's ability is strong, but her parents don't like her, and her character is too cold and oppressive. I'm usually scared when I look at her. How can I please? Su Jiao wrapped her hands around her chest and shrugged. This is up to you. Anyway, after knowing Qin Wei for so many years, I do think that she won't be able to become a big deal, and can be pressed by her sister and beaten on the ground. Thinking of what happened to Qin Wei, Su Man had no choice but to accept her offer. Also, I'll try it then. After Su Jiao and Su Man finished talking, she went back to the set to look for Lin Che. She went at an inopportune time, and Lin Che went back to the hotel to rest. After looking around, Su Jiao only saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't want to take care of her, but she couldn't resist Su Jiao's stickiness and hooked up with her as soon as she came up. Sister Yu, what are you going to do next after the shooting? Jiang Yu pushed her a bit but didn't push away. Go home and rest, then work with the team on the promotion. Su Jiao looked around and asked, where's Lin Che? Went back to the hotel to rest after the movie. Do you know his hotel room number? Jiang Yu stared at her dead on, cautiously asking, what do you want? Su Jiao said, I want to visit. Jiang Yu's face was wary. What are you doing visiting while he's sleeping? Moreover, the room belongs to private territory. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Then you just don't know. Su Jiao gave her a blank look. Just say it directly. You have to say so much nonsense. After a long time, she asked, how much did you guys invest in this movie? Jiang Yu estimated 20 to 30 million. So little, should I invest some? We're not short of money. If we're really short I'll make it up. Jiang Yu wouldn't give Su Jiao a chance to enter the crew and get close to Lin Che. Su Jiao continued to inquire, does Lin Che have a gold master behind him? How on earth did he receive this movie? Jiang Yu frowned and narrowed her eyes. A board? I don't know. I'm not sure. Don't ask me. Seeing her look of disinterest, Su Jiao snorted, feeling bored. Although Jiang Yu didn't answer, but she avoided it. Doesn't that mean there's someone behind Lin Che? Who was the first to do it? He managed to avoid Qin Wei and put Lin Che in the movie. Su Jiao didn't think of a suitable candidate even after thinking around. Lin Che was really too tired. So tired that he fell asleep after sending a text message to Qin Jiao. He was in a poor state at this moment. Tired and weary. This spirit what energy can't be raised. In order to be able to go to see Qin Jiao in a good state, he needed to replenish food to replenish sleep. Halfway through, Lin Che woke up once from hunger, ate the porridge sent up by the hotel, and continued to sleep afterward, sleeping off and on for 18 hours. After waking up from his sleep and making sure that his stomach was almost acclimated, Lin Che ordered another chicken soup and dumplings. While eating, I texted Qin Gardenia back. I got up and am eating now. Gardenia, rested? Lin Che, rested. Qin Gardenia, what do you arrange next? Lin Che replied, I have to attend this side of the killing banquet. Saying that, he glanced at the time. I'll leave at around 8. I'll pick you up. Lin Che's heart warmed. Good. The killing banquet was set in the hotel. Considering Lin Che's body, No one poured wine for him at the scene, and the dishes ordered were also towards the lighter ones. At 7:50, Lin Che wiped the corners of his mouth, picked up a glass of water, and toasted everyone with water instead of wine. Lin Che left the hotel very smoothly. As soon as he thought that Qin Jiao was going to come to pick him up and take him home later, he couldn't help but give birth to a few points of apprehensive joy in his heart. But for 10 days, even though there was a video every day, he felt like he hadn't seen Qin Jia for a long time. At this moment he misses Qin Gardenia very much. This kind of misses can't be discharged. Can't wait to appear in front of her immediately. Listen to her voice, hug her, feel her temperature, happy or angry, as long as he can see her soulful face, no matter what teasing is with her. These were things he once couldn't comprehend, nor could he imagine that he would be haunted by a woman. Lin Che had just arrived at the door when he saw Qin Gardenia's car, parked on the curb with its lights flashing. He walked over, the door opened. Qin Gardenia came out from inside and ran to him as always. Perhaps seeing his slimmed-down body, Qin Gardenia didn't crash into his arms like before, but slowed down her steps and carefully wrapped her legs around his waist. The empty heart was instantly filled. The person he had missed for many days. The moment he came, he hugged a full embrace. Lin Che's heart was satisfied, and he brought undisguised joy. How long has it been? It hasn't been long. I just got here too. Qin Gardenia was warm and fragrant, and she tilted her little face up, the breath from her lips spilling over the knot in his throat. The light from the road spilled over her face like a thin veil gently draped over her body. Qin Gardenia looked at Lin Che's upturned lips and she couldn't help but smile as well. You look happy. And I'm happy. Lin Che nodded his head and hugged the person in his arms hard and tightly, like he was hugging the world. Because it's been a long time since anyone came to take me home. The city, for the first time, made him feel like he belonged. Qin Gardenia rubbed herself in his arms for a long time, like a cat coveting a human embrace, and suddenly she asked, have you eaten parsley tonight? Didn't eat. So are you in good shape now? A man can't say no. Lin Che firmly said, I can. Qin Gardenia let out a muffled laugh. Then, we go home? Lin Che suggested, let's go back to my house. Back to your house? Lin Che said, my house is close to here, as well. Chapter 95, help me take off my glasses. Halfway through the car, Lin Che thought, it's better to go back to your house. Why? Qin Ji had never been to Lin Che's house, so she was kinda looking forward to it. I didn't clean up at home. It's okay, I don't mind, but I don't have a change of clothes for you at my house. I brought clothes and put them in the back seat. Qin Gardenia had already thought ahead. At first I thought that in case you were not feeling well, I would accompany you at the hotel. The clothes were packed by her the day before yesterday. Originally she wanted to go to the hotel to accompany Lin Che yesterday, but thinking about it, he was so tired from filming in the past few days, she should give him time to rest more. Two people feel good is not necessary to stick together. Control the distance. Give each other enough space. Will be more important to know a sentence, far afraid of birth, close to the fear of boredom, less afraid of light, more afraid of pestering. Love is a discipline. Lin Che looked into the back seat and really saw a bag. Lin Che turned back. His eyes couldn't help but look towards Qin Jiao. How could he not see enough? Qin Gardenia drove with glasses on, originally soft aura more serious, hair tied into a low ponytail. Today it was cold. She wore a black coat. It's half an hour to your house, so why don't you get some more sleep? No, I've had enough sleep. Perhaps the atmosphere in the car was too good, and Qin Gardenia couldn't help but reach out and turn on the car music. A soothing and smooth intro slowly fills the compartment, and the female singer's voice is like a low, slow love note. You are like nestled in the comfort of the quilt, but like the wind elusive, like the perfume smell emanating from the wrist, like the love of red high heels. I love that you have a kind of left-right conflict, crazy but afraid that there is no way back. Can you let me stop this chase? The song is very good, in line with her state of mind at this time. Qin Gardenia's mouth corner with a pleasant smile, open mouth humming along. Lin Che changed his position and looked at her seriously with his jaw propped up. The half-hour drive was faster than expected, and Qin Jiao followed Lin Che's directions and drove the car into the parking lot. Lin Che pulls the suitcase, and incidentally takes the bag in Qin Gardenia's hand and puts it on the suitcase, and the two of them hold hands and enter the elevator. Qin Gardenia asked, how many floors? Lin Che, 22. Qin Gardenia reached out to press the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed. The two gazes met on the mirrored wall, emotions running wild in the small space. Lin Che looked at her with an obscure gaze. Qin Jiao's mind moved, and she somewhat dishonestly scratched Lin Che's palm. Lin Che gripped it hard. Arriving at the door, Lin Che let go of Qin Jiao's hand and took out the key to open the door. Upon entering, the lights were turned on and the dark room was suddenly as bright as day. The room wasn't messy. When he didn't live there, Lin Che would regularly arrange for housekeeping to clean up the dust, and the house was cleaned up in a neat, minimalist style. Lin Che asked. Drinking water? To drink. Home-bought mineral water. Lin Che unscrewed a bottle and handed it to Qin Zhao. I'll pack out the bed first. Qin Gardenia's eyes lit up as she asked. Do you need any help? No need to help. You just watch from the side. Lin Che finds clean sheets and covers from the closet, and changes the covers in 3 or 2 moves. And just as he straightens up, Qin Gardenia hugs him over his back. He was able to clearly feel Qin Gardenia's curves. In the next second, Lin Che held Qin Zhao's hand and turned around to accurately kiss and bite her lips. Qin Gardenia's eyes were mesmerized. The glasses on her face had not been taken off, and a thin layer of fog had risen on the lenses. Taking the opportunity to catch his breath, Qin Gardenia stammered and opened his mouth. Glasses, help me take them off. Lin Che held her waist with one hand and gently removed the glasses on the bridge of her nose with the other and placed them on the table next to her. You have to close your eyes when you kiss, but at the moment neither of them did. Both were squinting at each other, feeling each other. For the past 10 days, only videoing to their cell phones, both of them were holding back, and now when they touched it was like fireworks being lit, and both of them looked impatient. Lin Che held Qin Zhao's face without refusal, kissing her from the corner of her mouth to the outline of her ear. Qin Gardenia was kissed and tilted her head up. Her body continuously pressed against Lin Che as her sanity gradually collapsed. The two bodies that were tightly knit, one soft and one strong, it was a collision of rigidity and flexibility. The jacket on his body didn't know when to take off. Qin Gardenia closed her eyes. The hand that was on Lin Che's shoulder slowly went down, wringing his waist to climb his back. Lin Che had really lost a lot of weight, so much that she was a little heartbroken. The energy was there though. Kissing her sharply and low, she was carried to bed and blistering kisses fell on her face, neck, shoulders, hands. It was like she was in the middle of the ocean, being gently lapped by the waves as her mind went blank. Obviously the air conditioning was not turned on in the house but she felt so hot. Lin Che kissed deeply and heavily. Her clothes were unbuttoned and her shoulder straps were pulled down. Just as Qin Gardenia was being kissed a little dizzily, Lin Che suddenly stopped. Qin Gardenia opened her watery, misty eyes and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's wrong?" Lin Che's expression stiffened. "I forgot something very important." Qin Gardenia took the initiative and hooked the back of his neck and pressed it against her breasts. "Listen to me. Nothing is more important than right now. Go on." Lin Che's hands were propped up on the bed, and underneath him was the half-unclothed Qin Gardenia as he completely enveloped her. He didn't want to stop, but he had to. "I don't have a set at home. I'll have to get one." So important that none of the two thought of it along the way. Qin Gardenia took a deep breath. "No, I can take the medicine afterward." "No, taking pills hurts your body. There's a convenience store downstairs. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right back." Indulging desire could be enjoyable for the body, but if he indulged now, then afterward, he would surely regret not protecting Qin Zhao. People can't be dominated by desire. After thinking it through, Lin Che soothingly kisses Qin Zhao's brow. "Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Won't let you wait long." While saying this, he carries the quilt to cover her. "Don't get cold." Qin Gardenia's mood was painful and happy. "You go buy it. I'll take a shower first." "More baths? Don't dawdle. You hurry up." Qin Gardenia urged. "Come back and give you a surprise." Lin Che drank half a bottle of cold water and straightened his clothes before he dared to go out. As soon as he left, the room fell into silence, and Qin Zhao's emotions couldn't be calmed for a long time. As if there was a feather sweeping over the tip of her heart, tickling her, she rolled out of bed and got her carefully prepared nightgown out. The gray tulle design was hidden from view on her body, and was bolder than any of her usual nightgowns, which could be torn with a little force. Qin Gardenia took her clothes into the bathroom and took a quick shower. Just after changing into her nightgown, she heard a sharp knock on the door from outside. Qin Zhao's first reaction was that Lin Che had come back. Coming. Qin Gardenia put down her hair and hurriedly put on her bathrobe to open the door. "How come you're back so soon?" Chapter 96, a closed loop of sorts. 10 hours ago, Qin Wei was still at home with Qin Mother. Qin Mother, who came back from the police station, suddenly became timid and often had nightmares at night, needing Qin Wei to accompany her. At first Qin Wei was quite patient, but gradually began to get impatient. She couldn't figure it out. It wasn't just being locked up for 2 or 3 days. It wasn't like she was being tortured. Was there a need to be so afraid? Qin Wei hid in the bathroom, looking up at herself in the mirror. Without any warning, she raised her hand and smashed all the skincare products on the countertop on the floor. If she breaks it, she can buy it again. And if the house is dirty, she has a maid to clean it, so she has nothing to worry about. Qin Wei's temper grew day and night, and she simply couldn't control it. Usually emotional outbursts have been accumulated over a long period of time. About Lin Che, about Jiang Yu, about Qin Zhao, about Su Jiao, about that necklace. These had long since become her heart disease. Most of the time the person Qinwei thought about was Lin Che. She actually knew better than anyone how good Lin Che was, and it was because she knew he was good and popular that she didn't let him make a name for himself in the entertainment industry during those 5 years. She didn't want anyone to steal it from her, and her strong possessiveness discouraged those who thought about Lin Che. Unfortunately, they could restrict those people's behavior but not their minds, and as soon as Lin Che left, Su Jiao and the girls were like cats that smelled fish. Qinwei has been at home lately and did not go out. The injury on her face did not heal. From the original red to green, Qin father saw the injury on her face, did not care a word, but warned her not to cause trouble, and by the way, banned her feet. The situation on Lin Che's side, she could only inquire about it through the detective. It's far better to hear it from someone else than to see it with your own eyes. Qinwei was anxious at home. One Jiang Yu wasn't enough. Now there's Su Jiao. Maybe even Su Man is there too. A bunch of women are circling around Lin Che. Can he hold them? Other unclear, but Qinwei is aware of the means of Su Jiao. A few people. She changed the fastest speed of men. The highest record. A month to talk about 4. A week to break up is still seamless. Such women are the most seductive. When she thought of Su Jiao approaching Lin Che with a purpose, Qinwei was like an ant on a hot pan at home without a moment of peace. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of Lin Che sleeping with another woman. Although people were arranged to keep an eye on them, they weren't followed 24 hours a day, and as long as a person wanted to hide and steal food, they could always find an opportunity to do so. The detective on the foreign side, too, emailed her at noon. Due to the distance between here and and the time that has passed, there is not much useful information, but what was certain was that during Jiang Yu's breaks, he would go out of the school alone, poking around where Qin Jiao worked as well as around his residence. After returning to the country of Jiang Yu also not willing, several times 3 times to find the opportunity to approach Qin Jian, but Qin Jian did not give him the opportunity. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qinwei went to the mall and took the bracelet she had removed to the jewelry store. She was a VIP member of this store, and the store manager and staff knew her and greeted her warmly when they saw her. Qinwei took out the bracelet and made up an excuse. My boyfriend bought this bracelet here last month. Did he also buy a necklace then? On my birthday. I don't know where I put the necklace. I want to see what kind of necklace he bought then. As outrageous as it sounds, a customer requesting a store clerk won't be denied. Oh, I know. I remember it well. The store manager took out the display picture of that necklace and showed it to Qinwei. This necklace is a classic model, plus it's the year of the snake. There are a lot of people looking at it. It's inlaid with emeralds and diamonds. The store manager made a flurry of introductions. Qinwei didn't listen to a single word. Her eyes were on the price list. A $10 million necklace and a $200,000 bracelet. The birthday gift given to her was a $200,000 one, but the necklace that was casually given to Qin Jiao was $10 million. Qinwei stumbled a bit, bracing her hands on the counter and biting her lip to death. The store manager looked at her face and thought she had said something wrong. It would be a shame to lose a necklace like that, so if you can't find it, call the police to deal with it. Qinwei suddenly burst out laughing and choked her throat. Not looking for it. How come you're not looking? $10 million for a necklace. Just say no. Are all rich people so capricious? Although Qinwei was smiling on her face, the smile was ugly. She looked at the $200,000 bracelet in her hand and thought of the same $200,000 that she threw at Lin Che when he left. $200,000 isn't much to her. She gave Lin Che $200,000 because she thought he was worth $200,000 alone. And now, as if fate had played a joke on her, the bullet that she had shot out with the name contempt now hit her squarely in the center of her eyebrow, forming a closed loop. She despises Lin Che. Jiang Yu despised her. She thinks Lin Che is worth $200,000 alone, and in Jiang Yu's eyes, she was also merely an existence that could be measured in $200,000. She treated Lin Che as Jiang Yu's double, denying his existence, humiliating him, and trampling on him. Now it's her turn too. What's it called? The cycle of karma and retribution? Qinwei's face became whiter and whiter as she bit her lips hard, as if she didn't know the pain. The bracelet in her hand fell to the ground in response, and Qinwei, her eyes lost in thought, looked down and watched as the bracelet rolled on the ground and finally rolled next to the trash can. Qinwei smiled to herself. She doesn't want to give it to others, and she won't even pick up what others don't want. Qinwei turned around and walked away. The store manager picked up the bracelet. Ms. Qin, this bracelet, I don't want it. You guys do what you want with it. She hated betrayal, and everyone around her betrayed her. She clearly harbored so many expectations for Jiang Yu. The two of them grew up together, childhood sweethearts, from dolls to betrothal, looking to run into a beautiful marriage, but now told her that it was all a lie. What she saw was just a mirror, flower and water and moon. Jiang Yu heart never have her. 5 years ago he go abroad is for Qin Jin. 5 years later return home is also for Qin Jin. For the marriage of the two families he procrastinate again and again. Also still because of Qin Jin. She already knew the answer, but she still wanted to question Jiang Yu face to face. On what grounds was he doing this to her? Qin Wei got in the car and went directly to Jiang Yu's house. The door was opened by the nanny. Is Jiang Yu home? He's upstairs resting and told us all to leave him alone. There were not many people at home. Jiang Yun went to work. Jiang Yu did not come back, and Jiang father and mother were not at home. Qin Wei hid her emotions and calmly said, I'm going upstairs to talk to Jiang Yu about something. Considering that the two were an unmarried couple ready to talk about marriage, the nanny didn't stand in the way. Qin Wei walked up the stairs. She had been to Jiang's house many times and knew where Jiang Yu lived. She stood at the door of Jiang Yu's bedroom. The door of the room was not closed tightly, leaving a crack. It was dim inside. The only source of light came from the computer. Qin Wei squinted her eyes, and on the computer screen was a picture of Qin Gardenia. Jiang Yu sat at his computer desk, his body back to the door, facing the photo. Immediately afterward, Qin Wei noticed Jiang Yu's hand. Chapter 97, Lin Che's house. Why is Qin Gardenia here? Jiang Yu was completely immersed in his own world, not the slightest bit aware that the bedroom door was open and there was a person standing behind him. Qin Wei didn't know what Jiang Yu was doing at first, and she ghostly pushed the door open, then silently watched Jiang Yu blare at the computer screen. She was an adult, and she knew what Jiang Yu was doing just by listening to the voice. After all that research, it's nowhere near as disgusting as seeing it with your own eyes. Qin Wei gripped the doorknob, hard teeth clenched tightly, cheeks trembling. Jiang Yu was looking at the computer while she was looking at him, neither of them disturbing anyone, until the nanny passed by. Ms. Qin, would you like some fruit? There's cake in the kitchen. Jiang Yu's movements stalled and he turned his head in panic, a glance meeting Qin Wei's hostile eyes. Jiang Yu reacted quickly, hurriedly put up his pants, panicked under the toes, also kicked the corner of the table. The pain made him grimace. Wei, why did you come here? Why didn't you tell me? When did you come? Jiang Yu pressed his hands back against the edge of the table, carefully blocking the computer with his upper body. People's eyes would dodge when they were embarrassed, and he didn't dare to meet Qin Wei's eyes at all. This kind of thing, whoever came is embarrassed with endless remorse, full of, why he did not unlock the door. When did the door open? When did Qin Wei come? Why did he not find out in advance? Jiang Yu's only hope was that Qin Wei hadn't seen the photos on his computer. Qin Wei watched his changing expression. Then she let out a sneer, pushing the door open with force. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a loud thud. Jiang Yu was shocked by Qin Wei's sudden reaction, and he watched as she took a step forward, her pace carrying a rush of energy and an obvious purpose. If I told you in advance, how can I see such a wonderful picture? Qin Wei carried the bag in her hand and smashed it to Jiang Yu, hair green to the picture of Qin Gardenia. Are you cheap? Jiang Yu, are you forgetting whose fiancé you are? Who is not good to like? You go to like Qin Gardenia? A heart of Jiang Yu sank quickly. It was still discovered by Qin Wei. He stared at the ground with a pang in his heart. I'm the one who's sorry. Qin Wei looked at him coldly. Of course you're sorry for me. I've waited for you for 5 years, and as a result, you told me that you left the country for the sake of Qin Gardenia. Jiang Yu, Jiang Yu, what do I count as in your eyes? Count as a spare tire, or a clown for you to play with? Jiang Yu raised his eyes. Don't put words in your mouth. I have even harder to hear. Qin Wei was so angry that she was about to lose her mind, and grabbed his collar. On my birthday, you sent Qin Gardenia a $10 million necklace, but you sent me a $200,000 bracelet. What? Is it that in your heart I'm only worth $200,000? How did you know about the necklace? Jiang Yu was stunned and tried. Did Jiang Yu tell you? Or did you investigate me? Does it matter? Qin Wei really wanted to strangle him now. She knew the choke wouldn't work, so she simply raised her hand and gave him a slap. Jiang Yu, why don't you go to hell? Jiang Yu did not block, raw to take the slap. Qin Wei's expression with a strong hatred, like to die with him. Isn't he just moving on? What's the point of going crazy? Qin Wei, feelings are not something I can control. I started out thinking about a long-distance relationship, and after a long time, my feelings faded. Our two families have such a good relationship. I don't want to make everyone unhappy because of my relationship problems. Then why didn't you just tell me? Why didn't you make it clear to me from the start? Are you afraid I'll pester you? Qin Wei's eyes glanced downward, looking at Jiang Yu's lower body. With a rotten cucumber like you, what's worth me pestering you about? Sullen man who only dares to do it to pictures. You have the balls to do it in front of her. Pussy. Jiang Yu was so angry by Qin Wei's words that his face was gloomy. Qin Wei sneered as she pushed him away, her tone mocking. Do you know what you are in Qin Zhao's eyes? It's a piece of. You treat her like a white moonlight. She treats you like a stinking. Qin Wei desperately wanted to get back into the city, and the more she spoke, the angrier she became, as she frantically humiliated Jiang Yu. wanting him to reflect on the fact that he himself was no good. He should be ashamed of his love affair and live in misery for the rest of his life. In this game, Shinwei apparently forgot that she and Jiang Yu are the same kind of people. She called Jiang Yu a scum, but how can she herself be better? Jiang Yu had only done the same thing as her. Why couldn't she stand it? Apparently Jiang Yu was enraged by her words. His face turned blue and he glared at her fiercely. Who are you to say that? Just by her own words. And she showed me the text messages you sent. I didn't realize. But you're a lickspittle in front of her. Hurtful words came out. Like a knife blade. Shinwei knows how to hurt people. Know each other's weaknesses. Emotions on the head. Then forget all the good of the other side. With the most vicious language curse. As if to hurt each other is their own win. How good Shinwei and Jiang Yu's once were. How much they hated them now. It can be said that her degree of loathing towards Jiang Yu is already not lower than Qin Zhao. It is really hate that he can die. And Jiang Yu stepped forward to choke her. Shinwei, I've tolerated you over and over again. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move on you? The ferocious eyes brought out a vicious energy all around. And the hand that clasped Shinwei slowly exerted itself, as if it really wanted to strangle her. Shinwei couldn't even beat Su Jiao, let alone deal with an adult man. A woman's physical ability and strength were not inherently advantageous in front of a man. Shinwei's throat ached, as if it were the fishbone that had gotten stuck all those years ago. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Shinwei clawed and hit Jiang Yu's arm hard, never having been so hysterical. In the chaos of the tearing fight, Jiang Yu threw her aside with force and annoyance. Shinwei's feet were unsteady, her stomach hit the table prongs, and her entire body softened on the ground, her face turning white. Upstairs, the sound of too much commotion, causing the nanny's attention. For fear of accidents, the nanny rushed upstairs to check the situation. The open bedroom was a mess. Shinwei covered her stomach and sat on the ground. Jiang Yu looked down at her with a cold face. Since you already knew that I liked Qin Gardenia, what are you still coming to question me for? To make a fool of yourself? Know why I like Qin Gardenia and not you? Because you can't compare to her in every way. Not as pretty as her. Not as smart as her. Not as capable as her. You'll never be comparable. To be honest, I can't bring up any sexual interest in you. Marrying a woman like you, I might as well marry a dog. Jiang Yu's tone carried disdain and disgust. So, let's withdraw from the marriage. There was no comparison. It was that she could never be compared to Qin Gardenia. Shinwei hadn't known that she was so abhorrent in Jiang Yu's heart. Shinwei's eyes became dazed and her ears buzzed as she covered her stomach and couldn't help but bend over slightly. The nanny stood at the door to see that the atmosphere was not right. It was neither right to leave nor wrong to not leave. Until Jiang Yu spoke. Sister Zhang, see off the guests. The nanny didn't dare to look at it more and walked in with her head down to help Shinwei up from the floor. Shinwei also slowed down from the pain. She pushed the nanny away. I don't need you to help me. I can walk by myself. After walking 2 steps, Shinwei stopped. I'll tell my parents what happened today. Originally, which naturally included him venting on Qin Gardenia's photos. Jiang Yu, you remember. You are the one who apologized to me first in this relationship. After saying that, she walked towards the door. Now that it's a fish out of water, let's not think about peaceful coexistence. People subconsciously look for driftwood when they are drowning. And the person Shinwei wants to see the most right now is Lin Che. After so many years had passed, she realized that apart from her parents, only Lin Che had treated her the best, and she couldn't believe that in 5 years, he really didn't have any feelings for her at all. This time, she would put aside her arrogance and be equal with him. He would no longer be her dog. He could be her boyfriend, her lover, and they could get married. After thinking about it, the depression in Shinwei's heart seemed to loosen a bit. Shinwei sat in the car and drank. Drunkenness strengthens the guts. And when she got the guts, she went to find Lin Che and found him to make things clear. Drinking from daytime until dark, drunkenly calling the detective to inquire about Lin Che. When she learned that he had returned home from the hotel, she immediately asked the driver to take the car to Lin Che's home. From afar, she raised her head, her gaze slowly moving upwards, looking at the lights on in Lin Che's house. Thinking that he had already arrived home, she unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. Shinwei entered the elevator and went upstairs, knocking on the door sharply, waiting patiently enough for nearly half a minute. Hearing footsteps coming from inside, she subconsciously pursed her lips, her heart tense thinking about what kind of reaction Lin Che would have when he saw her later. However, the moment the door opened, the expression on Shinwei's face instantly froze. What she saw was not Lin Che, but Qin Zhao in a bathrobe with wet hair. Chapter 98, Lin Che. He can't? When Shinwei went upstairs, it was with a careful leap and nervousness. She had tried to think of all kinds of scenes after meeting Lin Che, but she definitely hadn't thought that the person who opened the door would be Qin Zhao. The smile on Shinwei's face froze and then disappeared. It was as if my head exploded with a boom, and for a moment there was only a blackened wreckage in my consciousness. Why is Qin Gardenia here? Did she go to the wrong place? Or did she drink too much wine and hallucinate? Qinwei couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream for a moment. She hoped it was a dream. But you can see so clearly in a dream? She looked at Qin Gardenia in her robe, her posture casual, her wet hair dripping, water droplets running down her white neck into her heaving chest, her cheeks surfacing with a mocking red similar to that of a person after a workout. Even though Qinwei wore bright and shiny clothes, how exquisite her hair and makeup were done. But in front of Qin Gardenia as usual, she was suppressed without being able to raise her head. Qin Gardenia stood like the mistress of the house, every bit as evocative, not to mention the red mark that appeared on her neck and the red, swollen lips. In the quiet hallway, Qinwei forced herself to calm down, swallowed, and asked as if looking for abuse, "Why are you here? What are you doing in there?" Compared to Qinwei's excessive reaction, Qin Gardenia is going to appear much more calm. She leans against the doorframe, shifts her body weight, lazily raises her eyes to look at her before spitting out 3 words without any speed, being ambiguous. This sentence brings Qinwei a huge killing force, although it will not be killed in one blow, but it is a slow knife to cut the flesh, as if the lingering death. Life is worse than death. Qinwei thought with a fluke, maybe Lin Che sold the house. How could she refuse to connect Lin Che with Qin Jiao? She and Lin Che separated for 47 days. Qin Jiao and just returned to China not 2 months. How do they know each other? And how can they live together so quickly to have a relationship? Perhaps guessing what Qinwei was thinking in her heart, Qin Gardenia teased the corner of her mouth and smiled. You didn't go wrong. This is Lin Che's home. I'm with him. What are you kidding? Qinwei was obviously confused by the anger. She even saved the effort of making false pretenses with Qin Gardenia. She exclaimed, "It's impossible for Lin Che to be with you. I spent money to underwrite him for 5 years. We lived together for those 5 years. He was in charge of all of my food, clothing, and living. He treats me very well. It's impossible for him to be with you." Hush. Qin Gardenia raised her index finger and reminded, "Keep your voice down. It's already very late now, don't disturb the others. What's the difference between you yelling like this and a wild dog barking? I've known about you guys for a long time. Believe it or not, I'm already with Lin Che. No one can separate us. Impossible." Qinwei's hand that clutched the cell phone, her knuckles gradually turned white. She was so muddled that she didn't even react to the fact that Qin Gardenia was scolding her. What's impossible about that? Love is never determined by the length of time you've known each other. Qinwei still didn't believe it, or maybe she was taking a chance. That's how people are. They don't want to accept the truth when it's right in front of them, because knowing the truth results could break her. The brain is selectively deceptive and self-protective. Suddenly thinking of something, her furrowed brows loosened. Qinwei lifted her chin. Lin Che has long been ruined. He can't stand up at all. She had spent 5 years with Lin Che, and she knew very well what kind of Lin Che was. Once she got drunk and deliberately recognized him as Jiang Yu and took off her clothes in front of him. But Lin Che was simply indifferent, so angry that she slapped him several times. Stupid things like that. She'd never done it again after she'd done it once. Obviously liking it but pretending not to because she felt that liking Lin Che was a shameful thing. Like she always says, how can a person marry a dog? She treated Lin Che as a dog, and from the beginning, the relationship was not equal. Therefore, whenever Qinwei realizes that she cares about Lin Che, she uses violence against him as a way to cover up that she has moved on. She would beat Lin Che while scolding him for being disgusting, saying that he would never be able to compare to Jiang Yu. All of this was said for outsiders to hear and to warn herself not to get caught up in it. After knowing that Jiang Yu betrayed her, Qinwei's greatest regret was that she hadn't slept with Lin Che in these 5 years. Now see her own cultivate for 5 years of man. Be her own most loathed sister shortcut first. How can she not grudge, not angry, not hate, if the eyes are a knife, that she has long been to the Qin Gardenia to the fragmentation of a million pieces? Qin Gardenia froze for about 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed out loud and mocked. Is it possible? Is that you can't? Qin Gardenia is good at pouring oil on the fire. Picking up the fire did not drain out. This person is easy to cranky. A cranky will not be able to resist hurting people, just to send a free big sandbags, or voice activated. She likes. Lin Che is very good to me. We're especially in love every day. Qin Jiao hooked her hair in front of her chest, deliberately revealing the marks on her neck. Besides, I haven't been with him for a day or two. We were together the day of October 21st. Qinwei's pupils shrunk slightly, counting the time, which meant that Lin Che had found a new target in less than a week after he left her. Like a math problem, knowing the answer ahead of time makes it seem easier to project the cause and process. Qinwei had been wondering for the past few days. Obviously she had already privately let slip her harsh words to block Lin Che, but why was he still able to receive movie resources? The only explanation is Lin Che is the gold master behind him, and someone is paying to hold him up. She thought about it for a while, thinking over and eliminating people around her without coming up with anything. Unexpectedly, the person behind will be Qin Gardenia. From the first moment she saw Qin Gardenia, She knew that she and Qin Gardenia didn't get along. Qin Gardenia was an alien invader who would invade her territory and take everything she had. The Qin family fortune, the loving parents, the concern of the people around. With all her precautions, she didn't think that she would snatch Lin Che. If it was just Jiang Yu, she might not have felt so bad in her heart. But why was it Lin Che? Qin Wei was hysterical, then red-eyed and swung her fist at Qin Gardenia, and cursed without a word, "Bitch, female cousin." Qin Gardenia clutched her hand with one hand and gave her 2 fists directly with the other. Every time it's these words. Can you be a little innovative? Broken defense female. Look at this little face has added new injuries. You continue to curse. The more you curse the harder I hit. Recently I have no time to exercise. Just use you to practice. Qin Wei forgot the previous lesson. She wanted to fight back, was pushed outward by Qin Gardenia using her strength. Qin Wei fell to the ground by inertia. Her eyes looked at Qin Gardenia viciously. Qin Gardenia let out a laugh, one after the other, with the pleasure of a victor, until she heard the elevator ringing open the door. She immediately put away her smile. Qin Jiao thought that this time it should be Lin Che coming back. With a slight movement of his eyes, he looked towards the elevator and was unsurprised to see Lin Che coming out of it with a bag of sets. Chapter 99, We're a serious couple. Like the playing video pressed the pause button. Qin Wei sat motionless on the floor, staring straight at Lin Che walking out of the elevator. She could have lied to herself, but Lin Che's appearance was like a slap in the face. A wave of sourness spread through her nose, almost consuming her, and her face went cold until her vision grew blurry and she wiped her face, one hand wet, before she woke up to the fact that it was she who was crying. Qin Wei had never cried in front of Lin Che before. She thought that it was a shameful thing to cry in front of someone who was inferior to her in every way. Qin Wei propped her palms on the ground and tried to get up from the ground, but with her stomach pain and weak legs, along with her dizziness, she couldn't get up. Lin Che carrying a bag is getting closer and closer. She raised her head to see the expected expression on his face. Detachment, indifference, disgust. It was as if she was a robber who had broken into his house and was going to murder the meat of his hand. It was the first time she had seen that kind of cold severity that was so strong that she couldn't ignore it on Lin Che's face. Qin Wei's alcohol completely sobered up, said that drunkenness strengthens one's courage, but actually did not strengthen much. She sat down on the floor in a state of disarray, her first thought being to find a place to hide. But when she saw Lin Che, she couldn't help but want to see more of him. She thought that it would be nice if Lin Che could help her up at this time. At the same time, Qin Gardenia ran towards Lin Che. Just now she was still furious, but now she was like a weary bird returning to its nest, reliantly hugging Lin Che. The black bag in Lin Che's hand can't be ignored. Bulging a bag, Qin Jiao began to think that it was loaded with food. The result is a look. All sets, at least 15 boxes, all kinds of styles, all kinds of scent complete. This is what Qin Wei called no? Qin Gardenia originally still want to load green tea. See him mention the set of bags. A time did not taught how to buy so many. You engage in wholesale? I've never bought one before, and I don't know which one is better, so why don't I just take each one, and you can pick your favorite later. Relationships and sex are never about one person, and both parties need to be involved. I can imagine the scene of Lin Che entering the convenience store and scavenging 4 sets with a bag, and I can also imagine the expression of the clerk looking at Lin Che when he was checking out. Qin Gardenia couldn't help but laugh out loud and turned around to see Qin Wei looking at them coldly, almost forgetting about her. Qin Gardenia took out a box of blueberry flavor from the bag and said in front of Qin Wei, "Then let's use this tonight. Try to see how many times you can do it." Qin Gardenia did not say okay. As soon as he said that, just suppressed dry heat began again. If there were no outsiders here, then he would have picked her up and kissed her. Lin Che secretly suppressed his fire and asked, "Nothing happened to you at home, right?" It was only at this time that he completely and totally set his eyes on Qin Wei, not putting her in his eyes much less in his heart, just an irrelevant stranger to him. There. Qin Gardenia raised her hand, pretended to be aggrieved and pouted. "You just left not long ago." She came to the door, yelling for me to leave you, and said that you can't do it, and she wanted to hit me and bully me. Fortunately I reacted in time, and bonboned her with 2 punches. Look at it. My hands are all reddened. Qin Gardenia's hands were pink and tender, and at a glance, she knew that she had plenty of qi and blood, no injuries to be seen. Still, Lin Che rubbed the back of her hand. "Is it better now?" Qin Gardenia climbed up the pole, feeling that it wasn't enough, raised her hand to Lin Che's mouth. "Blow me." Lin Che not only blew, but also kissed the back of her hand. The anticipation in Qin Wei's eyes was slowly dissipating, and even her face turned white. Qin Wei saw this kind of Lin Che for the first time. She thought Lin Che was good enough for her. He was gentle and considerate and did everything, but compared to this, it was nothing. Lin Che was never gentle with her, but rather curt and low. He had never looked at her in such a way, as if there was only one person in his eyes. he hadn't been so careful with her either, much less heartily kissing her hand. Qin Wei teeth more and more tightly clenched, cheeks are a little sour, especially after seeing the box of sets in Qin Gardenia's hand. Is more eyeballs, directly broken defense. No wonder you will be so impatient to want to leave me. Originally as long ago to identify a new target. Qin Gardenia spends how much money to underwrite you? Let you even a company sleep thing can do out. You cheap not cheap, dirty not dirty. Your sister if know you as a duck sell body to her cure. Her body bear it? Qin Wei was really furious, saying that she had come here to apologize, but the moment she opened her mouth, she was threatening in a conspiratorial manner. She didn't want it to be like this either. She had also been full of expectations when Lin Che appeared, hoping that Lin Che would look at her, but he only had Qin Zhao's presence in his eyes. Jealousy tore at her flesh and blood like ants, and a heart full of sourness flooded her chest. Lin Che, come back to me. We're still the same as before. No, I'll treat you better than before. I won't treat you like a dog anymore. I'll respect you and like you. Just nod your head and you'll be my boyfriend, and I'll pay double how much Qin Gardenia gives you. She opened her mouth in panic, like a bear begging for food in the zoo. Qin Wei was arrogant and unaware that she thought that she could get Lin Che as long as she had money now. She almost looked at Lin Che with a pleading gaze, but Lin Che didn't open his mouth, only gently rubbing the back of Qin Gardenia's hand, as if no one else was there. Qin Gardenia smiled disdainfully at her with an intriguing warmth. What I can give, you really can't afford to give. For example, I can marry Lin Che. Can you? Qin Wei suddenly developed a strong sense of fear, her brain screaming alarms. What do you mean? I'm already married to Lin Che. It's not a package. We're a proper husband-wife. Qin Gardenia deliberately dragged out those two words, then admired the expression on Qin Wei's face. Qin Wei's face was pale, her lips looked like they had lost their blood color, her eyes were empty, her consciousness gradually falling into dead silence. You fart. How could Lin Che marry you? How long has he known you? He's my guy. Mine. Qin Wei's voice hissed and growled as a burst of anger maneuvered her body to stand up. She went crazy like pouncing to Qin Jian. Aside Lin Che saw the situation and brought Qin Jian back a step, said, here there is monitoring, you don't touch the porcelain. Qin Wei lunged and fell heavily to the ground, and before she could recover from the pain, she heard Lin Che on the phone. I have a troublemaker here, please take her away. Don't recognize. You'd better put her in the file, and don't let this kind of person in again. It's late at night, and it's noisy for people to rest. After a few words, Lin Che wraps his arms around Qin Zhao. Let's go in. The spring night was short. One couldn't waste their time on this kind of person for nothing. Lin Che, you're not allowed to go in. You tell me, were you tricked by Qin Zhao? How did you get married to her? Did you guys deliberately make up such lies to trick me in order to make me die? What do you have that makes you worthy of my deception? By your arrogance, or by your inner ugliness? Lin Che lowered his eyes. A month ago, I have already said the words clearly enough. If you forget, then I repeat, I have no feelings for you. Not before, not now, even more so in the future. Do not entangle, do not work together, do not contact. It's as simple as that. As for who I married and what I did, it has nothing to do with you. Our contract ended a long time ago, and I hope you keep your promise not to appear in front of me again. You really dropped the ball with your frequent pestering. Chapter 100, A Wall Apart. Lin Che's expression was cold, and his 37-degree mouth uttered the coldest words. All injuries and misfortunes are contrasted. Qin Wei's heart fell out, as if a force was carrying her downward with force. The better Lin Che treated Qin Zhao, the more unbalanced she became in her heart. The word cheap was not really used. She herself felt that she was cheap, and the man in front of her was once the one she despised the most. In those 5 years, she put a collar on Lin Che, made him kneel on the ground as her dog. She called him a useless piece of trash, but now she is lying in front of this trash, hoping that he can return to her. She stared at the tips of the shoes in front of her, her eyes moving up her legs. Lin Che was so tall, standing in front of her, looking down and disdainful, as if he was a huge mountain, weighing her down. Splat! A cell phone landed in front of her. Qin Wei was diverted and her eyes returned to the ground. She saw the picture on the screen of the phone. It was a photo of Lin Che and Qin Zhao together. Red background, white shirt, two people leaning close to each other, facing the camera with a happy smile. Qin Wei clenched her hands tightly, breathing as if fine needles were traveling through her body. How did I drop my cell phone? Qin Gardenia squatted in front of Qin Wei, picked up the cell phone, but also intentionally put the screen in her direction. Zapped once the heart is not enough to zap the second heart. Qin Gardenia's gaze was level with Qin Wei, looking at her eyes red and swollen. You can't take it anymore just by saying a few harsh words to you. Then what does the 5 years of insulting Lin Che's personality, mental injuries, and physical violence that you have inflicted on him count for? You're begging him to go back now, not because you love him, but because you suddenly remembered how good he is after being slagged off. Am I right? Qin Wei's body trembled, trying to deny it, but her throat was as if it was blocked. Qin Gardenia does not intend to let her go. She stretches out her hand. Under Qin Wei's gaze full of hatred pinches her chin and lifts it up slightly. The action is strong and does not allow the other party to resist. Don't be overconfident, question others why all day long. Why don't you look more at yourself? Don't blame the earth for being unattractive as soon as you can't take a. Qin Wei's eyes were fishy red as she glared at her. Qin Gardenia, you're very smug, aren't you? Her fiancé was so mesmerized by her that he went thousands of miles to chase her to Y country. Now even Lin Che, who had been tempered by her for 5 years, had fallen in love with her and married her. That was Lin Che, the Lin Che who had been obedient to her for the past 5 years, the one she had instantly picked out of hundreds of people in the first place, the perfect product that she had tempered for so many years. By what right did Qin Gardenia hook her finger and hook him away? After leaving her for only a week, Lin Che seamlessly married Qin Zhao. It made her feel like a joke. If the time intervals had been longer, say a year, 2 years or even more, perhaps she would not have been so angry. Qin Wei suddenly remembered that on October 21st, she had asked assistant Zhou to call Lin Che and ask him what he was busy with recently. At that time Lin Che answered, busy dating, busy getting married. She heard it, and out of shock she broke a glass, but she didn't take it to heart at the time. Just like what assistant Zhou said when he calmed her down, Lin Che had just separated from her. How could he get married so soon? Wasn't that just nonsense? Take a look back. The blind date was real. The marriage was real. Lin Che didn't bull **** and lie to her. It was her who didn't believe it and thought that Lin Che was trying to catch her. Who could she blame for this outcome? Qin Gardenia let go of her chin and graciously admitted, I have such a good husband. Of course I'm very proud of him. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Che picked her up, and Qin Gardenia's feet took off in the air to hastily grab his shoulders and lean into his arms. Lin Che hugged Qin Gardenia and said to Qin Wei, what my wife said is what I want to say. Don't come back to me in the future. How that contract was signed in the first place, you know better than anyone, said he. Lowered his head. His voice subconsciously softened. Let's go home. The security guard should be on his way here at this hour. And he didn't want anyone else to see Qin Zhao like this. Qin Wei didn't listen to Lin Che's words at all. All she could think about was that Lin Che was hugging Qin Gardenia and was going to enter the house. The panic of extinction came over me. A man and a woman in a room together. A bag of condoms. Don't even think about what's going to happen in there tonight. Qin Wei wanted to stop them, but she was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up at all, and could only watch as Lin Che walked past her with Qin Gardenia in his arms. Lin Che, don't go. She tried to open her mouth to beg him, but before she could say the word beg, her stomach churned and she opened her mouth to vomit, the air smelling of alcohol, and at the end of the vomit, she could vaguely see the blood. Her body convulsed uncontrollably, tears falling down in large chunks, and the sound of the door closing came from behind her, and Qin Wei's heart pumped as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer. Smothered in pain, not caring that the floor was dirty, she crawled over to it and began knocking hard on the closed door. Lin Che, you don't believe Qin Zhao's words, voice weak and hoarse. Do you think she's a good person? She's just like me before, but she's just trying to toy with you. Maybe she's marrying you just to deal with me. Don't believe her. The words didn't finish, but suddenly came to an abrupt end as she heard the muffled grunt of a woman from inside the door. Her hand was pressed against the door, and she still seemed to feel the vibration. What are Lin Che and Qin Gardenia and the others doing? What are they doing behind the door? Qin Wei was completely mad. She frantically banged on the door, trying to stop them, but the commotion seemed to be getting louder and louder. This type of door is soundproof, but you can't afford to have people inside sticking to the door. Qin Wei could almost imagine how, a door away, Lin Che was pestering Qin Gardenia to death. How can they? No shame. Qin Wei wanted to stop them, but it was as if her voice had become their booster, and the louder her voice was, the louder the sound of movement inside became. A hoarse roar of rage, gradually diminishing. She lost all means and strength, and at last could not even make a sound. She covered her ears as hard as she could, trying to isolate the sound inside, but no matter how tightly she covered them, the sounds still surrounded her ears. People's habits don't change in a day or two, and she is indeed arrogant and unaware that when problems arise, she will always blame others and not look for problems in herself, and no one told her it was wrong. So she made more and more mistakes and didn't appreciate them until after they were irreparable, but by then it was too late. Qin Wei covered her stomach, her body sliding down the cold wall like a puppet with broken strings. She looked at the lights in the aisle, her eyes dull and her face dead. In less than 2 months, Qin Wei had gone from the high and mighty second Miss Qin to this. She suddenly burst out laughing, dropping tears as she did so. After a while security guards came. Qin Wei didn't dwell on it, and with the help of external force, she stumbled up and was escorted all the way out until she got into the car, when she fainted. Chapter 101, Eat Cilantro. More cilantro. Big bites. As soon as he entered the house and closed the door, Jean Gardenia got off Lin Che and then violently pressed him against the door. Here, okay? Lin Che leaned against the door. His nerves suddenly tightened, a little tense and exciting at the same time. Lin Che hugged Qin Ji's waist and looked at her with a deep gaze. Jean Gardenia was wearing his bathrobe, which was so large that she wore it with a particularly loose fit, and it was already draped over the floor, so that she could vaguely see the exposed toes. Obviously dressed tightly, he felt inexplicably thirsty. Is it okay? A man can't say no. Lin Che proved he could with his actions as he lowered his head to kiss her. Jean Gardenia squeezed a voice out of her throat, followed by a loud slapping sound from the door behind her. No one cared what Qin Wei was saying outside the door, just like no one cared about the clown's true expression. Jean Gardenia grabbed Lin Che's hand and placed it on her belt. Help me untie it. Lin Che's throat tingled as his fingers passed through the belt, undoing it easily without too much effort, and Jean Gardenia shrugged as the wide bathrobe slid down her shoulders, piling up in layers on the floor and covering her feet. Jean Gardenia lifted her leg and stepped on the bathrobe with her bare foot, like a kitten stepping on milk, making a grunting sound as she did so. Lin Che touched the sarong on her body. His originally closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the clothes on Qin Jiao. The nightgown could barely cover his hips. His legs were long and fair, and his long and slender neck connected to his back formed soft lines. Lin Che's hand rested on her butterfly bone. The person was beautiful and the clothes looked good. It was just the thin layer of veil that inexplicably gave him a destructive desire to tear it apart. Jean Gardenia let go of his neck and spun around in front of him, then winked at him and said, "Does it look good?" Lin Che's heart was on fire. This winter, hard to force out a neck of sweat. He moved the knot in his throat and spoke in a hard voice. Good looking. The clothes looked good, but the man looked even better. Now then, I give you permission to tear it up, just like opening a present. Some people like to take their time to disassemble and keep the wrapping paper, while others like to disassemble as fast as they can, as long as they don't hurt the inside. At this time, Lin Che was the former, and he carried restraint for fear of hurting Qin Jiao. Jean Gardenia stood in front of him, like a fine and mysterious gift with mystery. She satisfied all his curiosity and desires. A little bit of flaking, a little bit of satisfaction. Jean Gardenia's movements were much more violent than Lin Che's, as she grabbed Lin Che's shirt and yanked it hard to the sides, the buttons collapsing and bouncing off the floor. The heartbeats in his chest were so fast that he couldn't tell them apart, like a deer chasing a rabbit. The crashing sound behind the door was noisy in his ears, more or less affecting one's mood, and Lin Che picked up Qin Jiao in a horizontal hug. Jean Gardenia glanced at the battlefield and locked onto the couch. Go to the couch. Lin Che complied with her, chose the blueberries that Jean Gardenia liked. For the first time in your life, it's like you've just ventured into an unknown world full of temptation, and you're a little nervous at first, but it gets better. I read this quote online that there is no real empathy in the world. Before this Lin Che also agreed, but now, he wanted to refute it. He looked at the tears that were seeping out of the corners of Jean Gardenia's eyes, and he knew she wasn't in pain. Looking into each other's eyes, the two could easily read each other's thoughts. He knew her emotions, and she knew what was on his mind. The leather sofa was a little cold, the coffee table was a little chunky, the bathroom was a little small. It would have been nice to have a big tub, and the best place to be was on the bed, which was big and soft, just a little wobbly. One has to be in the right place to do the right thing. But Jean Gardenia still had her heart set on the floor-to-ceiling windows of her house. Jean Gardenia summed up a phrase and a truth tonight. Some people say love at first sight is a matter of seeing sex, while others say love over time is a matter of weighing the pros and cons. Love is not determined by the length of time, but a sexually happy life must be. Love is not, begin with the face, trapped in the talent, drunk on deep love, loyal to the character, fascinated by the flesh. Tears rolled from the corners of her eyes and disappeared into her messy hair. Jean Gardenia hugged Lin Che tightly and whispered in his ear, I long to be with you between your ears and do all the absurd and intimate things. Jean Gardenia never felt that talking about sex was such a shameful thing. I love you, and naturally that includes loving your body and wanting to be closer to you because of that love. I want your body, the same way I want to give you all of me. I want you to be obsessed with me, unable to give me up, addicted to me. I want to see through your eyes and feel the fullness of love as you gaze upon me. I want you to embrace me without holding back. I want you to touch me in every corner. The voices outside the door stopped at some point, but the house was still hot. The relationship between Lin Che and Qin Jiao had also become clearer from a subtle boundary, a clear idea of what is wanted, what you want, and what you are willing to pay for. Lin Che is very thin, thinner than she imagined. Just 10 days' time lost 2 big circles. Qin Jian lying under him, heartbroken, stroking his face. Lin Che grabbed her hand and put it on his lips and kissed her palm. It tickled, and his thick breath sprayed on her hand with moist heat. Lin Che. Jean Gardenia cupped his face. Husband, let me take care of you from now on. Lin Che was stunned. vaguely able to see the watery light flashing in his eyes. His eyelids flushed, his lowered eyelashes trembled restrainedly. He did not say anything, he just hugged the person underneath him harder. Harder. Damaged battlesuits on the floor at 4 a.m. Trash can battles available. Sheen Gardenia lying on the bed dazed. Lazy body does not want to move. Said she came to take care of Lin Che. The result is still Lin Che is taking care of her. Carry her to the bathroom to wash up. Change the new bed sheet. She couldn't wear her nightgown, so she only brought this one. Fortunately, Lin Che had clothes here and chose a shirt with the most comfortable fabric from the cabinet for her to change into. Sheen Gardenia squinted with exhaustion. Lin Che was skinny, but it didn't delay him at all to have the strength to watch with his own eyes how he turned from a little puppy into a big wild wolf. Or a hungry big wild wolf. 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky can be really dark. Sheen Gardenia tired unconscious. Lin Che is still radiant. This may be gifted. Young people are just physically fit. Sheen Gardenia remembered her grandmother's words and couldn't help but sigh that the vision of the elderly was indeed poisonous. Lin Che's waist is really good, making endless bullish strength. It seems that in the future, it's better to feed Lin Che some cilantro, otherwise she's a bit afraid of it every time. Sheen Gardenia likes to sleep lying on her side. Lin Che wraps his arms around her waist and helps her rub her stomach and legs. Is it still hard? Sheen Gardenia pillowed his arm. Lazy hummed, not difficult. I'm so sleepy. Sleep. Lin Che buried his head in the nape of her neck, his voice low. Good night, wife. Chapter 102, Is This Married Life? Don't look at Lin Che sleeping so late. He got up at less than 8 o'clock in the morning and went to buy breakfast, thinking that Qin Jiao might be a little bit uncomfortable physically after waking up. When he got home, Lin Che put breakfast on the table and gently went into the bedroom, squatting beside the bed to touch Qin Jiao's head to see if she had a fever. Last night there was no moderation, plus it was cold. He was worried that Qin Jiao would catch a cold. It's good that the temperature is normal. Gardenia twitched her nose and wondered what she was dreaming about. A disgruntled grunt escaping her lips. Although stayed up all night, but Qin Gardenia's face still looks good, white with a bit of pink. After touching for a while, can't help but kiss a mouthful. He didn't choose to call Qin Jiao to get up. He tired her out last night. He should let her sleep more. Lin Che closed the door behind him. Threw the clothes he took off yesterday into the washing machine and washed them, and then began to beat the hot water to clean and scrub the floor. Wipe doors, sofas, coffee tables, bathrooms, chairs. The clothes in the washing machine were done. Lin Che took them out piece by piece to dry. Looking at the shirt he wore last night, 7 buttons, not one left. Lin Che was used to being thrifty and couldn't throw it away. Picking up the buttons on the ground, intending to wait for the clothes to dry and sew them with thread himself. Clothes washing machine wash. Inside where intimate clothes need to use hand wash. He was not distracted scrubbing Qin Gardenia's corset. Black lace edge. Thin layer. It is hard to imagine how such a layer of fabric is holding. Think far ahead. The washed clothes were dried and sterilized, and Lin Che had just taken them out when he heard wailing sounds coming from the bedroom. It wasn't loud, except that his attention was on the bedroom. Lin Che immediately put down the clothes in his hand, opened the bedroom door, and saw Qin Jiao wrapped in a quilt rolling around on the bed like a baby silkworm. 2 white arms stretched out from the quilt to stretch, and her feet were also exposed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Gardenia's movements froze, her hands shrinking into the quilt, even hiding her head inside. Quiet all around. Footsteps getting closer and closer until the sound stops. Qin Jiao quietly pokes her head out and sees Lin Che standing by her bedside looking at her motionlessly. Hungry? Qin Gardenia nodded her head. Once she opened her mouth, her voice was mute and out of tune. Not hungry. In a sense, she is quite full now. Lin Che asked again, is it hard on your body? I bought medicine. Do you want to rub some? It shouldn't be necessary, but if you're the one rubbing it on me, then I will. Then get up and eat, and I'll rub you down afterward. Qin Gardenia propped herself up and wanted to get up. Her backside was suddenly sore and she lay back down again. I didn't realize that this aspect, actually, was so physically draining. Just now did not feel anything. This moment suddenly feel sore all over. Qin Gardenia suddenly did not remember. She rolled the quilt. You call me a sister. I will get up. Lin Che refused to scream and directly fished Qin Jiao out of the bed. After sleeping through the night, the white shirt on Qin Gardenia's body was wrinkled, with a few loose buttons on it, exposing skin with red marks. Lin Che carried her to the bathroom, put in hot water, squeezed toothpaste and broke her mouth to brush her teeth, and started to wash her face again when she was about to speak. Okay, that's enough. It's okay. I'll do it myself. Qin Gardenia hurriedly called a halt. If she didn't call a halt, it was estimated that the clothes would have to be changed for her. Qin Gardenia brought skincare products. There is no makeup table at home. Her skincare products are all placed on the sink, and she squeezed Lin Che's razor aside. Qin Gardenia casually pulled her hair into a pillhead, then took her skincare products and smeared them on her face. Lin Shae looked at her from the side for a while before going out to bring her clothes in. Do you want me to help you change? Gardenia snickered. Is it a proper change of clothes? The biggest difference between man and animals is that man has self-control and can restrain his own desires, and although he may be aroused in the face of his lover, he is not full of thoughts about that. Jean Gardenia raised her eyelids to look at Lin Shae from the mirror. The thought of him losing his mind for her last night gave her great satisfaction. It was just a pity that she didn't get to hear Lin Shae call her sister. Men's desire to win is so strange. Isn't it just a term of endearment? Every time he's asked to shout, he doesn't. Last night was such a great opportunity. He did whatever she asked Lin Shae to do. It's her fault for forgetting about it in the heat of the moment. Now she won't call her sister no matter how hard she coaxes her. It's okay, next time for sure. Jean Gardenia didn't change her clothes. The air conditioning and heating in the house was on. It wouldn't be cold to dress like this, but Lin Shae still found her a jacket to wear. When he left the bedroom, he could smell the aroma of chicken soup. The chicken in the casserole was a local chicken that Lin Shae had bought and killed, and the stewed soup was particularly fresh. It's too late for breakfast and too early for lunch at this hour. Jean Gardenia's mouth cried out for hunger, but she was a bit unable to eat after drinking 2 bowls of chicken soup and eating some chicken. She sat quietly next to her and watched Lin Shae eat the breakfast she bought back in the morning. These 2 days off day, Jean Gardenia don't need to go to work. As for Lin Shae, the movie just killed the green. The producer is editing. The distributor's side director has channel contacts can be arranged. All he has to do is wait for the later stages to follow the team and the promotion, running around and inevitably being in a long-distance relationship. So while he wasn't busy lately, he would accompany Qin Jiao. Jean Gardenia said, "We're going to the hospital today to see Grandma and my sister." Lin Shae's initial thought was to go to the hospital, but thinking that Qin Jiao was tired all night last night, worrying that she was not feeling well, he did not mention it. Now that Jean Gardenia took the initiative to mention it, he didn't immediately respond, but was concerned about her body. Is your body okay? A little leg soreness, but okay, really can't walk, you carry me, Jean Gardenia said, suddenly lifted her leg and elegantly placed her foot on Lin Shae's thigh. The slender thighs under the shirt were just white and shimmering in front of his eyes. Jean Gardenia crossed her toes and crushed them on his leg a few times, watching his ears redden before slowly putting them down. Who knew that Lin Shae clutched her ankle with one hand? Jean Gardenia's expression was stunned. Trying to draw out her foot didn't twitch. What do you want to do? It's what you want. Lin Shae bends down and picks up the slippers on the ground to put them on for her. Gardenia, don't tease me. I don't go through teasing now. Well. No kidding. Her mouth said that she wouldn't tease, but as a result, after dinner she went to change her clothes and couldn't button her corset, so she yelled at Lin Shae to come inside and help. Lin Shae, my hands are sore. I can't buckle. Jean Gardenia changed into a set of red color today. Lin Shae lowered his eyes and patiently helped her to fasten the buttons. Jean Gardenia couldn't help but measure him, seeing his face calm and unperturbed, thinking, Lin Shae is really able to endure not to take advantage of the opportunity to touch her, probably anticipating it in advance. In the clothes Jean Gardenia brought was a turtleneck sweater, just enough to cover the marks on her body. After the two of them finished cleaning up and went out, Jean Gardenia purposely looked at the aisle. Not only did the security guard send Jean Wei away last night, he also cleaned the aisles. Lin Shae led Jean Gardenia with one hand and pulled the suitcase with the other, and after descending the stairs, he ran into the security guards below. Lin Shae was an old acquaintance. The security guards saw him and took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I've already recorded that person in the file and reminded the others that she won't be let in again in the future. If in the unlikely event we didn't keep an eye on her and she came in, just give us a call. The security guards had a good attitude. It all depended on the gifts Lin Shae gave them during the New Year's festivals, and the human condition was well taken care of by him. Chapter 103, Paper Can't Hold Fire. Lin Shae responded, Trouble you guys. No trouble, it's all part of the job. The security guard smiled nervously, and although he had many questions, he had the good sense not to open his mouth. He just couldn't help but think of that woman from last night, secretly pondering that Lin Shae's relationship with her didn't look like he didn't know her. It wasn't the first time that woman had been here. After all, Xinwei fainted when she got on the bus last night, and the driver saw that she was not in the right condition and immediately sent her to the hospital. Upon examination, in addition to the trauma, there was stomach bleeding and a patch of bruising on the stomach from the piece of pounding that caused the internal damage. Drinking so much alcohol when you're obviously not feeling well, isn't that playing with your life? If we had been taken to the hospital any later, it would have been more than just a plain hospitalization. Xinwei, who was in a coma, slept uneasily, her brow furrowed, her slightly opened mouth spitting out sounds. Lin Shae, you're not allowed to touch Jean Gardenia. Don't take her word for it. I do love you. Lin Shae, please, don't sleep with Jean Gardenia. The voice went from strong to resigned, and finally actually cried and cried herself awake. Qinwei looked at the white ceiling. Her brain was like a plate of scattered sand. She couldn't focus. It just felt like the heart was ripping apart. It had never hurt so much. Slowly bits and pieces came to mind. A wall of its joy in the house and her vocalization outside. She was as mad as hell, trying to smash that door to get in and stop them. But the door was like an unshakable mountain. No matter how much strength she used, even if she slapped her hands red, it would not help. Inside, intense sounds continued to surround her ears in a continuous stream. She covered her ears and held her head, obviously not hurt, but her whole body ached terribly. And for the first time she realized what it was like to be cut to the heart in the book. She was jealous of Qin Gardenia, and all along she had refused to admit that she was jealous of her, because once she admits to jealousy, she is admitting that she is inferior to the other person. Why do so many people like Qin Zhao? Grandparents like her, Jiang Yu likes her, even Lin Che likes her. Like Qin Gardenia's, whether it is an animal or a person, she will choose to discard it. Just like the cat that she fell down the stairs. She could drop the cat, disown her grandparents, and withdraw from Jiang Yu, but she couldn't live without Lin Che. Lin Che's appearance was like a seed randomly sown in her heart, and as time grew longer, it flourished and became an untouchable tree. The former planted trees and the latter took advantage of them, and Qin Gardenia was the latter. She had spent 5 years of her life giving Qin Gardenia a dowry, allowing her to pick up such a great bargain for nothing. In an instant Qinwei lost her mind and collapsed. Jealousy and hatred invaded her lungs. She wanted to make Qin Gardenia lose everything, to make her lose the bet against her and lose her inheritance. In this way, Qin Gardenia would not have the ability to keep Lin Che. After thinking it through, Qinwei propped up her body. Her stomach hurt badly. She didn't feel anything when she was lying down, but when she sat up, it was as if she had been stabbed. Qinwei got out of bed and wanted to look for her cell phone. Before her feet hit the ground she heard movement coming from outside. Turning her head to look at the door, Jiang Yu walked in from outside. Qinwei was momentarily angry and furious. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. The thought of Jiang Yu lashing out at Qin Zhao's photos made her feel nauseous and she didn't even want to look at him. Jiang Yu walked up without saying a word and stood at the side of her bed, towering over her with a coldness in his eyes. When you were asleep, your mouth kept reading about a man named Lin Che. What kind of person is he to you? After getting closer, Qinwei smelled the smoke on his body. She skimmed her face. What is he to me? It's none of your business. We're already getting out of the marriage. You're nothing more than a dead ex to me. He. Jiang Yu laughed twice. Of course we have to withdraw from the marriage, but we can't do it unspecified. I like your sister is not deserved. I also admit that I see the difference and move on, but I just uncontrollably crush on her. I didn't affect anyone, but what about you? What's wrong with me? Qinwei backtracked. Mental cheating is also cheating. Is the hat still divided into light green and dark green? I'll return this sentence to you as is. Jiang Yu put away the smile on his face, his tone stern. As soon as I left the country, you couldn't wait to find a man, and now you have the nerve to backtrack and say that I've wronged you first. Qinwei, you're a real, so capable of shaking off the pot. Why don't you go be a cook? Looking at Qinwei's pupils shrinking slightly, Jiang Yu's expression was a bit hideous, although he didn't like Qinwei now, but in his heart, he still regarded her as his woman. After all, he hadn't even withdrawn from the marriage yet, and she dared to have an affair with another man. It was a challenge to his authority as a man. The three worst human beings: performative, predatory, and liars. He is possessive of Qinwei, which has nothing to do with liking her or not, but feels that her cheating will make him lose face. I cannot love you, but you must have me in your heart. We can break up peacefully, but I hope that after the breakup you can still remember my good. Even if you get married to me, what's mine is mine, what's yours is still mine, even you are mine. Therefore, when he realized that Qinwei had done something to apologize to him first, Jiang Yu was so angry that he couldn't breathe well. Paper can't wrap fire. Qinwei had long predicted this day. Even if it didn't explode today, it would explode later, but she was still curious about how Jiang Yu knew. It couldn't be because he guessed after she shouted out a few phrases of Lin Che's name. Qinwei's expression was flat. How did you know? Jiang Yu sneered. You'll have to ask your good sister Su Jiao. After Qinwei was admitted to the hospital last night, the driver immediately called Qin's father and elaborated on what had happened. Qinwei was hospitalized because of stomach bleeding, which was caused by drinking, and why she drank. It would have to start with her leaving the Jiang family. In other words, the cause of the incident was in the Jiang family. When Qinwei came out from inside, her face was ugly. Upon hearing this, Qin's mother called Mrs. Jiang in a frenzy, wanting to ask what exactly had happened. Mrs. Jiang also relayed the message to Jiang Yu, asking him to visit Qinwei in the hospital. They didn't take it to heart. After all, it was normal for couples to bicker. It wasn't like they hadn't done it before. When Jiang Yu heard that Qinwei was hospitalized, he felt quite guilty, thinking that Qin was deeply in love with him and couldn't accept his change of heart for a moment. So he drank himself into the emergency room. Years of affection. Even if we can't be husband and wife, we can still be friends. When he and Qin Gardenia got married, he would treat Qin as his own sister, a sister even more dear to him than Jiang Yu. Who would have thought that into the hospital he guarded Qin for an all-nighter, but what he heard was her mouth shouting the name of another man. Lin Che. He was too sensitive to this name, because he had been investigating this person in those days, and although he didn't find out anything, Lin Che was still the thorn in his heart. Now that he heard Qin shouting Lin Che's name, alarm bells rang loudly in Jiang Yu's heart, and after thinking around for a while, he locked onto Su Jiao and Su Man. The two of them were Qin best friends, so asking them would definitely reveal something. Su Man didn't say anything. Su Jiao did. From Su Jiao he learned that the original shortly after he left the country, Qin was looking for a man outside, and that she had been harboring Lin Che for 5 years, and up to now she was entangled with him. Chapter 104, Childhood Friends Tearing Each Other Apart. From the moment Qin shouted out the name Lin Che, Jiang Yu realized that there might be a problem with the detectives he had previously found, so he decisively chose to go after Qin closest girlfriends around her, called Su Jiao and asked her all about it. The boat of friendship is overturned as soon as it is said to be, and the so-called good relationship is just looking at the benefits. Jiang Yu sidetracked Qin mother and the others, leaving him alone to stand guard and wait for Qin to come to her senses. When he heard Qin shouting Lin Che's name over and over again while she was unconscious, he really wanted to strangle her with his hands. Against Jiang Yu's indignant gaze, Qin froze, then let out a disdainful cold snort. Jiang Yu, you yourself threw me down to go abroad to look for Qin Gardenia, to see the difference, but also want me to keep my body for you. You straight male cancer can it be the same? I do like Qin Gardenia, but I don't live with her. Is it that you don't want to be with her? It's that she can't look at you. Right. Qin is know how to stab the knife. You chased after Qin Gardenia for 5 years. She didn't even look at you. $10 million necklace bought, so what? Did she accept it? To tell you the truth, Qin Gardenia has been with someone else for a long time. That person is 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. As soon as the words fell, he saw Jiang Yu's face change. How is it possible that Qin Gardenia is with someone else? She doesn't even have a close friend of the opposite sex around her. Where is she going to find a man to be with? Who's that guy? Qin provoked. Go check it yourself. Aren't you very capable of checking it? Jiang Yu looked at Qin slightly indignant expression and could tell from her eyes that she wasn't telling lies. Qin, if you dare to tell the truth about me, then I'll expose your 5 years of keeping a man. I'd like to see which of us is more humiliated. The marriage must be withdrawn, but it must be broken up peacefully. Qin wants to shift all the fault to him. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Truly, the mistake Qin made is even worse in comparison because she has greatly affected and disturbed the people around her. To keep a man around for 5 years and live together, to say nothing happened, who would believe it? Qin has not only cheated on her body, but now her heart has also cheated on her. He felt, now, that his head was green, glowing green, and not only his head was green, his face was green. Qin was bound to be unhappy, because in her opinion she wasn't wrong. She was living with Lin Che for those 5 years, but she had only taken him as Jiang Yu's double in the beginning, and essentially, the person she loved was still Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu can't Qin Jasmine photo pining for spring. Can't she find a substitute pining for people? Saying it out, others would probably think she was deeply in love. Strictly speaking, she didn't cheat on her husband. Counting from the time, if Jiang Yu hadn't changed his mind first and chased Qin Gardenia abroad, how could she have found Lin Che? The cause was him, and the one who should be held accountable was also him. So where did Jiang Yu get the face to threaten her? Qin was furious and picked up the pillow behind her back and smashed it at Jiang Yu. The pillow didn't hurt when it hit her body, and in a fit of rage, Qin smashed the vase on the nightstand at him again. Bang, a loud bang. The vase shattered on the ground. The water inside flowed all over the place. If not Jiang Yu dodged fast, this vase fell on his head to smash out flowers. Qin threw while scolding. What right do you have to threaten me? 5 years ago, but if you say a sentence that you don't like me, I respect you as a man. But unfortunately, you don't tell the truth, pretending to be affectionate, and pretending to be a good person in front of me. You can be really under the head. If she had broken up with Jiang Yu in the first place, and she had met Lin Che again, wouldn't the outcome have been different? She wouldn't use him as a stand-in, so naturally she wouldn't humiliate him. They would meet in a normal setting, no deception, no threats. They would become friends first. She would help him, he would return the favor, start as friends, then appreciate him, fall in love with him, the waters would fall into place. All of this was Jiang Yu's fault. Qin reddened her eyes. In my whole life, what I regret most is knowing you and getting engaged to a lousy person like you. You not only wasted my time, but also ruined my life. Jiang Yu scolded back. I ruined your ass life. It's you who deserved it. Eating from the bowl and still looking at the pot. People are still standing up when they are a, but you are good. You are afraid that people don't know you are a, and you are still yelling loudly. Such unpleasant words. Shinwei never thought they would come out of Jiang Yu's mouth. Words can love people, but they can also hurt people. Once childhood friends are now enemies of each other. They now have only one idea. That is, they hate each other to die. Shinwei smashed things around like crazy. Jiang Yu stepped back and leaned against the wall, coldly cursing. Crazy. He was glad that he had recognized Shinwei's character in time and did not marry her, without making an irreparable mistake. It's a good thing I left the country 5 years ago. If I had married a woman like you, it would have driven me crazy. You get out. Get out. Go away. And don't appear in my presence, because the movement was too big. It involved the injury on her stomach. Shinwei's lips trembled in pain. Her face instantly turned white. She stopped moving, reached out to cover her stomach, felt wetness in her hand, and as a result, she looked at the bleeding. There was a gash in her stomach, and her heart was twisted was not an illusion. She was really twisted. Jiang Yu tugged at the corner of his lips, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and turned around. It wasn't long after he left that someone else came. The person who came was Assistant Joe. He heard that Shinwei was hospitalized. As the chief assistant, he should still come to visit her and mention something to her in the meantime. As soon as I arrived, I saw a mess all over the place, and I didn't know where to step on this foot. Assistant Joe poked his head out and asked, Mr. Shin, are you okay? Shinwei lifted up her pale face. After seeing that it was Joe Assistant, she immediately assigned work to him, informed the marketing number under the company's name. The self-media. Stop the work in hand first. The next main target is Chin Gardenia. I want to let the food company in her hand to go bankrupt, so that she doesn't have the ability to fight with me. Shinwei said quite a lot in one breath, and Assistant Joe couldn't even interject. Which hospital is Lin Che's sister Lin Xian? Have you not heard anything yet? He hasn't left. Rongqing, his sister must still be there as well. Assistant Joe didn't answer the question or take on the task. He just flatly said, Mr. Shin, I want to resign. This job he long ago did not want to do. Since Lin Che left, Shinwei did not do the right thing. 3 days and 2 days to go crazy. How long has it been since she went to the company? All the things at the bottom were thrown to him alone. He did what needed to be done, and those that shouldn't be done still went to him, simply not treating him as a human being. I've already turned in my separation report, and I'm here today to talk to you about it. Encountering betrayal one after another, Shinwei used the greatest malice to speculate about the people around her. Her gaze was unkind. Assistant Joe, did you already know that Lin Che got married? Chapter 105, Love Rivalry. Assistant Joe, did you already know that Lin Che got married? Ha, he's married? Assistant Joe was stunned. I didn't know. Shinwei saw that his expression didn't look like he was lying, but at this point, she was already pissed off, and when she saw anyone cursing, she gritted her teeth and spat out a single word, get lost. So I resigned from my job. I told you to get out. For a moment it seemed like everyone was just leaving her. Sitting in a high position, people, the most taboo emotional instability. Joe Assistant does not bring hesitation. Turn around and go. The company resigned to say a month in advance. He counted the time. Do full this month to take the end of the year award on the go. After he left, Shinwei immediately rang the bell to call the nurse. The abdomen is very painful. The place after the incision is bound to leave a scar. The later stage can only rely on medical repair. The thought that this is brought to her by Jiang Yu, she hated to dismantle him. Shinwei's face was gloomy. Go check it out and see how the Gardenia sister you long for seduces men. The pain she had suffered last night. Let him taste it too. Taste the pain. Jiang Yu, who had just descended the stairs, ran into Qin's mother, who had returned from dinner. Mother Qin hurriedly asked, Jiang Yu, why did you come downstairs? Who's watching Wei Wei while you're away? She's awake, with a nurse watching. Jiang Yu wanted to mention the matter of withdrawing from the marriage to Qin's mother, but this kind of thing, what he, a junior, says doesn't count. It's best to talk to both parents. Where are you going with this? Jiang Yu replied, I plan to visit Grandma Wu. I haven't visited her in a long time. Qin Gardenia and her grandmother have the best relationship. Qin Gardenia talked about no love. With which man together? Her grandmother must be the most clear. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu was going to see the old lady, Mother Qin's face showed her disdain and drew the corners of her mouth. Fine. You go. Jiang Yu nodded and walked away. Grandma, Lin Che and I came to see you. Grandma Wu was now living in a sanatorium, and all the food was matched by a professional nutritionist, so Lin Che didn't bring any food with him, and only bought a bouquet of flowers on the way. The old lady really doesn't lack anything here. She has food and fun, and the most common thing she usually does is watch TV and read books. Lin Che hadn't come to see her for a long time during this time of filming, and as soon as she heard him coming, She immediately got up and looked over. Why have you lost so much weight? How good it used to be, Grandma Wu said while holding his hand. Lin Che explained. Recently, I've been filming a movie and I need to slim down. Grandma Wu clapped her hands and marveled. So it's dedication to art, and it's understandable, said and admonished, but now that the play is finished, you go home and rest. Make up when you need to. Don't blindly torment your body because you're young. I know. Whatever the old lady says should be. After instructing Lin Che, he also instructed Qin Gardenia to care more about Lin Che's body. Grandma Wu stared at the young couple, really satisfied the more she looked at them, but gradually she realized that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Qin Gardenia clung to Lin Che even more. That kind of little woman's coquettishness couldn't be hidden. Something's going on. This is. Grandma Wu measured Qin Gardenia from head to toe. Finally her eyes locked on Qin Gardenia's earlobe. She revealed a meaningful smile. After a while, she opened her mouth. Gardenia, come over and help me. I want to go to the restroom. The one who shouted was Qin Gardenia, but Lin Che moved faster than anyone else as he reached out to help Grandma Wu up. Grandma Wu gently pushed his hand. You sit. Just let Gardenia accompany me. Only then did Lin Che withdraw his hand. Qin Gardenia helped grandmother into the bathroom. The door closed. The old lady immediately spirited up. Attached in Qin Gardenia's ear asked, Gardenia, you are not that. Qin Gardenia froze, but did not pretend to be reserved. Grandma, how did you see it? It can only be realized. Grandma Wu patted Qin Gardenia's shoulder and inquired about the passage with gusto. Chul is so skinny. Will he be physically able to do it? Qin Gardenia slowly spat out 3 words. Pile driver. Can't see it. The old lady gave a thumbs up and praised, then implicitly gave a proposal. If he's not physically capable, you meet the man. He doesn't take the initiative. You take the initiative, and hold the mastery tightly in your own hands. But have you guys done the measures yet? The old lady spoke in a way that would not have been understood by anyone else. Qin Gardenia's ears burned. She pursed her lips and said, It's done. I don't want a child for a while. Grandma, will you blame me? Blame you for what? The whole kid thing? Qin Gardenia nodded carefully. Having a baby is your own business. What do I blame you for? If you give birth to a child without being prepared, that's called being irresponsible. Anyway, just do what you know in your heart. The only thing Grandma asks is, take care of your body. Qin Gardenia's heart was warmed and she couldn't help but hug her grandmother and lean her head on her shoulder to be pampered. Grandma Wu stroked her head. You're so old and still so petulant. As long as I have Grandma, I can always be a child pampered. Find Xiao Che to spread it in the future. He eats it up. The old lady was serious for no more than 10 seconds before she started inquiring about the details again. Does Lin Che have any muscles on him? He's recently lost weight and his muscles aren't as big as they used to be. Are there 8 pieces? Yes. Could have played the lute on his abs. Grandma, what are you usually looking at when you are alone? After returning to China, Qin Gardenia found that the feudal was actually herself, completely compared to a 70-year-old old lady. Grandma Wu looked at her with a doting face and reached out to nod on her head. I am just more experienced. After all, your grandmommy when I was young, I also ate fine chaff. The first day I saw Xiao Che, I knew it was good inside and out, especially that waist. At a glance, it has strength. Qin Gardenia nodded in agreement. There was indeed vigor, even an overabundance of it. Her thighs were a little sore by now, and even when she walked, she felt a little closed. Next time you try that turtle bind. What's a turtle bind? I'll teach you. Grandma Wu described it to her in a low voice, as well as the method of binding. And Qin Gardenia blushed as she listened, and after brainstorming for a while, her heart began to beat faster. I'll try it next time. When he's muscled up, you'll just tie him up like this, visually pulling full weight. Qin Gardenia raised her head. Her eyes contained watery light, giving a feeling of delicate innocence. Isn't it tied to myself? Grandma Wu, it's good that you're happy. The result is the same anyway. The grandchildren hid in the bathroom and crickets, thinking that the sound was small, but in fact, Lin Che heard a large part of it. There are just some things that the more you don't want to hear, the easier it is to get into your ears. It's like a few bugs have flown in, burrowing down your eardrums into your brain and parasitizing your heart with your bloodstream, making your heart itch all the time. Inside the house, Lin Che walks around the room to distract himself. Suddenly there were footsteps. Lin Che turned his head to look over, thinking that the one who came in would be the medical staff, but he didn't expect it to be Jiang Yu. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Jiang Yu's face abruptly sank as well. His gaze deadpan on Lin Che. Why are you here? Chapter 106, Grandma said it so well. Give you a round of applause. Jiang Yu's breath was unsteady and his tongue was stiff and numb as he listened to his own voice and asked, why are you here? Lin Che seems to have a relationship with everyone around him. His fiancée Qin Wei has been harboring Lin Che for 5 years and is gradually changing her mind about him. His own sister Jiang Yu, who he cared about, disobeyed him and even threatened him in order to be able to shoot a movie with Lin Che. Now, Lin Che was getting close to Qin Zhao again. Before seeing Qin Gardenia on his car, he vaguely sensed that things are not good. Let the detective to check. Check a few days also did not find out what things to. Angry with his cell phone are smashed. He went straight to Qin Gardenia, who shunned him and didn't even give him a chance to make an appointment. And he sat under the building for so long, waiting for the ass of a car. After that, he thought of taking the opportunity of his elder sister Jiang Yan's business talks to rejoin Qin Zhao's close friends. He thought that even if Qin Gardenia didn't give him face, his sister's face should still be given. After all, when Qin Gardenia was abroad, he had business dealings with his sister. Unexpectedly, Qin Gardenia's side of the cooperation is over. Do not intend to renew the contract. He had spent 9 cows and 2 tigers, but he didn't even have a chance to get close to Qin Gardenia. And Lin Che? Not only did he drive Qin Ji home, he also found his way here. Zhang Yu labeled Lin Che as a soft rice man with ulterior motives, with a belly full of bad water and bad intentions, definitely wanting to use the old lady to get close to Qin Gardenia. Early on, Lin Che had sensed that Zhang Yu had deep animosity towards him. The world isn't going to want flat-out hostility and hatred. Minus those with mental illness, of course. This was the second time that the two of them had gone head-to-head, and in the face of Jiang Yu's hatred, Lin Che didn't want to start an argument with him here. Grandma Wu needs to rest. What do you want to say? Let's go out and talk. Lin Che thought to himself that there was nothing wrong with his words. Occasions like hospitals just needed to be kept quiet and not affect the patient's physical mood. But it is such a sentence. Don't know which nerve is stuck to him. Jiang Yu stormed out. To go is also you go. What qualification do you have to stay here? The first time I see you, I know you are not good intention. Before close to my sister, now close to Grandma Wu. Can really men and women are not taboo? Eat everything, want everything. He said loudly as he walked towards Lin Che and tried to hit him with his hands. I've never seen a soft man like you. Lin Che watched Jiang Yu raise his fist and subconsciously raised his foot, directly kicking him out. Lin Che recently shot a movie. There are several fight scenes. That period of time every day to fight, but also to fight out of the conditioned reflex. Lin Che stood in the doorway, staring at Jiang Yu's grimacing face, and smiled down. It's better for me to be soft than for you to be soft. Lin Che was about to close the door when the washroom door opened. Grandma Wu heard the commotion and walked out. What's going on? Lin Che turned around and pacified. There was a troublemaker. I've already kicked him out. I'm not the one causing trouble. Grandma Wu, you can't be fooled by him. Lin Che is a villain, is a liar. Making a fuss in this place was a really bad influence. And Jiang Yu had absolutely no self-awareness, like a vendor yelling in a food market. Grandma Wu asked suspiciously, who is this? Jiang Yu hurriedly got up from the ground. Grandma Wu, it's me. I'm Jiang Yu. I came to see you, and I even bought you a cake. He raised the bag in his hand to take a look. The cake inside was smashed to pieces. Jiang Yu was so angry that he complained. It's all because of Lin Che. He kicked me and broke the cake. It turned out to be the youngest son of the Zhang family. Grandma Wu politely said, I'm not in good health. I have 3 highs. I can't eat cake. Thank you for your kindness. Go back. It's good to have Lin Che here with me. How can that be? Jiang Yu wanted to tear down Lin Che's disguise today, in front of the old lady. Grandma Wu, don't let him fool you. This man is a soft eater. He approached you to cheat you out of your pension. Lin Che's thin lips were pursed. His eyes were dark and filled with a dangerous aura. He didn't say anything, but his hands had already begun to move. It didn't matter what Jiang Yu said about him. After all, he had heard all the hard words from him in the past few years, but he was worried that Grandma Wu would get emotional and affect her health. However, he was overthinking it. The old lady was very strong inside. In the face of Jiang Yu's provocation, she first patted Lin Che's tense shoulders as a sign of reassurance before looking at Jiang Yu outside the door. Hey, you youngster, your speech is also too unpleasant. The old lady stood in front of Lin Che as if she was an old mother hen protecting her chicks, majestically, and with great vigor. What do you mean by eating softly? That's called utilizing resources wisely. You know what I mean? You, dirtbag, calling people soft eaters? Aren't you an old man chewer yourself? Other people shout, shake and cook and act. What do you know? You only know how to cast. To be a human being, you still need to be a little self-aware and improve yourself a little bit more. Otherwise, the only thing you can take out to show off is that tournament championship from your fine seed period. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Lin Che would have wanted to applaud. He finally understood why Qin Gardenia was so talkative. So it was all inherited from the old lady. Seeing Jiang Yu suffocated, his face was a shade of red and a shade of green. Applause. Behind him came the sound of applause. Lin Che thought that he had hallucinated. Turned back to see. Qin Jardine directly pasted over. Intimate hugged his waist, head leaning on his shoulder. Grandma said it really well. Applaud you. Grandma Wu grunted twice and gracefully brushed her silver hair across her forehead. As Jiang Yu watched Qin Jiao come out from inside, his heart subconsciously beat for her and his gaze locked onto her. It felt as if Qin Gardenia had become even more beautiful after not seeing her for a few days, and there was a big difference from before. If the previous Qin Gardenia was a white swan, with a cold detachment that rejected people, then, she's a beautiful Persian cat, docile and lazy and clingy, and even more attractive than before. But when he saw Qin Gardenia take the initiative to hold Lin Che from behind, Jiang Yu only felt that the heart that boiled and active for Qin Gardenia, suddenly iced, as if the next second will be shattered. He was incredulous. You guys, this is Qin Gardenia. You to him, how can? He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak a word, and he nearly fell to the ground as his eyes went black. The cake in his hand fell to the floor, and he stomped on it, and he looked at the tips of his soiled shoes, and the trampled strawberry cake on the floor, and everything sucked. He should have guessed it, way back when he first found out the license plate number. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth and looked at Qin Jiao with an indignant gaze. How dare Qin Gardenia be with this kind of person? Does she still want to be shameless? Actually cuddling in public. Qin Gardenia, when did you two get together? The word engage. It's hard to hear. Please be civilized. Qin Gardenia narrowed her eyes with a warning. If you say when I fell in love with Lin Che, it would have been on October 20th, which was a Friday, at 11:56 p.m. She remembered it clearly. Chapter 107, No one cares about the in the toilet. The day of October 20th is unforgettable to Qin Jia for his whole life. The same Jiang Yu also remembered that day especially deeply, because it was his birthday. He summoned up enough courage to call Qin Jiao, hoping that she could come to his birthday. She refused. She didn't even want to say a word of blessing to him. At that time, although he was dissatisfied but not unwilling, after all, Qin Gardenia was so cold to anyone, so he could accept it. But now he knew the reason why Qin Jiao was not coming. She was with Lin Che that day, and while he was calling her, she frowned at another man. Jiang Yu couldn't accept the fact in front of him. He closed his eyes. His body staggered back a few steps. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Qin Jiao's eyes with thick hatred and ferocity, as if he caught his wife cheating. Jiang Yu at this moment was completely cornered and became careless. I can't believe you're with someone like that. What makes him better than me? Why didn't you pick me? 5 years ago, I went abroad for you and chose my least favorite school. I'll sneak in to see you, and I don't care if I flunk out because of it, because as far as I'm concerned, school or career, it's not worth it in front of you. Which of the festivals have I missed? I've stomped around in the wee hours of the morning to send my blessings on all your birthdays. I'd spend all the allowance I have on me to buy you a present just for you. You like the quiet, so I'll watch you from afar without disturbing you. In order to gather information about you, I asked people everywhere to figure out your preferences. And do you know how happy I was to know that my sister had business dealings with you? Because I finally had a reason to get close to you. After all I've done, I can't believe you don't know I like you. In Jiang Yu's opinion, after he did so much, Qin Jiao must know that he likes her. She acquiesced to these behaviors of his and didn't forcefully reject them. That means she also has a good feeling towards him. In short, Qin Gardenia only changed her heart after returning to China. And the culprit for all of this was Lin Che, robbing his sister, robbing his fiancée, and now even robbing him of his white moonlight. The new grudges and old grudges added together, making Jiang Yu hate Lin Che even more. Qin Gardenia leaned on Lin Che and refuted Jiang Yu's words one by one. Which country you go to and what school you attend, I don't care. As for preferring to flunk out to come see me, I'm not touched by it either. And all that content you sent to my work number is just a load of garbage to me. I didn't know you liked me either. If I could have known this ahead of time, then I would have had my assistant black out and delete you a long time ago. Jiang Yu presses the root does not know. He abroad add Qin Jian friend is her work number. Usually it's handled by an assistant, who doesn't even bother to read the trash he posts, like the ones he posts, and cleans it up on a regular monthly basis. After returning home, I don't know where he got her domestic cell phone number. It wasn't that she didn't have an impression of Jiang Yu, but her impression was only limited to the fact that he was Jiang Yun's brother. She was still on good terms with Jiang Yun, thinking that since he was her brother, he would stay until the night of Qin Wei's birthday, when she deleted it in front of him. As for your comment about asking around about me, according to the statement, I could just call the police on you and sue you for stalking and invasion of my privacy. Every time Qin Gardenia refuted him, his face became 1 degree uglier, and Jiang Yu felt even more pain in his cheeks, as embarrassing as being slapped a few times. You never gave me what I wanted, so what are you doing moving yourself? After saying so much, Qin Gardenia's last rhetorical question was a dead giveaway to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face was a vegetable color, so struck that even his eyes lost their luster. He could only clench his teeth to disparage Lin Che and elevate himself. Lin Che, he doesn't deserve you at all. Jiang Yu said, if it were me, I would always be by your side. I wouldn't go and become some actor because filming with another woman is disrespectful to you. Actors like them, they will still rumor and speculate about CP with different women later. Can you accept that? It's like he recently filmed with my sister, dabbling in womanizing, and after only a few short days of filming, John Yoo is dying for him. He does actors. I'm not the first day to know. That's his job. Can only say that the heart of the people look at everything dirty. Sheen Gardenia gradually began to be a little impatient. His eyes cold, began to curse, rectum through the brain, lose weight to reduce the brain thing. Also have the nerve to ask me, why not choose you? My eyes are not blind. I put the good not to choose. Choose you. This kind of everything is not as good as his garbage? John Yoo was disliked by Sheen Gardenia to breathe, lost his sanity and said, then you also know that he is an actor or relying on the gold master to get to the top. He has been adopted. The person who adopted him is still your own sister Chinwei. You say I can't compare to him, but he is my understudy. So he played ugly for 5 years. Sheen Gardenia turned her head to look at Lin Che and kissed the side of his face heartily. Those 5 years really wronged you. Lin Che hadn't even reacted from these bursts of thunder, when he was diverted by Sheen Gardenia's kiss, and subconsciously said, no aggravation. Sheen Gardenia came close to his ear and said, you should be a little more condescending at this time so that I can love you properly. The two of them were showing love like no one else, which simply pierced John Yoo's eyes red. It was as if Sheen Gardenia had been given a descending head, and since he couldn't get through to her, he would change to another person. John Yoo turned to Grandma Wu. The old man should be a little old-fashioned thinking, talking about a family and all things prosper, but now because of Lin Che, the sisters turned against each other, and then will be because he will make a mess. Such a result, the old lady would like to see? Grandma Wu, you still don't know, right? Lin Che has been adopted by Chinwei for 5 years, and now he's approaching Qin Jiao. It's clear that he's unsettled and has bad intentions, as if there was a big shaky knife hanging over his head. Lin Che's nerves tensed up once again, and he looked nervously at Grandma Wu, feeling like his heart was about to stop. An itch suddenly came from the back of his hand. Lin Che lowered his eyes to see that it was Sheen Gardenia gently tickling him. Her clenched fist slowly unclenched, and her hand dug into his like a loach to interlock with his fingers. Sheen Gardenia's face hangs a flat and gentle smile, as if telling him, don't be afraid, everything has me. In an instant, the dark clouds that had coalesced over his head instantly dissipated. Grandma Wu still stood in front of Lin Che without turning back, as if there was infinite strength contained in her thin body, facing Jian Yu's irritation with malice. Instead of getting angry and not saying anything, she smiled and asked, you're saying that Qin Wei likes Xiao Che too? Jian Yu emphasized, it's a package. Grandma Wu's perspective on things is different, and her words are shocking. Do you think it's easy to be adopted? This relies on the ability. Besides, Qin Wei spent money to find Xiao Che that must have found the merits of his body, which proves that he is very good. Such a good person. Fortunately I found out. Almost missed such a good grandson-in-law. Only the good things will be scrambled for. You see, no one cares about the feces in the toilet. Chapter 108, you're better than him in everything. It's not like no one cares about in the toilet, like when it's not flushed, because it's disgusting. Jiang Yu was hurt by Grandma Wu's gaze, and he loudly retorted, Qin Wei didn't adopt him because he's good. It's because he and I are like. Grandma Wu laughed. Discretionary words slowly said, young people, no mirror always have urine in it. You take a good look at the urine. Which of you like? But he is my double, my substitute. Jiang Yu was breathless and kept repeating this passage. Since it was a double, it meant that they were very much alike, and if Qin Gardenia liked Lin Che, wouldn't that be the same as liking him? Qin Jiao definitely had a crush on him. She just didn't realize it and then transferred that crush to Lin Che. Thinking like this, it made sense, because he never believed that Qin Gardenia could fall in love with a man in a short period of time, much less that she would fall in love with Lin Che at first sight. But he seemed to have forgotten that not everyone would take Lin Che as a substitute for him, and just because Qin Wei was blind didn't mean that others were blind. Fine, whatever you say, with a little cutie, what's there to say? Grandma Wu said perfunctorily, anyway, if you're like you, no one wants you for nothing. Jiang Yu had a breath clogged in his chest, a moment of qi and blood surging, a moment of muddy mind, wanting to reason but not understanding, could only force himself to calm down. Grandma Wu, I originally thought that as the biggest elder in the family, you are able to distinguish between right and wrong. I didn't expect you to be blinded by Lin Che as well. A person like Lin Che, after messing with Qin Wei in the front foot and then coming back to hook up with Qin Gardenia in the back foot, clearly looking at your family's property. When I reminded you of this with all my good intentions, you defended him with every word and degraded me. You're really old and confused. You don't know what good is in the world. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, suddenly understanding why Qin father and Qin mother were unwilling to take care of Qin old lady. Like her, this kind of right and wrong, unknown old man. It would be better to die earlier to reincarnate, so as not to harm the next generation of young people. If Master Qin was still around, he would definitely not agree. To put it bluntly, Lin Che is a playwright, or a good-for-nothing playwright. Qin Gardenia marrying this kind of person is just disgracing and damaging to the family's reputation. Grandma Wu saw what Jiang Yu was thinking in her heart. She didn't get angry. She just said calmly, "What kind of person is Xiao Che? I've been in contact with him, I know better than anyone else. Even though I'm 80 years old, my eyes aren't blurred and my ears aren't deaf. I've known him for so long, so how could I possibly be changed by these 1 or 2 words of yours to change my mind about him? He's a family member I've found. He's my granddaughter-in-law, a young man I value. If you're still stirring up trouble here, don't blame me for personally going to the Zhang family to take a seat. It was never that he chose me, but that I found him." Lin Che's heart shook. The heart that was lifted up finally landed steadily. He looked at the figure of Grandma Wu. His eyes were a little hot. He couldn't help but hold Qin Jian's hand. Qin Gardenia didn't make a sound, just gently pinched Lin Che's taut arm and told him with her eyes, "See, I told you it's fine. Grandmothers know their granddaughters and the same granddaughters know their grandmothers. The grandparents and grandchildren are very similar in that they don't change easily when they recognize someone, and they don't care about gossip at all." Lin Che recalled the words that Qin Jiao said on the day he received the marriage license, "I will stand by your side without hesitation." She did what she said she would do. Lin Che suddenly spoke up and asked, "Can I beat him up?" As the saying goes, dignity is only above the blade of the sword, and truth is only within the range of a cannon. So when it comes to such people who can't make sense, it's better to convince them with your fists than with your virtue. Lin Che didn't do it directly either, but politely asked everyone's opinion first. Grandma Wu turned around and exchanged a glance with Qin Gardenia. A tacit understanding had long been formed between the grandparents and grandchildren. Grandma Wu suddenly covered her head. "My head is so dizzy. My chest hurts from being angry. Xiao Che, he verbally attacked me and hurt my aging mind. You quickly beat him away." Qin Gardenia let go of Lin Che's hand and held up her grandmother. "Go on. There's a lawyer. This one is justifiable defense." "Good." Lin Che walked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face changed drastically. "What are you doing? This is a hospital." The kick Lin Che had just given him hurt even now. "The hospital is just right. There's no need to call 120. You can get into the emergency room as fast as you can," Lin Che said while calmly unbuttoning the cufflinks of his shirt. He walked over to him nonchalantly, then took advantage of his lack of preparedness and greeted Jiang Yu with a fist. Jiang Yu reached out to block, trying to hit back, but Lin Che lifted his leg and kicked him straight to the ground, just in time to sit his ass down in the cake. Inio tries to scramble to his feet, but slips. Lin Che's hand strength was extremely strong. His fists fell on him, like hailstones smashing down, leaving him defenseless. His head felt shaken. He had been guarding the hospital since last night. He hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch, and if he wanted to fight back at this moment, he simply didn't have the strength to do so. Without saying a word, Lin Che carried Jiang Yu and punched him a few times, directly beating him to a pulp. Jiang Yu frowned tightly. It was hard to hide the pain. His mouth was still cursing. "Lin Che, your grandfather. You soft rice man, dare to make a move on me. You're dead." "Which one of these words I said is not correct? You're making a move on me now. Are you annoyed because you've been hit by my words?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Che raised his knee to his abdomen, and then choked his neck, pressing him to the ground in death. Jiang Yu screamed loudly in pain, a hoarse sound coming out of his throat, and his entire body curled up into a ball, muffled on the ground. Because of the movement, the buttons of Lin Che's chest were open. Jiang Yu reached out to hold his head, his body trembling slightly. He wasn't afraid of Lin Che, but no one was not afraid of pain. If he hadn't stayed up late last night and ate today, he would have been able to beat Lin Che to death. Lin Che's hostility was quite heavy. Considering that Grandma and Qin Gardenia were still watching, he collected some of it. Standing in front of Jiang Yu, he lowered his head with a hazy face and looked down on him condescendingly. "Now you know where I'm better than you?" Lin Che had beaten Jiang Yu severely, and other than his clothes being a bit messed up, there were no other changes, and even his breathing was even. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth and kept gasping for air, blood spilling out from between his teeth. When he knew that Qin Wei was using Lin Che as his double, he actually developed some feelings of superiority. He felt that he was better than Lin Che in every way. He spat out the blood in his mouth and was about to open his mouth in sarcasm when he suddenly saw the red marks imprinted on his chest under Lin Che's shirt. Jiang Yu naturally knew what it was. His mouth open and motionless, his expression petrified. Qin Gardenia walked to Lin Che's side, intimately helped him fasten his buttons and patted his clothes. "Relieved?" Lin Che shook his head. Qin Jia understood. She held Lin Che's shoulder and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Lin Che's lips. "Now what?" Lin Che, who hadn't even gasped for air during the fight, suddenly had his breath disorganized at this moment. Relief. Chapter 109. Do you need a reason to like your husband? Qin Gardenia kissed Lin Che again. She took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and kissed him from his lips to the side of his face, and then kissed his eyebrows and the bridge of his nose. As she kissed him, She ran her hand gently down the back of his neck, like she was smoothing the fur of a large feline, smoothing away a little bit of his dry anger. The Jiangyu in front of him directly looked stunned. He had never dreamed of seeing this side of Qin Gardenia. Maybe it wasn't that Qin Gardenia liked to be quiet. She just didn't like him being close, and it wasn't that she was cold. It was that she didn't care about other people. In Qin Gardenia's eyes, men might only be divided into Lin Che and others. Jealousy took over his heart. Jiang Yu looked at Qin Zhao obsessively, fantasizing, if the person Qin Zhao kissed at this moment was him, how good it would be. Thinking of that image, his nose was hot. Nosebleed. Jiang Yu subconsciously lowered his head. Nosebleed like an unclosed faucet. Straight down. See the blood on the ground. Jiang Yu hands and feet to cover his nose, but soon the nosebleed soiled his hands and sleeves. Woeful. No one bothered to care about Jiang Yu's nosebleed. After kissing Lin Che, Qin Zhao took out her cell phone and called Jiang Yun. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. Hey, Gardenia, what's up? Take your brother back. You'll be crippled if you're late. Jiang Yun, what happened? What happened to my brother? Gardenia, he upset me. Jiang Yun didn't ask any more questions. Where is he? I'll immediately ask someone to take him home. Qin Gardenia told her the location of the hospital. Gardenia, my men will be in front of the hospital in a minute. If you see that he's bothering you, call security to throw him out. Qin Gardenia is doing just that. No one was talking in the hallway at this point, so quiet that you could hear conversations on cell phones. Jiang Yu covered his nose with force. His eyes were scarlet and gradually covered with blood. Is this still his own sister? She didn't even care about him. Instead, she asked the security guards to throw him out. Wasn't she afraid of throwing him out? Qin Gardenia put down her cell phone. Are you going to get out of here yourself? Or are you going to let the security guards throw you out? This is only a moment's effort. There are already watching the people around. Hit the eye. Are the hospital staff? Make such a big commotion. The medical staff is also afraid of accidents. The nurse standing outside whispered, do you want to be hospitalized? Jiang Yu lived so big. The first time he made such a big scandal. But more than making a scandal, what he hated more was that Qin Gardenia went to kiss Lin Che in front of him. There was also the bite mark under Lin Che's shirt. The color was fresh. It should have been made recently. He could even imagine how intense the process was through that mark. His voice hissed as he opened his mouth. Sister Gardenia, I heard that you've been betting against Qin Wei lately. Wouldn't it be a bigger win if you were with me? The Jiang family also has a food foundry under their name, so they can help you. I'm not trying to persuade you, just want you to recognize the reality. Like our circle, it's best to listen to the arrangement of parents to get married. Marrying are to be the right family, strong on strengthening. I've been chasing you for so many years. I know you're capable and your ambitions won't be limited to this. As long as you marry me, the Jiang family will be your help, and I won't care that you're with Lin Che. Jiang Yu suppressed his own unwillingness and tried to regain his senses, rationalize and convince people with reason. If you can't be the heir, you can't be your own master. If you can't take over the family fortune, you can't take over your own life. A man like Lin Che will only pull your leg. Think about it. If these things are maliciously exposed, what will the netizens who like to watch the fun think? What would the media gossip write? How much damage Lin Che would cause you? Do you think Lin Che really loves you? All he sees is your money. He spoke kindly, but Qin Gardenia only heard the last sentence. Qin Gardenia hummed and laughed. The corner of her mouth hooked out a smug smile. Being rich is my merit, and him looking at my money is looking at my merit. Jiang Yu gradually collapsed, staring at him in wide-eyed hatred. Why do you like Lin Che so much? What exactly do you like about him? He could also change. With cold and impatient eyes, Qin Gardenia gave him a look. Do you need a reason to like your own husband? Jiang Yu's heart stumbled. The hands covering his nose hung down as if they were broken, letting his nose bleed as he kept looking at her, not missing any expression on her face. Is husband what he thinks it is? I don't think so. It was creepy enough that Qin Gardenia had a boyfriend. How could she possibly get married? Nowadays, when young people fall in love, they always like to call their boyfriend's husband, which may just be a title. Jiang Yu's desperate brainwashing was ridiculous, but in Lin Che's eyes, it was a toad snapping the top of its foot, not biting but disgusting. Seeing that Lin Che wanted to make a move, Qin Gardenia held him. Don't dirty your hands. It's okay, I'll use my feet. As soon as Lin Che's words fell, he stepped on Jiang Yu's injured knee, and Jiang Yu's expression instantly twisted. Qin Gardenia is my wife. Please, you and your fiancé Qin Wei, stop disturbing our married life. Lin Che condescendingly looked at Jiang Yu, stepping on his knee and crushing it down a little bit. At the critical moment, security came up. If he didn't come again, I was afraid that Lin Che would really break Jiang Yu's leg. At this moment, Jiang Yu looks quite miserable. A face of blood, hair still rolled on the cake, body limp on the ground like a limp shrimp. Not only were they physically injured, but they also suffered great psychological and spiritual damage. He couldn't fight. He couldn't cry. And when he opened his mouth, a nosebleed flowed into his mouth, so he could only be impotent and furious. Lin Che lowered his foot, and the man whose face had just been cold and stern instantly became pleasant as he said to the security guards, "Please, a few of you send this person out." The security guards were notified by Grandma Wu's ward. What is the identity of Grandma Wu? They know very well. Don't ask directly, dry. So 2 security guards stepped forward, looking disgusted, one carrying an arm and dragging it directly toward the elevator, like they were cleaning up a murder scene. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. He just stared indignantly at Lin Che's face until the elevator door closed. Then he muttered, "I won't let you go." Today's shame will be firmly in his heart. As soon as the security guard left, housekeeping came with a mop and scrubbed the blood and cake off the floor. Xin Jiao said, "Go wash your hands first." She held Lin Che's hand and went into the restroom, turned on the faucet, and squeezed the hand sanitizer onto Lin Che's hand. "I'll wash myself." Xin Gardenia didn't say anything, holding Lin Che's hand. The slippery hand sanitizer gradually foamed on his hand. She attentively had to help him clean it, from the palm to the back of his hand, and then to each of his fingers. "Your hands are so long." Saying that, Xin Gardenia even used her own hand to compare it with his. Her fingers were also long and slender, but they were much smaller overall compared to Lin Che's. When she thought about which parts of her had been touched by these hands last night, Xin Gardenia couldn't help but feel her heart racing. "What's wrong with me washing your hands when you helped me shower yesterday?" Xin Gardenia slightly raised her eyes, looking at Lin Che's bowed head. The restroom did not turn on the lights. Under the dim light, it was impossible to see his expression, but Xin Gardenia could feel that Lin Che was not in a good mood at this time. It was impossible for Lin Che not to care about what Jiang Yu had said. The class span was a mountain that was difficult to overcome. He would also examine himself. Was he worthy of all that was in front of him? When Xin Gardenia saw Lin Che's wrinkled brow, she suddenly came up and kissed the corner of his mouth. "Lin Che, were you a towel in your last life? So wrinkled. Don't deny yourself. You're good, very good. You have to trust me and Grandma's vision even if you don't trust yourself. You care what people think of you, then they may enslave you. Only when you stop looking for affirmation from others can you truly be your own master. True confidence is allowing yourself to be denied. Just because people think you're bad doesn't mean you're really bad. That's their judgment and you don't need to agree with it. Honey, don't let a few words from someone create doubt. I love you. You can confirm it to me over and over again and I won't get tired of it." With every word, Xin Gardenia placed a kiss on Lin Che's mouth, and Lin Che's pursed lips slowly relaxed and his body gradually heated up. In the dimly lit restroom, Xin Gardenia became the only source of light. He braced his hands on the sink, trapping the light in his arms, not wanting to let her go. Lin Che asked, "Then what do you like about me?" "I love your sincere kindness. I love your passion and tenderness. I love the humidity of your lips kissing me. I love the way you're crazy about me. I love your strong waist and tensioned force." At the beginning, Xin Gardenia is quite serious. The further back the more immodest. Chapter 110, If you like light, you must become light. At this moment, Xin Gardenia became a light that illuminated Lin Che's dark life. "Gardenia, give me some time. I will stand at the height that belongs to me, and fight side by side with you." He saw a better world through the light of Xin Gardenia, and will also become a better person through his love for Xin Gardenia. There's a saying, because of you I want to be a better version of myself. Don't want to be a burden to you. And therefore I'm fired up just to prove that I'm good enough for you. Lin Che's appearance of treating the issue seriously and earnestly really tickled people's hearts. Lin Che also has the advantage that he doesn't dwell on an issue over and over again, and solves problems as they arise. That's how he's come along on this journey. If he couldn't see past it, he'd be dead already. Lin Che is a person with perseverance and persistence. There are many flashes of light in him, he just doesn't know it himself. But it's fine. Now someone will collect these flashes of light from him in detail, and go to affirm him and praise him over and over again. Praise that leads to progress and more strength. Xin Gardenia's hips stuck to the sink. Half sitting on it, she raised her knee and gently rubbed against Lin Che's leg. "Hubby, what you said, it's so touching to me. You're fantastic. I believe in you." Lin Che swallowed hard in his throat, thinking uncontrollably of last night. Gardenia sat on him and praised him over and over again for being great and awesome. Lin Che blushed, and under his lowered eyelashes, his pupils were deep. He reached out and pressed Qin Zhao's knee. "Grandma is still outside." Xin Gardenia approached Lin Che's ear and gently took a bite of the earlobe. "Grandma doesn't care. I care." The hand propped up on the sink grew harder and harder, the veins on the back of his hand rippling from the sheer force of it, and his fingers trembling even more restrainedly, trying to grab hold of something. After exhaling a few breaths, Lin Che encircled Qin Zhao's waist and carried her off the sink. Grandma didn't care, but he couldn't care less, and he knew very well what kind of occasion to do what kind of thing. He didn't want Xin Gardenia to be looked at in a different light. Lin Che washed his hands and dried the water with a paper towel. his palms dry with heat. Jean Gardenia glanced at Lin Che with shyness and anger. Her attention focused on the bottom. The man who can suppress his lust has remarkable fortitude. The two dawdled in the bathroom for half a day, fixing their clothes and hair in the mirror. Jean Gardenia's hair was draped and gently lifted up, and one could see that there were red marks there on the back of her neck as well, from being kissed by Lin Che. As soon as the two of them came out of the restroom, they saw Grandma Wu sitting on a chair, poking out and looking this way, looking like she was eavesdropping, being caught in the act. Grandma Wu was not at all vain, just calmly closed her eyes. Wash a hand wash for so long. This skin is washed off a layer of it. Need I go out and give the place to you? Grandma, what are you talking about? Lin Che and I didn't do anything. What's the difference between that and a direct admission? Grandma Wu was like, do you think I believe it? Is nothing being done? Or are you trying to do something and not getting it done? It's been dry lately, so it's easy to catch fire. I understand. Young people love to exercise. She can understand that too. In the face of Grandma Wu's teasing, Lin Che didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only nod his head and say, yes. Jean Gardenia took out her cell phone. Jiang Yu had already been taken away by people from the Jiang family. It was only then that Jiang Yun sent a text message to ask Qin Jiao what mistake Jiang Yu had made. Gardenia returned. He hurt my family, insulted my grandmother, and humiliated my husband. Based on that alone, it was possible to cripple Jiang Yu. Jiang Yun, who received this text message, huffed backward. Really owe it. You say you have nothing to provoke Qin Gardenia. Why? You even messed with old lady Qin. Jiang Yun reacted with hindsight and fixed her eyes on her husband. Qin Gardenia got married? Jiang Yun wanted to ask, but thinking that Qin Jiao was mostly in a bad mood at this moment, she didn't dare to ask. So he turned his head to call Jiang's father and told him what had happened. Although old lady Qin was no longer in the world of fame and fortune, her prestige was still there. Jiang's father learned that his son made such a big mistake, hurriedly put down the hands of work, bring his wife to apologize. Grandma Wu was sitting. When she heard them come in, she didn't even raise her eyelids, and snorted coldly, your second son is not to be outdone. Knowing that I have 3 highs, he still brought the cake to see me. Is he trying to poison me to death? Barged in and gave me a lecture, said I'm old and stupid, and tried to hit me. If it wasn't for this granddaughter-in-law of mine protecting me, I almost had an accident. Sounding very serious, Jiang's father hurriedly apologized. Aunt Wu is really sorry. I will teach Jiang Yu a good lesson. I heard that Jiang Yu was hospitalized. The results of the examination came out. A little slight concussion. No broken arms and legs. On the teeth were knocked out. In addition to the heart and liver on fire. Apologize only by words? Obviously, Grandma Wu was dissatisfied with the result, frowning at him with a self-contained, unruffled shock. At this age, I already have 1 foot in the coffin board. Usually the doctor urged me to stabilize my emotions. Do not be disturbed by stimulation. Your son is good. Come up and point to my nose to me a lecture. My head is angry dizzy, and now all the pain, as well as this heart of mine. If the old lady did die, it would be impossible to tell. Jiang's father came to apologize sincerely. With the relationship between the two families, he treated Grandma Wu as his own elder, and after patiently listening to the old lady's sarcasm, he tentatively asked, then what do you say to deal with it? Grandma Wu, pay some moral damages. Jiang's mother hurriedly took out her cell phone. I'll transfer it now. My cell phone is dead. She'll bring your cell phone over. It was then that Jiang's father and mother noticed Lin Che, and the first thing they saw was handsome, a young handsome boy. Jiang's mother didn't dare to look at it more and asked, what's the bank card number? Lin Che said his account number. Jiang's mother was about to transfer the money when Grandma Wu, who was on the side, said, make a note of the mental damage fee, voluntary gift. Ding, $1 million arrived. Jiang's mother asked, Auntie Wu, have you seen enough? Grandma Wu opened her eyes and glanced at them. Well, you guys go back. Mind your son. Next time it won't be at this price. To Jiang's father and the others, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem, and the couple was relieved to see that things were perfectly resolved. Auntie Wu, have a good rest. We won't bother you anymore. As soon as they left, Lin Che saw the cell phone on the bedside table that was already fully charged with battery cells. Grandma, your cell phone is already charged. I'll transfer the money to you. Grandma Wu refused. Keep it. It's your hard-earned money. A relationship is false if you don't want anything. You figure my appearance. I figure your money. Figure the money is still a little more stable. After all, the Qin family has more money. Figure looks. One day we'll be old. Figure sincere. Sincere transient. This person, there is no heart she can see. Lin Che body many advantages. The biggest advantage is goodness, sincerity, responsibility. These carved in his bones cannot change. Grandma Wu got up. That wrinkled hand gently raised and gently landed on Lin Che's head. I know that you're a good boy, and regarding those public opinions outside, it's not that I don't care at all. It's just that, before those gossips appeared. I already knew you long before that, so no matter what others say, I always stand with you. Chapter 111, I'll love you forever, 1,000 times. Grandma Wu's subtext was that she didn't care about Lin Che and Qin Wei's previous affairs, as long as the next, he could always keep this heart to treat Qin Jiao properly, then she would always be on his side. Lin Che read Grandma Wu's meaning, and his eyes instantly became firm, like a groom declaring his wedding vows at a wedding. Grandma, thank you for believing in me so much, and I will prove to you with practical actions that no matter what happens I will never give up on Gardenia, and I will love her forever, honor her, and adore her until I die. Can love really last that long? Various studies have shown that people are not long-lasting creatures, and that love until death do us part is against nature, and that love, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than the result of dopamine secretion. Just like the current Lin Che and Qin Jiao, an instinctive interest in each other's bodies, a desire for pleasure and excitement that cannot be sustained for long. There's a saying, love is only real the moment you say it. Grandma Wu asked, will you really love her forever? Lin Che was serious and earnest. I will fall in love with her over and over again, thousands of times at different times. Me too. Qin Gardenia, who had just returned from a work call, took Lin Che's hand. Grandma, Lin Che and I have already gotten a license. We're now legally married. Grandma Wu gave her a blank look. Do you think I'm deaf? How many times have you called Lin Che your husband from noon until now? When did you guys get your license? Qin Jiao, just recently. Grandma, will you think we're moving too fast? The flash mob is afraid that the duck in the hand will fly. The choice of a hidden marriage was to give Lin Che enough freedom for him to adapt to this new relationship. Gradually, day by day, after marriage. I didn't tell my grandmother at first, but I was also worried that the old man wouldn't believe me and thought they were fooling her by getting married. Getting married before the foundation of the relationship is stable does make people think more, but now it was different. After a period of time together and bonding, the two of them were physically and mentally intertwined with each other, not separating them. And there were a few people who knew about the fact that she was married. Qin Wei knows all about it, and I'm sure it won't take long for the word to spread. So rather than have Grandma hear it from someone else, it would be better for her to tell her herself, or to cheer her up. Grandma Wu's expression was calm, as if she wasn't very surprised. That's not fast for you. I was expecting you to get your marriage license the first day you met. Stunned, Gardenia asked, would you be surprised if we got our license on the first day? What's so surprising about that? Good people attract each other. You both have the potential to fall in love at first sight. First sight, second sight flashbacks. Feelings can be built upon after the wedding. If it were me, I'd have gotten a license that day. You should know that there are not many good men, and a man like Lin Che can be classified as rare. So there must be a lot of people who miss him. When you come across one like this, it's only natural to hold on to it. Stamp it and mark it so everyone knows they're together. Those who didn't know thought that the old lady was holding some kind of script in her hand and had actually predicted it so precisely. Grandma Wu was a bit out of her mind. She didn't realize that so many years had passed. Looking at Lin Che and the others, she always couldn't help but think of her husband who had died early. If he's still alive, I'm sure he's comforted. Jiang Yushi brought up the ward. Jiang's father looked at him with a sickly look. He was furious. Look at you. Do you look like a decent person? You went abroad to study and came back. Etiquette and upbringing have been thrown away by you. Is that your attitude towards the elderly? If elder Mrs. Qin is in trouble because of you, what are you going to pay for it? No matter how much he scolded, Jiang Yu didn't make a sound. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still lying on the hospital bed, Jiang father really wanted to give him a couple of slaps and let him taste the power of fatherly love. Jiang mother's heart ached for her child and advised, alright, you say less. Isn't old lady Qin fine? If anything happened to her, your son would be in jail by now. Jiang mother was yelled at and lowered her head in aggravation. After a while, she asked Jiang Yu, you, tell mom properly what happened today. What did you say to Grandma Wu? As a mother, standing in her point of view, must be biased in favor of their own son. Grandma Wu see nothing, but her son. Face was whacked nose and face. She looked at the heartache. She never believed that Jiang Yu would offend someone for no reason. Jiang Yu pursed his lips tightly. His eyes opened noiselessly for a while before blinking down. The whole person seemed like he had lost his soul. Look at the way he's dying. Do we owe you? Jiang father finished Jiang Yu and then said about his wife. And you, just spoil him. Jiang mother tightly tugged on her husband's hand. Alright, if you want to teach a lesson, wait until your son is better. He's already upset now. As a mother to watch her son grow up, seen him many faces. There are happy, angry, upset, can be like so painful and desperate has never been, I think, must have suffered a great deal of aggression. For his parents' argument, Jiang Yu didn't listen to a single word. His mind was full of Qin Zhao's figure. As an afterthought, I felt my heart ache as if it had been torn into several pieces, and my eyes blurred momentarily. Watching Qin Gardenia and Lin Che kissing on the mouth, he was already crazy and about to be unable to stand it. He simply couldn't imagine that the two had even more intimate behavior. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth hard. The taste of blood spread in his mouth. The dense pain spread to every tooth. He couldn't even cry. Qin Wei's liking for Lin Che could be interpreted as a love for him over time. Jiang Yu liked Lin Che. Perhaps she was too deep into the drama. What about the Gardenia? There were so many excellent men around Qin Gardenia. She didn't look at any of them. So why did she just look at Lin Che? The image of Qin Gardenia kissing Lin Che kept flashing in front of his eyes. She tiptoed on her own initiative and took the initiative to get closer, as if that person was her treasure. Jiang father was upset when he looked at this dead look, and directly left, leaving Jiang mother alone in the ward to take care of him. In the evening, Jiang Yun called up Jiang Yu, who was resting at home, to visit Jiang Yu in the hospital. Jiang Yu had learned from Jiang Yun that Jiang Yu had been beaten, but she hadn't expected to be beaten so badly that her eyelids were swollen. Brother, who hit you? It hurts so badly. Jiang Yu was concerned. Jiang Yu, who had been silent all afternoon, finally spoke. It's Lin Che. Jiang Yu blurted out. What did you do for him to beat you? Lin Che and Qin Gardenia are together, you know? Jiang Yu's face changed and her eyes began to dodge. Jiang Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth and laughed to himself. It seems like you already knew. His own sister had repeatedly kept him in the dark, lied to him, and refused to tell the truth when she knew he cared, sending him deeper and deeper into the muddy waters. Jiang Yu was startled by Jiang Yu's eyes and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. Jiang Yun, who was dumbfounded on the side, asked, who is Qin Gardenia with? What does it have to do with you? How is it okay? I like Qin Gardenia. I love her, and it was for her that I left the country 5 years ago. Chapter 112, I want to withdraw from Jiang Yu's marriage. I love her. I've loved her for so many years. There's no one who loves her more than me. Why won't she even look at me and give me a chance? You're crazy. Jiang Yu oohed and awed and stood up from her chair. You love Sister Qin Gardenia. What about Sister Wei Wei? What do you take her for? She's the girlfriend you've been dating for so many years. The fiancé you're engaged to. Can you afford her? Jiang Yu got emotional and said, then how can she afford me? If she really loved me, she wouldn't be keeping a man behind my back. One by one, the minds were blown up. Jiang Yu drew a line of thought out of the chaos and drew it out. You like Sister Qin Gardenia, so that $10 million necklace is? Jiang Yu admitted. It's what I was going to give to Qin Jiao. No wonder Jiang Yu reacted so strongly in the first place and told her to keep it a secret. No, if Jiang Yu really thought of this as a secret, then he wouldn't have bought that necklace in front of her. So, he's actually trying to use her to tear things up? To put it bluntly, Jiang Yu is a wimp who doesn't even dare to admit his change of heart directly. Jiang Yu's eyes were stunned as she looked at Jiang Yu. One went abroad for 5 years for true love, and the other secretly kept a man for 5 years. Just these few short minutes had overturned Jiang Yu's perception of the two of them. She had once envied Jiang Yu and Qin Wei, thinking that they had a good relationship and were very much in love, but she had never thought that they had already rotted to such a state. In this era of fast food love run amok, the once childhood sweethearts have also turned into looking at each other. Jiang Yun listened calmly and was already able to summarize what happened. Because of unwillingness, Jiang Yu irritated. Because of jealousy, he went to the door to make trouble. The result is that the ability to not be able to be punched instead. Looking at Jiang Yu's face again, only the word deserved remained in his mind. Jiang Yun, I can't figure out. What qualifications and position do you have to judge others? Like you can't even be considered a third party. Calling you a dog licker is high praise. You're totally down and dirty. Down and dirty man. A kind of disease you need to be cured of. You should be moved next door to the mental hospital right now. I'm not sick. I know what I want. Since they're both daughters of the Qin family, both for the sake of marriage, why can't I choose one I like? Sister. Jiang Yu grabbed Jiang Yun's hand hard. Sister, you help me. You talk to mom and dad. They will definitely listen to what you say. Aren't you and Qin Gardenia quite close? You help me say good words in front of her. 2 is always better than 1. No, there's room for 1 more. Jiang Yu suddenly looked at Jiang Yu. Don't you like Lin Che? You go seduce him and make him cheat. As long as Lin Che derailed, then Qin Jiao would definitely break up with him. So he would have a chance to take advantage of it. As long as he could achieve his goal, he could discard any affection, morality, or 3 views. He used to think that Lin Che wasn't good enough for Jiang Yu, but as long as Lin Che and Qin Gardenia broke up, he could accept this brother-in-law and let him enter the Jiang family. Jiang Yu was so shocked that her pupils shrank, and after being speechless for a while, she was exasperated and laughed. You're asking me to be a mistress? Big sister is right. You are the lower head. You are sick in the head. Touching the situation, you take up 2 words. I really wonder if you have your rectum and brain installed backwards, so that your mouth also into the talk really stink. Jiang Yu's eyes reddened, not aggrieved, but exasperated by Jiang Yu. A morally corrupt and disgusting man like you. Even if Sister Chin Gardenia broke up with Lin Che, she can't look at you. If it looked good, it wouldn't beat someone up like that. Jiang Yun is also disgusted and pushed away Jiang Yu. With Chin Gardenia's ability, she doesn't need a marriage at all. Even if you and Qin Wei withdraw from the marriage, it's impossible to marry her. I advise you to cancel your thoughts as early as possible. The two families can't afford to lose this face. If Dad knows about it, he will break your legs. This matter she help reason not to help relatives. She is really feel that Jiang Yu can't match Qin Zhao. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Yun took out her cell phone and tapped on the text message. Qin Zhao said you hurt her family today, insulted Grandma Wu, and humiliated her husband. Is she married? Impossible. Jiang Yu's face was ugly as he loudly retorted. It's impossible for her to marry Lin Che, but with her understanding of Chin Gardenia, Chin Gardenia wouldn't call her boyfriend her husband. Sis, you really won't put in a good word for me? Jiang Yun's tone was sparse and cold. You don't even want to think about it. And the matter of withdrawing from the marriage. If you want to withdraw, you can do it yourself. No one will help you. She didn't want to get a handful of. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and turned his back to them. Is he breaking the rules of heaven by liking Chin Gardenia? Why does everyone not look at it favorably? It's not like Chin Gardenia is married, and even if she is, she can still be divorced or widowed. Who can say about feelings? The future is possible. Jiang Yu on the side opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but never uttered a single word. It could be seen that Jiang Yu had been struck deeply, and had begun to babble. If she told him at this time that Chin Gardenia had already married Lin Che, she was afraid that she would be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. I'm going to withdraw from my marriage with Jiang Yu. Chin's mother, who was brushing the short video, didn't even raise her head. Did you and Jiang Yu have another fight? Chin mother did not put Qin Wei's words at all in her heart. How normal it is for couples to quarrel, break up after quarreling today, and make up tomorrow. Qin Wei often quarreled with Jiang Yu when she was a child, so serious that she fought with her hands and cried to cut off her friendship. And look now, isn't it also good? He cheated. Mother Qin's body stiffened and looked up at Qin Wei. Caught in the act? No, but to her, it was just as disgusting. No difference. You are all engaged for so many years. I and Jiang family side also discussed, said that next year in March we'll give you a wedding. That time period of the day is good. The day is not cold. You can wear a wedding photo, beautiful photo. Qin mother patiently persuade. The language is long. Since it's not caught in the act, it means that there's still a way to turn things around. It's normal for a man to have second thoughts, and when he's married he's got responsibilities, just like I did with your dad. Qin Wei, but he doesn't love me. He loves someone else. Qin mother laughed, but there is no smile in her eyes. Love can be worth a few dollars. What is not good to figure love? You and Jiang Yu have known for so many years. Know the roots. The two families have an amicable relationship. The door is right for the family. Your uncle Jiang and they are watching you grow up. You married over. Do not have to worry about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law problems. They will treat you as a daughter. If you fall out with Jiang Yu, a better marriage than this will be hard to find. Wei, you'll be 26 next year. Listen to your mom. Get married before it's too late, and have children before it's too late. Qin Wei was so angry at Qin mother's words that she breathed heavily, once again involving the wound. As soon as she opened her mouth, her breath was unsteady. Mom, do you know who Jiang Yu likes? It's Chin Gardenia. He left the country 5 years ago just for Chin Gardenia. How do you let me continue? Now it's not that I unilaterally want to withdraw from the marriage, it's that he wants to as well, and I don't love him anymore. I have a physical aversion to him. As soon as I see him I get sick to my stomach. Chapter 113, Don't imagine things if you don't have the ability. When she heard Qin Wei say that Jiang Yu liked Chin Gardenia, Qin mother's first reaction was reasonable, although she does not like her eldest daughter, but cannot deny is that Chin Gardenia all kinds of than Qin Wei strong, and strong not a star half a point. So it is normal for Jiang Yu to move on and like Qin Zhao. What, he doesn't love me? I don't love him. Qin mother is not in the mood to listen. She feels annoyed. It's not good that you want anything but love. How long can a person love you? When you get to my age, you'll know that only money matters. Love and marriage will betray you, but money never will. And that's how I came to be. Qin mother spread her hands. When your father and I were married for a while, the cuckolds changed from one day to the next without repeating. But you see, your father and I are not quite good now? Qin Wei looked at Qin mother in a daze. She knew some of that family stuff, but she had learned it all from outsiders. Qin mother had never told her about it. In her eyes, she lives in a happy family. Family harmony, parents love. She is not an only child but better than an only child. Mom and dad give all the favor to her. What to give? Now. Mother Qin's short few words had somewhat overturned her perceptions, and she stared blankly. I can't do it. Once unfaithful for life. He can cheat for the first time, he can cheat for the second time. Now there is no physical derailment. Not that he doesn't want to cheat, but he didn't find the opportunity. As time goes by, his bottom line will be lowered again and again along with his desires. Shinwei can't accept that Jiangyu changed his heart. Moreover, can't accept that the person he changed his heart is Qin Gardenia. Men who don't love themselves are like rotten cabbages. If they're not married, how can they be when they are? She and Jiangyu had now grown tired of each other, and forcing them together was a spiteful couple. Qin statement was clear, trying to convince Qin mother, Mom, my situation is different from yours and Dad's. Jiangyu, this person is selfish and misbehaves. He not only cheats but also commits domestic violence. The injury on my stomach is caused by him. Hearing this, Qin mother was briefly silent for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin's mother still thinks it's better to marry the Jiang family. She said, then if you don't want to marry Jiangyu, who do you want to marry? Lin Che's figure quickly appeared in Qin's mind. Qin mother took one look at her expression and knew that she had someone in her heart. She didn't move to test. Other than that, does he have the money of Jiangyu's family? Qin shook her head. Does his job support you? Qin still shook her head. Is he well educated? How many people are in the family and what do his parents do? A few questions down the line, Qin fell into a silence. That means nothing but face. The only thing it can offer is emotional value. Qin mother taunted. You're tired of ice American style suffering. You want to eat the suffering of life. I'll ask you, abandon your current status and let you experience his life. Are you willing? Mother Qin's words were like pouring cold water on Qin, causing her muddled brain to get a moment of clarity. She thought carefully about the hard life Lin Che had lived in the past few years, and just thinking about it made her repulsed. Qin mother held Qin's cold hand and said, since you were a child, you've been living in a big villa, surrounded by nannies to take care of you. You want to go out to live. You can buy a big flat floor with a handful of flowers. You like branded clothes. Famous designers specialize in designing customized designs for you. Jewelry, there is no shortage of everything. You want to engage in the entertainment industry. Your father directly acquires the company and puts it down to your name. If not for the family's money, can you enjoy all this? Qin lowered her head, her voice trembling as she asked, if you can give me anything, why can't you let me be with the person I like? What like or dislike? Aren't you just craving for each other's body? Mother Qin disdainfully said, power and status cannot be transmitted through sex like AIDS. You don't have that ability, so don't be whimsical. Speaking of this, she added in a serious tone, Wei, only marriage is the stepping stone for your solid class. Don't forget that you are still betting against your sister. Marrying Jiangyu, your interests are bound. The Jiang family will help you. Without the Jiang family relying on yourself, it's hard for you to win. Qin's face changed and she said excitedly, how come I can't win against Qin Gardenia? Am I that bad? Why don't even you believe me? Qin mother looked at Qin's emotional furtiveness, did not coax her like before. People can be confident, but not blindly confident. You always have to recognize the situation. Bow to reality. If Qin is capable of her own, it's okay, but the key is that she is not capable of thinking too much. Break open the shell and the core inside is empty. Nothing. Qin originally thought that she would understand her if she approached her mother to complain, but she didn't expect that she, like everyone else, felt that she was inferior to Qin Zhao. Although Mother Qin's tone was calm and her face was gentle, every word that came out was like a knife being poked at her. To act as if nothing had happened and continue to be with Jiangyu, she couldn't do it. She couldn't afford to be generous, and when she thought that she might have to spend decades with Jiangyu in the future, she couldn't wait to poison him and become a widow. The number one thing you need to accomplish now is to get married and have children, and get your position stabilized. Even if you lose the betting agreement, it won't affect you much, and when it's stabilized, you'll just go your own way with Jiangyu, and whoever he wants to look for can just look for them, and you can look for them behind his back as well. Qin mother kept chanting in Qin's ear, fearing that she would not be able to think of withdrawing from the marriage with the Jiang family. She understood Qin's feelings, thinking that she had gone through the same thing at the beginning. She couldn't accept it at first, and slowly got used to it. It was as simple as breathing. Mom, you're not keeping a man outside behind Dad's back, are you? Qin suddenly asked. Mother Qin's hand stiffened and she subconsciously tried to retract it, but she was yanked back by Qin. Qin looked at Qin mother with a judgmental gaze, trying to find out something from her face. She could accept that she was keeping a man outside the home, but she couldn't accept that her own mother was keeping a man outside the home and doing her dad wrong. I don't have. Qin snatched the words. Mom, you can't make sorry dad thing. Dad go to work already hard enough. On the contrary is you. Nothing to do not say also net add mess. Let Qin Gardenia take more than 100 million for nothing. If you cheat, surely you will be netted out of the house. This is very uncomfortable to hear. Although she did not do much, but it does not mean that she did not pay. Qin mother pressed down her emotions. What things should be done and what things should not be done I know in my heart. Wei clutched Mother's wrist and felt her pulse beating fast, not knowing why. She always felt that her mom was hiding something in her heart. After a moment of stalemate, Mother's cell phone rang. "I'll take a call." Wei let go of her hand. Mother opened her bag and took out her cell phone. When she saw the phone number, she hung up directly and then returned a text message. "I have something to go out. There is a caregiver here to watch over, it should be fine. Just rest well and call home if you need anything." Finally, Mother didn't forget to warn. "What I said today, you'd better not let your father know." Chapter 114, Mother Chin's Night Meeting with Men. Wei's uneasiness grew stronger in her heart as she looked at Mother's hasty appearance. Ever since Chin's mother came out of the police station, she's changed. Wei thought in her heart. Her mom wouldn't really be keeping a wild man outside. To catch an adulterer, you have to catch a double. To catch a thief, you have to catch the stolen goods. You can't be convicted just because she suspects it. Wei is not willing to suspect Mother. But the words that Mother said today, it is indeed easy to make people think more. Usually when someone talks you into doing something bad, it proves that she's doing it. If her mom did cheat on her, once someone found out and leaked it, then the family would be over. Chin's father cheated on his wife, but he would never allow her to cheat on him, not even in this regard. The more Wei thought about it, the more she panicked, and she couldn't even care less about Lin Che. After struggling for a long time, she took out her cell phone and texted the detective to contact her. "I have something that I need you to do. I'll give you a raise, and you have to keep it a secret, and never let a third person know about it. Don't worry, Ms. Chin, we signed an agreement, and out of professional ethics, I definitely won't leak it out." If the detective dared to leak out what his employer had explained, he would be finished in this business. To say who has the most secrets, it must be the line of detectives, not only to keep their own secrets, but also to manage other people's secrets. Stepping into this line must be borne in mind. Do not have excess curiosity. Wei said. "Then please help me investigate my mom." "You mean Mrs. Chin?" "Yes. What's the main thing to investigate her for? Who has she been in contact with lately? Any flings?" It turned out to be suspected that his own mother is not cheating. This kind of business, the detective often also like to take. The risk factor is relatively low, not to say, but also interesting. No wonder Wei to warn him to keep secret. The detective returned. "Okay, no problem. Wei, an hour ago, my mom answered a phone call and went out. I saw her in a hurry. She should have gone out to meet someone. See if you can find out." Detective, take your chances. Once there is suspicion, then the results are quick. Wei put down her cell phone after reading the other party's reply. She looked at the sky outside and let out a long breath. One could only hope that it was all in her head. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the detective brought her the latest news. "Ms. Chin, I was squatting near your house and saw Mrs. Chin getting out of a man's car, and the man didn't look like a driver. What's the other car's license plate number?" Looking at the license plate number the detective had sent, it was a car from out of town. How did her mom know a man like that? It was like an alarm had been set off. A rumble in her brain, like a reminder that she shouldn't keep looking into this, that it wasn't going to end well for her. "You check out that car owner for me. I want all the information on him." This would take a long time, and the detective worked from the license plate number to the basic information about the owner. The man's name was Zhang Yang. He used to be from Rongcheng, then moved to Misty City, got married more than 10 years ago, and had a son. Seeing the above information, Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had thought too much. How could mom possibly be entangled with a married man? Wei asked. "What is he doing in Rongcheng?" The detective replied. "The old house was demolished and came back for paperwork. Two people who seem unrelated. How did they meet?" Seeing that Wei didn't reply for a long time, the detective asked. "Ms. Chin, what else do you need to check?" Wei, I wonder how they met? From the photos sent by the detective, the man named Zhang Yang was dressed in ordinary clothes and drove an ordinary car, and Chin's mother really looked out of place sitting in it. This is something I need to look into. I'm guessing the relationship between the two isn't simple. Wei's heart tightened. How so? Intuition. Sometimes people like paparazzi, detectives, those types of people can be very intuitive. Wei pursed her lips nervously. Her right eyelid kept jumping, and even her temples were bursting with pain. It was dark outside, and Wei couldn't sleep at all. The painkillers had dissipated, and the wound on her stomach was beginning to throb. She couldn't roll over. She had to lie flat on her back, and by the end of the lie her bones were sore. Wei was not strong enough inside. Belonging to the category of not having suffered much, she had been too smooth in her life, so much so that a little setback could easily defeat her. What she had been through this month felt like a buildup of all the pain and suffering of her first 25 years. It was late at night, everyone was resting, and the only sound heard outside was the nurse on duty walking. Wei saw the caretaker who was lying on the table in a stupor. and was so furious that she directly picked up the thermos cup on the table and smashed it at her. The thermos, still filled with water, was heavy enough that slamming it on a person would hurt, and the caretaker woke up with a start as she rubbed her back and huffed. She, who still didn't know what was happening, looked up and met Chin Wei's sorrowful gaze, causing her body to tremble in fear. Chin, Miss Chin, what's wrong with you? I pay you to take care of me, not to come here and sleep. The caretaker hurriedly got up. I have a dry throat right now and I need some water. The caretaker picked up the thermos from the floor. Retrieve it. The caregiver took a cup to receive the water and tested the temperature to make sure it wasn't hot before handing it over. Miss Chin, please drink the water. Who knew that Chin Wei directly threw a cup of water on her? So hot. Are you trying to scald me to death? The caregiver's face was aggrieved, and if she didn't think that the Chin family was giving her more money, she would have wanted to leave her job and not do it. I'm going to the bathroom. Help me. The caretaker carefully reached out and helped Chin Wei up from the bed and put her shoes on, having just gotten off the ground. Because the action of lifting her leg involved the wound, Chin Wei directly gave the caretaker a slap. You touched my wound. I don't have. The caregiver is not very old, just more than 20 years old, looks about the same age as Chin Wei. This age is exactly the time when self-esteem is strong. Was slapped, tears directly spilled out. Is it hard for me to wrong you? Chin Wei said meanly. If you're paid, you do it. If you can't, you get out. Chin Wei held a bellyful of fire in her heart and had no place to send it, and now she finally found a way to take it out. Sometimes, Chin Wei would treat these people around her as if they were Lin Che, thinking that money could buy everything, including dignity, and that since I gave money, it was only right for me to make you do whatever I wanted. But not everyone is like Lin Che, who can sell his dignity for money for 5 years and can smile at her. The caregiver directly pushed Chin Wei onto the bed. I really don't want to do it anymore. I can't serve a princess disease like you. The caretaker finished, wiped tears from her eyes and ran off. Chin Wei sat on the bed and covered her abdomen. Her face was white with pain for a while and red with anger for a while, so she smashed the things on the table again. The nurse on duty heard the commotion and rushed over to check it out. I have a painful wound. What's the solution? Was it painful? Meeting Chin Wei's icy sight, the nurse hurriedly said, I'll have the doctor come over to give you a look. The doctor looked at it, and it's still the same. No bleeding, and it's not normal to have a cut in your stomach and not feel a thing. Finally, at Chin Wei's strong request, she was given fluids for the pain. It hadn't been long since he'd gotten the fluids, when a message came to him from the detective's side. Hearing the SMS alert, Chin Wei clicked it with one hand, and the detective sent a picture of Zhang Yang. Through Zhang Yang's social account, the detective turned over photos from his youth. Chin Wei looked at the man in the photo, not knowing if it was an illusion or what. She felt that her eyes and this man's eyes were a bit alike. Chapter 115, like a mouse peeping in. Chin Wei's eyes are inwardly double, and she doesn't resemble either her mom or dad, and the explanation given by Chin's mother is that she looks like her grandmother. Chin Wei touched her own eyes and pondered. People always think the worst. How could she not be dad's own? How could her mom cuckold dad when she was so timid? Chin Wei was amused by her own thoughts. The detective said, according to what I found out on my side of the correlation, the two used to go to school together. Then it's an old school reunion, so it shouldn't be anything. Chin Wei looked at the photo of the man did not think. She did not believe that her mother would be engaged in ambiguity with such a man. To find not to find young and powerful young fresh meat? That's not necessarily true. Detectives take a lot of these orders, and a lot of pretty women cheat on their partners, who are often average looking and no better than their ex-husbands. In short, he felt that there must be something going on with these two, only it hadn't been found out yet. The detective continued. Some time ago, Zhang Yang went to the police station to do some work, and it was in the police station that he met Mrs. Chin. Chin Wei was once again dumbfounded as she remembered the change in Chin's mother the other day. After returning from the police station, Chin's mother became nervous. She was too timid to go out, but she also forbade Chin Wei to go out. Chin Wei initially just thought she was intimidated by the police. The detective is picking up more and more information, and can't wait to keep an eye on Chin's mother 24 hours a day. Ms. Chin, do you want to keep checking? Chin Wei's ears buzzed. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Her brain felt like it was splitting into two little people, one telling her that it would be fine to look into this, and that it wouldn't do her any good to look into it any further, and the other tempted her to keep staring. Doing everything was better than doing nothing. If there really was something, then she could prepare ahead of time if she found out, rather than wait to meet it. You continue to follow, and let me know the first time anything happens. After saying that, Chin Wei transferred another $1 million over to him, guarantee to complete the task. The detective who received the money was joyful and asked with great service, do you still want to continue following on Mr. Zhang's side? No need. Chin Wei recoiled at the sound of Zhang Yu's name. She sank her face and said, I don't want to know about him right now. but you can arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lin Che for me. I want to know information about Lin Che and Qin Jiao." The detective sent an OK sign and went offline. Qin Wei lowered her eyes and clicked on the photo again. A man in his 50s with obvious wrinkles on his face. His temperament and looks were far inferior to Qin's father. Qin Wei stared straight into the man's eyes until the phone rested and her face shone on the black screen, which seemed to be overlapping with the man's face. Qin Wei was so shocked that she violently flung her cell phone to the ground. She'd gotten rid of last night's caretaker, and today there was a new one, who looked to be in her mid-30s. Probably knowing that Qin Wei has a bad temper and is difficult to serve. All day long, the caregivers are tightly wound, not daring to relax, not to mention not daring to rest. He could stand, not sit, not keep batting Qin Wei's eyelids, but not disappear in front of her eyes. Nor could they keep staring at Qin Wei because she would feel uncomfortable. So the caretaker had to stand in an inconspicuous corner and observe with her afterglow. A full day was more tiring than the 3 patients she'd taken care of before, and it was no wonder that the caretaker had shrugged it off last night. The caretaker picked up the phone. "Miss Qin, your phone." Qin Wei took the cell phone. The doctor told her to be quiet and rest, but she couldn't be quiet at all. Her mind was full of all kinds of things. Coupled with the recent resignation of Assistant Zhou, she had a mountain of work accumulating in her hands, with no one to help her take care of it, and it was inconvenient for her to hand it over to someone else. Living in the hospital still have to worry about work things, such as the Spring Festival movie slot distribution and promotion, signing contracts, 2 eyes or texting calls. The movie that Lin Che had recently shot had already wrapped, and I heard that it was also ready to be scheduled for the Chinese New Year. With such a rush of time, it was obvious that she wanted to fight her. Qin Wei watched the movie for the record. For her unattractive, who would go to see ghosts on New Year's Day? A look is unlucky. The entire movie production team can only be described as trash. Bad movie director to put together a pair of bad on top of bad. As for the actors, Lin Che has no one in the circle, and the only one who is a bit famous, Zhang Yu, is lacking in acting skills and can't be compared to first-tier actors. This is the kind of movie that is taken to the heavens and probably won't even last 3 days. It will be withdrawn in 1 day. Qin Wei waited to see Lin Che's joke. She wanted to let him know that choosing Qin Gardenia was the worst decision he had ever made, and that he was bound to have an even worse time after leaving her. Not only did Qin Wei want to promote her own movie, she also wanted to suppress Lin Che so that he couldn't hold his head up. It's a long way between, so good luck to him for failing. Qin Wei's side of the movie to be released, called Stealing Immortals, is based on the IP adaptation of the Immortal comedy, has a fan base. The special effects alone have been done for a year, invested 200 million, and invited all the domestic popular actors and actresses to return to the capital. The box office must reach 2 billion. To this, Qin Wei is very confident. 2 billion is not easy. She is very confident about this New Year's Eve film. From the few films that have been released, none of them can be beaten. She predicted that the theater schedule should be able to give a 40. She eats the meat, the others have some soup, and she is going to suck the whole pool dry. Currently, the movie side has entered the promotional mode. The team began to create a terrier. By marketing warm-up, the number of bookings reached 50 million, becoming the most anticipated movie by the audience at present. The detective sends messages to Qin Wei every day to report the situation. About Lin Che's side, after the movie was finished, he began to put into the post-production work, discussing the sub-scenes with the director, discussing the special effects with the post-production, and the music. He can be used as a trio of people by himself, and even the lyrics are all written by him. Qin Wei knew from the detective that Lin Che and Qin Jiao had already lived together, although she had known it for a long time. When she saw the photos sent by the detective, it was as if her whole body was pushed heavily into a mud pit, sinking deeper and deeper and becoming more and more suffocated. Qin Wei's eyes were red. Her eyes contained jealousy, like a mouse that couldn't see the light peeping into their happiness. Watching them watch movies together, buy flowers together, take walks holding hands together, and shop for groceries at the grocery store. Qin Gardenia was holding flowers in her hands, and Lin Che was carrying a variety of shopping bags. And then there's the nighttime street, where Lin Che carries Qin Jiao home step by step. Where the incision had clearly been made was in her stomach, but she felt like she'd been cut in the heart, and the pain fought to be the first to hit her, ranging from excruciating pain to soreness. When Qin Wei is not doing well, she is not used to seeing others doing well. Obviously she had asked the detective to check it out, but after seeing these photos, it felt like Qin Jiao was deliberately showing off with her. What gives her the right to live so happily? What gives her the right to be so happy? What a piercing smile on her face. Qin Wei doesn't want them to be happy, and she needs to find a breakthrough to ruin it all. Her brain worked quickly, and finally, Qin Wei thought of Lin Che's sister, Lin Shi. A while back she had assistant Zhang on the trail and found nothing for a month. Did they not find out? Or did they find out and not tell her? She didn't bother to dwell on it now because she already knew where Lindsay was. Chapter 116, Willing to be a Trapped Beast. Recently, Lin Che had been accompanying Lin Shi in the hospital. The doctor's side has already decided on a treatment plan. A patient with a traumatic brain injury is willing to donate his heart in the hope that he can live in another way. And Lindsay and that patient have been matched, and the match is ideal. Lin Che would like to meet the patient and thank him in person, but the law has strict rules about this, prohibiting both parties from meeting to protect their respective rights and privacy. And if the hospital violates the rules, it could face criminal penalties. Accept another person's heart and live as two people from then on. In addition to resting, Lin Shi drew in the hospital room, and Lin Che also hired a psychiatrist so that the doctor could give her psychological counseling every day. Compared to Lin Che's nervousness, Lin Shi was much more calm. Brother, if the surgery doesn't work, Lin Che hurriedly interrupted, with a serious face, no such demoralizing words. As you know from drawing comics, you can't just set up flags. Lin Shi hurriedly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Lin Che's nerves were tense. Seeing that Lin Shi was about to have an operation, his heart was getting more and more tense every day, fearing that something would go wrong, so he spoke cautiously. In the past, Lin Che was a materialist and never believed in feudal superstitions, but lately he would read horoscopes, look at the signs of the zodiac, look at the days, worship the gods and Buddhas, and pray for peace. Brother, where's Sister Chin Gardenia? How's she doing these days? She would have come to see you today, but she's too busy with work. But the day of your surgery, she'll definitely make time for it, and she said she'll have a surprise for you then. Lin Shi smiled sheepishly. She spends enough time with me. When you went shooting, she came to see me almost every day to chat and talk with me. Mentioning Chin Gardenia, Lin Che's gaze softened. Yes, she's very good, but you're not bad either. You two were born together. The little baby you give birth to in the future must be very good looking. After chatting about Qin Jiao, Lin Shi chats about Lin Che's work. I'm still waiting for you to draw my promotional posters. It was a shame to say that Lin Che's 990,000 fans were not as active as Lin Shi's 200,000 fans. Lindsay gave an okay, leave it to me. Knowing that Lin Che was very busy lately, Lin Shi didn't let Lin Che stay with him much and urged him to hurry up and leave. She was used to being here alone. As a geek girl, she wasn't afraid of being alone. As long as she could draw and surf the internet, she could be bored all day by herself. Brother, you'd better go and busy yourself with your work. Time is urgent. I'm still waiting for you to treat me to dinner for your box office hit. I'm in good spirits. I'm not afraid to go into the operating room. After all, she had already gone in many times. People are afraid of pain, but with more pain, the body will gradually adapt. Don't think she has a heart condition, but her heart tolerance is no worse than those with good hearts. After pushing Lin Che out of the hospital room, and then like an old mother admonished him, don't come to see me lately if you're not doing anything. Look at what kind of skinny you've become, and your dark circles under your eyes. Last night I dreamt of my mom. She nagged me in my ear, saying that you don't eat properly, don't sleep properly, said you are practicing on your body, and when you become ugly, your girlfriend won't love you anymore. He doesn't need his girlfriend's love, he just needs his wife's love. His recent state could be so much better than when he was filming. At home his aunt was making him a big tonic soup every day and making nutritious meals that he could eat every day when he went back after work. There is also free time to exercise. He does strength training. Chin Gardenia does yoga next to him. Wearing tights, bending, splitting legs, all kinds of poses, have everything. But also let Lin Che unlocked a few kinds of workout poses. Chin Gardenia moved to his bedroom, then coaxed him to go to her room. Entered the door and saw hanging on the wall enlarged version of the wedding license photo. Red eye-catching, red blinding. Lin Che thought, when the time to take more wedding photos to replace this wedding license photo. After living together, personal items mixed, his sink had her toiletries on it, her vanity had an extra razor of his, and a half-dozen searches for a necktie ended up in her underwear drawer. Chin Gardenia also came a big new home, a lot more pairs of things, such as couple slippers, couple towels, couple cups, couple bowls and couple toothbrushes, even combed these small objects. The actual couple style is also a couple style. One of the other things that Chin Gardenia loved to do on a daily basis was to have Lin Che help her choose her intimate apparel. So, there was a wall in the check room full of clothes chosen according to Lin Che's preferences. Cute and sexy, which Chin Gardenia could handle. She can wear rabbit ears and call Lin Che brother. Or she can step on Valentino with black silk and make him call her sister with a belt in her hand. This winter has been a very hot one, making Lin Che think of that old song, "You Are Like a Fire in That Winter." Chin Gardenia casually that sentence, "I have all the strength and means," so that he lives in deep water every day. He can willingly for her kneel, completely follow her instructions. Of course, the two weren't always this crazy, and as much fun as that was, their bodies were more important. But even if Chin Gardenia did nothing, and she just obediently lay in his arms. It was enough to make his heart flutter. Jean Gardenia didn't like to wear too many clothes to bed. Even in winter, she wore her summer silk nightgown, slippery and greasy as if she hadn't worn it. Jean Gardenia sleeps well, doesn't move much, likes to lean in his arms, sometimes holding his hand, sometimes hitching a ride on his waist. When she slept comfortably, she would make cute wailing sounds from her nose, and when she woke up, the first thing she did was to find a comfortable position in Lin Che's arms to rub against, and her favorite position was near his heart. She still smelled good, not perfume. Lin Che thought it was the scent of shower gel and shampoo at first, but one time he took her to take a bath. Soaking in the clear water, he could still smell the fragrance of her body. A light fragrance, but it haunted him. After being together, Jean Gardenia likes to bite him, but she won't bite hard. She will only gently bite a small mark, like a kitten putting away its sharp claws and only patting you with a pink flesh pad. She likes to bite his mouth, chin, neck, arms. It starts with the biting and goes on and on behind. Lin Che met Jean Gardenia's various facets and was able to unlock new treasure chests every day. He never imagined that such a woman would suddenly come into his life and make a huge change in his boring life. Invisible penetrated his life and made him obsessed with her. Even though marriage and relationships are like cages, there are people who are willing to be trapped. Lin Che let out an eek sound and pretended to be disgusted. Brother, this expression of yours disgusts me. You'd better leave quickly. She knew that every time Lin Che was smiling, he must be thinking about Qin Ji in his heart. Lin Che. After Lin Che's interruption, Lin Che's mood suddenly became less tense. He couldn't talk Lin Che out of it. Plus director Lu Side called to urge him to go over to help. Are you really okay with being alone? I'm not 3 years old. Of course I'm okay with it. Then take care of yourself. Don't wander off. Be a good boy and listen to the doctor. Play less on the computer. Get more rest. And call me if you need anything. Chapter 117. You're a joke compared to Jean Gardenia. Alright, I know. Brother, don't worry about me. I can do it alone. Lin Che pushed Lin Che into the elevator and waved her hand at him. Bye brother. Brother, be safe. Take care of your own body and also take care of sister Qin Jiao. Lin Che was about to say something, with a helpless face, and finally looked at her and smiled. Good. After seeing Lin Che leave, Lin Che returned to her own hospital room. She held the tablet and continued to draw. Halfway through the drawing, the phone rang. Lin Che put down the tablet in her hand and went to get her cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Lindsay saw it was a local number and picked up the phone. Hello? I'm Qin Wei. You should remember me. Lindsay was stunned. What did you call me about? I want to meet with you. Right here at the hospital. No see no see. Toad juggles swords. The person on the other end was clearly upset. Fine. Then I'll talk on the phone and you listen well. I'm not listening. Lin Che hung up the phone decisively as soon as she heard her bad tone. Her sense of precaution was super strong. Seeing that the other party is still calling her Lin, she directly hangs up and pulls the black. She put her phone down to pick up her tablet again to draw, but this time she didn't know how to put down her brush. Uninspired. All she could think about was why Qin Wei suddenly called her. They didn't know each other well. What did they want to say when they called? Lin Che recalled her first time she met Qin Wei's image. It was like meeting a $1,000 lady described in a novel. Beautiful, noble. She was 15 at the time and didn't know what to do with someone like that, and it took a long mental struggle to work up the courage to approach her. She took an apple and asked her, Sister Qin Wei, do you want an apple? Lin Che still remembers the way Qin Wei looked at her at that time, the same way she looked at the trash can on the ground, disdainful, with dislike, and in the end that apple was thrown into the trash can by her. Qin Wei didn't like her, but she thought it was fine, as long as she liked her brother. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Che was lying on the hospital bed watching TV. Footsteps came from outside, and then the cupboard door was pushed open. Lin Che thought it was the checking doctor, but on second thought, she felt that it was not right. She looked up and looked over, and when she saw who came in, Lin Che subconsciously went to press the bell. Don't be in a hurry to press. I'll say a few words and then leave. Qin Wei carried a basket of apples and placed it on the bedside, raising a smile on her lips. It's been a long time since I came to see you. How have you been doing? With nothing to worry about, Lin Che brought her guard up, not daring to slack off for a moment. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Qin Wei was very self-conscious, sitting on the chair next to the bed, looking at Lin Che with a flickering gaze and a put-upon constraint all over her body. Qin Wei thought, it is true that the class is different, and the difference in the aura is also a world of difference. Qin Wei has always judged people by their appearance. Looking at Lin Che's coy appearance, it is simply too petty. She has an innate sense of superiority in front of this kind of people. Qin Wei ceremoniously sat down. Under the seemingly bland expression, the depths of her eyes carried malice. Do you know Jean Gardenia? She's my brother's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Qin Wei snorted. She's just looking at your Lin Che's face. Do you think she's some kind of good person? If it wasn't for you, your brother wouldn't be with her. Lin Shi protects the calf in general. Coldly questioned. On what basis do you say so about Sister Qin Jiao? Just by the fact that I'm her sister. By the fact that I know her best. She's been jealous since she was a little girl. Jealous that her mom and dad don't love her but only me. Jealous that I have more goodies than she does. So she's always trying to steal them from me. Qin Gardenia plays with flowers in Country Y. And behind her back, she doesn't know how many men she flirts with. She first seduced my fiancé. And after that, she set her sights on Lin Che. Just who is jealous of whom? Lin Shi picked up the tablet at the side, tapped on the camera, and aimed it straight at Qin Wei. Look at you now. From the appearance, from the temperament, from the height, from the body type, from the culmination, from the learning, from making money. Which bit of you can compare with her? And Qin Jia's sister, a comparison, you are a joke. You. Qin Wei stood up violently with a ferocious face, still wanting to hit someone. Lin Shi immediately pulled the call bell on the wall. If you dare to make a move on me here, I'll call the police and have you jailed. Qin Wei had a cold face. Her hand raised in midair trembled uncontrollably. After a long time, she slowly withdrew her hand. Lin Che is at least your brother. Can you bear to see him go astray and walk down one road until he is black? She paused and smiled coldly. Watching him being poked and prodded because of you, being blocked by the entire network? Lin Shi's pupils shrunk. What do you mean? Lin Shi, if it wasn't for me you would have died a long time ago. Your brother has never dared to tell you the truth for fear of you worrying. From the time you got sick your family owed a lot of money. In order to cure you your brother was desperate. Under the desperation it was me who helped him out. We've been together for 5 years. He's not even my boyfriend. He's just a dog I raised. Qin Wei maliciously emphasized. Do you know what he's been doing every day for the past 5 years to pay back the money and raise money for your medical bills? He took cold baths in the winter, looked for pearls in the snow, went down to the river for a head rope, and once, he almost drowned. He lives with so little dignity that he kneels when I tell him to, puts a leash around his neck to make him learn to crawl like a dog. And not only can I make him, but even my friends around me. Wasn't there a time when he visited you and had a bandage on his arm? That was from me. Who made him disobey me and have to audition? And I just couldn't stand the sight of him trying to make a name for himself. So I knocked his arm off. These 5 years, are you looking at your brother getting thinner and thinner? And his body is getting worse. That's because I often take him to draw blood. And the ear holes that suddenly appeared on his ears are also made by me with needles. Oh yes, I still have a few paintings here. You come to appreciate them and see if I paint well. Qin Wei's expression was so agitated that she took out her cell phone and quickly found those portraits from the photo album. Look, you are also a painting. Know the gold content of these paintings. This color, this blood, this human body. Isn't it particularly attractive? The models of these paintings are all your brother, and the blood on them is also real. Qin Wei said while observing Lin Shi's expression. The result was a bit disappointing to her because Lin Shi didn't cry, let alone yell. The only difference was that the corners of her eyes were red and her eyelashes were trembling. It was her own brother. How could she do nothing about it? Lin Shi's gaze stiffened as she moved away from her cell phone and gritted her teeth. Qin Wei, you're a lunatic. Qin Wei lowered her head and laughed softly. If I'm crazy, then you're a money loser and a liability. If I were you, I would have died long ago. At least I wouldn't have dragged him down. Don't look at me with such a resentful gaze. If you want to hate it should also be to hate yourself. After all, now Lin Che because of you. And with Qin Gardenia this kind of superficial people together. Don't look at his surface scenery. Privately Qin Gardenia as usual take him as a dog training. Chapter 118, her name is Lin Shi. The She of Hope. Qin Wei spoke to herself, her gaze carrying a provocation, wanting to see Lin Shi's devastated expression. But it didn't. Even the data on the heart monitor was smooth and not subject to any fluctuations. This isn't right. She shouldn't be so calm. Like Lin Shi, this kind of mind-immature little girl, the most easy to be provoked. She should be angry. She should question. She should, after listening to her words, have doubts about Qin Jian character, then call Lin Che and Qin Jian to break up. Maybe it's the wrong approach and needs to be added to the fire. But not too forcefully. Pressure should be applied in moderation. A slap on the wrist and then a piece of candy. A soft touch. Qin Wei stood at the edge of the bed, her hands encircled. A lofty posture. When Qin Gardenia gets tired of playing, she will dump your brother. And then the matter about him being adopted will be spread all over the net. It just so happens that Lin Che recently acted in a movie waiting to be released. But I think, there should not be any theater that dares to take the risk of scheduling a film. If Lin Che is willing to take the initiative to leave Qin Jiao, I would be willing to help him out. Finally speaking from the heart, Lin Shi revealed a knowing expression. So, you want me to persuade my brother to break up? Qin Wei said understandingly. You're the only family member he has. He'll listen to what you say. Besides, we're all doing it for his own good, helping him stay away from scum. Can you look at yourself when you say others are scum? No, saying you are scum is lifting you up. You are. The words were not only lethal but also insulting. Lin Shi continued to be sarcastic. The biggest difference between people and people is that they can restrain themselves with morality. And I don't see a single moral bottom line from you. Qin Wei didn't say anything. Her eyes half narrowed in what appeared to be a warning and a threat. Lin Shi wasn't afraid of her at all. I was curious at first why you appeared here. Now I understand. You're being resentful. You're jealous that my brother likes sister Qin Gardenia and doesn't like you. You're jealous that the two of them are in love. You want to break them up. But let me tell you, even if my brother and sister Qin Jiao were separated, he wouldn't like you, much less be with you, because you don't deserve his goodness. My brother is the person with the softest heart, but if you treat him a little better, he won't leave without turning his head. It was only when she said this that Lin Shi's voice began to tremble. In Lin Che's crumbling life, Qin Wei's appearance had an inherent advantage. Do you know the drawbridge effect? If Qin Wei was willing to let go of her pride and approach Lin Che without malice, even if she was just quietly accompanying him, verbally caring for him a few times, and handing him a cup of water when he was thirsty, he would have kept it in his heart. Her brother was really good at coaxing her, and to this day she still remembers the first piece of candy she handed him as a child. Lin Shi forcefully suppressed her tears and said with a firm expression, "Qin Wei, you underestimated me too much. In the past I had thoughts of lightening my life, but now I won't. I will try my best to live, because this life of mine was saved by my brother. The person I want to thank is him, not you. These words of yours can't stimulate me at all. Just because I have a sick heart doesn't mean I have a sick brain. And just because I have a weak heart doesn't mean I have a weak psyche. Although I'm young and haven't read much, I do know that measuring oneself first and blaming others first, before you judge others, why don't you first see if you are a clean sheet of white paper?" Lin Shi's voice was powerful, obviously sitting, but it felt like she was standing taller than Qin Wei. She was no longer the weak and incompetent little girl from 3 years ago, and wouldn't start wondering if she was doing something wrong just because of a single look from Qin Wei. She was no baggage. She was a sister that her brother had worked hard to raise, and her name was Lin Shi, the Shi of hope. Qin Wei's breath stuttered as her thoughts drifted off, and she actually felt some fear when she met Lin Shi's eyes. Why would I be afraid? Obviously Lin Shi was so thin and fragile, and her face was white to the point of being bloodless, as if the slightest stimulation would put her in a life-threatening situation. Don't you have any guilt? After all, Lin Che did so many disgusting things for you. In order to save you he hurt himself, sacrificed his own happiness, and almost died, and now there's the possibility that he'll let his career, which was so hard to get up, be destroyed for you. If my brother was sick, I'd be willing to sacrifice myself, so I'd love him more than I'd feel guilty, because then he'd be happy. Facing Qin Wei's step-by-step pressure, Lin Shi didn't back down. She asked back, "So are you guilty? What am I guilty of?" "You're in love with my brother. Do you feel regret and guilt for what you once did to him?" Some images quickly flashed through Qin Wei's mind, and she bit her lower lip to death so that she didn't make a trembling sound. Lin Shi said frankly, "Qin Wei, your coming here today will only make my brother hate you even more. This is the worst decision you've ever made." Qin Wei's heart jerked violently, as if she was being tightened by a wire twisting hard, making her a little breathless. She covered her heart and her body swayed gently. People like Qin Wei are headstrong and conceited and think they are very good at playing with people's hearts. Lin Che couldn't change his mind if she was greasy, so she decided to start with Lin Shi. If Lin Shi had listened to her, she would have advised Lin Che to break up, and if she hadn't, her heart would have been affected by her words, knowing that heart patients are very fragile. If something happened to Lin Shi when she was deeply stimulated, then Lin Che would still go crazy? Lin Che might still be angry at Qin Jiao. After all, Lin Shi had an accident under Qin Jiao's arrangement. Tonight Qin Wei came here with the result that both sides would lose. If she was not well, then everyone would not be well. But she did not expect this result. Just as Lindsay said, she underestimated her. At 18 years old, the young girl is far ahead of her peers in terms of both her mind and her ability to withstand stress. Qin Wei's state of mind could only be described as fleeing in a state of distress. She met Lin Shi's eyes. Those eyes were very similar to Lin Che's. The same indifference, the same unsympathetic, with disdain, as if to say, "You really dropped the ball with your frequent pestering." Qin Wei was defeated one after another and finally fled. Seeing Qin Wei's departing figure, his spirit gradually slackened. Lin Shi held the tablet in her hand and almost smashed it out as a slab just now. Lindsay turned over the tablet in her hand and turned off the video she was recording with a trembling hand. It was impossible to say that she hadn't been affected. After so many years, she actually didn't know anything. She had failed as a sister. Tears fell down uncontrollably. Big one smashed on the back of her hand. Her heart suddenly dull pain. Lin Shi tried to breathe calmly, wiped the tears off her face, and transmitted the video to Qin Jiao WeChat. The video was a bit long and took a bit of time. Lindsay didn't dare to relax, curled up and forced herself to endure the pain. Watched the video successfully transmitted before she started to press the call bell. Her brother had raised her well, so she wouldn't allow herself to slip up. She had to live. She had to live. Only then would she be able to make sure Lin Che's once efforts weren't in vain. Chapter 119, You've Never Been a Burden. You're my brother's hope. Lin Che had trouble breathing from the pain and collapsed on the bed after pressing the call bell. She covered the location of her heart and inhaled hard to slow down the exhalation. Her right hand propped up on the bed to lend strength to make herself sit up. She leaned against the bed, her face pale in just a few seconds, and a cold sweat spilled over her forehead as she pulled out the peace talisman her brother had begged for her from under her pillow and clutched it tightly. Live and repay your brother well. Lin Che's eyes were scarlet. Tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. Mom and Dad, you must bless me in heaven. Her name is Lindsay and she was diagnosed with a heart condition at birth and the doctor said it would be hard to live past the age of 10, but she is now 18 years old. Mom and Dad named her Lindsay because they wanted her to live, and not only live, but live happily. She wouldn't fail her parents or break her brother's heart. 2 years after Mom and Dad died, she had a heart attack, and the burden of the family fell on her brother. As she listened to the relatives of the family talk behind her back, Lin Che, this child is too poor. Academic performance is so good. Looking at the college entrance examination is about to result in this matter. If he is a person okay, their own money to earn their own flowers. But there is a sister with a heart disease. This disease is to burn money. She didn't want to be a burden and wanted to die several times. It was her brother who grabbed her hand and said, "You were never a burden. You were my brother's hope." Her parents have been gone for 7 years and it was her brother who raised her and taught her a lot of things, like caring too much about what other people think makes you someone's underpants and he has to cover whatever he farts. Hearing the footsteps of the doctors and nurses arriving, Lin Che exploded with an unprecedented desire to survive. A soft song was playing in the car. Lin Che, who was driving, suddenly felt his heart twitch. It didn't hurt, but it was always uncomfortable to stay in the chest, giving an inexplicable sense of panic. Lin Che controlled the steering wheel with one hand and gently rubbed his heart with the other. What's wrong? Lin Che's unintentional one movement was seen by Qin Jiao. She looked at him worriedly. Not feeling well? Lin Che shook his head. No. At 8:30 p.m. The two had just finished dinner and were getting ready to go home when it was drizzling outside and the car was driving through the rain, the windshield wipers oscillating rhythmically. Jean Gardenia took out her cell phone and saw a new text message from Lin Che 5 minutes ago. She clicked in while saying, She just sent me a message or a video. What is it? Jean Gardenia was about to click in to see, when Lin Che suddenly received a phone call. Is this Mr. Lin? Your sister Lin Che's condition has suddenly deteriorated and she needs immediate surgery. Please come to the hospital immediately. Lin Che suddenly cardiac arrest, as if the years into the water cannot hear too true. Buzzing cannot hear too true. The whole person blurred. Lin Che directly turned around. His face was a panic that had never been seen before. In the quiet carriage, Jean Gardenia also heard it. She knew how important Lin Che was to Lin Che, and looked at the veins protruding from the back of his hands. Che, calm down. Your sister won't. Lin Che immediately said. I'm calm. Nothing will happen to me, and nothing will happen to my sister. Although he said so on his mouth, his brain was in a mess. How could the condition suddenly worsen? Obviously Lin Che was fine when he left in the afternoon. How could it be so serious that he would have to be operated on and operated on now? The problem should be in that video sent by Lin Che. Qin Jiao gripped her cell phone tightly. At this time she focused all her attention on Lin Che, afraid that he would lose control. Didn't Hoshi send you a video? What was the content? Jean Gardenia clicked on the video. No picture, can only hear the sound. The sound out. Jean Gardenia immediately heard out that is Qin Wei's voice. She blushed and turned it off without listening. I'll tell you when you get to the hospital. Lin Che's voice was hoarse. Good. Arrived at the hospital, the two ran all the way into the elevator. Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che, who was in 6 minds. Jean Gardenia held his hand tightly, wanting to give him comfort. Not afraid. Recently Lin Che's examination result is very good, and the heart is also matched successfully. Lin Che lowered his head. Walking out of the elevator, he rushed towards the Lindsay resuscitation room, where the nurse saw him and immediately came over with the surgical protocols. Mr. Lin, your sister Lin Che is being resuscitated right now. She needs a heart surgery. The surgery is relatively high risk. We can't guarantee success. If you agree to go ahead with the surgery, please sign. This was not the first time Lin Che had heard these kinds of words, and the attending doctor had also spoken to him in detail about the risk of the surgery. And according to Lin Che's current situation, there was a 30% risk. 30% risk and 70% certainty is a high success rate for heart patients, but a lot of people die in that 30% risk, so the doctor told him to be prepared. When it really comes down to it, any preparation is a sham. Lin Che quickly signed the consent form, his entire hand cold and trembling, and only after signing did he ask, why did my sister's condition suddenly worsen? Facing Lin Che's questioning, the nurse didn't dare to meet his eyes. The patient has been stimulated. How can a person be irritated in a good way? Living in the best ward, with nurses on duty at night, carers looking after them and security guards, Qin Jiao had never seen Lin Che look so sad, as if the whole person was empty. All along Lin Che has left an impression of calm and collected, as if nothing can knock him down. In a predicament positive, like a weed, cannot be burned and burned. Everyone has a weak and powerless side in their heart, including Lin Che. The reason why Lin Che looks away is because there are very few people he really cares about, and once he touches them he loses his mind and gradually collapses. Lin Che looked at the in-surgery bright sign, a breath of time as if back to 7 years ago. Parents died, sister is seriously ill, his world is in shambles, whether it is sadness or panic. To the extreme, the expression is numb, as if a junked flagship. The reaction becomes sluggish. He heard his own voice saying, I just went to see her today, and asked for a peace charm for her. She is obviously fine. What happened? What kind of stimulation did she suffer? Qin Gardenia spoke with difficulty. In that video sent by CC, Qin Wei met her and said something to her. Lin Che gritted his teeth and swallowed hard the emotions that were churning in his chest. Qin Gardenia couldn't help but hug Lin Che. I'm sorry, if I could have been more cautious and careful, arranged more manpower, and made enough preparations, perhaps such an accident wouldn't have happened. How bad can the human heart be? After all the preparations, there is no way to withstand someone's heart. Even if they watched Qin Wei to prevent her from entering the hospital, she would still be able to contact Lin She through other methods. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. The surgery was done for 10 whole hours from dark to dawn. Lin Che didn't even know how he survived these 10 hours. Every minute and every second stretched out. In this situation, Lin Che even put his hopes on his parents. Mom and Dad, please bless my sister and don't take her away from me. There is a saying that the walls of hospitals have listened to more prayers than churches. Hospitals are the closest thing to the gates of life and death, where sadness and joy, old age and sickness are just the norm. I don't know how long I waited, but the operating lights finally dimmed and the doctor came out of it. Lin Che quickly stood up. Doctor, how was the surgery? My sister Your sister is fine. The surgery was a success. Chapter 120, I've been a lawless man for a day or two. Lin Che heard the words successful surgery, the body slightly relieved, followed by limb weakness, the body slightly swayed, but it was too early to say happy. She hadn't woken up yet, which meant that she wasn't completely out of danger. And for another, the heart inside her today wasn't her own, and there might be a risk of rejection later on. She was moved to the intensive care unit, and Lin Che could only watch from outside, looking at Lin She's pale face, thin body, surrounded by instruments. Through the door he could smell the pungent smell of sterilized water inside. He still remembers the first time he sent his sister to the hospital. The tiny person was lying on his back with a weak voice. Brother, can I not go to the hospital? I'm afraid of needles, I'm afraid of medicine. Hospitalization costs a lot of money. People who are obviously so afraid of going into the hospital are gradually getting used to it. Knowing that her brother's not easy, She never dared to have any complaints in front of him. Every time she saw Lin Che she would smile and talk to make him happy. She was the one who was sick and she was the one who comforted people. Qin Gardenia sent a text message, and soon the assistant brought breakfast. She held Lin Che's hand and made him sit down. Eat something and rest first. You can continue waiting only when you have the strength. Qin Gardenia opened the lunchbox. The porridge inside was steaming hot. She picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge and handed it to Lin Che's mouth. It's not hot anymore. Drink some. You eat. You haven't eaten after staying with me all night. I'll be relieved to see you eat it. Gardenia stretched out her hand. Her movements frozen. Lin Che lowered his eyes, opened his mouth to eat some of the porridge in the spoon, then took the lunchbox in Qin Jiao's hand. I'll do it myself. You eat some too. Gardenia, I'll eat in the car later. You go back and rest well. I'm fine alone. Because he was too worried about Lin Che's well-being, he ignored Qin Jiao. Looking at her somewhat haggard face, Lin Che lifted his hand to run the broken hair from her ear behind her ear. Qin Gardenia tilted her head and rubbed it against his hand, the tip of her icy ear sweeping over his warm palm. I've already transmitted the video that Cici sent me to your WeChat, so stay calm after watching it, and don't ever hurt yourself. She looked worriedly at the large blue-black area under Lin Che's eyelids. He said he was fine, but the red in his eyes hadn't dissipated until now. Okay. Lin Che was trying to suppress negative emotions. Qin Gardenia didn't feel at ease with Lin Che, so she specially arranged for a person to watch Lin Che. Lin Che's mood at this time, besides being sad and worried, should be more angry and negative. Because of Qin Wei, Lin She was in danger and almost had an accident. When people are angry, they sometimes lose their minds and hurt themselves in order to vent their anger. Qin Gardenia knew the powerlessness of not being able to vent her anger, so she would find the person who started it and press her to come to him for a beating to take the edge off. The gas dissipated, so as not to harm his body. For Lin Che's body, Qin Zhao has always valued it. Qin Gardenia got into the car and started eating breakfast sandwiches with Red Bull, feeling full of inexhaustible bullish energy. The video she watched, she was now so angry that as soon as she closed her eyes, Qin Wei's disgusting face surfaced in her brain. 4 cars drove to the Qin family one after another. Qin Gardenia first down, followed by 8 bodyguards on the side. This momentum, like a typhoon tsunami that is about to hit the island. A housekeeper of the house froze when she saw Qin Gardenia. "Missy, why did you come back today?" "Can't I come back?" "Of course not. But you come back, just come back. Why do you still bring so many people?" Looking over, the rows of people were tall and big, and at first glance, they were not to be messed with. Everyone in the family knows that Qin Gardenia is not on good terms with her family, and she comes back 8 times out of 10 to fight. It was still early at this hour. The family hadn't gotten up yet. The maids were cleaning. The cook was cooking. Qin Gardenia passed by the butler's side. "Where's Qin Wei?" "Second miss is still sleeping." The smile on Qin Gardenia's face was chilling. She actually slept through it. Qin Gardenia directly came to Qin Wei's room, unscrewed the door handle, lifted his foot as a kick. Bang, a loud bang. The whole door clanging, shaking. Qin Wei was startled with a jolt, drilled out from the quilt. The whole person was muddled, her eyes wandering, seemed not to know where she was. When she saw Qin Gardenia appeared in the line of sight, her face changed drastically, and when she opened her mouth, she asked hoarsely, "How did you come to be here? What are you doing here?" Qin Gardenia topped a gloomy face, getting closer and closer. Qin Wei panicked for a second. Like a frightened rabbit, she subconsciously shrank inward, her eyes penetrating with fear. Qin Gardenia also didn't bother to talk nonsense with her, directly got on the bed and grabbed Qin Wei's hand that was waving around in the air, while the other hand grabbed her hair and directly ripped her to the ground. Qin Gardenia wore a cold smile on her face, concealing the anger in her heart. "Qin Wei, didn't I tell you to be obedient? Why do you just have to play dead?" Qin Gardenia's tone was calm, but Qin Wei knew that the calmer she was today the more it showed how angry she was in her heart. Qin Wei's scalp was torn, her expression painfully hideous. "What did I do?" As soon as the words fell, Qin Gardenia raised her hand and gave her 2 slaps, symmetrical on the left and right faces. Qin Wei felt her eyes darken and dizziness hit her violently. If it wasn't for Qin Gardenia grabbing her by the hair, I'm afraid she would have already collapsed on the ground and wouldn't be able to get up. Qin Gardenia lifted her hand, her nails landing on her trembling eyelids and sliding all the way down over her neck, like a knife circling her veins. "I sometimes really want to kill you all." Qin Gardenia was not slow, 1 word at a time, with gritted teeth. After finishing, he choked her neck and lifted her up and threw her to the ground with force, greeted the bodyguard and said, "Bring it on." Qin Wei was scared and trembled her lips. "Where are you taking me?" "Take you to your death." Qin Wei had never seen such a horrible Qin Gardenia, like a female ghost crawling out from hell. She wanted to run but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Her whole guts had already been softened by fear. She almost had to bite her lips hard to make her teeth stop trembling. The bouncer lifted the man off the ground, carrying him in his hands like he was carrying a bag of trash. Walking out of the room and seeing her father who had been woken up, Qin Wei looked like she had seen her savior. "Dad, save me. Qin Gardenia is going to kill someone." Qin father's eyebrows jumped. Seeing the almost unrecognizable Qin Wei in the bodyguard's hands, he loudly and angrily rebuked. "Qin Gardenia, are you trying to turn the world upside down in the middle of the morning? Why don't you hurry up and put your sister down?" Qin Gardenia strides past him, and even if she didn't look at him, she even bumped into him. Qin father stumbled. Seeing that Qin Gardenia didn't put him in his eyes, he stormed over and followed him. "Qin Gardenia, stop, almost forgot you." Qin Gardenia turned around after saying that and smacked his backhand on Qin father's face. "The son doesn't teach, the father's fault. This is what you should suffer." Chapter 121, The Heart from 3 years ago. Qin father was hit to the brain buzzing. After a while he reacted, his right hand tremblingly pointed at Qin Gardenia. "You even dare to hit your old man. You are simply treasonous. It hasn't been a day or 2 since I was treacherous. Thought you'd gotten used to it a long time ago." Qin Gardenia moved her wrist. "If you're not used to it, I can reward you with another slap." To Qin Gardenia, whirling him around was nothing more than a smooth thing to do. Qin's father immediately stepped back, maintaining a safe distance before saying, "What the hell are you bringing so many people to do? What did Qin Wei do to piss you off? She just came back from the hospital. She almost killed someone." Qin Gardenia's gaze was shadowy, his pupils dark, like a deep, dark sea at night, with dark surges faintly visible beneath the surface. Against Qin Gardenia's eyes full of hostility, Qin father's feet nailed in place. "Who did she kill?" "My husband's sister. My sister-in-law." "What sister-in-law? Where did you get a sister-in-law?" Qin Wei finally understood the reason why Qin Gardenia suddenly went crazy. She explained, "I didn't kill anyone. I just said a few words to her. She was still fine when I left. Abetting her person to commit suicide is just as criminal. You knew Lin she had a heart condition and still spoke to stimulate her. What is it if not intentional homicide? Shin Wei couldn't help but shiver. Shin Gardenia calm face looked too creepy. Then Shin father also have majesty. From her face can't help but see when the old master Chin's demeanor. Father Chin wanted to stop them, but he was also intimidated by Shin Gardenia's aura just now. And with so many bodyguards around her, he couldn't stop them alone. He stood upstairs and shouted, stewardly, stop them. Shin Gardenia's eyes were cold. Whoever stops punches whoever. The eyes were so intimidating that no one dared to speak where they passed. Who dares to stop them? If we go forward, we're looking for death. The butler's expression snapped and he pretended not to see or hear. Only Chin Wei's voice screamed the loudest around her, and she seemed to have a premonition of what was going to happen next, so she desperately begged for help. Dad, save me, Butler Lu, Sister Zhang. She called out to everyone in the house. No one paid any attention to her, much less came forward to stop her. The bodyguard rudely threw Chin Wei into the car, and thinking she was too noisy, he found a piece of cloth from the trunk to gag her. Watching the 4 cars sail away, Chin's father made an urgent call and arranged for someone to follow Shin Gardenia's car. Just after the phone call, he saw Chin mother coming back from outside. It was also just after 8 o'clock. Usually at this time of the day Mother Chin hadn't gotten up yet. Where have you been? Chin's father's tone was poor. Went out to exercise. Mother Chin entered the house, swept around carelessly, and asked in a faint voice, has anyone been here? Why are there so many footprints on the ground? Shin Wei has been taken away. Chin's mother looked stunned and brushed him off. Who? Shin Gardenia. Shin mother was anxious when she heard it. Where did Shin Gardenia take Wei Wei? What is she going to do? You should ask Shin Wei what she did. What did she do? She almost killed someone. No way. Her own daughter. She still knew. Although her temper was a bit bad, she definitely couldn't do anything like killing and setting fire. It's also impossible for Shin Gardenia to tell lies to deceive me. Thinking of Shin Gardenia he thought of that slap. To this day his old face still hurts. Therefore he could not help but transfer the fire to his wife. I really don't know how you do this, Mom. I make money every day to work. Busy. You are good. Do nothing at home. Even a child will not be raised. Every day just know how to eat, drink and have fun. Either shopping or on the beauty salon. And recently also out early and late. What are you doing to go? Other people go to work early in the morning and late at night. What can she do early in the morning and late at night? Shin father's resentment towards Shin mother is not a day or two. Seemingly love but actually seem to be separated. Has been sleeping in separate beds for several years. Shin mother originally wanted to dislike the past, but after hearing Shin father's last sentence, she was a bit weak and skimmed her eyes, which is not recently. I just haven't slept well in the past 2 days, and I want to change my sleep by exercising. Father Chin's chest ached with anger, and he glared at her before turning around. Where are you going? Go back to the room to change clothes. Go to the hospital to find Shin Gardenia. I'm afraid that if I go any later, Shin Wei will be hospitalized in ICU. Hospital. Lin Che quietly watched the video on his cell phone. 10 minutes of video he watched many times. His face looked calm but his hand on his thigh was already clenched into a fist, because it was too hard. The bone knots were white, and the veins on his arm were raised and jumped straight up, and he was repressing it. No wonder Lin Shi's condition suddenly worsened. Lin Che stood in the corridor, looking at Lin Shi on the hospital bed through the glass, the anger in his heart expanding infinitely. If there was no proper heart, Lin Shi would only be in a bad way this time. The hospital corridors were heated, and the warm air blowing on his body was not cold, but Lin Che felt cold all over his body. Almost. He lost his sister. The passing nurse comforted. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, your sister's indicators are all good. She'll be fine. And Lin she has a strong will. She'll definitely pull through without any problems. Seeing that Lin Che didn't say a word, the nurse casually said, but if that heart had worked 3 years ago, your sister would have been well already, and wouldn't have had to take so many years of medicine and suffer so much. Alas, Lin Che was stunned, and a wave of anger that he couldn't hold back leapt out of his chest and rushed straight to his head. His eyes were sore and swollen, and he asked in a mute voice, what did you say? What about that heart 3 years ago? Lin Che had been waiting in line for the right heart for the past 5 years, but unfortunately there was no news at all. Not many people are willing to donate organs, and even fewer can match a successful heart. When he first agreed to sign a stand-in agreement to work for Shin Wei for 5 years, he did so in order to find a suitable heart for his sister's surgery. The nurse looked at him in dismay. Don't you know? 3 years ago there was a suitable heart that could be exchanged for your sister's. As long as you agreed on your side, the surgery would be arranged immediately. At that time we didn't get through to you on the phone, then we contacted Ms. Shin Wei. She said that you refused and didn't need to exchange the heart. We thought it was quite a pity at that time. It's not good for them to ask questions about what the family has decided. and after Lin Che's side refused the surgery, that heart was given to another patient. After that, the doctor who was originally in charge of Lin Che was assigned elsewhere, and she was transferred to another floor, and it was usually difficult to see her. If not for the fact that Lin Che suddenly switched wards to her floor, she would have forgotten about it. Looking at Lin Che's expression, it seems like he doesn't know about this yet, which is strange. It wasn't that Lin Che hadn't waited for the right heart in these 5 years, but because Qin Wei's words made her miss it. Lin Che clenched his fist and slammed it against the wall, but stopped at a finger's distance. He promised Qin Jiao that he couldn't hurt himself no matter how angry he was. Chapter 122, You'd better pray, or I'll make your life worse than death. Lin Che twisted his head to look at the panicked nurse. He tried to tug at the corners of his mouth, trying to be as gentle as possible. I'm fine, thank you for telling me this today. The change of face was so quick that the nurse didn't react. Lin Che sat down again, his elbows resting on his legs and propping up his head, his gaze unfocused on the ground, his body radiating low air pressure. After waiting for an unknown period of time, he heard the sound of the elevator door opening, and then one after another. Many people walked out, and he didn't move until a cloud of shadow shrouded over his head, and he branched out to see Qin Gardenia. Qin Gardenia touched his head. I've brought the people, you handle it yourself. This floor was quiet, there were no extra people. The bodyguards surrounded the aisle, and behind the crowd Qin Wei was carried over and thrown in front of Lin Che like a piece of trash. Qin Wei curled up into a ball on the ground like a pangolin in danger. Seeing Lin Che who was getting closer and closer to her, she instinctively stepped back and wanted to run, but her legs were so weak that it was difficult to even stand up. She looked around for help, trying to see if anyone could save her. Not a single person was there, and all she could do eventually was hang her head like an ostrich before watching the shadows that were getting closer and closer to her. Before a pair of black leather shoes finally came to a stop in her field of vision, a pressing oppression surrounded her, and Qin Wei felt suffocated. Lin Che stared expressionlessly at the cloth in Qin Wei's mouth. Later, do whatever I tell you to do, and don't talk, I don't want to disturb the others. He made a move to rip off the cloth from Qin Wei's mouth. Who knew that just as he took it off, Qin Wei started to yell, Lin Che, what are you doing? Slapdash was the response to her slap. Qin Wei was struck dumb. She looked at Lin Che in shock. How could she not expect Lin Che to hit her? You let go of me. What gives you the right to hit me? Lin Che backhanded her and gave her another slap. The second slap was even harder than the first one. Qin Wei only felt a roaring in her head and tinnitus in her ears. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Why can't you understand human language? He was so calm that it was as if he wasn't the one who had just struck the man. No one spoke at the scene, and those two slaps sounded like two loud firecrackers. Qin Wei felt like her neck was being tightly strangled by a rope. She couldn't breathe, and the intimidation released from Lin Che's body was almost crushing her willpower. Is the Lin Che in his memory such a person? He would hit a woman with his hands? Even though Lin Che had said a lot of unkind things to her, in her heart, Lin Che was still the same gentle and sensible Lin Che, who worked hard and obeyed her. So how could he hit her with his hands? Qin Wei looked like she had known him for the first day. Her eyes contained unfamiliar fear, and it was almost as if she was biting down hard on her teeth to keep her lips from trembling. Keep your head up. Qin Wei cringed and didn't move. A hostility in Lin Che's eyes flashed. Do I need to repeat myself? Because she was too afraid of Qin Wei's stiff movements, she slowly raised her head against the red, swollen face, her eyes wrapped in tears. Her tears didn't evoke pity from the men. Instead they made people feel sick. Where were the tears? It was clearly slop from the gutter. Lin Che carefully measured her features, not missing any expression on her face. What a vicious heart. What a foul mouth. What a snake and scorpion heart. Qin Wei, are you going to kneel down yourself, or are you going to let me help you? I don't want it. Qin Wei went crazy. She just got slapped twice and forgot about the pain. She screamed, why do I have to kneel down? Your sister is not dead. Let me, a big living person, to kneel down for her. Can she afford it? And don't forget, your sister can live until now is also rely on me. Back then, if it wasn't for me arranging your sister in this hospital, your sister would have died long ago. You're just being envious. Lin Che muttered to himself, it seems like you need me to give you a hand. In the next second, Qin Wei felt that her body was in the air, and she stood up through the force of Lin Che's hand. But before she could stand firmly, she was held down and knelt down. This was simply a strange shame for Qin Wei, yet the great shame was still to come. Lin Che grabbed the back of her head with a force, and her forehead hit the ground heavily with a thump-dash sound, and in a flash, her eyes were glazed over. The head hurts, the neck is so sore. Lin Che squatted on the ground, pressed the back of her head, and pressed her to the ground again and again to force her to kowtow. Harder than once, he kowtowed 5 times in a row, and by the end of the day his forehead was cracked and blood was visible on the floor. It was the first time in his life that Lin Che had such a violent side. He was as mad as hell and hated to be able to strangle Qin Wei to death. He pinched Qin Wei's neck and questioned fiercely. Qin Wei, you're so arrogant. Do you think I don't dare to hit a woman? But with me there is no distinction between sexes. Only between human and animal. And you are the one who is not human when I treat you as one. What is this talk about favor and revenge? Let me ask you, do you deserve this favor? 3 years ago, why was the heart that was supposed to go to my sister given to someone else? Do you know how long you have to wait for a proper heart? Once you miss it you never get another chance. That's a human life. 5 years of agreement. He was diligent, hard-working. How much pain he could endure for the sake of his sister's health. He knows that heart resources are in short supply, and there are many people in this world waiting for heart replacement surgery. And he had Lin Shi admitted to this hospital with the idea of lining up for matching in fair access. He never wanted to use his privilege to jump the queue and grab resources, but it was because of Qin Wei's privilege that he lost his heart 3 years ago. In order to hold him better, Qin Wei violated their agreement and hid the proper heart. No wonder after 5 years, there was no progress in Lin Shi's condition. And now because of her Lin Shi's life was hanging by a thread. How could Lin Che not be angry, hateful, and resentful? If killing was reckless, then by now Qin Wei would be in his hands by 1,000 cuts. Lin Che's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky to Qin Wei. A thunderbolt that directly struck her head. The kind that couldn't even be avoided. She was already scared, but now she was even more disorganized with fear. And her whole body was like a fish that had been thrown ashore and was on the verge of death. You and I acted on a contract with a clear price tag. I'll admit to whatever you did to me, but you shouldn't have laid a hand on my sister. As soon as the words fell, Lin Che no longer showed any mercy, picking up both of Qin Wei's arms and twisting them in an exaggerated direction. Qin Wei's cold hairs stood up, cold sweat the size of beans rolled down from her forehead. Qin Wei cried and begged for mercy while struggling. Lin Che, I was wrong. I'll make up for it. Don't do this to me. Ah. With 2 direct clicks, Lin Che stepped on Qin Wei's back with 1 foot, directly removing both of her hands. You'd better pray that my sister will be okay, or I'll make your life hell. Chapter 123. Violence doesn't solve problems, but it relieves anger. Does Qin Wei really know it's wrong? It's not. It wasn't that she knew she was wrong. She was just scared. Scared by Lin Che. She had never seen such a Lin Che, completely subverting her perception of him. Not only did he hit her, but he also directly removed both of her hands. Such a vicious appearance. Just like the god of death holding a huge scythe, little by little chipping away her willpower, bearing power, and not much guts. How could Lin Che be merciful to Qin Wei just because she was a woman? When a sister is bullied, if a brother doesn't even have the strength to fight back, that's not kindness, that's called cowardice. Lin Che was fuming. Qin Wei was curled up on the ground, more out of breath than in. The whole person was sickly. Her face, which was so painful that it had lost its blood color, was as white as a piece of paper, and tears and sweat were mixed together and dripped on the ground. When Qin father rushed to them, Lin Che not only unloaded 2 of Qin Wei's arms, even his fingers were misplaced. The original slender fingers became red and swollen because of the misalignment, and it was painful to look at them. Although the hand wasn't broken and could be restored, the side effects were there. The joints hurt when they were misaligned, and it was even more painful to go back to their position. Qin Wei's voice had long been muffled from crying, and the pain was so intense that she couldn't wait to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But Lin Che still didn't let her go, and only indifferently broke her fingers, and then thoughtfully asked her, "Do you need me to help you recover?" How could Qin Wei dare to let him recover? It was only now that she had a clear perception of Lin Che. Where was he, an obedient bull or horse? He was clearly the bull head and horse face from hell. He wasn't weak either, and when he was good-tempered it was only because it didn't offend him. Once he hurts someone he cares about, he can be ruthless and leave no stone unturned. Qin Wei was so muddled with pain that she didn't move on the ground, and those who didn't know thought that she had died of pain. Qin's mother rushed to see this scene and hissed, "Wei Wei, how are you doing? What have you done to her?" Qin Gardenia said, "Don't worry, the person didn't die." When Mother Qin saw Qin Wei on the ground, she didn't even dare to touch her. Her 2 hands were soft on both sides of her body because of her misaligned joints, and she was very frightened. When Qin Wei heard her mother's voice, she struggled to open her red, swollen eyes and weakly shouted, "Mom! Mom is here! No one dares to bully you when Mom is around." Qin mother did her best to love Qin Wei as a mother. Seeing her child bullied like this, she immediately looked like a fried hen. She glanced around. All of them were Qin Gardenia's people. This is still a hospital, a public place, and they dare to openly penalize private individuals, which is simply unreasonable and lawless. After looking around, Mother Qin landed her eyes on Lin Che as she asked, "Who hit him?" Lin Che opened his mouth. "Me." Qin mother was immediately on fire. "Who are you? What gives you the right to hit people? And you?" She glared at Qin Gardenia. "Your own sister was beaten up. You just dryly watched from the sidelines. Do you still have any conscience?" "If I didn't have a conscience, your baby girl would already be in ICU. It was just a few wrong joints. She'd recover easily. But your daughter almost killed a man. It's just almost. It's not dead. Why beat someone so hard? If you want compensation, just say so. I'll pay for it. Can violence solve the problem? Sheen mother, this person is quite capable. Harsh words to her mouth can be said in a righteous tone. A sense of justice, messenger of morality. Sheen Gardenia laughed. A gentle smile. She approached Sheen mother. Before she could react, she directly threw her hand and gave her a slap on the face, beating her carefully done hairstyle like a chicken's nest. Pa dash. You hit me? I'm your mother. You dare to hit me? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Sheen mother tried to fight back with her teeth and claws open, only to be kicked to the ground by Sheen Gardenia just as she stood up. It's not like I killed you by slapping you. Just give some compensation. Mother Sheen's gaze was like a poison knife, not like she was looking at her own daughter, but more like she was looking at an enemy. Lin Che stood in front of Sheen Gardenia, blocking Sheen mother's gaze filled with resentment. He found $250 in change from his body and threw it in front of Sheen mother. Here's the compensation, and if it's not enough, I can give you a couple more 250. Mother Sheen looked at the 250 on the floor and nearly rolled her eyes in anger. Lin Che continued, violence can't solve the problem, but it can relieve the anger. I've already called the police on my side. Feel free to do as you please on your side, but before you make a decision, I suggest that you ask for Mr. Sheen's opinion. Husband. Sheen mother looked at her cold-faced husband behind her. They came together. Compared to her anxious mood, Sheen father was excessively cold, as if it was not his daughter and wife who were beaten. He just chilled out and scrutinized the situation around him. Hubby, let's hire a lawyer. I want them to go to jail. She said they instead of he, and Mother Sheen included Sheen Gardenia. How long is the sentence for intentional assault? She hoped that the man was sentenced to death and the woman was sentenced to life imprisonment. She didn't want a daughter who dared to beat her own mother. Sheen father didn't respond. He just greeted the medical staff who came over to send Sheen way to the ward. You go and look after Vivi. Sheen's mother gritted her teeth and took a hard breath before following the paramedics. I hope that this matter won't become a big deal and can be resolved privately. Young man, you can make any conditions you want. Although Father Sheen did not speak harshly, or even strike a tone of consultation, the coldness with which he looked at Lin Che carried a strong tone. Sheen father suddenly changed his attitude. Not that he was good-tempered, but Sheen Gardenia sent that video to him. Sheen's father is a person who emphasizes profit, and after weighing the pros and cons, he thought that this matter should never be exposed. Irritate a heart patient. As Sheen Gardenia said, this is not intentional injury, this is intentional murder. By now the patients are in the intensive care unit, not completely out of danger. If this is exposed, not only for Sheen Wei, for the entire Sheen family, is a scandal. So arrogant and domineering that if he hadn't looked at Sheen Wei, who was already unconscious, he would have gone over and slapped her. In addition, the video also reveals a variety of information, such as Sheen Wei in the past 5 years actually raised Zhang Yu's body double, even if it is raised, but also fell in love, completely forgetting the original intention of the beginning, and even forget that she has a fiancé. Sheen's father had always known that Sheen Wei was not very capable and loved to get into trouble, but he had never expected her to get into such a big trouble. About the marriage with the Zhang family can still continue? How could he face the Zhang family in the future? Just thinking about all this crap gave him a headache right now. At the same time, he sized up Lin Che with a scrutinizing gaze. What was this kid's origin that could make his two daughters interested in him? One moved on for him, the other went out of her way to beat up her parents for him. Please go back. I'm not in the mood to make a deal with you right now. Sheen father could also understand Lin Che's mood at this moment. Didn't say much, glanced at Lin Che and Sheen Gardenia holding hands with his afterglow, and left. Chapter 124, You have to hurt as much as I do to apologize. Sheen Wei was taken down to take a film. A pair of hands have 10 joints dislocation. Joints dislocation is only a minor injury. Do not need anesthesia directly on the recovery, but the key is that the dislocation of the place is too much. In order to reduce the pain, the doctor still injected her with anesthesia, and then restored the joints one by one, and in some cases too severe to be immobilized to avoid secondary dislocation. Sheen's mother waited anxiously, crying red against the wall, and when the doctor came out, she hurriedly inquired, Doctor, my daughter, is she okay? Is the problem big? When will it be good? Not a big problem, just keep well. Just be careful when you move in the future. Can't lift heavy objects, to avoid the second dislocation. In addition, maybe the finger flexibility will be affected a little. Watching Sheen mother's face change, the doctor hurriedly added, daily life is no problem. If one is in the arts, such as playing the piano, then one would definitely suffer. Fortunately, Sheen Wei did not have these artistic cells. She was once a student, belonging to the category of a little bit of everything, just nothing. The frightened Sheen Wei fell into a stupor. her brows furrowed and her mouth talking nonsense. It's better to say it's a nightmare than to say it's a memory. In the scene, Lin Che holds her hand and asks her where she went wrong. In order to no longer be tortured, she began to admit her mistakes, such as she shouldn't have concealed that heart, shouldn't have spoken to stimulate Lin Shi, shouldn't have scolded her to go to hell, shouldn't have falsely accused Jean Gardenia of creating yellow rumors, shouldn't have let her agent snowball Lin Che 5 years ago, thus forcing him to sign a stand-in agreement, and shouldn't have pestered and threatened him even after the agreement was over. She admitted her mistakes, saying them one by one clearly and incomparably, listing her 10 sins. Lin Che returned. Very well. Then the next second, Lin Che broke her fingers. She let out a cry of anguish and gasped for air. Why are you still doing this to me when I've clearly admitted I was wrong? Now that you're acutely cognizant of where you went wrong, that means you're ready for my revenge. You'd have to be in as much pain as my sister to call it an apology. Only when it hurts will you learn and not do it again. That's what you said to me. Lin Che's voice was like the devil chanting, like he was coming to claim her life. She was really in pain, scared, and really regretted it. If she had known this, she would never have gone to Lin Shi. Why would she think of using such a method to get back at Lin Che and Qin Jiao at that time? It would have been fine if Lin Shi had died of anger by her unknowingly. But on the contrary, she was half dead and still had the strength to sue. When Qin Wei thought of the cruel words that Lin Che had released, she shivered. She knew that Lin Che said it and did it. For the sake of his sister, he could even not want his life. There is also Jean Gardenia. The two of them together is one responsible for lighting the fire and one responsible for chopping people. Regarding the matter of Lin Che hitting her, Qin Wei had regret and sadness in addition to fear. Both hands ached like this, but she felt no more pain than her heart, where it felt like a knife had dug a hole and a mass of something very important was missing, causing her entire chest cavity to be empty. One step wrong. One step wrong. People always do not like to easily admit their mistakes, resulting in the results cannot be undone before starting to regret. Just like when she thought that as long as it turned back Lin Che will be waiting for her in the same place. Lin She woke up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And waking up meant that she was out of danger, and she was sent from the intensive care observation unit to her original ward on the same day. Lin She almost didn't recognize Lin Che when she saw him. Her brother was wearing a hospital sterilized suit with a mask on his face, only revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. Hish, does it still hurt? Is it still hard? He asked in a hurry. Lin She weakly raised her hand and Lin Che avoided holding the needle in her hand. Brother, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's my brother who's sorry. If I hadn't left yesterday, or arranged for a few more people to accompany you, you wouldn't have been in danger. Lin Che blames himself immensely and Lin She comforts him. I'm not in danger. I'm very safe. Besides, I'm the one who has dealt with the god of death. Is there anyone else who will be more terrifying than the god of death? Lin She tried to pull the corners of her mouth and smiled. Brother, I didn't let your efforts be in vain. I survived. I'll grow up healthy in the future. And when you get old, I'll give you an old age. My name is Lin She, it's She of Hope. I didn't fail my mom and dad's expectations of me. Speaking of which, I dreamt of them just now. I tried to hug them. Who knows, they kicked me out of the way. Lin She's breath was dying and she spoke off and on. She still had pain in her body, but she didn't want to worry her brother by saying it. She couldn't see Lin Che's face, and just by looking at his eyes, she knew that he must not have slept well all night. Lin She just finished the surgery, cannot eat yet, can only rely on the nutritional solution to maintain the energy needed by the body. In addition to the nutritional solution, there are other medications, a day down to the infusion of several bags, resulting in her hands are always cold. Jean Gardenia was worried about disturbing Lin She's rest, so she quietly watched her from the side without saying anything, but she was still discovered by Lin She. Sister Jean Gardenia? Jean Gardenia stepped forward. It's me. Are you done with your work? Jean Gardenia gently touched her hair and said gently, after I'm done being busy, I can spare a lot of time to accompany you. And when you're discharged from the hospital, I'll take you out to play. Sister Jean Gardenia, thank you for accompanying my brother. I didn't believe Qin Wei's words. I know that you are very good. I know that you love my brother very much. Lin She paused. Brother also loves you very much. He is really happy with you. The patient just woke up, usually do not want to talk too much, because there is not much energy and spirit. Lin She is talking and cannot stop, like an old mother concerned about the two people's emotional problems, afraid that the two will be affected by some irrelevant people. The two responded to whatever Lin She said. She had just finished a major surgery. Her mental condition was no better than normal, and she had just woken up not long before she was groggy again. Lin Che couldn't bear to disturb her, so he coaxed her to sleep. He and Jean Gardenia walked out of the hospital room, and Jean Gardenia said, Cici is asleep, so you should go get some rest too. Lin Che looked like he had unloaded all his strength. He held Qin Jiao in his arms and used all the strength he had left. Wife, thank you. I want to stay in the hospital to take care of Cici. You go back first. I'll be fine here alone. Go back and have a good sleep and rest. Shin Jia for him is also a whole night did not sleep. Fearful. Then let's stay together. I can't rest assured if you let me go back like this. Let me stay here to accompany you. Shin Gardenia gently pats him on the back. There's no need to say thank you between you and me, she repeatedly insisted. Lin Che also cannot say strong words, can only nod. The two sat on the sofa and snuggled with each other. A night of no sleep, two people are to the limit. It is not easy to let go of the heart. Sleepiness swept over. Chapter 125 Toad jumping into the frying pan. When Lin Che woke up, Xin Jiao was sleeping in his arms. Obviously only 2 months, but it feels like experiencing a lifetime, so long. Each other into the closest people. As long as the sight of her, there is a kind of soul to get the feeling of solace. Chaotic emotions instantly soothed, the heart down to earth and stable. He gently hugged Shin Gardenia and helped her adjust her sleeping position so that she could sleep more comfortably. Lin Che looked at the time, 5 p.m. Having slept for more than an hour, he gently stroked Shin Gardenia's face and prepared to pick her up and put her to bed to sleep. Just about to get up, Shin Gardenia woke up. She rubbed her sore eyes. What time is it? 10 minutes past 5. Shin Gardenia stretched her back. It feels like I slept for a long time. I asked my aunt to pack a few clothes for us, and the assistant brought them right away. Still sleepy? Lin Che asked. Do you want to go back to bed and rest a little longer? Shin Gardenia shook her head. Go and check on CC. Lin, she is still sleeping. Her lips are a little dry. Shin Gardenia receives a cup of warm water from the caregiver, moistened with a cotton swab and carefully applied on her lips. After a while, the assistant brought the two men's clothes. The ward was large, with extra beds to sleep on. So Lin Che changed the sheets and took out the clothes and toiletries from his suitcase. Because they were worried about Lin Chi, the two did not leave the hospital and ate the nutritious meals prepared by the hospital. Shin Gardenia arranged someone to keep an eye on Shin Wei's side. The person has woken up and is currently being interrogated by the police. Shin's father hired a lawyer. The lawyer gave the solution is dead not to admit. A few harsh words verbally does not count as intentional homicide. At best, according to the injury to be counted. Coupled with the fact that Shin Wei had been hospitalized frequently recently, Shin's father had arranged for a psychiatrist to give her a bill that proved that she was in poor mental condition and depressed recently. If you want to file a lawsuit, then it will take time. The only thing you are worried about is Lin Che's side sending out the video to discredit the Chin family. As long as the person didn't die, that's not a big deal. Wait for Shin Wei to apologize properly. Give more compensation. This matter is even. No matter how to say, Shin Gardenia is also a Chin family member. Should persuade a few words. During the time Shin Wei was asleep, Shin's father had his assistant investigate Lin Che, and without checking, he was shocked. Shin Wei actually sneaked around and adopted Lin Che for 5 years. No wonder 5 years ago, Shin Wei suddenly proposed to move out, messing around with a man. Shin's father turned over Lin Che's resume again and again, a capital miserable, so he retracted his previous idea. This is not called adoption, this is called suppression. Shin's father had cheated on his wife, had a mistress, had a lover, played very openly when he was young, gave money generously. In the so-called celebrity circle, he was famous for his good reputation. Generous. As long as you don't disgrace yourself, give what you want, buy a house, buy a car, buy jewelry, casually spend hundreds of millions of dollars. And Shin Wei bought Lin Che for 5 years with only $2 million. 5 years without letting him rest and work full-time. Have seen stingy, have not seen so stingy. At least the Chin family is also a big family. Please a few servants to give a little more money is not out of reach. If this is spread out is also too humiliating. Do not know also thought the Chin family bankruptcy. He had a decent breakup with his mistresses. Unlike Shin Wei, who had tossed herself into such a state. What a toad jumping off a cliff trying to act like Batman. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You don't have the skills to act like a pussy. Shin father as long as the thought of Shin Wei, this heart on fire, as if there is a fire burning, hate to pick up the Shin Wei whip a meal. Both are his daughters. How come Shin Wei is nothing like him? One is not as good as the other. Shin father's air pressure is low. Shin Wei slept for a long time, he was silent for a long time. On this state, Shin mother did not dare to go forward to touch his eyebrows. Can only pray that Shin Wei woke up. Do not talk back. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shin Wei slowly woke up. She slept for a long time, but after waking up, she was still very tired. Her body was heavy, her spirit was tired, her eyes were sore and she couldn't open them, and her brain was muddled and accompanied by a dry mouth. She subconsciously wanted to raise her hand, but found that she couldn't move it, so she could only stretch her neck to look at it, and her fingertips were wrapped in gauze on both hands, exposing her fingertips to be like carrots, and the pain hit her at once. Awake! Did you sleep well? Shin's father stood beside the bed in a conspiratorial manner. Shin Wei weakly shouted, Dad, you're still quite bold. You actually engage in the whole package man thing behind our backs. Have you ever thought about Jiang Yu? Have you ever thought about the marriage with the Jung family? I've told mom before that I'm going to withdraw from Jungyu. Chin father turned his head to Chin mother. You know, she did mention it to me. But what happened today? I only just realized. It's, Mother Chin said in a weak voice. I know you're angry right now, but she's tasted a lesson. So just restrain yourself a bit. Listen to this as a human language? Chin's father laughed in anger. You're still asking me to restrain myself? Look at how she's been spoiled by you. She's all snarky and mean. And she's stupid and doesn't even realize it. It's not the first time I've cleaned up your mess. What you said to Chin Gardenia the night of your birthday was recorded by her. And now it's being recorded on video. Every time you make a stupid mistake. Every time you don't remember. It's even if you can't play with your sister. You can't even play with an 18-year-old girl. Look at you like this. Where are you like me? Chin father said and looked at Chin Wei's hands. A toad jumping into a frying pan seeks death on its own. I don't know how much Chin Wei listened in. Or maybe she didn't listen to a single word. Her face was ashen. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked at the ceiling, tears falling down the corners of her eyes. You still have the face to cry. For all that you've done, I can't see my old face in shame. Maybe this sentence stung her. Chin Wei fiercely looked at Chin father. And it's not my fault alone. I'm the one who adopted Lin Che and lived with him for 5 years. But if it wasn't for Jiang Yu moving out of the country to find Chin Gardenia, I wouldn't have been able to look at Lin Che either. You say I'm a disgrace. Do you want to look at yourself? Didn't you cheat when you were young? Didn't you keep a mistress lover? I've kept one in 5 years, haven't you? I'm stupid but I also inherited your genes. Slap dash a loud slap landed on her face, her left cheek flaming. Chin's father didn't utter a word, staring at her with a deadly stare. That slap he used vigorously, completely forgetting that Chin Wei was still injured. Chin Wei bit her lip, and after a long time, her nose flared up, and it wasn't until her mother's hands were busy covering her nose, and her mouth cried out, nosebleed. Only then did she realize that she had been injured by Chin father. 5 rattles, she'd banged her head, plus the slap had given her a direct concussion, brief blindness and ringing in her ears. She felt so loud and annoyed, as if her mom and dad had gotten into a fight over her, red-faced and hysterical, and the biggest argument ever broke out, ending with Father Chin leaving in a rage. Chin mother sat on the edge of the bed, painfully wiping the blood off her face. You said you, what do you have to make him angry for? Because she was not in pain. She had merely made the same mistake as they had, and what face had they to accuse her of? Mom, who is Zhang Yang? Chapter 126 Acting Dumb and Foolish. Chin mother was still deliberately playing dumb. How do I know who Zhang Yang is? Zhang Yang, your old classmate, recently returned to Rongqing for demolition procedures. You often go out in the past few days, leaving early and returning late, just to see him, right? You can't be too picky. That man is a handful of years old, has a wife and children. What do you see in him? Chin Wei also does not hide the pocket, directly said it. The tone is very disgusted. If Mother Chin had admitted this person in a big way, she would still have nothing to suspect, but it turned out that Mother Chin was playing dumb. There seemed to be a cold wind blowing through her hand, the temperature of her palm gradually freezing. Chin mother sank her face. You investigated me? I didn't want to look into it. You exposed yourself too quickly. What have I exposed? Chin mother smiled and said, that's just an old classmate of mine. I haven't seen him for many years, so we had a few dinner dates together. Plus he recently had to renovate his house and wanted to find me to do some favors and make some connections. You're not suspecting that I betrayed your father, are you? I love him so much. How could I possibly do something wrong to him? Mother Chin's mouth spoke of love, but there was no trace of tenderness in her eyes. Chin Wei knows what it's like to truly love someone, to not be able to part with them, to want to be with them all the time, and it's clear that her parents aren't. They talk about being in love, but they've been sleeping in separate rooms for years. Really? Then why did you just pretend you didn't recognize him? And what are you so nervous about? Facing Chin Wei's cold questioning, Chin mother was angry. I'm your mother. What are you suspecting me of? You're my mother, but don't forget that you're Mrs. Chin, and everything you have is from the Chin family. So if you really do something wrong to dad and he finds out, then our family will be ruined. A man can't stand as his wife to cuckold him. Once Chin father found Chin mother betrayed him, then he will certainly take back everything he gave. People can love the house. The same can also be evil the rest of Sue. Just like what Chin mother said, what is not discovered can be treated as not happening, but once it is discovered, then it would be too late, and along with her would suffer. If Mother Chin couldn't even hide it from her, how could she possibly hide it from Father Chin? So she had to open her mouth to remind her. But to Mother Chin, her daughter's questioning as well as her skeptical look was a disgrace to her. Mom, I'm just reminding you. I don't need to be reminded. Mother and daughter each faced one side. Neither said anything, and after a while, Chin's mother couldn't help but say, you're not allowed to take this to your father to say in front of him. I'm not that stupid. You've done quite a few stupid things, Sheen mother laughed coldly twice, then asked, "What's going on with Sheen Gardenia and that Lin Che? What is their relationship?" When Lin Che was mentioned, Sheen Wei subconsciously remembered him cruelly breaking her fingers. Sheen Wei bit her lower lip to get rid of the fear inside. They got married. Married? How dare she? What does she not dare to do? You guys have never controlled her. She can do what she wants to do. Marry whoever she wants to marry without asking for your opinion. If she could. She also wanted to experience Qin Zhao's life. Sheen Wei's vision doomed her to not become a great thing. She only see the surface of the splendor of others, but cannot see the hard work behind the scenes. Thought that as long as the script was the same, she could also live like Qin Gardenia. She was jealous of Qin Gardenia, but jealousy is not another kind of envy. Envy of her strong, can do whatever she wants, take slap her parents this kind of thing. Give her 10 guts she also dare not. Mother Qin narrowed her eyes and sized up Qin Wei. You said before that you have someone you like, and that person is Lin Che? Yes. Through a few conversations, Qin mother guessed what happened. Simply put, it was a four-cornered relationship, not cherishing it when she got it, and only starting to regret it when she lost it. Mother Qin looked at the injuries on her body. He's done this to you, and you still like him? After a moment of silence, Qin Wei said, he used to be good to me. Being nice doesn't mean liking it. He's being nice to you all because of the contractual treaty. Qin Wei couldn't listen to her at all. She had a headache and was very confused right now, and at this point in time, she also knew that it was impossible for her and Lin Che. Lin Che hated her so much that he couldn't wait to kill her. How's Lindsay doing? Qin's mother replied. The person has woken up and has been transferred out of the ICU. Mom, you help me. Qin Wei wanted to grab Qin mother's hand but couldn't lift it. She could only lie on the bed and dryly say, you help me separate Qin Gardenia and Lin Che. Qin mother's face was stifled. How to separate? Qin Gardenia even dared to beat me. Will she listen to what I say? Qin Wei's eyes sank like water. As long as we can separate her and Lin Che any way we can. Arranging accidents, car accidents, poisoning, kidnapping. People can be stupid and bad, but they can't be stupid and bad, or they'll only hurt themselves. Qin mother stood up violently, looking at Qin Wei incredulously, as if she didn't expect such words to come out of Qin Wei's mouth. Although Mother Qin disliked Qin Gardenia, she never thought of killing her. Then what exactly is so good about Lin Che that it's worth you taking such a big risk? Aside from his looks, what part of him compares to Jiang Yu? If your father knows you're harboring this, he'll beat you to death. Qin Wei was no longer in love with Lin Che. It was an obsession. In her opinion, Lin Che was just better than Jiang Yu in every way. She asked, Mom, didn't you ever like anyone when you were young? He may not have had money or a good life, but you just liked him enough to leave everything for him, to become unlike yourself. Memories fleetingly passed. Qin mother leisurely said, there is, but like can't be a meal. I'm very satisfied with my current life, and I'm very satisfied with the current me, and I don't regret the decision I made in the first place. Two loves don't always end well, let alone one love. Qin mother hated Qin Wei when she looked at her appearance, and warned her, you stay here for the next few days, no looking at your cell phone, don't think about anything, mind your own business. Qin Wei closed her eyes without a word. It was true that she couldn't do anything with her hands the way they had become. While Qin Wei was confined, something happened online. During the same period of time, major marketing organizations exposed the food safety problems of Gaga, including gutter oil, dead pork, and rat meat hidden in ham sausage. The cause is a food blogger evaluation of snacks. There is an issue specifically chose the brand Gaga, because the spit is too terse. The video on the hot search, Gaga, add some hard work and some tech, a sign that doesn't even eat dogs. Is it really that bad? Would it be too much? Bloggers don't throw them away. They can sell them to college students at a stall. The dog looked disgusted, thinking his master was trying to harm him. I didn't expect to brush up on childhood memories after all these years. Childhood memories have turned into childhood nightmares, and I'd rather the sign be dead than have him spoil himself like that. I accidentally bought a packet of his instant noodles a while back and it almost ate me. You stinky foot odor. The fans are plastic. The chorizo is gasoline flavored. The meat stinks, and it's great. Now I'm impervious to all poisons. Chapter 127, Publicity at the Door. Qin Wei was confined. She really cannot do anything now, so the internet released about the ++ black information she had arranged before. It works well and generates buzz. Netizens enthusiastically asked the Food Regulatory Authority to take down all the Gaga foods in question from the market. Meanwhile, Lin Che's movie is in a bit of a state, with no distributor willing to take it. Director Lu called Lin Che to pour out his bitterness. Obviously, the contract is ready to sign after all the talks. Who knows that the other parties suddenly changed their mind? Lin Che's mind turned quickly and asked directly, does Jiang Yu know about this? Not yet. Find a way to reveal it to her. Director Lu didn't understand what it meant for a moment. What do you mean? Lin Che said, There are two people within my suspicions, and one of them is Jiang Yu. Director Liu thought about it. If it is the Jiang family, it is really possible. After all, the Jiang family has this aspect of the family. First to the relevant departments to pressure, and try to delay the approval process, and now also secretly rumor up. This is at least his own sister's work. Why is his heart so black? This hadn't even been checked out yet, and Director Liu had already decided it was Jiang Yu. There is a category of people who can do whatever it takes to achieve their goals, without regard for their relatives. In Jiang Yu's opinion, this is just a movie, not a life. So if it's ruined, he doesn't care about how many people's heart and blood are in it, and he only cares about a pain in the ass. Okay, I'll go talk to Jiang Yu. Lin Che hangs up the phone and folds back to the ward. Jean Gardenia stands in the doorway and waits for him. Encountered trouble? Something went a little wrong. Need a hand? Lin Che walked up and held her hand. No need. I can fix it. What about you? It's all over the internet. Happy to mention the hot search and thank the other party for sending free publicity. Jean Gardenia blinked. Lin Che and her looked at each other and smiled. Back in the hospital room, Lindsay's condition was already getting better by the day. The rejection was minimal and she was now able to eat. Lin Che would give her congee and soup, and her cheeks grew some meat and blood color, no longer as pale and thin as before. Regarding the matter of Qin Wei's intentional wounding, if the case is successfully concluded in court, then she can only be sentenced to 2 years imprisonment at most. Qin's father could not bear to see his youngest daughter go to jail, thinking of a private settlement to give some compensation. 2 years of imprisonment is too short. If you want compensation, you can fight for more. For Qin Wei, Qin's father is willing to spend money. It was left to Lindsay to choose whether to subject the perpetrator to the law or to demand compensation. Lindsay asked, how much can they pay in compensation? Jean Gardenia estimated a number. Tens of millions of dollars is there. Lindsay's eyes widened in shock. That much? It wasn't that much by definition, but Jean Gardenia had a way of making Qin's father hemorrhage money. She looked at Jean Gardenia and then at Lin Che, obviously hesitating. After a while she carefully asked, if I want compensation, will you guys blame me? No. We respect your decision. Lin Che stroked her head. Jean Gardenia also responded, if you choose to ask for compensation, the lawyer's side will fight for more points. Then I want compensation. Sister Qin Jia, thank you. Qin's father was first relieved when he heard that Lin Chi's side wanted compensation, but as soon as he heard that the other side wanted $60 million, he almost didn't catch his old breath. He originally expected that a few million could be sent away to run away. Who knew that the other party actually asked for $60 million in a lion's mouth? Jean Gardenia turned her elbow outward and helped outsiders against her own family. It's not that he can't give $60 million, but this money doesn't come from the wind. How can he give it casually? Jean father directly give Jean Gardenia call. Telephone pass open mouth is, 60 million, why don't you go to rob? If I were to rob, it wouldn't be this amount. Jean Gardenia's voice was coolly sarcastic. $60 million to spare her 2 years in jail. Ask Qin Wei if she's willing. Don't forget that Jean Gardenia and Qin Wei still have a betting agreement. The contract is in force, can't be changed. If Qin Wei went to jail for these 2 years, wouldn't it be a defeat without a fight? What to choose? Qin Wei knew in her heart, and Qin father also knew very well. Qin's father stared at the desktop with a deep gaze, and after a long time of contemplation, he reluctantly agreed. Qin's father said sarcastically, we're all family, do you have to make such a mess? Don't forget that you are also surnamed Qin. This will not do you any good. Why wouldn't it be good? Watching the three of them suffer makes her feel good. The ugly ones are you guys. It has nothing to do with me. Even if it's a small child, she will have his parents to take the responsibility when she does something wrong. Not to mention that Qin Wei is still an adult. If she indulges her behavior, she is bound to bear the bitter consequences behind her behavior. This pot, I don't take the blame. Qin's father's breath sank. Can that video be deleted? I can't. That's a different price. Qin's father's voice became louder. And pay? Jean Gardenia scoffed. Or what? Give it to you for nothing? Qin's father asked. How much? You can't afford to give. Jean Gardenia said. Whether or not the video will get out depends on Qin Wei's mouth. And it's better to keep that mouth of hers under control than anything else. The video that Lin Chi had recorded was a bargaining chip that they held in their hands. And if Father Qin wanted to keep it from getting out, then he had better control Qin Wei with her tail between her legs. Qin's father's brow jumped. Got it. The $60 million of compensation soon came to Lin Chi's account. Lin Chi counted the zeros on her bank card and looked at it over and over again. She never thought that she would have so much money in her card before this. If only they had had so much money in the first place, so that mom and dad wouldn't have to work hard to make money, much less die, and my brother would be able to study and go to college. $60 million. Lin Chi anonymously donated $10 million to the donor's family. In order to cure the disease, their family spent all their savings, and owed a lot of money. This $10 million can improve their lives. Lin She had a lot of people to thank, and bought small gifts to distribute to the medical staff who usually took good care of her, as well as her classmates and relatives who often came to visit her. Whoever is good to her, she remembers it in her heart, just like Chin Gardenia, although they don't know each other for a long time. But if it's not that Chin Gardenia arranged for a doctor to find a suitable heart for her, I'm afraid that she's already dead. She bought some jewelry and bags to Chin Gardenia, before and after spending a few million out. The rest of the money, she all transferred to the Lin Che card. Their own body only left a few tens of thousands of dollars. A few tens of thousands of dollars for her are a lot of. Do not know where to spend. Lin Che received a bank transfer. Why did you transfer the money to my card? You've grown up now, you need to learn how to manage on your own. When you're discharged from the hospital, there's a lot of places you need to spend money. It's too much. I'm afraid of losing it. I left a few tens of thousands on me. Brother, aren't you making a movie recently? This $40 million is reserved for you to do publicity. Consider it as my investment, and you'll give me a share of the dividends later. Lin Che deliberately teased her. What if I lose money? Just pay for it. I still have a few tens of thousands here. I can hold out for a while. When I get out of the hospital, I'll paint and take over and make money to support you. I have hands and feet. I don't need you to feed me. You'd better feed yourself. Mentioning Lin Che's movie, Lin She was concerned about the progress. Brother, how is your movie progressing? Will it be released on winter vacation? Yes, I can. And I'll take you to the premiere early then. Chapter 128, The Same Purpose and Convergence of Purposes. Zhang Yu, who received the call from director Liu, was also instantly associated with Zhang Yu. Can abet his own sister to be a mistress. May I ask, what else does such a person dare not do? Can not do? Perhaps in his distorted values, there is no longer a distinction between right and wrong. As long as he can satisfy his personal desires and interests, any despicable and shameless behavior is a routine for him. Because of jealousy, Zhang Yu suppressed Lin Che, looking down on him while fearing that he would come out on top. Qin Wei suppressed Chin Gardenia's food company. Zhang Yu suppressed Lin Che's movie. The unmarried couple reached an agreement without any communication. They agreed that as long as Lin Che and Qin Jiao failed, they would return to them. The purpose is the same and coincides. Zhang Yu was so furious that she searched for a golf club in her room, carried it and headed for Zhang Yu's room. Zhang Yu has been discharged from the hospital, is currently recuperating at home. I did not expect him to be so restless when he was sick. Nothing to do. Zhang Yu carried her clubs inside just in time to hear Zhang Yu on the phone. It was only a suspicion, but now he was completely sure that he was the culprit. Out of jealousy, he's even trying to ruin her career. He clearly knows how much she cares about this movie, how much effort she has put into this movie. Going out early and coming home late, both eyes open, is to memorize the script, and can't wait to soak in the crew 24 hours a day. This is her first time as a movie heroine, and to promote the movie, she arranged a team, contacted marketing numbers in advance, and shelled out her own personal money. She had a feeling that the movie would be a hit and would put her on a firm footing in the acting world and take her to the next level, maybe even get her an award. Zhang Yu dared to lay his hands on him at this time. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents, and this can never be tolerated. Zhang Yu grinded her teeth, gripped the club in her hand, and rushed in to smash it. Zhang Yu likes to collect hand puppets. In his room, there is a wall of hand puppets he bought, was carefully protected by him. Zhang Yu, as soon as he went in, he aimed at those hand puppets. A smash is tens of thousands. Before Zhang Yu could react, a third of the hand puppet had already been destroyed. He hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed, stopping it loudly. Zhang Yu, what are you up to? What am I messing with? I was going to ask, what are you trying to mess with? Have I messed with you by doing a good job of making a movie? Why are you getting in my way? I'm not trying to get in your way. You're hindering me by hindering Lin Che. You know how important this movie is to me. Bang! Zhang Yu smashed another wall like she was mad. She gasped for air and pointed at Zhang Yu while holding her club. Zhang Yu looked at the club in her hand, suppressed the fear in his heart, and laughed coldly. Zhang Yu, I've long reminded you to withdraw from this movie. It's you who didn't listen to me, and now who's to blame for the problems? Lin Che can't get this movie released. He's an inferior artist. Even if it's released, it will be taken down. Who's going to bear the theater's losses at that time? Zhang Yu tensed her face. Lin Che is not a bad artist. He's cleaner than anyone. Ha! Zhang Yu looked like he had heard a joke as he asked rhetorically in a low voice. How long have you known him? How much do you know about him? And do you know who he has contacted? If he really has no problems and is clean, do you think I can convince those publishers with just my mouth? Zhang Yu's heart was pounding. The frequency of that uneasiness made her a bit at a loss for words. She could only feign composure. At least I understand more than you do. She had grown a long memory now, and was more willing to believe what she saw than what came out of someone else's mouth. Lin Che was definitely not some bad person. If he was really some bad person, Sister Qin Jie wouldn't have liked him. In other words, saying that Lin Che was bad was saying that Qin Jiao was bad. You know a lot? Then did you know that Lin Che had been adopted before? Jiang Yu immediately retorted, less nonsense. If Lin Che was really adopted, how could he be in such a bad situation? Tell me, who is he being adopted by? If you have the ability, you can call that person over and we'll confront them face to face. Jiang Yu looked at her. Qin Wei. Jiang Yu raised her voice. Impossible. What's impossible? My side of the investigation is clear. There are witnesses and material evidence. Su Jiao and Su Man can testify. And to this day, Qin Wei's house still has the clothes that Lin Che wore before. If he's really been adopted by Qin Wei, then how could he be with sister Qin Jia? Jiang Yu was conspiratorial. It means he's capable and has 2 feet in 2 boats. Jiang Yu's hands were shaking as she put down the club in her hand and closed her eyes, recalling the previous events. When she first met Lin Che, he was with Qin Wei. She asked Qin Wei for news about Lin Che, and Qin Wei's strange attitude. All those black information about Lin Che came out of Qin Wei's mouth. How could Lin Che be adopted by Qin Wei? Qin Wei is your fiancé. Replacing Qin Wei with Qin Gardenia sounds a bit more reliable. Being reasonable is not about being loud, and people usually try to overpower each other with volume only when their bottom line is low. The appearance of such a reaction proved that Jiang Yu was wavering. Jiang Yu said, Qin Wei changed her mind a long time ago, and during the 5 years I was gone, she found a substitute. Jiang Yu said offhandedly, are you saying Lin Che is your double? But you two don't look alike at all. Lin Che is much more handsome than you. Where did you get the confidence? Jiang Yu looked at her coldly, his tightly locked brows signifying that he was in an irritable mood and his patience was about to run out. Obviously the injuries on his body had almost healed, but this would hurt again, and he could even feel a gush of blood in his throat. Qin Wei and Lin Che were together 5 years ago. If you don't believe me you can ask Qin Wei and Lin Che. Jiang Yu sarcastically said, you're giving a clear account of yourself, but what truth has he told you? Your understanding of him is nothing more than one-sided. Stopping the loss in time is the wise choice. A long pain is better than a short pain. You only lost a movie, but you saved your reputation. Getting involved with someone like Lin Che will not end well. You like making movies. I, as a big brother, will definitely support you, and I'll ask the screenwriter to write any scripts you want especially for you, and invest in them for you. Jiang Yu finished in a serious tone. He thought that what he said so much was already enough to make Jiang Yu's heart move. Who knew that she didn't buy it? Jiang Yu re-raised the club in her hand. You can't change the fact that you're a villain even after saying so much, saying that it's for my own good. But in fact, you're just jealous of Lin Che, and people who are ugly on the inside look at everything dirty. Do you think that as long as Lin Che fails, Sister Qin Jiao will break up with him to be with you? Ha! Don't dream. I'm telling you, Lin Che is already married to Sister Qin Gardenia. You toad who can't eat swan meat. Chapter 129, not utilization but self-preservation. Jiang Yu had a flurry of sarcasm, and Jiang Yu's ears buzzed as he listened. What did you say? I said you are a toad that can't eat swan meat. So what if you chased after Sister Qin Gardenia for 5 years? Sister Qin Gardenia and Lin Che got married after getting along for less than 5 days. Jiang Yu held the club in her hand and poked at Jiang Yu's chest. The damage was not very insulting. You say Lin Che is bad, but Sister Qin Jiao just likes him like this. Jiang Yu immediately darkened his face and clutched the club hard. So what if you're married? You can get divorced if you're married, and you're widowed if you can't get divorced. Jiang Yu met Jiang Yu's gaze and confirmed that it wasn't human at all. You can really be a head wearing a mask stinking shameless. Jiang Yu finished and pulled out her club with force. She really wanted to hit him to make him remember, but when she saw Jiang Yu's pale face, she couldn't help but remember how good he had been to her in the past. Jiang Yu looked at him for a few seconds with eyes full of disappointment, then turned around and left. Jiang Yu said behind her, Lin Che has been using you from the very beginning, using your traffic, using your identity as the third miss of the Jiang family. He has known for a long time that you're my sister. He wants to use you to control the whole situation so as to hold Qin Wei and I in check. Without you joining him, this movie of his wouldn't have been able to be completed successfully at all. Jiang Yu didn't turn her head. He's not using me, he's just protecting himself. It was being forced by these people to the point where they could only use this way to protect themselves. She let go of the club in her hand and turned around to go out without looking back. The scene in front of her eyes was a little blurry, and when she went into the restroom, she realized that her eyes were already red, and looking into the mirror, she wiped away the tears on her face before taking out her cell phone to call Lin Che. Lin Che, where are you? Can I meet with you? I'm in the hospital. Jiang Yu subconsciously cared. Are you sick? My sister just got out of surgery. How is your sister now? Is she okay? The surgery was successful and the recovery was excellent. The two eventually arranged to meet at a cafe near the hospital. Jiang Yu bought a bouquet of flowers, and when she arrived, Lin Che was already there. She handed the flowers to Lin Che. This is for your sister. Wish her a speedy recovery. Thanks. Lin Che reached out and took it and put it on the table. He glanced at the paper sign on it. Do you want to go up and see my sister? Later. She was afraid that the next topic would leave the two of them unhappy. Jiang Yu sat down and ordered a latte. Did you get a call from Director Liu? There's been a situation with the movie recently. Lin Che took a sip of his coffee. I know. Jiang Yu stirred her latte. The spoon inadvertently made a crisp ring on the cup. My brother made it. I'm sorry. I'll try to solve it on the side of the screenings. Her throat clogged, if it really can't be resolved, I'll compensate you for your losses. This is not a matter of compensation or not. A crew of so many people, the hard work of the movie, combined with the expectations of so many people, not to mention Lin Che himself, Director Liu and Director He Too first-time cooperation, is to want to make a beautiful turnaround battle. However, it was good that Lin Che had long anticipated this day and had prepared for it in advance. If Jiang Yu couldn't solve it, he had other methods and wouldn't sit around waiting for death. It's okay, I'll talk on the distributor and theater side. Jiang Yu felt that Lin Che was pretending to be strong. Director He and Director Liu couldn't talk about the matter. Could he talk about it? Can it be that he wants to rely on Qin Gardenia? Thinking of Qin Gardenia, Jiang Yu thought of Qin Wei again. She was never able to believe that Lin Che had been adopted by Qin Wei before. Two sisters don't mind if they like a man at the same time? Especially Qin Gardenia, whose own husband and sister once had an unseemly relationship. Jiang Yu carefully looked at Lin Che on the opposite side of the table, then exhaled a breath and half-joked. My brother told me something, saying that you were previously adopted by Qin Wei. I just thought, how can it be? If you have really been adopted by Qin Wei, how can you marry sister Qin Gardenia? Won't the two sisters feel embarrassed? My brother because he likes Qin Gardenia's sister to see you are not good. Really, what dirty water all like to splash on you? Simply too much. I was angry today. He collected handiwork all smashed. His face was angry red. He also said that during those 5 years when he was out of the country, you were the stand-in that sister Qin Wei found, and he wasn't ashamed when he said that, when it was obvious that you were much better looking than him. Lin Che didn't interrupt her, so she talked a lot. When she finished, Lin Che replied to her seriously, Jiang Yu wasn't wrong. Qin Wei did pay me to be his body double, and I did it for 5 years at an explicit price and according to the agreement. Do you remember the time Qin Wei came to the theater? I told you about it, but you didn't believe me, so I didn't mention it again in order not to affect my work. As if pulling open the floodgates of memory, Jiang Yu remembered, and she revealed a crying expression. I thought you were joking with me at the time. Lin Che looked indifferent. In the few days we've been filming, when have I ever joked with you? Jiang Yu thought it was true. The words in her heart were like cotton blocked in her throat, and after holding them for a long time, she asked, does Sister Qin Jiao know? I knew it from the start. She knew, and she didn't care. No wonder Qin Gardenia was able to get together with Lin Che. Why did the latter come first? It wasn't because the former was incompetent. Jiang Yu lowered her head and looked at her reflection in the water. Are you using me? Lin Che looked uncertain. This is not called utilization. This is called mutual benefit. Lin Che asked her rhetorically. Do you like the script? Jiang Yu nodded. Did you get paid for the movie? Copy that. Are you happy with the process of the shoot? Very satisfied. Every day of filming with Lin Che she was very happy. She felt that she had learned a lot and her acting skills had improved. That's not it. Lin Che didn't force the sale. The contract was a formal contract. It was all done according to legal procedures. So what kind of exploitation was this? Jiang Yu lowered her eyes to look at the desktop and asked in a faint voice, why did you write the script in the first place? Lin Che took it for granted. To make money. A lot of times the reluctance comes from self-involvement, and because they care, they will deliberately amplify his behavior. Actually, if you think about it, Lin Che never treated her special or differently, but it was because he was so good that he gave her fantasies and delusions that she shouldn't have. Finishing the last sip of her latte, Jiang Yu wiped the corner of her mouth. I want to go see your sister. Is that okay? Sure. Lin Che took the bouquet of flowers and handed them to Jiang Yu after entering the elevator. Jiang Yu nervously hugged the bundle. What's your sister's name? Lin Che, Lin Shi, the She of Hope. Jiang Yu rarely heard Lin Che mention his sister, and she still knew about his sister's illness from Director Liu. Lin Che, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used the word package to humiliate you. You don't call it a package. You're purely working for a living. Chapter 130. Some are born in Rome. Some are born to be cattle and horses. Some are born in Rome. Some are born to be cattle and horses. After thinking about it all the way, Jiang Yu carefully recalled Lin Che's experience. Which artist would still be mixed up so poorly after being adopted? Qin Wei is at least in charge of a media company. What resources are not in her hands? Looking at Lin Che, who has been following her around for the past 5 years, he has directly checked that there is no such person. Other gold masters to adopt a young lover. A wave of the hand is a big production. Big trophies. Big house. Compared to these people, Lin Che wants nothing. If she had met Lin Che ahead of time, she would have given him all her personal money to make a movie. How many movies would have to be made in 5 years, just because of Lin Che's face? He would have made a name for himself in the entertainment industry a long time ago. Qin Wei wasn't even underwriting Lin Che anymore. She was suppressing Lin Che's resources. Lin Che went in first. "Cece, someone's here to see you." "Who?" Jiang Yu appeared holding the flowers and looked at the little girl in the hospital bed. Her tiny face was full of all 5 senses, and her eyes were very similar to Lin Che's. Lin She froze, then her eyes widened violently. "Jiang Yu, I know you. I've seen your movies. I like the character you played too much. I even cried when I saw her die, and I've also watched your TV series. I especially liked them, and I've even followed your microblog number." She couldn't get too excited after the recent surgery. Lindsay steadied her breathing and tried her best to suppress herself, but she still blushed because she was so happy. Jiang Yu didn't expect Lin Shi to be her roadie fan. Like the names of the characters she said, there were small supporting roles that she had just debuted in, as well as her most recent TV that was on air. Jiang Yu held the flower and went in. "This is the flower I gave you. Do you like it?" The store manager said that this flower doesn't affect heart patients and can be placed indoors. "I like it. Thanks for the flowers, and here's some fruit for you." Jiang Yu was originally still a bit rushed and didn't know how to get along with her. Only after real contact did she realize that Lin Shi's personality was more enthusiastic than Lin Che's. Like a little son, Lin Che took the fruit and washed it, putting it on a clean plate with a fork. "Do you want some cake?" Lin Che asked Jiang Yu. "And the cake?" Lin Shi bragged. "It's made by my brother himself. It's especially delicious. Do you want to try it?" Jiang Yu hurriedly nodded her head. Lin Che opened the refrigerator and there were still 4 servings left, just enough for the 4 of them. Lin Che put the cake into the tray and took it out together, leaving the yellow peach one for Qin Zhao, and of the other 3, Lin Shi and Jiang Yu both chose strawberry. Jiang Yu couldn't wait to take a taste, and Lin Shi watched her eat it expectantly. "How was it? Was it good?" "Delicious." Jiang Yu gave Lin Che a thumbs up. "With this craft, you can make money even if you don't become an actor." Lin Shi kinda liked talking with Jiang Yu, probably because there wasn't much difference in age between the 2 of them. One was 18 and the other was 22. Jiang Yu let go of her constraints and pointed to her heart position. "Does this still hurt you?" Lin Shi shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. In fact, it still hurt a little bit. It was just that compared to before, this pain seemed insignificant." Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Are there any other reactions after the heart replacement?" "Rejection reaction? I've been taking my medication on time every day and I haven't had any particular reaction. I've heard before that people's personalities change when they get a new heart. Do you have these reactions?" "Really? Then will I suddenly give birth to a second personality in the future? It would be great to have a smart personality. Once I learn it, I can easily get into Tsinghua." The 2 came together and muttered. The cake in their hands soon finished. "How is my brother doing in the theater? Every time I ask him how he's doing, he doesn't answer me positively. Everything else is fine. It's the weight reduction part that hurts his body too much. He doesn't eat anything and only drinks water. You need to remind him more." Jiang Yu secretly complained. "No wonder he lost so much weight a while ago. I thought he was being bullied on the set." Lin Che had been bullied before, going to a movie to play a supporting role, but the director asked him to be the main actor's understudy, throwing him into the water in the middle of winter. These things, Lin Che never told her until the TV series aired and she instantly recognized the double as her brother. Jiang Yu was talking to Lin Shi when the door was suddenly opened. She turned her head to look at the person who came in. Lin Shi on the bed happily shouted, "Sister Gardenia, it's Qin Gardenia." Seeing Qin Gardenia, Jiang Yu was inexplicably a little weak. She stood up and followed obediently and shouted, "Sister Qin Gardenia." Among the peers, Qin Gardenia is undoubtedly the most excellent one. Looks beautiful, ability strong, temperament outstanding, usually do not smile, gaze indifferently glanced over when the oppressive feeling is full. Jiang Yu will like Qin Zhao, justifiable. After all, the perfect thing, always let the heart desire. Feelings this kind of thing often can't be controlled, but Jiang Yu is wrong in the whimsical. On the one hand, he dares not confess to Qin Wei. On the other hand, he is also pestering Qin Zhao, so greedy that he wants to catch both ends. This kind of person, even if married, will not be peaceful. The red flag at home does not fall. Outside the colorful flag fluttering, Jiang Yu despised such a man, even if it was his own brother. Qin Gardenia with a smile on her face, no extra dress. The clothes on her body are very casual, tied a low ponytail, walking with the wind. Long time no see. You. The last time he saw Qin Gardenia, it seemed like he was still at Qin Wei's birthday banquet. Jiang Yu was a little lost in thought as she looked at her face. It's been a long time. Lin Shi looked at Qin Gardenia and then at Jiang Yu. Do you guys know each other? Qin Gardenia nodded. Recognize, I have business dealings with her sister. The relationship is a circle. Qin Jiao was not surprised by Jiang Yu's arrival. Apparently Lin Che had spoken to her in advance. Lin Che came out of the kitchen with 3 fruit drinks on a tray that Lin she couldn't drink. Qin Gardenia reached out to help. You, which flavor do you like to drink? There is lemon, passion fruit, lemon it is. Qin Gardenia handed the glass of lemonade to Jiang Yu. Lin Che on the other hand handed the blueberries in his hand to Qin Jiao. The blueberries you like, and there's a cake left for you on the table. What flavor? Yellow peach. It's my favorite. Love you. Qin Gardenia originally wanted to give Lin Che a kiss, but considering Jiang Yu was there, she could only pass a flying kiss through the air. Jiang Yu clenched the cup in her hand. Lindsay asked, is it good? Jiang Yu lowered her eyes and looked at the lemon slices in the water cup. It's a bit sour. Sour can be added to honey. There's some in the fridge. No, it's not sour when you drink it. It's sweet, Lindsay cautioned. Maybe the sugar is underneath. You stir it with a straw. Jiang Yu shook her cup and drank all the water in it in one gulp as she glanced at Lin Che and Qin Jiao with her afterglow. The two of them unknowingly leaned together. The usually serious and stereotypical-looking Qin Gardenia dropped all her guard in front of Lin Che. She snuggled up next to the man, and when she spoke, Lin Che would take the initiative to bow his head. Chapter 131, The Law of True Fragrance. As long as there was Qin Gardenia around, then Lin Che's gaze would lock onto her, looking into her eyes and tracing her lips as she spoke, those gentle eyes becoming extremely tactical. Qin Gardenia leaned against him and asked in a low voice, is the passion fruit one good? Taste it. Lin Che naturally passed the straw to her lips and watched as she opened her mouth to bite and take a sip. Is it good? Qin Gardenia nodded. Well, it's delicious. All for you to drink. Qin Gardenia lost her smile. Where can I drink so much? I'll just drink blueberries. Do you want to taste mine? Before Lin Che could open his mouth, Qin Gardenia handed over the cup. He took a small sip and met Qin Gardenia's expectant gaze and also said, it's delicious. It's perfectly normal to them, but to others it's just mushy and sour as a toothache. It was as if there was an invisible barrier separating the outside world and no one could get close. Jiang Yu lowered her eyes and swallowed the sourness in her mouth. The water in the cup was finished. She gently put it down. Cece, I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you another day. Lin She looked at her reluctantly. Can we add a WeChat? Of course. Jiang Yu took out her cell phone. The two added WeChat to modify the note name, and she secretly flipped through Lin She's circle of friends. Lin She is a big brother control, and most of her friends' circle is about Lin Che, documenting the life of the siblings. Lin She did not add many friends. Before it was the circle of friends as a diary record, thinking that if one day she died, the living can at least remember her through her circle of friends. For there is a saying, dying is not the end of life. Forgetting is. Jiang Yu quickly flipped through it before putting it down. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, she looked at Lin Che and the others. Lin Che, Sister Qin Jiao, I'll go back first. Give you a ride. No need. My car is parked downstairs. Jiang Yu turned back and waved her hand, then fled into the elevator. Jiang Yu did not go back to Jiang's house but went to the company to find her big sister to complain. With mom and dad out of the picture, Jiang Yun is the one in charge. Jiang Yu complained aggressively and cried a handful of snot and tears. Jiang Yun was disturbed by the noise and pressed her temples in response. Jiang Yu is indeed a bit unlikable. Don't cry. I'll find a way to fix it. I didn't expect that Qin Gardenia actually got married and chose such a man. Qin Gardenia this person protect short. Jiang Yun do not want to offend her, so the mess made by Jiang Yu still have to her to find a way to solve. About Qin family two sisters betting against. Jiang Yun is completely stand in Qin Gardenia's side. Then ability than means. Throw out Qin way a big cut. Two people simply not in the same starting line. Take Qin Gardenia name food company. Recently food safety problem has been boisterous every day on the hot search. Qin Gardenia that is not anxious at all. Directly invite the Food Regulatory Bureau to the factory inspection, but also on the scene to open the live broadcast. Product packaging was changed out. Product types grew and prices went up. It's crazy that you don't lower the price of something so unpalatable, even if the price actually goes up. The whole internet was shocked at the news. You think I wouldn't recognize you if you changed your packaging? Gaga. Even the simplest instant noodles are made to taste this bad, let alone frozen ingredients. And anything with meat, I generally refer to as trimmings. How dare you raise the price? Do you know how I came over these years? Instant noodles I ate in 2 portions. Ordering rice only ordered spelled good rice. Rich Rolls Royce. No money old and tired. Compared to being poor, I look ugly is not worth mentioning at all. I think the boss of Gaga is really crazy. The previous good reputation is going to be oohed and awed over. And it's rumored that the current boss has been changed to the Qin family's eldest daughter. This Missy can't do it. Why don't we get someone else? It's not like she's the only daughter in the Qin family. Netizens scolded each other. No one buy. They simply do not know that Gaga has replaced the formula. Still think it is the original flavor. Some people want to bring the rhythm before they can bring up the face of the face was hit. The first is the blogger whose video was on the hot seat at the beginning, and Gaga paid him to redo the review again, with no other request than to be truthful and objective. That blogger received the goods and went straight to live streaming with her face on big. Gaga sending me his family's new product, presumably to try to get me to clean up my act. But family, am I someone who's blinded by that small amount of money? Obviously not. Trying to get me to cha crappy money is simply not a drop in the bucket. Since the blogger's previously sent out video was still hanging on the hot list, he drew a lot of attention from passers-by as soon as he went live. Chin Gardenia also backhandedly bought him promotion, and more netizens flocked to the live broadcast. The anchor is seen opening the cartons and placing the products on the table one by one, spitting them out as he unwraps them. As a consumer, what he said resonated with many. The dumplings and buns were steaming on the pot, and while he waited he made a bowl of instant noodles, then sat down and started eating the chili. It is this spicy noodles. Last time almost put me eat spit. This oil especially greasy, not fragrant at all. Anchor, I was poor when I was a child. Eat a lot of difficult to eat things, but like so difficult to eat can enter my life list third. You ask the second first who is. That certainly still have to be Gaga. His family's flavor can make the normal things abnormal. Anyway, it is very difficult to eat. The anchor opens the chorizo and gives a look of pain and disgust. The pop-ups have been swiping. The anchor tried the poison on his body and I cried to death. All the pain I've never suffered in my life is left for today. Anchor, do you need us to call emergency services for you? Danger all over the screen. As soon as the anchor ripped open the chorizo, he felt something was wrong, and he clipped out a chorizo with his hand, and after eating it, he shivered the oil on his fingers. It smells so good. Anchor cannot wait to start tasting other products. Eat instant noodles and began to eat dumplings and buns. Eyes bright and bright. Was the beginning of the review 2 sentences? But in the end, like a hungry 3 days did not eat the same people. With his stomach straight up, he burps, and the family dog sits next to him with his food bowl in his mouth, circling the table anxiously. This made the audience a little upset, and the pop-ups got rowdy, arguing that the anchor cha sucks money. The anchor wiped his mouth. Tasty, definitely worth the price, and I read the ingredient list is clean. The meat filling in these dumplings is fresh. The chili sticks are the flavor of childhood in my memory. The instant noodles are $4 a packet, better than any brand on the market. And there's a lot of meat. After saying that he picked a piece of meat, the pop-ups exaggeratedly exclaimed that the meat was worth a certain master's year. My dog is a picky eater, so I'll show you if he eats. The dog that ate the dumplings wagged its tail madly, and the old fans know that this dog in the anchor's house is notoriously picky about food, and whether there are any messy additives or not. This dog can smell it as soon as he smells it. The anchor exclaimed, in the past it was what I ate what the dog ate, now it's what the dog eats what I eat. You guys see how good my dog eats? If I cha lousy money I shall not die. Pop-up, not so much, really. After years of watching the anchor do reviews and foodcasts, this is the first time I've seen him so desperate for publicity. The audience was half skeptical and half convinced, and seeing him eat so flavorfully, some uninformed passers-by began to place orders for it. The official Gaga account also entered the live broadcast room at this time and swiped a few gifts for the anchor, and said, the money is taken to do product upgrades, really cannot afford to hire a water army. Looking so official and so blunt, the pop-ups are buzzing again. You can still paint the carnival without money? Is it really that good? The dog certainly wouldn't lie to me, and I decided to try it myself. The anchor eats too much. The law of true fragrance never goes out of style. I had it in a theater group a while ago. It was really special and I highly recommend the dumplings. More and more people want to try it. Watching the heat reach its peak, the Gaga brand account issued a test report, passing standards, with if there is a problem with the fake one to compensate for 10. Originally on the cusp of the storm, Gaga completed a direct turnaround against the wind. As long as the food tastes good, people will pay for it, and although the price has gone up a bit, it's all within the acceptable range of passers-by. Nowadays, a lot of breakfast restaurants out there buy pre-made dishes online. The bag is torn on the pot of steam, sold at several times the price. Since they are all pre-made, then why not choose a more delicious and cheaper and healthier? The major supermarkets saw the purchase records and the amount of money spent and approached Gaga to sign contracts and stock the shelves with their products. This is the risk associated with poor information. The reason why Chin Wei dared to invest money to hire marketing numbers to pull the pedal to the metal was because she thought that Gaga was still as bad tasting and problematic as before, and that no one would buy it. It really worked for her, magnifying the problem and exposing it to the public, which can lead to the product being taken off the shelves or just going out of business. Unfortunately, the Gaga of today has long since ceased to be the Gaga of old, with upgraded flavors and innovations in all areas, completely pulling away from the industry and leaving no competitors among its peers. By mistake, she helped Chin Gardenia do a free publicity. Qin Wei was so angry that she vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 132, She's Here for Him. The production of the movie has been completed. With the movie into the promotional period, the netizens who smelled the wind have not yet seen the promotional video has begun to scold bad film. One of the most fierce reaction is Jiang Yu's fans. At least a second-line flower. To what resources do not have, but to go to act this kind of bad film, some big powder lead the powder. That Jiang Yu does not take into account the feelings of the fans. To the fans, they do the daily task of helping you play the pitch, just to give you a better future and access to better scripts and teams. But you were so unloving that you went for a second-rate role and lowered yourself. From the production team to the actors, except for Jiang Yu who carries her own traffic, the others are either untraceable or scandalous. Even the male lead himself, an actor who has never even heard of him. What qualifications does he have to play the lead role? Is he worthy of the same rank as Jiang Yu? He's not a resource person, is he? But when they watched the promo, the hilarity plus suspense directly whetted everyone's appetite. I have to say, who plays this male lead? He looks so damn handsome. How come I haven't heard of him before? Is he a newcomer who just graduated? Good looks don't necessarily mean good acting. Maybe the promo is the director intercepting the best acting, like gold encrusted, to fool people in first. The promo intrigued me, and or not, I decided to buy a ticket and give it a try. Checked it out. Lin Che skit originated. I'll go ahead. Despite the cries of a bad movie, there are still many netizens willing to contribute to the box office, inquiring about when it will be released. Once they heard it was set for the Chinese New Year, they all thought the teen was looking for death. Who does not know Next Door Stealing Fairy now pre-sale box office are almost broken 100 million. Big production, big flow, big director, 200 million investment in special effects. On this lineup directly scared away many rivals. Many movies withdrawn from the Spring Festival schedule, changed to other schedules for release, while other movies are afraid of being touched to death. Lin Che is afraid of not being able to catch up. So far, The Coward is not sure if it will be released in theaters, and director Lu and director he are in a hurry. Lin Che had a bashful face. Don't be anxious, it will be solved. Will it work out? How? The vetting side fell through. The distributor side pressed too hard and said no theater would pick it up. There are still 2 weeks to go before New Year's Eve. Lin Che got an invitation to attend the birthday banquet of the chairman of a theater, Mr. Li, in the capacity of the writer Ling Che, in order to discuss the cooperation of movie scheduling. He does not know Li Lao. The person he knows is the young master of the Li family, and also Li Lao's favorite young grandson, Li Rui. This Li Rui is his book fan. The invitation in his hand was given to him a month ago, and the two people have known each other for almost 2 years and the relationship is still good. Elder Li's birthday banquet was held in the Grand Hotel. Lin Che went in with the invitation, and as soon as he entered, he saw Grandma Wu as well as Qin Zhao beside her. What are they doing here? Perhaps telepathically? When Lin Che walked in, Qin Zhao also discovered him, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Qin Gardenia today dressed simply, others are dresses and skirts, just her wearing a coat, not like to participate in the birthday banquet, more like to talk about work. But even so, she still attracted a lot of attention, and couldn't help but look at her a few more times as she passed by a few men. With a clear goal in mind, Qin Gardenia walked straight towards Lin Che. Why are you here? Lin Che asked. I came to talk about work. What about you? Me too. Qin Gardenia could have any job to talk to Li Lao about. Neither of them were involved. Lin Che looked at Qin Gardenia's soulful eyes and his heart moved. He probably guessed why Qin Gardenia was here. She was here for him. These days Lin Che's movie had a bit of a situation, although Qin Gardenia didn't ask about it, but everything was in his eyes. It's natural to love someone by wishing them better and better, to accompany them to success, to see them prosper, to wish them peace and prosperity, to be by her side year after year. Qin Gardenia had wanted to secretly give Lin Che a surprise, but she didn't expect to run into him here. Perhaps, Lin Che really didn't need her help. Grandma Wu also saw Lin Che and greeted him. Little Che, come over here. Qin Gardenia took his hand. Grandma is calling us. Let's go over quickly. Grandma Wu sat with Elder Li, surrounded by famous distributors and other theater chairmen. Seeing Lin Che come over, Grandma Wu stood up and greeted him in front of Elder Li's eyes. Come on, you guys see, this is my grandson-in-law Lin Che. He recently made a new movie, which is particularly good, and said that he's taking me to the cinema to watch it in the Chinese New Year. So the few of you have to put in some effort. Xiao Che called out to the people. And this is your Grandpa Li. Hello Grandpa Li. Elder Li smiled as he looked at Lin Che with approval on his face. Not bad. A man and a woman are a good match. Just now your grandmother showed me your work. It's very appealing. It can be a big seller. Lin Che thought of words and techniques all the way until he arrived and realized there was no place for him to say it. Lin Che gave the prepared gift to Li Lao. The gift was inquired from Li Rui and sent in Li Lao's heart. The cell phone rang twice. Lin Che took it out and looked at it. It was a text message from Li Rui asking him where he was and if he had entered the hotel. Lin Che replied, "I'm at your grandfather's table." Li Rui? In less than a minute Li Rui rushed over and saw Lin Che. "Why didn't you even say anything to me when you came?" "Elderly, you know each other?" Li Rui nodded. "Yes, he's the one I invited. By the way, Grandpa, introduce. He's that novel writer Lin Che I mentioned to you. Recently he has a movie to be released. Do you see if you can help notify the theater side to line up a little more films?" Chapter 133, Get in the car. Talk slowly. "Grandpa, he's the fiction writer I mentioned to you before. Ling Che." Book writer Ling Che is also actor Lin Che. Li Lao was slightly surprised, presumably did not expect him to have this identity. "I've read those 2 books you put out. They're quite good." Elderly had never read any books, and the fact that he could say quite good from his mouth was enough to prove that Lin Che's writing skills were strong. Lin Che hurriedly thanked him, and all the gazes around him were focused on him, especially Qin Jiao, who seemed to be smiling and meaningful. Elderly said to Grandma Wu, "This granddaughter-in-law of yours is not bad. He can write and act. I'll let the secretary prepare the contract now. There is no problem with scheduling, but you have to follow the rules." Lin Che certainly understands that. After all, theaters have to make money too. 3 days of scheduling make the difference between life and death, and if the box office is too bad, then it's just carried away. Currently, there are 6 movies in the Chinese New Year slot, with popular flow of big productions of immortal, military, animation, sci-fi, and suspense. Lin Che's movie doesn't really have an advantage here. The final result of the discussion came out and the schedule was given 20, which was already much higher than Lin Che expected. "Grandpa Li, thank you for giving me this opportunity. If the attendance is high you'll get extra rows. If the box office is too low." With one look from elderly Lin Che knew what he was going to say, and he stated, "I'll withdraw the file without you having to say anything when the time comes." Everyone wanted to make money, and he couldn't stand in the way of other people's fortunes. Elderly looked at him with a gaze of approval. The agreement was signed, and Lin Che put away the share that belonged to him. This scene was watched by quite a few people, all of them speculating about Lin Che's identity. A person they had never seen before was actually able to sit at a table with Elderly's group. Li Rui secretly pokes and sends a message to Lin Che. "What's your relationship with Qin Jiao? It looks like you two are very familiar." Lin Che replied, "Couple." Only after a long time did Li Rui send an emoticon. "Awesome, you all know Qin Gardenia. What are you still coming to me for?" Lin Che honestly said, "I started out thinking I could fix it myself. Li Rui, we are all family. Why don't we use the resources we have?" "Indeed. Why not rely on what can be relied on, and mobilize all the resources around you for your own use to achieve the purpose, which is what smart people do. He's better, and those who care about him can be better." Lin Che was smart, but sometimes he could get under the skin. Li Rui for Lin Che's love life is not interested in, did not ask, which if asked for fear that will be stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. There were quite a few acquaintances at Elder Li's birthday banquet, including Jiang Yun and Jiang Yu. Originally there is no Jiang Yu's. Is he begged to come? Mouth said is come to see the world to expand a network. Actually is want a chance. See can't see Qin Gardenia. Qin Gardenia was seen, but she also saw Lin Che. If one were to say who Jiang Yu hated the most right now, it would definitely be Lin Che. Obviously just his double but stealing the one he likes. The years were full of discussions about Lin Che. Who is that young man beside Elderly? Never seen him before. He looks quite handsome. A talented man. I've never seen one that looks so handsome. Those who can sit at a table with Elderly should have an uncomplicated status. I just saw Qin Gardenia holding his hand. It should be her boyfriend. It looks quite a match. Old Mrs. Wu should be quite satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. As soon as he appeared, the old lady greeted him. How old is Ms. Qin? 28. I think, almost 3. By the looks of it, it's not far from being married. Maybe next year the kids will be there. Jiang Yu gripped the cup in his hand hard and suppressed himself. The shaking red wine in the cup was like the boiling blood in his body. Several times he wanted to stand up and walk towards Qin Jiao, but he was stopped by Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun saw that his face was gloomy. She frowned a bit. Jiang Yu, pay attention to your image. You don't want to cause trouble for me on an occasion like today. Jiang Yu pursed his lips in death, and after a long time, he picked up his wine cup and tilted his head back to drink. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't stare over there anymore, Jiang Yun was also relieved. She secretly measured the man beside Qin Gardenia. A very tall, upright posture, very long legs. From the appearance cannot pick faults. The Qin Gardenia in her impression wouldn't like a man just because of his looks. She wasn't that shallow, and she thought that this Lin Che had other outstanding qualities. I couldn't hear what was being talked about at that table from a distance, but from the expressions on the faces of the people at the table, the atmosphere was cordial and laughter could be heard. The luncheon ended. Some people left one after another. Grandma Wu was sleepy as soon as the point was reached. She liked quietness and recognized places. She greeted elderly and left. Lin Che and Qin Jiao sent her to the car. Jian Yu sight over a group of people fall in Qin Jian body. The whole time down, Qin Jian's eyes all did not fall on him, as if his take him as a mass of air. His fingers moved, wanting to touch Qin Gardenia, even if it was a piece of the corner of his coat. Suddenly Lin Che looked over, his eyes with ice cold, like a warning. Jian Yu remembered that day in the hospital. The wound that had already healed started to hurt again, and subconsciously hid his hand behind his back. Perhaps even Jiang Yu himself hadn't realized that although he hated Lin Che as a person, he carried a trace of fear for him in his bones and didn't dare to provoke him head-on at all. Lin Che hit people for real, the kind that beat them to death, directly able to beat the psychological shadow out of them. Jiang Yu pretended to be strong, naively thought that the last time he was beaten because he didn't eat and had low blood sugar, and as long as he got his body well, he would be able to fight back against Lin Che, and he could beat him on his knees and beg for forgiveness. Looking for teeth all over the place, Lin Che is a talentless soft rice man, relying on the face to attract the attention of Qin Gardenia. To be able to participate in the old man Li's birthday banquet is to borrow the light of the Qin family. With his own, even a gate cannot touch. Jiang Yu thought that everyone present was like him, maintaining surface harmony and viciously spitting at Lin Che inwardly. No one would put Lin Che in their eyes. However, he saw Li Rue and his party take the initiative to go up to Lin Che and show their affection, and Li Rue even introduced Lin Che to his circle. Lin Che's book powder quite a lot. Like Li Rue brought these people all want bookmarks. Lin Che one by one to add microblogging. A time in the microblogging more than 40 or 50 people. From noon until talking about evening, the sky is getting dark. The people in the hotel are getting less and less. Qin Gardenia accompanies him on the side, also introduces her own contacts to him. When Lin Che and this pedestrian's chatting is finished, she holds his hand. Lin Che's hands were the same as his size, broad and powerful, with long and slender fingers. The back of the hand to the wrist was excessively smooth. There was a kind of beauty and strength. The veins on the back of the hand were clearly visible, and the bones would be clearly exposed with a little force. She gently tickled the palm of his hand. They're all pretty much gone. It's my turn now, isn't it, Mr. Lin Che? What's coming is still coming. Lin Che's eyes shifted. I didn't mean to hide it. Qin Gardenia clutched his index and middle fingers, and, let's get in the car first. You explain slowly. Chapter 134, try what you wrote in your book. The night whined through with a chill. The parking lot is empty. Qin Gardenia tugged Lin Che's tie into the car. Narrow space. Intertwined breaths. Dim light under the two eyes intertwined. The confrontation of the atmosphere at once changed the quality. Tell me, why didn't you tell the truth in the first place and say that Lin Che wasn't you? Lin Che looked frankly at Qin Jiao. Because I don't want you to look at me with other filters. He hoped that Qin Gardenia liked him because he was Lin Che, not Lin Che, without preconceived filters, without being interfered by any external factors, and examined him with the purest and truest eyes. He's also afraid when confronted with someone he likes, that her overly favorable feelings will eventually turn into disappointment. For another, some of the contents inside the novel were on a larger scale, which more or less made him feel a bit embarrassed, and if it wasn't for the movie scheduling problem, Lin Che would never expose this layer of identity in real life. Lin Che's eyes were deep, gazing unreservedly at Qin Jiao. God gave Lin Che a good skin, delicate features, high nose, deeper eye sockets, long eyelashes, narrow eyes. Look at the dog or deep love. Qin Gardenia in such a gaze simply cannot endure. Originally, she wanted to pretend to be angry and punish him properly, but her heart softened when she met his gaze, and she held Lin Che's shoulders with both hands and sat on his lap with both legs crossed. Both of them had had a lot to drink today and could smell the scent of alcohol on them as they approached. Obviously not drunk, but at this moment the mind is a little dizzy, and the body is gradually hot. Qin Gardenia pursed her lips. Actually, I already knew that. Lin Che was stunned. When did you know? The first day you came to my house. I was skeptical, but that very day I was sure. When an author writes a novel, some of the characters have habits and speech patterns that they unconsciously substitute themselves into. You were rubbing the tip of your nose in that little gesture, and you looked guilty as hell. Lin Che's eyes averted. Qin Gardenia cupped his face and forced him to look at himself. Teacher Lin Che, I'm very interested in some of the descriptions inside your book, like the camping part, finding a place where no one is around, looking at the stars, using the sky as a quilt and the ground as a bed, in the car, in the middle of the jungle, listening to the frogs chirping outside, wishing that your hand could wipe away the dryness of my body like the night breeze. This was depicted in Lin Che's book, and she was curious and wanted to try it out, to try and see if Lin Che would have the same reaction as the novel's male lead. Lin Che held Qin Gardenia's waist, see her a little closer, soft lips on his lips, originally just a shallow taste, did not expect to become uncontrollable. It's like a spring day when the temperature suddenly plummets and the storm hits. Lin Che held her back with one hand and touched her head with the other to prevent her from hitting her head. Jean Gardenia, for the first time in this kind of place to do such a bold thing. Originally empty parking lot. Appeared a few people. After a few conversations each on their own car, next to a car was driven away. When the sound of the gas hooting sound, Jean Gardenia movement stiff, thighs tense. Lin Che soothingly patted Qin Zhao's back. Slowly, Qin Zhao relaxed. The whole person was soft in Lin Che's arms. Jean Gardenia was kissed to the point that her reaction was quite slowed down. Leaning against his shoulder and panting lowly, Lin Che sidled up and kissed the side of her face. And just as he was about to carry Qin Zhao off his lap, a voice came from outside. Isn't this Jean Gardenia's car? Hasn't she left yet? The person who spoke was Zhang Yun. Lin Che looked out the window and made a pass at Zhang Yu outside. The windows are privacy glass, so you can't see inside from the outside. Zhang Yu looked gloomily at the car in front of him. Violence running amok in his body, wanting to do something crazy. If Zhang Yun was not here, then he would take the opportunity to play drunkenness and break the car window in front of him. Zhang Yun, Jean Gardenia is already married. You should also be damned. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. You say it lightly. I've loved her for so many years. How could I possibly give up just like that? You like her for so many years? Why don't you say it for so many years? What? Are you not opening your mouth? In the end, it's not because you're weak. You're greedy. Zhang Yu, you're already 26 years old, not a 6-year-old kid anymore. Get over your head when you're doing something. I'm very busy every day. I don't have the extra energy to help you clean up your mess. Zhang Yu spoke back. I didn't ask you to help me collect the mess. You. Zhang Yun raised her hand and put it down hard, gritting her teeth. Do you think I want to clean up your mess? Last time you went to the hospital and offended Grandma Wu, Mom and Dad offered $1 million to settle it. Why do you still refuse to grow a memory? Sometimes it wasn't that she wanted to put words so hard to hear. Rather than not hard to hear Zhang Yu, he couldn't listen. Zhang Yu was good at going in the left ear and out the right ear, and he would automatically ignore anything that was unfavorable to him. The stick method of education should be applied to people like him, but unfortunately in their home, the parents are too good-tempered to give up a double whammy. Zhang Yun would like to fight, but Zhang Yu's cheeks were too thick, and she was only afraid that if she didn't hurt him, she would swell her hands. After today, do you still think Lin Che is inferior to you? Family history aside, what do you think you have that's better than him? He can support himself as an actor, and he can also show up here by writing novels. Can you do that in your place? Zhang Yu listened but did not hear. About Lin Che's identity as a writer was what he had inquired from Li Rue. When he learned that Lin Che was the author Ling Che, he was completely unconvinced, and for a time he thought that Lin Che was an imposter. Writer Ling Che, he also knows, is one of the best-selling novel authors in recent years. Didn't you just write 2 crappy books? Zhang Yun sneered and mocked. Yes, he can only write 2 books. And my brother, you have mediocre qualifications, nothing but thick skin and a bad heart. The people outside the car were talking. The people in the car started to make small movements, and after cushioning herself, Jean Gardenia brushed up against Lin Che's lips. The jacket on Jean Gardenia was off, and a thin layer of sweat rose on her back. She came close and whispered in Lin Che's ear. It's so hot. Help me tie up my hair. The hair tie is in my jacket pocket. Lin Che picked up his jacket with a sniff and fished out the hair rope from his pocket to pull Qinji's long hair up. The door of the car is not soundproof in order not to be discovered by people outside. The 2 people move very carefully. The carriage is very quiet. In addition to the sound of breathing, there is only the sound of saliva swallowing. There was no telling when the people outside would be gone. Jean Gardenia felt her legs numb from kneeling. She moved her knees and propped herself up on her upper body. Seeing this, Lin Che reached out to hold her hips and gently turned her around, holding the person across his lap, resulting in Jean Gardenia's feet accidentally touching the car door. Bang! Zhang Yu, who heard the commotion, turned back to stare at the car in front of him, his gaze searching and wary. Just as he was about to go over to inspect it, Zhang Yun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, shouted, "Get in the car! What are you waiting for? Sis, did you hear something that sounded like it was coming from this car?" Chapter 135, Liking Winter but Liking You More. That sound just now came from Jean Gardenia's car. Zhang Yu wanted to take a closer look. Behind him Zhang Yun urged, "Don't dawdle. Get in the car quickly. I didn't hear anything. You heard it wrong. If you don't come up, I'll leave." Zhang Yu reluctantly stopped and reluctantly left. 3 steps forward and 3 steps back, all the while looking and wondering if he had really misheard. Lin Che, who was in the car, already had his hand on the door, and as long as Zhang Yu dared to come closer, he dared to just open the door and ram it. Jean Gardenia curled up in his arms, the hand that climbed on his shoulder, touching his earlobe from time to time, as if to appease his tight and anxious emotions. Lin Che was unresponsive, only tightly protecting her in his arms and wrapping her in his jacket. not wanting her current appearance to be seen by outsiders. Hearing the car outside drive away, Lin Che's eyebrows loosened. Obviously there was no heating on in the car, but Qin Jiao broke out in a layer of sweat. Her body shrank downward and lay in Lin Che's arms. "Honey, I want to be bad." The woman he liked was lying in his arms, disheveled, hair disheveled, seducing him with a straight look. Lin Che's muscles tightened, reaching out and touching her jaw. Qin Gardenia's eyes were hazy and rubbed his face against it, and in the dim light, although he couldn't see her face, he could tell just by the warmth of Qin Gardenia's face how nicely she was blushing. "Good boy, let's go back, okay?" Lin Che coaxed her. "When we go back, do whatever you want, play however you want, hubby will follow you." Alcohol gets into the bloodstream and kicks off an orgy, with every factor of the body screaming and boiling. Qin Gardenia lowered her head and bit his thumb, similar to biting a teething rod, her teeth grinding against it. It didn't hurt, but it was like a leaky plug, a wave of tingling spreading from her fingertips to every corner of her body. Lin Che reached out and salvaged Qin Jiao. Because of the alcohol, both of them could not drive, and could only find a substitute driver. "To the parking lot, wait for the driver master a go." Qin Gardenia can't wait to press Lin Che. She on his down position. The carriage is extraordinarily quiet, gradually rapid breathing, as well as the entanglement between the lips and tongue, all let a person's face red heartbeat. That's a lot bolder than just being in a hotel parking lot. Maybe it's the security of being back in your own home. Lin Che's hand slipped into the hem of her shirt, and he couldn't get enough of the softness inside. Qin Gardenia had just chewed gum. It was cantaloupe flavored, with a sweet taste in his mouth. He chased after it while reminiscing. Qin Gardenia reached out to block his mouth and was accidentally bitten by him. Lin Che asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Rubbing his fingertips against his scruff, he surveyed his handsome brow, the high bridge of his nose in the headlights leaving a small shadow on one side. "Hubby, I love you," Qin Gardenia said while grabbing Lin Che's hand and placing it on her heart. "Because of you, my heart is always busy. I will love you whether you are Lin Che or not. I love you just because you are you. The more I get to know you the more I like it, and in an unpredictable future, want to plan you in my future and then be the most important person to you." Qin Gardenia's eyes were like clear lake water, gazing unreservedly at Lin Che, as if she could touch his inner thoughts directly through his eyes. With every word, she gave Lin Che a kiss. Qin Gardenia had met too many people who were false, so she would extraordinarily cherish people who were sincere to her. She did love those 2 books, but she wouldn't be so enamored with the people behind them just because of 2 books. What she fell in love with has always been the Lin Che who accompanied her and responded to everything, settled everything, and never perfunctory. "I'm sure you won't leave, and I'm sure I won't leave." By Lin Che's side she could put down all her defenses, like a tired bird returning to its nest and finding a sense of belonging. "I don't like you on a whim. I'm not simply enamored of your flesh. I'm sexually attracted to you out of love, and every part of my body is telling me that she loves you." Qin Gardenia wasn't very good at saying meaty words, but if she didn't, how would Lin Che know what she was thinking? So she had to boldly express her love, and then fill Lin Che's somewhat missing sense of security a little bit. Lin Che only felt his heart full. He didn't speak, only looked at Qin Jiao for an instant. After the 2 of them stared at each other for a while, Qin Gardenia asked, "Why don't you say anything? What are you looking at me for?" Lin Che's voice was hoarse. "I'm looking at winter." Qin Gardenia blinked dryly, not understanding what that meant, and the next second she heard Lin Che say, "I like winter." Lin Che's favorite season used to be winter, and when winter came it meant that he would be on vacation for New Year's Eve, where he could wear new clothes, receive red envelopes, eat delicious food, and have fun. He loves snowy days and wants to go up north to see the snow, hang out at the ice world, go ice skating, skiing, soak in a hot spring in an open-air snowy landscape. Being a double for the past 5 years, he gradually exhausted his love for winter. He no longer liked it, and even feared it, until I met Qin Gardenia. He hugged Qin Gardenia tightly, like he was holding the whole winter in his arms. "I met you this winter, so I have all winter." Qin Gardenia only felt as if the tip of her heart had been bitten, filling her heart with irresistible fluttering. Raising her hand to stroke Lin Che's hair, the ambiguous temperature gradually climbed, making people want to do something. The space in the car is too small. Many movements cannot be performed. Lin Che opened the car door and carried Qin Jiao out. Qin Gardenia's shoes were taken off at some point, and when they came into contact with the cold air, she shrunk her feet and whispered, "My shoes are still in the car." Lin Che lowered his eyes to look at her. "Hold on tight." As soon as Qin Gardenia heard that her hands were tightly hooked around Lin Che's neck, Lin Che freed one hand to carry the pair of high-heeled shoes. Going home and opening the door, Qin Gardenia leaned close to his ear. "Auntie's not here today." Lin Che's breathing obviously tightened for a moment, and after entering the door, he threw down the high heels in his hand and lowered his head to take in her soft lips, rubbing them vigorously. Instead of going into the bedroom, he just laid her down on the couch and didn't let go of her until both lips were red. Jean Gardenia looked out the window with mesmerized eyes. Hubby, it's snowing outside. Lin Che exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Still have the heart to look at the snow outside? Jean Gardenia voice a little with asthma. Don't you like snow? I like you better. It hadn't snowed in Rongqing for a long time. It was quite rare. Lin Che didn't look at it. His whole attention was on Jean Gardenia. He kissed Jean Gardenia's forehead. The softness in his heart unspeakable. After John Yu got into the car, his mind was filled with that sound from the car. I don't know if it was an illusion, but as he approached, he seemed to sense someone in the car. If there is someone in the car, it must be Jean Gardenia and Lin Che. Empty parking lot, quiet carriages, lonely men and women, timeless, right place, right time, right person. The big battle is about to start. Only to hear a click a sound. Jiang Yu clenched the mineral water bottle in his hand. Chapter 136, Isn't abusing your double abusing you? No, Jean Gardenia would never do something so frivolous. In Jiang Yu's heart, Jean Gardenia is a flower of the high ridge, holy god and inviolable. So the noise coming from the car was just an illusion on his part, and he didn't feel any other stares at all. Jiang Yun drove the car and gave Jiang Yu a cold stare. Why are you so godly tonight? If you're sick I'll send you to the hospital so that you and Qin Wei can be companions and cultivate a relationship. Jiang Yu put the water down. Qin Wei hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet? Jiang Yun replied. I was originally discharged from the hospital, but I was recently hospitalized again. Jiang Yu didn't want to mention Qin Wei, but there were some things he wanted to ask her again. For example, what else is hidden in Lin Che's body? And does Qin Wei know about his identity as Lin Che? Jiang Yu's brain was thinking, and his hand had already unconsciously taken out his cell phone, then called Qin Wei. No one answered the phone. Jiang Yun asked, Are you calling Qin Wei? Jiang Yuan gave a cry. Jiang Yun said, She can't get through on the phone lately. Why? Seems like something went wrong and punished her with confinement. That bad? Jiang Yu remembered that recently Gaga frequently on the black hot search. Most likely it is Qin Wei's doing. Qin Wei was confined, and was afraid that she still did not know that Gaga had turned the situation around, and even had the traffic to bring more people's attention to the brand. He and Qin Wei had a common goal, and that was to break up Jean Gardenia and Lin Che. Jiang Yu is mainly targeting Lin Che. The first step to make his movie cannot be released. The second step to discredit Lin Che to expose him had been adopted. Now the netizens listen to the wind is the rain. Holding the keyboard can be randomly criticized. Do not care how the truth. Now it seems that the first step of the plan has failed. Jiang Yu is not worried. After all, the higher the fall the more tragic. Now Lin Che is still just a small transparent. Those black material even if the exposure of no one cares. When he gets a little bit of a reputation, he'll be able to knock him back down in an instant with just a little bit of work. Jiang Yu didn't contact Qin Wei, so he went to contact Su Jiao. Called Su Jiao when I got home. 10 p.m. She was still at the bar. What's the matter with young Master Jiang? Why did you suddenly think of me? Su Jiao's hoarse and lazy voice came from the cell phone, sounding like she was drunk. Jiang Yu didn't like Su Jiao too much as a person. His tone was sparse and cold. I want to ask you a few things. Su Jiao, then you come to me. Can't we talk on the phone? I don't like to make phone calls, and since you're begging me, you'll have to listen to me or else you're exempt. Su Jiao smiled and asked, Dare to come? Jiang Ershao. Jiang Yu couldn't stand the agitation. Okay, you give me an address. After Jiang Yu received the address, he sneaked out the door and took a taxi to the bar. Upon arriving at the box, there were 3 male models to the eye, one for singing, one for dancing, and one sitting next to Su Jiao serving wine and talking to her. Say, what to ask? Su Jiao lit a cigarette and raised her eyes to look at Jiang Yu who walked in. Jiang Yu frowned, subconsciously looking at the red light on her fingertips. Su Jiao lifted her cigarette in a gesture. Want one? Don't. The surrounding voices gradually quieted down. Jiang Yu found a place to sit down. Do you know Lin Che's identity as a writer? Su Jiao looked confused. What writer status? Lin Che has been with Qin Wei for 5 years. Do you guys not understand him at all? He's Lin Che. He's written 2 published books, one of which is called Cicada, sold very well and should have made a lot of money. Of course Su Jiao had heard of Lin Che, but she hadn't connected him to Lin Che at all. These 5 years she has seen with her own eyes Lin Che had a hard life. In her place, she would have been depressed and crazy, and then with the culprit jumped off a building and committed suicide. In addition to the physical torture there was the mental destruction, and it's amazing that 2 bestsellers were written under these circumstances. Su Jiao had always felt that Lin Che was a very powerful and capable person, and that he was deeply hidden, but he didn't expect him to be so unobtrusive. What to do? It seems to be growing on him. None of the 3 carefully selected male models smelled good today. Su Jiao took a drag on her cigarette and smacked her lips before handing it to the mouth of the male model on her right. I really didn't know that Lin Che had written a book. Qinwei definitely didn't know either. If she knew, she would have stomped on his hand to make it impossible for him to write, and then deleted the document with one click. Su Jiao leisurely said, "You probably don't know how bad Qinwei's temper is. She's good at disguise, especially in front of you. She used more than $2 million to buy Lin Che for 5 years, and she either beat or scolded him. Only she can't think of it. There's nothing she can't do. Lin Che is an actor. With his looks, 5 years should have been fire. Is Qinwei deliberately explosion-proof? Do not let him receive a good script. Let him in the screen in the self-destructive image. Once a big director at a glance on him. Want to let him play the lead role, just short of signing the contract." Guess what? Qinwei was furious. Directly broke his hand to shut him in the house for a month. And things like this are just a hair's breadth away from being a good stand-in for you. And Lin Che paid a terrible price for being able to do it. Just for example, Su Jiao surveyed Zhang Yu's body. Winter okay, can wear clothes to cover. Clothes off like white water boiled chicken breast, tasteless. To conform to your figure, lose weight, to be white like you. Qinwei took him to have his blood drawn, and knowing that you had your ears pierced, Qinwei took him to have his ears pierced, too, and to wear clothes similar to yours, and to have a hairstyle just like yours. The Lin Che that Su Jiao had seen, even when he was in his worst state, looked better than Zhang Yu. She often sighed Qinwei waist. Lin Che model top good body are excellent. Simply her dream lover. Hard to be cut into that. Su Jiao said a lot at once, and the 3 male models next to her changed their faces. Who heard not to sigh Lin Che a sentence? Really tolerate. That money is that he should earn. Qinwei gave less. Only Zhang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure after hearing Lin Che being abused. He deserved it. Qinwei's hand was still light on him. If I were you, I would have just broken both of his legs and put him in a wheelchair, so he couldn't do anything. In those 5 years, how come Qinwei didn't get Lin Che killed? If he had gotten Lin Che killed, then there would be nothing behind him. Qin Gardenia wouldn't have matched with Lin Che, much less married him, and he wouldn't have suffered so much humiliation in front of Lin Che over and over again. If there hadn't been Lin Che, perhaps Qin Jiao would have been able to see him, and the person who married her would have been him. Zhang Yu's twisted expression was truly disgusting. Su Jiao has known Qinwei for a few years on knowing Zhang Yu for a few years. The first time she looked at Zhang Yu she didn't like it, probably because she has a dense phobia and hates people with a lot of hard eyes. Su Jiao mocked, "Zhang Yu, what are you being arrogant about? Qinwei often abuses Lin Che and Lin Che is your double. Isn't her abusing Lin Che abusing you?" Chapter 137, Zhang Ershao. You can't do it. Do you think you're any good in Qinwei's eyes again? If you were good, Qinwei wouldn't have fallen for Lin Che. Su Jiao ignored Zhang Yu's ugly face and continued to taunt. In terms of what Lin Che has done, which of these things can you do? Topping a Zhang Ershao's identity but accomplishing nothing. It's simply a waste of resources. It's just as much boiling matter as 100 degrees of boiling water. Zhang Yu, the whole person nailed in place, was stepped on the sore foot. Suddenly the blood rushed up. Is felt scalp numb? Angry to the extreme, he forcefully grabbed the armrests of the sofa. Say I'm a waste of money. Then you're a bus. Which man will genuinely like you? Su Jiao raised her eyebrows and tilted her head to look at the male models beside her. Do you guys like me? The 3 male models said in unison. I like it. Sister Jiao is the best. Su Jiao pointed to Zhang Yu. How much do you think a man like him could sell for in your place? With a mouth that stinks. It shouldn't be worth the money. It's a money loser. This was something Su Jiao liked to hear, and she raised a middle finger to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, you can't do it. Zhang Yu, this person cannot withstand jokes. A little talk about him, 2 sentences, he will change his face. Especially ugly. Putting him and Lin Che together, anyone with eyes would know how to choose. Qinwei also knew that Lin Che was very popular, so in these 5 years, she didn't allow him to receive good scripts, had the company Semi-Snow hide him, and immediately shut him down once he showed signs of getting ahead. It's like a child hiding his favorite toy and not sharing it for fear that someone will take it away. Qinwei is too possessive, and while possessiveness is part of love, excessive possessiveness evolves into controlling and destroys loving relationships, so she was doomed to not be able to keep a Lin Che who was bent on leaving. Under Su Jiao's few taunts, Zhang Yu's face was as blue as constipation. You speak for Lin Che so much, you like him? Su Jiao graciously admitted, yes, I just like him and want to fall in love with him. Like Lin Che, she has not talked about. Some people just cannot get the more they miss, so that the heart is empty and lonely. Zhang Yu stood up fiercely. Then go seduce him instead. Aren't you good at fishing for men? If you can't get his heart, get his body, drug him, and also circle him around for 5 years like Qinwei. Qin Gardenia has a clean slate when it comes to feelings. If Lin Che cheats on her within marriage, then she will definitely get a divorce so that he will have a chance. Su Jiao sked twice and shook her head, looking at Zhang Yu with a look of garbage. So you rely on drugging the people you like? Ah, Zhang Yu, what exactly did you learn in the 5 years abroad? Your sister Zhang Yu also likes Lin Che. Are you also abetting your sister to seduce people? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything as if he had acquiesced, Su Jiao was shocked. He really called it? What pot goes with what lid? In a sense, Qinwei and Jiang Yu are a perfect match. Both are self-centered and selfish. Although I like Lin Che, I can't do something so underhanded. There are plenty of men in the world, and although she is not with Lin Che, she is having a great time looking for a male model. As long as the money want to order what kind of male model on the point of what kind of. Just like her tonight point of these three. Small Chan broad shoulders narrow waist legs long. Small Lee sweet talking singing good. Small Sun bartending first class a sister called her soft heart. Su Jiao had also wanted to find a substitute. Like the Jiang Yu in front of her. Clean up a bit and paint a faux makeup. She should be able to match Lin Che by 5 points. But now she felt that even comparing Jiang Yu to Lin Che was an insult to Lin Che. When a person's mind is ugly, even his face becomes disfigured and disgusting to look at. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Jiao closed her eyes and leaned against Xiao Sun. Jiang Yu's heart was on fire, feeling that his face was lost, and he could not lose his last dignity, and he was stubbornly counting down Su Jiao. He had already looked down on Su Jiao, hanging around between all kinds of men every day. Unchaste and unclean was too dirty. It was simply a disgrace to the Su family. No one would marry a woman like that. To marry a woman like that would be to marry a cuckold. What kind of people a person likes to hang out with? That's what kind of people she is. And Qinwei is on good terms with Su Jiao. Although Jiang Yu didn't like Qinwei, the thought that the two hadn't broken up yet, and Qinwei was hanging out with Su Jiao ordering male models and playing with men was as hard on him as swallowing a fly. Su Jiao did not want to take care of him at first, and when she was really distracted by what she heard, she directly asked Xiao Sun, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Li to throw the person out. Su Jiao stood behind the male model, and after elegantly shaking her long hair, she faintly said, Jiang Shao, so nosy, give you a spoon and you go and eat in the toilet. Go slowly and don't see me off. After that, the door slammed right off. Jiang Yu came all the way here, and not only did he not ask for anything, he also got a snub. One night down. Jiang Yu, this heart is like a sponge that sucked dirty water. Heavy and heavy, it is full of negative energy, unwillingness, shame, hatred, annoyance. He walked out of the nightclub with his head lowered, a gloomy look in his eyes. The buzz around him felt like it cut him off, and every time Lin Che was mentioned, he couldn't help but be fishy. Who were they to compare Lin Che to him? Lin Che was trash in his eyes, and one day he would step on him in a mud pit and make those who looked down on him regret it. It's snowing in Hibiscus. Jean Gardenia closed her eyes tiredly. Lin Che carried her to the bathroom to clean up. There was sobering soup cooking in the pot, so she could drink it after the bath. Jean Gardenia lazily lying in the bathtub, looking at the side of the busy Lin Che, did not hold back, reached out and grabbed his pectoral muscles. Hard. Feel good. Very elastic. Not tired? Still making a scene? Tired. Just want to play. Jean Gardenia's voice was hoarse as soon as she opened her mouth. Want to swim in my brother's collarbone and slide on his abs. She said earthy words of love while touching. Lin Che's pupils were deep, and he slapped her on the butt to tell her to stop. While soaking in the bath and washing his hair, Lin Che took care of Qin Jiao like he was taking care of a child as he picked her up and wrapped her in a bathrobe. Hidden in the spacious bathrobe, her wet curls rested on her body, and the reddish tails of her eyes were flirtatious and seductive. Jean Gardenia is eating pain, not remembering pain. Will cry and beg for mercy. Just let her go, she will wrap up again. Hand itching to tease him. Lin Che always take her no way. It would hurt her body if she didn't abstain. So Lin Che could only endure it. Jean Gardenia spoke up. I want to watch TV. Good. At 2 in the morning, Lin Che randomly chose a TV series to put on. He sat behind Qin Jiao and took a hairdryer to blow her hair. Jean Gardenia's hair is thick and smooth, and her hair is naturally curly, so it takes a while to blow dry it. Halfway through blowing, Jean Gardenia's hand suddenly reached back. Lin Che's tiger's body shook and his brain roared. Honey, do you know what you're touching? Jean Gardenia touched half a day before reacting. Snapped back his hand. I thought it was the remote control. I didn't expect to touch it by mistake. Lin Che gripped the hairdryer in his hand hard, and a moment later, lifted Qin Jiao's long hair, and densely packed kisses traveled down from the back of her neck. Jean Gardenia only felt her bones crumble and hurriedly begged for mercy. From Jean Gardenia all kinds of performance look. Really can't tell whether she is intentional or unintentional. Glancing to Jean Gardenia eyelashes on the tears, Lin Che finally still let her off the hook. The next day at work, Jean Gardenia can't get up at all. Good thing there is no important work. Sleep until 10 o'clock before waking up. The body is very comfortable. No discomfort. When she woke up, Lin Che had already left the house, and there was a text message left by him on her cell phone, urging her to eat breakfast. Jean Gardenia got up and stretched. The home has been cleaned by Lin Che. The sofa cushions are neatly placed. The garbage bags in the room are all changed. The air carries a light fragrance. No odor. Sheen Gardenia walked to the living room and saw a bouquet of Chinese plums sitting on the table. Sheen Gardenia touched her face. A little hot, is shy. Whenever he was with Lin Che, he was a bit out of control and didn't know how to exercise restraint at all. Lin Che did take good care of her, not only washing her, but also knowing to help her with her skin care. In the kitchen, there was a breakfast prepared by Lin Che, with millet porridge, egg pancakes, and vegetable salad. Sheen Gardenia's heart was warm. The whole person was like soaking in a hot spring. As long as she thought of Lin Che she couldn't help but smile. Her heart was dancing and the blood in her body was flowing happily. Sheen Gardenia looked out the window while eating breakfast, and it was actually snowing. It snowed very little in Rongcheng, the size of a rice flour sticking to the glass. It was cold as the winter cooled down, but as long as she was with Lin Che, her hands never got cold. Chapter 138, The Movie Explodes. As soon as the contract was signed and the movie was officially announced for pre-sale, Jiang Yu sent 10 microblogs in a row. Lin Che has not logged on his microblogging for too long. The account password was given to forget, and he used his cell phone number to verify it before passing. He also sent out a microblog. Compared to Jiang Yu's tens of thousands of likes, it was difficult for him to break 1,000. The comments are quite a lot. Clicking in to see the intolerance. They have been asking if he is a subterfuge to get to the top. Lin Che glanced at it and then put it down, and then logged into the Lin Che author account to forward the publicity, which is different. Not only the likes and retweets of tens of thousands, and even on the hot search. Eventually both, The Cowardly Ghost and Stealing the Immortal, were released on New Year's Eve 30. In terms of scheduling treatment, Stealing Immortals was a big hit because of high pre-sale ticket sales and the appeal of the actors and director, so theaters gave it 40%. The remaining 60% was divided by the rest. Originally director Liu thought that they could only share up to 10% of this movie's schedule, but he didn't expect Lin Che to actually get 20% once he made his move. It's not as good as Stealing Immortals, but it's far beyond expectations. It's the low pre-sale ticket sales and with the lack of lead time it's only broken 1 million in pre-sales so far. In the face of the Stolen Immortal build-up, all other movies seem inadequate. Director Liu and director He were restless in their hearts, fearing that they would be carried away in 3 days. The Spring Festival has begun with a snort of derision from passerby netizens. On the first day, the theater was full of people who came to see Stealing the Fairy, and the smart ticket machine was full of people who came to see Stealing the Fairy, and the attendance was very high. From the trailer for Stealing the Fairy, it looks like the special effects are well done. In the case of not knowing what movie to choose to watch, most people will choose Stealing Immortals. After all, there is the basis of the original. The original is a big IP of Immortal. As long as the plot is followed honestly, it is unlikely to be overturned. Others who don't like crowded screenings choose to see other movies, including, naturally, The Cowardly Man. One by one, a few people entered the screening room of The Coward with the risk of tasting the Day 1, The Cowardly Ghost, had very low attendance and many good seats were empty. There were also some young couples who didn't look like they came to see the movie and deliberately chose corner seats. Yawns could be heard before the movie even started playing, apparently thinking that this movie was meant to be a sleep aid. With an attendance of 20 to 30, the audience waited idly for the movie with popcorn, and were caught up in the movie's soundtrack as soon as it started. As soon as the male lead, played by Lin Che, appeared on stage, the entire theater let out a neatly harmonized gasp of wow. They've seen the trailer and they've gone searching for Lin Che's old photos. Put together does not look like a person. Many people thought Lin Che is plastic surgery, or the trailer purposely give him P-picture. Seeing the face on the big screen that could not find flaws, the girls were excited. Popcorn was not eaten. Those who had just dozed off sat up straight all of a sudden, and sitting in the corner of the small couple who secretly made out, the girl pushed away her boyfriend as soon as she could. There is no shortage of handsome men and women in the entertainment circle, constantly iterating and continuously updating. What kind of ones can be found? But there really isn't one that looks like Lin Che. If you're so handsome on the big screen, wouldn't you look even better in reality? Especially seeing Lin Che working his muscles out of the picture later on, doing curls topless, and being molested by a female ghost with cat ears. The female audience at the scene was just like the female ghost played by Jiang Yu, staring straight ahead for fear of missing something. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, strong back, like a sculpted body, three-dimensional features, deep gaze, as if looking at the audience through the screen, so that people's hearts tighten and mess up their minds. The two directors have made a lot of bad movies. Director He has a picture but no plot. This shoot amplifies his strengths. Directly shoot the male sex into a visual feast. Just take a picture of it can be used as a screensaver. The plot controlled by director Liu. The story is tight. Pre-witty humor. Often make the scene laugh. Although it is a suspenseful film with female ghosts, but not scary. Suitable for bringing a family to see. The middle half of the episode is tracking down the murderer, and the pace suddenly becomes tense. and viewers caught up in the drama can't help but sweat for the male lead. When the truth came out to see the memories of the male lead, all the audience members in the audience reddened. 2 hours long, to the audience to bring a very strong impact. The director shot well, the actors acting, the plot is very good. There are laughs and tears. After watching the heart empty, frustrated, want to brush a second time, simply not enough to see. Even the black fans who came to pull the stomp with their arms around the movie had to admit that the movie was a success and that it was simply impossible to spit on it with a clear conscience. Those movie and TV bloggers who received money also silently returned the money. Cannot spray, simply cannot spray. The entire movie is so colorful that it's impossible to find anything to discredit it. The big greedy girl eats so well. Let me go in and act for 2 minutes. The lead actor was so good that when he cried I cried along with him. How can someone look so good? Even if the face is good, the body is so excellent. Let me look like this in my next life too. As Jong Yu's old fan, to be honest, I'm a bit jealous of Jong Yu. The male lead is so handsome. I want all his information in 3 minutes. Did anyone notice the fast food that the hero eats in the movie? It's the gaga that's been trending lately. I can see him eating it so well. I want to buy it too. Noticed? His fridge is full of gaga. It makes my mouth water to see it. Chapter 139, Box Office Reversal. Ghostly cries were heard from inside the theater. Passing spectators were startled and asked, "What's playing in here? Why are you crying and laughing?" The ticket inspector replied, "Coward. It's that crappy movie. I remember the female lead was played by Jong Yu. The male lead is not found. Who would go to see a ghost on New Year's Eve? How unlucky. But I think I hear laughter in it? Watching the trailer it seems to carry a bit of comedy. Not interested. I'm only watching Stealing Immortals this year. At least it has the original storyline to back it up. And the actors and special effects are pretty good. A movie with a $200 million investment shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as it could be." At that moment, the audience came out of the Stealing the Fairy, cursing and swearing. Stealing the Immortal is also too hard to watch. The best special effects of the whole movie are in the trailer. The plot is a piece of white blind old man $60. Really want the theater to refund the money. $200 million in special effects to make a Smith and weaken the heroine. Irrelevant to the original. Poorly acted by the cast. And no sense of CP. Chocolate on the outside. On the inside. Wasted 2 hours of my life falling asleep in a movie theater for the first time. Took a blind date to see Stealing Fairies. And afterward, the other person deleted me, saying I had too little taste for her. My friend didn't get tickets to Stealing the Immortal to see Cowardice. And he said it was great. Worth it. And ready for a second viewing. Is it really that good? Then I'll buy movie tickets for tonight and go see it after dinner. Okay. Upon hearing the polarized comments, passerby viewers who had originally planned to buy tickets for the Stealing Immortals movie have switched to other. At the end of the first day, the current #1 box office is Stealing Immortals. Cowardly Ghosts is out of the gate at number 5, which doesn't look promising from the box office. But word of mouth wise, viewers who watched The Coward gave it a straight 5 out of 5. Even the video bloggers who specialize in bad movie trolling gave it 5 stars and even retweeted it. Can't get enough. 5 out of 5. Recommended. The comments section is a greeting. How much did you charge? A few dollars a piece? Have you got a group? Let me make some money. Rotten money shall not die. Did the producers take all the money to buy water boys to control the reviews? So many water armies. Old Lou and Old He are investing all of their own personal money into it. No cha money. Passersby said really good looking. Originally intended to go to see Steal the Fairy. Did not buy tickets. Just randomly picked The Coward. Thought it was a bad movie, did not think it was a fine product. On the male lead's face value and acting skills is definitely worth the ticket price. As the day passes, feedback on Chinese New Year movies is largely starting to bubble up. It has been proved that the audience will give the most accurate answer as to whether the work is good or not. On the first day, The Coward failed to beat Stealing the Immortal at the box office. The next day, The Cowardly Ghost tied Stealing Fairies at the box office. On the third day, Coward as far surpassed Stealing Fairies. The audience who had originally questioned it were also honest, changing their preference from Stealing Immortals to Cowards. These two lousy movie directors didn't expect that the combination could actually be negative and positive. Each playing to their strengths. Director He didn't direct the plot blindly, and Director Lu didn't add to the chaos on camera. The hero is stunningly handsome and I'm ugly in every way. Jong Yu's mouth is also too strict. Didn't say that the male lead looks so handsome. This doesn't even move. Did Jong Yu quit drugs in her last life? I've seen Jong Yu's previous movies, and I didn't expect her acting to be so good this time. The movie recommended by Ling Che greatly. I really didn't step on the pit. Ling Che and Lin Che, pronounced so similarly, shouldn't they be the same person? Don't you go too far upstairs. In the movie, I saw the male lead eating gadget dumplings. I feel like it's very tasty. Anyone who has eaten it, give me feedback. I've had them. I bought a packet to try when they were on the hot seat a while back. and once I got over it, I immediately shot for 10 packets after watching The Gallows recently. Gaga packets of goodies. The movie exploded, and Gaga was also fire out of the circle as a result. The orders in the past few days were simply too busy, and as soon as they hit the shelves they were immediately bought out, and the machines in the factory were on fire. The Cowardly Ghost is bucking the box office trend, with over 85% attendance in just 3 days, directly beating Stealing the Immortal. Theaters are not little darlings either. After seeing the situation, have increased the amount of scheduling from 20% to 40%. As for Stealing the Immortal, from the original 40% down to 20%. The treatment of the two films, a direct swap. This caused fans of the Stealing Immortals cast to cry out that it was unfair. Stealing Immortals, the actors chosen are all popular artists in the entertainment industry. The male Zhao Zhe and the female Su Fei. The appeal of the two actors to make the pre-sale box office exceeded 100 million. Who knows that the broadcast was disastrous? And nowadays, many cinemas have reduced their scheduling to defend the interests of their idols. Fans pay out of their own pockets, watch show after show, sunshine movie tickets, brush up their scores, make video recommendations, and comment and leave messages everywhere. Not a fan. As a passerby objectively evaluating it, I think Stealing Immortals is still pretty good, and the original authors have said the adaptation is good. The release is too low. Obviously the pre-sale box office is so high. Why did it end up giving only this much release? My schedule here is full of cowards. It's hard to steal the fairies with a schedule. It's either an 8 a.m. show, a noon dinner time, or 10 p.m. so netherworldly. Who's going to see it? After watching Cowardice I thought it was ugly. Ran for the male lead's face value. And after watching it, that's it? It's not half as handsome as Zhao Zhe, and I heard that Lin Che has had plastic surgery. So everyone can go online and search for his ugly pictures. Does it work? It didn't work. Not only is it useless but it also causes offense to passers-by. It's not fair to say that the scheduling is low, but the theaters want to make money, so they can't just pull you out. Theater owners are not some kind of wrongdoer. Every day look at the data. The same time period, Cowardly Ghost is just selling better than Stealing Immortals. Attendance is also high. Even the nooks and crannies of the place are full of people. Some of the originals soon to be closed down the theater, but also because of Cowardly Ghost, burst of fire and reopened. Live. The passerby came down to spit. I can't get up in the morning. I have to eat at noon. I have to sleep in the afternoon. And it's cold at night. I don't see you fans really wanting to see it. Stealing Fairies is going to be overtaken by cartoons at this rate. 200 million investment made out like. I'm afraid this box office won't even break 500 million. The movie team lost their pants. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. Recently because of the movie release, Shinwei was so busy that herpes grew on the skin of her mouth, itching and painful. The box office fell for 3 consecutive days. Shinwei could not eat well or sleep, and the whole person looked very haggard, like a handful of dried grass. Chapter 140, Push-ups. In order to win the bet, Shinwei put all her hopes on this movie. The movie investment gave 200 million. The propaganda and development of a lot of money. If she did not return to the capital she would be finished. A pile of reports was thrown directly onto the floor as she glared down at the creative team below with a fierce glare. Questioning. I spend $200 million of investment and you guys make this thing? Do you know how much the coward next door invested? Less than $50 million. Building momentum for half a year is not as good as half a month for others. And only on the third day of the single-day box office champion cannot be retained. All the way down. What am I paying you for? And a big director. Do you deserve it? If I had known I might as well have picked the director of the crappy movie next door. And this Zhao Zhe, isn't he the most popular male artist right now? Didn't he say that his fans are very capable? Where are the fans? Let his tens of millions of fans buy tickets, one for each person. It's not so ugly. Even an 18th line male actor can't compete. It's just crap. Seeing that the crowd did not utter a sound, Shinwei became more and more irritable and directly smashed the computer in front of her on the ground. Speak up. Are you all mute? What am I going to tell the shareholders and investors about this? The bottom of the people won then one face ugly. The movie flopped. They do not want to Who could have thought that the pre-sale box office of the movie exceeded 100 million yuan? The release of the movie will be like this. The manager of the publicity and development department opened his mouth with difficulty. Mr. Sheen, the entire marketing plan is no problem. We have taken into account everything that should be considered, made sufficient preparations, and preset the risk control. Who knew that it would suddenly kill out a ghost? If there is the Cowardly Ghost, to intervene and stir up the market, solely based on the Stealing Immortals lineup, it is entirely possible to cut a wave of leaks to circle a wave of money and become the box office champion of the Chinese New Year slot. The entire team didn't take Coward seriously, including Qin Wei. After all, the film was made in a short time, and during the period there were all sorts of problems. and it almost couldn't be released, and the scheduling given on the theater side wasn't enough. Shinwei was so angry that her hands were shaking. She was still in solitary confinement, but because of the recent movie release, Shin father released her and told her to work honestly and not cause trouble. The injuries on his body have almost healed, but the dislocated place still hurts, especially with the recent snowy weather cooling down in Rongcheng, and the coldness coming from the cracks of his bones. The bottom line is that you're passing the buck. Shinwei was lost in thought as she looked at the poster image about Lin Che on the big screen. The coward, she went to see this movie. She knew Lin Che was a good actor, but she didn't expect him to be good to this extent. A good movie is often a blend of several key factors. The plot has to be good, the director has to be appreciative, the actors have to be good, and there needs to be an audience. This movie is a perfect collection of all these factors. Shinwei goes to the movie with prejudice, but can't help but be immersed in it. What she couldn't accept the most about the whole movie was not those emotional scenes between Lin Che and Zhang Yu, but the fact that Lin Che chucked his personal goods and advertised Qin Gardenia's food company in the movie. With The Cowardly Ghost being a big hit, Gaga followed suit. Nowadays, Shinwei can be said to be in the belly of the enemy. As soon as she goes on the network point to open the video, Shake will precisely push her content about the coward in Gaga. On the one hand, The Cowardly Ghost is rising at the box office in real time, and on the other, the best-selling sold-out Gaga. Why is Qin Gardenia's luck so good? Shinwei subconsciously clenched her fists, and a sharp stabbing pain came from her fingers, but the pain couldn't compare to the headache she had now. Shinwei murmured in a low voice, "Why did Lin Che receive such a movie? Shouldn't he be worse off without her? How is it that two lousy directors can make a movie so good? Who wrote such a good script? Is it chucking private goods? Or is it that this movie is invested by Qin Gardenia?" Shinwei couldn't accept the former. As long as she thought of Lin Che helping Qin Jiao so much, she scratched her heart and felt bad. Behind the hard times, it also made her self-doubt. If she hadn't suppressed Lin Che in the first place, and had instead let him star in those movies she had invested in under her name, then wouldn't she have lost? No, she hadn't lost yet, and she wasn't admitting defeat. This was just the beginning. There was still a month to go. She could still turn things around. Cowardly, after the release of the movie, Qin Gardenia directly packaged support, invited the staff in the company to see the movie. When she saw the advertisement about Gaga in the movie, she was incredulous. She snapped a picture and sent it to Lin Che. "Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Che quickly sent a reply. "You went to see it all? I was going to give you a surprise. I'm at the movie theater right now, chartering a room to treat my employees to a movie." Qin Gardenia replied while watching the movie, and when she saw the male lead played by Lin Che doing roles naked, she couldn't help but record it. Qin Gardenia said sourly, "So my husband is so good at making curls. You haven't even done it in front of me." Through the cell phone screen can smell a sour gas. Lin Che smiled and sent a voice, "Although the husband has not done curls in front of you, but in front of you have done push-ups." Qin Gardenia tapped the voice close to her ear, and Lin Che's slightly low voice rang in her ear, like a man biting her ear and saying, the push-ups sounded immodest at first. Recalling the strength Lin Che had exerted on her a few days ago, Qin Gardenia couldn't help but feel her face reddening and her mouth hot, hurriedly drinking a few mouthfuls of cool water to moisten her voice. "Husband, thank you for the surprise. I like it very much." Lin Che also returned his thanks. "Thanks to my wife for the package. I was thinking of inviting you to watch it with Grandma. Couples like to give each other secretly create a surprise, but after creating a surprise must say, do not say, 'How do you know that I am good?' Do good things do not leave a name? In case of fraudulent claim, it is not a big loss." Qin Gardenia mouth was smeared with honey like, "Alright I watched once, you can also invite me to watch the second time. As long as it is the movie you acted. I watch how many times will not get tired." It was no exaggeration to say that for the part where Lin Che showed off his figure, she could save it in her phone and watch it 100 times without getting tired of it. Lin Che, who was acting seriously, was very handsome and attracted not only her eyes, but also others. The whole movie to see down. The highest discussion is Lin Che, praising his good looks, acting handsome. One of the hottest things is his half-body suspended sit-ups, feeling like his abs can easily lift a person. This waist is also too strong. Whoever is his wife will have too much sex in their future life. Qin Gardenia has experienced this, it is indeed very strong. She did it the day before yesterday and her back and legs are sore now. Seeing so many people discussing Lin Che, Qin Gardenia felt happy for him in her heart. From the first time she saw him, she knew he had a bright future. Lin Che is not a firefly, he is a starlight, and only a good ending like this would be worthy of all the hard work and effort he has put in along the way. Chapter 141 Lin Che kills the 4 directions, 2 chapters combined into one. Near the New Year's Eve these days, Lin Che hired a housekeeper to clean the house inside and outside. The wash, the change, the old and the new. Lin Che has not had a lively New Year for a long time. Since his parents passed away, The family has no New Year's flavor, cold and quiet, sometimes still in the hospital for the new year. This year, it was a rare crowd. Lin Shi and Grandma Wu were out of the hospital, and the four of them got together for New Year's Eve, putting up window decals and writing couplets at home. In the days of the new year, Auntie went back to celebrate the new year after buying New Year's goods, and Lin Che was ready to cook personally, making 5 dishes in one soup, and also wrapping dumplings. Lin Che made the noodles, Grandma Wu mixed the filling, and the four of them wrapped it together. Grandma Wu suggested, "Let's make some sugar dumplings." In some places, the custom of wrapping dumplings for New Year's Eve is to wrap a silver coin, and whoever eats the coin will have good luck and fortune for the year. If you don't have silver coins in the house, you wrap candy to signify sweetness and happiness. Grandma Wu is very good at making dumplings. Yuan bao, goldfish, wheat, crescent moon, shells, willow leaves. She secretly marked a few sugar dumplings and put them all in the young man's bowl when it was time to cook. Lin Shi took the first bite of the sugar dumplings and gleefully picked them up to show them. "Grandma, I got the sugar dumplings." "Brother, sister-in-law, look." Grandma Wu smiled. "Good luck. You will have smooth sailing, peace and joy in the new year." Lin Che and Qin Gardenia also successively ate sugar dumplings. Ate one is luck. That ate the second and the third it. Bean paste flavor sweet dumplings is some flavor, but eat more than a little greasy. The taste is always compared to the pickled pork dumplings. Qin Gardenia instantly found the clues. The dumplings were cooked by the grandmother. She must have given all the sugar dumplings to the three of them. "Grandma, you don't have a single sugar dumpling in your bowl?" "I have high blood sugar and I don't eat sweets." "Gardenia, you are now aware that your blood sugar is high?" Lin Che laughed as he handed the bowl over. "Give it to me if you can't eat anymore." "It's okay, I can eat." Qin Jia has long been accustomed to, after all, every year is like this. Grandma put her love and blessing on these sugar dumplings. Hate to give her all. Still, she pinched half of the sugar dumplings in her grandmother's bowl so she could taste the sweetness. Blessings are only blessings if you dip them together. Dinner was early, and it was only 7 o'clock when I finished cleaning up. Grandma Wu turned on the family TV, which was playing a festive song, with the same familiar hosts. "Xiao Che, Gardenia, aren't you going out for a walk? The house isn't as lively as outside, and the party isn't looking good right now." Lin Che asked. "Grandma, do you want to go for a walk?" Grandma Wu hurriedly waved her hand. "I won't go. My legs aren't easy. I'll watch some TV and go to sleep." Qin Gardenia held Lin Che's arm and looked at Lin Shi. "Where's she? Lin Shi, sister-in-law. I won't go." What's the point of her following along? In the middle of winter, her brother holds his sister-in-law's hand and huffs while she silently puts her hands in her pockets, illuminating them and burning herself. Since the ban on fireworks, New Year's Eve has felt a little less New Year's Eve. But there are some places where fireworks are still allowed. Lin Che looked for a place where he could put fireworks. Fireworks he had long ago bought and put in the trunk. The compartment is big, put a lot. "Not a walk? And driving? Where are we going?" Lin Che pretended to be mysterious. "You'll know when we get there." Qin Gardenia vaguely guessed something. All the way she pretended not to know. When Lin Che opened the trunk, she covered her mouth and let out a wow sound. "Is it fireworks? Honey, how did you know I wanted to see fireworks? How are you so nice and understanding? I'm so happy, so fond, so happy." Saying this, he hugged Lin Che's neck and kissed his face. "I love you." Her face was wet, her heart was hot, and before Lin Che could ask, she had finished saying everything he wanted to hear. Lin Che pursed his lips and smiled, lifting the fireworks out of the car in a box, setting them on fire. The splendid fireworks illuminated Qin Jiao's face, also illuminated her eyes, and the bright light in her eyes was even brighter than the streetlights around her. Fireworks look good, and the people watching them look even better. "Gardenia, Happy New Year. I wish you good health, all the best, happiness and fulfillment in the new year." She had gotten what she wanted. Qin Gardenia twisted her head to look at him. "I hope I can cross the new year with you every year from now on." Swoosh, a huge bunch of fireworks bloomed in the sky, instantly illuminating the entire sky. Qin Gardenia leaned on Lin Che's shoulder and said, "The fireworks are so pretty, especially in my eyes." Lin Che looked into her eyes. "Because I have you in my eyes." I don't know if the Qin Gardenia who was watching the fireworks was too good looking, or the words she uttered were too moving, but Lin Che couldn't control his heartbeat. He moved over and kissed her on the lips in the roiling fireworks. In this moment, he kissed his moon. On the 4th day of the Chinese New Year, the internet suddenly exploded with full-blown black information about Lin Che. Said he had plastic surgery, was adopted by the Gold Master, subterfuge to get to the top, and had an inappropriate relationship with Director XX. And the movie reviews on the internet appeared to be very different at the beginning. Am I the only one who found the plot cheesy? Didn't get the laughs or tears at all. It was boring as hell and fell asleep on the movie theater for the first time. It's not recommended to bring your family to see it with you, especially if you have children. My child was scared by the female ghost in the movie and had nightmares at night and cried all the time. Indeed, this movie is a four-hander, and it's expressionless the whole time. What the hell is this filming? Why did it get past the censors? Aren't you afraid of bringing up bad kids? The first day of release is pulling stomping stealing immortality, and stealing immortality compared to nothing. I have to say, the power of capital is powerful. Before just suspect now basically confirmed. Lin Che has backstage suspected that he has an improper relationship with the boss of the XX theater. Otherwise why the theater specifically to give him a row of films? From morning row to night. It's time for the industry to straighten up. How many good movies have been harmed this spring festival because of one coward? What's so good about a plastic face like Lin Che's? And I don't know what the internet brags about him. By selling their way to the top, such bad artists should be permanently banned. The cowardly movie has plagiarized. It's solidly online, and theaters are asked to take it down immediately. Who has Lin Che been adopted by? Any proof? A female boss named Chin has been harboring him for 5 years. The resource, cowardice, should have been given by another gold master. This face with a good length is really rewarding. Why don't Lin Che just stop being an actor and start a soft eating training course? I'll be the first to sign up. The internet has been exposed one after another that Lin Che and Chin Wei have a leg. A gossip reporter on the internet also published three things about Lin Che. There are photographs and actual hammer, and even a timetable, elaborating on when Lin Che and Chin Wei met, and when he was adopted by her. Such a big melon makes netizens shouted. Lin Che also saw it, true and false mixed in, and when he hit his eyes it was all negative news about him. Although he first invested in a movie, but also know that the gun hit the head. Showbiz deep water. The most taboo want good things to take over. On the fourth day, the cowardly man has broken $1.5 billion at the box office. And that's not a good number to make anyone else jealous, especially not stealing the fairy. Lin Che dared to take food from the tiger's mouth. So naturally, he wasn't afraid of them counterattacking. Lin Che does not have a strong marketing team. Want to organize a water army to bring the wind to suppress the stealing fairies side of the raging? Obviously not realistic. There are only a few peak days in the spring festival season, and time is money. For another, when things went wrong on his end, Gaga took a hit too, and was viciously backordered. Li Rui was the first to call Lin Che, firstly to care, secondly to probe, and thirdly to remind. I see a lot of negative buzz online about you lately. Can you handle it? Lin Che responded, yes. On the phone Li Rui sighed with relief. That's good. My grandfather asked me to bring a word to you. If the news is false to clarify it as early as possible. And if you can't solve the problem, then you have to solve the person who created the problem. Nowadays, the internet is clamoring to block Lin Che, who has just made a name for himself and is being hacked all over the internet, with netizens shouting for him to get out of the entertainment industry. As Lin Che's best friend, Li Rui didn't believe in it, but his grandfather cared too much about the benefits of fame. Li Rui's side just hung up the phone, and director Liu also called and asked him how to deal with it. Lin Che had already thought of a solution. Since you don't want to open a window for him, just take the house off the ground. So at the peak of the heat, Lin Che sent out a tweet 8 p.m. Live answer. 8 words directly rushed to the hot search, and the comments underneath were all curses. Lin Che flipped through them. All of them were fans of stealing fairies' male and female leads. The battle between these two fans was amazing, and Lin Che's private messages had long since exploded. Lin Che didn't care, and even wished that things had gotten a little bigger. Gaga's official brand account was the first to retweet Lin Che's microblog, with 3 simple words, believe in you. Lin Che looked at the user end. It should be sent by Qin Zhao. After Gaga's side vocalized, Zhang Yu, director Liu, director He, and the rest of the cast followed suit and retweeted. Everyone's looking forward to tonight's live broadcast at 8 p.m. At 7:58 p.m., Lin Che logged into his account on time. The pop-up screen opened up. The screen was full of fishy. Lin Che calmly drank a mouthful of water before opening the live link. The first one to connect was a boy, brainlessly accusing cowardice of plagiarism. Cowardice is very similar to foreign XXX in both plot and filming style. We should protect originality and prohibit plagiarism. Bad movies like this should all be taken off the shelves. Lin Che put down the cup in his hand. You are also a bit like Shakespeare. You are shabby. Your brain and intestines are also a bit like each other. Are you stuffing things from your intestines into your brain? Regarding the matter of whether the coward plagiarized or not, the official account has already clarified. Having the time to bark at me here. Why don't you squat at the entrance of the neighborhood and watch the gate? At least you can still reflect the value of your dog's life. Treat sincerity with sincerity. Treat rogues with rogues. Lin Che is familiar with this account with his eyes, and he is the one who jumps the most in the comment section. Lin Che almost disliked the person with a few words, and after the pop-up area froze for a while, it neatly sent 666 Why do you curse whenever you open your mouth? Lin Che, my morals have always been towards people and not dogs. The other party sneered twice. Lin Che, you've made a lot of money by selling your body over the years, haven't you? Are you a man or woman? Lin Che, but if this skill of distorting facts could be used in your studies, you would have won the Nobel Prize long ago. You're being evasive. Are you in a hurry? Lin Che, the dog bit me. Can I not be in a hurry? By the way, you're not in a hurry. Pop-ups, say chicken no bar. Civilize you and me. The connected boy's voice was shaking and he was furious. What's the use of just being online against people? If you have the guts, go out and come for a one-on-one fight. Lin Che, are you a turd? Still want me to fight alone? Lin Che saw someone on the screen swiping a gift for him. He immediately turned it off. And when he looked again, the connecting boy had already disappeared. With no other choice, Lin Che could only connect to another person. And this time, it was also still a black fan. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he could hear that it was full of malice. I've heard that you haven't invested $50 million in this movie, and now it's made $5 billion at the box office. Why don't you donate it to the poor mountainous areas when you've made so much money? People really want to laugh when they are speechless. Lin Che snorted and said, your brain is useless too. Why don't you donate it to a medical organization? If it weren't for you, Stealing the Ferry would have been higher. You're the ones who took 20% of the Stealing the Ferry's schedule and stole the Stealing the Ferry's tickets. Lin Che, the wall is not good enough to hold up the wall and you still blame the wall for being bad. The box office figures are there. Even if there is no me, it's not his turn. As soon as Lin Che heard this person speak, he felt that the other party was not very old, and it was a waste of words to say more. So he simply broke off and reattached another one. Lin Che, what is your relationship with Qin Wei? The internet rumor has it that you've been adopted by her for 5 years. Is that true or false? Are you relying on subterfuge to get to the top? After all this talk, it's finally time to get down to business. And the pop-ups are asking, who is Qin Wei? Lin Che explained. Qin Wei, also known as the producer of Stealing Fairies. Netizens didn't expect this relationship at all and brainstormed if there was some kind of conspiracy theory or something. You know Qin Wei, so that means you do have an ulterior motive with her? Lin Che, there's nothing untold. This Miss Qin and I do know each other. She once employed me for 5 years at an explicit price. Once the contract is up, I'm gone. I didn't apologize to anyone. Talking about adoption so nicely. Isn't it just selling sex and flesh? What's the difference between that and what's rumored on the internet? Lin Che replied. Of course there's a difference. The internet rumors that I'm a resource curiosity. The point is that I've been filming for 5 years with no one asking for my services. May I ask what kind of resource curiosity I am? As for this drama, I wrote the script. I'm the screenwriter, and I hired the 2 directors. There are some things that I can't say with just 1 or 2 sentences from me. So I'm going to post the causes and consequences of the matter on the internet, and you'll judge for yourselves. But here, I'll just say 1 sentence. I, Lin Che, have a clear conscience. Those 5 years are not my black history. They are the way I came. After saying that, Lin Che directly turned off the live broadcast. Just a few words were like a bomb thrown into the water, and the topics about him hit the hot search one by one. Lin Che was also true to his word, and after shouting, he immediately posted the information he had compiled online, an agreement he signed 5 years ago, willing to be a stand-in for 5 years to save his sister. This is no subterfuge to get to the top. This is more like a premeditated explosion prevention. Chapter 142, Under the Gift of Fate. All are explicitly priced. Lin Che didn't need to testify against himself over and over again, and only posted the stand-in contract, along with Qin Wei's expenses on him over the years. Netizens looked down one by one. Before and after Qin Wei spent $3 million on Lin Che, including medical expenses. I'll leave it to the netizens to judge whether it's good or bad. Clearly, Lin Che really didn't do anything wrong, but they wanted him to be in the wrong because it was always easier to target a person than to solve a problem. Only if Lin Che was truly wrong could these people continue to stand on the moral high ground and continue to hurt him without guilt. $3 million? It's hard for an ordinary person to make $1 million in 5 years, and that's not taking advantage? First time I've seen someone actually hammering himself. Isn't that a contract for adoption? And said he has a clear conscience. Qin Wei is at least your gold master. You don't thank her even if it's not enough, but actually at the same time to set the schedule. Robbing the box office. Beneficent white-eyed wolf. Eating soft rice said so righteous. You and Qin Wei together all these years on those drama, is not she help you invest? How is it possible that only a mere $3 million? The ones who said these things were not only black fans but also water armies. Lin Che was in the limelight and there were just too many people staring at him. Come to think of it, face value plus acting skills is the king of bombs. And when thrown into deep water like the entertainment industry, it's a missile. Many companies have already recognized him as a match. There was no lack of artists in the entertainment circle. What was lacking was good resources, and with only so many resources, who wouldn't want to grab them? A competitor like Lin Che is naturally one less than the other, so hurry up and crush him before he grows up. Apparently, it's an organized siege. Some fans lack the ability to think and act after the big fans, many of whom are managed by the company behind the artist. About his brother and sister's black information, automatic filtering, brainwashing like repeating do not believe in rumors, do not spread rumors, face to face with others. It is flies do not bite, seamless eggs, a slap does not clap. However, the good thing is that in today's online world, it's not fan-driven, and passers-by have their own judgment, and may even develop a reverse mentality in this environment. Lin Che continuously on the hot search, completely fire out of the circle after a lot of people to archaeology, found that he used to be a short drama origin. One of the hottest was the short drama from 5 years ago, in which Lin Che played the male number 2, showing amazing talent in his first acting role, and was even on the hot searches because of it. Looking back at the 5 years that he has been under Chin Wei's wing, netizens have noticed that his resources have decreased rather than increased. I said how to feel Lin Che so familiar. It turns out that he has acted in this skit. He is the white moonlight of my heart. On this face value and acting skills, put in a skit is a descending blow. I thought at first that it was which section out of the internship. I did not think it was his first time to act. The talent is strange. Yeah, I remember it well too. And then the skit went off the air and the actor who played the second man wasn't seen again, and I thought he'd dropped out. Finally someone found Lin Che, this treasure actor. As a 5-year-old fan who has paid attention to him, for the resources he has received in these 5 years to shoot the drama, can only be described in words, either in playing ugly or on the way to play ugly. The roles played are also more than one oddball. There is no one pleasing to the eye. When others ask me if I have a favorite actor, I don't dare to introduce him, for fear of being laughed at. Now that I'm watching him come out of the woodwork, I can finally give him a hard encore. These 5 years said to be adopted, the result of resources is not as good as when he first debuted. What resources curry? I think it is malicious suppression plus explosion proof. Lin Che would sign a stand-in agreement in order to cure his sister's illness, and 5 years have passed without any progress in his sister's condition? Is this the best medical level in Rongqing? With such a level and such high medical fees, who will dare to go for treatment in the future? I don't think things are as simple as they appear. Lin Che was on the hot search right after his debut. With his acting skills, the company is willing to suppress him and block him? Cultivate him properly. Isn't this a money tree? Agree with upstairs. Chin Wei appeared just as soon as Lin Che was in trouble. It's too coincidental. Where are the good people under the gift of destiny's gifts that are clearly marked? Chin Wei, this rich woman a bit stingy. Change other rich women too. Lin Che has long been a line on the entertainment circle that who is not a rich woman is not the evening of a shot. Resources so much, if not because of the exposure of tax evasion, but also not to be blocked. 3 million for 5 years. It's indeed a bit low. I have a friend who secretly works as a male model in a nightclub. Sometimes he earns 100,000 a day. Lin Che like this, how can I say it should be doubled? Am I the only one who noticed that Lin Che said that he wrote the coward script? The script is really well written. It's just that it always feels a bit familiar. Some sentences, it feels like I've seen them from somewhere. Why is all the attention on Lin Che? No one pays attention to Chin Wei as a person? As far as I know, Chin Wei has someone. Right, she got engaged 5 years ago. She has a fiancé and still dares to cheat on her. Is finding a substitute not cheating? There's no shame in making money, let alone for the sake of his sister. Lin Che didn't hurt anyone, and he truly deserves the words a clear conscience. Lin Che was 18, I think, and it's kind of heartbreaking, because Lin Che was so nice in his own right. Many people who had come into contact with him were willing to stand up and speak in his favor. Some of the directors he has worked with have complimented him on his dedication to acting and his ability to play whatever role is thrown at him, even if it's a martial arts replacement with the most injuries. High school classmates and teachers also stood out, sending videos to refute those bad reviews, proving that Lin Che has not had plastic surgery since childhood. Handsome. If not for the family accident, sister sick, he could have had a better future. Relatives and neighbors who watched him grow up said Lin Che grew up very filial and understanding. After his parents accidentally passed away, he dropped out of high school in his 3rd year of high school to take on the burden. In order to treat his sister, borrowed a lot of money, but all in the next year, all the interest with interest to pay off. If I had known that Lin Che was in such a difficult situation back then, I wouldn't have pushed him to pay back the money, and now that we see him getting better, we're all happy for him. Not to mention the actors who are filming with him this time, the coward. Some have had their careers ruined by family members, some have had rumors spread about them losing their jobs, and others have announced their retirement in order to get married only to end up in a mess. Because of Lin Che's recommendation, they began to contact work, find themselves and realize their self-worth. More and more netizens are more willing to pursue the truth and peel back the phenomenon to see the essence than to eat the melon indifferently. Do not see the whole picture. Do not say right and wrong. Right and wrong is in oneself. Ruin and reputation by others. We'll see what happens when the water comes out and the whole picture is revealed. Stealing Immortal originally wanted to pull Cowardly Ghost into the water, but he didn't expect to pull his own boss into the water. Shinwei is also honored to be on the hot search. Click in to see all the black material. For example, squeezing employees, driving through red lights, drunk driving. What's even more unexpected is that Lin Che's former company, Shinwei, actually has shares in it. So she really saved Lin Che in the first place? Chapter 143, A Serious Matter. Shinwei's car turns over. Plus, Lin Che's previous agency was not checked at all and had tax evasion issues early on. In addition to tax evasion, the agent Zhang Wang often threatened the artists underneath, so that the artists to sing with the alcohol. Once the artist's resistance will be hidden. Want to terminate the contract will have to face sky-high liquidated damages. Because of Lin Che's outburst, many artists under the company's name bravely stood up to speak out for themselves, and the situation was so serious that it caused the higher authorities to pay attention to it and conduct a serious investigation into it. In the past 2 days, the weather has cooled down and triggered the flu. Shinwei's body resistance is not good, and she was accidentally infected. Shinwei didn't go back to the Qin family, but instead returned to the house where she and Lin Che had lived together for 5 years. Even though Lin Che was gone, his things remained as if he had never left. Shinwei found the cold medicine from the medicine box, looked at the instructions and took 2 pills. She sat on the sofa. Her brain was a little groggy. She didn't want to play with the phone, didn't want to answer the phone, and didn't want to watch the movie data. She hugged the blanket and curled up in the sofa. The leather sofa was cold in winter. If it was in previous years, Lin Che would have laid it out with sofa cushions early. She raised her eyes to the foggy sky outside the window. The weather as bad as her mood. Cold and quiet. Not like New Year's. How did she spend her time in previous years? The last few days of the new year she went home to spend time with her mom and dad. Shopping, doing beauty treatments and nail care. When you are bored, you come here to take a look. Even on New Year's Day Lin Che wouldn't be idle. He would clean the house and see that she came back and then proceeded to prepare food, spinning like a little gyroscope from morning till night. In fact, Lin Che had already done a very good job, but she just wasn't satisfied, blowing off steam and deliberately nitpicking. Shinwei touched her head as if she had a fever. No wonder she remembered the past. The drug kicked in and Shinwei fell asleep not long after lying on the sofa, and when she woke up it was already dark. It was then that she pulled out her cell phone, wanting to see what time it was, and tapped it to see it was full of texts and missed calls. There was a company call. Zhang Wang called, and her father. Shinwei automatically ignored the unimportant ones and finally chose to call her father. As soon as the call was made, I heard Qin's father ask in a bad tone, "Where are you? Why are you only calling back now?" "Shinwei, I'm not feeling well. I caught a cold and slept all day." Qin's father was conspiratorial. "How can you still sleep after all the fuss on the internet?" Shinwei asks, "What's going on online? See for yourself." As soon as Shinwei heard her dad's tone, she immediately realized that the matter was serious. She clicked on Twitter and saw her name on the hot list without having to specifically search for it. She clicked in to see the extent of her double take. How did this happen? Those who originally wanted to drag Lin Che into the water dragged her in along with them. Qin father suspected that the group of people on the internet who were pulling the stomp on Lin Che were the ones Shinwei had found to do it, so he said in a bad mood, "What's going on in your head? Don't you know that you have a handle on Lin Che? You still dare to pour dirty water on him?" Shinwei loudly argued, "I didn't do it." Qin father exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. His tone was serious as he reminded, "Whether you did it or not, now that you're involved, think of a way to solve it as soon as possible. Lin Che, her sister, has a recording in her hands. Piss them off and let it out. You're done for." In order to suppress this recording, he had offered $60 million at first. Shinwei died biting her lips tightly. Now that the facts are in front of everyone's eyes, how is she going to clarify? How is she going to clear her name? How is she going to turn this situation around? Shinwei's scalp tingled, and for a moment she was so out of breath that her chest ached bluntly. By the time she slowed down, Qin's father had already hung up the phone, without a word of concern about her illness. If it was before, Lin Che would have definitely taken her to the hospital to take care of her carefully. Every time you are sick is like this, know that she has no appetite. Lin Che will try to find ways to give her to do good food. She is in a bad mood to smash off. He will not be impatient, will repeat to do a second, third time until she is satisfied. Shinwei watched as the topics about her were full of words about her being stingy and not being good enough for Lin Che, and it was no wonder that Lin Che left or something like that. Was she bad to Lin Che? But Assistant Joe clearly said that she was good to Lin Che. If she had given Lin Che more money in the first place, would he still be with her? Wei raised her eyes and looked around the room. She wouldn't be alone and sick. Wei endured her headache and called the person in charge. Manager Lu. Those opinions on the internet. Who did that? Manager Lu stammered. He too did not expect this fire to burn on Wei. In order to pull the box office for stealing the immortal, the only way they can think of is to dig up black material and pull on the other side. And once Lin Che's accidental cowardice is taken off the shelves, then the empty rows, the theater side will be able to let this stealing the immortal to make up for it. The idea is fine, but the reality is so different that no one expected the direction to turn out like this. Nowadays it's a case of plans catching up. Wei leaned on the sofa and propped up her head. The hand holding the cell phone was shaking. Why didn't you tell me beforehand when you did such a thing? Manager Lu hurriedly shrugged it off. This is all Zhao Zhe and Su Fei fans taking matters into their own hands. The big fans took the lead and we couldn't control it. The studio is also thinking of abusing a wave of powder. This is a routine operation. Make a noise. The heat is higher. It's better than quietly pouncing on the street. Abusive fans can also be solid fans. And many ordinary fans become die-hard fans after abusing them. It's just that this time the powder didn't abuse it, but instead abused Wei. Manager Lu asked cautiously. Mr. Sheen, are those things on the internet true? Wei's temples jutted with pain. I don't care what you use. Bring down the hot search for me. About Lin Che's side. Don't make any moves. Don't act rashly. Manager Lu hurriedly answered. Okay, I know. After Wei hung up the phone, she googled Lin Che's live broadcast. After reading it, she edits a paragraph and sends it out. It's an employment relationship with Mr. Lin for the past 5 years. There is no adoption. This clarification statement was not for the netizens, but for Lin Che, fearing that he would release that Lin Che recording at this juncture. There are no regrets in the adult world, only consequences, and she paid the price for her recklessness. In just one day, Wei microblogging fans rose 1 or 2 million. Microblogging. Message reminders continue to pop up. The front row is full of scolding. There is no need for Lin Che to personally go down. Nowadays the netizens' side business is detective. All kinds of pickpockets have already picked out the truth. Things were more serious than she had imagined, and Wei was like an ant on a hot pan, anxious. It was at this time that Zhang Wang even called and begged for her help. The company faces seizure, and in serious cases Zhang Wang may be sentenced to jail. Miss Qin, help me once, please. I don't want to go to jail. My son is still in school. My wife is recently pregnant with her second child, and my mother is hospitalized. Seeing Wei's indifference, Zhang Wang let out some harsh words. If you refuse to help me this time, I'll publish what you've done to Lin Che on the internet. Chapter 144. She could have succeeded. When things couldn't be resolved, they would accuse and blame each other and shirk their responsibilities. Zhang Wang loudly threatened. If you refuse to help me, I'll publish what you've done to Lin Che all these years on the internet. Buzz dash a sharp tinnitus sounded in Wei's ears, like her body system was sounding an alarm. Zhang Wang sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that you had your eye on Lin Che in the first place, how would I have driven him to the brink? Now that Lin Che is in a big position, a small budget movie has allowed him to earn several $100 million in just a few days. Who wouldn't be envious if they watched it? Zhang Wang was incomparably regretful. If he had set his sights a little higher and cultivated Lin Che properly, then the person who was lying down and counting his money at this moment would be him. Wei had a splitting headache. Her body was shaking like a sieve. She grabbed the armrest of the sofa with all her might so that she wouldn't go limp. Her voice was low. Just you. How dare you threaten me? I have a tarnished reputation at most, but reputation isn't worth much to me. It doesn't affect my status as a Qin family lady. You dare to threaten me now. When you go to jail, I'll dare to go after your family. Pregnant people are prone to miscarriage if they're not in a good mood. Right. And what's your son going to do if he's bullied at school? As for the hospitalized elderly, not to mention how fragile she is, Zhang Wang was stupid enough to reveal his weakness. If he could threaten her, couldn't she threaten back? You have to treat hooligans the way hooligans do. Fighting violence with violence, returning grudges with grudges. Sure enough, the sound died down on the phone, and by the time Wei opened her eyes the call had hung up. Like a puppet suddenly disconnected and out of control, the phone slipped out of his hand and hit the floor. My face was hot, but my back was chilled and drenched in a cold sweat. Wei's hands and feet are weak to pick up the cell phone. She has a feeling that this must be a big failure, and any more salvation will be in vain. As the saying goes, the past can't be undone, but the future can be changed. Instead of wasting time remedying the present, think about the future. The Coward, a movie that only invested tens of millions of dollars, has managed to sell billions at the box office. She could have copied it, brought the whole Cowardly Ghost team together, and created a second Cowardly Ghost. Director Lu and director He are good to invite. With the relationship between the Qin and Zhang families, Zhang, you should be able to help her with this favor. As for the other supporting actors and actresses, are all unremarkable. Not much fame, and can't ask for much money. The hardest thing to get was the role of Lin Che, which required her to take the time to find a new male actor. The key to the success of a movie also depends on the script. Lin Che said on the air that he wrote the script for The Coward. Shin Wei didn't believe it. She had known Lin Che for 5 years and Lin Che only knew how to act. How could he write a script? There must be helpers behind him. After thinking about it for a long time, Shin Wei locked her eyes on Lin Che. Lin Che is one of the hottest online authors in recent years. Mysterious in person, never showing his face, not even his gender is known. Lin Che, who has always kept a low profile, has actually promoted The Coward this time, so perhaps he is the real screenwriter. Shin Wei endured her headache and analyzed it. The more she analyzed it, the clearer it became, and she had almost concluded it in her mind. She hurriedly found Lin Che's account and sent him a private message. The sincerity of his attitude indicated that he wished to work with him. She thought that even if Lin Che wasn't a Coward screenwriter, as long as he was willing to step in and write the script, it would definitely drive the audience. Waiting for a long time did not wait for the other party's reply. Shin Wei, some chagrin annoyed. Want to invite such a writer? Cannot be too abrupt. Must come up with a full of sincerity. Shin Wei called and texted the team leader, asking them to contact Lin Che to discuss cooperation. At this time, Shin Wei still had illusions, thinking that she could rebound in the next year. But she never thought that Lin Che and Lin Che would be the same person. What would Shin Wei do if she knew that the victory that had been held in her hands had been let go? Perhaps at that moment Shin Wei would experience what it meant to have a broken liver and regret it. Lin Che's wave of all-network blackness has accomplished multiple reversals in just 24 hours. The box office of The Cowardly Man has not been affected, but has soared, growing by hundreds of millions of dollars every day. Lin Che's fans have also surpassed the 10 million mark in just a few days, and these fans can be self-interested in publicizing and promoting the movie on their own accord. Seeing that Lin Che's popularity could no longer be suppressed, those celebrity teams that had originally wanted to suppress him had also withdrawn their efforts. Since it cannot be crushed, then pulled together. More friends is always better than one more enemy. There is no absolute enemy in the entertainment industry, only eternal interests. Zhang Wang's entertainment company was beaten by everyone. Walking on the road to be thrown eggs. Do not dare to go out. Open the cell phone message is full of insults. His personal information was published online in an open box, and not only was he affected, but even his wife and son were fingered. His son is afraid to go to school. His wife has a big belly and almost has a miscarriage, and his hospitalized mother receives wreaths of flowers one after another and is talked about. Zhang Wang, in a fit of rage, boarded the microblogging published. You want to scold, just scold me well. It's all my fault alone. Has nothing to do with my family. Netizens aren't buying it. How is it irrelevant to your family when they are the beneficiaries? Your family is family, and the artists you pimped and forced to sell their bodies and drink with you, they don't have family? People like you deserve to die. What did you do to Lin Che when he signed on to your company in order to cure his sister? One can only say that the wind and water turn around, and retribution is not good. Illegal things we do not do. Otherwise, what is the difference with people like Zhang Wang? But what should be scolded or scolded? As if to do justice for heaven. Whenever Zhang Wang sees the name Lin Che, he wants to go crazy. Shin Wei's side could not be counted on. Not only could it not help him, but it could also threaten his family. Since the result is the same, it's one if you can pull one down. Why should he pay for what Shin Wei has done? So Zhang Wang opened the live broadcast and began to sell misery. I'm just a small agent. How can I have that much power? I'm also following my boss's instructions. When I signed Lin Che in the first place, I wanted him to be a good actor. I didn't expect Shin Wei to take a liking to him. We couldn't afford to offend Shin Wei, so we had to sacrifice Lin Che. Originally, I thought that if Lin Che followed such a rich woman, he should have countless resources and earn endless money. But who knew that Shin Wei has suppressed him in every way over the years? Lin Che hasn't had a single good day in the 5 years he's been with Shin Wei, and all the good resources that came into his hands were replaced by Shin Wei. Shin Wei doesn't want to see Lin Che come out on top, fearing that he'll be out of her control. Once Lin Che was easily selected by a big director. As a result, on the day of signing the contract, Lin Che suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared it was already 3 months later, and it was said that his hand was fractured. And how it was fractured, you guys think about it yourselves, and think about it in a bad way. That's not all. In order for Lin Che to be a good double, Shin Wei also imprisoned him in disguise, illegally abused him, like breaking bones are commonplace. There is a scene I remember very clearly. You guys can go search and look at the injuries on Lin Che's back. You guys think it's out of makeup? Those are real injuries. They were all inflicted by Shin Wei. Because I know the most and Shin Wei threatened me. I dare to come forward today to expose her true nature because I want people like her to be punished. Because I recognize my mistake and am determined to reform myself from now on. And because I want to protect my family. If one day my family is injured and something bad happens to them, it must be Shin Wei's doing. As the saying goes, If you can't solve a conflict, you aggravate the transfer. Qin Wei has done much more excessive things than him, so go ahead and scold Qin Wei. Spread the battle and don't catch him alone. Don't say. Zhang Wang's move really worked. Zhang Wang originally wanted to tell all the dirty things of the dirty people around him, but the result was that after 10 minutes of broadcasting, he was reported to be off the air, and along with it, his account was also blocked. Everyone suspected that the person who reported it was Qin Wei and ran to greet her parents under her account. Think you can fix it by blocking Zhang Wang's account? Bizarre. Watching the fun is not too much netizens. Follow the words of Zhang Wang to pick, but also really pick out the counterpart. Back injuries, fractures, pus wounds, pale face, thin body. More and more people came forward to speak for Lin Che, identifying Zhang Wang's words as the truth. Chapter 145, Borrowing the Wind and Going Up 90,000 Leagues. Qin Wei. This incident also affects the hospital. Suspecting the hospital of fraud. The best private hospital in the city, and this is the standard of care? A heart patient hospitalized for 5 years can't get better? 5 years of scheduling hearts and not a peep? In such a public opinion as Lin Shi's former attending physician had to come forward to bear. I have served as Lin Shi's attending physician, and I have currently left my post. During my tenure, our entire medical team was providing Lin Shi with active and effective treatment options. Regarding the matching heart, it was actually available in the second year of Lin Shi's hospitalization, and we contacted Lin Che at the first opportunity, and due to the phone not being able to get through, there was no other choice but to contact him as Qin Wei, but the other party cited that the risk of the surgery was too big reason to turn it down. Worried that netizens wouldn't believe them, the doctors also posted the original surgical plan, as well as the contact numbers they called out. Why don't you call Lin Che? Shouldn't you contact your family for something like this? Upstairs you should be asking why Lin Che's phone won't work. Fine thoughts. Qin Wei wanted to keep Lin Che from getting out of her control, so she suppressed him for 5 years to prevent him from picking up good resources. So is it possible that her sister's condition was delayed because of this? How sick. What if my sister has a heart attack because she missed this? Wouldn't that be murder in disguise? This Qin Wei is also too bad. The agreement that was already unfair to Lin Che, she still broke the contract. She's simply not human. Those who say that $3 million is Lin Che taking advantage of the situation come forward. If it wasn't for Qin Wei arranging for her brokerage company to suppress her at every turn, with Lin Che's ability, how could he possibly not be able to earn enough money to treat his sister? Threatening the lives of your loved ones is worse than that. Lin Che is also too miserable. In order to cure his sister, he gave someone a body double, and as a result, his sister was also delayed. Thinking about the injuries Lin Che has suffered over the years, it hurts my heart. As a 5-year-old fan of Lin Che, I really cried watching this, and I can't imagine how Lin Che lasted through this journey. 18-year-old Lin Che is too difficult. A person to support a family, support 2 lives. It is not easy to get out of the misery and fell into the cliff. But if he is a little bit fragile, may not be able to see him today, he is really so strong inside. I'm going to pay for my mistake in the first place. I shouldn't have taken it out of context and maligned Lin Che, so I decided to support him by buying 10 tickets to Coward's movie. I've also decided to brush up on cowardice again. Already brushed for the 4th time, watching for the 4th time, or being abused and crying. Lin Che's acting is just too good, especially the funeral part. Deeply felt. Without further ado, I'm on my 12th blind date tomorrow and still decided to go see Cowardice, and I can already recite the plot backwards. One by one, the movie tickets have accumulated and set new records over and over again, and with the current rise in the box office, it should refresh the domestic box office list. Stealing the Immortal has completely cooled off. And it was even discovered by netizens that Stealing the Immortal was stealing the Coward's box office. E-tickets were replaced with handwritten tickets credited to the Stealing Immortal's box office. Before and after, at least $40 million was stolen. The thief shouting to catch the thief was caught by the netizens. No wonder it's called Stealing Immortality. Stealing is addictive. In the face of negative public opinion, Stealing Immortals had to be temporarily withdrawn from the schedule, and the empty slot was almost wrapped up by Cowardly Ghosts. From 40% of the row went up to 55%. The netizens are buzzing that The Coward will eventually exceed several $100 million at the box office. The official Cowardly Ghosts account wasn't idle either, releasing a bit of footage for every 100 million that crossed the line. But in the end, it turned out that there just wasn't enough saved footage to go around. In the end, tens of millions of dollars invested in the movie, wildly collected 6 billion yuan box office, became the Spring Festival movie champion. Such a result exceeded expectations by too much. Even Lin Che hadn't thought about it. If he hadn't been maliciously pulled and stepped on by the Stealing Immortals team, smearing and rumor mongering, he really wouldn't have been able to reach this level of height. Whatever the wind, since it's here, let's borrow the wind and go up 90,000 miles. It was a good thing that Lin Che had seized this gust of wind to go up 90,000 miles. Some partied, some stayed up all night. One of the most difficult is definitely Qin Wei. She has not dared to go out. The address was exposed near the neighborhood is full of paparazzi and reporters. As long as a go out will be recognized. She was not the only one affected by this disaster, but her parents were also subjected to cyber violence. Qin's mother is scared at home. Qin's father is angry to high blood pressure every day to take medication. Qin Wei cannot return home. Qin Wei had thought that Lin Che would expose that recording, and also thought that Lin Che would come forward to publicize her evil deeds, but what she never expected was that the person who fell on her sword was Zhang Wang, completely forgetting the ugly face of fawning and currying favor when he was taking benefits from her. Falling down a well was something she knew well, and one had to fall down a well before someone would throw a stone into it. That's why it's said that there's a silver lining to being a man, because, one day, the pain you inflict on others will miraculously all come back to you, and more violently. More violently. Things like retribution really do come. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 146, A Call from My Wife. Zhang Wang and his entourage were taken away for investigation, with a minimum of 10 years in prison, and facing huge compensation, even for their houses. This matter involved too many people. Even Jiang Yu was not spared. He was Qin Wei's fiancé, and he also received extra attention in this melee. Some time ago, Lin Che's black material is Jiang Yu bought water army cast, spent so much money in, did not get good, not to mention also stained a fishy. He could not understand. Other artists in love are considered to collapse. How to Lin Che here? By the rich woman package for 5 years. The netizens not only do not care, but also said what love him. Just the ruthlessness with which Lin Che hit people. Does such a person need to be pitted? After this incident, the marriage between the Qin and Zhang families completely collapsed, and in order to minimize the losses, the two families got together to discuss the results, and finally announced a peaceful withdrawal from the marriage. Originally, everyone kind of pitted Jiang Yu, the cuckold king, but within a few days it was revealed that he had several ambiguous objects abroad and went out to nightclubs many times. The marketing numbers that Lin Che had sued earlier also had an update. They all received money for their work. Who did they receive money from? The evidence points to Jiang Yu. This is really a basket case. The Jiang family after losing money. Overnight Jiang Yu sent out of the country to avoid the wind. As for Qin Wei, she was too busy taking care of herself. How could she have the leisure to pay attention to her ex-fiancé? She did not go out for 5 days, during which the cold has not been well. Do not dare to go out and do not want to go out. Short of anything on the order of takeout errands, open the door will be cautious to wear a good mask to avoid being recognized. Fortunately, the neighborhood security and safety to do a good job. Otherwise it may be the door splash paint on the thing will happen to her. To deal with public opinion, either deflect the conflict or deal with it coldly. Qin Wei is not considered a public figure. The netizens can't pay much attention on her, and they will forget about her after a long time. All she needed to do now was to recuperate and make up for her losses as quickly as possible. So this period of time she has been contacting Lin Che. The private message shows that it has been read, but did not reply. Qin Wei bit her lower lip and thought, is it possible that she did not think that she is not sincere enough? The money given too little? In fact, as early as a year ago the company wanted to buy Lin Che's copyrights, but unfortunately it went one step too late and had already been snatched up first. If she could contact Lin Che this time, she hoped to sign him to her name so that she could work together for a long time. Because of the box office loss of Stealing Immortals, Qin Wei almost lost half of her fortune, and what she could get out was only tens of millions of dollars. The Cowardly Ghost's tens of millions of dollars in investment raked in $6 billion at the box office. And what others can do, she can do. Qin Wei edited the text once more. Teacher Lin Che, regarding the treatment and benefits, we can talk about it face to face. If you feel that the money is less, just report it. I sincerely want to work with you. I won't treat you badly. As soon as the private message was sent, a red exclamation point popped up on the screen. Blacked out? Qin Wei froze for a long time before her eyes died on the screen, making her dizzy with anger. She immediately called Manager Lu. Has the company side contacted Lin Che yet? Manager Lu, no. There was no reply from the other side. Contact his previous website and see if you can get his identifying information out. What if it doesn't set? If you can't set it up, get someone to check it out. Do you need me to teach you? What can't be solved online will be solved offline. You must contact Lin Che to sign him up. Manager Lu muttered. How much would that cost? The current Lin Che is not the Lin Che of a year ago. The fame has increased, and the royalties have also risen. Good screenwriters are hard to come by, and Cowardice was a box office hit because of its screenwriting ability, and to a lesser extent, the acting ability of its cast. If she wanted to create a second Coward, she had to bring Lin Che with her. Talk first, don't worry about the money. Is it hard to sell a script for a sky-high price? if there really wasn't enough money. The big deal was that she would find someone to borrow it. The phone hung up, and Qinwei idly googled Ling Che's portfolio. She didn't like to read and endured a headache for a while, unconsciously absorbed in her reading. It's well written, but the characters in it inexplicably give a sense of familiarity, like they've been seen somewhere before. Qinwei thought for a moment when a push message about cowards suddenly popped up on the notification bar. Celebrate The Cowardly Man as it wins the box office with 6 crore at the Chinese New Year box office. The movie was a big hit. Lin Che became famous, and inevitably there were scandals, and rumors about his CP with Jiang Yu also spread. Just when everyone thought that he would be killing it in the entertainment industry, Lin Che announced in public on the day of the celebration that he would be retiring to work behind the scenes and was not going to make any more movies. This statement directly triggered the conversation. His fans are crying their eyes out. CP fans are gnashing their teeth. And the only ones happy are the right family. Is it a bit too capricious to announce your retirement when your career is on the rise? A number of netizens speculated whether Lin Che was frightened by the previous internet storm. On second thought, it wasn't like Lin Che was intimidated just by the way he disliked people live. So what's the real reason for his exit? Lin Che responded, I want to set up my own agency when I've made enough money. Many people scoffed at this, thinking that Lin Che didn't know how high and mighty he was, and that he had drifted after making some money. Starting a company? Do you have your own contacts? Do you have a background? Do you have experience? These years the movie and television industry ushered in the winter period. Don't lose a lot of money by then. Fans said, if I had known, I wouldn't have bought so many movie tickets to support you. And now well, the rightful owner is running away with the money. The profession of an actor is very restrictive, and Lin Che doesn't like his private life to be in the spotlight too much. Various voices also appeared online, and Lin Che looked at the comments and carefully chose a few replies to appease his fans. Director Lu sighed and walked over to him. Do you really want to retire? Lin Che nodded. Think about it. There will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. He's just not filming. It's not like he's dead. It won't be long before he's in front of the audience in a different way. Director Lu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly toasted. Definitely, definitely. Don't forget me when the time comes. Lin Che clinked glasses with him. Director Lu sipped his wine and lamented. If I were you, I wouldn't dare to change, and I wouldn't be able to give up my current fame and traffic. Lin Che finished the wine in his cup. People are afraid of change, but change means progress and opportunity. Director Lu suddenly changed his expression to one of gossip. Is it true or false about you and Qinwei on the internet? What is it? The ones Zhang Wang said. Lin Che nodded. Really? Director Lu sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder I couldn't find anyone who wanted to find you for a movie before. So is your sister okay now? How is her body? It's been operated on and is recovering well so far. Director Lu wanted to continue to pursue the question when his cell phone rang. Lin Che took out his cell phone to take a look, and after seeing that it was Qin Gardenia calling, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up a smile. Director Lu saw him smiling with a swishy face. Girlfriend calling? It's wife, said Lin Che, picking up the phone. What's up, wife? Before Director Lu could get over his shock, the next second he heard a woman's pouting voice coming from his cell phone. Honey, I'm getting a lot of rain here. Are you getting a lot there? Do young lovers talk so subtly open? Chapter 147. This is your celebration. Lin Che covered his cell phone and walked to an unoccupied corner. It's not raining on me here, idiot, Qin Gardenia muttered after a small remark. I mean, I miss you. When are you coming home? If you miss me, then I can come back now. Obviously, we see each other every day and get tired of each other at night. But once we're apart the misses come in like a tidal wave. Lin Che hung up the phone and said to Director Lu, I have to go back. My family is waiting for me. Director Lu asked, are you married? Aha. When was that? Last year. Isn't your girlfriend Gaga's boss? She's my wife too. Is the reason you dropped out because of your wife? Lin Che emphasized. Of course not. I'm doing this for me. I want to get better. Maybe in other people's eyes he is already good enough, but he always feel not enough. When facing Qin Jian, will because of his own not good enough and owe her? How to pay all feel not enough. Lin Che called the driver, got in the car and texted Qin Jiao to tell him he was already on his way home. After driving for a while and found that it was really raining in the sky, the rain was very small, not as big as Qin Jiao said. Grandma Wu went back to the Qin family today, and Lin She was called out by her classmates to play, so now it was just him and Qin Jiao at home. During the spring festival, there were many people at home, so they didn't do anything bad. Lin Che saw Qin Jiao as soon as he opened the door, and seemed to have been waiting for a long time, immediately pouncing on him upon seeing him. Why did you suddenly announce that you won't be filming anymore? Your career has just started and is on the rise. Don't you think it's a shame to suddenly retire from the industry? No pity, I have long made plans, just ahead of time. since I want to retire from the circle will be greatly retired, not to consume the feelings of the fans. I'll support you in whatever you do. Qin Jiao was aware that Lin Che had the ability to do this. Just look at the success of Cowardice, the script he wrote, the money he invested, the actors he found. Netizens think he can't because they think he's just a regular actor, but he's actually the investor of the whole movie. If he knew that Lin Che had earned so much money in one go, he didn't know how many people would be attracted to his eyes. Lin Che's mind has long been conceived the plot of the next movie. He decided to invite director He and director Lu. After all, the cooperation has a certain tacit understanding in. When he'd learned the essentials, he decided to try his hand at directing himself, and save a fortune if he could. Lin Che said his idea to Qin Gardenia, who asked, "You haven't thought of adapting those 2 books of yours before?" "Thought about it, but the rights have been sold to someone else." Qin Gardenia held his hand, a mysterious smile in her eyes. "Come with me to the study." The study here, at the beginning, is Qin Gardenia specially prepared for Lin Che. All kinds of anthology material, convenient for him to find. Conspicuous position put his publication book. Table is big except computer also can put a lot of things. The study was the quietest of all the rooms, no sound from outside could come in, and likewise no sound from inside could go out. There were very thick soundproofing panels inside the walls. Opening the door and entering, Qin Gardenia took out 2 documents from the drawer and handed them to Lin Che. "Look at this." Lin Che took it and looked at it. It was actually the copyright he had signed in the first place. "You bought it in the first place?" Looking at Lin Che's shocked appearance, Qin Gardenia's heart floated, surprised or not, unexpected or not, a heat flowed in his heart. Lin Che thoughtlessly and directly said, "It's very surprising and unexpected." During those 5 years as a stand-in, Lin Che would regularly see a psychiatrist, who told him that if he was in a bad mood he could try writing something. Lin Che started out just sharing his daily routine online, writing it as a diary, not realizing that quite a lot of people were reading it. Later, the idea of writing a novel was born. At first there is nothing, on the recommendation of more readers, more money, but also slowly have a reputation. Lin Che hadn't thought that he could make money writing novels, much less that his 2 novels could sell millions of copyrights. Looking at the signature below, Lin Che moved his throat. "Did you know the first time you saw me?" When Qin Gardenia smiled without saying anything, she confirmed all of Lin Che's suspicions. "So what is love at first sight anyway?" "It's love at first sight as well as a long time in the making." Qin Gardenia put the copyrights of the 2 books into Lin Che's hands. "Now you can adapt your books and go hire your favorite actors and directors." The light and airy few copyright agreements suddenly became heavy when placed in the hand. Lin Che asked in a mute voice, "Why are you telling me now?" "Because I'm waiting for you to talk." She understands Lin Che's having concerns, understands his caution, understands the shame and embarrassment that comes from a web writer, and she doesn't point it out if he's not willing to talk about it, just waiting for him to slowly drop his guard and open up for her. "I've waited so long to surprise him on this day. The good thing is, it's all worth it." Lin Che put down the copyrighted book in his hand. Then as soon as he held Qin Jiao on the table, he kissed her hard against her lips. Qin Gardenia lifted her hand to circle his neck and pushed her chest closer to him, contributing everything she had. Qin Gardenia was forced to tilt her head back, enduring the kiss that was like a raging wind and rain, breathing more and more rapidly. After briefly separating, he opened his eyes to look at Lin Che's somewhat reddened eyes. She raised both of her slender legs and hooked onto Lin Che's waist and hips to bring him towards her, getting closer and closer and finally sticking on. "Want to try here today?" Under the light, Qin Gardenia's lips were crimson and moist. Today's Qin Gardenia wore a klein blue knit dress. The back is wide open. You can see the spine two-waist nest, and pure and desire, obviously planned for a long time. Nothing was worn under the knit dress, and the hand went from the back to the front, directly skin to skin. Lin Che suddenly paused. "Is Cece coming back soon?" "It's still early. She said she's going to eat dinner out before she comes back, leaving us plenty of time to make 2 round trips." Lin Che breathed in sharply and didn't resist anymore. "There are so many debts of favor owed that there is no way to repay them, so I can only pay them with my body." Qin Gardenia's hand reached back, undoing the straps around her neck, her clothes sliding down to pile up on her legs. Obviously no extra movement, but every action was so provocative. She grabbed Lin Che's tie with one hand and used the force to lay her body down a little bit. Her back pressed against the cold large desk and cringed a little. Lin Che stuck to her back waist and kept getting closer. She had just taken a shower. Her body carried the fragrance of shower gel. After kissing her, the smell seemed to float away again. The tip of her nose only had her natural body fragrance. It was very light and clean. I don't know how to describe the smell, but it was just very addictive. Lin Che was completely immersed, following Qin Gardenia's preferences step by step. Not too light, not too heavy, not too hasty. A thin layer of heat rose on the table, and the tears mixed with sweat crashed on the table, gathering into small dries. Sheen Gardenia gently exhaled a breath. This is my celebration for you. Do you like it? Chapter 148, the fastest reversal of face punch in history. By the time Lin Shi came back, Lin Che and Qin Zhao had already finished their baths. Sheen Gardenia was wearing comfortable casual clothes, lying on the sofa with a cup of Lin Che's self-mixed milk tea in front of her. Lin Che rubbed Qin Zhao's stomach and waist after washing clothes. Is it hard? Although the desk is spacious and big enough, but it is never as big as a bed. A little force is easy to accidentally hurt, and the force is not good to control. Sheen Gardenia rested her head on Lin Che's leg. Her voice was a little hoarse as she said, "It's not uncomfortable." Lin Che's palms were hot, warm on her stomach like a warm baby. Lin Che got up and shoved the pillow under Qin Zhao's neck. "I'll go downstairs and take out the trash." Good. The garbage bag was bulging. The blue knit dress had torn in the process and had to be thrown away. Lin Che opened the door carrying a garbage bag and just happened to collide with Lin Shi. Lin Shi covered her heart and took a small step back, looking up at Lin Che. "Brother." Lin Shi came back quite early. "Not yet 8 o'clock. Lin Che asked. "Have you eaten?" "Already ate." Lin Shi looked at the bag in Lin Che's hand. "Are you going downstairs? Take out the trash." "Trash?" When she left the house, she cleaned up the trash and took it down to throw it away. "Why is there such a big bag? Where's sister-in-law?" "Your sister-in-law is resting at home. There is milk tea in the kitchen. If you want to drink it, serve yourself." "Okay." Lin Shi was about to go in, but suddenly thought of something and turned back to call Lin Che. "Brother, you really don't intend to shoot a movie in the future?" "Aha." Lin Shi felt pity that actors depended on their talent. Not all of them had such a good talent like Lin Che. Lin Che had always had his own opinions, and as his sister, he would of course choose to support him, but it wasn't necessarily the case for the others. Ever since Lin Che announced that he wouldn't be filming, all sorts of fault-finding voices appeared on the internet, making a mess. The internet is spreading rumors again. "Have you seen the hot search?" Lin Shi's small face was indignant. She didn't even dare to go online now, for fear that she would be so angry that she would have a heart attack. "Haven't looked at it yet." "Don't look at it either. Don't affect the mood." "I'll fix it," Lin Che said and patted her shoulder. "Alright, quickly go inside." Watching the door close, Lin Che took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw his name on the hot search. Hashtag Lin Che's inappropriate relationship with Gaga's boss. Hashtag Lin Che living together. Hashtag cowardice copying Lin Che. Hashtag Jiangyu Lin Che CP. Lin Che clicked into his account, and under the comments was also a mess. All bickering. "Gaga boss in the end is hua. How I'll say you are again being adopted. Is it true or false? You back to a word Fans cannot top it." Lin Che walked into the elevator and quickly replied after pressing the elevator door. "It's my wife. There's no impropriety." "Not buddy. You're married?" "Lin Che, it's over." "So you quit because of your wife? Does your wife care a lot about your online gossip?" "Lin Che, it's a decision I made right from the start. It has nothing to do with her." "No wonder you're ready to start a company after shooting a movie. Half the time you're on a soft diet." Without saying a word, Lin Che directly passed on the contract he signed with the producer, confirming that he was the investor of the coward. Didn't read it wrong. Lin Che is actually a cowardly investor. How much money can you share with the tens of millions of investment now that the box office is 6 billion? With this mind, if I were you, I wouldn't shoot. Whoever loves to be a cow or a horse. But where did he get the money? It must have been invested by his wife. That's why there's a commercial for Gaga in the movie. "Didn't you say you wrote the cowardly ghost script?" "Lin Che? Come forward and respond. Did you plagiarize Lin Che?" Lin Che replied. "Lin Che is me. I am Lin Che." Lin Che logged into Lin Che's account, retweeted the tweet and captioned it with the words, "A person." Book fans are shocked. After tearing it apart for so long, they find out it's a family? The fastest reversal in history plus a punch in the face. Awesome. No, you Lin Che fans eat so well? The rightful owner will do anything. I said before that Lin Che and Lin Che look like the same person, and no one believed me. So this movie, Lin Che not only invested in it, but also did the screenwriting and wrote the script, and finally played the male lead? If I were Lin Che, I would have stopped serving Chin Wei a long time ago. No wonder Lin Che retweeted the tweet before the movie was released. Inside Entertainment can't find a flat replacement. Just chasing a star and eating so well. Who else can I fan in the future? Although Lin Che is not filming anymore, he will appear in another way. And I hope Lin Che can save Inner Entertainment Pictures and produce more good works and good movies. Lin Che's response once again refreshed the hot search list, and now it was true that no one dared to scold. After all, his face had been swollen. In the past few days, those who cursed Lin Che, which time they had the upper hand. 1 second just finished cursing, the next second they were ruthlessly slapped in the face. Now it's all speculation as to whether Lin Che is still secretly hiding some kind of vest. Those who were not in favor of him retiring from the industry and starting his own company are now slowly accepting it. Lin Che has created a new image in the eyes of the public, a successful man who will succeed in everything he does. Qinwei sat on the bed and froze for a few seconds before violently lifting the covers. How can Lin Che be Lin Che? Just then manager Lu called Qinwei. Mr. Qin, Lin Che is Lin Che. It's on the hot search online. Do you need to say it? Qinwei's face was white and ashen, full of suppressed annoyance, while manager Lu on the phone was still pursuing the question. Then do we still need to contact him to cooperate? With Lin Che's value today, we're afraid we don't have that much money. It wasn't a matter of whether or not there was money. If Qinwei could have invited Lin Che, she would have done so a long time ago. Qinwei's hands were shaking and she almost threw away her cell phone. She sat frozen on the edge of the bed, her body shaking, tears streaming from her eyes before she could react. The chest cavity was empty, as if the whole heart had been dug out onto the ice and snow, and countless cold winds poured into the thousand-pore body with abandon. When she stood on the ground with her feet, her body leaned forward uncontrollably, and the next second her eyes went black, and her whole body fell to the ground with a loud noise. There is no place in her body that does not hurt. Qinwei lying on the ground, clutching her cell phone. The phone has been hung up. Turned off, the screen of the phone reflected her wretched expression. Lin Che can act, write scripts and invest money. Is this the good-for-nothing punk she talks about? Qinwei used to watch people scratching on the side of the road. Do not understand why all scratching to the thank you, but also continue to scratch down until the reveal thank you for your patronage before stopping. It's really all about luck and resentment. She should have admitted it when Lin Che had read no reply and blacked her out. In Lin Che's response to the netizens' claim that he wrote The Coward, she should have recognized it as well. While checking the internet for books to look through Lin Che's novels, when she saw that the male protagonist's color in it was described as similar to Lin Che's, it was all the more reason for her to recognize it. She won't admit it, won't face it, so she's like a passerby who scratches out a prize and doesn't admit the result until she's scratched out all the thank yous. Chapter 149, Father and Daughter Meet. Lin Che had done enough in those 5 years. Where did he find the time to write novels to earn so much money? Qinwei was extremely controlling. She didn't like Lin Che to touch the opposite sex. She didn't like him to shoot a movie. She didn't like others to praise him. Even those eyes that lingered on him, she felt disgusted. Now that he'd signed the contract as a stand-in, he had to be complete and belong only to her. And it was time for him to draw the line at his past life and accept her arrangements again, without which he wasn't allowed to do a single thing. Qinwei thought that she had been in control of Lin Che for 5 years like this, but looking back, Lin Che had long been out of her control. Qinwei was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Her feet were light and her head was heavy. Her face was pale, and the feeling of not being able to breathe was like the air she had inhaled was hardening and squeezing her lungs. Qinwei suddenly let out a laugh. Her voice was hoarse, harder than crying. The corners of her mouth obviously rose, but the tears fell down in big chunks, and she clenched her fists and pounded the ground. Did she still have a chance to win against Qin Gardenia now? If she had been nicer to Lin Che in those 5 years, Lin Che would have helped her write scripts and make movies. Then she would be the one reaping $6 billion at the box office right now. If she had been nicer to Lin Che, he wouldn't have married Qin Jiao, much less helped him advertise and promote the food. There are not so many ifs in the world, only results and consequences. A heart full of desire for 2 empty hands. She is like the poor and needy person who inadvertently bought a $100 billion lottery ticket, and because of her blindness and misreading of the numbers, she casually threw it away and someone else picked it up and took it to claim the prize. Qinwei looked at her hands, cried and laughed, and talked nonsense into the long night. A game of chess. One wrong step. One wrong step. She finally tasted the evil consequences. Qinwei wanted to go home. She never wanted to come here again. Qinwei slowly sat up and leaned against the bed, calling a car on her cell phone and seeing the driver take the order. She put on her jacket and mask and went downstairs. By the time she arrived at the door of the neighborhood, the car had already arrived. Qinwei bent down to get on the car. The whole person was one, leaning against the door, unconsciously glancing at the mirror in front. When she saw the driver's face, her pupils dilated. Her neck looked like it was being pinched. How come it's him? Zhang Yan? Didn't he come to Rongqing temporarily on business? How come he's driving an internet car? Qinwei looked at the car label. This brand of model at least $1 million. He changed to a new car. And with Zhang Yang's financial ability, he shouldn't be able to change this kind of car at the moment. Qinwei subconsciously thought of Qin Mother as she clenched her fists, her breath shaking. Why did bad things always happen to her one after another? Qinwei stared dead at Zhang Yang in the driver's seat. Zhang Yang thought Qinwei was looking at his car. Some proudly patted the steering wheel. I just bought this car, is not bad. 3 million lu. In order to show off his car, Zhang Yang idly worked as an online driver. When Zhang Yang saw that there was no sound from the back, he subconsciously looked into the mirror and was right in front of Qinwei's scarlet eyes, which startled him. In the next second, The mask suddenly fell off and Qin Wei's face was revealed. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. You're Qin Wei? Qin Wei hurriedly put the mask on, but it was obvious that she was already moving slowly. Recognized by Zhang Yang, Qin Wei was not at all vain, because the one who should be vain was him, the male mistress, the little white boy who destroyed other people's families. To say that the white boy was an exaggeration, because his face was not white at all, and in the dim light, his face was still dark, and he was not a good-looking man, with a disgusting face. Riding in the car of such a person is disgusting and bad luck for her. Pull over to the curb, I'm getting out of the car. Zhang Yang didn't stop and continued to drive forward. Qin Wei saw this and kicked the driver's seat hard. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You can't park here. There are cameras all around. Zhang Yang turned the steering wheel. We are about to arrive at your home. It will be dangerous if you get off here in case you are recognized. Is he concerned about her? No, he was trying to ingratiate himself with her. After all, she was the daughter of his gold master. Qin Wei didn't move again, but still looked at Zhang Yang with disgusted eyes. If her eyes could be turned into knives, then she would have already cut this person into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Yang only felt a cold swish at his back and glanced at Qin Wei before withdrawing his gaze. Just now, his mind was too chaotic to think about it, but now that he calmed down, Zhang Yang detected a hint of abnormality. Why did Qin Wei react so strongly when she saw him? Can it be that she knows him? You know me? If she didn't know him, Qin Wei wouldn't have looked at him with such a look. Zhang Yang tried. Do you know something? Qin Wei didn't say anything. Zhang Yang couldn't keep asking questions, and honestly drove the car to the destination after the door lock was unlocked. Qin Wei opened the car door and stood outside to meet Zhang Yang's eyes. I'm warning you, stay away from my mom, he said and slammed the car door hard. The day was clear. The night was cold and windy. Qin Wei turned around and walked away. The cold wind messed up her hair. The whole person was numb. She subconsciously tucked her chin into the collar of her coat. The pace is messy to return home. At this point the maids have already rested. The house is quiet. Qin Wei went in and threw her bag on the sofa with force, then went straight to the second floor and knocked on Qin Mother's door. Until a month ago, Qin Wei had always thought that her parents were very much in love, together at every event they attended, and were a well-known loving couple in their circle. Why did her parents only love her and not Qin Jiao? Because she was born when the two were most in love with each other. Qin Wei has been complacent about this. So now what? Qin Wei looked at the closed door. If you really love each other, how would you sleep in separate rooms? If they love each other, how can they cheat? Qin Wei knocked the door 3 times and heard movement coming from inside. After a long time the back door opened and Qin Mother was wearing her pajamas. Wei, why did you come back and didn't give me a call in advance? This is my home. Do I have to check in with you if I want to come back? Mom! Qin Wei rushed in regardless and even bumped into Qin Mother. Qin Mother was knocked a stagger. Rubbing the shoulder that was knocked pain, she turned back and said, What have you eaten to be so angry? You, this temper had better change. You see how much you ate this time. Not only harm yourself but also drag others into it. Your father was angry by you into the hospital. Just discharged from the hospital in the past 2 days. You want to go home on the return, but in the home you had better reflect on it. Less voice and more work, as little as possible to appear in front of your father. Qin Mother was worried that Qin Father would take action against Qin Wei in a moment of anger. Qin Wei looked at Qin Mother and saw that her face was rosy and not a bit haggard. Her own daughter was in such a big trouble and hadn't been home for days. Didn't she care? Does she really love her? Qin Wei sneered. Mom, guess who drove me home? Mother Qin asked absently. Who is it? It's Zhang Yang, your old flame, your concubine. Qin's mother slammed the door. What are you babbling about? Your father is still at home. If you're clean with him and don't have the slightest thing to do with him, why are you afraid of being heard by Dad? Qin Wei was in a terrible mood. What are you afraid of? Chapter 150, Recognition of Father and Daughter. Qin Mother's face turned pale after she heard that Qin Wei came back in Zhang Yang's car, and panic flashed in her eyes. What are you babbling about? I'm talking nonsense? Qin Wei had a very bad attitude. Do you dare to swear that you don't have any relationship with him? The car he's driving now was bought by you, right? Don't deny it. Check your account and you can find out. Besides the car, what else did you buy him? Clothes? Luxury goods? A house? An old man? You're actually willing to spend so much money on him. What is it about him that attracts you? How dare you ask me to reflect? What do I have to reflect on? I've become like this all because I inherited your bad genes. Pa Mother Qin fiercely gave Qin Wei a resounding slap to clear her head. Qin Wei fell to the ground, and under her messy hair, her eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Mother shivered uncontrollably. She pointed at Qin Wei. The words she wanted to scold stuck in her throat. She held her face red, and after a long time she said breathlessly, You stay away from Zhang Yang in the future. Afraid I'll go after him? I'm doing this for your own good and for the good of the family. If you really wanted what was best for this family, you wouldn't have cheated on him, much less given him money for nothing. You yell louder. Better wake up your father so he can hear it too. I can't control your affairs anymore. Recently Chin's stock dropped because of you, and Zhang's side withdrew from the marriage. What's left of you now? Qin doesn't need a leader who is morally corrupt and smears the company's image. Qin mother over the years for Qin Wei paved the way for so long, obviously easy to win, but now lost all the money. The betting time is still a year, and Qin Wei no longer have extra funds in hand. The internet has a memory too, so don't hold your breath. Mother Qin opened the door and told Qin Wei to get out. She didn't want to say a word to her. If she had known that, she would have had more babies in the first place. How did she get such a waste? Qin Wei lowered her head and went out. Behind her came Qin mother's voice. Your grandmother is at home lately. Have nothing to do, so go and please her. Qin Wei did not make a sound, walked straight out, just back to the house. The cell phone came a few message beeps. Zhang Yang, meet me tomorrow. It's near your house. If you don't come out, then I can only contact your mom. Qin mother that slap with sufficient force. Until now are hot and spicy. Do not need to touch to know has been red and swollen. She had nowhere to vent her anger, so she aimed all her bad temper at those closest to her, thinking she would be tolerated, so she was so unrestrained. But this time, instead of tolerating her, Mother Qin slapped her. Can a slap in the face sober up Qin Wei? Apparently not. She completely put Qin mother's words behind her. The more she was not allowed to see Zhang Yang, the more she wanted to see him. She wanted to drive this man out of Rongqing and get rid of the future trouble forever. Qin Wei replied, okay, I'll see you at 7 in the morning then. The other side answered. Qin Wei barely slept all night and woke up at 5 o'clock the next day, and she even put on her own makeup in order to gain the upper hand. Go out at 6:30. Qin's father and Qin's mother have not yet gotten up, and a few servants are doing things downstairs. Surprise flashed across the butler's face when he saw her head. What would you like to eat in the morning, miss? I'm going to eat out. The butler nodded, said hello and went about his business. At 6:30 in this season, the sky was not yet much brighter. The air was chilly, like a layer of mist hanging over it, and a haze-like halo of light spread out around the street lamps. Hazy. Qin Wei took the car keys and drove to the appointment. When I arrived, it was already past 7 o'clock, and as soon as I got off the bus, I saw Zhang Yang's car parked on the side of the road. Qin Wei took out her cell phone. I'm here. Zhang Yang, box 10. Qin Wei took out a mask and put it on, and the attendant who had just entered the store entrance greeted her. This young lady, what do you have? Qin Wei interrupted her. Take me to box 10. The waiter led her to the box, opened the door and went in to see Zhang Yang sitting inside. The two of them locked gazes, and Qin Wei's eyes held hostility. Qin Wei said to the waitress behind her, get out. After the door closed, making sure no one would hear, Qin Wei directly removed the mask from her face, not bothering to talk nonsense, and directly said, leave my mom. I'm not reminding you, I'm warning you. Zhang Yang didn't move a muscle and sat on the chair with a relaxed posture. Qin Wei, look at him, this pie. Big brand clothes, name table, this one also has a few million. After Zhang Yang had cleaned up so much, he had a few human dog looks. A nameless fire rubbed off on Qin Wei and leapt from her chest to the top of her head. She slapped the table hard. My mom has given you enough. Be smart and leave Rongqing, or I'll have a way to make you pay it back. Zhang Yang raised his eyes, and those eyes that were similar to hers were looking straight at her, with a smile contained in the depths of his eyes and an expression of ease and pleasure. Qin Wei inexplicably felt a wave of panic, and her entire expression tightened. If my dad knew you existed, he wouldn't let you go. Seeing her say that, Zhang Yang was not in a good mood and directly stood up, smiling lowly, and said quite peacefully, if your father knew about my existence, the first person he wouldn't let go of is you and your mom. Qin Wei and her mom, one holding the title of Mrs. Qin and the other Miss Qin, did not have any real power in the Qin family. If Qin's father knew that Qin's mother had cheated on him, he would have used every means possible to make Qin's mother leave her home, and he might have even dragged her into it during the process. Qin Wei knew this, which was why she came to warn Zhang Yang regardless of the risk. What do you want? There's no rush. Let me tell you about my past. I'm not interested in your past. Don't you want to know how your mom and I met? Zhang Yang knocked on the table and signaled, sit down. Qin Wei sank a face and sat down, looking at Zhang Yang as one mouth. Your mom Song Chung Shi. What Zhang Yang said was similar to what she had investigated. Zhang Yang and Qin's mother Song Ching were classmates. The age of youth and ignorance will be the beginning of love. Very typical of a young lady fell in love with the debauchery of the yellow hair. Zhang Yang went to school at that time, or a talent. That time the popularity of the kooks to recruit juniors. He is the boss of the school. After school to drive a motorcycle to blow up the street. Attracted a lot of people's attention, among them Song Ching, the love of the brain. The two began to fall in love early in high school. Zhang Yang's family is not bad, but compared to the Song family is still a cut. The Song old man is not willing to daughter-low marriage will split them. Song Chang was 19 years old. The family suddenly changed. In order to solve the company's troubles, the parents thought of marriage. Think about it, and finally thought of the Chin family. Master Song and Master Chin are good brothers, with lifelong friendship. In order to help the Song family through the difficult times, they agreed to this marriage, but Chin's father did not agree. In protest of this marriage, he cheated on his wife within the marriage and even hooked up with a female secretary in front of Song Ching during her pregnancy. Song Ching hated and resented, even the child in her belly. A year after giving birth to Chin Gardenia, Song Chang happened to run into Zhang Yang on the street, who was still unmarried at that time. A bold plan for revenge springs to her mind, and in order to get back at Chin's father, Song Chang chooses to cheat on him. Reunited for the first time, they play an underground love affair and play with their stomachs. Zhang Yang looked at Chin Wei meaningfully as he said this. Speaking of which, your current age just happens to match up. Chapter 151, Shamelessness is also hereditary. Speaking of which, your birth time just happens to match up. How could it be so outrageous? How could she be Zhang Yang's daughter? No way. Your bull ting me is not nonsense. You take a good look at me is not on the line. To say, daughters are more like their fathers. You see, your eyes are not very similar to me. This carefully compared to the lips are also like. I have my childhood photo here, said Zhang Yang, took out his cell phone and flipped out a photo of him as a child handed to Chin Wei's eyes. Come on, look at you. Like it or not, is not a mold carved out, as if there was an invisible force gripping her sight. Chin Wei lowered her eyes to look at the photo on her cell phone. It was undeniable that when she was a child and Zhang Yang and the photo were really similar. Chin Wei violently grabbed the cell phone on the table and slammed it on the ground. You liar, if you're screaming believe it or not I'll kill you. The cell phone was smashed. Zhang Yang was not angry and continued to look at her with gentle eyes. Look at your violent temper. It's almost exactly the same as when Laozi was there. Zhang Yang didn't notice in the slightest that he was adding fuel to the fire. He continued, in fact, if you think about it a little carefully, you'll be able to figure it out. If we have nothing to do with each other, how could your mom send things to me over and over again? He's just afraid that I'll say something that slipped out of my mouth. But lately, she seems to be very busy. She doesn't pay much attention to me anymore. Money doesn't transfer. Things don't buy. It's hard for me to see her. Luckily, I met you last night, letting us recognize each other as father and daughter. It's probably fate. Chin Wei's chest rose and fell violently. This moment was like a bolt from the blue for her. It was as hard as if his neck had been pinched and a heart had been ripped out of his chest. Originally, I thought that I had come here today to settle this farce, but who knew that even God was going to intervene? How could this happen to her? Why hadn't she listened to Mother Chin and stayed away from Zhang Yang? Why the repeated questioning? Why hire a detective to investigate? If she hadn't had the damn curiosity in the first place, she wouldn't be suffering all this now. Zhang Yang plucked off a few hairs and placed them in front of Chin Wei. If you still don't believe me, you can go and do a paternity test yourself. Chin Wei stared at the hairs on the table and felt sick to her stomach, like she had seen something dirty. She tried desperately to stabilize her emotions, tensing her nerves. What the hell do you want? I didn't want to do anything. I just want to meet you. Don't worry. I am not going to destroy your identity. You are still the Chin family's daughter. After Zhang Yang paused for a moment, his words changed. After all, I still want to rely on you to get money to support me. As your biological father, it's normal for you to give some alimony, right? Chin Wei clenched her fists. You're dreaming. Zhang Yang's attitude changed, and his tone was slightly cold. You have to think clearly. If it wasn't for me, could you have been born? Could you have enjoyed such a good life? Would you have been able to be the Miss Chin family? I did it so many times with your mom to conceive you in the first place. It's not too much for me to charge you 100 million, right? Chin Wei has seen all kinds of people in her life, but she has never seen such a brazen person. Chin Wei was furious and muddled, her scarlet eyes glaring at him in death. Zhang Yang was not afraid in the slightest. Afraid of what? This is his daughter. His blood runs through his body. What kind of old man is afraid of his daughter? Song Ching revenge her husband. This trick also let him cool to think. When you robbed my wife, the result is that your wife is pregnant with my seed. Men inexplicably develop all sorts of desire to win and lose. And once they win it's especially gratifying. You want money? Yeah. Zhang Yang calculated. I recently wanted to buy a big villa and decorate it properly. The location should be good and close to the city center. 100 million should be almost enough. 100 million for a downtown villa. What a dream. Just give you $100 million and you'll stop pestering us? Zhang Yang thought for a moment. You want to sever your relationship with me? Chin Wei, we were never related in the first place. Zhang Yang also knows that cutting leeks cannot be uprooted. Wool gathering cannot be wool gathering the sheep to death. Anything has to be gradual to give the other side a chance to breathe. If the person forced to the end of the road, it is not worth the loss. After thinking a little bit for a while Zhang Yang nodded his head. Yes, if you give me $100 million I will no longer pester you guys. I will leave Rongcheng. Just like I did in the past 20 years. Just pretend that I don't exist. Xin Wei's heart went cold, like a poisonous snake coiled around her ribs. I don't have 100 million now. Let alone 100 million. I can't even take out 10 million. I'm sure you've learned about me on the internet recently. The movie I invested in lost money. Blood money. Zhang Yang rubbed his hand. If you can't give it out, your mom can always give it out. At least she's Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin is just as good as she sounds. My mom has no real power in the Qin family and still wants to rely on me to inherit the Qin family. Zhang Yang's face showed greed. If you inherit the Qin family. Xin Wei caught his words. If I could inherit the Qin family, not to mention 100 million, 200 million or 300 million could be given to you, but I'm not the only daughter in our family. Compared to me, Qin Gardenia is the rightful one. Looking at Zhang Yang frowning, Xin Wei slowed down her tone and told him about the Qin family's betting agreement. As of now I have no hope of inheriting the Qin family estate. But if, Zhang Yang didn't quite understand what she meant. If what? If Qin Gardenia dies, then I'll be the only Qin family heir left. To solve the problem, you have to solve the problem, people, directly from the root to cut off. Xin Wei hooked up the corner of the lips, the depths of the eyes brood killing intent. You go and kill Qin Gardenia. It was fine if Xin Wei didn't speak, but when she did, she spoke in a shocking way, making killing as simple as eating. Xin Wei's smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes, and she said, as my real father, are you willing? If you want something, you have to pay for it. You can't just reach out and ask for it. As long as you kill her, when I inherit the estate you can have as much money as you want. Killing people is very simple for you, right? You drive over her, or find someone to kidnap her, sneakily drug her, and find an AIDS patient to infect her. Xin Wei attributed all of her today's encounters to Qin Gardenia. She resented Qin Gardenia and wanted to take revenge on her, by any means necessary. Zhang Yang stood up and pushed the chair away. Killing is easy. Go ahead and kill. What are you looking for me for? Xin Wei, why are you so crazy? Indirectly having a mental seizure? I don't go to jail for killing. If I kill her, will your father let me go? I'll help you out, and I'll give you $200 million right after it's done. I have enough to eat. You draw me such a big pie? I have a wife and son. If I kill someone, how can my son take the public examination in the future? I didn't even think of killing anyone when I was a gangster. But you're so good to open your mouth for a car accident and kidnapping. The more Zhang Yang said, the more angry he got. He directly picked up the bowl of soybean milk and splashed it on Xin Wei's face to make her sober up. You should know that you begged me, not me. And if you want to sit firmly in your position as Miss Qin, you'd better listen to me. Chapter 152, The Little Housewife Comes to the Door. Xin Wei's face was all wet. The soybean paste was smeared all over her face. Dripping down. She reached out and wiped the soybean paste off her face, her gaze grimly looking at Zhang Yang on the opposite side of the room. Zhang Yang arrogantly provoked, like he had never put Xin Wei in his eyes. Xin Wei hooked up her lips and directly picked up the stool next to her and smashed it towards Zhang Yang. Before Zhang Yang could react, he again put the teacups, dishes, and kettles placed on the table. Anything that could be picked up was all smashed towards him. Xin Wei was mad like a civet cat that had exploded its fur and extended its claws with a murderous aura, hating the other party. Zhang Yang shouted, "You're crazy. How dare you even hit your own father?" Yes, she's crazy, driven crazy by these people. Who dares to ride on her head? How dare you threaten her? If not, we'll all die together. Xin Group's stock plummeted due to online public opinion. The shareholders said that they would not accept a person in charge who had a bad character and smeared the image of the company. Xin Wei is shouted at by everyone online, and in reality, it's like anyone can throw water on her and slap her. She'd had enough of this napping for a long time. Now the internet and exposure plus is Qin's under the food company. The person in charge is Qin Gardenia. Even with the sisters' betting agreement is also exposed. People on the outside are mocking, they are all Qin family members. How come the gap is so big? One is kind and generous with a good eye. The other is ugly and blind inside. One good person is helpful and one does all the bad things by any means necessary. Some people abandon a diamond in the rough, while others make deadwood bloom. Because of the relationship between Qin Gardenia and Lin Che, almost everyone on the internet stood on Qin Gardenia's side, running to the Qin's official account under the control comment. Let the shareholders hurry to elect Qin Gardenia to be the chairman of the board. Public opinion is a knife that cuts into Qin Wei's neck. As long as Qin Gardenia didn't die, she would never be able to inherit the family business. Qin Wei went crazy and smashed around. The loud noise attracted the attention of the waiter outside. The waiter hurriedly pushed open the door and saw the scene in front of him. The whole person was dumbfounded. Qin Wei hadn't lost all her senses yet, and put her mask on when the waitress came in. Zhang Yang, do you really think I will be afraid of you? You can say it out if you want to. Anyway, I have nothing to lose now. The big deal is that we'll all die together. Qin Wei's eyes carried a strong hatred. Do you think that what was given to you belongs to you completely? Don't forget the marital property. My mom can give it to you, my dad can take it back. After offending my dad, do you think you still have a good ending? The barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes, and repeated retreats and tolerance will only give these people an inch. Shinwei kicked away the chair next to her, the solid wood chair legs rubbing out a sharp sound on the floor. Piss me off and I'll kill you. Kill you at all costs. Zhang Yang couldn't help but shiver when he met Shinwei's gaze. Intuition told him that Shinwei had really done it. The rash ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of those who don't want to die. There was a real possibility that Shinwei would find him and fight for his life regardless. Zhang Yang has a family and a pretty good life, not to mention that he genuinely likes his son and would never do anything risky for his son's sake. Not so with Shinwei. She's a lunatic, and there's no reasoning with lunatics. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. If you're so unafraid of death, then do it yourself and don't drag me along. Shinwei turned around and left, got into the car after leaving the store, directly stepped on the gas, aimed at Zhang Yang's car and crashed over. Zhang Yang, who was still in the store, rushed out directly after seeing this scene, afraid that Shinwei would hit him with his car. The life-thirsty man rushed out and then returned. After crashing, Shinwei turned the steering wheel and took off, leaving Zhang Yang alone and stomping his feet in place. When the waiter on the side saw it, he covered his mouth. Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Want to call the police? Zhang Yang could only be dumbfounded. No need. In the car, Shinwei brainstormed various ways to kill people, and the first person she wanted to kill now was Zhang Yang. How could she be the daughter of such a lousy person? Disgusting. Just disgusting. When faced with something that makes you sick, you either choose to ignore it or make it go away. And she couldn't ignore a man so big that he was like an obnoxious mosquito swirling around in her head with a buzzing in her ears. Just the mention of him made her think of a host of disgusting things. Shinwei attributes the deficiencies in her to genetics. Because of the genes of someone like Zhang Yang in her body, that's why she couldn't compare to Qin Jiao in every way. Not as pretty as Qin Gardenia, and not as smart as her. Shinwei hated Qin mother. To derail, why cannot find a good person to derail? Why choose such a punk? It was because of them that her otherwise great life had gone to. Shinwei's mind is filled with the words kill him. She brainstormed a plan, such as to buy whoever tampered with the brakes in Zhang Yang's car, or arrange an accident and find a driver to run him over, or give him a bottle of paraquat so he can experience what it feels like to have his liver cut off. These days there are plenty of people who have their backs broken by life and can sell their lives when given money. As long as Zhang Yang was dead, no one could threaten her position. This is what Shinwei thought. The next second she received a call from the housekeeper. Miss, come back quickly. Something has happened at home. Shinwei at first did not want to answer the call on. She thought it was Qin mother let the housekeeper call. Let her go home to reflect. Hearing the butler's panic tone, it didn't seem like a fake. Shinwei's eyelids jumped. What happened? The housekeeper stammered for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. You'll know when you come back. I won't say anymore. This side is about to fight. After a burst of chaotic sounds, the housekeeper hurriedly hung up the phone. What the hell else is going to happen? Shinwei hooked a self-deprecating smile into the mirror. Enough bad things had happened to her. How bad could it get any worse? Thinking so, but with her foot on the gas pedal to accelerate. To the Qin family, as soon as she parked the car she realized something was wrong. The license plate number of this car outside is Qin Gardenia's. What is she doing here? It's been less than 2 years and she's trying to get to the top? Qin Gardenia hadn't been back here for a long time for New Year's Eve. Not even for New Year's Eve, let alone during the week. Every time she volunteered to come here, all sorts of bad things happened. Shinwei had a psychological shadow over Qin Gardenia, and the moment she saw her, she would be reminded of her own unpleasantness. Good and bad are compared. Qin Gardenia's attitude toward her family was cold, and she looked like she wanted to sever her relationship. Why couldn't they just cut it off? Why did they have to come back and take it from her? She clearly has more than enough already. Shinwei walked into the house. First she saw the housekeeper's evasive eyes. She frowned and went in. Before she entered the living room she heard a woman's voice coming from inside. I'm carrying Qin Zhang's son in my belly, the seed of your Qin family. Chapter 153, There is no prodigal son who returns. He just wants to cheat you again. When Shinwei heard this, her heart thumped and swung downward. Her gaze subconsciously swept over, finally resting on the woman in the center. The woman is well maintained, looks in her early 30s, a small fragrant style, looks particularly large stomach. She leaned against Qin father like a soft on doddering grass. Her expression is pathetic, but as long as you look closely at her eyes, you can see her greed and provocation. The person the woman was looking at was Grandma Wu. She touched her stomach. Old lady, what I am carrying in my stomach is your golden grandson. In addition to this one in my stomach, I also have a 16-year-old son who is your eldest grandson. He went to school today. He is currently attending the first middle school. His grades are good in every way. He is not inferior to your eldest young lady at all. If you want to see him, I'll ask someone to pick him up when he is out of school. If you ask me, it's better to have a grandson. A granddaughter will be married off no matter how good she is, and she'll easily be pestered by a soft man. And if she's not careful, she'll lose the family fortune. Women are always inferior to men in doing things. First of all, their physical strength is not good. Secondly, pregnancy delays. And another, women are easy to be emotional and not as rational as men. Qin Wei walks in. Her mom sits on the sofa looking lost in thought. Grandma Wu sits in the middle with an expressionless face. On both sides of her body stand Qin Gardenia and Lin Che. As for her dad, he was defending Junior at this time. Qin Wei's gaze first glanced over Lin Che before she opened her mouth and called out, "Mom!" Qin mother looked like she had found her backbone at once, and when she hugged Qin Wei, tears flowed out at once. Wei. Qin Wei grabbed Qin mother's hand hard and glared at Qin father. "Dad, who is this woman and why is she here?" "Obviously, I heard everything, but I have to ask this rhetorically, as if one more question would lead to a different result." Qin's father didn't say a word, and it was the woman next to him who spoke. "I'm your father's lover. It's just that you're here. Persuade your mother to divorce. Your father long ago did not love your mother. Not right. Should be never loved. The two of them is a marriage. In the beginning, if not your grandfather insisted on marriage, your father would not have married her." Qin Wei shouted, "Is there a place for you, a junior, to speak here?" "What junior ah? Haven't you ever heard the saying that only those who are not loved are called juniors?" The woman put away that pitiful face and said arrogantly on her face, "Your mom has been sitting in this position for long enough. Now it's time for me." She rubbed her belly. "I gave your father a son." Qin Wei was really going crazy, itching to rush up and tear this woman's face off. Qin mother's expression numb. The woman in front of her, she knew, born in a poor family, studying that even tuition cannot afford to pay, relying on the Qin father's financial aid to finish the university. After graduation into the Qin secretary assistant, often in and out of the Qin father's office. They are all vixens. What to play chatty? The first time Qin's mother saw her, she knew that this woman was not good, so she took it upon herself to dismiss her. At that time, her relationship with Qin's father had stabilized, and Qin's father did not get angry but even comforted her, telling her not to think nonsense, and saying that he had reformed and the prodigal son had returned. As it turns out, there is no such thing as the return of the prodigal son. He turned around just to try and fool you again. "Dad, how can you do something that's wrong with mom? Mom has been with you for so many years. It's okay for you to cheat outside and raise a mistress. Why do you still have to make a few wild seeds? You don't really want to pick up your illegitimate children to come back and steal the family property, right? How do you let the people outside look at you? Are you not ashamed?" Qin's father felt that his majesty had been damaged, and rebuked. "Shut up, you've caused so much trouble out there. I haven't said anything about you, and you're still in charge of me? I still need to listen to you on what I want to do. You go upstairs and reflect. Don't be anxious, calm down." The woman gently patted Qin father's chest, her voice gentle. "What kind of mom gives birth to what kind of daughter? This matter of feelings, it's not whoever comes first. Why does the later come first? It's not because the former is incompetent. Qin Wei, this is what you know best, right? Asterisk. Qin Wei wanted to rush over and hit someone, but she was pulled back by Qin mother, and it was fortunate that she was pulled back. Otherwise Qin father's kick would have hit her. "Look at the daughters you've given birth to. Each and every one of them is so uncaring, especially Qin Wei. She simply has no respect." Qin father took a deep breath. "Song Chang, I want to divorce you." Qin mother stood up. "All these years you finally got that out of your system. If it were 20 years ago I might have agreed to a divorce. But now, as long as I don't get divorced your son will always be a bastard who can't see the light of day, as well as you." She looked over at the pregnant woman. "If you can be so shameless as to make a scene here, then it's okay to expose you, right?" The woman daintily said, "As long as Mr. Qin is here, I am not afraid. I dared to come here today to prepare for the worst." "Old madam, you come to judge. You should not be able to let your grandson stray." Born into a family that favored sons over daughters, she was deeply influenced by her parents and assumed that all the old people would prefer sons, which was why she dared to come to the door and force her way in today. She was afraid that if she didn't show up, the Qin family's property would fall into Qin Gardenia's hands. Qin Gardenia wasn't as stupid as Qin Wei, and she wouldn't want to get what was in her hands. Knowing Qin Gardenia's ambition and ability, his father had formulated a complete plan in order to be able to take his son home to the throne, using the betting agreement to make the two sisters kill each other. He gave Qin Gardenia the worst resources in order to make her lose to Qin Wei in this bet. Qin Wei has little ability and is easy to pin down. Even if she becomes the heir, she will be easily replaced by him. Who knows? Qin Wei is so indisputable, gave her so many resources, she's still lost in this betting agreement. Really rotten mud can't help the wall. Salted fish can't turn over. Rotten wood can't be carved. A bunch of people bickering is much better than those family ethics dramas. Qin Jiao was afraid that her grandmother would be irritated, and she was vigilant throughout the process, holding her grandmother's hand all the time. Grandma Wu was a person who has seen big scenes. How could she be affected by these farts? She patted Qin Gardenia's hand to pacify her. Shul, pour me a cup of hot tea. Lin Che poured the hot tea and handed it to her, watching Grandma Wu drink it and then taking it in her hand, only to hear Grandma Wu clearing her throat, looking at the woman and saying, "Who says daughters are inferior to sons? I like granddaughters. The Qing dynasty is dead and I don't know where the remnants of it, came out from. If you have an idle mouth, go lick the toilet. Don't blather here. It's distracting to hear. And, are you so sure that the seed in your womb is my son's?" As soon as Grandma Wu made her move, the scene went quiet and everyone looked at her. The woman blushed slightly. Of course, who else's could it be if not his? Grandma Wu said slowly, "But he's sterilized and can't have children." Chapter 154, Man Sterilized. The woman's face turned red. Her emotions were intense. How could Qin Zhang be sterilized? If he was sterilized, how did Qin Gardenia and Qin Wei give birth? He was never sterilized. He himself would not be clear? What the old woman said was simply alarmist, and she wasn't going to believe it. Qin father's face was ironic. "Mom, I know you can't accept it for a while, but I'm pretty sure the child's son Qin gave birth to was mine." For a man to be said to have been sterilized was like becoming a eunuch. Grandma Wu asked, "How sure are you? Have you done a paternity test?" "I haven't done it, but..." Men always carry a little bit of fanatical confidence in certain things, thinking that they are very strong and charming, thinking that women simply cannot leave him, plus he has the power and influence. Dare to cuckold him. She is not afraid of death? Grandma Wu bared her teeth and interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "What's certain without a paternity test?" Qin father frowned, undisguisedly expressing his dissatisfaction. "Mom, don't talk nonsense here. My own body I know very well. Just like what Qin said. I am sterilized. Then how did Qin Gardenia and Qin Wei give birth? I'm sterilized. Could it be that I would not know?" Grandma Wu stared at Sun Qin's stomach and sighed before looking at the top of Qin father's head, smacking her lips while shaking her head. Like everything was said and not said, she reminded, "Do you remember that time your dad broke 2 of your legs and kicked you in the 3rd? That was 27 years ago, when Qin's father often cheated on his wife and tangled with outside women during her monthly period. After the child was born, also do not care. Qin old man in a fit of rage, took the stick to break his 2 legs, incidentally also kicked his lower body a foot, then the pain he shrunk into a ball on the ground hissing and screaming. That memory left a psychological shadow on Qin's father, and recalling it inadvertently made him ache. But I'm not cured? Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to have one at home and raise one outside." Grandma Wu smiled and said slowly, "The cure is a cure, and life in bed is no problem. But it was during the course of the treatment that your father had the doctor tie you up in passing." Qin's father's face was pale. Equally bleak were Mother Qin and Qin Wei. Because of what happened 27 years ago, Qin Wei wasn't pregnant at that time. No way. It's absolutely false. Qin Wei would rather Qin's father really screwed up a few illegitimate children than accept that he was sterilized. Grandma Wu continued, "I told your father to cut it off directly, to eliminate future problems. Anyway, it's a rotten thing. Stay useless. Your father couldn't bear it. Said he couldn't do it looking at your face that looked like me. I really wanted to dig his eyes out and throw them away." Mentioning this, Grandma Wu was disgusted. "Old me, my whole life reputation is ruined on you. It's better to give birth to you than to give birth to a piece of barbecue pork. The only good thing you did in this life is to keep Gardenia." Qin's father backed away, knowing that Grandma Wu wouldn't joke about something like this, because lies were too easy to spot, and all it took was a trip to the hospital for a little checkup to find out if it was true or not. Qin's father didn't want to believe it and didn't dare to believe it. Grandma Wu looked at the woman. "So the seed in your belly can't be anyone's but Qin Zhang's. My family doesn't have the family rule of accepting wild seeds. Go back where you came from." Sun Qin screamed loudly, "Impossible. Being legated doesn't necessarily mean 100% sterilization. Qin Zhang, don't believe your mother's words. She's just talking nonsense. You have to believe me. How could I possibly betray you?" She pathetically grabbed Qin's father's hand and cried, not pretending for once. It was just that only she knew what ingredients were in these tears of hers. More fear than aggravation. "I'm sure." Grandma Wu, calm and elegant, even to this time also still maintain a smile. "What's the hurry? Go to the hospital to do a checkup on the line. Anyway, not far from here. In order to prove their innocence, you should be very happy to do a checkup. The self-invested in the hospital do not have to queue up. Go directly to the same day the results will come out." Sun Qin glared at Grandma Wu with wide-eyed horror. Qin's father said in a deep voice, "Okay, go to the hospital now for a checkup." "Qin Zhang, I've been with you for so many years. Aren't you clear about what kind of person I am? I gave birth to a son for you, and I'm still pregnant with one in my belly. I love you so much. You're actually suspicious of me just because of one word from your mom. Do you have a conscience or not? You hurt me too much. Sheen's father's words turned. A cold smile overflowed. What's your hurry? Is not just to do a paternity test? It's not like I have to cut your flesh and dig out your heart. If I can prove that my son is mine, I'll give you whatever you want. Sun Sheen's heartbeat was like thunder, covering her stomach and backing away. No, I don't want to do. What is there not to understand at this point in time? The hardiness on Sun Sheen's face was like 2 slaps in his face. After being angry to the extreme, he instead didn't have much of an expression. He scrutinized Sun Sheen's face and his smile grew colder and colder. Then he violently raised his hand and slapped her face. The slap left no room for error. And with a loud bang, Sun Sheen's body leaned back and fell to the ground with a belly. Sun Sheen was so horrified that she couldn't react in time, and only felt a hot sensation in her lower body, followed by a sharp pain. She was more than 7 months pregnant, and the baby had long been formed. Some premature babies come out in this month. She was able to blatantly force her way to the throne and vouch for the child in her womb, but she didn't expect to slip up. I couldn't count in 1,000 ways that Sheen's father had been sterilized. What father would be so cruel as to sterilize his son, whose seed is carried in the belly? Sun Sheen knows better than anyone else, and it is indeed not Sheen's father's, but she had no choice but to cheat. Who made her follow Sheen's father for so long without getting pregnant? In order to be able to make her position a little stronger, she could only take the risk of going the wrong way. My stomach hurts. Sheen Zhang, save me. I'm going into labor. My stomach hurts. Sun Sheen gasped in pain, and in no time at all, she broke out in a cold sweat, mixed with tears running down her face. Sheen Zhang squatted down and grabbed her hair. I'll ask again. Is the child mine? I'll let you off the hook if you tell the truth. You have to know that what I hate most in this person is when people lie to me. Sun Sheen heart tightened. Eyes do not dare to look at the mess on the Sheen father's gloomy eyes, like a dead prisoner to do the last struggle. Sheen Zhang, I love you. I do all this just to want to keep you. I'm afraid you abandoned me. I'm sorry. I'm really wrong. You forgive me this time, okay? I'm just a moment of confusion, made a mistake. I did not mean. I've heard that men can still recover after sterilization. And when you return to normal, I'll get pregnant again and give you a son. Conceive your mom. You love me and you cuckold me? Sheen's father slapped her again and grabbed her hair and slammed it on the ground. He was no longer gentle after the betrayal. I've been so good to you. Bought you a house and a car. How dare you? Sheen's father gritted his teeth. Sun Sheen choked and cried. Didn't you say you would let me go as long as I told the truth? I'm talking about horses. Are you a horse? You're really a horse. You rotten horse that 1,000 people sit on. Female cousin. Bitch. Sheen's father spoke viciously, treating those who had betrayed him with hatred and eagerness to kill them. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid that the person will be killed. Grandma Wu swept the circle around and then looked at the housekeeper. Oh look, the other party knew what she was going to do. The housekeeper gathered his emotions and called the driver stiffly, and the 2 big men combined their efforts to hold Sheen's father in place. Don't fight, Mr. Sheen. If you fight again, someone will die. Sun Sheen's breath was dying on the ground. How arrogant he was just now, how wretched he was now. Blood had already flowed out. Sun Sheen dragged her heavy body backward. The blood on the floor was rubbed all the way by her. Finally she leaned her back against the coffee table. Looking at the man's crazy face, she suddenly let out a laugh. Why should I be the only one to be hit? I did cuckold you, didn't she? Sun Sheen pointed at Sheen's mother. Sheen's father sniffed and turned back to look at Sheen's mother with a gloomy gaze. Sun Sheen's voice came from my ear. If it wasn't for you wanting a son and whispering in my ear every day about how boring and useless your wife is, would I have become like this? I would like to give you a son. It's you who can't. I followed you when I was in my early 20s. All of my youth is in you. If it wasn't for you, would I have become like this? Sheen Zhang, look at you, this person live more useless. Everyone betrayed you, look down on you. You do not look for problems from their own body, actually blame others. Come to this point today, is it you are not right? Chapter 155, I'm just treating you the way you treat me. Why are you still angry? These words were comparable to pouring oil on the fire, almost burning Sheen's father out of existence. He angrily tried to rush over. His legs were raised, and he was held by the butler and the driver. Just cut the crap. Do you want to die here? Sun Sheen covered his stomach in fear, a handful of blood, and could no longer be arrogant. Grandma Wu suddenly felt tired. She opened her mouth and said, die where can't die to home. Early in the morning, unlucky. Gardenia, you make a first aid call to send her to the hospital. Sheen Gardenia nodded, took out her cell phone to call the emergency number. After explaining, she hung up the call. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask. It's just not a good time to open her mouth. Sheen father, angry red eyes shadowy, face fierce, like a vicious death row inmate. Lost his mind, the most terrible man. Hands do not distinguish between light and heavy. If not the housekeeper dead, drag him. I am afraid that he will really kill people here. The old lady frowned. The most unacceptable thing in her life is to give birth to such a son, only to say that the gene is this thing. It really will mutate. It used to be that you didn't know the sex of a pregnancy, but now you don't even know if it's human. If I had known he was like this, I might as well have been born in a latrine pit. Sun Qin has a sentence is right. The wrong person is not only her one. Qin Zheng accounted for most of the reasons. 3 legs are his own. He cannot control with not much difference. As for Sun Qin, she knew the other guy had a wife and still seduced and tried to take the kid to the top. Even if the child was her own, she wouldn't recognize it because she was sick of brazen mistresses. Toad with a frog, ugly looking and playful. To this kind of people, Wu grandmother cannot rise up goodwill. As for Qin mother, she has been protecting her for so many years. She solved it herself, when she let her divorce and share the family property to her disobedience, and thought she was in harm's way. Over the years, Grandma Wu has come to realize a truth: there is no need to argue when there are different levels, and there is no need to entangle rotten people in rotten things. People who are low on the hierarchy can't pick up on other people's goodness. She lived to be 80, unlike the old man who died in his early 60s, and 20 years have passed since then. Qin's mother had been stunned, completely not expecting Junior to come to her door and shake her out. What had started out as angry and sad was now taken over by fear. Can you not be afraid? After all, Qin's father hit people with his hands like he wanted to beat them to death. Qin mother grabbed Qin Wei's hand, her legs and stomach spinning, her whole body shaking into a sieve. Qin Wei's face wasn't any better. She had just finished meeting Zhang Yang. She herself hadn't even slowed down yet, and on the way here she was still thinking about how to make Zhang Yang disappear and bury the truth permanently. Good news. She didn't have to worry about being threatened by Zhang Yang. Bad news. Everyone knows she's not her father's. Qin's father's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he was looking at her, and her back went cold as she tried to take Qin's mother to escape from here. Her legs lost control due to too much fear, and when she turned around, her feet went limp, and even Qin mother was dragged to the ground by her. Qin Wei is panicked and scared. People will subconsciously look for a safe place when they are in fear. She subconsciously looks at Lin Che, hoping that he can save her. However, Lin Che doesn't share a single look with her. The whole time he only focuses on Qin Gardenia. Aggrieved on the head, Qin Wei reddened her eyes. Why did bad things happen to her? Why was Qin Gardenia so good at life? She finally understood why her grandmother favored Qin Gardenia so much. Because only Qin Gardenia was pro-life. Qin father recklessly rushed up. First slapped Qin mother. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost forgot about you. I gave you the identity and status. Let you be a rich wife at home. You actually dare to cheat. I'm going to divorce you. I'm going to make you clean out your house. Dad. Qin Wei was kicked in the face by Qin's father just as he opened his mouth. Don't call me dad. I'm not your dad. With a kick to Qin Wei's chest, Qin Wei directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei. Mother Qin panicked and hugged Qin Wei as she fell to her knees and looked up at the fierce man in front of her. Just as he had 20 years ago, he towered over her in his disrepute and disdain for her. Qin Zheng, if you can cheat on me, why can't I cheat on you? I'm just getting back at you. I'm disgusted with you. You don't know how disgusted I am every time I face this face of yours. Do you think I wanted to marry you so badly in the first place? I was also forced by my parents. You are the rotten man. And I am still falling for you, rotten man. You prodigal son, return. Turn back again and again and again to cheat me. You hate me now. Where were you when I gave birth to Qin Gardenia postnatal depression? Where were you when I was insulted by your little 3 little 4 sending private messages? After giving birth to Wei, I really thought you had reformed. I didn't think you even had a 16-year-old son outside. Ha ha ha. What's funny is that the son you've been hoping for is not your seed. What is this called? This is called karma. It's your karma. Have I ever laid a hand on you after all the cuckolds you've put on me? You're a man. Can't you be generous? I just did the same thing you did. Why can't you take it? Chapter 156, Feng Shui turns to death. I hate everything about you. I hate you. I hate your mother. I hate your father. I even hate Qin Gardenia. Even if she was born from my stomach. But as long as I think of your blood flowing in her body, I feel dirty. I dote on Wei and protect her with all my heart. I just want to let a child who has no blood relationship with you to inherit your family business. Qin's mother's eyes sobbed, tears falling down in big drops. I've never deliberately tried to hide Vivi's identity as long as she's been growing up. And if you cared just a little bit about it and cared about us, you'd realize she's not your child. It was a long-planned revenge, and in the course of it, Qin's mother turned out to be the person she hated the most. The words that Mother Qin said were so unpleasant that Lin Che wanted to cover Qin Zhao's ears to prevent her from hearing them. But when he raised his hand, Qin Gardenia suddenly grabbed his hand and she shook her head at him, revealing a frank smile. She had known for a long time that Qin's mother didn't love her, and by staying out of the way, she didn't feel too bad. The love that had been maintained for 20 years was completely shattered in this moment. Father Qin's chest rose and fell very quickly. His ribs seemed to expand outward with force. his face turned from red to white, even his lips gradually lost their color, and it was as if there were two people banging hard on the drums in his ears. Knock, knock, knock. You father Chin grimaced and tried to step forward to get these women. The butler was dragging him dead behind him, and Chin father was struggling to lift his steps, as if a thick rope was strangling him to death, wrapping around from his waist to his chest. He gradually couldn't breathe, and in the next second, his entire body instantly went limp. Mr. Chin, calm down, don't fight. Mr. Chin. The housekeeper suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His hand loosened, and Father Chin's entire body went limp from his arms. It's not good. Mr. Chin has fainted. Everyone in the family knows that Chin's father has high blood pressure, and someone has to remind him every day to take his medication and pay attention to his daily diet. Seeing him pass out, the housekeeper panicked and hurriedly asked the driver to call an ambulance and the nanny to get the resuscitation medicine. After feeding Chin's father the medicine, the housekeeper began to undress and pinch him. Chin's mother shivered and stood up to leave, but was stopped by the bodyguards outside. The people were called by Chin Gardenia. Chin mother turned around and glared at Chin Gardenia in death. You're the one who called them? Chin Gardenia just looked at her calmly. Not saying anything was a default. Mother Chin's tone was aggressive. Tell your people to get lost. Chin Gardenia didn't give her a look as she helped her grandmother up and said in a warm voice, Grandma, let's go home. Good. A line of bodyguards stopped Chin's mother from approaching. Chin mother was so anxious that her heart was in turmoil. While Chin father fainted, all she had to do was to hurry and get out of here. Once he woke up, he would surely launch a crazy revenge on her. The mother of Chin only dared to go through the motions. She wouldn't dare to let her get tough. The Song family had long since failed, and had been completely dependent on the Chin family for the past 10 or 20 years. She was going to take advantage of this time to transfer her property abroad and then take Chin Wei out of the country. Chin mother prepared for the worst. Chin Gardenia stop her this time, undoubtedly is to force her to the road of death. Watching Chin Gardenia walk past her, Chin mother shouted, Chin Gardenia, what the hell do you want? Do you want to drive me to death? Under a look from Chin Gardenia, the bodyguard pressed Chin's mother hard to kneel on the ground. Chin Gardenia looked at her with downcast eyes, one stop and one knee, looking down out of the corner of her eye. I said a long time ago, either you lock me up in a mental hospital to get me killed, or else there will be a day when I'll stir up the sky and turn it upside down and make you all have no peace of mind. And it's only just begun. The only family she has in this home are her grandparents. As a child she suffered a lot from her desire to be loved by her parents. Under Chin Wei's provocation, everything she did was wrong. They demeaned her, suppressed her, locked her in the basement, and if it weren't for her grandparents, she would have died. As soon as she turned 18, Chin's mother opened the door to find her a suitable match, wanting to marry her off in marriage, and she chose to go abroad in order to become stronger. Grandma was worried that she was blinded by her hatred and was always concerned about her and calmed her down. Don't be in a hurry to retaliate, she said, because rotten fruit will fall off the tree on its own, and the cycle of karma doesn't require you to take matters into your own hands. Chin Gardenia before not quite believe feng shui rotates this kind of saying, then listen to believe feng shui. She more believed that people will win the day, rely on oneself, have the grace to report the grace, have the vengeance to take revenge. I didn't realize that the feng shui had really turned back, or to the death. Chin mother still wanted to say something, but when she met her sharp eyes, her voice couldn't restrain the trembling. Obviously the heating was turned on in the house, but it was like she was standing in the cold wind, and her voice felt like it was frozen. Chin Wei, who was on the side, looked at Grandma Wu with indignation in her eyes. Is it because I'm not your son's biological child that you don't like me? I don't like you because you have a lot of heart. Grandma Wu stopped. Besides, you already have the favor of your parents. What do you need me to like? One can't always want it all. Chin Wei had her mom and dad, but Chin Gardenia had only her all these years. The sound of footsteps in front of her was getting farther and farther away, gradually disappearing. Chin Wei lowered her head to reveal an ugly expression. It was too late to cover her eyes, and the tears raged downward, wetting her entire face in no time. She didn't want to be seen in this comically wretched state, so she kept her head down, and it wasn't until the sound of a car's engine came from outside that she looked up, the indignation in her eyes having disappeared in favor of two terrified voids. Wagon. Lin Che was in charge of driving, and Chin Jiao and Grandma Wu sat in the back. Chin Gardenia opened her mouth and asked, Grandma, Grandpa has known for a long time that Chin Wei is not his own. Why did he still let me bet against her? Isn't he worried about the company falling into the hands of outsiders? Your grandfather's meaning is that those who can have as much ability to do as much as possible. He just wants to test you. If you can't do it, might as well not. Anyway, we too left you enough money. Think about it. Your grandfather is not much ability. Prefer to set up the Chin family, and in the end, he was so tired that he didn't have any time off. He died early for that part of the reason too. This is the same as eating. obviously cannot eat but still wildly stuffed hard to swallow, and finally choked to death. He also doesn't want you to follow his old path. Elder Chin's thoughts were simple, not needing Chin Gardenia to have much ability, as long as she was safe, healthy and happy. Chin Gardenia wanted to rush to go rushing, can't rush also left her back. Grandma Wu knew they were curious about the fact that Chin's father had been legated, so it was a simple matter of telling them what had happened. Master Chin is a businessman. Businessman naturally emphasizes profit. He does things for Chin Gardenia and his wife. Think about it. If there were suddenly a few more illegitimate children in the family, it would definitely take away Chin Gardenia's interests. A good home is no longer a home. The old man thought to himself, his son, this virtue is probably cannot be changed. So I hit hard, beat him into the hospital and then let the doctor secretly give him a ligature. Chin's father didn't have any suspicions, and he probably didn't expect his old father to hit so hard. Chapter 157 Courage to stop losses in time. After breaking his 3 legs, Chin's father became much more honest and began to return to his family and Chin's mother. I thought things would end here, but I didn't realize that Chin's mother was suddenly pregnant. The old man, the whole person is dumbfounded, thought it was a mistake on the hospital side, and so after Chin Wei was born he secretly took it to do the paternity test. The results were expected. The child and the Chin family did not have half a penny relationship. Over the years, because of Chin's father's ineptitude, the old man has been ashamed of Chin's mother. As long as he can give, all give. Also persuaded her, if you cannot live on the divorce, the property is certainly not short of her. Chin's mother refused to listen and gave them a bastard child. After Chin Wei was born, the old man's body was not very good. Living to 60 years old, people died. That time Chin Gardenia was only 6 years old. Speaking here, Grandma Wu said in a serious tone, life in this world has its own karma, and once you intervene in other people's karma you have to take risks. If it were me, I would have just kicked out of the house a long time ago, so that there wouldn't be any of this back there. Your grandfather lost on being soft-hearted, always paying for other people's mistakes, and being soft on others is being cruel to yourself. This is also why Grandma was seldom contact with Chin's father and Chin's mother's family. She raised Chin Gardenia to teach her the ability of self-preservation, and left all the properties in her name to her in advance. As for Chin Wei's life, it's not a secret but a bomb destined to ignite. Even if it's not exposed today, it will be made public soon. Heaven to hell in a flash. They are to blame for getting to this day. Heart cold is never a disappointment over and over again. And Grandma Wu still remembers when the old man died. Chin's father stood in front of the coffin with a cold face and said only, I will prove that I am the one who is right. Prove what? She didn't quite understand it at that time, and she doesn't understand it until today. Chin's father favors sons over daughters and he still won't admit it. He just wants a son to raise him properly and prove that his education is definitely better than his father's. Unfortunately, the son is a fake and has nothing to do with him. The person who would have to say the most unacceptable in this would be Chin Wei. After all, after 25 years of being the Chin family's daughter, suddenly informing her that she was not related by blood, not to mention that the family fortune could not be preserved. Now even the only identity worth showing off was gone. Chin Wei's birth was born from her mother's revenge, and although her parents loved her all these years, only they knew how much truth was mixed in the love. If Chin's father really loved her as his daughter, he wouldn't have gotten an illegitimate child to steal the family fortune from her. The insistence on arranging Chin Wei's marriage to Jian Yu was also a back way left for her. It's a chess game where the only people at the table are the parents and the child is just a pawn on top. The only constant in this world is that things change. Always know clearly and understandably the importance of stopping and pulling out in time. Always know that one has to pay for one's own choices. And always know that the same mistake once is enough. These words, Grandma Wu was saying to Chin Gardenia, Lin Che and the others, as well as to herself. You want to have a child in the future. You can have a child. Do not want to have a child even if it is not their own life to do their own pay the bill. Life in the world. Happy as long as it is good. Grandma Wu closed her eyes tiredly after she finished speaking. She was still affected and her heart was not as calm as it was on the surface. The EMTs made a trip and took away 3 people. Chin father's high blood pressure seizure good and the housekeeper fed medicine in time to do the rescue. At present no danger. High blood pressure is the most easy to relapse. The slightest attention will be cerebral hemorrhage, thus causing paralysis. Sun Chin's pregnancy was induced, and her 7-month-old baby left her body and died, losing a uterus along the way. One of the least injured was Chin Wei, who had caught pneumonia from a cold for a few days in a row, and was spitting blood because of the trauma to her chest caused by the kick from Chin's father. The first thing Chin's father did when he woke up was to hire a divorce lawyer to net Chin's mother. Wanted not a penny of the property, and not only no property, he wanted to recover their marital property. Regarding the concubine of Chin's mother, Chin's father arranged for a detective to investigate, and in less than a day the investigation was clear and obvious. Chin's father's focus had been on Sun Chin's stomach all this time, thus ignoring Chin's mother. After checking her expenses, Shin mother had recently not only bought a car, but also some men's clothes. This amount of money would not be asked by Shin father in normal times, but now it was different. Cars, watches, clothes, big gold chains, all the things that Shin's mother gave to the wild man. As long as they belonged to the marital property, he had to ask for them all back. Everything is traceable, just like what Shin's mother said, but if he cared more about her, he would have realized the difference long ago. And why was it hidden so far? The clearer the investigation, the more pain in his heart, knowing that he cannot accept but also go to see. Blood pressure a moment to rise a moment to fall. Afraid of his danger, the doctor directly arranged for people to keep an eye on him, so that he can rest and recuperate his body. He'd like to rest, but when he closes his eyes it's those women. In the years since his father was tied up, he has met a number of desirable objects and raised them as wildflowers. A lot of women got pregnant during this time and moved to try to get to the top. Shin's father is not acceptable to anyone, and those who do not see it directly take the money to deal with it. Knowing the truth and looking back, it was all about cuckolding him. All styles of cuckolds of all kinds, and just thinking about it made the blood in his chest go to his head. Shin's father slapped the bed hard and said, "None of the women are good. They are all a bunch of cheap women." Sun Shin woke up. The whole person went crazy. She not only lost a child, also lost the uterus. The most unacceptable thing to her is that Shin's father actually want his marital property back. Obviously when he gave it to her in the first place, he gave her a mouthful of little hearts for her to spend vigorously, but now he actually took it back so cruelly. What the hell did she get for all these years? A dozen years of being slept with on the cheap by an old man? Had she known this, she would never have come to the door today to force her way in. She should have waited for the old woman to die before she came to the door, so that she wouldn't have been blown out of the water with all of this. Sun Shin had not yet been discharged from the hospital. The lawyer came to the door with a pile of information, requiring her to claim back the marital property of Shin's father within 20 days. Shin's father spent on her over the years. I'm afraid it has been over 100 million. The house is a villa. The car is a luxury car. Usually wear jewelry and clothes which are not brand name. When Shin's father was nice to her, he was also really nice, giving her whatever she wanted and very willing to spend money for her. But that's only if she's worth it. Sun Shin has squandered all these years and swiped her credit card as a matter of course, never thinking that Shin's father would take back all these belongings given to her. From frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult. If she is allowed to return to the days when she was a cow and horse, worrying about rent and utility bills every day, she can never accept it. Chapter 158. Things are getting very big. Sun Shin has thought of letting his son to plead for mercy. After all, get along for so many years, even raise a dog have feelings. She called and got her son, who was still in school, to come to the hospital and hugged him and cried, "Mom, why are you suddenly hospitalized?" He stared at Sun Shin's stomach. "Where's brother?" At the mention of the child in her stomach, Sun Shin was in pain. She would be so difficult, not only because of the loss of the child in the uterus, but also because there is no longer a source of income. It's gone. It's all gone. Where's dad? He didn't come to see you when you had your accident? Sun Shin just cried all the time, and only after her voice was hoarse from crying did she say, "Stow you, go and beg him nicely so that he doesn't take away the family's house and car." "Why did you ask for him?" Sun Shin choked and told the cause and effect of Chinyu. 16-year-old Chinyu heard the whole sky collapsed. He just went to read a book and when he came back he was unidentified. His dad was gone. His mom was injured. Even the big luxurious villa he had lived in for 16 years and the luxury car he had access to was gone. And not only that, but everything he wore could be repossessed. From Roman aborigines to cattle and horses in less than a day. "You're asking me to beg him. He's done this to you. Do you think he'll be merciful to me? But he's always loved you, ever since you were a little girl. But that presupposes that I am his own. And how much he loved me before, how much he will hate me now." Shinyu stood by the bedside and looked down at Sun Shin's pale face. "Mom, but you've been with him for almost 20 years. How good he was to you before. And look at you now. Haven't you learned your lesson? I'll only end up like you if I go begging him." Sun Shin covered her face and cried bitterly. "Then what should we do now?" "I'm going to talk to someone about it." A 16-year-old can be a lot calmer than she is. As a matter of urgency, one should not be thinking about how to get Shin's father back, but how to minimize the damage. Shinyu inquired about the ward of Shin's father, and there were bodyguards standing at the door, and there were also caregivers and nurses inside, so he couldn't get close at all. He looked at the bodyguard and thought about changing his words. "Is Mr. Shin okay now?" "You are? I'm just one of his sponsored students, and when I heard he was hospitalized, I came over to visit him." The door of the ward was not closed tightly, and Chinyu's father could hear Chinyu's voice from inside, and at that moment, he shattered a cup and angrily rebuked, "Tell him to get lost." "Mr. Shin," Chinyu hurriedly said to the door, "we really can't come up with so much money. On the basis that my mom has accompanied you for 20 years and dedicated all her youth. Can you spare her this time? She has already paid a terrible price for her impulsiveness, losing her child and uterus. If you don't like us, we'll just move away and won't appear in front of you, and when I grow up, I'll find a way to repay you. There was only one word in response to him. Roll dash. The bouncer slammed the door shut and grimaced. Please get out of here. Shinyu pursed his lips. Such an outcome was expected. It seemed impossible to talk. Shinyu took a leave of absence and has been in the hospital for the past few days, accompanying Sun Shin to recover her body and watching the lawyers come to the hospital to collect the debt. From the lawyer's mouth, I learned that Shin's father had no room to relent. It's as much as you can pay back. Shinyu flipped through the bill, spending $118.3 million in 20 years, erasing a few tens of thousands of dollars of change. The house hadn't been counted in. Sun Shin only has $10 million on her card. How can she pay back so much money? It just doesn't make sense. That makes sense. And you should have refunded more based on converting prices from 20 years ago. Sun Shin listened to his eyes red again. But all this money was given by him voluntarily. Spend it all. I would like to find it and give it to him, but I don't know which garbage heap I threw it in tall. Can you prove that, mister? Shin gave you this money voluntarily? Sun Shin shook her head. She thought that Shin's father loved her and thought that her position was secure. How could she have thought that something like this would happen halfway? The other party's marital property can apply to get back, so that the little three is little three, not on the stage, not to see the light, the interests of the never be able to reciprocate. He can casually send her tens of millions of dollars of jewelry, coax her happy, but also in a fit of anger to take back all of them, recalling the years spent together. All the time, all of the mirrors are an empty water and a moon. 100 million, and as much as Shin's father could think of, actually more than that, but that's enough money to crush a woman who can't do anything. Sun Shin has long been raised by Shin's father in these years. No serious work, opened a cafe is also in the loss-making state in these years. Seeing the other party pressing on, Shinyu directly said to Sun Shin, why don't we make a big deal out of it? You lost your child in uterus, won't he give some compensation? How? Recently the topic of bringing Shin's is very hot. Why don't you just open a live broadcast to accuse him? You are at fault, but doesn't he have any problems at all? Why should he cheat on his wife and still let you pay for it alone? You have nothing left now. Why don't you make a big deal out of it? A big company like Shin's cares most about its reputation. What about me? And she didn't care about the reputation? If this was all over the internet, she'd be sprayed to death. And this society had zero tolerance for mistresses. Your reputation is like this? What do you care? Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. He is going to force you to die. Compared to death, is reputation important? Shin, you can't help but make snide remarks. If you care about reputation, then why did you become his lover in the first place? What's the saying? Be a watchman and make a house of cards. If Sun Shin really wanted to have a face, she wouldn't have done something like going to the door to provoke her original wife. Sun Shin's face was ashamed and she was about to cry again. So Shin, you had to shut up. After thinking about it for a day, Sun Shin also figured it out and actually accepted the broadcast. Just like what Shin Yu said, once the topic about Shin was put up, the number of live streamers rubbed up. Sun Shin, a handful of snot and tears, crying pearly, said he was beaten by the father of the abortion. 7 months of the child is gone. The uterus is gone. Currently living in the hospital but also threatened by him. Sun Shin took her diagnosis to prove that what she said was true. Some unknown netizens went into the live broadcast room and directly started cursing. Are all Shin family members so heartless? There was the daughter who abused her employees in Lin Che. And then there was the old father who beat a 7-month pregnant woman until she was induced. So it's genetic. Boycotting all properties under the Shin name. Except Gaga. Besides Gaga plus one. Don't mess with my white moonlight. It's so hard to find healthy and tasty pre-made dishes lately. If I mess with it, I'll fight for you guys. Shin Zhang this old den. When to retire? Management this piece or to look at the talent. You can't hurry to abdicate to let Shin Gardenia to do it. So look, Shin Gardenia positively does not look like a pro-life. Will Shin Gardenia be genetically violent? Wasn't it rumored that she assaulted Shin Wei before? Didn't Shin Wei ask for that? What's wrong with satisfying her little fetish? I also want to be beaten by Sister Gardenia. Hey, Sister Gardenia kicked me. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the character of a person who can make food so safe and affordable to his customers. Sun Shin deliberately cover up the fact that she is a mistress. She opened the live broadcast reward. Just 1 day to earn 100,000. Then she opened a coffee shop to earn more. But it didn't take long for the matter about her being a mistress to come to light. Not only to be a mistress but also to wear 2 cuckolds to Shin's father. Why would she be beaten up? Or is it not because of her door-to-door provocation of the original spouse? So it's Junior's sister. Saying something about Junior, this is Senior. Deserves to be beaten. Such a situation Sun Qin has long been expected. She cried in the live broadcast, "I am not supposed to be a mistress, and Qin Zhang should beat people?" In the final analysis, it is not Qin Zhang's fault. If he did not deliberately lure me, I will be a mistress? That's right, I cheated on him. The child is not his. Do you guys think I don't want to have his child? It's him who can't. Even his original wife cheated on him and gave him a wild seed. The wild seed is Qin Wei. Shocking big melon. No wonder the gap between the two sisters is so big. It turns out that they have the same mother and half father. What's wrong with that? Old Qin has a lot of cuckolds, calling other people's children wild. What about yours? Sun Qin looked at the pop-up and said, even his wife betrayed him. Shouldn't he look to himself for the reason? Qin Zhang now wants to take back all the belongings given to me. I have followed him for so many years without merit but also with hard work. What right does he have to say take away, just take away? Obviously all these things were given to me voluntarily by him. Now he has injured me. I ask the law to sentence him to intentionally injure me. No, it is intentional homicide. He has killed my child. Sun Qin still wanted to continue to talk down. The next second the live broadcast was blocked, but the effect was achieved, and it is currently on the hot search. Netizens won't tolerate a mistress, but they're more than happy to drag rich people off their high horses than beat them up. Chapter 159, Couples beating each other to death. Good things don't come out of the door, bad things spread 1,000 miles. The face that Qin's father had defended for more than 20 years was torn to shreds just today. Get lawyers, get a PR team, and throw money in the water like it's water. The stock, which had been declining, went straight down to the point where today it was green as two black eyes. It's not even enough to be cuckolded. Now even the stock market is following suit. Qin did an emergency PR treatment, but this kind of filth that has been put in the open, how to rub it has a mark. Qin's father had to be pushed out, stating that all matters of Qin's next were all handed over to his eldest daughter Qin Gardenia to manage. The hand of the shares were also divided by him to the Qin Gardenia, not divided to her. Who else can be divided? After all, just so a biological, he a handful of age, tied up for 27 years. The vast deference has long been blocked, and then there is no possibility to have other children, because of wearing too many cuckolds. It also indirectly led to Qin's father's unwillingness to trust other women. In short, it is a psychological shadow on women. Previously so fun-loving a prodigal son, now the beautiful woman stripped naked lying in front of him, he cannot mention half a bit of sexual interest. There was no hope for the rest of his body, and the rest of his life, and the muddle had come to a head. The only thing holding him together is making these ES pay. Doesn't Sun Qin like to get attention? Qin's father directly bought a water army to bombard her private account. As long as she took out her cell phone is full of insults. She was pointed at when she went out and even had people find her hospital room to verbally attack her and throw drinks on her. The police cannot be solved. Want to hire a lawyer to sue the internet violence? She has no money and no power. Can only be left unsettled. This society is like this. Everyone detests privilege, but everyone wants to be privileged. And without power and influence, one is doomed to be inferior and unable to do anything. The hospital couldn't stand her either. And after seeing that she had no health problems, they urged her to hurry up and get out of the hospital. Sun Qin returned to the villa with her son like a street rat. As a result, the home has been sealed by Qin's father. The mother and son looked at each other after. Will be able to transfer all the money in Qinyu. The card has a couple of million. Cannot be a rich man, but in the eyes of ordinary people is considered good. The two of them openly moved, changed schools, and left Rongqing in disgrace. Qin's father recently is no time to care about the two of them. Can run away from the monk, cannot run away from the temple. When he is busy with this bout of he will look for them to settle the score. He tackles the big ones first, and then the little ones when the big ones are done. When Qin's father returned home, he badmouthed Qin's mother as soon as he saw her. The mother of Qin is not soft, and she hears what is hard to hear. Didn't you think Sun Qin was gentle and kind? Didn't you say her son was obedient and understanding? How come both of them hate you to death now? You and Sun Qin are the with the dog, and the sky's the limit. As much as I hate Sun Qin, she wasn't wrong about one thing. Everyone betrays you. Shouldn't you look to yourself? You must have gotten a lot of women pregnant over the years you've been cheating. Have you counted how many cuckolds you've had? They may not be the ones who love each other the most, but they certainly know each other the best. Say what will break the other person's defenses. What will zap them the deepest and most painfully. The soft tongue transformed into a knife that could pick through a man's tendons. But to say that words hurt more than violence, that's not really true. Just now, for example, Qin's father let Qin's mother experience the damage value of violence. The door to the room slammed and the beatings continued. I've already found out who your concubine is. Want to know what happened to Zhang Yang? I took back all the belongings you gave him as married couple's marital property. Not only that, I also told people to publicize his cheating at his home, company, and his son's school. Now his wife is in the middle of a divorce with him. When he divorces, do you want to go and accompany him? I'll tie you together and fulfill you as a pair of dogs. Qin Zhang, what qualifications do you have to talk about others? Really on dirty, who is better than you? Do you dare to directly walk out from here and walk down the street and see how many people will spit on you? Mother Qin said, directly opening her mouth and spitting on his face. The ebony and purple face was full of provocation. After experiencing other men and realizing yours, it's the most useless. Qin's father violently choked her neck. His face fierce. Song Cheng, you have guts. Qin's mother endured the pain and said, of course I have balls, unlike you who are full of wild seeds. You strangle me. You won't feel better if I die. The two tore fight. Change to do before Qin mother is certainly not beat Qin father. After all, men and women have disparity in power. But now, Qin father just out of the hospital, body has not fully recovered. People with high blood pressure can't withstand stimulation, so Qin's mother stimulated him every day. During the struggle, Qin mother casually copied an object and smashed it on his head. The moves attacked his weakest points, like the eyes. After the blow to his brain, Qin's father was also scratched in the eye, and he covered his eyes in pain. It was hot and rolling in his hand, and at first he thought it was tears, until he opened his eyes and saw that there was blood in one hand, and half of his face was all red. The murder weapon was the lamp in Qin's mother's hand. There was a gash on his head, a small wound, an injury that would have been nothing to the man he used to be, but for a man with high blood pressure, it was a big problem. Qin's father's body staggered and collapsed to the ground in the next second, and this time, no one fed him medication for resuscitation. Chapter 160, better to be widowed than divorced. Qin's father fell heavily to the ground, and the man had not yet lost consciousness. The whole person is like being locked in a narrow elevator. Suddenly the elevator is rapidly descending. The feeling of weightlessness accelerates dizziness. The oxygen in the chest cavity is slowly squeezed out, and the air at the tip of the nose is getting thinner and thinner. Qin father struggled hard, trying to ask for help, trying to get medicine. He rolled his eyes to meet the cold face of Qin's mother. She towered over him like he used to, cruel and nasty as she looked down on his ugliness. Qin mother's gaze was like hardened poison. Qin Zhang, Qin Zhang, I really want you to see how ugly you look now. Medicine. Weren't you quite arrogant when you hit me with your death hand just now? Qin's mother walked over and stepped on his head with her foot, grinding it down while provoking. Why don't you get up now and keep hitting me? Why are you acting like a limp-wrist shrimp? It was like stepping on a pile of garbage, and seeing the blood on her toes. Qin's mother, with a disgusted look on her face, moved her foot to his chest and wiped her shoes with his shirt. Qin's father's face was white as a ghost. His head was spinning, and his vision was beginning to blur. With her ears buzzing, she only heard Mother Qin say, "Want me to save you? Dream on." She decided to leave Qin's father alone and watch him wait for death. Maybe they had really loved each other deeply at one time, but that deep love had long since been squandered with time. How much love is now hate? Too, like a blade that bounces back. Mother Qin turned to open the door just in time to see Qin Wei passing through the doorway. In the past few days, Qin father was at home, making noise every day. Qin Wei had gotten used to it, and in order not to be implicated, most of the time she hid in her room and did not come out. When she saw that Qin's mother had added a new wound to her face, she just said, "Let me put medicine on you." "Where's Dad?" Qin Wei had just opened her mouth when she looked inside through that doorway. The blood on the floor was conspicuous. Qin Wei at first thought that it was Qin mother who had been injured, and after a few quick glances she realized that there was no blood on her body, so the one who bled was Father Qin. Qin father lay on the ground, supporting his last willpower to crawl 2 steps in the direction of the door. He struggled to tilt his head up and locked eyes with Qin Wei outside the house. The desire to survive peaked at this moment, giving him renewed hope as he raised his hand and said weakly at the top of his lungs, "Save me." Only Qin Wei lowered her eyes to look at him for a few moments. After a long time she withdrew her gaze and took Qin mother's hand. "Mom, let's go downstairs and eat something. I'll give you some more medicine. Widowed is better than divorced. If Qin's father dies, Qin's mother will not only be able to share the property but also be able to sit firmly in the position of Mrs. Qin, and as long as Qin's mother lives a good life, Qin Wei will naturally be able to follow her." Qin's father watched as the door in front of him was closed, and instantly it was as if he had fallen into the cold seawater and was swallowed by the heavy waves, plunging into pitch blackness without even a glimmer of light. The last image fixed in his mind was Qin Wei's icy face. He has spoiled Qin Wei for so many years, cleaned up countless messes for her, and found ways to do her good. She actually saw death to save her. Qin Gardenia had recently taken over the Qin's industry, leaving early and returning late, with no extra time to rest, and her schedule was densely arranged by her secretary. This kind of density in the work environment, so that she has no time to think about other things. For example, about the news about Qin's father. She is not asked, not check, even if the whole day hanging on the hot search, she will not click in to see. just know that he's alive. Disconnect 2 weeks. Chin Gardenia received the phone call from Chin family. The housekeeper in the cell phone anxiously said, "Missy is not good. Chin total accident. Now in the hospital to do the rescue. The doctor said he is in very bad condition. It's better to bring the old lady together." Chin Gardenia heard, immediately put down the work in hand, while driving to the hospital, while calling the grandmother, on the way also in the group to assign the work, explained the secretary to put the work into practice. Chin's father came out of the emergency room only a short while ago and was discharged from the hospital early before he was fully well. Emotional fluctuations are taboo for hypertensive patients, and there are doctors watching him in the hospital. Who will watch him after leaving the hospital? After returning home, Chin mother and Chin Wei are looking forward to his death. Hypertensive cerebral hemorrhage. Now the brain is still broken blood. Serious death. Minor paralysis. Have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. That's why Grandma Wu said, "The only constant in this world is that things change." It's true. Things change. A few days ago, Chin's father was still alive and kicking. Who would have thought that today he would cross the threshold of the ghost? Chin Gardenia rushed to the hospital and signed the surgery book. What about her? This she refers to Chin's mother. After the housekeeper froze for a moment, he said, "Madam is at home and refuses to come. But don't worry, the bodyguards that were arranged before didn't leave. They can't get out." Chin Gardenia looked at the surgery door. "How did you get it?" The housekeeper briefly told Chin Gardenia about what happened in the past few days. Nothing more than Chin's father coming back and making a big fuss. Chin's mother also irritating him verbally. The two of them started to fight at the drop of a hat, slamming bowls, slapping and pulling their hair at dinner time. The butler stops them when he sees them, and no, the slap from yesterday's misadventure is still fresh. Today, the two of them argued upstairs with the door closed, and the soundproofing panels in the study were already thick, so the people outside couldn't hear the commotion at all. It was also a moment of inattention that caused Chin's father to be hurt so badly. At that time, Chin's mother was eating refreshments downstairs as if nothing was wrong. The housekeeper looked around and didn't see Chin's father, which alerted him that something was wrong, and by the time he went upstairs to check, Chin's father was already unconscious. There was also a delay in arriving, and for emergency patients, every second is crucial. It's a race against death. This is a matter of blame cannot be blamed on the head of the housekeeper. He is also paid to do the work. The couple quarreled in dry fight and he as an outsider has nothing to do. It was a matter of love for him to go up and stop, and it was a matter of honor for him not to. After all, if he really hurt him, it was he himself who would suffer. One only has one life, so of course one cherishes one's own. The maid of the house kept the scene of the accident, took photos and sent them to the housekeeper, who in turn took them to Chin Gardenia. Chin Gardenia saw the bloodstained table lamp at a glance. Chin mother does not admit fault, not to mention confessed. She said she is also for self-preservation. After all, these days she was beaten, they people also see in the eyes. It also stated that Chin father was fine when she went out, and Chin Wei could testify to that. Well, Chin Gardenia, who heard those 3 words, snorted. A good father Chin wouldn't have been sent to the resuscitation room. The resuscitation should have been very poor or they wouldn't have called grandma, probably for the last time. Things are really as Chin Gardenia thought. After Chin Gardenia waited for half an hour, Grandma Wu also came by car. There was no extra expression on his face, but on closer inspection you could tell the pace was a bit hobbled. "Grandma." Chin Gardenia went over to support her. Grandma Wu opened her mouth with, "Where is he? Dead?" Chin Gardenia, still in resuscitation. Grandma Wu asked, "Did the doctor say what percentage he was sure of?" No one answered. Grandma Wu looked over one by one, presumably because she was worried about irritating her, and each person's face was slightly tense and uneasy. Chapter 161, Father Chin's Regret. "I'm resilient to all bad outcomes. Go ahead, I can take it." It was Chin Gardenia who finally told her. "The doctor said it's not going very well." Grandma Wu nodded in silence, having mentally prepared herself on the way here and anticipating the worst. It wouldn't have alarmed her, an old man, if it had turned out well. Just listen to God. As soon as Chin Gardenia came to sign the notice of critical illness, the grandparents and grandchildren sat in chairs outside the surgery door and watched the red light on the door. 2 hours into the surgery, the doctor came out of it, and the butler was the first to walk out. "Doctor, how's our boss now?" The doctor said something official, ranging from the patient's physical condition to his condition and the dangers posed by this head trauma. "All in all, we did the best we could. There was nothing the doctors could do about the situation, and it was a miracle that they were able to salvage a breath. The next step was to leave the time for the patient's family. Chin's father was pushed out and sent to the ward. The bed was full of all kinds of instruments next to him, connected to his body. From the screen you could see how fragile this body of his was. A man who had been alive and well in the morning was now dying of breath. Chin Gardenia stood in the doorway, her back against the wall. Honestly, she didn't have much deep feelings for Chin's father. But looking at him like this, her heart was empty for a while. She didn't know what to do. The whole person suddenly fell into a daze, and her usually flexible mind became sluggish. Grandma Wu's legs were immobile, so she sat on a chair and looked at Chin's father's face. Under the influence of anesthesia, Chin's father didn't even know where he was when he woke up and thought he was in a dream. The weakness of his body made him unable to lift his spirits, awake for a while and asleep for a while, and it was not until it was dark outside that he dragged a breath to wake up and open his eyes. At a glance, he saw Grandma Wu sitting in front of him. Mom, he had just had a lot of dreams, and it was said that before you die, you go through a flashback, and your brain frantically remembers your memories of your time in the human world. He assumed that the images retained deepest in his memory would be of the events of the last few days. After all, pain was more likely to be deeper than pleasure. But what he didn't realize was that what he was frantically remembering was an image from when he was 5 or 6 years old, a time when they were so close as a family that he sat on his dad's shoulders and flew a kite, looking up into the sky, not having to worry about losing his balance because his dad held on to him, and he wasn't afraid of falling because his dad would be sure to hold on to him. Daddy is the greatest safety in times of danger. Inside the dream, his dad stood in front of him and said, "How time flies. You're a dad now too. Are you happy with who you are now?" Father Chin looked at Grandma Wu and laboriously called out, "Mom!" The voice was hoarse and arduous as it squeezed out of his throat. "You all know that Chin Wei is not my child, yet you didn't tell me anything, and you watched me become more and more attached to that bastard. Are you getting back at me? Even if you guys don't think for me, you should also think for Chin Gardenia. Because favor Chin Wei repeatedly ignored her. Chin's father's eyes were red, and it looked like a layer of fog had risen on his pupils. You being biased should look for the problem in you. You should ask yourself why you can't do the same thing. You doted on Chin Wei but didn't teach her by heart. She doesn't even have the most basic manners and morals. Isn't this your fault?" Grandma Wu paused briefly when she said this, then her words changed. "Or did you do it on purpose? Purposely raising her to waste, giving her money and status but not learning and upbringing, assigning her the easiest and simplest jobs, seemingly smooth sailing but stunting her growth, empty of ambition and incapable of ability. And you're doing this just to pick up your illegitimate child, aren't you?" Grandma Wu asked rhetorically, "Knowing that Chin Wei is not your biological child, will you treat Chin Gardenia well? You won't. You'll transfer your hatred for Song Ching to Chin Gardenia. You can't tolerate a piece of sand in your eyes all the time. Chin Gardenia's good you treat differently, but if anyone's fault involves her, you'll blame it all together. Chin Zheng, I know you too well. You can't be a son. You're not qualified to be a father. You asked us why we didn't tell you that you returned to your family after you had your tubes tied, and that you and Song Ching were so in love that everyone thought you were a prodigal son, and thought that Chin Wei was proof of your love for each other. So how do you expect your father to open his mouth if he tells you that Chin Wei isn't your own, that you've been tied up and cuckolded? Will you get worse, returning to normal with one bastard child after another? You have a previous record. Chin Zhang, you've been biased over and over again for Chin Wei. The one who suffers the most is your father. How many times have we told you that you've changed? In the end, even without Chin Wei, there will be other people. Just like he for the outside bastard called Chin Wei is the same reason. Why did your father die so early? Because he felt ashamed of Chin Gardenia. Because he didn't teach you well. He had been regretting it for those years but didn't know how to change it. And in the end, he was depressed and died a very painful death. In order to this family Chin old man labor for decades. Exhaustion. He has been weighing the pros and cons, with reason to judge, want to find a way to get the best of both worlds, but the world where there are so many of the best of both worlds, but instead, because of their own indecisiveness to the bystanders brought harm. He fell deep into self-blame, and finally pressed to death himself. But now it seemed that at least it hadn't turned out too badly for Chin Gardenia. Successfully taking charge of Chin, under the care of her grandparents, she was not aggrieved and grew up excellent and without deviation. Chin Wei was loved by her mom and dad, but Chin Gardenia was loved no less, and most importantly, she was happy with her now. Grandma Wu said a lot in one breath, and Chin's father breathed in less and out more. He stared at the ceiling stagnantly, his eyes like spilled black ink, his pupils gradually spreading. The sound on the medical equipment was extraordinarily harsh, and the lines on it looked like they would disappear at any moment. Grandma Wu looked at him quietly after she finished. I don't know how long it was before Chin's father spoke. Mom, before Dad died, wasn't he very hateful to me? Grandma Wu looked at his pale face. People are dying. How can they have so many emotions? More than hate, I think he blames himself for not being a good father and regrets that he didn't live longer. The corners of Chin's father's eyes were hot, and tears rolled right out. I'm sorry for him. Hate that he didn't even see his father for the last time at that time. It was only now that he realized how hard it was to be a father, and how painful it was to experience his father's death. It is true that there is no empathy in the world unless you have experienced it yourself. Chin's father turned his neck to look at Grandma Wu, His originally foggy eyes suddenly had two more faint lights. He pulled at the corners of his mouth. His weak voice breaking, "Mom, I want to hear you sing so much. Do you still remember? It's the song you used to lull me to sleep when I was little. Can you sing it for me again?" Sheen's father was afraid of her refusal, and there was a pitiful plea in his eyes, just like when he lay in her arms as a child. Chapter 162, If There Is an Afterlife. I hope you will be a kind person. At this moment, Grandma Wu was like seeing the most familiar person in her memory. It wasn't Mr. Sheen, not the derelict father and husband. It was Qin Zhang, her son. As if her heart had been cut, Grandma Wu suddenly stood up. Qin Zhang's eyes momentarily dimmed when he thought she was leaving, and the next moment he watched his mom sit on the edge of his bed, humming in a husky voice, "Daylilies bloom on the high green hills. Pick one for me, little girl, pin it in your hair. The walk of death has begun again." He remembers that he didn't like the song much back then because it was sung by his mom to her daughter. "Mom, I don't want to hear this song anymore. Do you always sing it to me? Do you wish I was a girl? So do you like being a boy or a girl? Be a boy. Why?" In the face of his mom's confusion, he raised his little fist and said, "Because when a boy is strong, he can protect his mommy." Mom smiled gently, "And to protect girls like mommy from getting hurt." Tiny patted his chest in reassurance. But what did he do when he grew up? He didn't care about his hospitalized mother. He brought back women from outside to irritate her. He cheated on his wife and made her depressed. He kept a bunch of mistresses outside and watched them move on, cursing him for not being able to get true love for the rest of his life. And he hurt his only daughter. Far away from the end of the sky, daylilies open, each one, but the look of my attachment. Let it bloom all over the way I wait for you to come home, as if I never left your side. I remember my mother humming as she knitted him a sweater, the long woolen needles spinning in the air like two magic wands, the ordinary wool blossoming in her hands. He always went over to look at it and his mom reached over and pushed him away. "Don't get too close, be careful of sticking your head in it." Her tone was tinged with disgust, but her gaze was soft. Time flowed as if he was traveling through different time periods. And finally, he returned from the past to the present, and Qin Zheng squinted his eyes at the old man in front of him. The memory of my mom and my current mom slowly overlap. A beautiful young woman with dark hair. One is old with gray hair and wrinkles. He remembered his mom's hands were so beautiful that his dad didn't even want her to do the housework and wash the dishes. But now those hands were like ruined paper wet with water, crumpled and stuck to the bones. Her eyes don't shine anymore either. The whites are cloudy and her pupils have lost their luster. A song is very short, less than a minute to sing. Qin Zheng suddenly came to the spirit. "Mom, sing another song, sing a baby. You're pretty demanding." As then, the tone was disgusted but the gaze was soft. Qin Zheng slightly tugged at the corners of his lips, trying to reveal a smile, but due to his body being too weak, this action also became very strained and unnatural. In that breathy voice that seemed as if it might break at any moment, he faltered, "After all, afterward, you won't be able to hear it." Grandma Wu's heart clogged up. She held back the sourness that suddenly welled up in her nostrils, and opened her mouth to sing, "My precious baby, give you a little sweetness, so that you can all sleep well tonight. Mommy, can you hold me again? I want to remember the warmth of your arms." His breath was getting weaker and his body colder, and as he was dying he was taken into a warm embrace. The air no longer smelled of disinfectant, but rather something like the scent of a sun-drenched quilt. It was warm and full of security, and the emptiness in his heart was filled a little. "My little brat, tease your brow to make you like the world. My little brat, pinch your little face to make you like the whole tomorrow." Just like when he was little, his mom teased his eyebrows and pinched his little face while she sang the song. He pestered his mom for her to carry him, so she carried him on her back and did her chores while he slept and dreamed sweet dreams on her back. Dreams of running through the grass, dreams of him riding on his dad's shoulders, dreams of his mom whispering to his dad to be safe and not to fall on him, dreams of the family photo that he left in the corner. How happy he was at that time. When he woke up and realized his mom was still working, he rubbed his bleary eyes. "Mom, you carry me now. I'll carry you when I grow up." Mom smiled and said, "Then you need to eat well and grow up fast." It's been a long time since my mom sang these two songs, but she still remembers the lyrics after all these years. How disappointed was his mom, who loved him so much, to watch him make mistake after mistake? Ho, ho! Qin Zheng suddenly let out a sharp gasp, similar to that of a worn-out bellows, as he held his mom's hand. "Mom, I'm sorry. Growing up so big hasn't carried you." He used all his strength to look for Qin Zhao's figure, and finally saw her back there at the door. "I'm sorry, Gardenia. I wasn't a good father." Qin Gardenia's name was taken by him. Many people don't quite understand this name, think it's too casual and vulgar, and it doesn't sound good to call it. What's so great about a gardenia? A wildflower in the mountains with a pungent flavor and low character. There's a passage in Human Grass that describes gardenias this way. The gardenia is thick and big. and the fragrance is dusting not open, so for the literati and elegant people do not take. Think the character is not high. The gardenia said, go to your mom. I just want this fragrance. Fragrance painfully, you guys ing tube? He hoped that Chin Gardenia would also live a life of pain. All property under my name is given to Gardenia. May she be like the gardenia, live a painful. Chin Zheng strongly hold on. Explaining the last words, after saying this sentence will slowly close his eyes. The instrument beside him made a sharp noise, and the curved and undulating lines disappeared with the life. Grandma Wu sat on the edge of the bed and hugged Chin Zheng, gently patting his upper back and touching his face with the residual warmth of his body as he closed his eyes as if he was asleep. My precious baby, a little sweetness for you, so you can sleep all night. The song was choked and out of tune. She tried to finish it, but her throat felt like it was blocked by a sharp stone, making it impossible for her to make a sound. Grandma Wu lowered her head, tears raged down, wetting Chin Zheng's face, trying to wipe it clean, but ended up wiping more and more. Her mouth said that she disliked the son, but when Chin Zheng really died in front of her, a huge wave of loss and mourning surged in her heart, and Grandma Wu hugged him tightly with all her might, her whole body trembling. If you can be reincarnated, if you have an afterlife, I hope you'll be a good person. Chapter 163, Invisible Camera. Chin Gardenia stood at the door of the ward, accompanied by Lin Che. He did not speak but just held her hand tightly. She could hear everything that was going on in the hospital room. Grandma's song, and Chin Zheng's confession before he died. People will always do something wrong in their lives, big or small, but is it useful to repent when you're about to die? There is no word forgive in Chin Gardenia's heart, only forget it. Chin Gardenia turned back to look at the man on the hospital bed. She managed to call him her father for 28 years. No matter how big a mistake he made, he was still Chin Gardenia's father. Now he is gone forever. Chin Zhang was sent to the crematorium overnight after his death, and after a trip in there for a man of that size, he was reduced to a pile of ash laced with bones that a tiny box could hold. Lin Che picks up the heavy responsibility of accompanying Grandma Wu to deal with Chin Zhang's aftermath, while Chin Gardenia takes the car to the Chin family. In the wee hours of the morning, the lights in the villa are still on. Chin Mother and Chin Wei are sitting on the sofa, being stared at by a few bodyguards who can't go anywhere, and can't even sleep, just waiting for Chin Gardenia to come back. So what if Chin Gardenia comes back? Chin Mother thought of a good speech. The past few days Chin Zhang beat her thing everyone saw. Domestic violence, mutual assault, injuries with blood more than normal. She was bruised and purple. When Chin Zhang choked her, it looked like he was going to strangle her to death, and she lost her hand and hit him with a table lamp, which is self-defense, not intentional injury. Later, leaving the study, the butler found Chin Zhang in less than 15 minutes, after which he rushed him to the hospital. She said, it's better to be widowed than divorced, but when she thought that Chin Zhang had been killed by her, she suddenly panicked for no reason. Chin Mother cannot help but bite her fingers when she thinks about things. The finger bite Red did not let go. Finally, or aside, Chin Wei pulled her hand. Vivi, do you think he'll be okay? Chin Wei shook her head. She stood in the doorway to take a look when Chin Zhang's accident happened. There was a lot of bleeding. It was very easy to be fatal for a person with high blood pressure. Plus there was a delay in the middle of the resuscitation time. Chin Wei did not say anything, just with her eyes to remind Chin Mother, do not heart mess do bad things, no matter what the outcome of the Chin Zhang, to bite the bullet and say that it is her self-defense, not intentionally hurt the Chin Zhang, or to see the death of the rescue. Anyway, there were no monitors in the study, and no one had seen it with their own eyes, so it wasn't up to them to say what happened. Mother Chin was very unsettled in her heart, and just then, Chin Gardenia came back with a blast of cold air. Everyone was looking at her, and Mother Chin was inexplicably afraid to face her eldest daughter. It was quiet around them, only the sound of shoes on the ground, one step at a time like grinding on a human skull. Chin Gardenia stood and stopped in front of Chin Mother. He's dead. Chin Mother's expression stiffened. Her face went white for a moment. The panic in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Her thumbs rubbed the back of her hands uncontrollably, a sign of weakness. Chin's mother said, what's it to me that he died because he was sick? He was beaten to death. The diagnosis came back that the wound on his head was a fatal wound, and if he had been able to take his medication and get to the hospital in time, he wouldn't have died. Are you blaming me for his death? His mother's body was shaking and a sharp sound came out of her throat. Look at how I got these injuries. My face is still swollen from the punches and kicks he's been giving me every day since he came home, as well as my neck, arms, and legs. Mother Chin pointed to Chin Gardenia with every position she said, then frantically pointing out Chin Zhang's crime. This is domestic violence against me. I did hit him, but I just wanted to resist. I was defending myself. If I didn't defend myself, the one who died would be me, and I didn't think that he would die. At that time, he choked me. I casually took something and smashed it at him. I didn't even think that I would injure him. Gardenia, why don't you call someone to take him to the hospital if you hurt him? How normal it is for couples to beat each other up and get hurt. When I was lying on the floor with a nosebleed from him and couldn't move, why didn't he send me to the hospital? Besides, he was still fine when I left the study. He was the one who shouted for me to get lost. How was I to know that he was so fragile? Speaking here, Sheen mother pulled up the corner of her lips to reveal an ugly smile. If you don't believe me, ask Vivi. She just happened to be passing by the door at the time. Sheen Gardenia looked at Sheen Wei. Sheen Wei frowned lightly. Not afraid of godlike opponents or afraid of pig-like teammates. Obviously does not do her thing. Why do you want to drag her into it? I'm not really sure. The door was closed and the den was soundproofed. I only heard my dad's voice when I opened the door. It sounded pretty normal. Sheen Wei said their own views. I think my mother did not lie. My father to her domestic violence is not a day or two. Everyone in the family can testify. Dad's passing certainly makes my heartache difficult, but I also know that the mother is not intentional. She did not mean to hurt more than want to beat people to death, although her mouth said resentment of the father. But in fact, her heart still love him, cannot let go of him. Speaking of this, Sheen Wei appropriately dropped a few tears. The police are coming later and you're going to say the same thing? Sheen's mother snapped to her feet and hissed, you called the police? Sheen Gardenia raised her hand and looked at her wristwatch. Calculating the time, it's reported. About 5 more minutes to go. I'm your mom. Sheen Gardenia looked up at her. Does it matter? A death in the family. And actually thinking of muddying the waters. What are they thinking? Sheen mother tried to reason. Recently Sheen's stock has dropped so much. You make a big fuss about this matter is not good for the family. Your father is dead. People cannot be resurrected after death. Now should be as soon as possible to give him a funeral. After the funeral, the family assets will be divided. Sheen Gardenia knew what she was thinking just by looking at her expression and did not speak, only looking at her with icy eyes. Mother Sheen was startled by her eyes. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Sheen Gardenia let out a sneer, the look of a dead man. The next second, there was a commotion outside, and the butler brought the police. Facing the police, Sheen's mother was even more nervous than expected, swallowing hard and forcing herself to be calm as she repeated what she had just said to the police. The murder scene is well protected, and the group heads up. As Sheen's mother said, there were no cameras in the study. It's pretty easy for her to be blindsided without reasonable evidence. Sheen Gardenia stepped into the study and went straight to that computer. Sheen mother yelled behind her. Sheen Gardenia, what are you going in there for? What business is there for you here? Look for the camera. There are no cameras in the study. Mother Sheen could be so clear because she had broken the camera in the study in advance. Sheen Gardenia around the computer desk carefully check. Finally in the side of the pendulum to find a hidden camera. In addition to here, and above the air conditioning unit, as well as the computer mainframe, jacks, are installed with hidden cameras, all-round monitoring. Sheen Gardenia opened her computer, and pulled out the images from these cameras to the police. Are these images enough to convict her? There was a conspicuous camera in the den, but that was just a blindfold. Sheen mother had married in for many years without knowing such things. Where did Sheen Gardenia know? How did you know there would be cameras in these places? Sheen Gardenia looked at her and somehow suddenly smiled. Because that's what Grandpa taught me. Master Sheen was cautious and used to set up a few hidden cameras in important places like his office as well as his study. In addition to the camera, he is usually used to record when he receives a call, and he even carries a recorder on his body. When Sheen Gardenia was very young, the old master had reminded her that he had suffered a loss and learned a lesson, and did not want his descendants to suffer this loss as well. Sheen Jian was the son he had raised, so naturally he was no exception. Sheen mother's lips were ghastly white, her expression was hollow, and her consciousness gradually fell into dead silence. Chapter 164, Sentencing results are out. Sheen Cheng's mouth spoke of hate, but under his father's education, his words were firmly engraved in his heart, and even developed into a habit. This subtle change may not even be noticeable to him. The police received the surveillance files and took Sheen's mother as well as Sheen Wei away that night. It is clear from the video that from the moment Mother Sheen entered the room she locked onto the lamp, and that lamp was still placed in that position on purpose by her. Moving forward in time, it was also discovered that 2 days ago, Sheen's mother had sneaked into the study once and cut the monitor wiring, so it's not an accidental death, it's an intentional murder. The den was chosen because it was quiet enough to not be disturbed by anyone outside hearing it. When Sheen Zhang was in the study, Sheen mother deliberately opened the door and went in to provoke, and only then did the two of them make a move, and in the confusion, Sheen mother found the right time to grab the table lamp and came hard on Sheen Zhang's head. He also put his foot on his wound afterward and continued to talk to irritate him. Afterwards, Sheen Wei appears and stands in the doorway, and by comparing a few shots, it can be distinguished that Sheen Wei has seen Sheen Zhang. It's not at all like she's not seeing and hearing what she's saying. When confronted by the police during the statement, Sheen's mother asked for a lawyer. Sheen mother said those words are not meaningless. Domestic violence is true. The body wounds are also true. In the beginning of the dispute, Qin Zhang in a fit of rage strangled her neck. The bruises on the neck is clearly visible, and indeed easy to cause fatal injuries. In the defense of the lawyer, Qin mother excluded the death penalty, sentenced to 18 years in prison. She is 50 years old this year, 18 years out is 68. A pampered rich wife in prison cannot come out in one piece. That cannot be said. When the verdict came down, Qin's mother was frantic to get a statement. It's fine for you to arrest me. Why do you still want to arrest Wei Wei? What's she got to do with it? She doesn't know anything. I'm her mom. Why is she doing this to me? Can't she just turn a blind eye? She's just trying to use Qin Zhang's death to get back at us. Qin Zhang doesn't deserve to be a father at all. He's so bad to Qin Gardenia. The cop guarding her said something like, you know her dad didn't treat her well, so what did you do? Are you good to her? You'll go to jail because you broke the law. What does it have to do with her? She just provided evidence. Even without her you can't get away with it. The law is not a good thing. A few questions down the line, Qin mother's face instantly turned gray. She could not see the problem when everyone else could. Yeah, is she good to Qin Zhao? She treats Qin Gardenia very badly, even worse than even Qin Zhang treats her. How could you forget? When she was pregnant with Qin Gardenia, she had also looked forward to this child, hoping that she would be safe, healthy and happy. She talked to her stomach, told her stories, listened to music, and then the baby was born. She loathed her cries, hated those black eyes like Qin Zhang's, and went from wanting her to be healthy to later hating her enough to drop her. She became uglier and blamed it on a child. She actually felt guilty about the child, except that she had mistakenly transferred that guilt to Qin Wei. Qin Gardenia once asked her, Mom, why don't you like me? This is how she answered. Won't you look to yourself? Both daughters? Why I like Vivi and not you? When she said this sentence, she actually knew Qin Zhao's innocence better than anyone else. To say the reason, even she herself couldn't say it. She just simply didn't love her. The complexity of human nature was so obvious in front of Qin's mother. As for Qin Wei, the children of parents have the obligation to help. See, death is illegal, plus perjury. Directly put her to death and the accomplice this article. Qin Wei was very unconvinced and sophomoric. I'm not his biological child. What kind of child am I? I was at the door and looked at him. I didn't know he was so serious. And did you know he had high blood pressure? Did you think of him while you were enjoying afternoon tea with your mother? As for fathers and daughters, although they are not related by blood, they are legally recognized as fathers and daughters when they are in the same household register. And since they enjoy the preferential treatment of this status, they have to act. It's not so simple and easy to throw away a problem when it goes wrong. The final verdict came back with 7 years in prison for Qin Wei. Before Qin Wei was imprisoned, Qin Gardenia went to see her. The two stared at each other across a wall. Qin Wei's pupils like two black chess pieces in the incandescent light, empty and still, like the cave of a lonely, invincible cave. Her expression numb, her lips stiffly pursed, her hair cut short, her blue prison uniform, her otherwise luminous complexion darkened in a short period of time. From the dark circles under her eyes it could be seen that she had had a very bad few days, and when she saw Qin Gardenia, her eyes looked like they had been stung, and they were instantly scarlet red. Wouldn't it be better for someone like him to die? It's not like he treated you badly and gave Qin to you just for blood. Do you have to target us for him? Qin Wei is resentful of Qin Zhang. Because of him she was imprisoned, so she refuses to even call him father. It seems that you still don't recognize the mistake you made. Qin Wei looked at Qin Zhao with red eyes. What's wrong with me? Was it me who wanted to be an illegitimate daughter? When you gave birth to me, did you ask for my consent? I've already tried very hard. Just because I'm not his daughter he took his foot and kicked me, and hit me, totally disregarding these 20 years of relationship. Qin Gardenia asked back, then did you have scruples? When he was lying on the ground begging you for help, did you ever think of saving him? Even a second of hesitation. He has been dead for so many days. When you dream in the middle of the night, don't you have a weak heart and are not afraid? Qin Wei's brain flashed through the figure of Qin Zhang lying on the bloody ground. Her heart fell hard, her belly tightened from clenching her teeth, and she subconsciously took a step back. Why should I be weak and afraid? That's all his fault. He doesn't love me at all, and he's only being nice to me to better make way for his illegitimate son. He's grooming me as a stepping stone. Qin Gardenia sarcastically said, the resources have been given to you. You don't fight for yourself to blame others to take you as a stepping stone? Qin Wei, you touch your own heart to ask, well, he really is not good enough for you? You enjoy the right to bear the corresponding obligation. Both want to enjoy other people's good to you and do not want to pay. The world where there is such a cheap thing. Qin Wei hissed, I don't want to listen to your sermon. Who do you think you are? You got what you want, but I have lost everything. Obviously all are born of the same mother. Why I can't compare to you? From the first time I saw you I hate you. Qin Gardenia, it's you who want to compare with me. You always stare at me thinking that my things are better, but forget to feel the beauty around you. parents, friends, and Lin Che. You knew him 5 years before me, but what did you do in those 5 years? If you had treated him with snow instead of falling down a well, then you wouldn't be here right now. You've seen Lin Che's ability. You do film and television. You clearly saw the potential in him, but you trapped him in a cage for your own selfishness. You clearly could have won me once. You're the one who ruined yourself. At the mention of Lin Che, Qinwei's reaction was even greater, those tearful eyes filled with jealousy. If it wasn't for me, would you have been able to obtain such a good Lin Che? You should thank me for tempering him for 5 years. How shameless to say such a thing. Qin Gardenia originally had a quite calm expression, but after hearing these words from Qinwei, her entire face sank. A depressed gas was born in her chest, and if it wasn't for this wall blocking her, she would have already done it. He's fine with or without you, because he's a good person in his own right. I'm only thankful that he's strong-willed, but I wouldn't be able to meet the current him if he was a bit more fragile. And you still want me to thank you? My heart aches for Lin Che's past. I didn't get you killed. It's already considered good. Qinwei didn't feel she had done wrong until now. There was nothing to be said against such people. Here the law would teach her to be a new person. Doesn't she like violence? The people in prison will be more violent than her. A pampered young lady who usually limits her beatings to slapping and hair-grabbing. The people she was locked up with were perhaps the ones she usually despised and disdained the most, and if she didn't curb her temper, she would be the only one to suffer. It is human nature not to shed a tear until we see the coffin and not to die until we reach the Yellow River. People teach people that they can't be taught, but things teach people that they can be taught as soon as they are taught. Can eat a mote, long a wisdom that are wise. Like Qinwei, such stupidity is no end. She even eat 10 motes cannot grow a wisdom. Chapter 165, Visiting the Grave. Qin Zhang's friends in his lifetime are not many. His funeral is very simple. Come to the people are almost all cooperation people. Say is to memorialize, in fact is to show face to see the fun. Assess the Qin Gardenia's ability, and then look at there is no opportunity to cooperate. News of Qin Zhang's death quickly hit the hot seat. There was a gasp of surprise online and an immediate change in tone and rhetoric. I didn't expect to die so suddenly. Old Qin is not a good father, but he is still very good at managing the business, and Qin has not made any mistakes in his hands. It's okay to be a father. Look how well Qinwei is doing. If he has money in his next life, I'll be his son. The dead are greater than old Qin. I think his wife is also quite disgusting. What's wrong with the old Qin? Is not just love to play with women. Moral issues and not a crime. To the family earns so much money. To support a large family, he can be kicking someone into miscarriage. He's still not breaking the law. If you ask me, are there no problems with his parents when old Qin becomes like this? It must be the education. Old Qin has done a lot of charity over the years. Mourn the loss. Put up 3 flowers. Is he the only one at fault? Aren't his daughters, his wife, his parents wrong? People are dead. So stop cursing. Old Qin, this life, I did not expect to die in the woman. If the honest life, how could it become like this? Grandma Wu brought Qin Zhang's ashes back to her hometown for resettlement, and buried them on the same hill as Elder Qin. There are still a lot of things that need to be taken care of in the aftermath, such as the settlement of the estate and some related formalities. After dealing with the finished estate, there was also a bunch of relics that came out organized, the useful ones saved, the useless ones given away, and some of them burned. Death is like the extinction of the lamp. People in this life, is to live hard, like death. A short 2 words on the tombstone, a line of the birth date, a line of the month of death, plus a few epitaphs, that is, a person's life. The posthumous photo on the tombstone, selected from an interview. Qin Zhang suits, combed a big back hair, eyes gleaming, people in spirit and handsome. That is his 40 years old look, the most glorious time, coming all the way here. Grandma Wu brought Lin Che and Qin Jiao to the old master's grave. There was a lot of grass growing by Qin Lao's grave, and Lin Che rolled up his sleeves and started pulling it. Grandma Wu used a handkerchief to wipe the dust off the tombstone. Originally wanted to come to see you at the Qingming festival. I did not expect to come early. Your son to the bottom of the estimate is not accustomed to you as a father to bring him. He recognized the wrong. The original is not forgiven is your business. But, Grandma Wu thought of something, laughed twice, and with your character, should forgive him. Elder Qin died in his 60th year, and when he died he had a head full of gray hair and looked like a man in his 70s or 80s. There are signs before a person dies, and he touched his white hair and said, Hui Feng, before you die, can you dye this white hair black for me? To look younger. Grandma Wu rolled her eyes. Do people care if their hair is black or not when they're dead? Of course I care. When the time comes, those who come to mourn me. What if they see my gray hair and think I don't deserve you? Will they think I'm an old cow eating young grass? I'm only 3 years older than you. Why do I look so much older? Grandma Wu touched his hair and said, It's okay, by the time you shave your head bald you won't be able to see any gray hair. Would it look bad to be bald? You look good any way you want. And if you can't, you can wear a wig. That doesn't work. I'll just dye my hair. Dye it yellow. I've never tried to dye my hair in my life. When I die, the picture chosen for me on the tombstone, choose what I look like when I was young. Choose to be handsome. Forget it. I choose myself. The old man yelled at his partner to take the album. Pick and choose. Chose the wedding photo of him and his wife. He pointed to the photo and said, "This is the good one. When the time comes to crop me down, will it be inauspicious to choose the photo of the double? Or I'll choose another one." She pressed the photo and decided, "Let's go with this one. When I die, I'll use this one too." Buried in one piece, with the tombstones next to each other, it'll be a couple's photo. He smiled and said, "Good." Mentioned the burial, and then asked curiously, "Do you think cremation hurts? Does the body still feel pain? Do people have souls when they die? If there is a soul, where does it go? When will a person be reincarnated?" He was like 100,000 reasons, asking question after question. Grandma Wu didn't mind, quietly listening and occasionally responding. The two discussed life and death as if they were discussing today's weather. "I'll go down and try. And if the person does have a soul, I'll find a way to give you a dream about these problems." She did dream of the old man many times over the years, but in her dreams he just looked at her quietly without saying a word. "So, does cremation hurt or not? So, did you reincarnate? What did you become?" Master Qin did not dye his hair yellow. People died in a more ordinary day. He was lying on the hospital bed, holding the wedding photo, forever closed his eyes. Chapter 166, You haven't come to my dreams for a long time. When Elder Qin was chattering, Grandma Wu was too nagging, but when he left, he was suddenly quiet and not accustomed to it. She subconsciously talked to herself, seeking his advice on things, wanting to share with him, but when she opened her mouth no one responded, and even that phone card was cancelled by the staff. When people reach the age of always love to remember the past, will also give birth to a variety of assumptions, assuming that he did not die and live to the present. What kind of scenery? Grandma Wu stood by the grave, took out her lighter and began to light incense and burn paper. She had trouble with her hands and feet, and after lighting it several times, Lin Che saw it and wiped his hands and said, "Grandma, I'll do it." Grandma Wu handed it to him. "You do it." Lin Che squatted down to light the fire and glanced at the photo on the tombstone, the photo of Elder Qin. The 20-year-old Elder Qin was quite handsome. The black and white photo couldn't even hide his spiritedness. "Old man, this one burning money for you is your granddaughter-in-law. I brought him to see you for the first time today, so remember his face well, and bless him down there with peace and good health." Grandma Wu used to not believe in superstitions and gods and Buddhas, but after her loved ones passed away, she started to believe in them, hoping that there really are ghosts in the world so that she could see the person she longed to see. Mesmerized by the wind, Grandma Wu looked at the rising green smoke. "Gardenia, bring the lunchbox over." Inside the lunchbox were dumplings handmade by Grandma Qin. Old man in his life, his favorite food is his wife wrapped this hand dumplings, before he died, clutching her hand and said, "Hui Fang Ah, wait for me to die. Look at my tribute to put you do dumplings, to pickled cabbage and pork filling." Leeks and pork also come to a point. Stuffing should not be added to garlic. I heard that garlic repels ghosts. He didn't want to see her sad and dying, thinking about making her happy. Grandma Wu looked up at the sky. Today's weather is the same as the day he left. The weather is sunny, cloudless. He was lying in the hospital bed. 1 second was saying, "I cannot let go of you." The next second closed his eyes. How to call cannot wake up. Grandma Wu and Master Qin met on a blind date, and men and women in those days took one look at each other and then got married in their parents' arrangements in a haphazard manner. It didn't take long for her to get pregnant, and the labor was difficult and took a lot of effort to deliver. I heard from the nurses at the time that he was kneeling outside and crying so loud it was embarrassing. Not long after giving birth, Mr. Qin went for a ligation operation. At that time, the family could not afford to hire a sister-in-law. Most of the time he took care of the child, changing diapers, bathing, holding him in the sun, coaxing him to sleep. If the man can produce milk, I guess the person who feeds the milk is also him. Looking at the photo on the headstone, I can't avoid thinking about the past. He was holding the baby with a goofy face and bragging to her, "Look how well I breastfeed and change the diapers." With his son he did a lot of teaching, and with his granddaughter, she was in charge of bringing her up and he was in charge of teaching her. Every day is looking forward to granddaughter grows up, thinking and start worrying about Qin Jia's lifetime matters, worrying about her being street slips cheat. Master Qin likes to write diaries and take notes, so he simply wrote a book specifically for his granddaughter, Guardian Granddaughter Plan. It's full of how to solve all kinds of problems, and it also spells out what kind of men you can't have. One sugar cane man, sweet in the mouth. The more you chew the more crumbs you get in the back. Two long-eyed men, boring on the outside, hugely sweet on the inside, and really dark and hard when you get inside. 3 Yang Peach Man, the appearance looks good actually does not taste good. in the look of it, for the washing machine man, who first soaks you and then pesters you behind, then dumps it all and then hangs you out to dry. 5-wire guy, parallel lines, chatting about more than one at a time. You can energize each one and disconnect one if you're okay. 6 cinderblock man, when he's done warming up, he's left with a trail of crumbs. There are also what domestic violence men, cheating men, phoenix men, gnawing old men, drawing cakes men, under the head men, pusheen men, mom treasure men, have everything, so that Jean Gardenia in a small age has an in-depth understanding of men. Know the diversity of this group. The water is very deep. That's why, for the first 28 years, she would be uninterested in having a boyfriend. In addition to this, the old man also recorded in the Book of Survival, interpersonal communication, the details of doing things, the rational use of resources. Grandma Wu couldn't help but smile when she thought of this. Don't worry, this granddaughter-in-law of yours is no worse than you. After all, he was elected by me. These years, because of your education, Gardenia grows up very excellent, now can already be on their own. You single-handedly founded Gaga did not close down. Many people buy many people eat. In the help of small clear by more and more people like. I'm pretty good too. 81. Hardy, cussing without taking a breath. No one dares to mess with me. Compared to Master Chin, Grandma Wu is more rational, even to the extreme. She can personally destroy the feelings she cares about to the point of no return, and can even bear any price. Silent, in time to stop the meteor. She does not force, even if she cares a lot. With Grandma Wu's broken thoughts, the money and paper on the ground burned faster and faster, and Grandma Wu gave the tombstone a blank look. Take it slowly, no one is robbing with you. A stone was placed by the grave. Grandma Wu sat down when she was tired of standing, and paper money was thrown into the fire one by one, and the bright firelight illuminated the photo on the tombstone. You keep this photo. I can hardly remember your 60-year-old face. The old man liked to play horror movies when he was alive, knowing that she was afraid and still had to take her to watch them together, one crying and one laughing, and at night she was too scared to sleep, and she squeezed hard into his arms. He patted her back and coaxed, Hui Feng, you're so afraid of ghosts, I wouldn't dare to go to your dreams if I were dead. Then he died, and his body went into the incinerator, and when the door closed there was a crackling sound from inside, like fireworks, brilliantly blossoming from a short life. That day she hugged the tiny wooden box and said, I'm not afraid of ghosts now, so you must come and see me. As it turned out, he was good, coming only once in 10 days and half a month, sometimes longer, once a month. I'll see you next time. If you don't come to see me, then I'll have to go down and see you. There are a lot of wild gardenias in the mountain forest. This season is not yet in bloom, but the gardenia in front of the old man's grave has quietly blossomed, as if to meet his favorite person. When he died, Qin Zhang was still asking if his dad still hated him before he died. How can a father hate his son? In the days when the old man was sick, his memory was failing, his mind was not very flexible, and he often grabbed her hand and said that he wanted to take his son to fly a kite. He often referred to the past as unforgettable, impossible to let go of, and deeply apologetic. Any relationship, in the end, is a parting of the distance, people buried in a fire, a few green smoke, the wind will be scattered. Grandma Wu was hunched over, slowly walking down the hill with Lin Che's support. A breeze blew gently from behind her. Her heart trembled and she looked back violently. The thatch on the grave shook and shook with the wind. Hui Feng, walk slowly. Obviously the person was no longer there, but the words came to her ears from time to time. An unspeakable aggravation leapt out of her heart, and she lowered her head with teary eyes and forced down her tears. It's been a long time since you visited me in my dreams. Chapter 167, 3 Lucky Lives. When she arrived at the foot of the mountain, Grandma Wu opened her mouth and asked, when will you have the wedding? Lin Che started out thinking of having the wedding in the spring, but with all that has happened lately, is it appropriate for a wedding? Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che and calculated the time. Let's do the wedding in the second half of the year. You have to wait that long? Grandma Wu was not satisfied with the time and urged, no, I think we should have the wedding this month. The month ends in 10 days. That's too soon. Grandma Wu thought yes, a wedding is not a small matter. There are a lot of things to prepare. Too hasty and easy to do bad things. The loss is not worth it. Her body should still be able to hold out for a while. Next month then. Grandma Wu finalized the date. Jean Gardenia wanted to say something else, but Grandma Wu looked at her. It's a deal. Xiao Che should be very willing. Lin Che nodded his head. If he wasn't willing he wouldn't have directly announced his marriage on the day of the movie celebration. Go back and take wedding pictures. Jean Gardenia's wedding dress or Wu grandmother prepared. Last year, she was ready. She thought at first, granddaughter wear wedding dress must be beautiful. Not to wear a wedding dress once. Wedding dresses have. The groom's suit is not prepared, but the wedding everyone is looking at the bride. As the groom Lin Che good green leaf on it. He also customized a lot of private clothes and suits in these 2 months' time, all of which were in accordance with the colors and styles chosen by Qin Gardenia's preferences. Sitting in the car, Grandma Wu mentioned the movie Lin Che made. What are you going to do when you stop making movies in the future? Film and TV investment and production. The company is up and running and has signed a lot of people recently. Qin Wei's previous management of the film and television company has collapsed. Qin Gardenia took over, and immediately tore up those unequal contracts, so that the artists are free to choose to stay or go. Lin Che signed during this time. Most of them are from this company out. Understand the resume looks suitable and signed. Now the company is getting stronger by the day. The departments are organized and there is something for everyone. Grandma will love the movie Lin Che was in and felt quite sad when she heard that he wasn't acting anymore. I haven't seen a movie this good in a long time. I wish I could come back through this when I die. Qin Gardenia felt that this was unlucky and forbade her grandmother to say it again. Grandma Wu held her in her arms. Without realizing it, my Gardenia has grown so big that she's getting married. Qin family recently happened by the online moment concern. A moment derailment, a moment domestic violence, a moment cuckold, a moment dead, now also into the prison. The circle finally only left Qinjia, this only seedling. Some people took conspiracy theory direction to guess. Some people feel that this is karma. There are also people worry about Lin Che and Qin Gardenia's child. The future can still be the public examination. As for Qin Gardenia, there were also people who doubted her nature. With parents like that, would she have violence in her genes? Many people began to worry for Lin Che. These things, by Qin's public relations department, has been observed, but did not make a big problem. Watching the bad topic of heat rise, the public relations department to find the right time to dump a file of new topics. Lin Che Qin Jasmine wedding photos. Handsome men and women standing together don't mention how attractive. Lin Che, that originally dead silent microblogging, became a large show of love down the road, constantly updating wedding photos. Like it was said and like it wasn't. Fans liked and retweeted cool again. My brother. This pair, friendly to my eyes. Sister-in-law is so pretty. Brother, are you a member of the Qin family? If you are into the family, ask Mr. Qin. Do you want to add more people? I am willing to marry Sister Gardenia, even if it is a concubine. I am willing. Upstairs you're thinking beautifully. That said, I'd like to join the family. Join, not break it up. Every time Lin Che shows his face, I hate it. And the thought of not seeing this face on the big screen in the future makes my cheeks hurt from biting. Wedding photos are out. Is it time for a wedding? Can we have a live broadcast? Western wedding or Chinese wedding? Live streaming is fine. Let's live stream the cave together too. Whether it's red or white, make it yellow for me. I can have no one. But the bed of the CP I'm knocking on must have a 10th degree shock. Because they know that Lin Che has retired from the circle, the fans are more and more mouthy, saying all the words of the tiger and wolf, and the comments section letting fly cannot be seen. Lin Che's wedding, almost dry over the server. The heat out of the circle even abroad. No. On April 7th, it is advisable to marry. The wedding scene is not as grand as netizens would like, but it looks very cozy, and Lin Shi, as the only bridesmaid, is responsible for giving the ring, scattering flower petals, and handing out red envelopes. The hosts are the well-known directors Lu and He. The two directors fired up the atmosphere of the scene. If these two people do not do the director, they can change their profession to say comedy. The whole wedding site is designed and arranged by Lin Che. Everyone thought, Qin Jia's wedding, the flower prepared should be gardenia, but there were hundreds of flowers on the scene, and he didn't want to define Qin Gardenia by one. She can be as dazzling as a rose, or as brilliant as a sunflower. She can even be as tenacious and flamboyant as a cactus ball. Qin Gardenia holding the grandmother's hand, walking from the flowers, wedding dress draped on the ground, the pearl on the body step by step, thought, there are millions of flowers in the world, and when I look at you, there is only one left in the world. Lin Che looked dumbfounded eyes, couldn't help but go forward. Grandma Wu held Qin Gardenia's hand and handed her hand over to him. Child, Gardenia's future road will be walked by you with her. Just send her here. Time had gone by so fast. When she had fallen the right way, good karma had come out of it. Qin Jia thought she was very strong inside and seldom cried, but at this moment she couldn't hold back her tears and tightly grasped her grandmother's hand, unwilling to let go. Grandma Wu also reddened her eyes, gently patted Qin Gardenia's hand. Don't cry on the big day. The camera doesn't look good when it shoots out. Save your tears and save them for the night to cry. As if she accidentally said what was in her heart. Grandma Wu secretly glanced at the people underneath. There should be no outsiders to hear it. Grandma Wu's words amused Qin Jiao, her cheeks flashing scarlet. Lin Che looked solemn and said clearly word by word, Grandma, don't worry, I can definitely fulfill what I promised you, and I definitely won't forget. After saying that, he got down on one knee and stretched out his hand, beginning at the first sight stops at the end of the old age. In the name of love for the rest of the life, Beautiful Ms. Sheen, are you willing to marry me and spend the rest of the life with me? Sheen Gardenia smiled down and slowly dropped her hand on Lin Che's palm. Congratulations to the handsome Mr. Lin, for marrying such a good-looking bride today. 3 lifetimes, Lindsay cried out while scattering flower petals. If you didn't know better, you'd think her brother had gotten married. Chapter 168, Brother finally has a home. A lot of acquaintances came to Lin Che's wedding. Not many relatives and friends came from his side, mainly from the Chin family's side. The Chin family is at least a listed group, and there are a lot of cooperative partners alone. Far away in Y country, Jian Yu and get Qinjiao's wedding news after running back to the country all night. The result, just get off the airplane and be Jiang father to throw back. She cried so much in the airport that day that she even made it to the hot seat. It's been said that the internet has a memory, and once Qinwei was in prison she dug up Jiang Yu again. Passers-by still thought that Jiang Yu came back to see Qinwei, did not expect that he actually shouted at the airport to call out for Qin Jiao. Then it was raked out that Jiang Yu went to Y country that year to pursue Qin Gardenia, the second daughter of the Qin family, and the person he liked had always been his sister. Loves his sister and can't afford to back out of a marriage with her. Isn't that just a scumbag with 2 feet in 2 boats? When it was said that Qinwei was the queen of the sea, then Jiang Yu was the master of time management. Because of this incident, the original Jiang family has stabilized. The stock began to tumble again. Angry Jiang Yun want to dump the burden not to do. The 2 oldest members of the Jiang family didn't come because they felt ashamed, and they let Jiang Yu bring a congratulatory gift with her share of the money. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Che on the stage. He was so focused and warmly looking at Qin Jiao. There was no extra spare light to share with others. What a beautiful bride today. Even she couldn't help stopping to look at her. She had done emotional scenes with Lin Che, and she had thought that Lin Che's lover looked just like what he acted in the movie. But in reality, the acting was not as good as 1/10 of what he was doing now, to the extent that bystanders would be heartbroken. It's been more than 5 months since the movie was shot, and Jiang Yu hasn't even been out of the movie until now. He would subconsciously prick up his ears when he heard Lin Che's name, couldn't help but peek at him, followed him, searched for news about him on the internet, and flipped through his circle of friends every day. There is a saying that anyone is beautiful under the cherry blossom tree. Jiang Yu felt that this sentence was not entirely true. Toad under the cherry blossom tree and flower fairy under the cherry blossom tree. Anyone would choose the latter. The beauty is mutual fulfillment. Lin Che was fine, and so was Qin Jiao, who stood with him. She's beautiful, noble, elegant, intelligent. She's so good she'd be ashamed of herself if it was her. There is no sure way for anyone to win. You know, when Qin Gardenia chose to flash marry Lin Che still had nothing. His reputation wasn't too good, and the key had been adopted by Qinwei. In her place, even if she fell in love with Lin Che at first sight, she wouldn't be able to make up her mind to be with him. When she weighs the pros and cons, she's already lost. Not to mention that at first, she sneered at him because of a few words from Qinwei, questioning his ability to work and doubting his character. After pronouncing the wedding vows, Lin Che took the ring from Lin Che's hand to put it on for Qin Jiao. His whole hand was trembling, and he carefully put that ring on her ring finger. He held Qin Jiao's hand, just like holding the absolute treasure. You could visibly see the redness in the corners of his eyes after putting on the ring. Lin She couldn't stop her tears. Jiang Yu also wanted to cry. When she turned her head and saw Lin Che's snot bubbles crying out, she didn't hold back her laughter. She handed out tissues to comfort her. Alright, don't cry. I'm happy. Lindsay blew her nose, her voice hoarse. Brother finally has a home. After the wedding ceremony, Qin Gardenia changed into a set of toasting clothes. Red dress, backless design, waist tie a bow, slightly curled long hair naturally smooth in the waist, ear don't have a gardenia. The whole person bright and noble and no loss of innocence. Qin Gardenia who changed into a skirt spun around in front of Lin Che. Does it look good? Lin Che applauded. It looks good. The red color suits you. Qin Gardenia happily came up and hooked his neck to give a fragrant kiss, the scent of wine filling her lips and teeth. This day, it was more tiring than imagined. Lin Che was okay, but his heart ached for Qin Jiao. Everyone else was focusing on Qin Gardenia's face as well as her figure. Only Lin Che had been looking at her heels, watching her step on her high heels for fear of her falling and worrying about rubbing her feet. Are your feet tired? Not tired. While her mouth said that she wasn't tired, her body leaned towards Lin Che's arms. You chose the shoes. They're comfortable to wear. They don't wear out your feet. Lin Che pays close attention to details. No Qin Gardenia's shoe size. Let someone customize, both to look good and to be comfortable. The heel is made of special material, soft and close to the foot not to wear the foot. Lin Che personally tried before letting the master customized. For the sake of the wedding, Lin Che hadn't gotten much rest in the past few days, and last night was a rare case of insomnia. Obviously, after all he's been through, and it's been months since he received his marriage license, he still gets nervous about the wedding, especially on the way to pick up the bride. With her heart beating fast and her palms sweating, the only way to feel solid is to hold her tightly in your arms. The wedding heat was on from morning to night, and the servers got stuck in the middle of it. Towards the evening, Lin Che sent the guests away until the last person had left. Jean Gardenia had already returned to the new house early, saying that she wanted to prepare a surprise for Lin Che. Grandma Wu suddenly came to Lin Che's side and patted his shoulder. Go back quickly, Gardenia is waiting for you at home. Don't make her wait impatiently, tonight belongs to you. Often being teased by Grandma Wu, Lin Che was already used to it. Grandma, aren't you going back with us? I'm going back to Loon Island. One has to be self-aware that ambient light is still a light bulb no matter how good it is. Lin Che hurriedly arranged for the driver to send Grandma Wu back. As for Lin Shi, she had long since taken a taxi and left. When the lively return to calm, life seems to return to the original point. Let a person's heart empty. However, as long as the thought of Jean Gardenia he and full of expectation, tiredness swept away, came to power. It's not far from home, a 10-minute drive. Within the speed limit, the car was driven to the maximum, and as soon as the car stopped, Lin Che ran upstairs, his fingers furiously pressing the elevator. Fingerprints unlocked the door. Lin Che just went in and heard Qin Jiao shouting at him from inside. Honey, is that you back? I'm back. You finally came back. Come and save me. Jean Gardenia's voice was trembling and her breath was unsteady, as if she was enduring something. Lin Che did not go into details, only heard her mouth say save. People panicked, did not even change shoes before rushing in. The sound came from the bedroom, only to see Jean Gardenia sitting on her knees on a bed covered in flower petals. She was wearing a white nightgown and her body was wrapped in a red ribbon. The ribbon is folded in the center and placed around the neck, with the sides hanging down from the forehead, and knots are tied at the clavicle, middle of the chest, raphe, and pubic bone in that order. Grandma taught her that turtle armor bondage. A person is not good to operate, can only barely bind a few times, just a few times. Sweat came out. Jean Gardenia was satisfied with her results because at this point, Lin Che was already looking dumbfounded. Honey, what are you waiting for? Come help me unwrap it. She waited for him to unwrap it like a gift. Good. Lin Che was like a new soldier, obeying his officer's orders and stepping over in a proper march. The room was also lit with flirtatious incense and ambient lighting was on. The home is still the same, and the bed is the same bed that I often sleep in, but it just feels familiar and strange. Chapter 169, You Are the Wind on Earth. Filling my dreams. Lin Che walked over to him, 10 fingers that didn't look like his, each busy with his own. Jean Gardenia tied the knot by herself. Also don't know how she bolted it, actually tied a dead knot. Lin Che bent down to unravel the ribbon. Jean Gardenia was moving around in his arms, kissing his chin for a while, biting his bow tie for a while. The rope was untied, and Lin Che's cheeks were red and sweaty. It's not even summer yet. Why is it so hot? He knew that Jean Gardenia liked to prepare surprises, and he often enjoyed them, thinking that this was as far as she got with her tricks. But the next time would be unexpected. Just he expects it every time. And every time he expects it, he is not disappointed. You untie my ribbon and I'll untie your bow tie. Lin Che bent down and watched as Qin Jiao reached out and removed his bow tie. She didn't throw it away but wore it around her neck like a choker. At this moment, Lin Che was like a beast waiting for an opportunity in the jungle. He watched Jean Gardenia rolling around on the petal-covered bed, watched her scattering the petals, watched the nightgown with few pieces of fabric on her body, the red petals sticking to her body as if they were falling one kiss after another, playing around enough a little hungry. Qin Jian also prepared strawberry chocolate cake. She picked up the cake. I prepared the cake. Eat? Light prepared cake did not prepare fork look is intentional. Jean Gardenia stretched tongue licked. Seemingly inadvertent action in fact are by her carefully designed. I don't like strawberries. You eat them for me. She picked up a strawberry with her hand and put it to Lin Che's lips, and this time, without the need for her to purposely lure him, he opened his mouth and ate the strawberry as well as took in her fingertips. He locked onto Jean Gardenia tightly, slowly savoring the strawberry in his mouth. The juice of the strawberry was sweet. Is it good? It's delicious. Lin Che's eyes don't look like he's eating cake. They look like he's eating people. Like being scalded by his fiery gaze. Qin Jiao's hand shivered, and the cake in her hand fell on her body. The black chocolate eye-catching and eye-catching. Jean Gardenia looked at him with an innocent face. The cake fell. She was about to reach out to pick it up when Lin Che clutched her wrist and pressed it to the bed. No need to pick it up. I'll eat it slowly. Lin Che is still holding that red ribbon in his hand, and when he is in the depths of his feelings, he asks Qin Jiao, who taught you that? Jean Gardenia drank wine. Her eyes were foggy, and she answered whatever Lin Che asked. At the mention of this, she had a little smug look on her face, a look that begged for compliments. It's grandma. I can do it as soon as I'm taught. Clever, isn't it? Smart. Lin Che kissed her forehead, taking away a few beads of sweat. Hubby will teach you too. The ribbon was long enough for Lin Che to press down on Qin Zhao's hands, wrap her wrists, and then blindfold her. Losing her vision makes her more reactive. Lin Che picked her up and walked out of the bedroom to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. He knew that Qin Gardenia had always loved floor-to-ceiling windows. There's a bug with these mirrors. You can't see inside from the outside during the day, and at night the inside is clearly visible. But as long as there's a veil covering it, you won't have to worry about being seen. Lin Che held her in front of the floor-to-ceiling window so she was facing out. Know where we are? Lose vision. Can only see, touch to feel. Qin Gardenia first touched a layer of yarn. After that touched the cold glass. Parlor? Afraid of being seen? Qin Gardenia shook her head. You can't afford to give it up. Yes, he couldn't spare it. With his hand pressed against the window and his back to Lin Che, Qin Zhao's entire body was in his arms. The hand resting on her waist acted as support, and once she lost it, she immediately went limp. Lin Che raised his head and looked outside through the slit, undoing the ribbon around Qin Zhao's face when she was about to lose her grip. Wife, look outside. What's out there? Qin Gardenia obediently looked out. The sky was a drone show, because you can't set off fireworks, so Lin Che hired a team to design it. A sky full of stars gathered in the sky. 10,000 drones, extravagant romance, a top-notch light show, people outside cheering, people inside cheering. As the drones in the sky scattered like fireworks, white stars scattered and fell. Like it? Qin Gardenia couldn't control her scream, her hands gripping the curtains, her bones whitening. Love it. Just like it. Saying that, he gently lifted Qin Gardenia's chin and lowered his head to kiss it. A million lights outside, and I kissed my earth. Qin Gardenia in his heart is very important. If must use what to describe, then she is the earth's 1 or 2 winds. Fill my 100,000 800,000 dreams. The gardenia is more than a multitude of trees, and the earth is more than the end of sincerity. This night, they did what they wanted to do, got crazy together, screamed together, got slightly drunk together, and did the unspeakable together. Bodies with mist clinging to each other, a beautiful rhythm, an ensemble melody. At this moment, they are lovers blessed by the world. The drone show topped the Hot 100, lasted all night and made the news due to the heat. Prison. The inmates have to get up early every day and assemble in formation for roll call, after which they are assigned work. Qinwei was assigned to step on the sewing machine these days, and she struggled to learn this, getting her hand pierced by the sewing machine on the first day. The old her wouldn't even pick up a broom when it fell in front of her, let alone do her chores. The last few days in jail, it was like she did all the chores she hadn't done in 26 years. She used to watch the maids do their chores thinking that it was quite simple. Take Lin Che for example. One person can do many things. Every single one of them can be done well. He can do whatever he is told to do. Even if he repeats it countless times he won't get impatient. When she did, she realized that scrubbing and cleaning with cold water in the winter made her fingers cold and sore, and that bending over for long periods hurt her back and knees. This kind of life was boring and tiring, like she couldn't see the head. She already felt tired enough doing this, and the Lin Che at the beginning, the work was 10 times as much as here. As for the food, like this steamed bread Qinwei used to not even look at a glance, and now it is even more difficult to eat, also have to swallow, mixed with tears to swallow. Her well-cared-for hair became dry, her thin fingers began to callous and were covered in cuts, her skin no longer glowed, becoming dull, even her eyes were empty. Qinwei didn't even dare to look in the mirror now, and she didn't want to admit that it was her in the mirror. She thought it was a demon, a soul-devouring demon. In a prison dormitory, the night is not quiet, someone snores, someone rolls over, and there are footsteps outside. Qinwei is a light sleeper and has to brew for a long time before she can fall asleep every night, but when she does, she has nightmares about demons coming out of the mirror. She woke up in shock, her mouth open to scream. The people here wouldn't be as spoiled as the people outside, squeezing her at the slightest hint of displeasure. Wouldn't fight and just wouldn't fight in front of the guards. Like at night during bedtime, the silence was more like the hibernation before a storm. Most of the inmates who were brought in were violent, and the hostility was suppressed for so long that there was no place for it to go. When she heard Qinwei wailing, the nearest female inmate rolled out of bed and kicked her, then dragged her by the hair and threw her into the toilet. If you don't want to sleep, guard the latrine. Chapter 170, It's food, not love. Qinwei was dragged to the bathroom, struggling to get up, suddenly to the window at night, like a mirror to reflect her figure. Woefully ugly is a crazy person. She suddenly let out a scream, just out of the sound of the female inmates gagged, and then slapped her in the face 2 slaps. What about calling your mom? Do you want to die? I've put up with you for a long time. I'm sick of rich people like you. With that, he grabbed Qinwei's hair and pressed it into the bucket filled with cold water. The weather has turned warmer this time of year, but the nights are so warm that the cold water stings and douses one to the bone. Qinwei was pressed in the cold water, tasted the pain of suffocation. She nearly struggled to knock over the pain. the whole person paralyzed on the ground. The female prisoner, with a vicious stare, kicked her twice in the stomach. After taking a few hits, Shinwei began to resist as well, taking advantage of the fact that she was holding the woman's leg hard enough to bite down. "I brown your mom." Shinwei used all her strength before she pressed her to the ground and threatened, "If you make a move on me here, I'll get you killed when you get out of prison." Who doesn't know how to talk tough? If she puts up with bullying in prison, she'll always be bullied. The female prisoner looked like she had heard a funny joke. "Get me killed? What do you want to kill me with? Do you still think you're Miss Chin? Your father is not your father. He's dead. Your mom is in jail. It's not certain if you'll get out alive. You're not the Chin family's seed. You don't have any power or influence. Just like me. Are you trying to get me killed with your thin arms and legs? You've been in jail for so long, and you're still daydreaming. Come on, let's see if I'll screw you up here first, or if you'll kill me when you get out." After saying that, she pushed Shinwei out with one force, wrapping her head in the toilet rag and slamming it against the wall. The prisoners locked up here did more labor than Shinwei, were stronger and more agile than her, and beating her was easy. Shinwei did have some trouble recognizing her situation. She was now down and out and in jail, but still carried a few highs and lows in her personality. This kind of arrogance only caused discomfort in the heart and a desire to teach her a hard lesson. The female inmate let off steam and beat her for a few minutes before leaving her where she was and going back to bed. Anywhere is weak and strong. Survival of the fittest. Shinwei can't adapt. Then she can only be bullied. Shinwei lay on the ground for a long time. Not that she did not want to get up, but the body is too painful, like being pulled out of the sinews and broken bones. Until she began to shiver, she got up from the ground. She changed clothes, involved in the body's injuries, can't cry, can't make a sound, and even change clothes can only be careful to change for fear of attracting severe beatings again. She knew that no one here liked her, and she certainly didn't care to be liked by them. She despised the people here, and she wouldn't even give them a second glance if she were outside. This kind of character is most hated, so when they saw her being beaten, no one stepped in to help. They all watched. Shinwei lay on the bed, unable to sleep, until the morning bell. Facing the prison guard, she would have wanted to complain, but a pair of a few female prisoners' threatening gaze, to the edge of the mouth words and swallowed back. Watching the news at 7 o'clock sharp, she wasn't interested in the news and stared at the screen in a daze until Lin Che's figure appeared on the TV and her eyes lit up with a dull expression. On the TV, Lin Che stood with Qin Jiao in a white suit. They got married. Nope, they were married a long time ago, and now they're just making up for it. Shinwei thought she had long since become numb, but when she saw the name about Lin Che, she would still subconsciously pay attention and focus her gaze on him. The image had flashed by, but Lin Che's figure was firmly engraved in her mind. These days when she was ostracized and mocked, left out in the cold, and beaten, the thing she thought about the most was Lin Che. She's only been locked in for half a month and she can't take it anymore. How did Lin Che last those 5 years? How could she have been so bad to him in the first place? Wantonly spoiling other people's bodies and dignity will be retributed. Shinwei repented. Every time she thought of Lin Che, she would deeply condemn herself in the beginning. Nowadays, Lin Che was the moon on high, which she could see but could never reach. The world is all empty-handed. She lost every moonlight as she should lose. This is going to be a long time. The fate of the world. Not to see each other again. It is difficult to see. At breakfast time, the inmates line up to get their breakfast, where there is no choice but to be fed. Shinwei has a small appetite. Eat less every day. Have eggs to eat eggs with some porridge to swallow. No eggs, just drink porridge. The steamed buns are dry. The buns are hard to eat. The noodles are soft and collapsed. Today Shinwei took all that she could, and the dinner plate was loaded with a lot of them, so if she didn't finish them she would be penalized. Shinwei took steamed buns. She lined up behind. Steamed buns to her hand has been cold. Only the middle of a bit of residual temperature. Dry steamed buns without water is difficult to swallow. It was obviously soft, but it cut my throat. Shinwei gulped into her mouth and stuffed the steamed buns. Swallowed hard. Did not drink water. Slowly she tasted a little salty taste in her mouth. She lowered her head and looked at the table with a few drops of water beads. 1 or 2, converged together. She swallowed all of the 2 fist-sized steamed buns, and also ate all of the bowl of thin rice, salted vegetables and eggs. Ate until the end of the stomach to hold up a little vomit. She still wanted to eat. Still feel hungry. Feel the emptiness in the stomach, wanting to fill it with something. Binge eating is an emotional problem. She used to not understand people who binge eat. Why they continue to eat when they can't. Throwing up while eating, and then eating again. It turned out to be a lack of happiness. It is not the food but the emotions that want to eat, and because they cannot be comforted, they want to seek comfort and salvation in food. But food is food, and a cold bun is not love. Time in prison was not hers, being strictly allocated with no extra time for her to digest her emotions, and after eating the guards began assigning them tasks. Shinwei worked like a robot. looking up at the high wall in the distance, and for a moment, she seemed to have forgotten what's on the other side of the wall. She remembered her paper-thin life over there, spending money on fun, being coaxed and cosseted and taken care of, and how she used to be unsatisfied with thousands and thousands of dishes, and now it was a luxury to even think about having a bowl of chicken soup. She misses her wearing high fashion, carrying designer bags and driving around recklessly in her sports car. Miss the queen-size bed at home, miss nestling on the couch and playing games. I miss the time when I used to sleep as long as I wanted. She looked up at the sky again. It was almost summer. Today's weather was at 25 degrees. It was warm, but she felt cold, so cold her bones ached. Every time a change of season, her skin will be allergic. These days and dry and itchy. By the sun, face was sunburned. She touched her face. This year 26 years old. Her skin began to be rough and grow some fine lines, and even grew gray hair. How did she become so old? Chapter 171, We're not afraid of tears, but they're worth it. The movie won numerous awards and was named Best Movie, with director Liu and director Ho winning Best Director, making it the first time in history that two directors won an award together. Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor and Actress, Best Screenplay. The coward took a slam dunk at the festival on his own. Lin Che is even holding 2 trophies, selected as the Best Actor for his superb acting skills, becoming a well-deserved movie star, and relying on the interlocking script to get the Best Screenplay. Today's styling was done for him by Chin Gardenia. His hair was trimmed after it was long and combed into a big back head, matched with a black suit, thick eyebrows and starry eyes, cold profile. The corner of his mouth rose with a spirited smile. Chin Gardenia is also at the scene, just sitting below. The scene came a lot of people. The position is full. Chin Gardenia's position is not conspicuous, but Lin Che can see her at a glance. The two of them look at each other across the sea of people and smile. The camera caught it accurately and gave the two a shot. Live pop-up, brother is happy again today. You really can't leave your wife for a moment. Lin Che held the trophy and said the prepared lines out. Nothing more than some official words, acknowledgements and such. Taking the prize and retiring from the circle, he has no regrets in this life, and he has drawn a happy ending to his career as an actor. Remember the first time you were an actor? The first short play he acted in was at the age of 19, playing the sunny boy number 2. And inside the play he was sunny and cheerful, being a rich kid who didn't lack for money. Outside of the theater, his parents died and he was running around for money every day. He was in repressed pain during that time, and when it came time to act, he was able to forget about that pain and could get a brief moment of relaxation. Lin Che likes to do things with a beginning and an end in mind, even if it's an unreasonable stand-in contract. Since he signed it for 5 years, he'll honestly do it for the full 5 years. After entering the show business, he also wanted to make a career and see how far he could go. The effort was not enough, and he succeeded. The first time he got the trophy, Lin Che went down to the stage and hugged Qin Zhao, sharing the joy with her. It was Jiang Yu's turn to take the stage, and she also won Best Actress for the movie The Coward. She did well in the movie, but it's undeniable that most of the time her acting skills were mobilized by Lin Che, and she definitely couldn't have done this alone. So she was very grateful to Lin Che for choosing her in the first place, and being able to act with Lin Che, she gained a lot and made a lot of progress. And with achievements in her hands, endorsements came with her, and her value rose, and she managed to get into the first tier. The host mobilized the atmosphere and suddenly asked Jiang Yu, I heard that you couldn't come out for a long period of time after playing a coward. You were too deep into the drama. Is that true? Jiang Yu graciously admitted. It's true. Her role in it is mainly the rivalry with Lin Che. Too deep into the scene to get out of the scene. Is it because of Lin Che? Reporters on the scene smelled the gossip, and marketing headlines were thought up. Jiang Yu fell in love with Lin Che because she was too deep into the drama. This kind of emotional gossip is the favorite food of the netizens nowadays. They don't care about the person's achievements. Instead, they like to go deeper into her private life feelings. If Jiang Yu dared to admit that she liked Lin Che, she would be criticized even if she was too deep in the drama. And what about you now? I've let go of the character. I'm now approaching another movie now. Also a character I really like. Like in the movie, the road has to go forward. Your own road is all about other people walking with you. Then you'll never be yourself. Everything is all about everything and everything is from joy. I want to be myself. The young met 2 stunning people will be trapped for life. Jiang Yu is still in junior high school. By chance on someone else's cell phone brushed to a short drama. On the inside of the second man for a long time cannot forget. She thought this is love. The results of half a year less than the time to forget. It wasn't until 6 years later that she saw Lin Che again and turned that figure over from her memory. People who are wowed at first glance can also wow you a second time. How long will it take to completely forget this one? Jiang Yu also has her own path she wants to take, such as winning all the awards and producing more good works in the future. She also wanted to be the presence that wowed others. There is more to her than her feet. She is going out to face the world. Trying to create bonds with others involves the risk of shedding tears. Actually, the line that follows is, we are not afraid to shed a tear, but, make it worth it. She felt it was worth it, because knowing Lin Che had gained her more than losing her. As for her future love life, Jiang Yu was not discouraged. After all, the future was still so long. Who could say what would happen in the future? After taking the award, the director organized a dinner together. The crew atmosphere is very good. There is no hierarchy. The relationship is better than colleagues. The female supporting actress who won the award today signed under Lin Che's company name. She toasted to Lin Che, Mr. Lin, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have died. Before I received the cowardly script, I thought my life was over. I couldn't see a way out. You probably don't know. Those 2 days I was editing my suicide note, and I still have the sleeping pills that I've been accumulating on my nightstand. She cried as she said it, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you for giving me a chance. For giving me the opportunity to see the light. To know that I still have value, that I still have a way to go. Lin Che raised his cup. Your road is still long. I wish you a bright future. A large part of the reason Lin Che chose to set up an agency was because he thought of himself at the time, and because he had gotten wet himself. He wanted to hold an umbrella for others as well. A film festival. Lin Che received a lot of business cards. Familiar and sincere want to cooperate. There are also some film and television bosses want to invest in a share of the pie. When you have value, people come with assets. The essence of networking is not to know each other, but to get what you need, and your value determines how others treat you. Nowadays, Lin Che has made achievements and won major awards, and everyone sees immeasurable value in him, not to mention the fact that he was now backed by the Qin family and had married a wife like Qin Gardenia. At present, Lin Che has already begun to shoot a new film. Still familiar team. The news just went out on the hot search. The audience is looking forward to the new movie, hoping to create history to refresh the results. Lin Che didn't drink, using water as a substitute for alcohol, and no one dared to persuade him to drink. Lin Che likes to take care of Qin Zhao. In the matter of being good to her, how to do it never feels enough. Slowly has become a habit. He knows what Qin Gardenia likes to eat. After serving the food, Flesh Eye sweeps a circle. Before Qin Gardenia can see clearly, Lin Che has already pinched her favorite dish into her bowl and turn it to her front. It would come naturally to peel her shrimp, pick at the fish, and remember her taboos. Everyone at the table was snickering and marveling at how well the couple was doing. Lin Che put the fish into Qin Zhao's bowl. Qin Gardenia ate a small mouthful, suddenly took a paper towel to cover her mouth, and her movements were stiff, as if she had been pressed the pause button. Lin Che looked at her with such seriousness and concentration that he was able to capture her steeply changing face in the first place. What's wrong? Is the fish not good or are you not feeling well? Chapter 172, Be Protected. Qin Gardenia met Lin Che's worried gaze. It's fine. I just suddenly don't really want to eat fish. Then we'll eat the rest. What do you want? Qin Gardenia looked at the dishes on the table and whispered to Lin Che. Recently, I want to eat some heavy flavored dishes, such as sour and spicy ones. The dishes on this table were all relatively light, and Lin Che looked around before aiming for a sweet and sour pork with acid. Will sweet and sour pork be okay? Just a little. Lin Che chucked a small piece of sweet and sour pork in her bowl and saw that she ate it without discomfort before putting his heart down. He was curious. Qin Gardenia taste has always been light. How suddenly want to eat taste heavy? Lin Che didn't think much of it. Add some dishes. How about boiled beef? Qin Gardenia shook her head. I've eaten almost all of it. Didn't eat enough to go back and give you an extra meal. The home refrigerator has plenty of dishes. Lin Che likes to cook for Qin Zhao. Every time he sees her eating revealing a satisfied expression, he has a special sense of accomplishment. Even though Qin Gardenia said that her body was fine, Lin Che was still worried and hurriedly ate dinner before taking Qin Gardenia away. It was still early when he went back. Lin Che took off his jacket. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Qin Gardenia, I'm not hungry now. I don't want to eat. You go take a bath first. Won't you wash them together? Couples often bathe together and have nothing to be ashamed of. Qin Gardenia refused. Lin Che stood by the bed and took off his shirt and suit pants to take a shower. It didn't take long for the sound of water running to come from inside, and Qin Gardenia got up and took out a box of pregnancy tests from a drawer, getting up and heading for the guest guard. A few minutes later, she pinched the pregnancy test and leaned outside the bathroom, looking at the figure looming in the frosted door. Qin Gardenia took a deep breath and shouted inside, "Husband." Qin Gardenia rubbed the pregnancy test in her hand. "I'm pregnant." Lin Che's movement stopped. Qin Gardenia thought that he was not heard, so she quickly repeated, "Hubby, I said I am pregnant." In the middle of his words, Lin Che pulled open the shower door with a brush. Lin Che's dripping body appeared in front of her. Qin Zhao's afterglow unintentionally glanced down. Her heartbeat accelerated and she felt her body heat up. Hot air gushed out. Lin Che gripped the door handle tightly. The veins in his arm bulged. His body flushed with wetness. He looked at Qin Jiao. I heard you. The two looked at each other and laughed together the next second. Lin Che scratched the back of his head, so happy that he didn't know where to put his hands. His mood at the moment, like a gushing soda. The excitement factor was flowing rapidly in his body. His heart was floating, so happy that it was a little bit unreal, infected by the smile under his eyes. Jean Gardenia smiled along with him. She tugged the towel off the wall. You done showering? You want to wash it when it's done? I'll help you wash it. Lin Che wanted to hug her now, but was afraid of hurting her. Jean Gardenia took a bath towel and wiped his body, like a big dog, from his hair to his shoulders, his chest, his belly. Lin Che's sprayed out breath was hot. Qin Jiao wiped him. He lowered his head and obediently let her wipe it. The first time they fell in love. The first time they kissed. The first time they aired. There were too many firsts in life that were done with Lin Che, and now they had crossed over into new territory. The first time they were parents. The two are both excited and nervous about this baby. Lin Che, in particular, was far more tense, his expression stiffening along with his neck. She pulled the towel over his head and rubbed it haphazardly, rubbing away his nervousness before offering to sip at his lips again on her tiptoes. The moment she kissed up, Lin Che quickly reacted, his body subconsciously closing with her, then gently avoiding her belly holding her back waist. The two were already familiar with kissing, subconsciously opening their mouths and hooking their tongues with no small amount of strength, with a kind of gentle affection that was deliberately held back. Jean Gardenia tilted her head and took the initiative to contain his lower lip, gently sucking on it before opening her mouth and saying, "Accompany me to do a pregnancy test tomorrow. Don't be nervous." Even though he didn't say anything, Jean Gardenia could tell he was nervous. Lin Che tried to calm himself down. Okay, I'm not nervous. Jean Gardenia was under more pressure than he was, and he couldn't afford to mess up at a critical time. There is a lot of water on the floor. Lin Che picks up Jean Gardenia as soon as he can. The bath towel on his head falls on the floor. He steps on the towel and goes back to the bedroom, sits on the edge of the bed and holds Jean Gardenia on his lap and sits there. Is there anything wrong with your body? Jean Gardenia shook her head. No, also just now when eating fish feel fishy flavor want to vomit. What do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Gardenia grabbed his arm. I want to eat you. No strenuous exercise during pregnancy. Can't you be gentle? Hurt your body, protect the child. Lin Che had done his homework. Not to mention strenuous exercise, even kissing could only be appropriate so as not to make the fetus uncomfortable. Many expectant mothers' needs become greater during pregnancy, and he can fulfill her in other ways. Of course, Jean Gardenia knew about this knowledge, but she still drooped her face and looked sullen. Lin Che touched her face and soothed her. Bear with it for the first 3 months. When the fetus stabilizes, it will be fine. Let her 3 months can't eat meat. Jean Gardenia heart gritted teeth. After all, used to eating meat who still want to eat clear soup. Qin Jiao hated herself for not meeting Lin Che earlier. It was better to know him when he was 18 or 19, so that she could also eat meat for a few more years. She wasn't interested when her grandmother first introduced her, and now it's catching up with her. However, at that time she was far away from home and did not have the time. Every time she returned to the country is a rush back to a trip. Lin Che is also busy. Hard not to touch a time. Then you have to satisfy me. Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che with seductive eyes. This was also a tough challenge for Lin Che. There was endurance to come. Worried that Jean Gardenia would fall in the shower, Lin Che clamped non-slip mats on the bathroom floor and laid a cozy carpet in the bedroom. Qin Jiao went to take a bath, and Lin Che was on guard outside. When he heard her say she wanted water, he immediately went to the kitchen and mixed up a glass of lemonade. When they sleep at night, both of them like to lie on their side in the same direction, which makes it convenient for Lin Che to hold Jean Gardenia in his arms, and he carefully caresses Jean Gardenia's abdomen, unable to believe that with such a thin body, there is a little life in her stomach, and it is a fusion of his and her blood. With a successful career and a pregnant wife, he's going to be a dad. Once he thought of this, Lin Che couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. Once Lin Che started to think about one thing, he would think especially deeply, such as fetal education, pregnant women's diet, giving birth to a child's upbringing, but at the moment the most important thing to focus on was Qin Jiao's body. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Jean Gardenia thought for a moment. Sour soup dumplings, with more spice and more acid. Eat more, you're too skinny now. You have to raise a little more meat, otherwise when your stomach gets big in the future, it'll be like a chopstick hanging a balloon, and you'll be wobbly when you walk. Chapter 173, I'm going to be a father. Jean Gardenia laughed, which is so exaggerated. Pregnancy weight gain control within reasonable range is healthy. Lin Che nodded and buried his head in her shoulder and neck. Wife has worked hard for you. Jean Gardenia's heart was soft, playing with Lin Che's long fingers. I'm very happy and blissful now. I didn't feel hard. Adding a new family member means nothing. It means that there will be one more person who loves Lin Che in the future. Lin Che decided to hire one more aunt, and to arrange for a nutritionist, and the family needed a family doctor. While Lin Che was still shattered, Qin Zhao had already fallen asleep on his arm, her hair rubbing against his face, and he could smell the fragrance of her body very clearly. Recently, Lin Che's sleep has always been very good, but tonight he had some insomnia. His emotions were redundant and inexplicably hyperactive. Listening to the sound of the wind coming from outside the screen window, it was only in the latter part of the night that he couldn't resist sleepiness and went to sleep. Didn't adjust the alarm clock. When it came to the point, naturally woke up. Lin Che carefully put Qin Zhao down, tucked in the quilt, got up and went to cook. Halfway through, I suddenly remembered that I had to fast for the pregnancy test. He put the dumplings back and made congee instead, which he put in an insulated lunchbox with the kimchi he made, which was sour and appetizing. Lin Che was also inexperienced and didn't know what pregnant women like to eat, and thought that in the past, when pregnant people on TV regurgitated their stomachs, they would eat some sour plums to suppress it. He googled some more sour plums, took a look at the ingredient list, was unsure, and finally decided to buy some and make his own at home. Auntie also woke up and seeing Lin Che busy in the kitchen, she walked up and asked, "Mr. Lin, you're up so early again? What are you going to make for breakfast?" "I'm going to be a dad." Auntie raises her sleeve, "Huh?" For the first time, I saw a wave of silliness on that face of Lin Che's as he grinned and repeated, "I'm going to be a father." I think she remembered asking what she was having for breakfast, but hearing that Qin Gardenia was pregnant, Auntie was also very happy and hurriedly said, "Congratulations, where is Mr. Qin?" "She's still sleeping. I'll take her to her labor and delivery later." Auntie reminds, fasting is required for maternity tests. I know. Lin Che was in a good mood. A morning with a smile. Auntie watched him busy in the house. Busy kitchen, busy living room, and then went to the balcony. Said to a few pots of gardenia potted plants that have not yet blossomed, "I'm going to be a father. When are you guys going to bloom?" "It's stupid." Auntie was about to laugh. Suddenly saw Qin Gardenia come out from the bedroom. Obviously just now Lin Che's words were also heard by her. Her eyes contained a smile. Obviously there was no sun, but she was like bathing in the sunshine. So warm. Lin Che brought along an insulated lunchbox so that Qin Zhao could eat breakfast directly after her pregnancy test, avoiding her hypoglycemia. Homegrown hospital. Just call and go straight there. Quick checkup process. 6 weeks pregnant. A noticeable little cloud of shadows on the photo. Lin Che stood aside, looking at the screen for a while, looking at Qin Zhao's stomach for a while, chasing after the doctor to ask for precautions. Qin Gardenia was pregnant, and such good news naturally had to be told to her grandmother. Coming out of the hospital, Lin Che held her hand tightly and got into the car to see that she had finished her breakfast before he drove to Luzhou to have dinner with his grandmother. Picking up Lin Che along the way, telling her grandmother about Qin Gardenia's pregnancy, Grandma Wu was naturally overjoyed. Lin Che was also surprised and speechless, with her mouth wide open, and only after a long time did she mutter to herself, "I'm going to be an aunt?" Grandma Wu had someone boil fish soup to replenish Qin Zhao's body. Lin Che, "Grandma, Gardenia can't drink fish soup lately. She has some regurgitation." Grandma Wu asked, "Stomaching? Then do you want sour or spicy food when you regurgitate?" "Gardenia, all want to eat." Lindsay interjected, "It wouldn't be a dragon and phoenix child, would it?" "No, just one." "Is it a boy or a girl?" "Don't know." Qin Gardenia smiled and said, "There is no scientific basis for such a saying as sour children and hot women, and the final result is still to be known only when they are born later. The sex of the child is not important, as long as it is healthy." Grandma Wu didn't expect that she would actually be able to see Qin Zhao pregnant. Thinking of the beginning, Qin Gardenia in her arms when so small one, now become a big girl married. There is a child. Grandma Wu looked at Qin Gardenia's stomach, thought of Qin Gardenia just born that moment. Qin mother is not willing to give her breastfeeding, plus deliberately cold, resulting in the child's nutrition did not keep up. Poor resistance. The body is thin and small a ball. Crying or weak voice. "Looks like I'm going to have to go ahead and prepare a red packet for my great-grandson." Qin Gardenia heart disturbed. Why should advance? Wait for birth to prepare can't? Grandma Wu met the worried gazes of several children, and she looked for a way to make up for it. "I'm just saying it off the top of my head. She's been in less and less spirits every day lately, and since she's been on a trip to her ancestral tomb, she's often dreamed of the old man since she got back, of him standing in front of her with his head bowed in apology, saying that he didn't mean to not come to see her in her dreams. Can live to see Qin Zhao married and pregnant now. Has been very lucky. Put in a year ago. She is not even dare to think. Now it was good. She could go down there and share it properly with the old man." Grandma Wu changed the subject. "I'll cook for lunch today." Lin Che took over. "Then I'll be in charge of playing the hand." Grandma Wu's physical strength is not very good, and she has to take a few breaks in the middle of frying a dish. After dinner, she went back to her room to rest, touching the red envelope she kept under the sheets. These red envelopes are Qin Jiao wedding before she prepared. She wrapped a lot of, carefully counted there are 200. Enough children after the annual New Year red envelopes. Now with more great-grandchildren, she decided to wrap a few more. Grandma Wu took a lot of cash, one by one, wrapped a few minutes to feel tired, eyes flower. She had to stop to rest for a while, looking at the sky outside to catch her breath. In addition to wrapping red envelopes, she has recently started knitting sweaters. She hadn't knitted a sweater in a long time. Her hands were not flexible and she had forgotten some of the patterns, so she could only knit the simplest. But now she didn't think she had the extra stamina to finish knitting the sweater, so she had to take it apart and replace it with a simple scarf. Jean Gardenia decided to stay in Luzhou to spend more time with her grandmother. It's better than a nursing home, with enough rooms and easy travel so she can stay whenever she wants. Are you relieved to see me? Jean Gardenia stuck to her grandmother's side and held her hand. I am trying to accompany you more, and I also want you to accompany me. Grandmother, you have to know that pregnant women are more psychologically sensitive and insecure. Insecurity goes to Lin Che. That security can only come from you. The doctor's words hadn't escaped her, and she'd been trembling with fear for the past few months. Grandma is 81 years old, and she hopes that she lives a long life, that she will live longer and longer, and that she will not only see her get married and have children, but that she will see her great-grandchildren grow up. Chapter 174, Huifeng, I'm here to pick you up. After living in, Jean Gardenia clung to her grandmother wanting to sleep with her, just like when she was a child, wanting to listen to her grandmother singing, telling stories, and asking her to coax her. Shame on you for hiding in grandma's arms and pampering yourself at such a big age. Like you before I stick to you. Jean Gardenia kissed at her grandmother's face, watching the wrinkles on her face deepen. Grandma Wu just lovingly stroked Qin Jiao's hair. The water is not fixed. The flowers are endless. They will meet. But life is always in the midst of parting. Life is a constant parting and meeting. There is no forever blooming flowers. There is no ageless youth once the time comes. The old, the go away, and ultimately become a passerby of time. Grandma Wu lay on the bed, gently patting Qin Jiao's head and talking to her about the past. She hadn't been remembering much lately, often forgetting what she was doing, but remembering what had been. Gardenia, I've been dreaming about your grandfather a lot lately. I miss him. Mentioning her grandfather, Jean Gardenia's nose turned sour, and she let out a hum with a little nasal sound. I'm already very satisfied to be able to live until now. Gardenia, if one day I'm gone, don't be sad. Grandma will look at you in the sky. How could it not be sad? Grandma, I don't want you to go. Don't say such demoralizing things. I just got pregnant. Don't you want to see your great-grandchild? Grandma sighed and didn't say anything. She cared more about Qin Jiao than her great-grandson. She wanted to see it too, but her body was at the end of its strength nowadays, so she couldn't force it. She lived a life so exhausting, so painful, that it hurt to even breathe in her chest when she lifted her breath every day. The day-to-day pain had long since exhausted her, and the one thing she couldn't stand was memory loss, the fear of forgetting the people who mattered most to her. At her age, she was already open to death, and would not find it horrifying, only a relief, a release from life. Death seemed to be hiding in the darkness, dragging that giant scythe along quietly. Jean Gardenia listened to the sound of grandmother's sleeping breathing, only to feel that the sound is as harsh as fingernails rubbing over the blackboard, impacting the brain heart, the pain of the human sanity torture. You can't force things in this world, especially in life and death, and dependence and reluctance can become a kind of kidnapping. In June, Grandma Wu went into the hospital once, and this time the doctors gave her a critical notice. Grandma Wu passed out on the hospital bed for a day and a night, slowly turning, looking at Jean Gardenia and Lin Che's worried expression. She said smilingly as usual, I'm fine. I'm just too tired, sleeping a little too long. She wanted to raise her hand to wipe Qin Jiao's tears, but her hand couldn't lift. I'm sorry for making you guys worry. Why are you crying like a little kid when you're a mom? She watched Jean Gardenia open her mouth and say something, not quite hearing it. Her vision and sense of hearing had gradually begun to deteriorate. Grandma Wu drank some water with Lin Che's assistance, and looked out of the window after lying down for a while. I want to go home. Okay, we'll take you back. This time she heard him clearly. Perhaps the old man's passing was predestined from the very beginning. As death approached, Grandma Wu was calm as could be, and it was a bit hot in June, so it was good that there was a tree in the yard to bask in the sun. Grandma Wu asked Jean Gardenia to help her bring the scarf from her bedroom. It was so close to being wrapped up that her eyes couldn't see very well anymore, and she couldn't stop the tears as she knitted. Wrong stitches and back to the threads. The wool was a festive red color, very complementary to her skin tone, and when she was tired of knitting she asked Lin Che to help her take out the photo album. She turned page after page. The yellowed photos included her wedding photos and family photos. When I'm gone, set me up next to him, and use this one for my last portrait. I promised the old man I'd use the couple's picture with him. Look, this also has photos of Gardenia when she was 1 year old, and when she was in elementary school, middle school, high school, and when she went abroad. When your child is born, the child will surely look this good too. The photos recorded every important moment of Chin Gardenia. Don't be sad for me, I'm just going to meet my love. Death is not the end, oblivion is. I have a bad memory now, I'm always afraid of forgetting. Xiao Che can know you really is very good. When I go, Gardenia will please you take care of. She is too strong instead does not know how to take care of herself. Stay up too late you have to remind her to sleep. She is afraid of the dark and afraid of thunder. Before I hold her over and over again to coax to sleep. Under the bed I have packed red packets. There are yours, Gardenia's, and Xiao Shi's as well as my great-grandchildren who are not yet born. I won't be able to spend New Year's Eve with you from now on, so remember to have a good time every year. I'm a person who doesn't like to make the atmosphere too sad, so on the day of the funeral, dress nicely and try not to cry. I don't like chrysanthemums, I like lilies. There are dumplings I made in the fridge. Remember to eat them. They'll spoil if you leave them too long. Lin Che agreed repeatedly, his eyes already reddening. Grandma's foggy eyes, like the wick in an oil lamp, shook and flickered brightly in the wind. When people are about to die their vision will slowly disappear. Grandma Wu can no longer see the people in front of her. She can only look at their outlines. The person on the left was Chin Gardenia, and on the right was Lin Che. The child in Chin Gardenia's stomach has been more than 3 months. The current fetal phase has been stabilized. She has seen the ultrasound chart. Like a peanut, Chin Gardenia knelt on the ground, hugged her grandmother's legs, sobbed uncontrollably. Grandmother, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of you. I didn't stay with you properly. I should have stayed with you more. If she didn't go abroad in the first place and stayed by her grandmother's side all the time, wouldn't she have been able to live for a few more years? Chin Gardenia grabbed her grandmother's hand, which was flushed with bruises due to clogged blood vessels. Grandma Wu smiled. Gardenia, you didn't let me and your grandfather down. You grew up well and became very good. I'm very satisfied with you now. You should also be proud of you. Grandma Wu took a breath and continued. The greatest pride in my life is having you. Thank you for accompanying me into old age. Chin Gardenia's eyes were red. Tears were like a flood that broke the dike quickly covered the whole face. She wanted to speak. She had so many words she wanted to say to her grandmother. She wanted to share them with her. She opened her mouth but let out a sob. Her heart ached terribly. Grandma looked quietly into her eyes, her gaze soft, and a gust of wind blew as she looked away. I dreamed about your grandfather again last night. He said he'd come to get me. How come it's been so long and I haven't seen him yet? Your grandfather is the most unreliable. Not counting on his word. Said he would accompany me to live to 100 years old. He was good to leave early. A few days ago your grandfather came into my dream and apologized to me, saying he would be on time this time. And he also said, cremation doesn't hurt. He knows I'm the one who's most afraid of pain. Grandma Wu looked at the sky. I heard that. People become stars when they die. I don't want to become a star. I don't want to be too far away from you. Might as well become a butterfly. When she finished she paused and saw a butterfly in the distance flying this way, circling her. Gardenia, this is the scarf I knitted for you. Try it on. Chin Gardenia choked, took the scarf from the grandmother. The red scarf is very long. Chin Gardenia wrapped a few rounds. Hand-woven scarf is very warm, very comfortable. Grandma, does it look good? Grandma Wu smiled and said, good looking. My granddaughter is really good looking. She asked, what time is it? Chin Gardenia looked at the time, 11 o'clock in the morning. I want dumplings for lunch. Then we'll cook dumplings for lunch today. I'm trying to get some sleep now. Chin Gardenia said hoarsely, go to sleep. We'll cook it and tell you to get up and eat it. The soft words seemed to bring about a hypnotic effect, and she had a feeling that she would be able to get a good night's sleep today without waking up in pain. Grandma was slowly closed her eyes, and at the end of her life, she seemed to see a door open in front of her, and the 60-year-old man in a suit walking towards him. Hui Feng, I've come to pick you up. You say you, what took you so long? You're 60. I'm 81 now. I'm so much older than you. Would you mind me? Tears dripped from the corners of Grandma Wu's eyes, and her eyes closed as if she were asleep. Chin Gardenia took the blanket and covered her grandmother with it, reaching out to straighten her gray hair. There was still residual warmth on her body, and combing her hair always gave Chin Gardenia an illusion, as if the old man in front of her was still alive. No, 175. It's like she was born to be my grandmother. If she were still alive, she would have taken a tissue and wiped her tears. You're crying like a little kitten. If she was still alive, she would have looked at her and Lin Che with a snickering gaze. How effective is the turtle armor binding? Tie yourself this time. Next time you'll tie him. Grandma, I have many more tricks here. I'll teach you slowly. When she was still alive, she would make a lot of dumplings and put all the sugar dumplings with blessings in them into their bowls. so that they would eat more, as if they could really be safe and healthy and happy. She's still alive, and when her great-grandson is born, she'll hold the baby the way she used to hold her and sing him that familiar song, Daylilies bloom on the high green hills. Pick one for me, little girl, pin it in your hair. If she were alive, she'd sit on the couch and quietly watch them fight. She wouldn't say how much she missed you, but she'd watch the home cam over and over again and go through photo albums from the past. Lin Che supported Qin Zhao's trembling body and gently wiped away the tears on her face. Qin Gardenia hoarsely, let's go cook dumplings. Lin Che saw such a fragile Qin Gardenia for the first time. His heart seized with pain. He nodded, okay, let's cook dumplings. Qin Gardenia forced a smile, but the expression on her face was worse than crying. She said to the sleeping old man, Grandma, we're going to cook the dumplings. Sleep in peace. We'll come out and call you when they're done. A pot of dumplings cooks down, and I wonder if there are any familiar sugar dumplings in here. Qin Zhao came out with a bowl of dumplings and told her grandmother to get up. She remembers when she was a little girl. She lost her temper with her grandmother and gambled on not eating, and she brought the food to her bedside and gently patted her on the back. Good boy. Grandma made your favorite dish today. Get up and eat it. It won't taste good if it gets cold. I also opened a can of yellow peaches and bought your favorite blueberries. Qin Gardenia served the hot dumplings and called out to her grandmother many times, but she didn't get a response. She knew Grandma wasn't going to wake up. She just didn't want to admit it. She sat on a stool aside, leaning against her grandmother as she finished the bowl of dumplings one bite at a time. Grandma had said it was shameful to waste food, so eat it all. Every time she ate a dumpling, her grandmother's figure flooded into her mind. Grandma would knit all kinds of sweaters, would make her pretty dresses out of clothes she couldn't wear. She held her hand, taught her to read and write, and when she went to school bought her the prettiest school bag, tied the red scarf, and tilted the umbrella toward her on rainy days. When confronted with Mom and Dad's favoritism, Grandma would stand by her without hesitation, and she firmly believed in her no matter how wrong she was. She was so lucky that of the 15 dumplings in the bowl, she ate 8 of the sugar dumplings, which she used to find so mushy that she couldn't swallow, but now she couldn't get enough of them, because dumplings like this will never be eaten again. Salty and sweet in his mouth, Lin Che took the bowl in her hand. No more food. Qin Gardenia tilted her head and looked at him, suddenly hugging his waist and burying her face in his arms. She let out a sob, her voice ranging from choked to hoarse, and she cried so hard, with aggression, like a small child who hadn't waited for her parents to pick her up from school. Grandma's gone. I don't have a grandma anymore. She still wanted her grandma to hug her, but she could no longer lift her hand, and she wanted to hear her grandma sing to her, but her mouth was closed tight. Old age, sickness and death are the norm on Earth, and no one can change that. Life is a process filled with endless withdrawal reactions, constantly experiencing alienation and separation, sent one by one on Earth and received one by one in heaven. They will eventually be reunited. Lin Che experienced such life and death when he was 18 years old. He knew too well what Qin Zhao was feeling at this time. The departure of the closest person is not a rainstorm, but a ruin. The crippled position no one can occupy. He could only hug Qin Gardenia and say to her, Grandma didn't leave. She just went ahead to the next life to set up a new home for you, the same way she came first in this life. Qin Gardenia looked at the rocking chair on the peacefully sleeping grandmother. Do not know from when. Her memory is only left in the grandmother's old look. It was as if she'd never been young, as if she'd been born her grandmother, as if she'd loved her so much, as if the first person she'd called out when she was learning to speak was Grandma. Qin Gardenia pregnant should not labor. Grandmother's aftermath is almost Lin Che manipulation. Grandmother Wu's death alarmed a lot of people, because the grandmother does not like chrysanthemums, so come to mourn her people or prepared a bouquet of lilies. The scene there is crying, and Qin Gardenia tried to keep smiling. There was no white at the scene, and it was more like a birthday party when it was said to be a funeral. Qin Gardenia watched as her grandmother, who had brought her up, eventually turned into a small wooden box. Grandma loved beauty. The urn is a conch shell box, the sunlight flow of color, very beautiful. Grandma used to carry her to bed in this way, and now she carries her into the ground in this way. The tombstone was carved long ago, and the last photo used the one Grandma chose. The two tombstones were next to each other and really looked like a couple's photo. Grandpa, take care of Grandma down there. I'm not afraid of ghosts. You can come visit me more often. Come to my dreams, and when your great-grandson is born, I'll bring him to visit you. Chapter 176. A good time is like a dream. Lin Che lit incense and candles, sprinkled with paper money. The green smoke is very few. A wobble in March and April. Hurry in summer. The cicadas in the forest hissed and shouted, called out its new life, but also called out its death. I don't know what ate the dumplings that were left here last time, but nothing was left. Only a cardboard box was left here. The grass that had been pulled out had also grown, so Lin Che brought a pair of clippers and cleaned it up again. After kowtowing with Qin Gardenia, he helped her down the hill. listening to her on the way. In fact, I don't have a deep impression of my grandfather. I was only 6 years old when he died. I just started elementary school, and some of the truths he told me, many of which I couldn't understand. My fondest memory of my grandfather is of him lying in his hospital bed. Grandpa loved to write in his journal, and when he got sick and was in so much pain that he couldn't even hold a pen, and when I grew up and he passed away, my grandmother told me his journals as stories. I learned a lot from his journals. During all of this, it was as if Grandpa never disappeared and stayed by his side. Lin Che said, "We'll record more in the future as well." Aha! Speaking of which, one similarity between Lin Che and his grandfather is that both of them like to record their lives. His grandfather likes to keep a diary and Lin Che likes to record videos with text. Driving home, I accidentally found the gardenia on the balcony bloomed. White flowers bloomed in the sunshine, and I smelled the fragrance before I even entered the balcony. "It's blooming." Sheen Gardenia ran inside and looked at the gardenia on the shelf. She has never lived to raise flowers, often forget to water, or put too much water. The family flowers are florists delivered to the door. The aunt is responsible for changing the water every day, can manage 5 or 6 days. The gardenias in the mountains, some of which bloom in March, bloom several times a year. The families, however, did not move at all, and when the grandmother was at home, she would often take care of the family's flowers, just waiting for the flowers to bloom to take pictures and send them to her friends. Out of nowhere, 2 butterflies flew in and circled the gardenias. They live on a high floor. How did the butterflies get in? If it can't be explained by science, leave it to love. I heard that people turn into stars when they die. I don't want to be a star. I don't want to be too far away from you guys. I might as well turn into a butterfly. Looking at those 2 butterflies, Sheen Gardenia turned back and hugged Lin Che, crying loudly in his arms. Usually don't feel much grief when a loved one passes away. There are still things in the house that grandma used, clothes she wore, dishes she used, dumplings wrapped in the refrigerator, the rocking chair she often fell asleep in, blankets left on the couch. Looking at these, it always feels like she's still around and hasn't left. Until today, when she saw the gardenia blossom, Xinjia subconsciously wanted to share with her grandmother. At this moment, the emotions that had been maintained for a few days were like collapsing ruins, and she burst into tears, sobbing and wetting Lin Che's clothes. If grandma were still around, she'd be happy to see the gardenias. In the evening, Lin Che wrapped dumplings and made a few small dishes, and the sour soup dumplings were very much in line with Sheen Gardenia's tastes. As she ate the filling, she thought of her grandmother again and looked up to meet Lin Che's gaze. Lin Che asked, "Does it look like it?" I replicated it. Sheen Gardenia liked to eat grandmother-packed dumplings. In order to be able to retain this flavor, Lin Che has been learning, not only replicated the filling, even grandmother-packed dumpling skills have also learned to go. The bowl is a variety of dumplings. Sheen Gardenia took a bite and had a sweet one. Lin Che immediately said, "The only sugar dumpling was eaten by you. Lucky and blessed." Sheen Gardenia was amused by him and held back the tears in her eyes. "Like grandma's buns? They're delicious." Lin Che was relieved when he got the answer. "When we go to see our grandparents and the others next time, we'll bring more dumplings with us." Sheen Gardenia looked at the man in front of her and only felt that it was good to have him. Sheen Gardenia's stomach is getting bigger day by day. The ultrasound photos of the child slowly growing out of the 5 senses. The child is extraordinarily peaceful and rarely makes a fuss. Lin Che would come home every day and talk to Qin Jiao's stomach and kiss her. Affected by the hormonal changes during pregnancy, Sheen Gardenia's mood is rather repetitive, sometimes low and sometimes high. One second he was anxious, and the next he was being kissed by Lin Che in a dizzying manner. Survived 4 months. Sheen Gardenia appetite also slowly stabilized, can eat normally without vomiting reaction. Knowing that Sheen Gardenia prefers to eat his cooking, Lin Che will come home on time every day to cook. After eating, the two of them take a walk outside. At home, in the face of Sheen Gardenia's needs, Lin Che will also respond boldly. Speaking of which, we have to face the issue of fetal education. The fetus will produce hearing in 6 to 7 months. In the face of the mother and father's show of love, the child in the womb also seems to be very excited. Simply cannot be ignored. Lin Che was worried about hurting Qin Jiao, and each time he only tasted shallowly. After pregnancy, Sheen Gardenia added some flavor. Temperament changes. From the inside out soft, with maternal light. The scent of the body is slowly taking on a bit of a milky scent as well. Under Lin Che's careful care, Sheen Gardenia didn't suffer too much tiredness during the whole pregnancy. Plus her physique was good, and she didn't have stretch marks on her body. Sheen Gardenia had never been interested in her stomach before, but now she looked at it a few more times a day, gesticulating in the mirror, trying to see the telltale signs that the little thing in her stomach was developing. Into winter, the weather gradually cooled down. Sheen Gardenia wearing grandmother to her knitting red scarf, wearing fluffy thick down coat, the whole person wrapped like a dumpling, walk up to very clumsy. There is still more than a month to the due date. The procedures required for pregnancy and production are cumbersome. Lin Che's first time to be a father. A lot of experiences to learn online. It never hurts to watch and learn more. One of the actresses in the filming, a mother of 2 children, experienced, offered to help, and there is her help, saving a lot of trouble. Another New Year's Eve. This year's New Year's Eve from 4 people to 3 people, or the same arrangement as last year, to prepare the New Year's goods, dumplings, sticking couplets. After watching the Spring Festival gala for a while, Jean Gardenia wanted to sleep. Lin Che carefully carried her to bed, patted a doll under her stomach, and pressed her waist and back. Jean Gardenia let out a comfortable grunt and slowly fell asleep. Before the sky whitened, Jean Gardenia was woken up by the pain of contractions. Lin Che took out his cell phone to record the contractions and handed over the fetal monitor. After realizing that it was a regular contraction, Lin Che instantly took the waiting bag on board. These things Lin Che had prepared long ago. There was no need for Qin Jiao to worry. While Jean Gardenia was still getting dressed, Lin Che had already put his suitcase in the carriage. When she came back, Jean Gardenia said she wanted to go to the bathroom, but just got up from the toilet. Her water broke. The due date was early, so even Lin Che, who had experienced life and death, could not help but panic at this moment. He tried to calm himself down. Having a baby on the first day of the year, with only Lin Che and Lin Shi at home. Lin Che carried Qin Shi downstairs. Lin Shi followed behind with her bag. Jean Gardenia's face was a little pale, and when she entered the hospital her lower lip was bitten out of her marks. After a series of tests, the doctor said it was possible to have a normal labor. After the painless injection, Qin Jiao was pushed into the delivery room, with Lin Che following closely behind in a sterile suit. Lin Che had been in the hospital for labor and delivery experience and knew how painful it was. He wanted to finish this one and not let Qin Jiao give birth. Qin Jiao was hurt out of tears. Sweat also big drop down. She is still calm. Listen carefully to the doctor's instruction. From breathing to exertion, feel a force pushing down. Jean Gardenia first felt an emptiness in her stomach before she heard the child's weak, chicken-like cries. Jean Gardenia's heart was relieved and she hazily saw the red-eyed Lin Che. The doctor said, "It's a girl. Congratulations." Lin Che grabbed her hand, wiped away the tears on her face, cupped her face and pressed it against her forehead. His voice unsteady, "Wife worked hard for you. Thank you. I'm sorry." Looking at Jean Gardenia so weak, he hated to transfer the pain from her to himself. The baby was born healthy and of normal weight, and was named Lin Jiaqi and nicknamed Nian Nian. Born on the first day of the year, it was a great day. Jean Gardenia said in a hoarse voice, "The child is carried over for me to take a look." Lin Che took the child from the paramedics. Before that, he had watched parenting videos, asked experienced people for advice, and even practiced holding the baby at home with a doll simulation. But the moment you really hold your child, your mind goes blank, and the knowledge and skills you once knew by heart are instantly emptied. Chapter 177, Year after year after year, piece after piece. At this moment, Lin Che was like a novice actor on stage for the first time, nervous and at a loss for words, his hands trembling slightly. "I don't know how to place it to make my child feel comfortable." His body was stiff as a block of wood, afraid of hurting the baby if he wasn't careful, and listening to her cries, Lin Che's heart was melting. He carefully carried the child to Jean Gardenia's eyes, letting her see. The newborn child was not good looking, with a layer of tire fat on his body and a wrinkled little face. "Can't really tell who it looks like," the doctor on the sidelines said. "That's a beautiful baby. I've delivered so many and this is definitely the most beautiful baby I've ever seen." On the parents of this face value, the child's genes are definitely not bad. Standing at the peak of life at birth, Jean Gardenia was escorted out of the labor and delivery room and returned to the hospital room and leaned back on the bed to hold the baby. The baby wasn't crying or fussing at the moment, lying quietly scrunched up between her arms, cheek pressed against her chest area. Eyes closed, Gardenia stared at the baby's wrinkled face and pressed her own against it. Lin Che stood at the door of the hospital room listening carefully to the medical advice, inadvertently turned around just in time to see the scene. His heart was soft and warm, and he wanted to go in and hug both mother and daughter. An hour later year-old took his first milk, and when he was full Lin Che took over. He touched the child's tiny palm, as if sensing his father's love. Little years-old held his fingers as soon as he could. Lin Che only felt his heart shrink. An indescribable feeling surged up to his heart. All the tension and pressure dissipated at this moment. He unconsciously revealed a smile and murmured softly, "Years old and safe. Baby, welcome to this world." Giving birth to a child this level, Lin Che looks more nervous than Jean Gardenia. After Jean Gardenia went into the monthly child center, he also followed. "Immediately woke up when I heard something and spent more time holding the baby than my sister-in-law did." Not only that, he had heard that pregnant women were emotionally sensitive and prone to postpartum depression. He specially consulted a psychiatrist to verbally enlighten Qin Jiao. praising her and loving her every day. Jean Gardenia was a little impatient. She thought to herself, she hadn't bathed or washed her hair for many days, and she didn't know how Lin Che hugged her and said the words really fragrant. Jean Gardenia glowing, Lin Che increasingly haggard. Do not know also thought he was mom. Jean Gardenia looked at Lin Che's dark circles under his eyes and gently hugged him. Husband, aren't you a little too nervous? Yes? No, I don't think so. Afraid that she would worry. Lin Che hadn't admitted it. Jean Gardenia kissed his face. Don't be nervous, there are monthly sister-in-laws here. They can take good care of you. You go to bed and have a good rest. Nourish your spirit. Only after you nourish your spirit you can take better care of us. With a bit of forcefulness, Jean Gardenia dragged him to bed. You must sleep with me tonight. I can easily hurt you by rolling over. I'm a smooth labor and not a C-section. And there's no wound. What can you hurt me? Said. Jean Gardenia face aggrieved. Frowning, Hyun want to cry. Can't it be that you dislike my smell after giving birth? Smack me for stinking? You usually say that I smell good or lying to me. Of course not. To prove you're telling the truth and not lying to me, you're going to bed right now. Good. Lin Che compromised. I'll change. He took off his clothes and slept next to Jean Gardenia. At first separated by a distance. What are you doing so far apart? Come here and hug me. Lin Che rubbed over and carefully hugged Qin Ji. Qin Jia found a comfortable position. These days Lin Che didn't sleep with her. She also didn't sleep well because she wasn't used to it. Now she was lying in the familiar embrace. Her emotions instantly relaxed. Lin Che smelled the milky scent of Jean Gardenia's body and listened to her steady breathing. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and it didn't take long for him to close his eyes and enter dreamland, not waking up for the whole night. Jean Gardenia breastfeeds during the day, and the excess milk is squeezed out and stored, and at night, the baby is taken care of by her sister-in-law. Age-old is very well behaved, won't make a fuss and cry, and when he is hungry, he whispers twice, and will be fine as soon as he is fed by his sister-in-law. The face is also a day-by-day change. The skin is white and tender, inherited the parents' exquisite features, a pair of big eyes flashing, eyelashes are long and curved, hair with natural curls. Whoever looks at it will like it. Lindsay was also running to the hospital every day to see her little niece. She also drew a lot of 4-panel comics for her little niece, documenting her growth and posting them online for many to see. Lin Che sent a video. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Che and Qin Jiao possess their first child. Mother and daughter are safe and sound. The first name is Lin Jiachi, and the second name is EU. The video sent to the circle of friends. The likes broke 1,000. The bottom is full of congratulations. The news spread to the internet is also on the hot search. I can't imagine how high the age-old face is. Congratulations on the birth of the yearling king. It's the first time I've seen a newborn baby look this good. For crying out loud. Grow up fast. Recently, there have been one happy event after another. Firstly, Lin Che was blessed with 1,000 gold. And secondly, Lin Che's first movie after setting up his company was released in the Chinese New Year slot and hit another record, reaping the box office chart champion of 8 billion. Not only the annual box office chart champion, but also the first in domestic history. And in order to be able to eat meat as soon as possible, Jean Gardenia worked out hard and actively cooperated with the restoration training. Finally, 2 months later, after going to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told her she could have intercourse. That night Jean Gardenia booked the couple's hotel, bought leather dresses, put on makeup, and lit incense in order to have a wonderful evening. As Lin Che pushed the door in, she shook the leather rope in her hand. Hubby, let's play scenario script tonight. Let's call it bullying officer falling in love with pretty young woman. Like it? Chapter 178, accompanying you in your broken thoughts and years, end of article. My name is Lin Jechi, I'm 6 years old. My nickname is Years and Years, which my father picked up. My dad is Lin Chul, who used to be a great actor and still is. But then, acting used to be for a lot of people. Now it's for mom. Don't look at my dad as a prude on the outside, but at home he can be trolled by my mom to do whatever she wants him to do. Mom's biggest hobby is to see dad change costumes. These costumes, there are a variety of suits, vests, police uniforms, white coats, uniforms. There are also some clothes that I don't understand. I don't know how to wear them, and my dad has never worn them in front of me. Every outfit, dad managed to pull it off. I was sleeping with my mom one night, and my dad, who had just come back from work, snuck into my mom's room and said, "Ma'am, are you waiting for your husband by staying up so late? Don't make a sound later." Mom shyly covered dad's mouth. "Stop it, the yearling is here. I could be out of here. I could be under the bed. Wait for me, I'll carry her first." As soon as dad picked me up, he quickly carried me to the next children's room, cutting off all sound with a slam of the door. I'm only 6 years old and I like to sleep with my mom. She smells sweet and most importantly she sings to me and tells me stories. I don't like listening to those fairy tales, and I prefer watching videos of my dad's recorded life than listening to the drama of a princess marrying a prince. I've fought with my dad countless times about this issue of sleeping, and he says that babies need to learn to sleep alone when they grow up. Then why is he still pestering his mom to sleep when he's so old? Shame on him. I'd say Dad's a stickler. Dad laughed and said, "It's only natural for husbands to stick to their wives. You'll understand when you're older." I said defiantly, "I'm going to find my husband now." Dad stunk up a storm. My mom nudged me and told me, "It's not that Daddy loves to cling to Mommy. It's that Mommy can't keep her hands off Daddy." I couldn't live without my dad either. My dad is the best dad in the world. He is not the monkey king, but he can become everything for me. I was able to make the vegetables I hated the most delicious, make the boring knowledge easy to understand, and teach me how to use it flexibly. He taught me how to protect myself, love myself, respect myself, and be strong. He also taught me how to be kind to others. They say daughters are mom and dad's coats, but I want to be their bulletproof vest more than anything else. I live in a happy family. My dad loves my mom very much, and I learned to love my mom the way my dad does. Dad would put a flower on mom's bed when he woke up early and would drop a kiss on her forehead. He loves to kiss his mommy. He wants kisses when he goes to work and when he comes home from work. I said I wanted a kiss too, and Daddy blindfolded me. While outsiders say my dad is great, my mom can easily take him down. If my mom wanted to eat my dad's cooking, he would come back and make it for her no matter how busy he was. Sometimes when Dad came home late and Mom fell asleep on the couch waiting for him, he would pick her up in a princess hug and coax her like he did me. My dad can't say anything about love, but he'll prove it in action. When he's out and about, he'll see a nice view and immediately share it with his mom. And when he picks up a pretty rock or shell, he'll bring it back to show it to his mom, similar to the big blonde hairs that come home from their walks with a twig in their mouths. Dad always had this mess in his bag. Mom never spoiled the fun and even saved these things that Dad collected one by one. I asked my mom, "Do you think Dad is a little childish?" Mom said, "That means we're taking good care of him." My mom and I said that my dad held up a home at a very young age, and that it was suffering that taught him to grow up and forced him to become mature. There's a line in The Little Prince, "All adults were once children." Although, only a few remember. Mom was one of the few people who had to love Dad with a lot of love to get back his missing childishness. Like, a long night waiting for dawn. Soon it was time for me to start elementary school, and on the day of registration, an aunt suddenly barged in, screaming my dad's name. Lin Che. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Auntie looked much older than Mom, had short hair and wore dresses in the fall. Closer we could see a few gray hairs in her hair, rough skin and wrinkles, and she stopped us with an open hand to keep our car from passing. She looked at me, a flash of dismay in her eyes, and after a long time she was crying and laughing. "Your daughters have grown so big. Lin Che, I have been repenting every day for the past few years of being in prison. I'm sorry that I didn't take care of your feelings during those 5 years, and that I made you suffer injuries and pain that you shouldn't have to bear, and I'm really sorry for it, and I hope that I can do something to make up for the injuries I've done to you, and pray that you'll forgive me." Forgiveness. I've never met this guy or heard my mom or dad mention him, and Dad, who had always been gentle, suddenly turned cold. "No need. If you really repent, don't show up in front of us in the future." Are you still hating me? I've already got my retribution. I've been in jail for 7 years, and now I have stomach cancer. The person I've been most sorry to in my life is you. I want to make it up to you. I know a lot now. I can do clothes, cleaning, and I can also cook. Why don't you let me be a maid, or do odd jobs in your theater group? Chin Wei. I'm not kind, so I hope that the wind and water will turn, and I'm not vicious, so you don't have to tell me if you turn dead or not. I leaned out the window and watched the woman being held down by the bouncer. She was crying and screaming in the background. Her already unattractive face became even uglier. She was hissing, probably begging her dad to turn back. I asked my dad, "Who's that?" "Unimportant people." Dad said, "Late awakenings and apologies are not forgiven." I later learned from my mother that the aunt called Chinwei, my sister-in-law, was in jail because she had done something bad and broken the law, and that apology was the obligation of the abuser and forgiveness was the right of the victim. People can't just regret. We have to live with the consequences for every decision we make. Later, when I heard the name Chinwei, she had already been sent out of the country, and there has been no news since then. Maybe he went abroad for treatment. Maybe he didn't. All kinds of possibilities. I don't bother to think about it. After all, there's a lot of homework every day. My birthday happened to be the first day of the year, and with my mom and dad and Aunt Lindsay in the house, we had dumplings in the morning. I can eat 8 dumplings, and the first bite is a dumpling with sugar. I hold it up to show off. Look, Mom and Dad, I got a sugar dumpling on my first bite. What does that mean? It means I'm lucky this year. I'll get a perfect score on the exam. The second person to get a sugar dumpling was Mom, who had so many in her bowl that she ended up sharing them with Dad. Why don't you have more of these blessed sugar dumplings? Mom says blessings are only blessings if you dip them together. Dad asked me, what do you want for your birthday? I thought about it and replied, well, can I have a dog? Sure, but with a dog you have to take responsibility for it. Take care of it as if it were your family. You can't get bored with the new. You have to grow up with it and grow old with it. I nodded my head in reassurance. Instead of buying me a dog right away, my dad bought me a dog guide, and only when I memorized it did he give me permission to get one. The new year brought a new member of the family, a golden retriever named Nian Nian. On Qingming Festival, our family of 4 went back to our hometown to pay respect to the graves. Dad was in charge of lighting incense and burning paper, and Mom was in charge of putting dumplings. I was in charge of kneeling on the ground so that my maternal great-grandfather, maternal great-grandmother, and maternal grandfather would bless us from heaven, that my mom and dad would be in good health, that my Aunt Lindsay wouldn't get sick, that I would get perfect scores on my exams, and that my puppy would grow up safely. With 3 people and a dog wishing, I count out 12 times and wished for a long time with my eyes closed. Wishes aren't hard for me because my mom and dad help me with my wishes, and I can't think of anything bigger. The gardenia in the mountain to be earlier than the gardenia at home. Listen to Auntie Zhang said. The yard of gardenia is dad for mom planted. Only 10 pots at the beginning, then more and more planted more and more. The gardenia also became the gardenia tree. I pointed to the gardenia swaying in the wind on the hillside. Mommy, look at the gardenias. They're the gardenias of your name. And the butterflies. Nian Nian picked up a bird's nest from somewhere and ran forward with it in her mouth, and I chased after her, my mom and dad holding hands and urging me to run slowly. This year, the flowers are in perfect timing, the sun is gentle, the wind is very romantic, and the year is not lost. End. Author's note, next we'll write a little extra, not related to the main text. Write gardenia sister where to Lin Che 19 years old. Extra 1 hubby, I'm here. The 18-year-old Lin Che is, in one word, miserable. 4 words dismal. On the day of December 28th, his parents died in an accident. Lin Che received a phone call and his whole body was in a state of confusion. And when he returned home, he saw the remains of his parents, covered in blood. Supposedly, it was a landslide on the way home that crushed many people at the site, and his parents happened to be among them. The scene is chaotic, surrounded by uninterrupted yelling, chaos, crying. Just a few seconds Lin Che has experienced life's greatest suffering, life and death, but also to see the life of this 100 kinds of things. Looking at his parents on the ground, who were disfigured, people around him were crying, but he couldn't cry. His throat was like a blocked sharp stone, choking and hurting. The soul is like a detached shell, floating in midair looking at the stiff self, below, like a withered leaf, as if the next second will be torn by the wind into pieces. Lin Che, someone called him, and Lin Che raised his head, his empty eyes looking at the person in front of him. Why are you such a bitter child? How did you come across this kind of thing when you are about to take the college entrance exam? Your sister still has a heart condition. How would she stand it if she knew? I don't know if there's any compensation. Your mom and dad are dead. How are you siblings going to get by? How? Lin Che cannot think of. He heard the sister. Briefly a bit of spirit. Call relatives, contact a few acquaintances. Parents sent to the crematorium for formalities. The family doesn't have a lot of money. After all, 2 kids have high expenses and the younger one has a heart condition. Couple went in order to children in school, but also bite the bullet to buy a school district housing loans for 25 years, which is only the 4th year, even if the house sold secondhand, but also owed the bank's debt. Once his parents died, the loan went to Lin Che's head, unless he gave up his inheritance of his parents' estate. Lin Che thought about continuing to pay the mortgage, but at this time Lin Che was seriously ill and needed to be sent to the hospital for treatment. In one fell swoop, the little money left in the house was pretty much used up. With no choice but to drop out of school and work, Lin Che has no choice but to drop out of school and work. Parents died in the winter. This year's winter was colder than ever. The cold got into the clothes and couldn't get out. The bones were drilling pain. Lin Che knelt on the ground to keep watch, from dark to dawn, freezing so much that he lost his mind. Life goes on, and his only sister becomes Lin Che's hope. When his parents died, Lin Che didn't seem to have much of a feeling. He was in a trance, similar to the ghost pressure on the bed feeling of chest tightness, dizziness. He was like a robot, obeying those around him, doing whatever he was told to do, and when he wasn't told to do it, he just stared at one spot and gawked. It wasn't until his parents were buried that he began to move and pack up everything in the house. His mother's apron, the teacup his father drank from, the lingering smell of grease in the kitchen, the leftovers of cold food in the refrigerator, the family photos in the photo album, and the red circle drawn on the calendar was the day he came home from winter vacation. He remembers calling his mother last week and her asking him, "What do you want to eat when you get home?" The people were gone, but the scent that belonged to them remained everywhere in this room, and it was as if he could still hear their voices. Mother was in the kitchen, calling out for dinner while frying, father clearing the table to bring out the dishes, and the two would fight and argue, smiling with pride at the mention of their children. These memories are so thin, like bubbles that burst at the first poke, congesting and scrambling to cover his parents' bloodied faces for him. Lin Che emptied the refrigerator and put the leftovers in a pot to warm them up. These dishes had become a bit stale. Lin Che didn't throw them away and insisted on finishing them, because this was the last meal his parents made and he wanted to remember the flavor forever. He swallowed it into his stomach in one big gulp, his mouth sour and salty, and Lin Che burst into tears. Psychologically, it is said that if a person has an overwhelmingly negative emotion that he or she cannot accept at one time, the brain itself turns on a self-protection mode that prevents him or her from outright collapsing or even dying. Now that the protective mechanism had passed, grief hit him like a tsunami and left him festering. The moment he closed the door, he thought he heard someone behind him, someone calling him, "Che." When I turned around, the silence in the room was nothing but bone-chilling cold. Lin's family has no relatives, the surrounding people cannot help anything, but there are still kind people lent some money to him to let him turn over. He kneeled down and cowed mouth said a thank you. In the toughest times, Lin Che delivered milk in the morning, did housekeeping in the morning, went to work as a temp at noon to help wash dishes in a restaurant, was introduced by a classmate to do tutoring for a child in the afternoon, and ran a takeaway in the evening, so that he was on the schedule full of time. The only way he wouldn't think much of it was if he let himself get tired and out of breath. Lin Che's disease, in order to fully recover, can only change the heart, because the psychological tolerance is too poor. Lin Che also hired a psychiatrist to enlighten her, so that she can live well. Elder brother is like a father. He can raise her if mom and dad are gone. His sister wasn't a liability to him, the only thing holding him down after his breakdown. It's not good to keep working as a temp. He wants to find a long and stable job that's still worthwhile. At this time he's only just reached adulthood, and experienced a heavy hit of fate. His eyes are low, he doesn't have a lot of money, and he doesn't dare to gamble. Seriously, he sometimes wanted to dig out his kidneys and sell them. Maybe he was too tired, or maybe he was infected with the flu. Lin Che started a fever in the middle of the night, and at dawn, he heard a knock on the door from outside. Lin Che supported his body and used his will to open the door, and in a blur, he saw a woman standing in the doorway. "Honey, I'm coming to get you. Extra 2, this is not a dream." Lin Che struggled to see the person in front of him. The lamp above his head was like a round of sun, gilding her. His cheeks were hidden in the shadows. He tried to get closer to see more closely, but his head sank, and he directly fell forward. It didn't hurt as much as he thought it would, and he fell into a soft embrace. "I'm sorry." Lin Che struggled to get up as the woman held him in place. "You have a fever. Don't move. I'll help you in first." "No need. Good boy. Behave." Why would he listen to a strange woman? The next second a cool hand was placed on his forehead, and the original agitation was instantly soothed. He felt it with what was left of his will. The woman smelled good, familiar, similar to the scent of gardenias. The next second, the whole thing was unconscious. It took Chin Gardenia a lot of effort to help Lin Che inside. Lin Che's rented house was simple. One room, one hall, a small living room with a sofa. She helped the person to lie on the bed. The weather is cold at this moment. Lin Che's house didn't turn on the heating, and it was still cold when he came in. Lin Che in this period was very thin and haggard, with quite a few injuries on his body, especially those hands, which were full of worn blood blisters and calluses, slightly green under the eyes, and with a sickly reddish color on his face. Looking at such Lin Che, Qin Jiao was heartbroken and angry. "I'm angry that I opened the door to a stranger when I was not well, in case I met a bad person." Instead of sending Lin Che to the hospital, Chin Gardenia made a phone call and called the doctor here to give an injection and prescribe medicine. Lin Che's fever is not low. The family's medicines are common cold medicine. It does not work. Now the flu is serious. Many people because they have been dragging into pneumonia. "Why are you so uncaring? How would you have made it through if I hadn't come?" Chin Gardenia didn't know why she had come here. The last second 37 years old, she was still playing a small game with her husband. Love pouring is thick. A black, wake up, found himself back to 15 years ago. The year she was 22 years old. Although she had always wanted to meet Lin Che early and wanted to eat meat early, it wasn't this way. She's suddenly traveling through time. What about her husband and kids? If she was going to wear it, why didn't she go a year or two earlier so she could at least save Lin Che's parents? Chin Gardenia has always been receptive. After knowing that he can't go back for a while, he decisively found Lin Che's address and ran to his rental house overnight. 22 years old body, physical fitness, climbing stairs only slightly asthmatic. With this physical fitness, you can fight with your husband and all night. Lin Che's face is plastered with fever-reducing stickers. Qin Jiao touches his face. This period of time Lin Che is a different kind of handsome. After arranging Lin Che properly, Jean Gardenia only got up and looked around. The house is simple but has everything. The kitchen and balcony are connected together. There are a few pieces of clothes hanging on the balcony. There is a washing machine, and the refrigerator is placed in the living room. The house was cleaned up by Lin Che. Qin Jian opened the refrigerator. There is nothing in the refrigerator. There is a piece of meat in the freezer. There is a cabbage, a few peppers in the freezer. There are also some eggs and seasonings. How can such a little thing be enough to replenish the nutrients? Jean Gardenia took her cell phone to place an order, and in a short while, someone delivered the dishes to her door. Fruit, milk, chicken, duck, beef and pork, all sorts of nutrients and vegetables soon filled the refrigerator. Jean Gardenia cooking skills in general. After all, the family has a cooking nanny, and Lin Che married. Cooking time is even less. She was good at making soups, and the best one she made was the sour radish and old duck soup, because Lin Che loved it. When Lin Che is sick and has no appetite, he likes to eat some heavy soup, and sour radish and old duck soup is his favorite, so she learned it on purpose. Jean Gardenia took out the ingredients and prepared them step by step. Lin Che's cooking habits at this time. Spice box on the cooking table, casserole on the bottom. Jean Gardenia took the casserole out of the stew. Large fire burned open, small fire slow stewing. The kitchen hot air floating. She walked out and returned to the bedroom. Lin Che was still asleep, sleeping uneasily, his brow gently furrowed like he was having a nightmare. Jean Gardenia reached over and leaned down, gently stroking his head, coaxing him like a year-old. "Hey Chul, Mom, Mom!" Lin Che cried out, crystallized tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Jean Gardenia's heart is astringent and blocked. Come all the way. Then she must protect Lin Che and not let him repeat his mistakes. Lin Che slept until noon before he woke up, and he was so groggy that when he woke up, he couldn't tell where he was for a while. He had a dream that his mom and dad came home from grocery shopping. His dad was cooking in the kitchen, and his mom was sitting by his bedside concerned and asking him if he was feeling better from his cold. The house was full of incense and he slept in a warm bed, looking out the window at the sun. The sun's on your ass and you're still not up. It's senior year. Work harder. Hang in there. It's almost over. Countdown to 180 days. Talk to your family if you don't have enough money to live on. Which school do you want to go to? Go wherever you want. Mom and dad support you. You're back. Go wash your hands for dinner. I made your favorite old duck soup today, and boiled fish, and I bought some strawberries in the fridge. Che, quickly go get your sister to come out for dinner. Such a beautiful image. Obviously used to happen every day, but now it's a distant dream. Isn't it said that people don't know they're dreaming when they're dreaming? Why does he know it's a dream? Though, sanity was coming to him. It was time for him to wake up, but he didn't want to wake up, wanted to keep living in the dream. How nice it was in the dream. Mom and dad were there and my sister wasn't sick. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. A little shimmering light from the corner of his eyes. Lin Che instinctively opened his eyes. His eyes were sore and a little blurry. His throat was dry, and his body was too sore and weak to lift his spirits. Lin Che looked at the ceiling with mold and raised his hand to cover his eyes, not wanting to face reality. But just then he smelled the sour carrot soup in the house, which smelled a lot like his mother's. Not being able to think carefully, Lin Che rolled out of bed and landed on his bare feet. The home was small enough that he could see into the kitchen just by opening the bedroom door, and he looked at a figure in the kitchen, wearing his apron, his long hair down to his waist, and the kitchen was steaming with a burst of scent coming toward him. Lin Che froze for a moment, looking incredulously at the scene before him. Jean Gardenia listened to the movement behind her, twisted her head. You woke up. How do you feel physically? Still dizzy? Lin Che didn't say anything. He had thought he had returned to reality, but now he was beginning to wonder again. People burn silly? Jean Gardenia put down the soup spoon in her hand and came in front of Lin Che. Are you hungry? I made your favorite old duck soup, boiled some millet porridge and cooked some rice. Do you want to eat porridge or rice? Lin Che clenched his fist so hard that he didn't realize it wasn't a dream until the pain came from his knuckles. Who are you? Why did you appear in my house? Extra 3. I'm your wife. Lin Che in this period was sensitive and sharp in character. His face was alert and his eyes bursting with danger, like a young panther. I'm your wife. Ha! He was only 19, not even of legal marriageable age. Where did a wife come from? And besides, did he know her? Strangers he'd never even met, opening their mouths for a wife. Is it feel very inexplicable? Unbelievable. Skeptical of life. In fact, so do I. To say it, you may not believe it. I came here from 15 years later. 15 years later I am 37 years old. You are 34 years old. Our child is 7 years old. The child's name is Lin Juchi, the nickname of the youngest. It's you who took it. Lin Che frowned tightly with a you think I'll believe you? Expression. Expression. Don't you believe me? I can still name a lot of them. For example, Your sister suffers from heart disease, and is now in the hospital to receive treatment. Need to do a heart replacement surgery in order to be successful. Shin Gardenia said the name of Lin Che's parents in one breath, including his previous address, and something that happened when he was a child. Regarding Lin Che's past, Shin Jiao didn't know very much about it. She would listen if Lin Che was willing to talk to her, and if he didn't, she wouldn't pursue the matter. The death of his parents never healed for Lin Che. It was like a knocked-out bone that flopped around and hurt when it was cloudy and rainy. You've investigated quite well, Shin Gardenia explained. This is not something I investigated. This is something you took the initiative to talk to me about. By the way, there is a scar on your index finger. It's because you accidentally peeled an apple to your hand when you were a child, and there is a mole there on your hip bone. Speaking of this, she had a smug look on her face. Such a secretive location would not be known by others as well. As expected, Lin Che's face changed at the mention of this. The 34-year-old Lin Che couldn't even stand up to her teasing, let alone the 19-year-old Lin Che. You get out. What traveling? What future? Lin Che didn't believe it. Since people could just travel through time and space, then why couldn't he go back a year ago to save his parents? The sick Lin Che has a bad temper. The family suddenly came and a strange woman took the initiative to cook, said a bunch of inexplicable words. It is understandable that he could not accept it for a while, if it is so simple to be accepted by him, rather unlike him. Shin Gardenia was silent for a moment. Do you really want me to leave? I've worked hard for so long to make the soup. Lin Che didn't speak. His attitude was very cold. Shin Gardenia slowly took off her apron, unwillingly looked at Lin Che one glance after another. Her eyes reddened, her gaze aggrieved, as if she were sobbing. She took 3 steps and turned around, waiting for Lin Che to stay, but she didn't see Lin Che make a sound even when she reached the door. Shin Gardenia a sound to urge, the soup in the casserole remembers to drink. Don't pour. Strange pity. Medicine put on the coffee table remembers to eat. You are sick remembers to drink more hot water. Clothes were thick don't catch a cold. Lin Che looked at Shin Gardenia's mouth that was opening and closing, and his clenched hand had not been loosened. Shin Gardenia sighed, turned around with her head down, opened the door and went out. As soon as the door closed, dead silence returned to the small house, and an inexplicable swelling pain came from his heart. Lin Che walked into the kitchen and turned off the fire, looking at the soup in the casserole, which was whitish in color with a layer of yellow grease floating on top. Lin Che didn't move the soup. He opened the refrigerator and wanted to get rid of the leftovers in the fridge. When the door opened, it was packed full of fruits and vegetables, and the freezer underneath was filled with all kinds of meat. Lin Che closed the refrigerator and went back to the bedroom to try to change clothes. The closet was also full. The label removed, he looked at the size. It was his. The shouldn't shoebox. Lin Che ran out and opened the shoe closet. As expected, she's only been in here for how long and how there are traces of her everywhere. There is no dining table in the house, and the place to eat is the coffee table, where a bouquet of budding gardenias sits next to the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Lin Che picked up the medicine and his heart once again tingled uncontrollably. The next second, he put on his coat and was ready to open the door to the woman. So many things. He doesn't want them if they're not his. He wants them back. The door opened. Baffled, Shin Gardenia didn't go. Went out and squatted in the doorway all the time. This kind of old neighborhood corridor is very cold. The walls are with mold. Shin Gardenia wears so little clothes huddled up. It's very easy to catch a cold. Hearing the door next to him open, Shin Gardenia looked up, her eyes wet, looking at him, her eyelashes moist, her eyes and cheeks reddened, not knowing how long she had been crying here. It was obvious that the one who had the heart attack was his sister. So why did his heart hurt so often and so badly? And at this time it was like being clutched tightly by a pair of hands. He couldn't turn his back on the person in front of him. There was no way to leave her alone. Shin Gardenia rose warily, her voice a little hoarse. Are you going out? Are you going somewhere? Are you here to drive me away? Lin Che suppressed the swelling pain in his heart. Come in. As soon as Shin Gardenia heard this, she immediately followed Lin Che inside. The aroma of old duck soup could still be smelled in the room, and she asked, have you had your soup? No. Oh, it was the first time that Shin Gardenia had faced such a Lin Che, and she was a bit unaccustomed, and her expression was not quite natural. Lin Che had never been so cold to him, even when they met for the first time on a blind date. He was kind and gentle to her. What time has brought to Lin Che? It has brought a wound and smoothed out a thorn in his side. Shin Gardenia doesn't blame him. She will only feel sorry for him. I make good soup. Or you taught me. Try it. Lin Che's eyes were complicated, and after pursing his dry lips, he spoke. Let's go together. Shin Jiao instantly raised a smile and followed Lin Che into the kitchen. Lin Che was in charge of serving the soup and she was in charge of carrying the bowls. There's no table in the house, so meals are eaten on the coffee table. Okay. Shin Gardenia take paper towel to wipe the coffee table clean. Gardenia put on the ground. Coffee table small. when eating two people face to face, separated by a very close. Jean Gardenia watched the soup being brought up, hurriedly took a bowl and gave Lin Che a bowl of soup, then carefully moved it in front of him. Taste it. Lin Che didn't move. Jean Gardenia realized. According to Lin Che's vigilance, most probably suspect that she put medicine into the soup, plotting against him, right? She kinda wanted to misbehave, but the 19-year-old Lin Che was too green. Without a word, Jean Gardenia sang another bowl, blew on the heat, took a small sip, and ate the meat again. It's delicious, I didn't drug it. Only then did Lin Che pick up the soup and froze after taking a sip. The flavor of this soup was too familiar. Jean Gardenia looked at him with a smile. Isn't it delicious? The flavor is familiar. I've told you. You taught me how to make this. I wouldn't lie to anyone but you. A proper meal can make people let their guard down. And Lin Che asked, what's your name? She didn't introduce herself by name? Think back carefully. Not really. What a blunder to just prove you're his wife and forget to say your name. My name is Jean Gardenia. Gardenia is. She picked up a gardenia on the side. Gardenia's gardenia. Extra 4. I'm here to save you. And I'm here to love you. My name is Jean Gardenia. Gardenia of the gardenia. Lin Che looked at the woman in front of him. White skin, a pair of bright peach blossom eyes, because he had just cried. The corners of his eyes were still a little red at this time, and his dark pupils were like a pool of clear water. She happened to be wearing a green dress today that matched her name, with white flowers and green leaves of gardenia, scented to the nose. My family lives in Rongqing. I was raised by my grandmother. My grandmother's name is Wu Huifang. The two of us together, or her old man introduced. The first day of the blind date we fell in love with each other at first sight, and the next day we got flash married. Lin Che stopped drinking soup action, frowned at her. Jean Gardenia does have love at first sight capital, but he treats marriage has always been prudent. It is impossible to appear flash marriage plot, unless he's doing it for the money, for his sister, and he should do it when he's in dire need of money. So it was a money deal between him and Jean Gardenia? Jean Gardenia saw Lin Che pondering there, thinking that he was doubting the truth of her words. In order to prove that they were a very loving couple, Jean Gardenia continued, we are very harmonious after marriage. No contradiction. Less than a year I am pregnant. Your favorite place is the sofa. Let me sit on you to move. Will also walk while holding me. In addition to knowing that you have a mole there in your hip bone, I also know that you have 22 below. Enough. Stop it. Lin Che blushed. The 19-year-old teenager couldn't withstand the teasing of a mature woman. He didn't dare to look at Qin Zhao's face at all. How could there be a woman who was so bold and revealing, so unreserved? In Jean Gardenia's words, reserved is for outsiders. What is there to be reserved about in the face of one's own husband? Hubby is 15 years younger, but still her husband. Lin Che picked up the soup in front of him and took a sip. The more he drank, the hotter it got and the more uncomfortable his throat became. Jean Gardenia propped up her chin and looked at Lin Che with a smile on her face. She hadn't seen a shy Lin Che in a long time. Finally understand why so many people love pure love male big and fresh meat. She also just look at the craving cannot eat. What else do you want to hear? You ask and I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Che asked. My sister her? Don't worry. The surgery was a success and the disease was cured. Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was true or not, at least he got a hint of comfort. Like getting a beam of light in a pitch-black ruin. There was something to look forward to. Jean Gardenia knew that Lin Che always ate softly, but not hard. To him must take out all the sincerity. As the saying goes, he who keeps my heart will be more than his heart, and he who keeps his heart in me will exchange the truth for the truth. Qin Zhao said some details and habits about Lin Che. There were some things that only Lin Che himself personally knew. It was outrageous, but there was no way for him to disbelieve it, and Lin Che stared at Jean Gardenia in silence for a long time. Jean Gardenia has a pair of very soulful eyes. Iris is rare black. A pair of peach blossom eyes look at the dog are deep love. A meal was eaten for a full hour. The meal was not eaten much, mainly just chatting. Jean Gardenia was like taking a small dirt price slowly chiseling away at Lin Che's closed gates. Lin Che listened to the self in Jean Gardenia's mouth. Familiar and unfamiliar. Like him and not like him. Jean Gardenia took a sip of water. You believe I'm your wife now, don't you? Believed it, but Lin Che didn't admit it with his mouth. She understands his implicit. Not saying anything is the meaning of default. Jean Gardenia put her face over. Since believe then kiss a mouth. Husband kisses wife heaven and earth. If you are embarrassed then change me to come. Looking at her white face, Lin Che's breath stuttered and he stiffened. You've said that's for later. We don't have any relationship now. Lin Che got up to collect the bowls. His movements unnatural, obviously avoiding her. Qin Jiao looked towards Lin Che's busy back. With her understanding of him, he must have had his heart set on her. Lin Che looked at the time after he cleaned the dishes. Usually at this time he usually helped out in the dining room washing dishes and serving food to clear the table. Lin Che walked in front of Qin Jiao. You go back. As you can see, I can't accommodate you here in my small. What you know is the 34-year-old Lin Che after 15 years. Not the current me, but I came here just for you. Where can I go if you want me to go? Whether it's the 19-year-old Lin Che or the 34-year-old, to me you're just one person. You're my husband. I know you're not doing well right now. How can I possibly not care about you? Jean Gardenia walked to Lin Che's front, reached out and tugged on his sleeve, pulling them closer to each other. Che, I'm here to save you. And even more so, I'm here to love you. Don't want me, okay? I don't want you to have a bad time. I want you to have smooth sailing, no worries, and years of peace. You don't have the backbone, I'm your backbone. You don't have the resources, I'm your resources. I'll cover for you. I'll back you up. Lindsay will save together. Let her recover early. You can go to college on the high school entrance exam. Haven't you always wanted to enroll in a college in the north? I'll take you there this winter, okay? We'll go play in the snow together. Since the death of his parents, Lin Che has become the backbone of this family, doing everything himself, and he will not bow down and beg until he has to. The days were a bit more torturous, but bite the bullet and the day passed. Day after day, year after year, after today and tomorrow, after the moon and the sun. Che, the meaning of meeting each other is to illuminate each other, to become each other's shelter and spiritual support, and for me to meet you in this way is an opportunity and a destiny for you and me. Simply relying on yourself won't make others look at you highly. Why not if you can rely on it? Mobilizing all the resources around you to use for your own purpose. This is what smart people do. Jean Gardenia tries to instill new ideas in Lin Che and get him to accept them graciously. She didn't know how long she could stay here, and only wanted to use the fastest time to help Lin Che and be of use to him. Jean Gardenia never believe what bitter and sweet come. Eat bitter in the bitter side of the people. This kind of deceptive bull asterisk. Suffering is not worth singing praises. The so-called refinement of the will is because suffering cannot be avoided. She believed that Lin Che would succeed even if he avoided suffering. She can help him to rise above the clouds or accompany him on the ladder of ascent. She could afford to give and she could afford to gamble. Say something, husband. Jean Gardenia shook Lin Che's arm. She looked at him with foggy eyes, tears hanging stubbornly in her eyes as if they would roll out if he opened his mouth to refuse. Lin Che subconsciously tried to reach out and catch it, but stopped when he was about to touch her face. Good. Getting the result when wanted. Jean Gardenia directly jumped into his arms and hugged him hard. Husband, you don't need to be strong in the future, because your strong is coming. Extra 5. She healed him and redeemed him. Lin Che's body stiffened, allowing Qin Jiao to hug him and stick to him. Her body was fragrant and soft, her body temperature constantly transferring to him. He suddenly understood why the future him would fall in love with Qin Jiao, because she was so wonderful. She redeemed and healed him, like a light shining through his life. He coveted the light and couldn't let it go. As a line from Emily Dickinson's poem reads, I could have endured the darkness, if I had never seen the sun. Finally, Lin Che lifted those hands and tried to hold Qin Jiao, and this embrace made it impossible to let go of his hands. Finally, Jean Gardenia first let go of him. She took out her cell phone. Come, I'll transfer 10 million for you. Take your sister to do the transfer formalities. I know there is a hospital. $10 million is too much. Not much, lots of money on the side. I'll transfer 20 million to you if I don't take 10 million. I can't believe it went up. Lin Che reported the card number. Jean Gardenia directly to his card transferred 10 million notes, voluntary gift. When I borrowed it, I'll pay you back with interest when I have the money. Jean Gardenia wanted to say that there was no need to be so outgoing between husband and wife. She and Lin Che have been married for so many years, and have never argued over money. He uses the movie to help her advertise, and she will help him invest in it, which is a mutual win-win situation. Considering Lin Che's strong self-esteem, Jean Gardenia said, let's do it this way. You quit your job at hand to work for me, as my salary for you. What do you think? Can taking money to do things? Naturally, what Jean Gardenia says is what she does. Jean Gardenia put her hands behind her back and probed closer. You'll do whatever I tell you to do? Lin Che's pupils were deep, and after glancing at her, his gaze glanced away, and after a long time, he let out a hum. Then you give me a kiss. Lin Che nodded. This is promised? Jean Gardenia slowly came over, her lips getting closer and closer, and could clearly feel Lin Che's taut expression. She gave a quick kiss to Lin Che's face, her eyes watching his reaction closely. The expression didn't change much, except that the corners of his mouth were compressed and his pupils were dark. Jean Gardenia only felt an itch in her chest. She stroked Lin Che's head. Call me sister again and listen. Lin Che rarely took the initiative to call her sister, and was only willing to do so when playing small games. It's hard to hear him say sister. Lin Che's lip line tightened for a long time, wriggling his lips. Sister, sister. Two simple words that caused her heart to constrict, and it felt like a deer was trapped in the chambers of her heart, bouncing all the time. How was the 19-year-old Lin Che so obedient? The call softened her heart. You hurry up and take your medicine. and after that we'll go see Shihi and transfer her to the hospital. The first and foremost solution to the matter of Lin Shi's hospitalization and cure. Only after curing Lin Shi, Lin Che can rest assured that he can boldly do his own thing. Lin Che finished his medicine and changed into new clothes again at Qin Zhao's request. The dress is his size and the fabric is comfortable and just right on. Qin Gardenia admired with satisfaction. Lin Che's clothes were basically all chosen by her, even the underwear together. Lin Che, 19, is on the thin side and is currently at 183, with a bit of growth to come. The body will only get better and the man will get more handsome. After changing into the new clothes, the whole aura of the person was uplifted. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Che avoids Qin Zhao's hot gaze. There is a small mirror in the bathroom that is usually used for shaving, and you can only see your face but not your whole body. Lin Che retracted his sight. He took off his pants, saw the mole on his crotch bone, and the words Qin Zhao had said suddenly surfaced in his mind. There's a mole on the hip bone as far as the bottom. Lin Che's breathing tightened and he almost didn't stabilize. He hurriedly lifted up his pants, took a deep breath and then washed his face with cold water, waiting for that restlessness to go down before he walked out. Qin Gardenia was waiting for him outside, and as soon as he saw her face, a jumble of things came to his mind. Qin Gardenia instantly observed that Lin Che's face did not look right. It's really strange. Obviously it was fine when I went in. How come I came out changed? Could it be, don't like the clothes? Love it, it's beautiful. Then what are you being coy about? Qin Zhao looked at him with a probing gaze, making Lin Che more and more uncomfortable, his voice hoarse. Come on, let's go down and get a cab. The hospital where Lin Shi lived was far from here, and it would take him an hour by car to get there. The rent for the house near the hospital was too high for him to afford, so he had to choose one in a remote location. Qin Gardenia is driving to. The car is parked in the neighborhood. Drive to the hospital. On the way Lin Che discusses, my sister's heart is not good. Acceptance is not too good. Don't worry, I have my measure. Qin Gardenia thought for a moment. How about this? When the time comes, you'll explain to Cici that I'm here to subsidize you guys, and I'll prepare a profile for you at that time. The Qin family would have had their own charitable organization, and would have chosen the right people to donate to fund it. With formalities, Lin Che whispered toward Qin Zhao. Thank you. He owed Qin Gardenia too much. He must work for her properly in the future. When they arrived at the hospital, it was a really quite average environment. Lin Shi was staying in a single room with a restroom, and there was a caretaker in the room taking care of her. Lin Shi in this period is only 12 years old, thin and small one, pale, hanging ear-short hair, small cheeks and big features, especially those eyes. Seeing her brother come, Lin Shi is very happy. Living in the hospital has nothing to entertain, usually can only watch TV and read books. Lin Che bought her a cell phone, only used to call and send text messages. Brother, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you were coming to see me only on the next day? Why are you wearing a mask? Lin Che's cold hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wore a mask for fear of infecting her and affecting her condition. A little cold. Is it serious? It's not serious. I've already taken the medicine. I'm here today to do the transfer procedures for you. Lin Che introduces Qin Zhao beside him. This is MS. Qin. She is willing to sponsor us. It was only then that Lin Shi noticed the person behind Lin Che and was dumbfounded at a glance. Lin Shi was a little bit restless and shy. She didn't even dare to look directly at Qin Gardenia because she was so beautiful. Not only were they pretty, but they had such good hearts, and someone was willing to sponsor them, so that meant the brother could take it easy. Sister, thank you, she said as she immediately got out of bed and bowed, tears falling out of her eyes. Qin Gardenia hurriedly hugged her. You and your brother are both very good people. It will get better and better in the future. Just call me Sister Gardenia. Don't be so outgoing. Lin Shi obediently shouted. Sister Gardenia. Qin Gardenia gently wiped away the tears on her face. Che, go and do the transfer procedures. The transfer was done quickly and will be transferred today. However, Lin Che still had to tutor a child in the afternoon, and with all the appointments made, he couldn't not go, so he could only leave tomorrow morning. Extra 6 roses for you. It means I love you. After pacifying Lin Shi, a text message from the student's parents on Lin Che's side asked him to go to tutor elementary school students at 6 p.m. This job where classmates introduced him to the hourly rate, 80 an hour. On 3 hours will be able to earn 240. Tutoring jobs are not easy to find, and when you do find them, they are not easy to get started. Tutoring elementary school students may seem easy, but it is actually a test of the spirit. Some children are not able to understand, and it takes many different methods to make them understand. Lin Che will make different learning programs for the children's understanding, chewing up the knowledge and pouring it into each other's brains. Only when the foundation is firmly laid can the building be built high. Because Lin Che enough patience and care, the students' grades have improved significantly. From the original failing, to a stable 80 points, The student's parents are happy to give him a small red envelope. From the original $80 an hour, it went up to $100 an hour. The little kid also quite liked Lin Che because Lin Che would encourage him, recognize him and praise him for being smart. Knowing that Lin Che's family is in need of money in a difficult situation, he is doubly serious about his studies, and he is thinking of letting his parents give the little teacher a red packet. Lin Che decided to quit his job after today's class. He patiently tutored the child's homework, brought up his deficiencies, learned from the child's perspective, and wrote him a lot of simple and easy to understand notes to make it easier for him to learn in the future. There is a child who is not good at school, but he knows how to be sweet and has a sparkle of his own. Hearing Lin Che wanting to leave, even cried, and choked and asked, "Brother Lin Che, is it that I'm too stupid for you to dislike me? Is it that I'm progressing too slowly?" Lin Che touched his head and said, "No, you're very smart and hardworking, and I can't let you go, but my brother's sister is sick, and I have to take her elsewhere for treatment, and it's too far away, so I can't give you lessons." The boy nodded his head ignorantly, although he couldn't let Lin Che go. He also knew that Lin Che worked so hard to help him with his tutoring in order to cure his sister's illness. He couldn't hold him back. The parents of the students also couldn't let go of Lin Che. They had hired many tutors for their children, and none of them could teach them as well as Lin Che. After taking classes with Lin Che, not only did the child's academic performance become better, but he also became more understanding and obedient. Lin Che not only teaches the children, but also brings them and their parents closer together in the process. "Are you coming back later?" Lin Che shook his head. "I'm not sure." The parents sighed. "If you still want to be a tutor, give us a call. You teach seriously and well. The child can't afford to leave you and we can't afford to leave you." Lin Che smiled and responded, "Good." Lin Che has always done things the way they were meant to be done, and he will double back when others treat him well. He handed the prepared notes to the parents, pointed out the child's problems and deficiencies, negotiated solutions, and didn't forget to brag about the kids. Chatting, the child's mother suddenly came to a sentence. "Lin Che, you should not have a girlfriend at this age." "Right, why don't I help you introduce a? My cousin's daughter just went to college, 985 school, good-looking character good. No need to introduce me." Are you worried about the inside of your family?" The other party got the wrong idea and interrupted Lin Che before he could finish his sentence. "Don't worry, my cousin and her family only care about the other party's character. They don't care about the family." "No, I meant to say," Lin Che said seriously, "I already have a girlfriend." As the words fell, a trace of embarrassment surfaced on the other party's face. "That's so? I didn't hear you say that. I thought you didn't have it." She was still wondering if Lin Che was lying to her, but when Lin Che mentioned girlfriend, his expression obviously softened, and his usual lonely eyes looked like a ray of sunshine had entered. After Lin Che explained his child's homework, he was ready to leave, and the parents saw this and hurriedly stuffed red envelopes into him as a way of thanking him for his dedication to their child. The red envelope is not much. For good luck. Lin Che couldn't shrug it off, so he accepted it. Put in the pocket of the cell phone came a few vibrations. Lin Che opened a look as Qin Jiao sent him to ask him when to arrive home. 30 minutes. Want something to eat? I'll bring it back for you." "No food." Lin Che was walking down the road when he saw someone selling flowers on the side of the road. The one who hadn't even looked before was willing to linger, and he took out the tutoring money he'd received tonight to buy a bouquet of flowers. It was already 10 o'clock when he arrived at the neighborhood, and Lin Che looked up at the floor where he lived, where the lights were on. Finally, one of the thousands of lights was lit for him. The original black and white world, because of the appearance of Qin Gardenia, become radiant. Life has expectations. The day is getting better and better. There are times when all it takes is to take that one step and realize that the whole thing has changed. It becomes a leap of faith. It becomes grounded. And when I see her, I can't help but look forward to tomorrow. Lin Che gets on the elevator and goes up, takes out the key and opens the door. Qin Gardenia is standing at the door waiting for him. The moment he opens the door, she jumps directly into his arms, and he catches her firmly as she jumps up. "Missed you, and only 4 hours apart." "What 4 hours?" Qin Gardenia emphasized. "It's 4 hours and 46 minutes. Everyone else spends days like years. I spend seconds like years. I miss you so much. I'm going to miss you to death." Facing this kind of love words, Lin Che obviously some can't hold on to it. The body that wraps around Qin Gardenia is very stiff. Throat arduous swallowing. Ear also reddens a section. Qin Gardenia looked at his red ears and reached out to flick them. "Want something to eat? I'll put down a bowl of noodles for you." "Good." Qin Gardenia let go of Lin Che and saw the rose in Lin Che's hand. "Is this for me?" "Aha." Lin Che lowered his eyes and handed out the roses. "For you." Qin Gardenia took it as soon as she could. "I like it very much. Thank you. Do you know what it means to give a woman roses?" Lin Che of course knows. At that time looked at the roadside on the flower seller. Don't know why remembered Qin Jian's face. Just thought of sending her a bunch. he thought, Qin Jian should like. As long as he could see the smile on her face, he was happy. I know. Lin Che looked at her, without skipping a beat, saying each word carefully. It means I love you. She thought Lin Che was a little log, a clamshell that refused to open its mouth. It was also at this moment that she seemed to see Lin Che after 15 years. Qin Gardenia heart tip, the corner of the mouth uncontrollably up, holding the flower like a happy little butterfly. There is no vase at home, can only put the flower temporarily into the bucket. Qin Gardenia start pot boiling water boiling below, prepare seasoning, noodle good after shang out also. Thoughtful to Lin Che fried 2 eggs, a very ordinary bowl of hanging noodles, but Lin Che ate it happily. Is it good? Yummy. Has the job been handed over yet? Well, it's done, and the students' parents gave me a red packet, and then you bought me flowers with a red envelope? Lin Che gave a sound. Compared to what Qin Jiao had done for him, a few flowers were not worth mentioning at all. After Qin Gardenia lived in, sleeping at night became a problem. Extra 7 The flavor of the dumplings is familiar. I'll sleep on the couch. There was a small sofa in the living room, and at Lin Che's size, he couldn't even stretch out his feet. Why sleep on the couch when you have a bed at home? Only one bed. The bed is definitely for Qin Gardenia to sleep. As for him, sleep wherever you want. Not sleep can also be, and it's not like there's no overnight. I have to take Hoshi to the hospital tomorrow. It's exhausting. I must rest and recuperate. Then I'll go out and sleep. There's a hotel nearby. Qin Gardenia took a step closer. Haven't you ever thought about sleeping with me? Lin Che shook his head. This is your house. If I want to leave, it's also me who will leave. But it's so cold outside. I'm not familiar with this place, in case I encounter any danger. And the flu has been severe lately, and I'm so fragile that I can easily be infected. I'm also afraid of living here alone. When I went out to buy food today, I met a few men sneaking a look at me. Could they be bad people? I can't bear the thought of you sleeping on the couch. And if you go out, I'll be even more frightened to sleep. Qin Gardenia said while looking at him with foggy eyes, tears hanging stubbornly in her eyes. This was a tactic she used well, and every time Lin Che would be unable to resist. Lin Che asked tentatively, then how do you want to sleep? Qin Gardenia hurriedly said, of course as sleep together. I've seen your bed. Sleep 2 people more than enough. This day's so cold. Sleep together more warm. Or that you dislike me. I don't mind. Then what do you mean you won't sleep with me? Qin Gardenia asked. Is it hard to believe that you're afraid I'll make a move on you? Of course not. He just felt that it was not good to sleep together with Qin Gardenia, who had just established a relationship with her, fearing that he would surprise her. Lin Che treats his feelings with patience and restraint, obviously wanting to have it so badly but not showing it directly. Compared to I love you, he prefers to say I want you. Qin Gardenia cupped his face, sincerely said, husband, without you I will lose sleep. I can only sleep when I smell the flavor of your body. Lin Che unnaturally averted his face. I can't be with you every day. Sleep. Yeah. All I can do while you're gone is cuddle and smell your coat. Eventually, at the request of Qin Gardenia, they slept in the same bed. Lin Che slept inside, Qin Gardenia slept outside. He squeezed the wall to sleep. A 1.5 meter wide bed with a big empty space in the middle and a quilt for each person. Lin Che's physique was good. In the morning he still had a cold. At this moment he had already gotten better by a large margin. His fever was completely gone. It was that his nose was still a bit blocked. He could only sleep lying on his side, so his entire body was facing the wall. Qin Gardenia changed into her pajamas and got into bed, tapping Lin Che's shoulder. Are you face-palming? I have a cold, I'm afraid I'll catch it. I'm not that fragile. Qin Gardenia was also really feeling tired. She laid down on the bed and looked at the ceiling, unable to resist leaning towards Lin Che. When she speaks the truth, her husband is the abebe she sleeps with, and she can't sleep at all unless she sleeps with him. When Qin Gardenia leaned over, Lin Che obviously stiffened. He didn't dare to move until he heard the sound of steady breathing coming from behind him. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Gardenia's blurred face with the help of the light outside. He thought it was going to be a hard night, that he would lose sleep and not be able to sleep. But it didn't take him long to close his eyes and drift off into a deep sleep. He dreamed of a soft, cozy bed, a bathtub overflowing with water, floor-to-ceiling windows with fog, a study with a wave, a desk with no books, and the leather couch. From darkness to dawn, when the first rays of the morning sun shone in, he saw the dew-stained gardenias in the yard, their thick white petals swaying with the breeze. Lin Che smelled a fragrance, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Jiao sleeping in his arms, his sleeping face serene, the corners of his mouth rising, her long hair spread over his entire chest, and her little face was so pink from sleep that it made him think of dream images out of place. He felt like it wasn't a dream, but that it had actually happened. Right after the original 2 quilts, in the end there was only one left. Qin Gardenia's quilt was kicked under the bed. She greedily squeezed Lin Che to absorb the warmth of his body. her hand resting on his waist, like a wombat. Lin Che carefully pushed her away and just sat up when Qin Jiao woke up. She didn't know where she was for a moment and subconsciously called out, "Honey." The voice that had just gotten up carried a bit of huskiness and lethargy. She raised her arms and stretched, and when she saw Lin Che, she subconsciously went up and hugged his waist. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Good." Men have some physiological reactions to waking up early, and Lin Che unnaturally shifted to avoid her elbow. He hadn't had such a good night's sleep in a long time. Gardenia sprinkled her lips and said, "I slept well, too." Lin Che looked down at Qin Jiao, who hugged his waist and pampered herself in his arms, as if she was tickled by a cat's tail on her chest. Wanted to grab her arm, wanted to kiss her red lips, wanted her to become like she was in the dream, sweating and dropping tears, like the gardenias falling in the yard. Lin Che held back his reaction to get up. It was good that his clothes were wide and didn't show, otherwise he didn't know how to face Qin Jiao. "I'm going to go wash up and make dinner first. It's still early. You'll sleep in a bit. What do you want to eat in the morning?" Qin Gardenia subconsciously said, "I want to eat dumplings." Lin Che nodded his head and answered. Just as he left, Qin Jiao rolled over to where he was sleeping. The sheet still retained his body heat, and it was very comfortable to sleep. Qin Gardenia was indeed still very sleepy and fell asleep again in a daze. Making dumplings takes quite a bit of time. Lin Che washed his hands to make the dough before going to wash up, and when he came out, he mixed the filling and wrapped the dumplings, and put down a pot according to the amount of food for 2 people. He turned around and went into the bedroom to tell Qin Gardenia to get up, and found that she was already up and sitting on the bed, fuming. "Did I just say I want to eat dumplings? Actually, noodles would be fine. Dumplings are too much trouble. Or just order takeout." Her mind didn't turn, thinking it was 15 years later. "Lin Che, I've already put it in the pot. It'll be ready soon." Qin Gardenia was stunned. "So fast?" That said, does the 19-year-old Lin Che know how to make dumplings? Lin Che's cooking skills were refined during those 5 years as a stand-in. Qin Gardenia hurriedly got out of bed, her hair casually tied, washed her face and went out. Lin Che made a hot and sour soup base and served the dumplings, the white rolled dumplings rolling around in the bowl. Qin Gardenia looked at the various kinds of dumplings in the bowl, and her pupils shrunk. She remembers that the technique of wrapping dumplings was taught by her grandmother to Lin Che, and only he knows that she only fell in love with sour soup dumplings after giving birth. Qin Gardenia couldn't wait to sit down, couldn't care less about the hot, hurriedly clamped up and tasted a bite. Okay, whether it's the shape of the dumpling or the filling inside, only the future Lin Che will. Gardenia potted plants, too, were started after I met her. Extra 8, Lin Che waited for her day after day. The calm water seemed to boil, a large number of bubbles upward, the burst of hot air, from the chest to the eyes uncontrollably hot and hot, the throats also clogged tightly. Lin Che asked, "Is it good?" Qin Gardenia glimpsed a hint of anticipation in Lin Che's eyes as she swallowed the dumplings. "Who taught you how to make the dumplings?" "Self-taught. Very early on. Lin Che usually makes dumplings. He is busy at work and sometimes when he is too busy to cook and doesn't want to eat takeout, he makes some dumplings and puts them in the freezer. Qin Gardenia want to eat, he will now package. Now package is definitely more delicious than frozen." Qin Gardenia looked at the gardenia on the coffee table again. She touched the white stamens on it. "How come you thought of raising gardenias? This kind of small potted plant should be hard to keep alive, right? Most of the gardenia is born in the mountains and forests. The soil requirements are high. Raise pots instead of difficult to live." Qin Gardenia has raise a pot to die a pot. She has no talent for raising flowers, and then no Lin Che and he married. He put her inadvertently said in the heart. Every other day bought 10 pots of gardenia on the balcony. Daily care, careful watering. Wilt bar gardenia regrow new leaves, full of flowers, slowly transplanted from pots to the yard. The original 10 pots of gardenia planted a small yard. Gardenia seedling also became gardenia tree. A year to open 3 times full of yard fragrance. I love the scent of gardenias. And when I moved I bought a pot and kept it here. Qin Gardenia saw the gardenia on the coffee table when she came here yesterday. She didn't take it too seriously. It was only at this moment that he reacted to the fact that Lin Che hadn't planted gardenias before he met her. Dumplings, gardenias, and kitchen ornament habits. His expression, the way he looks at her, so many details. How long had he waited here for her while she looked forward to meeting him early? Qin Gardenia suddenly came close to Lin Che and kissed him. Lin Che's body trembled violently, as if he had been nailed, and a tingling sensation came from his lips, as if electricity ran through his entire body, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Qin Gardenia closed her eyes. The kiss was gentle and loving. She raised her waist and placed her hands on the coffee table as a kiss made her arms tremble. I don't know how long it took, but Qinji couldn't hold on and let go first, and Lin Che stared at Qinji's slightly red lips with a deep gaze. Not enough. Totally inadequate. He felt thirsty and hungry. as if there was a ravenous beast imprisoned inside his body, trying to smash through the cage and break out. The ribs on his chest went numb and his heart thumped. Lin Che looked at Qin Jiao, but what came to his mind were the images from last night's dream. They were on the couch, her sitting in his arms, the TV behind them playing a song. Is the spring breeze blowing on me? Is the tulip you? Is the poem celebrating love? Take a picture. Picture by picture of love. Entangled kissed cream cheese embellish me? Entangled kissed ancient carved like you? Entangled love slow around a beat, gently a beat and then capture in love framed. Qin Gardenia gasped and sang on top of him, and the song traveled through every room as he held Qin Gardenia in his arms. They were at the study desk, at the boss chair, in the bedroom bathroom, at the sink in the mirror, which looked like a colorful painting. Usually enthusiastic and bold Qin Gardenia, this moment went out of sound, like a leaky balloon. Facing Lin Che's hot gaze, her eyes dodged. She was inflexible in her speech. Eat up, it'll get cold if you don't. Lin Che nodded. The bowl of freshly wrapped dumplings became a bit tasteless after eating something more delicious. After eating the dumplings, Lin Che went to wash the dishes, and the foam from washing the dishes stuck to his hands and was slippery, and then associated with the bathroom in the dream. Qin Gardenia likes to take a bubble bath. White foam wrapped all over the body, but also to invite him to wash together. Bang! His hand slipped and the bowl fell into the sink, splashing him in the face. Is it that men are horny by nature? Or is it that he is a man who is horny by nature? He and Qin Gardenia have only known each other for one day. Why would he have so many dreams? Qin Jiao changed her clothes and came out to see Lin Che still washing dishes. She walked over to him, her arms naturally circling his waist. Why is hubby so slow? He hasn't finished washing yet. Soon. Lin Che's waist was stiff and his hands moved quickly, clearing the bowl in 3 or 2 strokes. Qin Gardenia looked at Lin Che's hand and was sure that her husband had come back with her, but she didn't know why he had lost his memory. Though memories are lost, habits are kept. Qin Gardenia felt quite embarrassed at first, thinking that Lin Che was too green at this age. But now, a 19-year-old body with a 34 soul is a perfect match. There's no shame in being an old married couple who have been together for 9 years. It's just the right time to try out your husband's youthful stamina and just play the couple's scenario script. Qin Gardenia stood on her tiptoes, rested her chin on Lin Che's shoulder and looked at his face. Husband, do you love me? Her thin breath spilled over his neck, and Lin Che moved his throat. Qin Gardenia touched the stove. The kitchen was cleaned up by Lin Che. There was no grease on the stove. Did I tell you that we have a very loving married life? We're in the living room, in the den, even in the kitchen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Che clutched her wrists and pressed her against the cooking table, trapping her in his arms. His eyes were red and his nostrils were hot. Not expecting to be counterattacked, Qin Jiao quickly reacted after she briefly froze. She reached out and scratched Lin Che's chin. Yes, just like this. Lin Che let go of his hand, his expression stoic and restrained. Gardenia, don't tease me. He had never even seen a movie in his life. He was so conservative and restrained in his bones and lived by the rules that he could never have imagined that he could do something so crazy and daring anyway. And when he heard Qin Gardenia repeatedly mention future, his heart was still a little sour, and an inexplicable irritation surged to his heart. He couldn't tell what kind of emotion it was until Qin Jiao spoke. I'm not teasing you. I'm loving you. I'm boldly expressing my love for you. How will you know if I don't say it? Lin Che, I also want to hear you say that you love me. His mind felt like it was being pulled by an invisible thread, causing him to uncontrollably lower his head in search of Qin Gardenia's lips. I love you. The moment he kissed Qin Gardenia's lips, he suddenly understood. That burst of emotion was called jealousy. He was jealous that his future self could be crazy with Qin Gardenia and could taste her sweetness. Qin Gardenia hooked Lin Che's neck. Comparing to the previous one, this kiss was much more daring. The young man's physical strength was just good, with plenty of qi and blood, kissing her a little short of oxygen. She tilted her head to avoid it. Lin Che chased after it like a wolf dog, and eventually she couldn't stand it and blocked it with her hand. Extra 9, cohabitation. Lin Che didn't stop. Instead he kissed her palm. Only 34's husband would be so kissable. For the matter of Lin Che forgetting about the future, Qin Gardenia didn't remind him. She wanted to have a sisterly addiction and bully him properly. Like to kiss me? Lin Che nodded his head and gave a hoarsened sound, and deep in the bottom of his eyes was a desire that had no place to hide. Qin Gardenia, call out sister. Continue to let you kiss. Lin Che just called her once. She wanted to hear it again. Lin Che frowned at her palms, pursing his lips and refusing to shout. Qin Gardenia continued to coax. Calling your sister makes you like it more. She followed her lead, knowing full well that there was a trap in front of her, and Lin Che took one look and jumped down, shouting out as sister at the top of her voice. Qin Gardenia's heart was beating like thunder. Lin Che pursed his lower lips, as if he had been in a drought for a long time, and his tone was tinged with longing. Is it okay? Well, so good. give you a reward. Chin Gardenia's hand from the back of his neck slowly upward, touching his head gently downward pressure, gaze level, first from the forehead to start kissing, eyelids, tip of the nose, cheeks, ears, corners of the mouth. Good boy, open your mouth, sister reward you. Lin Che held Qin Jiao with one hand and pressed his other hand on the cooking table. The tendons on it were obvious, and the place that had been kissed by Chin Gardenia became hot as if it had been roasted by a bonfire, and his ears reddened. Lin Che from the beginning of the welcome, then finally counterattack, become very ferocious, until Qin Jiao legs soften he let her go. It's just a kiss and this is what happens when you're in bed. Chin Gardenia subconsciously touched her waist. She is young now, her waist should not be a problem, but to be cautious, it is better to secretly add some cilantro to Lin Che. Thinking about what? I'm thinking about my future happiness. Chin Gardenia gasped against his chest. Hold me down. She sat on the cooking table and didn't even know when she was carried up by Lin Che. Just like at home. It's a small place compared to home, so it's not easy to do what you really want to do. Lin Che carried Qin Ji down and carried her to the sofa, and not being able to hold back, he kissed her again. Once you've tasted it, you're addicted. You can't help but kiss it everywhere, and you can see why he's out of control. In the living room, the den, the office, the kitchen, doing that kind of thing. Sit down for a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. Looking at Chin Gardenia's face stealing joy, Lin Che was helpless. As soon as the door closed, after 10 minutes inside before coming out, Chin Gardenia heard the sound of flushing water. The most important thing today is to take Lindsay to the hospital for transfer. The new hospital, medical facilities are good, the doctors are professional and more capable, and more importantly, the environment is comfortable. The VIP ward has everything. There are professional caregivers to take care of. Lin She lives here. Lin Che also rest assured. In addition to transfers, there are moves. The place where Lin Che lives is cleaned up by him, but the mold on the walls can't be cleaned up, and the floor is damp. The transportation is inconvenient, and it's far away from the hospital. Since he was here, Chin Gardenia was definitely thinking of improving his life. Cece's hospitalization problem has been solved. Now solve your residence. Chin Gardenia asked tentatively. You wouldn't still want to stay at your place next, would you? Lin Che shook his head. There was no need for Qin Jiao to remind him. He would also move. He could tolerate it, but he couldn't afford to let Qin Jiao live. The $10 million Chin Gardenia lent him was enough for him to buy a suite. Is it okay if you stay at my place for now? Chin Gardenia asked. Lin Che, of course I can. You are my boss now. Living with you is convenient for me to work for you. Decided. Lin Che immediately packed up and moved. He did not have much stuff. A car to carry away. It is the appliances are not good to move. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Che decided to sell it, and Chin Gardenia directly arranged for someone to be in charge of it, then brought Lin Che back to the old place. This was her first home with Lin Che, a familiar neighborhood, a familiar floor, a familiar front door, familiar floor-to-ceiling windows, and a familiar living room. It was obviously his first time here, but Lin Che felt like he had lived here for a long time. He even knew the distribution of the rooms, even the kitchen's dishware. Chin Gardenia took Lin Che and introduced him to the home as she had done the first time, and when she walked to the balcony, you can keep your potted gardenia plant here. She took Lin Che to the study again. The bookshelves were empty and could now be used to put Lin Che's textbooks. This is where you'll review your homework from now on. There's a computer and professional books on the shelves. This is the room where we sleep. Bathroom. I'll have my assistant give you toiletries in the bathroom cabinet. Chin Gardenia touched the bathtub and suddenly asked, do you like taking baths? Lin Che replied, I haven't taken a bath. You'll like it when you try it. Gardenia said, this was our first home. We lived here after we got married. So you know what happened to us here? Chin Gardenia liked to tease him and was used to teasing him, mentioning the future at the drop of a hat. It was obvious that Chin Gardenia liked him a lot, and this liking didn't only mean mentally, but also physically. After Lin Che looked at all the rooms, no wonder he felt familiar, because these rooms had all appeared in his dreams. He was the one who dreamed that he and Chin Gardenia were doing all the ridiculous things here. Thinking about that image made Lin Che's body heat up. Chin Gardenia body 22, mental 37. 37 years old like a wolf like tiger age. Because of her bold openness, Lin Che also affected. A large part of the harmony in the lives of two people after marriage is harmony in bed. Come when happy, come when conflicted, come when celebrating, come when commemorating. They were keen to play all sorts of little games, but as the children grew up, upholding the idea that they must not teach the children to be bad, both of them kept it under control. 7-year-old girls are at the age when they pester their parents, and when they go to school they are fine. But when they are at home they are like little tails. With a busy day job and children at night, life as a couple is getting shorter and shorter. The night is like ink. Lin Che inexplicably nervous. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Jiao shouted hungry. Lin Che opened the refrigerator to do a few simple home cooking. When cooking, Qin Gardenia is at the side to play the hand. After washing the dishes, also don't leave, just at the side to look at Lin Che. She doesn't say anything, just staring at him tightly. Lin Che suddenly had a premonition of what would happen tonight, and he was a little nervous. He's inexperienced. Should he watch some tutorials on the fly? The two of them were only 6 full for this dinner. Qin Gardenia opens the closet and chooses a silk nightgown. Che, how about sleeping together tonight? I can't sleep without you. I still have to work tomorrow. You can't bear to see me lose sleep, right? Lin Che simply couldn't refuse. Qin Gardenia came out after taking a bath and watched Lin Che packing his suitcase. When he saw the school uniform in the suitcase, "Is this your school uniform? I've never seen you in a school uniform before. Can you wear it for me?"